Tiankong Continent, in the harsh Forbidden Zone, a demon lord stands atop a towering peak. He's currently being besieged by countless righteous cultivators. Countless righteous cultivators roared in anger. Old Demon Chu, you've bullied men, oppressed women, and committed countless evils your entire life. Did you ever think you'd die today on Soul's End Ridge? Old Demon Chu, you deceived my big sis, leading to her tragic death. Today, I'll hack you into 100 pieces. We've hunted you for 3 years, and now you have nowhere left to run, do you? This venerable one shall avenge my poor disciple today. A bolt of lightning struck down, accompanied by the curses and insults of the crowd. Before us is a young man with bloodshot eyes, covered in blood, an icy expression on his face, standing on the peak looking down at them. This is Chu Xiu, the MC of this story. Blood continuously dripped from the blade he held in his hand. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him turn his head. What met his eyes was a peerless beauty flying on a sword before him. Demon Chu, you've fallen into this predicament today. Do you regret it? This beauty with a generous heart and flawlessly smooth legs is Qimeng Dai, Peak Master of Cloud River Peak in Grand Ancestor Sacred Land. Hearing these words, Chu Xiu threw his head back and laughed wildly.
I regret.
I, Chu Xiu, cultivated for less than 100 years, fought battles my whole life. In this generation, besides this venerable one, who dares claim invincibility? Who dares claim to be undefeated? This venerable one only regrets time's mercilessness. If I had another 1,000 years, who in this world would dare defy my commands? Hearing this, Qimeng Di's face darkened, her eyes blazing as she glared at Chu Xiu with disgust. She clasped her hands together, summoning a great sword. If you refuse to repent, then don't blame this venerable one for being merciless. With a single sword strike, the crowd below immediately charged forward to attack, determined to take his life. Chu Xiu remained unfazed, swiftly forming hand seals. After a series of rapid hand seals, he pointed his finger downwards, and a strange light appeared. Dark energy also began to erupt. The crowd saw this and panicked. Not good, that demon wants to use his trump card. Stop him, quick! No sooner had the words left their mouths than 3 colossal heavenly dharma forms, manifested by the cultivator's spiritual energy, surrounded Chu Xiu from all 8 directions. Not stopping there, the 3 dharma forms immediately unleashed powerful palm strikes towards him. 3,000 worlds were crushed by the 3 massive palm seals. Far from being afraid, Chu Xiu, on the contrary, let out an exhilarating laugh. Ha ha ha, the immortal questioning longevity great emperor may regret it, but I don't.
Yeah.
Gathering all his remaining spiritual energy into his inner core, Chu Xiu suddenly unleashed an immense burst of power. Boom! He shattered all 3 dharma forms, then shot straight into the sky, creating a terrifying phenomenon. A moment later, when the phenomenon subsided, only a tattered sword remained on the ground where he once stood. Meanwhile, after taking the full force of Chu Xiu's self-detonation, the righteous cultivators were covered in wounds. Old Demon Chu has completely vanished. An old man among them spoke up. If he had gone to Heavenly Abyss Great Wall to slay demons, he would surely become a mighty general for our human race. What a pity. And just like that, each of them went their own way, returning home, to continue on their own path of cultivation. 1 month later, at Cloud River Peak, a wisp of red energy shot into the cave dwelling of the head direct disciple. Lying on the bed with a sinister grin was Chu Xiu. Ha ha ha, I, Old Demon Chu, I'm back, baby! Yes, this was indeed Old Demon Chu, who had just body snatched this body. No matter what, I, Chu Xiu, was a college student before transmigrating. For this venerable one's resurrection today, I had already prepared 37,781 escape routes
And 121 resurrection methods.
With such thorough preparations, how could I be easily wiped out? Old Demon Chu then stood up and observed his surroundings. Is this Grand Ancestor sacred land? Looks like this venerable one has quite the destiny with this place. Suddenly, the system panel popped up with a notification. Host has been resurrected. System functions have changed. Please choose one of the 2 options below. Option 1, Heavenly Mandate Villain. Continuously commit evil deeds to receive system rewards. Option 2, Seeking Cultivation Villain. You've already died once, felt the pain, decided to secretly grow stronger, then go commit evil. Choose carefully. After reading the notification, Chu Xiu pondered. In the previous world, I chose Heavenly Mandate Villain, committed countless evils, and it was exhilarating. But being beaten and cursed was like a street rat, wasn't comfortable at all. So I'll choose Seeking Cultivation in this world. That should be quite interesting. Having made up his mind, Chu Xiu flashed a smug grin. Ha ha ha, secretly growing stronger, then causing chaos under heaven. Isn't that a beautiful dream? If I can become the saint son of Grand Ancestor Sacred Land, then... Chu Xiu then fantasized about long-legged, sweet serving and caressing him, and he couldn't stop grinning. Ha ha, let's go with that. He then pointed his finger and declared, I choose the Seeking Cultivation system. Choice successful. Successfully joined the system. Displaying personal panel. Let's see whose body I'm in this time. Personal panel. Host's identity. Cloud River Peak Head Direct Disciple. Cultivation Realm. None. Cultivation Crippled. Cloud River Peak Head Direct Disciple. Talent. 17. Cultivation Technique. Erased due to host's soul being too strong and forcibly possessing the body. Mortal Talent. 18. Breakthrough. None. Overall battle strength evaluation. Host is 1 level stronger than a spirit chicken. Being alive isn't as good as being a spirit chicken. Reading his own information made Chu Xiu's face darken even more than the bottom of a pot. He cursed inwardly. What the heck did the previous owner of this body do before I got here? 10 days ago, the previous owner of Chu Xiu's body and a direct disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak fought over a woman and went to a deathmatch arena. On the deathmatch arena, this body's previous owner was defeated in a single move, utterly humiliated, and finally had his chi shattered and cultivation crippled. Reviewing the memories of this body, he could only hold his head and sigh, how pathetic. Afterwards, he returned to the bed, stretched out his arms, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, "Even if you're just this venerable one's meat puppet, your enemies are my enemies from now on. Just watch how this venerable one becomes invincible." As he spoke, he sat cross-legged on the bed, radiating determination, and began cultivating. Half an hour later, no progress whatsoever. At this point, he could only force a smile, thinking to himself, this body is such trash. Poor talent, severe injuries. But Chu Xiu smirked mysteriously. However, I still have a way, though. Cut to somewhere around Yunhe Peak, where a bunch of NPCs are huddled together gossip posting. Yo, did you guys hear the news? Peak Master went out to hunt down Qiangqi and just got back 3 days ago. Did that villain Yi Chen get clapped yet? Haha, that fraud called himself #1 of our generation, but he's just a little saint tier fodder. Getting jumped by over 10 great saints, how could he possibly survive? Good riddance, every righteous hero wants that demon dead anyway. Lurking behind a tree and eavesdropping like a menace, old Demon Yi feels a surge of anger and thinks, bro, you clowns couldn't even dream in your sleep that I not only survived, but literally joined your guild. If you can't beat 'em, join 'em. Time to troll these fools. With that, Yi Chen strolls out toward the crowd, intentionally hitting a fake cough to draw attention. Senior brother Yi, senior brother, is your injury feeling any better? No big deal, I'm chillin'. After dropping that, Yi Chen speeds past the crowd and keeps moving down the path. Suddenly, the NPCs realize, wait, isn't senior brother Yi's name identical to that old Demon Yi? Do you think he's hiding a secret? Nah, you're overthinking it. If he had even a fraction of old Demon Yi's talent, he wouldn't have gotten his cultivation shattered like a fraud. Fair enough. Meanwhile, old Demon Yi is pulling up to the cave dwelling of Qimengdi, Peak Master of Yunhe Peak. Standing right at her front gate, Yi Chen drops a loud announcement. Master, your disciple requests an audience. He then casually struts inside like he owns the place. Yi Chen looks toward the main seat, spotting Qimengdi lounging lazily with her hand propping up her chin. Yi Chen, you got wrecked in a fight 10 days ago. Are you coming to me now begging for a power-up? Dropping to one knee, Yi Chen tries to play the victim to coax his master. Hearing this, the waifu just closes her eyes with zero emotion and replies, your cultivation is trashed here, yet you love starting drama. Getting your cultivation wiped is pure karma and I can't carry you. Scram. Hearing these cold-hearted words, Yi Chen snaps back up in pure disrespect and complains, Master, you think my cultivation is trash for no reason, without any cheat codes or grind resources? How am I supposed to level up? You dumped all the good stuff on second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior brother, and fifth senior sister, but gave me nothing. How could I possibly get strong? Slamming her hand onto the table in pure rage, Qimengdi's face darkens as she yells, foolish brat, your talent is garbage and you refuse to grind, yet you have the audacity to come blame your master? Know your place. Unfazed, Yi Chen crosses his arms with a villainous smirk. Haha, you withheld my resources just because I share a name with old Demon Yi, didn't you? Taking your anger out on me for that? Isn't that straight up absurd? Hearing this, Qimengdi glares at Yi Chen with literal dagger eyes, before floating down right in front of him, placing a hand on her forehead with a heavy sigh. I never took anything out on you. Head back for now. Once I find a divine elixir to heal your shattered base, I'll point you toward a new cultivation path. Yi Chen flashes an evil grin. Nah, master. You can actually help me right now. Qimengdi is utterly lost and asks, what do you mean? Disciple heard master possesses the divine fragrance physique. If we duel in dual cultivation, not only will my injuries be fully healed, but my talent stats will hit the roof. As he speaks, he leans his face way too close to Qimengdi. With her eyes darkening in complete shock, Mengdi stammers, what ridiculous nonsense are you talking about? Yi Chen gently kisses Qimengdi's snowy white hand. Ahem, this disciple is asking master to dual cultivate with me. Blushing red to her ears from embarrassment, Mengdi angrily swings her hand to strike Yi Chen, barking, rebellious brat, are you courting death? How dare you speak such filth to your master? Suddenly her voice goes ice cold as she summons a massive aura sword. Today I will snap your bones and kick you out of the sect forever. Without a trace of fear, Yi Chen just scoffs, raising his hand to his mouth to chant a spell code. Glowing red ancient runes begin swirling around him, and in a split second the massive sword shatters into literal dust. Right at that moment, Qimengdi's legs instantly lose all power, sending her collapsing to the floor. She drops in an insanely suggestive posture, her eyes wide and mouth agape in absolute disbelief. What is happening? I'm a great saint-tier powerhouse. Why can't I resist this? Seeing his master's top-tier reaction, old Demon Yi steps forward with a down-bad smile. Pardon my rudeness, master. Realizing she's actually cooked, the waifu panics, rebels to disciple. What are you doing? I am your. Yi Chen reaches his wicked hands directly toward Qimengdi's massive down blessings and chuckles. Please, master, pass down your knowledge to your disciple. Ha ha ha. Drenched in cold sweat, Qimengdi glares at the villainous Yi Chen. You degenerate. What did you do to me? Why did my power vanish, making me as helpless as a mortal NPC? Yi Chen leans right against Qimengdi's ear, thinking, what did I do? Sealed your entire cultivation, obviously. Yi Chen strokes his master's chin, making her grit her teeth with literal murder in her eyes. Back when over 10 great saints jumped me, I secretly planted the Samsara Heaven Weeping Mother-Child Seal on you. That's a god-tier reward from my system. Item, Samsara Heaven Weeping Mother-Child Seal. Artifact type, seal grade, Davite. Sealant is the cultivation of a targeted female cultivator. Controlling the seal allows the user to shut down all of the target stats at will, uses remaining. 1 multi-use, triggers whenever I think it. Any female cultivator below the Emperor realm caught by this seal is completely at my mercy. Staring at Chi Mengdi's flushed face, old Demon Yi opens his eyes wide and gasps, Master, you're thousands of years old, yet your skin is still smoother than a newborn baby's. You insolent brat, how dare you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Yi Chen laughs maniacally. Haha, then go ahead and kill me, master. Stop using that pretty mouth just to threaten me. Left with no counter, Chi Mengdi can only bite her lip and turn her head away in pure rage. Yi Chen leans into Chi Mengdi's ear and whispers, Master, if I spread the word that you lost your cultivation to Liu Shui, the Heavenly Sword Peak Master, guess what she'd do? Remember when you slashed her dad to death back in the day? How could she pass up blood revenge? Hearing this, Chi Mengdi's face turns pale with sheer terror. No, Liu Shui can never find out about this. She will literally claim my life. That woman is a certified lunatic. Panicking hard, Mengdi turns back to Yi Chen and stammers, rebellious disciple, rare artifacts, cultivation resources. I'll give you whatever you want. Take your pick. Just before she can even finish, Yi Chen grabs Mengdi tightly by her shoulders. Nah. The reward this disciple wants isn't just that boring loot. I want something else. Master, you know exactly what I'm after. Saying that, Yi Chen starts undoing his master's robes. Seeing this, poor Mengdi freaks out and screams repeatedly, Don't! You absolutely cannot. Stay away from me. I can never give you that. Damn it. I am a dignified great saint powerhouse. How could I surrender my body to a trash NPC like you? Yi Chen flashes a devious smirk. I had no beef with your Taisu sacred land, but you guys just had to join the raid against me. Now it's time to pay the price for your actions. Master, are you scared now? I'm counting on you, Master. As he speaks, old Demon Yi weaves a hand sign, summoning a glowing golden ancient text right before her eyes. Yi Chen begs with a grin. Disciple has an ancient technique that's top tier for getting frisky. Alright fam, just peep this. Chi Mengdi takes one look at the cheat code and her jaw drops. You absolute menace. Where in the world did you get such an OP cultivation technique? This thing actually aligns with the heavenly Tao. This ain't no regular scroll. So master, what's the verdict? This cheat code's fire, ain't it? Scram. This esteemed one does not need your assembly technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu was already on top of Mengdi, grinning like a total creep. Master, just let your disciple have this. You absolute menace. And just like that, Chu Xiu and Chi Mengdi started shooting their own blockbuster. Chu Xiu unleashed a barrage of secret techniques, the Arhat's Chariot, the Mountain Plow, Gallum Peep Show, and the grand finale. Deity's Embrace. Chi Mengdi had no idea Chu Xiu was such a master of acrobatics and heavy machinery. One look at her dazed, blissed-out eyes, and you knew exactly how OP Chu Xiu's skills truly were. Yes, then, the system went absolutely wild with a notification. Host, you chaotic menace, you actually dared to lay hands on your master? Truly the ultimate antagonist. System rewards host 1,000 breakthrough points. 1 hour later, Fairy Chi Mengdi was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, letting out soft moans like certain performers. It seemed this filming session was quite intense, leaving Fairy Mengdi with no choice but to grit her teeth and endure. Ding, host has successfully dual cultivated with Fairy Mengdi. Injuries fully recovered, cultivation dude aptitude boosted. Ding, host's aptitude plus 100, host's aptitude plus 100. Mengdi let out a pained groan, her hands clenching the bedsheets so tight they almost ripped. Ding, host's aptitude plus 100, host's aptitude now 317, achieving heaven tier. Cultivation speed boosted by 20x. After his session with Fairy Mengdi, host's cultivation soared from Foundation Establishment 2nd layer straight to Foundation Establishment 9th layer. A few hours later, after his private lesson with Master, Chu Xiu casually put his clothes back on and straightened up. Meanwhile, Fairy Mengdi lay exhausted on the bed, a single white sheet barely covering her captivating 10,000-man killing body. Chu Xiu turned back, a smug smirk plastered on his face as he told Mengde, Many thanks, Master, for graciously imparting your wisdom to your disciple. I'll be taking my leave now. Until next time, yeah? Suddenly, Chi Mengdi's voice echoed through the room. You absolute menace. Mengdi's cheeks burned crimson. She sat huddled, her voice a tiny, aggrieved whisper. I gave you what you wanted. Now, can you please lift this damn seal? Chu Xiu's face bloomed into a wide grin, his eyes practically disappearing as he replied, Of course not. You rebellious punk. Are you trying to kill your master? Master, if you don't want anyone else knowing your cultivation is sealed, then you better keep that secret locked down tight. Chu Xiu extended his hand and a crystal ball materialized in his palm. He grinned smugly. I'm sure Master knows exactly what this image recording crystal in your disciple's hand does, right? Seeing the crystal ball, Chi Mengdi's mind was utterly blown. She clenched her fists, eyes wide, practically on the floor, as she shrieked in panic, What? You recorded the entire assembly process? Chu Xiu, practically sprouting devil horns, held the image recording stone in one hand, while the other waved dismissively. With a face of feigned innocence that screamed 0 F's given, he replied, Haha, easy there, don't get so worked up. Don't get all dramatic. It's just a little memento, for our deep friendship. Your disciple just wants to remind Master, don't even think about trying to break this seal. Across this entire Tian Kong Dalu, nobody can break this seal except for your humble disciple, unless, of course, some ancient great emperor decides to pop up. But Master, you know as well as I do, there ain't no great emperors left in this world, right? So if your disciple bites the dust, you'll just be a regular old mortal, living your life out, growing old, and kicking the bucket. Don't believe me? Go ahead, try it. Oh, and one more thing. If your disciple happens to disappear, those images in the crystal ball will be shared with the entire Tiankong Dalu. What do you think everyone will say about you then, Master? You've thought about the consequences, right? Alright, no more chit-chat, your disciple's out. See you around. As he spoke, Chu Xiu casually strolled out, crystal ball in hand. Chimengdi watched Chu Xiu's retreating figure, her entire body shaking with fury. She gritted her teeth, spitting curses. Chu Xiu, you damned rebellious, shameless punk. Just you wait until I break this seal. I'll chop you into 100 pieces, imprison your soul, and make you suffer for 10,000 years before I finally grant you death. A mere worm who hasn't even stepped into the Dao Gong realm. How dare he seal this venerable one's cultivation? Stepping outside, Chu Lomo looked up at the star-filled sky, a bit surprised. Can't believe it's still bright out after all that. By the time I get back, it'll be a Mingyue Conction for sure, right? Thanks to Master's help, I've reached Foundation Establishment 9th layer. If I want to level up to the Lun Hai Jing, that'll have to wait for next time. If the Lun Hai Jing is like a wooden barrel full of water, then the Foundation Establishment realm is all about gathering the wood planks to build that barrel. The stronger the foundation, the more solid the Lun Hai Jing will be when it finally opens, and his cultivation path will naturally stretch even further. His failure in the previous life was exactly because he tried to power up too fast, skipping the fundamental realms, leading to a shaky foundation. So this time, after reincarnating and taking over this body, he must forge an absolutely rock-solid foundation to build the ultimate one. By then, he wouldn't fear cultivators stronger than him. He could easily face-slap them. Wonder if those foundation establishment resources I stashed in the canyon all those years ago are still there. But even if they are still there, how am I supposed to leave this Taizu Shengdi? As he pondered what to do, he suddenly stopped in front of a shop labeled Feizhou Soshi. Immediately, his brain started cooking. Chu Xiu broke into a smug grin. Bingo, isn't this my chance right here? A moment later, Chu Xiu had bought himself a flying boat and was zooming towards the canyon where he'd stashed his foundation establishment resources all those years ago. Chu Xiu clasped his hands behind his back, cruising alone on his flying boat, soaring through the skies. Next, he calmly ventured into the dark, shadowy depths of the cave. After flying for a bit, Chu Xiu stopped his flying boat and walked towards a rocky outcrop. Looks like the Foundation Establishment resources are still intact here. With that, Chu Xiu approached the single black rock in the area. Chu Xiu immediately bit his thumb until blood flowed, then used it to draw a 5-pointed star formation on the rock. The seal dissolved. Chu Xiu casually tossed the rock aside, revealing a treasure chest and several small pouches beneath it. Chu Xiu looked at the chest, a smug grin spreading across his face. The Foundation Establishment treasures are indeed still here. Just wait until I, Chu Xiu, get strong enough to reclaim my past glory. But just then, a mocking voice echoed from behind Chu Xiu. Chu the fraud, didn't expect to find you here. Men Zheng stood up. Behind him, a massive flying ship, far larger than Chu Xiu's own, emerged. 3 figures stood on it, steadily approaching Men Zheng. The main guy, standing at the bow, hands clasped behind his back, a massive sword strapped to him, and a nasty scar running from his forehead to his cheek, sneered. Oh, who do we have here? If it isn't Chu the fraud. Thought you kicked the bucket. Can't believe after 10 days, you're still drawing breath. Looks like the peak master of Yun Hifeng isn't so bad to this head disciple after all, even wasting rare resources to restore your Lun Hai. Everyone, let me introduce you to Zhang Meng, the personal disciple of Tian Jianfeng. Chu Xiu's eyes flared with killing intent. The memories of the original body's owner surged. It was this very guy who, 10 days ago, had humiliated him and crippled his cultivation. This absolute scum. You ruined my cultivation right as I started Foundation Establishment, and now you dare to loiter around insulting me to my face? Stepping onto his small wooden flying boat, Men Zheng spoke up. I'll settle the score with you later. 10 days from now, at the Life and Death Arena, we'll fight. Zhang Meng cupped a hand to his ear, feigning deafness, then turned to his 2 companions. What did that little punk just say? I didn't mishear him, did I? His 2 cronies, holding their stomachs, burst out laughing. This absolute fraud dares to challenge Senior Brother Zhang? He even said he wants to meet Senior Brother Zhang in the Life and Death Arena. A moment later, Zhang Meng moved out of the mountain crevice, ascending high to perform a 1,000-mile sound transmission secret art. He declared, Chu Xiu, you trashed here. 10 days ago, I spared your life out of respect for Yunhe Peak's peak master. But if you're so desperate to court death by challenging me, then in 10 days in the Life and Death Arena, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Meng's sound transmission echoed throughout Yunhe Peak. The disciples there either scoffed or looked astonished. They whispered that Chu Xiu still dares to go to the Life and Death Arena. Is his fried? Wasn't his Wheel C already crippled? What can he possibly use to fight against late-stage Wheel C Zhang Meng? Oh boy, in 10 days we've got a show coming. The scene shifts to outside Chimengdi's cave dwelling, where Chu Xiu had already arrived on his flying ship. Stepping before the grand entrance, he mused, my master's cave dwelling is brimming with spiritual energy. I might as well cultivate here tonight. Master surely won't mind. After all, what's mine will always be mine. Master is mine. Every single inch is mine. Entering the cave dwelling, Chu Xiu struck a boy pose and announced, Greetings, Master. Your disciple has come to visit you again. Chimengdi, seated majestically on a large lotus throne above, replied, Rebellious disciple, it's so late, and you're still here? What mischief are you planning now? Gotta admit, fellow Taoist Chimengdi's figure is absolutely chef's kiss, am I right? Stepping closer, Chu Xiu asked, what does master want me to do? Seeing this, Mengdi recoiled slightly, shouting, don't you dare go too far. Stroking his chin, Chu Xiu said with a mischievous grin, haha, your disciple can get even more overboard than this. Wanna see? As he finished speaking, Chu Xiu clasped his two right fingers before him, muttering incantations. Instantly, countless red talismans appeared, hovering around his body. He pointed his finger towards the large courtyard outside, and Chu Xiu roared, array, activate. Instantly, those talismans flew out one after another. They then formed a barrier, isolating Chimengdi's cave dwelling from the outside world. Seeing this, Mengdi was utterly astonished. She exclaimed, your array formation technique, could it be inherited from the Taigu Zhen Dao? Chu Xiu, closing his eyes slightly with a smug grin, replied, master truly has sharp eyes. Want to learn it? What are you willing to trade? Mengdi, angrily crossing her arms, shook her head and replied, I don't want to learn. Chu said, all right then. If that's the case, your disciple will cultivate in peace. Pulling out an apple from Chu Xiu's inventory, he narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Oh right, if master gets hungry, eat these. After all, you're immortal now. You can't go without food. Mengdi turned her face away, annoyed, and replied, isn't this all your fault, you rebellious disciple? One day, I'll kill you. No sooner had she finished speaking than Chu Xiu gave Mengdi a playful pat on her butt, causing her to stumble and fall. She tumbled onto the bed. Mengdi furiously turned around, glaring at Chu Xiu with eyes full of resentment. Meanwhile, thick-faced Chu turned his head away and remarked, master isn't being obedient again. Then he turned and walked away, continuing, master, I've set up a killing array in the back hall. You'd best not try to break in. Your disciple still needs you to upgrade his cultivation aptitude, you know. If you die, your disciple would be deeply heartbroken. Mengdi continued to rage, screaming, Chu Xiu, one day this seat will chop you, that rebellious disciple, into 100 pieces. The scene shifts to the back hall of the cave dwelling, where Chu Xiu was currently holding a book. He quietly studied it, one hand pointing at the cultivation technique book, the other holding a Shengzao Huaguo. Chu Xiu mused, known from ancient times to the present, the strongest divine-grade Dao scripture cultivation technique, combined with the Shengzao Huaguo and with the system's help. From now on, will there truly be any cultivator on this Tiankong Dalu with a more solid foundation than this seat? A quick note for everyone on the Shengzao Huaguo. It's classified as a Tiankai Dibao, an immortal-grade treasure, used as a sacred item to forge one's foundation. After a cultivator consumes it, they can build an incredibly solid foundation. If a mortal consumes this fruit, they'll enter the Bianjing, increasing their lifespan by 1,000 years. This fruit grows at the bottom of the Tianku Mo Yuan, producing only 3 fruits every 10,000 years. Legend has it that a saint lord from a certain saint temple once offered 3 sets of Tianpin Gongfa and 2 sets of Xianpin Gongfa just to exchange for a Shengzao Huaguo to help their beloved junior build a solid foundation. Chu Xiu raised the Shengzao Huaguo to his mouth and directly devoured it to absorb its power. Once it entered his body, it stopped in his stomach, where the energy began to blaze intensely. Chu Xiu utilized the knowledge from the cultivation technique book, beginning to circulate the Dao Jing. He began reforging his Juji. The system displayed the host's cultivation base successively dropping from the 8th layer of Juji down to the 6th, then the 3rd. The host's cultivation base reached the mortal stage. Reaching the mortal stage, Chu Xiu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Just then, the system displayed a choice. Does host wish to proceed with a breakthrough immediately? Without hesitation, of course, Chu Xiu chose yes. The system displayed the next information. Detected host cultivates the strongest Daojing Juji technique, increasing breakthrough point consumption. Estimated once per month, consuming 100 breakthrough points per month. First month, Devour Shengzao Huaguo begins circulating Daojing Juji, breakthrough to first layer of Juji. Second month, Devour Shengzao Huaguo begins circulating Daojing Juji, breakthrough to second layer of Juji. And so Chu Xiu would break through 1 layer of Juji each successive month. Sitting in closed-door cultivation, countless hours passed by. At this moment, dense spiritual energy emanated from Chu Xiu's body. Chu Xiu's eyes snapped open, blazing brightly. Chu Xiu mused, people always say life is fate, that limits only mean following the footsteps of those who came before. They don't realize that shattering those limits is the true path to a bright future. In every misfortune, there's a blessing. Destroy, then rebuild. Between life and death lies immense terror, but also immense opportunity. After this round of closed-door cultivation, 7 days had already passed. Chu Xiu sprang to his feet, spiritual energy radiating throughout the room. The system displayed a notification. This breakthrough has concluded. Host has successfully broken through to the 10th layer of Juji. Total time consumed for breakthrough, 10 months. Breakthrough points consumed, 1,000. Host's remaining breakthrough points, 0. Just then, a massive black vortex appeared above the tower where Chu Xiu was cultivating, surrounded by streaks of golden lightning. Chu Xiu joyfully exclaimed, I've broken through. Above Yunhe Peak, a grand breakthrough phenomenon unfolded. Black clouds swirled wildly, thunder and lightning crashed everywhere, an absolutely magnificent sight. At Kongjian Peak, within a small pavilion on the mountain summit, a beautiful woman frowned as she gazed at the phenomenon. She thought, the spiritual energy tide is too strong. Could that beat Chimengdi have broken through? This young lady is the peak master of Tianjian Peak, Liu Xue. Cutting back to Chu Xiu, he was still sitting motionlessly, cultivating. Today is the day my body and primordial qi accumulate to their absolute limits. Today I must rely on the pinnacle of Juji to shatter these shackles. Ding, detected host has broken through realm. Based on reaching the highest realm of Zhuji Layer 10, host has broken through to Lune High. A reward activation mechanism? Is it really that easy? Come on, let this seat see what this reward is. After speaking, he spun around midair, then threw a powerful punch into the void. The terrifying aftershock blew away even the layers of lava contained beneath him. Host has excellently completed the reward activation mechanism. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Huanggu Sheng Ti. Bro's face went blank after reading the system notification. Damn, what's this? The desolate ancient sacred body? Attention. The desolate ancient sacred body requires an astronomical amount of resources to cultivate. Sacred body merging with host. Og. What's all this fuss? Fusion successful. Holy sht. I just broke through my cultivation limits, already burned through so much leveling up, and now you're throwing the desolate ancient sacred body at me? System, you old scammer. What kind of sick joke is this? System explains advantages of the desolate ancient sacred body. In the desolate ancient era, its physical body was invincible, unrivaled among peers, the strongest battle physique of the human race. Disadvantages. After the desolate ancient era, the laws of heaven and earth changed. Cultivating the sacred body now consumes extreme resources, even if you drain every single impossible to succeed, easily leading to stagnation in cultivation. In summary, the desolate ancient sacred body is basically trash now. Host, just don't be scared, just go for it. No resources, you say? Then go rob some. If you can't rob the old, then rob the young. Kill until no one dares to call themselves supreme. As long as you convert resources into breakthrough points, host can definitely become a sacred body. After reading the system's message, Chu Xiu only had one thing to say. Delusional much? Who knows how many points I'll need to level up next. Personal summary panel. Comprehensive battle power evaluation. Battle power 19 times higher than peers. Well, since I've already fused with the Honggu Sheng Ti, guess I'll just shamelessly keep cultivating. After that, our boy stroked his chin and chuckled perversely. Good thing I have my precious master. Immediately after, he ended his closed-door cultivation and stepped out of the rear hall. In the front hall, on a main lotus seat, Ming Dixianzi was sitting there, munching on an apple, looking absolutely adorable. At this moment, Chu Xiu spoke up and asked, "Tasty?" The girl unconsciously replied, "Very tasty." But then she snapped back to reality, instantly changing her attitude. She glared furiously. You rebellious disciple. Chu Xiu immediately moved closer and embraced her. Master, a few days without seeing you feels like 3 whole autumns. After saying that, he didn't forget to gently kiss her shoulder. After the kiss, he then said, Master, haven't you bathed these past few days? This instantly made her face darken. Isn't it because you occupied the rear hall? I wanted to bathe but couldn't find a way. It's truly this disciple's fault. If that's the case, then let this disciple personally serve you in your bath, okay? Don't worry, Master, I won't dislike you, hehe. As he spoke, he dragged her by the hand towards the bathing room. Being pulled behind him, Meng Dixianzi could only helplessly cry out, You rebellious disciple, what are you trying to do now? A moment later, the two had arrived at the bathhouse. Chu Xiu, the absolute rogue, pinned her hands down onto the stone slab and said, Indeed, the Tianxiang body lives up to its reputation. Even after a few days without bathing, your body is still as pristine as before, fair, smooth, and pure. Hearing these words, Meng Dixianzi could only blush shyly and stammer in response, You rebellious disciple, Master, I'm counting on you for this. This disciple's talent is truly too poor, so how about this disciple personally scrubs your back, huh? Truly a rebellious disciple. After saying that, she turned her face away, panting, letting Chu Xiu do whatever he wanted. Suddenly, the girl was utterly stunned. Someone was outside the hall. Outside the hall at this moment stood a man. He looked like a scholar. He stood before the cave dwelling's entrance and called inside, Junior Sister Meng Di, have you finished your seclusion? This person was Tian Xing, the peak lord of Tianjian Peak. Inside, Meng Di Shenzi, trembling because Chu Xiu was scrubbing her back, stammered in reply, Senior brother Tian Xing, please understand. Something happened during my cultivation. I can't come out to meet senior brother today. A system notification popped up. Whoa, host, you're truly evil doing that to your master. Special reward activated, profound weapon, azure blood sword. Outside, the peak lord of Tianjian Peak held a gourd bottle with exquisite patterns in his hand and said, Junior sister, I have a grade 7 healing elixir specially concocted by junior brother Feng Tian. It can help heal your injuries. Inside, Chu Xiu seemed to deliberately scrub her back faster and harder, making carefully enunciate each word to reply, No need. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. The system notification popped up again. Essence exchange with Tianshang increased cultivation aptitude by 100. Essence exchange with Tianshang increased cultivation aptitude by 100. Receiving the refusal, the peak lord of Tianjian Peak showed disappointment, sighed. All right then. Junior sister, do you know about your disciple, Chu Xiu, declaring war on Zhangmong of Tianjian Peak on the life and death arena? I heard that disciple is unlearned, talentless, and has extremely poor cultivation. If he loses, I'm afraid it will affect the reputation of Yunhe Peak. I know about that, but I can't control him, just let him be. Junior sister must have her own plans, I've been too nosy. This song named Feng Chu Huang was composed by me these past few days while moon-gazing. Today, I give it to you. Just like that, the two master and disciple embraced each other amidst the melodious bamboo flute sounds played by the peak lord of Tianjian Peak. Meng Dixianzi was so embarrassed her face turned crimson, practically steaming. She hissed, You rebellious disciple. Recalling the utterly shameful scene from just now, Meng Dixianzi was so mortified she couldn't look anyone in the eye. Just now I was still talking to senior brother Tianxing. Chu Xiu then spoke up to tease her master. Senior uncle Tianxing plays so well that this disciple couldn't help but praise him. Hearing that, Meng Diaxianzi only replied with one word, good. Our boy then continued to put on a sly evil grin, saying, Master, given our current intimate relationship, it should be fine if this disciple borrows more cultivation resources from you, right? One fish, 2 meals. Using one thing, getting double the benefits. Meng Diaxianzi, pinned beneath him, could only look at him. All, is he going to scrub my back again? A moment later, Meng Di, wrapped in a single piece of cloth, was sitting cross-legged cultivating in front of Chu Xiu. It seemed she had refused his request for more cultivation resources, but these were all grade 4 and grade 5 elixirs, pitifully few. Hearing that, she only coldly replied, none left. Furthermore, unless you break my seal for me, only then can I take out other heavenly treasures and earthly wonders from my spatial ring. Hearing that, he immediately waved his hand, carried a large bag of cultivation resources on his shoulder, and left. Whatever. Still got 8,000 high-grade spirit stones, better than nothing, right? Many thanks, Master. As Chu Xiu left, the girl thought to herself, maybe I should go ask the Saintess for help? Perhaps she can help me break the seal? No. What if there's no way to break it? That rebellious disciple would sense the danger and immediately bolt. Thinking of this, she was so scared her face turned ghastly pale. Then, she could only angrily slam her hand on the floor. Then wouldn't this venerable one have to live as a mortal for her entire life? And eventually die of old age? No! That's not the life of Qimeng Dai. Immediately after, she reached into her chest and pulled out a mask. Luckily, that rebellious disciple helped me unseal this before. I secretly hid this treasure away. Good thing he didn't search my body. Otherwise, this bronze mask would definitely have been stolen by him. Even though there's no way to recover my cultivation right now, wearing it can still conceal a cultivator's aura. As long as I don't come into contact with others, no one will know my cultivation is sealed. This way, at least I won't be hunted down by enemies. Now that I mention it, this mask was dropped when old Devil Chu was being hunted, right? Ah, what tragedy. That old Demon Chu, after only a century of cultivation, already declared himself a venerable. If he just stuck to the righteous path, would he even be in this mess? Our girl then slowly donned her mask. Forget it, she thought. Past is past. I need to escape this traitor's clutches ASAP, or this entire world will end up under his thumb. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, as if sensing Qimeng Di putting on her mask, let out a satisfied ooh. Inside Chu Xiu's cultivation cave, our boy sat there, stroking his chin and mumbling, Master finally put on that face mask. Huh? All this hard work from her disciple wasn't for nothing. Go on, wear it. Otherwise, how can I, yours truly, peacefully develop here in the Grand Purity Sacred Land? Oh, his good master indeed. After picturing Qimeng Di's alluring image, he instantly pulled out the sword the system gifted him. The Azure Blood Sword, huh? Not exactly top tier, but definitely not trash, he mused. A profound weapon, the Azure Blood Sword. Just 3 days left until the life and death arena. If I power up seriously, I can totally make use of this. With that thought, he immediately formed some hand seals. He channeled his chi, activating his sword cultivation cheat code. In the next instant, a wisp of his soul burst from his glabella, mounted a flying sword, and vanished in a flash. The system immediately popped up a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending an intent. Initiating intent quest. Just like that, Chu Xiu rode his flying sword, blasting off at max speed. The further he went, the more intent he could comprehend. This is how you grind. Next thing you know, the system kept spamming notifications. 800. 1,000 meters. Ding! 2,000 meters. Then out of nowhere, he sharply changed course, riding his sword straight into the heavens, piercing through layers of clouds. Ding! 9,999 meters. Suddenly, things got wild. His eyes flared, and inside them, 2 perfect concentric circles formed. All around him, bizarre phenomena erupted non-stop, with multicolored pillars of profound chi swirling and converging. Is this sword intent? He instinctively reached out, formed a hand seal, and began comprehending the sword intent. A wisp of his spirit immediately shot from his glabella, plunging into that profound chi pillar. Our boy was legit comprehending sword intent. A moment later, he flung his eyes wide open, and a mysterious rune appeared right between his brows. Sword intent comprehension. Success. A notification panel instantly blasted open. Ding! Congratulations, host. Intent search successful. You have acquired one of the 5 primordial grand sword intents. Heaven's Slaughter Sword Intent. Heaven's Slaughter Sword Intent. Sword Intent type. Attribute defense. After devouring all that info, he let out a gleeful chuckle. Heaven's Slaughter Sword Intent, huh? Not bad at all. This sword intent is perfectly aligned with my vibe. Absolute fire. Time to head back to the cave and use the system to upgrade this sword intent. See what's up. Once I've leveled up this sword intent, that life and death arena is mine in one go. Over at the Grand Purity Sacred Land, on Grand Purity Peak, a scantily clad lady strolled out, muttering, someone in the Sacred Land was just searching for sword intent. Intriguing. Suddenly, the Grand Purity Saint Lord herself was startled by the bizarre phenomenon in the distance. That person actually reached 9,999 meters? How is this even possible? 30,000 years ago, only the quasi-emperor sword god of the limitless sword domain reached such a level. Could it be that my Grand Purity Sacred Land is about to birth a new sword god? Over at Heavenly Punishment Peak, the life and death arena. Right now, a huge crowd of young disciples had gathered. Man, it's really popping off today, huh? The dude walking and yawning was Jian Lingyun, a true disciple of Heavenly Punishment Peak. Shmong, standing beside him, chimed in, Senior Brother Lingyun, I heard your recent seclusion paid off big time. You broke through to the Divine Ability Realm? Congrats, bro! Divine Ability Realm? Pff, that's nothing to brag about. He turned, spotting someone as his eyes widened. Junior Sister Shu, didn't expect to see you here. I figured you'd avoid such lame events. Tu Tianjin, a true disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak, responded with a frosty tone. This whole thing started because of me, so of course I'm here. Chu Xiu and I are acquainted, and I'd rather he not kick the bucket here. Hearing that, he scowled, clearly annoyed. What's so great about that trash chew that Junior Sister Shu is caping for him? Zhang Meng quickly jumped in, adding, Senior Sister, you can't save someone who's actively looking for death. Haha, big bro Chu Xiu with his pea-sized cultivation really thinks he can challenge senior brother Zhang Meng? Dude's got zero self-preservation, a total brown noser at it. Then, the other bootlickers piled on. For real, where is he? Did he chicken out? No idea how the Cloud River Peak disciples can even tolerate such a fraud as their head senior brother. Suddenly, a girl with an overwhelming aura, radiating coldness, yelled out, sucking up to your betters and spitting on your inferiors, finding joy in ridiculing others? This was Tao Yao, the 5th senior sister of Cloud River Peak. Is this how your peak master taught you to act? The crowd behind instantly recognized her and yelled, it's 5th senior sister Dao Yao from Cloud River Peak. She actually showed up to watch. Then, everyone chorused, Senior Sister Dao Yao. Senior Sister Dao Yao. Just then, one dude looked up at the sky, saw something and screamed, Chu Xiu's here. Meanwhile, our boy Chu Xiu, with an unbothered expression, casually elegant, slowly drifted in on his tiny boat. Seeing this, Tao Yao immediately ran over, practically screaming, head senior brother, your little junior sister is here. With your junior sister here, nobody's touching a single strand of your hair, big bro. Chu Xiu patted her head and said, don't worry, I've got this all figured out. I won't get hurt. You felt bad because your seclusion 20 days ago made your big bro worried. Your heart's in the right place. I don't blame you. With that, Chu Xiu subtly flicked his gaze towards that intense Tu Tianjin. Oh, she was the goddess the simps secretly pined for. She looks decent, but her cultivation is just whatever, right? Seeing Chu Xiu staring at her so oddly, she wondered, why does Chu Xiu suddenly feel like a totally different person? Meanwhile, two sinister figures huddled up, whispering, Senior brother, Dao Yao's here. Should we just off him later? It's a deathmatch. Who cares if we kill him? Is Dao Yao seriously gonna try and stop us all by herself? Don't worry, senior brother. I'll give him the special treatment. After their little chat, the dude swaggered onto the stage, spread his arms wide, and bellowed, Chu Xiu, you're here. Let's get this show on the road. Gotta finish you off so I can get back to my secret cultivation, you know? Chu Xiu just scoffed, then retorted, whoa, hold up, I've got something to say first. Then, right in front of everyone, he pulled out a blue bottle, held it high, and grandly declared, Junior brothers and sisters, you all went through a lot to come watch this match, so how could we lack a proper prize? Here, I've got a bottle of level 7 Heaven Profound pills. 6 supreme grade power boosters in total. How about we make this a little wager? The moment Chu Xiu finished, ding, the system flashed, host is truly vicious, playing the pig to eat the tiger, swindling resources. Gain 300 system breakthrough points. Reading that notification, Chu Xiu sported a smile that was utterly devoid of humanity. Sigma energy, baby. Meanwhile, the crowd went absolutely wild hearing Chu Xiu talk about level 7 pills. Is that the legendary level 7 Heaven Profound pill? Word on the street is it boosts your divine ability comprehension speed. Plus, there's a high chance for peak divine ability cultivators to break through to the minor saint realm. No cap. That powerful, huh? Ling Yun, sensing some prime goods, politely asked from afar, how do you want to bet? Outwardly, he spoke calmly, but inwardly he thought wickedly, perfect, I just broke through to the god-tier realm a few days ago and desperately needed these exact magic pills. Who knew Su Lozer would deliver the divine medicine right to my doorstep? Standing beside Su Xiu, Tao Yao anxiously tried to dissuade him. Big bro, if Master finds out about a bet this huge, he's gonna punish you. Hearing Ling Yun's question, Su Xiu stroked his chin, then looked at the bottle in his hand with a sly gaze, saying, you guys probably don't really get the value of these 6 supreme grade tier 7 heavenly profound pills. Elder from Tianxing Peak, you know what's up, don't you? Hearing Su Xiu unexpectedly address him, the Tianxing Peak elder was completely flummoxed, only able to stare and let out a bewildered, huh? Realizing his gaffe, the old man feigned a cough, then cleared his throat and solemnly declared, these pills are priceless, if each one would fetch at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. 6 pieces, that's 6 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing that price, everyone got chills. They knew tier 7 pills were expensive, but not that expensive. Where in the cultivation world are we supposed to get that many high-grade spirit stones? Just like the others, Ling Yun's face turned serious as he pondered. What can I even bet? What could possibly match high-grade spirit stones? On this side, Su Xiu stood in the middle of the arena, spreading his arms wide, smoothly pulling a multi-level marketing scheme on everyone. No need to be so tense, folks. If one person can't afford it, why not pool your resources? After the match, you guys can just split the spoils based on your contributions. Easy peasy. Hearing Su Xiu's words, everyone's faces lit up, looking at each other. That's right, we can pool together. Yeah, this is a genius plan. Immediately after, everyone emptied their spatial rings, throwing down spirit stones and rare treasures as bets. I bet, me too. I'm betting senior brother Su Xiu loses. Me too, Su Xiu is gonna lose. Whoa, easy there, folks. Take a seat. Looking at the mountain of treasures and spirit stones before him, Su Xiu couldn't stop grinning, jaw practically unhinged. Just as I predicted, everyone's betting I lose. This time, I'm gonna hit the jackpot. Standing nearby, the elder was staring so hard at the pile of treasures, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Man, that's some good stuff, all right? After that, Su Xiu stood up and cheerfully announced to the crowd, all right, I declare this betting covenant established. With the Tianxing Peak elder adjudicating, no one dares to go back on their word. Hearing Chu Xiu, the old man nodded in agreement. With that, Chu Xiu stomped his foot and pounced onto the deathmatch stage, preparing for battle with Zhang Meng. Seeing Chu Xiu leap onto the arena, Zhang Meng crossed his arms, a mocking grin on his face. "Ha, Su Trash, your fate is finally sealed, you trash-tier nobody." Hearing this, Chu Xiu shot him a cold, bloodthirsty gaze and replied, "Come on, we're on the deathmatch stage, there's no mercy here." Right after, the elder shouted, "I declare the life and death battle, Bejins!" Immediately, a golden barrier rose up, designed to stop anyone from running and anyone else from interfering. On the sidelines, after seeing the barrier erected, Ling Yun couldn't help but grin smugly. The real show begins. Back on the arena, Zhang Meng crouched low, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he constantly unleashed lightning energy. "I'm at the peak 9th tier Wheelsea realm now. Fighting a 4th tier Wheelsea realm fraud like Chu Xiu, isn't that just as easy as squashing an ant?" With those words, he brought his foot down powerfully, crushing the arena floor, then sprang up, shooting straight towards Chu Xiu. A lightning-infused kick shot out, aimed directly at the temple. But surprisingly, Chu Xiu merely leaned back, effortlessly dodging his fatal blow. Then he stomped his foot, constantly leaping backward to keep his distance. Seeing this, Zhang Meng was a little surprised, but still ran his mouth, saying, "Haha, quick moves, huh? What about this trick?" As he spoke, he channeled his power, gathering lightning energy in his palm, shaping it into multiple lightning swords, then powerfully swung his arm, launching them right at Chu Xiu, shouting, "Let's see you dodge these." Facing the 3 lightning-fast swords charging at him, Chu Xiu merely gave them an indifferent glance, then leaned back again, easily dodging all of them. Just like that, the 3 swords plunged directly into the arena floor. Lightning wildly exploded, screaming, deafening everyone. The crowd watching outside showed all sorts of expressions, but mostly awe at Zhang Meng's sheer power. "Heavens protect our senior brother, keep him safe." Zhang Meng's attacks are brutal. Every move is decisive. Defend too long and you're done. No matter how fast Chu Xiu is, there's no way he can beat this guy. Chu Xiu is totally toast. Back on the arena, Zhang suddenly went berserk, charging forward to attack, gathering lightning into his fists, striking out, but Chu Xiu dodged them with infuriating ease. He even stuck out his tongue, taunting his opponent. "Come on, hit me." Zhang Meng angrily gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This bastard is like a damn loach, so slippery I can't catch him. I can't keep this up." Thinking this, he channeled lightning into the great saber on his back and slowly drew it. Hit fast, win fast. That's all he was thinking right now. Immediately, he swung his great saber and rushed forward, summoning a thick layer of black mist to surround himself, blocking all of Chu Xiu's escape routes. With just one full power, lightning-charged strike, if it landed, this fight would be over instantly. On Chu Xiu's side, our Sly Fox just took one look and instantly saw through his plan. He wants to use sword energy to block me, huh? Perfect timing to test out my new weapon. As he thought this, Chu Xiu slowly drew the jade blood sword from its sheath. With a light swing of his sword, the surrounding black mist, surprisingly, tore apart like wet tissue paper wherever the jade blood sword passed. Not bad. After easily destroying the layer of black mist, Chu Xiu quickly leaped out, leaving his back completely exposed to Zhang Meng. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Meng smirked. That trash-tier loser finally showed a weakness. Go die." The trash abandoned his cumbersome great saber, and shouting, he blitzed towards Chu Xiu, and instantly swung a full power kick straight at his face, no words exchanged. Raising his hand to block Zhang Meng's kick, Chu Xiu let out a sinister grin. "You fell right into my trap. I'm a desolate ancient sacred body. Even if it's not fully perfected yet, in close combat, I'm practically invincible within the same realm." Immediately, he swung the jade blood sword, swift as lightning. A sharp, blood dragon-like slash ripped across Zhang Meng's neck, leaving him utterly bewildered, gaping and toppling backward. "What? How is this possible?" Thump, his body lifelessly collapsed onto the arena floor, his great saber clattering beside him. The entire arena fell silent, not a single sound. Everyone was dead silent, stunned, like they couldn't believe their own eyes. Zhang Meng was actually sliced to death by Chu Xiu? As for Ling Yun, his face crumpled like a pissed-off walnut, angrily cursing in his heart. Damn, after that brutal life-and-death showdown with Zhang Meng, Chu Xiu actually took him out. And just like that, the protective barrier started to drop. The whole damn crowd watching went absolutely wild, buzzing with disbelief. No way! Zhang Meng actually lost? How could a revolving C4th layer like Chu Xiu dominate and kill a peak revolving C realm master? Wasn't this dude Chu Xiu's cultivation crippled just 20 days ago? What the hell happened today? Just then, an elder from Tianxing Peak stepped onto the arena, scroll in hand, and announced loudly, "I declare, in this life-and-death battle, Chu Xiu is the victor." The second that declaration hit, the disciples below started losing their minds, clutching their heads and wailing. "No, my 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. I just lost a freaking profound weapon. Son of a bit, I'm never betting again." Meanwhile, our boy Chu Xiu, ever the drama king, suddenly spewed a whole fountain of blood, really selling it. Junior sister Dao Yao, seeing this, immediately rushed over, super worried. "Senior brother, eldest senior brother, are you alright? Bro, if you're gonna play the pig-eating tiger act, you gotta commit. Can't let these clowns spot a single flaw." Sorry, junior brothers and sisters, but your profound weapons, magic pills, heavenly treasures, and spirit stones? Yeah, they're all going straight into Big Bro's inventory. Standing nearby, Jian Lingyun saw Dao Yao helping Chu Xiu walk by, and a truly villainous thought popped into his head. Looks like Chu Xiu's injuries aren't light, huh? Don't get ahead of yourself, you might have won against me today, but I'm gonna make you cough every last piece of it back up. With his evil plan cooked, he turned to the guy beside him and ordered, Chen Linfei, you're up next. Understood! This dude was Chen Linfei, a true disciple from the Tianjian Peak. Following his master's orders, Chen Linfei rode his sword through the air, heading straight to challenge Chu Xiu. Hold up. Senior Brother Chu, you got the balls to fight another round with me? Tao Yao, seeing his audacity, immediately flared up. Are you blind? Can't you see Senior Brother Chu is injured? To demand another fight right now, what kind of sick intentions do you have? Hearing this, Jian Lingyun quickly cut in. Junior sister Tao Yao, those words are a bit out of line. If you're on the life and death arena, getting challenged by experts from different peaks is just part of the game. Besides, Chu Xiu just snatched a mountain of resources from everyone in one go. You gotta admit, there was probably a little bit of luck involved, so it's only natural that a few people are still feeling a bit salty. Right now, everyone's fired up, so how about we let Chu Xiu and Chen Linfei face off one more time? As for the bets, same rules apply. If Chu Xiu somehow wins again, then everyone will finally shut up and admit defeat. Let's see how you try to escape this one. So, what's it gonna be? You gonna bet or not? Surely the eldest senior brother of Yunhe Peak isn't a coward who's too scared to bet, right? Looking at this guy, Chu Xiu felt like he was staring at a literal NPC. Is this clown seriously trying to pick a fight, but this kind of trouble? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Good job, my dude. After giving him a mental pat on the back, Chu Xiu spoke up, look, I'm already injured and I'm only revolving C4th layer. Going up against a Divine Bridge 1st layer is super risky. So, the stakes? They gotta go up by at least 30%. A system notification immediately flashed. Ding, oh my, the host is truly cunning, sinister, tricky, and greedy for money. Acquired system reward 200 breakthrough points. Jian Lingyun heard Chu Xiu's words and literally started shaking with glee. Perfect. As expected, greed without the power to back it up is the ultimate sin. If you're looking for death, don't you dare blame me. Meanwhile, Xu Tianjin heard all this and just sighed, thinking with utter exasperation. Bro, Chu Xiu, does he seriously not know when to quit while he's ahead? Right away, Chu Xiu, all hyped up, pulled out a gong and started banging on it. All right, gather round. Chu Xiu is back for another round on the life and death arena. Who wants to win their cash back? Who wants to flip the script? One more bet, one more chance to get filthy rich. Crowds saw this and absolutely blew up, rushing to the betting tables, determined to get all their cash back plus interest. This time they bet several times more than before. Chu Xiu is taking on a Divine Bridge Realm expert this time? No way he can win. For real. He just finished a massive fight, his body's gotta be weak. Bet it all, Chu Xiu is a guaranteed L-taker. Wiping a trail of blood from his mouth, Chu Xiu flashed a sly grin and chuckled, Heh, my dear old bros, my entire fortune depends on you guys. Right after the elder from Tianxing Peak threw his hand up and roared, Life and Death Arena Chu Xiu versus Chen Linfei officially begins. The moment he finished, the protective formation flickered to life. Standing outside, Tao Yao clasped her hands together, a knot of worry in her stomach, and asked Chu Xiu, eldest senior brother, are you absolutely sure about this? Hearing that, he just gave her a confident sly grin and replied, just chill, fam. Standing on the arena, Chen Linfei started to speak. I actually didn't want to come up here and fight you, but I have my own struggles. Oh, what kind of struggles? As he recalled his junior sister lying sick back home, he spoke. My junior sister got gravely injured on a mission, and she needs an incredibly precious heavenly treasure to save her life. And senior brother Lingyun happens to have that exact heavenly treasure. So for my junior sister's sake, I had no choice but to fight for Lingyun. It's come to this, so I can only say I'm sorry. After all, blades have no eyes, so if you die, don't blame me. Wow, that's such a touching story, isn't it? But sorry, once you're on the life and death arena, your life or death doesn't matter. The second he finished speaking, Chu Xiu activated his lightning-fast movement technique, his body blurring across the arena, creating 7 phantom afterimages. Chen Linfei was still trying to process what was happening when Clang, a terrifying slash, packed with immense power, came flying straight for him. Luckily, he barely managed to block it. Stunned by Chu Xiu's monstrous power, he stumbled back, screaming in fear, You actually ambushed me? Don't worry, I'll take good care of your junior sister for you. Now you can rest in pieces. Frozen by Chu Xiu's insane speed, before he could even utter another word, shink, Chu Xiu had already impaled him clean through. But our boy wasn't done yet. Chu Xiu immediately channeled spirit energy into his palm, unleashing a devastating strike that absolutely shattered Chen Linfei's bones, sending him flying straight into the protective barrier with a sickening crash. The entire crowd watching felt their hearts practically leap out of their chests at that sight. What just happened? Standing inside the barrier, Chu Xiu sneered, Remember this, villains always die because they run their mouths too much, so I don't waste time with unnecessary chatter. As he said that, Chu Xiu calmly sheathed his sword. Turning back to the crowd, every single face was ghost white. How is this even possible? Chu Xiu is only revolving C4th layer. I swear it felt like he was utterly crushing Chen Linfei, didn't even let him put up a fight. That move Chu Xiu just pulled off the profound grade flowing shadow movement technique, cultivating 7 afterimages to grand completion. That's insane, I lost again. This time, I've literally got nothing left. Man, if I knew this, I never would have bet. I just borrowed 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and it's all gone just like that? Damn it, what's the point of living? Just kill me now. Those were all the treasures I'd been hoarding for ages. In stark contrast to the miserable, crying and cursing crowd, Chu Xiu, our absolute unit, was 10 out of 10 happily bragging to his junior sister. Eldest senior brother, you're seriously amazing. Haha, just average, nothing to write home about, nothing to write home about. Not bad, not bad. Truly a perfect day for our boy. Oh snap, my spatial ring is completely full. Little junior sister, you got a minute? Come here and help me haul all this loot back. Of course, eldest senior brother. Just leave it to me. Alright, then a huge thanks, little junior sister. Seeing Chu Xiu offer her a bag of spirit stones, Tao Yao immediately refused. Senior brother, you should totally keep them for yourself. No need to be polite. Pingo, the aroma of extreme grade heavenly profound pills. Doesn't everyone want to hear about these? After Chu Xiu's words, someone was so enraged they practically coughed up blood. Bro, please. Just be a decent human being for once. You didn't come here to fight. You came here to restock your inventory, didn't you? Well, if that's the case, this senior bro should be good to go, right? With that said, our boy heads straight for his little boat. Ding. System notification. Host, you truly are both ugly and despicable. No wonder you're a born villain. System reward. 200 breakthrough points received. Watching Chu Xiu leave, Dao Yao couldn't help but worry. Big bro today really pissed off Jian Longyun. That guy's a deep schemer. You have to be careful. Never underestimate him. Back in Chu Xiu's cave dwelling, he lays out all his treasures and spirit stones he won, thinking, this time I snagged 16 million origin stones worth of items. I wonder how many breakthrough points I can swap them for. Done thinking, Chu Xiu grabs a saber and hands it to the system for exchange. Morality Junior Saber instantly exchanged. The notification pops up and Chu Xiu reads it, practically spitting blood in frustration. Consumed Morality Junior Saber gained 1 breakthrough point. Just 1 point? No way, is the system bugged? Last time I consumed some morality equipment, I got 5 breakthrough points. Why is it just 1 this time? The system then flashes 3 more notifications to explain. As the host's cultivation level increases, the quality of items needed for breakthrough points will also increase. However, breakthrough points also have quality distinctions. If the host relies on low-grade items to accumulate breakthrough points, then we can only say, sorry. Furthermore, origin stones cannot be directly exchanged for breakthrough points. Don't ask why, because we simply don't want to calculate the exchange rate. Reading the notifications, Chu Xiu curses, you damn dog. Fine, if that's how it is. Then I'll just pick up some cheap junk and sell it at Jubao Peak. Then I'll buy high-quality items to exchange. Only then can I maximize my profits. As he's deep in thought, Chu Xiu suddenly senses something and lets out an "oh." Did my Jade communication slip just buzz? Is Master talking to someone? Over at Taisu Peak, the Holy Lord was saying, Your Highness, are you saying Chu Xiu entered the deepest part of the land of primordial beginning and found the legendary primordial sword intent? How is that possible? My disciple has such dull aptitude. Forget finding the primordial sword intent. It'd be extremely difficult for him to even enter that place. Hearing this, the Holy Lord stated with absolute certainty, That night, this Lord witnessed it with my own eyes, right here. Meng Dai, has there been any change in your disciple's temperament recently? Holy Lord Highness, are you suspecting he's been body snatched? This lord initially thought the same, but then quickly dismissed it. To have one's primordial spirit leave the body and possess another, one needs at least a minor saint realm cultivation. To cultivate to the minor saint realm, one must have their own intentions. That original place can only be entered once in a lifetime. Even someone who body snatches cannot violate these supreme rules. Therefore, this lord doesn't suspect Chu Xiu was possessed. Then if my disciple wasn't body snatched, how did he get to the deepest part of the land of primordial beginning? Hearing this, the Holy Lord said darkly, perhaps he obtained some heaven-defying opportunity. Meng Di, you must cultivate this disciple well. In the future, our Taisu Holy Land might just gain another quasi-emperor sword god. I understand. Fairy Meng Dai said this out loud, but inside she thought differently. Cultivate him well? How much more can I cultivate him? That rebellious little already has such insane cultivation talent and experience. Meanwhile, from a hidden corner, Chu Xiu had heard their entire conversation and chuckled to himself. Oh my good master, since Taisuzi has spoken, how about you and I have another deep exchange? At this moment, Chu Xiu is in Meng Di's residence, watching his master who is wearing a mask and lying provocatively on the main seat. He speaks up, Master, your disciple has come again to seek your guidance. Hearing this, Fairy Meng Dai coldly snorts and asks unhappily, You rebellious scoundrel, why did you lie to your master? Why does this disciple need to ask what he's hiding from master? Of course, it's about you finding the sword intent. Suddenly, he lunges forward and wraps his arms around her waist. Chu Xiu lets out an oh master, how did you know? While trying to pry Chu Xiu's hands off, Fairy Meng Di says, The Holy Lord is a hegemon of the Holy King realm, controlling spatial rules. When you found the sword intent, the fluctuations naturally couldn't be hidden from him. So that's how it is. And then, did the Holy Land decide they must heavily cultivate this peerless genius? Averting her gaze, she slowly replies, At Taisu Holy Land, there are no wasted resources. Even if you were an ancient great emperor reborn, you'd still have to rely on your own strength to fight and seize what you want. A flower grown in a greenhouse cannot withstand the harsh winds and rain. This disciple understands that point. Suddenly, Chu Xiu boldly sits up, lifting her chin. So, isn't this me relying on my own strength to gain resources? Knowing exactly what he was about to do, Fairy Meng Dai glares in alarm. You rebellious scoundrel, no! Not today. It's already come to this, and anyway, there's nothing else to do. Master, would you trouble yourself to help this disciple enhance his aptitude? Hearing these words, Fairy Meng Di was fuming? Damn it, you act like I have a choice, and then what was bound to happen, happened. Chu Xiu leaned down and well, you know. Ding, notification instantly appears. Host is truly wicked, even dual cultivating with his master. Special rewards keep appearing. 1 bottle of grade 6 Crane Pavilion poison liquid. Cultivation plus 100. Following that, Fairation D was held down by Chu Xiu, pressed face down onto the bed, her unwilling hands clutching the bedsheets while she gasped repeatedly. Ding, cultivation aptitude plus 100. Cultivation aptitude plus 100. 3 hours later. By now, Chu Xiu had finished the deed and was putting on his clothes, preparing to leave, while Fairy Meng Di was still dazed, not yet fully recovered. Ding! Host's aptitude has reached 917, heaven, grade. Cultivation speed increased 31 times. Host's cultivation is only half a step away from Wheel C 5th layer. Please continue to improve and persevere. T's key. Reading the notification, Chu Xiu secretly thought, the effect is getting worse and worse, huh? Her heavenly fragrance physique shouldn't be so ineffective. Could it be because Master's cultivation is sealed? Otherwise, next time I'll unseal it and try again. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu hastily shakes his head. No, that's too dangerous. Following that, Chu Xiu turns around, clasps his hands, and bows. Master, you've worked hard today. This disciple shall take his leave first. Hearing this, she remains silent, showing no expression, but inwardly she seethes. You rebellious scoundrel, there will be a day this lord chops you into 1,000 pieces. Late at night, at Jubao Peak. Jubao Pavilion. As Chu Xiu steps inside, 2 guards immediately spot him. They start whispering, isn't that the true successor disciple of Yunhe Peak? Chu Xiu. I heard he won 2 consecutive battles in the life and death arena today. Yeah, I heard that rumor too. Just then, a charming girl demurely walks out from inside the pavilion and greets him. Inner disciple of Jubao Peak, Chu Xiaoran, respectfully greets Senior Brother Chu Xiu. Senior Brother Chu, you've come to sell items, haven't you? Lifting her chin, Chu Xiu lets out an O. How does Junior Sister know this brother has come to sell items? Could it be Junior Sister knows mind-reading techniques? Senior Brother unleashed Divine Mind the Life and Death Arena today, winning countless treasures and origin stones. This news has spread throughout the entire Holy Land. Now that you've come to Jubao Pavilion, it's obvious you're here to sell those items. Extending her hand, Xiaoran says, please, Senior Brother, follow me inside. Watching her from behind, Chu Xiu secretly thinks, I just arrived at Jubao Pavilion, and this woman already actively showed up, pulling me inside, deliberately approaching me. What exactly is her game? A moment later, Chu Xiu was locked in, scouting for the treasures he needed. Xiaoran, standing behind him, kept wondering. Weird, ever since entering the treasure-gathering pavilion, Senior Bro Chu Xiu has only been playing with common items. He hasn't bought anything, and I can't even tell what he's thinking. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu stared intently at a spirit herb, thinking, a common weapon is worth 50 top-grade spirit stones, which can be exchanged for 2 breakthrough points. A common spirit herb of the same value can be exchanged for 10 points, and a grade 2 chi pill can be exchanged for 15. Could it be that the higher the spiritual energy concentration of an item, the more breakthrough points it yields? So what happens if I use the most concentrated spiritual energy in the world, like human cultivators, and exchange them with the system? Wouldn't that give me max breakthrough points? Ding, a notification instantly popped up. Holy crap, the host is a genius. To think of something so ruthless, truly worthy of a fated villain. System reward, Earth grade, black silver flying shuttle. Such a bold thought, but unfortunately, living beings cannot be exchanged for breakthrough points. Okay, is it a shame I misjudged him? Why did his eyes just seem to gleam with a strange light? Suddenly, Chu Xiu turned to look at her and said, Senior Sister Chu, I want to buy pills. True Chi recovery pills, give me 15 million top-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, she was instantly surprised. Huh? Why does he need so many recovery pills? Is he planning to bathe in chi? Fine, it's nothing valuable anyway. If Senior Bro Chu Xiu likes it, just take it. Placing a bag of spirit stones into her hand. Chu Xiu said, here are hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. Take them. I don't like owing anyone. Let's go. We're heading down to check out the goods. Wait, Senior Bro Chu Xiu, Senior Sister Chu, what else is there? At this moment, she looked hesitant and awkward, not daring to meet Chu Xiu's eyes. She said, I have something I need Senior Bro Chu Xiu's help with. The sly old fox Chu Xiu instantly recognized the issue. Sure enough, she came to me with a problem. A moment later, Xiaoran was serving him, massaging Chu Xiu's shoulders. Seeing her like this, he said, Junior Sister, what do you need me for? If it's too complicated, you don't need to tell me. Hearing these words, she forced a smile and hummed, Senior Bro, do you know about the Primordial God Tower? Of course I know. Back then, the Primordial God Tower was the Primordial Emperor's Destiny Imperial artifact. It covered both offense and defense, capable of enveloping all creation. After the Emperor ascended, it was placed on the peak of Primordial Peak. It's not just the protective treasure of the Primordial Holy Land, but also the best training ground for generations of disciples. The God Tower tests and refines disciples' combat prowess, talent, strength, will, and Tao heart. The higher one climbs, the more valuable benefits they gain. This time, the favor I want to ask Senior Bro just so happens to be related to the Primordial God Tower. Senior Bro must know one of the 3 great secret realms of the Primordial Holy Land, the Desolate Demon Secret Realm, is opening in less than a month. Lately, I've been busy cultivating and haven't paid attention to anything else, but I've heard that the Desolate Demon Secret Realm is a great place to find treasures. Senior Bro, if you want to enter the Desolate Demon Secret Realm, you must go to the Primordial God Tower and participate in its challenge. During the challenge, the top 300 disciples in the Seawheel realm and the top 100 disciples in the Divine Bridge realm will gain qualification to enter the Secret Realm. Senior Bro rarely finds rivals at the same level. If you enter the Primordial God Tower, you'll definitely rank in the top 300, and Xiao Ran wants to ask. She paused here. Then she leaned close to Chu Xiu's ear, provocatively continued, Senior Bro, can you help me? Hearing this, Chu Xiu looked at her and replied, of course. At Chu Xiu's cultivation cave, a massive energy vortex immediately appeared above his rooftop, accompanied by flickering lightning. Spiritual chi from all directions was rapidly being drawn here. The system notification popped up. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to Seawheel 5th layer. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to Seawheel 6th layer. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to Seawheel 7th layer. Congratulations, host, you have broken through to Seawheel 9th layer. Chu Xiu coldly asked the system, what are the conditions for me to break through to the Seawheel 10th layer peak realm? The system replied, the treasure for breaking through to Seawheel 10th layer has not yet been found on the host. Unfortunately, the host's breakthrough has failed. Please go collect the Myriad Medicine Spirit Milk, Bodhi Divine Flower, and Soul Infant Demon Fruit. These are the 3 rare treasures required for breakthrough. Chu Xiu immediately covered his face in frustration, thinking to himself, these 3 items are all rare treasures, hard to find in this world. They are all immortal grade items, things that have been discovered but cannot be found. Moreover, nowhere sells them. Even if someone were willing to sell, the price would be astronomical. I simply don't have the money to buy them, nor can I just rob them. But if I don't have them, I won't be able to break through, nor will I have the power. When will I ever get my revenge? At this moment, something suddenly clicked in Chu Xiu's mind. It was what Xiao Ran had said earlier. Senior Bro Chu, many years ago, a disciple from our Holy Land, brought out half of a rotted soul infant demon fruit from within the desolate demon secret realm. In that case, I have to go to the Primordial God Tower and check it out. 3 days later, bells rang out from the peak of Primordial Peak. Disciples from all 28 peaks poured in from everywhere, all bustling, riding flying shuttles directly towards the Primordial God Tower, packed like a concert. At this moment, 2 people stood at the entrance of the Primordial God Tower, conversing. Once every 30 years, this grand event is truly lively. I wonder if any disciple will break a record this time? Just then, a name appeared on the stone tablet. Suru Shui, inner disciple of Dao Cloud Peak. She ascended the Sea-Wheel Stele to the 78th floor, ranking 7th on the Sea-Wheel Stele. Her aptitude, mid-immortal, comprehension, top-immortal, lower-immortal, character, combat power, heaven grade. Oh, another Sea-Wheel Realm disciple has ranked so high. Old man Huang, who do you think is promising next? I think Yifan is quite good. This kid has extremely high potential, a solid foundation. His talent, strength, and luck are all excellent. In the future, he will sure become a hero of a region, bringing glory to our primordial Holy Land. This old man was the elder of Primordial Peak, also known as Old Man Huang, and the beautiful woman beside him was also an elder of Primordial Peak. Mo Fei Gan from Southern Island looked expectantly at the crowd of disciples below, saying, Yifan, huh? For Old Man Huang to praise him so effusively, that's rare, truly something to look forward to. At this moment, in the sky above Primordial Peak, thousands of multicolored flying shuttles were gathering before the Primordial God Tower. But among them, one flying shuttle emitted a blood-red light, whooshing past all the others, heading straight for the God Tower. Such speed immediately caught Mo Fei Yan's attention. She spoke up, asking, Old Man Huang, such speed. Who is that? That's the head true disciple of Cloud River Peak, Chu Xiu, if I'm not mistaken. And there was Chu Xiu Bigshui sword in hand, emanating that cool, aloof boy vibe, slowly appearing, and in a flash he had reached the landing area. Chu Xiu leaped down from the flying shuttle and walked to the gathering area. Our boy Chu was immediately startled when he saw 2 women talking on the other side. Disciple, you did very well. Your master's very proud of you. Master, I did it! This woman in the blue dress was Suru Shui, the true disciple of Dao Cloud Peak, and also the one whose name had appeared on the Primordial God Tower stone tablet earlier. And the woman in the white dress was Suru Shui's master, Elder Yang of Dao Cloud Peak. Everyone around them joyfully came to congratulate Suru Shui on her achievement. Congratulations! Congratulations, Elder Yang! And here was Yifan, true disciple of Heavensward Peak, the young man, Old Man Huang of Primordial Peak had praised so effusively. He looked incredibly excited upon seeing Suru Shui's achievement. I also need to level up to the Divine Bridge realm. I must be determined to enter the top 10 so the Primordial God Tower rings with a golden chime. But the person Chu Xiu had been paying attention to this whole time was Yifan, not Suru Shui. Chu Xiu suddenly appeared behind Yifan and asked, Who are you? Startling Yifan. Yifan then hastily cupped his hands and bowed to Chu Xiu, saying, So it's Senior Bro from Cloud River Peak. This humble one is Yifan. Chu Xiu looked at Yifan thinking, this guy's name really screams main character. And it's not just that, his luck is ridiculously heaven-defying. Could this guy really be the protagonist? So Xiu immediately put on a friendly smile. Yo, Yeishuan, nice to meet you, but how do you even know me? Oh, well, word on the street is you cleaned out Tian Xingfeng and Primeval Stones, and you've been fighting above your tier, racking up win after win. Pretty epic, not gonna lie. Heh, no biggie, no biggie, Yeishuan replied, pretending to be humble. No biggie, huh? Yifan was actually pretty surprised by So Xiu's open, approachable, and humble vibe. He thought to himself, senior brother So Xiu has such a chill personality he'd make a great friend. So Xiu, on the other hand, smiled benignly and openly, thinking brother Yifan has a straightforward personality. He'd make a great friend. Then he added in his head, perfect for me to drain his chi luck dry. See, bros, you can't always trust a smiling face. Someone can be all sunshine and rainbows, but deep down, they're plotting your downfall. Trust too easily, and you're just asking to get clowned. Just then, a notification flashed on the stone tablet. Yunhee Peak True Disciple possessing a peak 9th layer Wheel C Realm cultivation base. The first layer of the assessment was about to begin. Seeing the notification, So Xiu immediately turned, cupped his hands to Yi Fan, and said, Brother Yi, it's my turn for the assessment. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Brother So, you'll definitely pass with flying colors, Yi Fan responded. Bidding farewell to Yi Fan, So Xiu leisurely strolled up the stone steps, heading straight for the Taisu Divine Pagoda. The massive doors automatically swung open for So Xiu, then silently closed behind him. The space was pitch black. This was the first layer of the Taisu Divine Pagoda. So Xiu had only taken a few steps when he saw many pairs of crimson eyes staring intently at him from the darkness ahead. Looks like he stumbled into a pack of wild wolves. And wouldn't you know it, a pack of ferocious wolves with razor-sharp fangs, snarling and baring their teeth, lunged at So Xiu, ready to tear him apart and satisfy their hunger. So Xiu smirked, calmly drawing his Baisho sword, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Oh, only a few lucky doggos here to greet me? The moment he finished speaking, those lucky doggo wild wolves aggressively charged So Xiu. So Xiu moved in a flash, quick as lightning. The Bishe sword blurred, slashing horizontally and vertically, and 3 large wolves were instantly decapitated. Talk about an absolute joke. Like these little pups could ever challenge our boy So Xiu. With a confident smirk, he thought to himself, just a bunch of Wheel C realm beasts. Next floor, bring it on. Time flew by. 3 days later, So Xiu had already climbed to the 67th floor of the Taisu Divine Pagoda. Here, he encountered a sultry, seductive beauty trying to charm him, hoping he'd drown in sensual pleasure and fail his trial. Stay here, little bro. Come with me. To extreme bliss, she cooed. But judging by our So bro's utterly expressionless face, this waifu clearly wasn't enough to pique his interest. So Xiu said no. He decisively swung his sword, decapitating the beauty. Trying to seduce me? You're still too green. Now if it were my master, this old man might actually reconsider. After that, So Xiu continued his ascent to the 68th floor of the Taisu Divine Pagoda. Here he encountered 4 individuals, a silver-haired old man with a long sword hidden behind his back, a bald middle-aged man with a fierce bushy beard, his body rippling with muscles, carrying a massive axe on his shoulder. He was likely from the Hao Tian sect. Next was a beautiful woman with a well-defined figure holding a sharp, long spear, and finally a skinny youth clutching a pair of short swords. So Xiu's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, all 4 of them are at peak Wheel C? Interesting. Originally these 4 were meant for So Xiu to choose one to challenge, defeat them, and he'd pass. But So Xiu's battle intent was sky high. He didn't care about such details. Before the Divine Pagoda could even give him the full spiel, So Xiu made his move. Whoosh, he flashed past them like lightning, wiping out all 4 peak 9th layer Wheel C experts in a single move. 2 days later, So Xiu successfully reached the 98th floor of the Taisu Divine Pagoda. This place was a sea of blood-red bean flowers, with a crimson evil sunset painting the sky. Even the moon was blood-red, creating an incredibly desolate and eerie scene. In the distance, a woman stood, holding an ice crystal longsword, waiting for So Xiu. And this woman was none other than Taisu Zi, from her peak 9th layer Wheel C realm era. So Xiu was quite astonished that the illusion realm had conjured Taisu Zi's. He thought to himself, her realm is the same as mine, only peak 9th layer Wheel C, but her strength is unfathomable. Could it be? So Xiu immediately chuckled and asked, you're probably not the Taisu Great Emperor, are you? His words, however, caused the woman's demeanor to waver ever so slightly. So Xiu broke into an excited grin. It really is an ancient Great Emperor, take this. As soon as he finished speaking, So Xiu immediately brandished his Bishua sword, charging forward with a fierce aura, ready to cleave Taisu Great Emperor. But So Xiu's sword strike was casually blocked by Taisu Great Emperor, using only one hand to grip her own sword. A gentle shockwave erupted from the collision, scattering beef flower petals across the sky. Die, So Xiu roared, following up with a kick aimed at Taisu Great Emperor's head. This kick, too, was casually blocked by Taisu Great Emperor with her left hand. Next, Taisu Great Emperor lightly flicked her arm, sending So Xiu flying. So Xiu was utterly astonished in his heart. How with the strength of my Huanggu Saint body, I was casually sent flying by Taisu Zi, who's in the same realm as me. This illusion realm's physics makes no sense, even for a great emperor. At this moment, Taisu Zi moved as well. Whoosh, she shot forward, lunging towards So Xiu. The two clashed head-on, an explosive shockwave tearing through the air, blowing away all the Baiyan flowers within a 1,000-mile radius, twisting and shredding them. Meanwhile, So Xiu was under immense pressure, sweating profusely, staring wide-eyed at Taisu Zi. He thought, are ancient great emperors really this busted, even when they're young? Taisu Zi's movements remained unchanged. She casually threw a punch with her left hand towards So Xiu's chest. So Xiu's pupils were filled with bloodlust, and a blood-red sword mark appeared on his forehead. His face was utterly ecstatic, because after 97 floors, not a single one had forced him to use his full power like this. Come on. An injury for an injury, a life for a life. It's either you or me. This is my way of fighting. Whoosh, Taisu Zi's chi-infused fist punched clean through So Xiu's chest, causing his blood to gush out profusely. But at this moment, So Xiu's hand was clamped tightly around Taisu Zi's neck. She had already lost consciousness, clearly choked to death by So Xiu. Our boy, however, was utterly astonished, cursing and inwardly, damn, are you hacking? I used my heavenly slaughter sword intent, but your body could still withstand it. At this, So Xiu tossed Tai Suzi onto the sea of beyond flowers. Both their injuries rapidly healed completely. A deep voice then resonated. Floor 98 passed. So Xiu was immediately teleported to the 99th floor of the Divine Pagoda. An illusory, hazy Tai Su space appeared before him. 4 towering stone tablets stood there. So Xiu was currently rubbing his glabella, trying to recall what had happened on the 98th floor, but he couldn't remember any details. Everything had become blurry. Who did I just fight? Why can't I remember? Whatever, no time to think about that now. So Xiu walked towards the 4 stone tablets. On each of them, 4 distinct images glowed, representing sword, saber, spear, and fist respectively as their emblems. So Xiu scratched his head thinking, are they telling me to choose one? After a moment of thought, So Xiu walked up to one of the stone tablets and placed his right hand on it, causing it to glow brightly while the other 3 vanished. A system notification popped up. Within half a day, please comprehend the sword techniques and sword arts. The more you comprehend, the higher your evaluation. Thorough comprehension will grant an even higher evaluation. So Xiu was now sitting in meditation, focused on comprehending the sword techniques from the stone tablet. Beneath him was a vast black ocean, with fierce rolling waves, its momentum incredibly terrifying, as if it could crush a person's soul in an instant. When So Xiu saw this sight, he was utterly astonished and shaken, because in that boundless rolling black ocean, every single drop of water was a sword technique, and every single bubble was a sword art. Just how many sword arts and sword techniques are there here? So Xiu immediately commanded the system, consume breakthrough points. Learn sword techniques and sword arts. The system promptly displayed a notification. Initiating breakthrough point consumption mode. Host has successfully comprehended 5 perfect sword techniques. Host successfully comprehended 35 sets of max level sword techniques. Then 100 sets. Then a whole 1,000 max level sword techniques. This absolute unit just mastered 1,000 sword techniques. What even is that? Chu Xiu thought, this life? I'm built different. With the system's power-up function, the desolate ancient saint body and heaven slaughter sword intent, I gotta unleash their full potential. An invincible body plus peerless sword sharpness? How do I combine these to create the most devastating attack? Only a heavy sword, a truly heavy sword, can fully unleash the advantages of the desolate ancient saint body and heaven slaughter sword intent, especially with those 1,000 plus mastered sword techniques backing it up. And just like that, Chu Xiu began forging his own unique OP sword technique. Suddenly, a gigantic purple heavy sword, weighing at least 1,000 pounds, manifested before him. Our boy Chu Xiu gripped the heavy sword, hyped beyond belief. Oh, this is a heavy sword. Nice, very nice. Then Chu Xiu unleashed a full-powered slash. Boom! The Black Sea below exploded. The churning black ocean spanning 100 meters was split clean in half. Water shot sky-high, creating an abyss of unknown depth. The system notification popped up. Myriad things cease. First form. Myriad annihilation. Chu Xiu burst into a joyous, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, I am Chu Xiu. All things cease. Damn, even I feel like I've transformed. Who could possibly dodge a terrifying attack like that? Ha ha. Spending 1,000 breakthrough points was totally worth it. System, check the rank of Myriad things cease. Now. The system popped up. Sword art classification. Inform. Myriad annihilation. Destructive power. Mo. Attack speed. Mo. Description. An unparalleled, overbearing strike that instantly unleashes the desolate ancient saint body's blood energy and merges it, approaches enemies at extreme speed, unleashing a sword strike capable of annihilating everything. Second form, coming not yet comprehended. Currently not recommended to comprehend. It's easy to die. Meanwhile, scene shift. We're outside the Taisu Peak Plaza, right at the foot of the Taisu Divine Pagoda. At this moment, Chu Xiaoran, looking worried sick about Chu Xiu, was still staring intently into the Taisu Divine Pagoda. Beside her stood a young man, a first-class simp oozing nice guy energy. This was Qi Ming, nephew of Qi Meng Dai. Technically, he should be calling Chu Xiu uncle. Qi Ming, with a disdainful smirk, sneered at Chu Xiaoran, junior sister Chu. Do you really think that Chu Xiu can reach the 80th floor, get the great Emperor's silver sand, and cure your mother? If you just listen to me and make me happy, I could ask my aunt, immortal fairy Meng Dai, for some herbs for your mom. It's almost been 10 days, and Chu Xiu still hasn't come out. He's probably long dead inside that pagoda, huh? Every time the Taisu Divine Pagoda activates, disciples die. Chu Xiu is probably no exception, especially since his cultivation is only at the revolving C4th layer. Junior sister Chu, just give up already. Qi Ming reached out to put a hand on Chu Xiaoran's shoulder, but she slapped it away instantly. Chu Xiaoran frowned, seething. Don't touch me. Get lost. I don't want to hear your BS. Xiaoran turned her expectant gaze back to the Taisu Divine Pagoda, thinking senior brother Chu Xiu definitely won't run into any trouble. Just then a resonant bell chimed from the very top of the Taisu Divine Pagoda, echoing across the entire plaza. The crowd immediately erupted into a commotion. Bro, someone just reached the top rank. Immediately after, the stone steel lit up, has ascended to the 99th floor of the revolving sea pagoda, ranked first on the revolving sea steel. Limits broken, resonating through ancient and modern times. Talent, 7 tier. Comprehension, divine tier. Person tier, mindset tier. Combat power, divine tier. Revolving sea steel top ranker, Chu Xiu. The entire plaza fell into dead silence. Everyone was in disbelief, unable to process what their eyes were witnessing. Qi Ming, that absolute clown, was utterly dumbfounded and speechless. The more he just talked trash about Chu Xiu, the harder he was now face-slapping himself with humiliation. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoran was overjoyed. This proved she'd put her faith in the right person. Her mom was going to be saved. And just like that, Chu Xiu, all smiles, strolled out of the Taisu Divine Pagoda. He smiled at Chu Xiaoran. Thanks for waiting so long, little sister. Chu Xiaoran, beaming, immediately rushed to his side. Senior brother Chu, you finally returned safely. But the moment those other disciples saw Chu Xiu, their attitudes instantly flipped. No more scorns, just pure adoration. Everyone joyfully rushed over, practically begging to be his friend. Senior brother Chu, can I get your autograph? Chu Xiu just eyed the thick-skinned, shameless opportunist who jumped on the bandwagon and gave them a superficial smile. Inwardly, he sneered and cursed them out. Disgusting. I remember back then, these very disciples would run, hate, and detest old Demon Chu like the plague, only screaming, "Old Demon Chu, go die!" And now, you're calling me senior brother? Turns out, choice is more important than brute effort. Choosing this path of cultivation in this life was absolutely the right move. Interesting. I used to be such a simple, crude villain, so naive back then. A true villain should be like this, appearing righteous on the outside but secretly plotting evil on the inside. Suddenly, Old Man Huang and Mo Fei Yan appeared behind Chu Xiu. Old Man Huang, with a raspy voice, spoke up. Chu Xiu, you're very good. Extremely good. Mo Fei Yan cut Old Man Huang off. Chu Xiu, the Saint Lord wants to see you. Come with us now. A moment later, Chu Xiu was led to the Taisu Great Hall. There not only was Taisu Zi present, but Qi Mengdi was sitting beside her. Chu Xiu, feigning complete obedience, cupped his hands and formally greeted them. Disciple Chu Xiu of Cloud River Peak greets Master. Greets Saint Lord. From her seat above, Qi Mengdi saw Chu Xiu and immediately awkwardly turned her face away. Taisu Zi, seated at the highest point, spoke with a pleased tone. Chu Xiu, isn't it? To meet a disciple who broke ancient limits today, this lord is most delighted. Chu Xiu, your performance today was not bad at all. Chu Xiu, with a shameless grin, immediately started buttering her up. Cough, cough, your holiness, Saint Lord. I mean, I did break the Holy Land's record, good or bad. So is there a reward, perhaps? Inwardly, he grinned mischievously, thinking, if I don't milk this now, when will I? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Mengdi angrily pointed down. Impudor, scoundrel. Don't be disrespectful. Taisu Zi gently waved her hand towards Mengdi, calming her down. Immortal Fairy Mengdi, it's fine. I was just wondering what kind of reward your disciple desires. Chu Xiu, cupping his hands and bowing respectfully, declared, this disciple wishes for the soul infant demonic fruit, myriad medicine spirit milk, and the Bodhi divine flower. Any of them would do. Mengdi gritted her teeth, seething. This impudent scoundrel is truly too sly. Taisu Zi, hands on her lap, looked down at Chu Xiu. The Holy Land does possess some rare heaven and earth treasures, but not the specific ones you desire. However, this lord can order you to go search for them, but I cannot guarantee when you'll find them. This disciple is willing to wait, Chu Xiu said, flashing a slight smile. In his twisted mind, he was already fantasizing about dual cultivating with Taisu Zi. This Taisu Zi is so agreeable, he mused. What if I use the reincarnation heaven weeping mother-child seal to control her? Host is too goaded, he put his hands behind his back, forming a secret seal, and immediately, lines of text flew forth. In an instant, those lines of text flew around Taisu Zi completely unbeknownst to her. At the same time, the system notified. Reincarnation Heaven Weeping Mother-Child Seal successfully infiltrated Taisu Zi. Target. Undetected. Remaining uses. None-Child Seal hosts, Taisu Zi and Qi Mengdi. Host can retrieve Child Seal at any time. After retrieval, uses will increase by ones. Maximum 2 targets. Simultaneously. Chu Xiu's eyes bugged out, mouth agape, staring at the system panel in shock. Nani? The Mother-Child Seal can be used on 2 people at once? Xiu's mind immediately went to a very vivid scene of Taisu Zi and Mengdi serving his every whim simultaneously. The system then chimed in, ha ha ha, host truly lives up to his heaven's mandate villain title. Daring to dream of dual cultivating with the Taisu Holy Land Saint Lord and immortal fairy Mengdi. Such audacious wicked thoughts have activated a super reward. The middle scroll of the Pill Scriptural Scripture, classification, secret art, rank, immortal grade. The Desolate Ancient Alchemy Scripture is divided to 3 scrolls, upper, middle, lower. The middle scroll is a poison scripture, compiling tens of thousands of poison. After cultivating it to the extreme, one can even concoct poisons capable of slaying a quasi-emperor. If all 3 scrolls are united, it will become the true Pill Scripture, the ultimate scripture created by the human false gold emperor millions of years ago, in ancient times. Chu Xiu rested his chin on his hand, a delighted, sinister smile spreading across his face. Oh, this reward? That's perfect. What kind of villain doesn't use poison? Ha ha ha. Taisu Zi, still seated above, looked down at Chu Xiu, who was standing with cupped hands. The 8 trigram treasure ginseng is extremely useful for strengthening blood energy. I hope you make good use of it. Afterwards, Chu Xiu and Mengdi left the Taisu Hall. Taisu Zi, hands clasped over her stomach, was sweating profusely, a suspicious glint in her eye. Where did that sudden feeling of unease come from? Could someone be trying to scheme against this lord? She stood up, wiping sweat from her forehead. Perhaps I've been in seclusion for too long and am just having illusions. I should go out for a bit. That evening, aboard a majestic flying ship shaped like a dragon, in the flying ship's lavish lounge, 2 young maidens were pouring tea for Chu Xiu and Mengdi. Our boy Chu Xiu stared at Mengdi, then ordered the 2 young ladies, junior sisters. Please step out for a moment. This senior brother needs to have a word with our master. No way. Seeing Mengdi's reaction, the young lady holding the teapot stared wide-eyed, completely dumbed. Peak Lord, sir. Cough, cough, it's fine. You 2 can go out first. After the 2 young ladies left, Chu Xiu immediately formed a hand seal, circulating his spiritual energy. Then, he shot a stream of spiritual energy towards the door, forming a spiritual formation that created a soundproof barrier. Chu Xiu propped his hand on his face, a mischievous smirk spreading. Master, it's just the two of us now. Let's not ruin this beautiful moment, shall we? Meng Dai ripped off her mask, fuming with irritation, and yelled, "You rebellious disciple! You dare bully this honored one again? Do you see this honored one as nothing but a tool?" Chu Xiu stared at Meng Di, a faint smile on his lips as he wondered, in Master's eyes, am I really that much of a lust-fueled pervert? Oh, am I not? Our boy Chu Xiu stood up, snatched the mask from Meng Di's hand, and quickly asked, Master, do you want to restore your cultivation? Of course. Chu Xiu moved to sit beside Meng Di, examining the mask in his hand. This thing is pretty good. It can perfectly conceal your cultivation base. Even someone as powerful as Tai Suzi couldn't detect that Master had lost her cultivation. Your methods of concealment aren't half bad either. Meng Di crossed her arms, a sour expression on her face. After that incident between this master and you should have definitely left behind the unique aura of the heavenly fragrance physique on me, but you concealed it so well that even the Saint Lord didn't notice. She frowned, closing her eyes, and thought, good thing this rebellious disciple knows how to cover his tracks. Otherwise, our secret would have been exposed. Meng Di glared daggers at Chu Xiu. Just now you said you could help me restore my cultivation, didn't you? What's the catch? You're not that kind-hearted. Chu Xiu presented a box containing a pair of divine black stockings. Try these on first. Meng Di took the black stockings, a blank, confused look on her face. What are these? Just put them on. You'll get a reward once you do. Meng Di, following Chu Xiu's words, put on the black stockings, which made her legs appear even more alluring, causing her to blush shyly. Chu Xiu extended his hand towards Meng Di's thighs, and Meng Di immediately reacted fiercely, pushing Chu Xiu's arm away while yelling, You rebellious disciple! What are you trying to do? Still calling me a rebellious disciple, are we? This dude's eyes flashed mischievously as he looked at Meng Di, a smirk on his face. Call me Geej. Meng Di turned her face away, letting out a cold huff. Rebellious disciple, dream on. This honored one would rather die than call you that. Still playing tough, huh? 10 minutes later, Meng Di's face was as red as a chili, drenched in sweat, pinned to the floor by Chu Xiu. She roared, No, I won't, rebellious disciple, keep dreaming. This honored one is a grand saint expert. Why should I listen to you? This absolute unit Chu Xiu lay on top of Meng Di, a smirk plastered on his face. My good master, if you don't call me that, I can just activate the 1,000-mile sound transmission and let every disciple on this ship know. Rebellious disciple, you're going too far. Meng Di panted, her teeth grinding together in frustration. Sweat poured down her like rain, her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, Gee. Immediately after, Meng Di's furious scream echoed throughout the entire ship. You rebellious disciple. Sooner or later, this honored one will personally kill you. Scene transition to the next morning. Chu Xiu was slowly making his way back to his cave dwelling. The Silver Sand Great Hall had already been handed over to Chu Xiaoran, and the Taisu Divine Pagoda incident was finally over. He stared at the two scrolls in his hand with a thoughtful gaze. The information Chu Xiaoran gave me is pretty detailed. It's true, the soul-nourishing love fruit is indeed in the Wild Demon Secret Realm. Going to the Wild Demon Secret Realm is a must, and I gotta diligently power up my cultivation. As he walked, he was surprised to see two disciples sitting nearby, engrossed in reading a newspaper. New updates on the Heavenly Secret List have been released. Definitely. Old Devil Chu has been dead for a while now. Someone's gotta replace his spot, right? The newspaper in the fat guy's hand was called the Heavenly Secret Gazette, recording major and minor events across the Heavenly Firmament continent, from combat power rankings to trivial gossip. Each copy was worth 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Chu Xiu, hands clasped behind his back, turned to look at the two disciples, letting out a cold chuckle. Heh, you two wouldn't even dream that the old Devil Chu you're talking about isn't just not dead, but is still very much alive and kicking. Suddenly the two disciples' eyes widened, mouths agape, stunned as they looked at the Heavenly Secret Gazette. The ranking of the 4 minor saints has changed too. Before it was Zhang Shanling of the Yin-Yang Divine Sect, but now it's changed to Liu Hongyi? Huh? Zhang Shanling, my goddess, who the heck is that Liu Hongyi? Does she look good? Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes turned sharp. Liu Hongyi, it's her? Chu Xiu then casually strolled over to the two junior brothers. Hello there, junior brothers. Can you two sell me the latest issue of the Heavenly Secret Gazette? The two happily handed the newspaper to Chu Xiu. What's with the buying and selling, senior brother Chu? If you need it, just take it directly. We're all fellow disciples. Please don't be so formal. Ah, right, senior brother, feel free. Then, many thanks, junior brothers. Chu Xiu took the newspaper and calmly turned his back, walking away. The two young men waited until Chu Xiu was a good distance away before daring to speak to each other. You heard, right? Senior brother Chu Xiu made it onto the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's hidden dragon list. He's not who he used to be. We really shouldn't provoke him now. Yeah, I heard. Of course I heard. I just don't know when he got so damn powerful. Chu was intently reading the contents of the Heavenly Secret Gazette. Major events of the Heavenly Firmament continent. Old Devil Chu, formerly the top of the minor saint list, is dead. Now, the top of the minor saint list is Saint Sun Feng Jiaoguang of Jiaoguang City's Saint Palace. Zhang Shenling, the woman from the Yin-Yang Divine Sect who was originally 4th on the minor saint ranking, has been usurped by Saintess Liu Hongyi of the Yuan Hongchen Sword Sect. The latest report from the Tianyuan Great Wall battlefield. In the past half-year, demon beasts have invaded most of human territory. After finishing the first page, Chu Xiu muttered to himself, Jiang Yi is actually in 4th place on the minor saint list now. But the moment he flipped to the second page of the Heavenly Secret Gazette, Chu Xiu was instantly stunned, his eyes wide with utter shock at the contents on this page. Urgent news. Saintess Lu Hongyi attacked the Hongchen sword sect rebelling against them. A bounty has been placed on Lu Hongyi for 100 million divine origin stones. According to the Hongchen sword sect master's recollection, Lu Hongyi's attack was actually to avenge old devil Chu. The Hongchen sword sect issued a warning asking fellow Taoists to be wary of this woman and not underestimate her. At this moment, Chu Xiu's mind flashed with the image of a stunning beauty with a perfect figure. It was Lu Hongyi. Chu Xiu unconsciously smiled and then affectionately cursed. Lu Hongyi, you silly girl. Recalling the past, Chu Xiu and Lu Hongyi had spent time together, side by side. I am Lu Hongyi. As you can see, my entire family is dead. MN, I am Chu Xiu. My family is also on the other side. I'm afraid I won't be able to see them again either. Will you help me bury my family? From now on, can we be family? Alright, it's settled then. From now on, we are family. Snapping out of his memories, Chu Xiu immediately used the 1,000-mile sound transmission. Junior sister Dao Yao, senior brother needs a favor. Can you help me find someone? After the transmission, Chu Xiu stood alone, waiting under a willow tree outside his cave dwelling. He gazed up at the bright moon in the night sky, the air silent, tranquil, and incredibly lonely. After an unknown amount of time, Tao Yao suddenly appeared behind Chu Xiu. Big senior brother, your little junior sister has arrived. Oh, is big senior brother alone again, stargazing? Is there something on your mind? It's nothing. I just miss my hometown a bit. Speaking of which, senior brother has been at Cloud River Peak for over 30 years now, hasn't he? Back then, your mortal country, Qishan County, was invaded by the demon race. Master was the one who went to exterminate the demons and brought senior brother back here. Time really flies. Back then you were only 3 years old, yet you survived at the hands of the demonic tribe. There's a saying, those who survive a great calamity will receive blessings later. Senior brother, all your blessings are still ahead of you. Senior brother, Qishan County is your hometown. And the Holy Land is also your home. Master and I are also your family. In the future, if you ever miss home, you can come find me anytime. We're all one family, and you girls are literally my wings. Yi Chen laughs heartily, patting Dao Yao's shoulder softly, making her jump and blush bright red. He thinks to himself, 30 years ago, that tool Yi Chen didn't survive on sheer luck. I, old demon Yi, faked my death to resign on purpose. Meeting Qimeng Di was obviously arranged by my master so I could infiltrate the Taisu sacred land. Meanwhile, with her face beat red, Dao Yao dips her head slightly, stroking her chin in deep thought. Lately, senior brother feels completely different. He used to dodge me all the time, but now he's getting so close. Out of nowhere, Dao Yao stands on tiptoe and plants a direct kiss on Ye Chen's cheek, leaving him totally stunned. He really didn't expect this junior sister to pull a move like that. Dao Yao takes a step closer, sliding a letter right into Ye Chen's chest before whispering softly in his ear, Senior brother, here's the intel you needed. Get some sleep early, I'm heading back to train. Dropping those words, Dao Yao turns around in a hurry and scurries off embarrassed, while Ye Chen stands there frozen, watching Dao Yao's back as she leaves, suddenly realizing he just got sniped on the cheek. Stay calm, Ye Chen mutters, regaining his composure, as he unfolds the letter to check the contents. 3 days ago, Lu Hongyi appeared in Chang'an City, Eastern Zhou. Ye Chen sighs, thinking, Chang'an City, huh? This is gonna be tricky. Eastern Zhou, Great Tang Empire, Chang'an City. The place is currently an absolute pile of ruins, smoke and fires everywhere, looking utterly devastated. In the Imperial Palace, a bald old man with white hair and beard is desperately crawling on the ground, glaring up into the sky with pure rage as he screams, Lu Hongyi, you're turning into another old demon Yi. Are you making the entire human race your enemy? Treating every faction like ops? This bald fraud is a Ji family elder from an ancient family, one of the guys who joined the raid to jump Yi Chen back then. Floating gracefully in the mid-air above is Lu Hongyi herself, clad in a red dress fluttering in the wind, her right hand gripping the hilt of an azure longsword. Interestingly, she's wearing a white cloth to blindfold her eyes, with her long, elegant hair flowing down to cover half her face, but none of it can dim Lu Hongyi's drop-dead gorgeous beauty. Down below, Elder Ji keeps barking furiously, our Ji family will never let you off, we'll slice you into 1,000 pieces. Facing this blatant threat, Lu Hongyi doesn't even bother dropping a single word back. Her fair hand lightly flicks, releasing a earth-shattering 7-kills sword intent that plunges straight down into the mouthy Ji family elder below, leaving him just enough time to drop one agonizing scream before dying on the spot. Looking ice-cold, Lu Hongyi descends smoothly to the ground. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in dark aura pops up out of nowhere behind Lu Hongyi's back and asks, Where are you heading next? Hongyi answers coldly, To wipe out more ops. Are you really willing to become the enemy of the entire world for his sake? Yeah, I am. If he's the enemy of the world, I'll become the enemy of the world too. If he's a Buddha, I'll save all living beings for him. If he's a demon, I'll slaughter the world for him. Now this is the true main heroine energy right here. Meanwhile, under a willow tree, Ye Chen is sitting down cross-legged, comprehending the scripture of eternity alongside the word Xing secret. He thinks to himself, I haven't cultivated the reward technique from clearing the Taisu Divine Tower yet. Since no one's around, it's the perfect time to check it out. The word Jing secret technique shines brightly behind Yi Chen with countless ancient runes flying out and imprinting directly into his brain. The system pops up a notification. 9 holy words, word Jing secret. The 9 holy words, also known as the 9 secrets, are the supreme secret arts in heaven and earth. Master all 9 and you're virtually invincible. The word Jing secret is the ultimate speed art in existence. At its peak, it lets you break through almost any grand formation without being bound. The catch is that it's ridiculously hard to comprehend, requiring insane talent and stats. Yi Chen opens his eyes, dropping a heavy sigh as he stands up and stretches. The word Xing secret is straight up tough to learn. 3 days passed and I've barely scratched the surface. Just then, a female figure sneaks up behind Yi Chen. Having already sensed her presence, he had snapped out of his cultivation state. Yi Chen stands his ground without even turning his head, dropping a cold voice to ask, "Who goes there?" The woman replies, "I'm Hua Luofei, an elder from Daoyun Peak. You must be Yi Chen, right?" Hua Luofei holds a fan in her hand, flashing a sweet smile as she looks at Yi Chen. "This is Yunha Peak, so I won't hurt you. I'm Elder Hua Luofei of Daoyun Peak. You're Yi Chen, aren't you?" Unexpectedly, Yi Chen catches a glimpse of the Samsara heaven-weeping mother-child seal popping up on Hua Luofei's chest, leaving him utterly shocked and bewildered. He thinks, wait, that's wild. Why does this woman have the mother-child seal mark inside her body? Don't tell me this chick is actually Taisu Zi, changing her avatar on purpose just to pull up on me. Now that's what I call interesting. Yi Chen immediately bows and cupped his hands, putting on a serious voice. Yi Chen greets Elder Hua. "May I ask what brings Elder Hua here to see me?" Hua Luofei smirks softly, answering in a gentle tone, "I came to Yunha Peak to handle some business. After wrapping things up, I wanted to take a walk around and happened to run into you cultivating here. Found it interesting, so I took the liberty to interrupt." At this moment, Taisuzi, disguised as Elder Hua, casually plopped herself down on a boulder not far from where Yi Chen is standing, continuing, "By the way, grinding so hard like this, are you planning to enter the wild beast's secret realm?" Yi Chen doesn't bother hiding it. He knows with her status almost nothing can be kept secret if she wants to know. He answers honestly, "That's right, the wild beast's secret realm is packed with opportunities, but the environment is deadly. If I want to bag those opportunities, I gotta grind my stats way harder." Saying that, Yi Chen sneaks a quick glance around, peeking at Taisu Zi. What catches his eyes is her cold yet regal aura, a flawless face with 0 bad angles, and sheesh, what a top-tier asset. Yi Chen almost gets a nosebleed on the spot, internally wishing he could just jump over and grab those massive down blessings. After chatting for a bit, Yi Chen suddenly asks with a hesitant voice, "Elder Hua, this disciple is a bit curious about something. I wonder if I may ask for your guidance?" Taisu Zi is slightly surprised, but remains calm as she replies, "Sure, spit it out." Yi Chen asks, "Elder Hua, before the Emperor Fall era, every 100,000 years was an era, and each era only produced one great emperor or one wild beast emperor. Since the conflict between humans and the beast race has been running deep all the way to the Emperor Fall era, why is it that when a human great emperor appeared, they didn't completely wipe out the beast race? And conversely, when a beast emperor appeared, why didn't they annihilate our entire human race?" Yi Chen thinks to himself, "This is a plot hole I've been confused about ever since I transmigrated to this Tianqiong continent. Since I bumped into Taisu Zi today, maybe she knows the lore behind this." Taisu Zi lifts the fan in her hand, lightly tapping her chin as she ponders for a moment before answering. Regarding that, it seems there's some kind of pact between the human great emperors and beast emperors. Even if one side produces an emperor, they can only suppress the other side, but cannot use emperor-level power to eradicate them completely. As for why that is, nobody knows the real reason behind it. Word has it that upon becoming a great emperor, one receives certain secrets regarding the starry sky and the Tianqiong continent. Hearing this, Yi Chen is completely blown away, exclaiming, "Wait, there are entities even stronger than a great emperor in this world?" Taisu's dazes out for a second, staring up at the distant starry sky, and says, "Nobody knows if there's a higher realm above Great Emperor. From before the Ancient Era, through the Ancient Era, the Primeval Era, up to the current Emperor Fall Era, a total of 17 great emperors have emerged under this starry sky. But in the end, they all passed away and no trace of them can be found in this world anymore. There's definitely a massive secret behind this, but right now, it's not that important for us. Anyone who can become a great emperor is undoubtedly a legendary genius. So why didn't they take that next step? Is it because the road ahead was severed, or because there was no road left to walk? That's something worth thinking about." She chuckles softly. Discussing the cultivation of great emperors is way too far-fetched for us anyway, isn't it? With that, Taisu Zi dusts off her seat and stands up. Seeing her rise, Yi Chen asks out of curiosity, "Sister Hua, are you heading back already?" Hearing Yi Chen call her sister, Taisu Zi is caught off guard for a second, but she doesn't object. She just looks at Yi Chen with a gentle smile and replies, "Yeah, I'm heading back. Stay here and train hard." Yi Chen puts on his thick-skinned act, pretending to hold her back. "Sister Hua, will we get the chance to meet again? Once you exit the wild beast secret realm, let's meet up again." Yi Chen laughs heartily as he watches Taisuza leave, shouting, "Deal, I'll be waiting for you right here after I get back." Taisuza drops a super cute smile and replies, "All right." Just then, the system suddenly pops up a notification. Host is straight up a player, throwing out flirt lines left and right. Haha. Afterwards, Yi Chen heads straight back to Qi Mengdi's cave dwelling. Strolling casually, he sighs. Learning the word Xing secret takes way too much brain power. Time to go visit Master and loot some more cultivation resources. But just as Chu Xiu reached the entrance of Qi Mengdi's cultivation cave, he overheard voices from inside. "Aunt, you absolutely have to help me, or it'll really be too late. You're Chu Xiu's master. If you just ask him for the Silver Sand Emperor, he'll definitely hand it over to you with both hands." Hearing this juicy conversation, Chu Xiu immediately smirked. Inside Qi Mengdi's cultivation cave, in the main hall, she was talking to Qi Ming. "My child, it's not that your aunt doesn't want to help you. Even if this venerable one is Chu Xiu's master, I can't just ask him for things without cause. You have to understand this really puts me in a tough spot." At this moment, Chu Xiu peeked through the door from outside and saw Qi Ming standing inside. "So this is Master's nephew, huh?" Chasing after junior sister Xiaoran all this time, I thought he was some big shot, but looking at him now, he's just a damn coward. If this nephew of mine wants the Silver Sand Emperor so badly, why not play a little trick on him? Chu Xiu then calmly pushed the door open and walked in saying, Ming, you want the Silver Sand Emperor, eh? Seeing Chu Xiu enter, Qi Ming's face lit up, and he eagerly said, Senior brother Chu Xiu, you're here. Do you still have Silver Sand Emperor? Chu Xiu casually replied, it's still in my hands. I've been in secluded cultivation these past few days, so I haven't seen junior sister Xiaoran. I was just about to find a chance to give it to her today. Perfect. Senior brother, can you give me the Silver Sand Emperor? I can give it to her for you. Chu Xiu conjured a mysterious black stone, swirling with dark light, into hovering there. Chu Xiu gazed at the Silver Sand Emperor in his hand, a look of profound regret on his face as he said, I worked my ass off to get this thing from the endless sea of flames. I can't just hand it over to a junior brother so easily. Hold up. When Qi Ming saw the Silver Sand Emperor in Chu Xiu's hand, his eyes immediately lit up, a greedy expression spreading across his face, thinking to himself, if I buy this Silver Sand Emperor, then this daddy will become the sole owner of this item on the Tiankong continent. By then, Su Xiaoran will definitely come begging me for help to save her mother. How could I not capture her heart then? Decision made, Qi Ming's face beamed with excitement. He quickly grabbed Chu Xiu's hand and asked, Senior brother Chu Xiu, name your price. Chu Xiu immediately replied, 1 million high-grade stones. How about it? Qi Ming thought this was an absolute steal and quickly said, Deal, senior brother Chu Xiu, you're truly a good person. Sweet-talking him like a brother to his face, but inwardly, Qi Ming was secretly despising Chu Xiu. What an idiot. I thought he'd try to screw me over with this opportunity, but I never expected him to be this stupid and compliant. Haha. From now on, I'll be the sole owner of the Silver Sand Emperor. Chu Xiaoran. Oh, Chu Xiaoran, you won't see this coming, will you? I'm so looking forward to seeing you beg me to save your mother. With the Silver Sand Emperor in his hand, Qi Ming happily smiled and said to Chu Xiu, we really are good friends, aren't we, senior brother Chu Xiu? You're master's nephew, so of course you're also. Chu Xiu then stumbled over his words for a moment. Of course you're also my nephew. Big Boss Su quickly paused and continued, also my good friend. With that, Chu Xiu flashed another sinister smile, looking at Qi Ming, and then conjured another Silver Sand Emperor into his hand. Junior brother Ming, I have a few more of these. Do you need them? I might as well sell them all to you at this price. Qi Ming's face immediately contorted. He thought Chu Xiu only had one, but now he's saying he has more. Still, Qi Ming quickly replied, I want them. Senior brother Chu Xiu, how many do you have? Qi Ming secretly thought he had to cut off Chu Xiu's supply of Silver Sand Emperors or he wouldn't be able to threaten Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiu then conjured a few more Silver Sand Emperors into his hand, casually replying, not many, not many. Just a little bit, that's all. Then Chu Xiu pulled out a massive pile from his spatial ring, thousands of Silver Sand Emperors stacked into a small mountain, completely covering the floor. When Qi Ming saw this scene, his eyes immediately widened and his mouth fell open. Holy crap! This is a little bit? Are you seriously messing with me right now? But Chu Xiu, with his thick skin, just stood there calmly, asking Qi Ming, tell me, are you buying or not? If you don't buy, I'm putting them away. Played by Chu Xiu like this, Qi Ming was furious but could do nothing. He then turned to complain to Qi Mengdi, Aunt, Chu Xiu is scamming me. Aren't you going to stop him? He's clearly trying to mess with me. Mengdi was already Chu Xiu's woman. How could she dare to interfere with such matters? She sat calmly in the high seat, coldly replying, all right, Ming, you've already gotten your Silver Sand Emperor, now go home. Kicked out by his own aunt, little idiot Qi Ming was stunned. If even his aunt wasn't on his side, what could he possibly do to Chu Xiu? Qi Ming tried to say something else but hesitated, finally swallowing his anger and leaving in a huff. Only Qi Mengdi and Chu Xiu remained in the main hall. You scoundrel disciple, why did you mess with him? Chu Xiu acted completely natural, nonchalantly walking towards Mengdi where she sat, answering as he walked. What do you mean, mess with him? It was clearly a voluntary exchange between two parties. Willing buyer, willing seller. I didn't force him to do anything. By now, Chu Xiu had reached Mengdi's side. He brazenly sat down next to her, one hand reaching behind to squeeze Mengdi's plump peaches. Chu Xiu looked at Mengdi with a perverted grin, teasing, Master, what did you just call me? Suddenly grabbed, Mengdi jumped and angrily cursed, You scoundrel, Chu Xiu. At this moment, Chu Xiu unexpectedly pulled out a small, incredibly flexible wooden stick with a feather and a small, interesting bell attached to its end. It looked exactly like a cat toy. Chu Xiu swung the feathery tip, making it sway back and forth, and the bell immediately jingled. Chu Xiu looked at Qi Mengdi with a gleeful expression, teasingly saying, What, scoundrel disciple? Call me good big brother instead. With that, perverted Su used the feathery tip to toy with Mengdi's thighs and waist, making her uncomfortably ticklish. Mengdi's entire body trembled and writhed, but her mouth still resolutely declared, Dream on. Then Su the old demon continued to use the feather stick, sweeping it from her waist up to Mengdi's plump grappa fruits, making her even more ticklish and uncomfortable. Looking at Mengdi's full voluptuous body writhing before him, Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a little desire, but he still wanted to tease Mengdi more than immediately eating her meat. Chu Xiu continued to taunt Mengdi, Ayu, Master's figure seems a bit fuller than half a month ago. Have you gained weight, perhaps? Master, let your disciple check your body quickly. His mouth said it, and his hands did it. Chu Xiu continued to use the feather stick to provoke Mengdi, making her incredibly annoyed and uncomfortable. At this moment, Mengdi reached for an apple on the table, gripped it tightly, and threw it directly at Chu Xiu with full force. Scram, get out now. This venerable one isn't fat, your whole family is fat, get out of my sight. The thrown apple was easily caught by Chu Xiu. He then pushed Mengdi onto her back, while his other hand brought the apple to his mouth and casually took a bite, devouring it. Oh right, master. That thing your disciple asked you to make last time, have you finished it? Seeing that Chu Xiu wasn't controlling her anymore, Mengdi immediately sat up and replied, It's in my private chambers, move aside, I'll go get it for you. Inside Chi Mengdi's private chambers, Chu Xiu immediately sealed the room with a soundproofing formation. Looks like he's about to play some more naughty tricks on Mengdi. Master, where's the thing I wanted? Mengdi turned around, flipping over the pillow on the bed. Scoundrel, the thing you want is here. Then she took out a wooden box. Inside the box were 3 orange jades looking exactly like 3 eggs. Chu Xiu's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the 3 jades in the box. He took one in his hand and when his fingertip gently pressed it, the jade unexpectedly vibrated back and forth, making a sound. Chu Xiu then happily praised Mengdi, Master, you truly live up to your name. Your craftsmanship is simply too refined. Praised by Chu Xiu, Mengdi proudly replied, The golden light stones from Wanshou Mountain can not only glow but also heat up. Chu Xiu then pushed Mengdi down again, a gleeful smile on his face as he said, Master, having this to massage the acupuncture points on your souls will definitely be beneficial for recovering your cultivation, and putting the other 2 in other places will surely make Master very, very pleased. This thing's really useful for cultivation recovery, you know. Realizing Chu Xiu's ill intentions, Mengdi's face flushed and she exclaimed in horror, Scoundrel, what do you want to do to me again? No, don't come here. Master, you truly are my 3,000-year-old treasure. You scoundrel, so you had me make this just to bully me. No sooner had she finished speaking than Chu Xiu pushed Mengdi flat onto her back on the bed. Oh, master, how exactly do you want me to bully you? Suddenly realizing her slip of the tongue, Mengdi shyly turned her face away, stammering, This venerable one misspoke. System notivation. Haste personal. Chu Xiu cultivation relv. Wheel C 9th layer. Special physique. Desolate ancient saint body aptitude. 1414 intent. Cultivation techniques. Sword intent. Heaven slaying, foundation forging secret art, lineage secret art, mid-volume pill scripture, sword art of profound insight, all-encompassing cultivation breakthrough points. Destiny. 82 overall strategic evaluation, strategy 35x better than peers. At this moment, Chu Xiu was tidying up his clothes, watching Mengdi lying on the bed, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. As expected, it's effective. The heavenly fragrance body will improve as master's emotions rise. The little prop still works its magic. Afterward, Chu Xiu walked outside, closing the door, leaving Mengdi alone in the room. Mengdi slowly sat up, her eyes on the door, a smirk gracing her lips. That damn scoundrel disciple, he's finally gone. Just now he was too conceited and even lifted my restrictions before leaving. Looks like he forgot to add a new seal on me. She sat on the bed, beginning to absorb the surrounding spirit energy. He really did forget to seal me. The feeling of being able to cultivate, of being able to mobilize the power within my body, this is great. I can feel the spirit energy of this world. Suddenly, Mengdi's eyes widened, and she unexpectedly realized something. During the time I was sealed, my cultivation actually progressed? Could it be related to that scoundrel disciple? She gathered spirit energy into her palm, forming a sphere, and smiled smugly. Scoundrel, just you wait for this venerable one. In a flash, her spirit energy sphere vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a puff of smoke, making Mengdi stare blankly dumbfounded. Why am I sealed again? Her joy hadn't even doubled before the pain hit her twice as hard as she heard Chu Xiu's voice transmit. Master, don't misunderstand. Your disciple is just reminding you that no matter how far away you are, I can seal you at any time. Upon hearing this, Mengdi clutched a human effigy resembling Chu Xiu, her other hand holding a sharp nail high in the air, furiously screaming, Scoundrel! Scoundrel, go die! Suddenly something stirred within her belly. Mengdi's eyes went wide, looking at her own belly in shock. Wait, is there something moving in there? 7 days later, and wouldn't you know it, a massive crowd of disciples had gathered in front of the desolate demon secret realm's teleportation gate. Just like every year, this event map would be open for 30 days. And guess who's also among the eager crowd ready to dive into this hidden dungeon? None other than our boy Chu Xiu. Su Zi, standing by the gate, raised a hand and laid down the law. You got 30 days. Make sure you're back at the original teleportation point, or you're getting perma-locked in this event map for decades until it opens again. And after you get out, everyone's gotta hand over some of their loot. The Grand Purity Peak Assembly will rank your contributions, and the top 10 contributors get some sweet rewards. Chu Xiu, unimpressed, let out a massive yawn. Ugh, can you just shut up? I don't care about your little rewards. All I want is that soul infant demonic fruit from this secret realm. As our boy stood there, arms crossed, patiently waiting for the teleportation array to open, who should suddenly appear but Yi Fan, all smiles and waving like a goofball. Bro Chu Xiu! Yi Fan stood right in front of Chu Xiu, hands on his hips, laughing his butt off. Bro Chu, you're heading into the desolate demon secret realm too, aren't you, bro Yi? Doing a dungeon run with a character who's got that main character plot armor? I always get the feeling this trip ain't gonna be chill. Chu Xiu stared Ye Fan down, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Bro Ye, what's going on in that head of yours? Something up? Nah, nothing at all, Bro Chu. Let's just... shall we? Chu Xiu managed to smile, waving him on. Sure. Yi Fan's eyes, however, turned icy cold as he watched Chu Xiu walk away. Just then, a telepathic message whispered into his ear. Yi Fan, once we're in the secret realm, if you get a chance, eliminate Chu Xiu for me. Make it clean, leave no evidence. Better yet, let him get devoured by a desolate beast. That way, even if the Saint Lord tries to use some time reversal spell, they won't find a damn thing. That shady sound transmission? It was from a young lady perched high on a branch in some ancient 10,000-year-old forest. And this young lady? None other than Liu Xie herself, arms crossed, eyes practically oozing with killing intent. Qimeng Di, she seethed, I've already got some disciples lined up to take out your precious Chu Xiu once we're in the secret realm. Don't call me cruel. Blame him for being unlucky enough to be the disciple of a total vixen like you. While she was busy plotting, Liu Xue suddenly saw two figures zoom past on a flying boat. It was Xiao Yifeng, the Cloud River Peak's second disciple, with Ling Yun right behind him. Senior brother Xiao Yifeng, you guys are brothers. Is this really a good idea? Aren't you scared the Cloud River Peak master will blow a fuse if Chu Xiu dies? He's like, your peak's monstrous genius, a shoe-in for Saint Sun. A dead genius is just dead, and a dead brother is the best kind of brother, right? Plus, Chu Xiu's been stirring up shit everywhere lately. Getting rid of him is practically a public service. Eavesdropping on their little chat, Liu Shui rubbed her chin, secretly grinning. Well, looks like I'm not the only one who wants Chu Xiu gone. Clearly, that vixen Qimeng Di is a piece of work, and her disciples are no better. Scene change. Back to Chu Xiu. Suddenly, two familiar figures approached, calling his name, making him whip his head around in surprise. And who were these two? None other than Tao Yao and Xiao Ran. Junior sister Xiao Ran, you're here too? Of course, to send senior brother Chu off. Seeing them, Chu Xiu, ever the smooth operator, raised an eyebrow. So my two junior sisters, what brings you here? At the exact same moment, the system dropped a notification. Host, with this kind of peach blossom luck, are you trying to become a full-on sea king? Tao Yao stepped forward, presenting Chu Xiu with a heavy sword. This is the heavy sword senior brother asked me to find. I just tracked it down these past 2 days, so I rushed here to give it to you. Hope it helps. The moment Chu Xiu grabbed the heavy sword, the system popped up with info. Tyrant Sword, Azure Dragon, Earth Grade, Function, Infuse Origin Energy or True Essence to boost slashing damage. This beast was forged from the spine of an Azure Dragon demonic beast, sturdy, heavy, and an absolute unit of an overbearing weapon. Warning, if your body ain't strong enough, forcing its use might just shred your muscles. Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened into an icy glare as he channeled spiritual energy into the heavy sword, making it erupt with menacing red and black sword chi. Seeing this, our boy turned and flashed a grin at Dao Yao, making her eyes practically disappear from happiness. Nice, much appreciated, little junior sister. As long as senior brother's happy. Chu Xiu reached out and ruffled Dao Yao's hair, making her blush furiously. Or Chu, you really gotta be careful in the desolate demon's secret realm this time. It only opens once every few decades, and it's crawling with wild beasts and demon folk. Don't be too reckless. Thanks for worrying, junior sister. I'll be careful, so don't you worry your pretty little head. Then Chu Xiu turned his gaze to Xiaoran, who was holding a small pouch. And junior sister Xiaoran, what can I do for you? I found some formation materials for you. They might actually be useful in the secret realm. Watching Chu Xiu take her pouch of goodies, Xiaoran's cheeks flushed, and she gave a small smile. Thank you, Great Emperor, senior brother Chu's Silver Serpent. My mom's woken up. When you get back, could you maybe come over for some tea? My mom wants to thank you personally. My mom wants to thank you personally. No need to be so formal. When I get back, I'll definitely bring a gift and visit your mother. Meanwhile, Tao Yao, standing next to them, watched them chit-chatting happily and puffed out her cheeks in full-on annoyed mode. Just then, a beam of spiritual energy descended from the heavens, striking the teleportation gate, and it whooshed open. Seeing this, Suzy, standing in front of the gate, raised a hand and announced, the teleportation array is active. All qualified disciples, get in there, chop chop. Hearing the call, Chu Xiu quickly cupped his hands in a farewell gesture to Tao Yao and Xiao Ran. All right, my two junior sisters, I'm heading in. Tao Yao stood with her hands on her hips, fuming as she watched Chu Xiu's retreating back towards the gate. Why is senior brother in such a rush? I wasn't even done talking. Well, there's something senior brother Chu really needs in the secret realm, so he's obviously eager to get in. Hearing Xiao Ran's explanation, Tao Yao's eyes immediately darkened and she gritted her teeth, utterly bitter. Dao Yao, has that jealousy finally fried your brain? She clenched her fist, her eyes turning menacing. Xiao Ran, you stay away from my senior brother. You act like you know him so well. Senior sister Dao Yao, what exactly are you implying? Senior brother Chu and I are completely pure, not dirty like you're suggesting. Why should I stay away from him? Why should I stay away from him? Dao Yao, a deceptively calm expression, sneered. Senior sister, no need to get so worked up. You'll get wrinkles. Am I worked up? Xiao Ran retorted. Yeah, you are, sis. You're acting like a total jealous drama queen. No wonder senior brother Chu bolted so fast earlier. At that, Dao Yao's eyes absolutely flared with fury, fixating her glare on Xiao Ran. She clenched her fists, powerful spiritual energy bursting forth as she shrieked, Xiao Ran! Do you have to piss me off? Scene change. Now we're in the dense forest inside the desolate demon's secret realm. A group of cultivators is slowly making their way through the thick canopy. The two dudes leading the charge looked around, utterly flabbergasted. Just how massive is this desolate demon secret realm? My master told me this place is like 10 million li wide. That's 1/20th of the entire southern region. It's huge, so if you're lucky, find a party. If not, hunt for treasures solo. While those guys were busy gossiping, Chu Xiu was chilling in the back, secretly observing. He stroked his chin, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Maybe I should find Yifan first? If I stick with him, I can totally leech off his main character Halo and probably snag some unexpected loot. Suddenly, a whole crew materialized right behind Chu Xiu, yelling, I see Chu Xiu! Everyone, get him! Chu Xiu's face went dark as a thundercloud, cold sweat pouring down his back. What the actual who did I even piss off? Did I offend someone? Bro, you really don't know what you did? Before he could even process it, this mob, brandishing their weapons, was already chasing him so hard he was practically running with his pants down, while he loudly screamed, "Nope, can't win this one." Chu Xiu immediately summoned his personal flying craft. 36 stratagems. Running is the superior choice. In a flash, he leaped onto his flying craft, slipped the pedal to the metal, and rocketed out of there. The mob below watched Chu Xiu's flying craft disappear into the distance, yelling, "He got away." A tall, muscular, bald dude flashed a sinister grin. "Don't sweat it. Before we even left, senior brother Ling Yun gave me this aura tracking compass. I've already locked onto his scent. He can run to the ends of the damn earth, it won't matter." Scene change. Deep within the desolate demon secret realm, perched on a mountain peak, something was giving off an incredibly eerie purple aura. And what was emitting that sinister purple glow? None other than the soul infant demonic fruit. At the base of that very mountain, Chu Xiu stood, heavy sword in hand, facing down a gigantic python desolate beast, a quasi-demon emperor, no less. This massive snake was already bleeding from multiple wounds, and it let out a furious roar. Seeing this, Chu Xiu didn't flinch. His eyes turned icy as he unleashed his movement secret art. He gripped that heavy sword with both hands, poured spiritual energy into it, and charged straight at the massive python. In a blink of an eye, with a single smooth sword strike, Chu Xiu effortlessly decapitated the massive python. Then the giant python fell to the ground, slowly dissipating into wisps of black masma. These black chi streams began to converge, forming a black lotus right in front of Chu Xiu. As Chu Xiu reached out towards the black lotus, the system notification popped up. "Exchange it for breakthrough points?" "Exchange, give it to me, exchange successful. Received 70,000 breakthrough points." Our boy immediately sat down, legs crossed, letting out a long sigh.
Finally, 500,000.
The system then announced, "Please select the breakthrough items below. Corpse Demon Sword Intent, Dao Scripture Sword Art, All-Encompassing Secret Method, Movement Secret, Pill Scripture Mid-Volume." Seeing the system notification, Chu Xiu instantly selected the Movement Secret. The system continued to notify, "Due to your master's physique, your cultivation talent has been enhanced and your comprehension of the Movement Secret has been greatly boosted. Movement Secret refined." Initial glimpse into the door. Chu Xiu stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and looked towards the soul infant demonic fruit on the mountain peak. The movement secret breakthrough was successful. It's time to go pick that soul of infant demonic fruit. After that, he stepped down from his flying artifact and headed towards the soul infant demonic fruit, suddenly letting out a gasp as he looked at the fruit's color. "Still not ripe?" Chu Xiu rubbed his forehead, dejected as the system notified, "Host, your luck is truly terrible. That soul infant demonic fruit isn't ripe yet. You fought so hard against that giant python, but the soul infant demonic fruit is still tragically unripe." Suddenly he stroked his chin, a confident smirk spreading across his face. "Not ripe yet? Does this lord have no way around it? Oh god, you're not planning to. You're truly vicious, worthy of being called the old devil." Scene switched to that evening. Chu Xiu was currently gathering spiritual medicine inside a forest. While he was examining the spiritual medicine in his hand, a young man and a young lady suddenly approached. "Senior brother Chu Xiu, you're here too?" The young man with an axe on his back was named Chen Mufan. Behind him stood 3 other men and 1 young lady. "Senior brother Chu Xiu, are you here alone?" Chu Xiu's face was ice cold as he glared at Chen Mufan's group with suspicion. "Are you guys here to hunt me down too?" Chen Mufan's forehead furrowed and he flashed a meaningful smile, using voice transmission to suppress his killing intent. "Don't let him find out. This guy's speed is insane. If he wants to run, none of us can stop him. Just keep him here for now, wait for the others to come and besiege him." The young lady and the green-haired dude behind Chen Mufan responded via voice transmission, "Yes, senior brother Chen." Chen Mufan held out both hands, an innocent, obsequious look on his face. "Senior brother Chu Xiu, what do you mean? Arbitrarily killing fellow disciples is a serious crime. Is someone hunting senior brother Chu?" The purple-haired young lady placed a hand on her chest, feigning a worried expression. "Who dares to hunt down a true disciple? Tell us who's after you, perhaps we can help you." Chu Xiu shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. "I don't know who specifically it is. After all, many people are after me." The purple-haired young lady clasped Chu Xiu's hands tightly. "Senior brother, why don't you join us? If you encounter pursuers, we can help you." "That's right. With us around, no one would dare lay a hand on you." Looking at the young lady and the 2 people behind her, Chu Xiu secretly rejoiced. "Excellent. All of them are Oscar-worthy actors." He immediately shifted his attention to the purple-haired young lady's ample assets, remarking, "Speaking of which, this junior sister is quite attractive, isn't she?" Chen Mufan's group outwardly smiled cheerfully, but inwardly, they were treacherous, communicating via voice transmission. "Don't panic, everyone. This guy's a good person who's just lustful. He's actually worried about our safety. How ironic. He probably won't even know we're the ones hunting him down until he dies. Can't blame him, though. Who told us to act so realistically?" Chen Mufan held his hands out in a benevolent gesture. "Brother Chu is a genius who broke the ancient limits. He's surely the foundation of our grand origin sacred land in the future. We can all die, but Brother Chu cannot have anything happen to him, otherwise the sacred land will suffer too great a loss. Senior brother Chu, let us stay and help you. Such great righteousness from all of you, this junior brother is truly touched." "If that's the case, then I agree." The purple-haired young lady immediately stepped forward and hugged Chu Xiu's arm, smiling sweetly and pretending to be naive. Senior brother, there's no need to be like that. Our sacred land is like one big family. As she spoke, she pressed her abundant twin peaks tightly against Chu Xiu's arm. Afterwards, Chu Xiu led Chen Mufan's group to a place where a roasted goat was cooking over a fire. Everyone, this way please. This is the roasted goat that junior sister Xiaoran specially prepared for me before entering the secret realm. I was worried I couldn't finish it alone, but luckily, I met all of you here, just in time to take it out of my spatial ring. Chen Mufan's group stared blankly at the roasted goat, their eyes wide with surprise. Then Chu Xiu grinned delightedly, picking up a bottle of wine, pouring a cup for the purple-haired young lady. Meeting is destiny. Everyone, please eat and drink to your heart's content. Senior brother Chu Xiu, no need to be so polite. As soon as Chen Mufan finished speaking, Chu Xiu raised the wine cup to his mouth and drained it. The purple-haired young lady eyed Chu Xiu suspiciously. Looks like there's no poison in the wine. Chen Mufan, holding a wine cup in one hand and a goat leg gleefully. Delicious wine, isn't it? This is fine wine I secretly took from Master's wine cellar. Junior brother, a real man eats meat and drinks wine. After that, the entire group ate roasted goat and chatted together. Senior brother Chu, this meat isn't bad. If it tastes good, then eat more, junior brother. If it's not enough, senior brother has more. After some eating and drinking, only the bones of the goat remained on the now extinguished fire. Suddenly, Chu Xiu's face darkened, and he said coldly, Senior brothers, speak your minds. Chu Xiu's eyes blazed, his gaze sharp and cold. How many good things did Xiao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun promise you, making you resort to any means to kill me? Upon hearing this, Chen Mufan's group was utterly astonished. Chen Mufan slowly stood up, his eyes darkening, clutching the axe in his hand. When did you find out? Of course, it was the moment you guys appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mufan, with his axe crackling with lightning, rushed towards Chu Xiu. Seeing this, Chu Xiu didn't flinch one bit, his eyes glowing as he unleashed the movement secret. In a flash, Chu Xiu with nimble movements leapt into the air, dodging Chen Mufan's powerful axe strike. Chu Xiu stood in front of Chen Mufan's group, clenching his fists, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Don't you dare check your miraculous purple mansion inner vision. Hearing this, Chen Mufan's group looked down at their chests and saw a special formation, causing their eyes to widen in shock. Stunned, Chu Xiu stared straight ahead, a mischievous grin on his face. I didn't put poison in my wine, you know. At the same time, the system displayed, Bro, this system is dying of laughter. Our poison is absolutely pure, not a drop of wine mixed in. Chu Xiu extended his hand towards Chen Mufan's group, his eyes darkening, a meaningful smile on his lips. Do you all want to live? I can give you a chance. Chu Xiu, what do you want us to do? With that, Chu Xiu threw a scroll towards the purple-haired young lady. She caught the scroll, sweating profusely as she listened to Chu Xiu's words. Just follow the instructions on this. The medicine bottle contains 10 antidotes, which can keep you safe for 3 days. After the task is done, I will truly detoxify you. How do we know you'll actually detoxify us after the task is done? Chu Xiu joined 3 fingers together and raised them in front of him. I swear on my master's name. If I, Chu Xiu, lie, may the heavenly Tao curse my master's cultivation to never advance. At that very moment, Meng Di, who was eating fruit, let out a sneeze. Who's talking about me? The purple-haired young lady placed her hand on her chest, her eyes filled with doubt. We'll do it then. We hope you keep your word. Chu Xiu raises a hand, summoning his personal air ride. With one hand behind his back and a confident, almost smug grin, our boy Chu Xiu's word is as good as gold. Cut to the next morning. In a certain spot, a massive crowd is gathered. A young man with an icy expression, hands clasped behind his back, questions them. Chen Mufan, what the hell happened? You let Chu Xiu get away? This dude is Yan Zhao's, a true disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak, and at the peak of the Divine Bridge 9th layer. Mufan clasps his hands in a salute. Senior brother, please calm down and let me explain. An hour ago, we ran into Chu Xiu here, but he saw us and bolted. His speed was insane. We just couldn't keep up. So, why did you even call us here? Mufan pulls out a scroll and hands it to Yan Xiao. When Chu Xiu ran off, he dropped these items. What is this? Mufan unrolls the scroll, revealing a map with a marked mountain peak. It records the growth location of the heavenly treasure, the soul infant demonic fruit. This demonic fruit grows right on top of this mountain peak. A soul infant demonic fruit, an immortal grade treasure, right here. Yan Xiao frowns, his eyes full of suspicion. Why didn't you go pick the soul infant demonic fruit yourselves? I don't believe you're that kind. What exactly is your game? Mufan rolls up the map. The soul infant demonic fruit grows in an extremely perilous environment. If the 5 of us went alone, we'd just be walking to our deaths. We need your help. If you manage to get the fruit, just share a portion with the 5 of us, and that'll be enough. Yan Xiao reaches out and takes the map from Mufan's hand. All right, it's a deal. This map was obtained from Chu Xiu. It wouldn't be good if he got it first. I'll lead our people to pick the demonic fruit. Yan Xiao's eyes flash and he smirks sinisterly. This Chen Mufan is still so naive. He wants us to do all the dirty work and still wants a share. Dream on. A little while later, arrived at the marked spot on the map, riding their flying vessels. At that exact moment, Chu Xiu, perched somewhere high above, looked down at the group and let out a surprised, "Oh, they're here already? Man, that's a lot of people." Yan Xiao leads his group towards the soul infant demonic fruit, which is emitting strange, eerie auras. These gray bones completely block out divine sense. Everyone, don't spread out too much. A young woman with hair covering one eye, holding a sword, says, "Don't worry, senior brother." Resting on a grotesque, palm-shaped rock is the soul infant demonic fruit, shaped like a baby's fetus with blood-red eyes, like some malevolent deity. After confirming it was indeed the soul infant demonic fruit, the crowd was utterly stunned. A soul infant demonic fruit. It really is a soul infant demonic fruit. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. If we eat this demonic fruit, we can directly break into the divine abilities realm. If we sell it, we could get tens of thousands of divine origin stones. A young man clenches his fists, opening his mouth in an excited, roaring laugh. We're rich, we're absolutely rich. Yan Xiao raises one hand to stop them, while the other strokes his chin, a pensive look in his eyes. Everyone, don't be too hasty. The color of this demonic fruit isn't right. It's likely not ripe yet. I've seen images of a ripe soul infant demonic fruit. Once mature, it turns blood red and emits a divine aura. If you eat an unripe one, your brain will be consumed by yin energy, and you'll die. Hearing this, a young woman with blue hair quickly raises her hand and asks, what should we do then? Our time in this wild demonic realm is limited. We can't wait for it to ripen naturally. Should we just pick it first and figure it out later? Suddenly, red wisps of energy appear from nowhere, swirling around Yan Xiao's group's feet. Seeing this, Yan Xiao and his people look around at the red energy flowing about them. Suddenly, the young woman with hair covering one eye clutches her chest tightly, her other hand flying to her mouth as she coughs violently. Is this an illusion formation? What's going on? She's sweating profusely, her eyes wide with terror as she sees the man standing behind her scratching desperately at his own body. He lets out a loud scream. Then his eyes turn savage like a wild beast as he clutches the young woman's neck. Die, you animal! You're the one who killed my mother! In an instant, Yan Xiao's entire group descends into a chaotic slaughter. I considered you my brother, yet you stole my woman. That's my heavenly treasure. You guys don't deserve it. Yan Xiao's eyes widen and his mouth hangs agape in panic as he watches his group slaughter each other. No, this isn't right. Stop this. Everyone, stop. The slain lie sprawled on the ground, blood profusely flowing from their bodies, only to be absorbed by the roots of the soul infant demonic fruit. Afterwards, these streams of essence blood are transported to nourish the soul infant demonic fruit. Half an hour later, someone's foot steps over a corpse lying on the ground. It's Chu Xiu's foot. He stands with hands on his hips looking at Yan Xiao's group laid out like corpses on the ground. Who knew this demonic fruit could ripen by absorbing human vital energy and blood? He looks at the soul infant demonic fruit, which has turned a slightly redder color. It still needs a bit more vital blood to fully ripen. Chu Xiu sighs. Forget it. It's only a few more days. This place is too dangerous. Let's get out of here first. Cut to the foot of the mountain. The young woman with purple hair and Mufan look up at the peak. Senior Brother Chen, did something happen on the mountain? Why is it suddenly so quiet? Did something happen to Senior Brother Yan and the others? The soul infant demonic fruit truly isn't something ordinary people can pick. Good thing we didn't follow them up the mountain. But since we didn't get the fruit, can Chu Xiu still cure our poison? Suddenly, someone walks up and speaks, surprising Mufan's group. You guys aren't going up the mountain? Seeing Chu Xiu, Mufan stretches out his hand, a smile on his face. Brother Chu, we followed your instructions and found people to go up the mountain to pick the demonic fruit. Although we couldn't get the fruit ourselves, we did our best to complete the task. We hope you can still detoxify us. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's face went blank. He frowned, thinking to himself, these cowards didn't just fail to pick the demonic fruit, they led their senior brothers and sisters to this desolate mountain, and now they dare to claim credit? As they stood talking, they suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching. Chu Xiu turns his head to look in one direction, his eyes widening in surprise. Demonic aura. He immediately turns to Mufan's group, who are now panicking, and questions them, did you guys bring this demonic aura here? No, we don't know any demon race. What met Chu Xiu and Mufan's group's eyes was a horde of demon race members, riding on the backs of rabid, glowing red-eyed bulls charging towards them. One of the demon race members bares his sharp fangs, raises an axe high, and shouts, humans! We found more humans! Kill them all! Ha ha ha! For the tribe! For freedom! As he speaks, the demon slams hard into his bull. Chu Xiu looks at the demon with a cold, sharp gaze. It's almost been 10 days since we entered this secret realm, and this is the first time we've encountered the demon race. From the looks of it, these freaks really want to capture us. Without further thought, he stamps his foot on the ground, and instantly a formation circle appears beneath him. Chu Xiu immediately uses a secret movement technique, a heavy sword in hand, and leaps into the sky, witnessed by Mufan and the demon. Then he slashes down with his sword onto the head of the rabid bull. The demon riding its back sees this, and his eyes widen, mouth agape in terror. The other demons see this and break out in a cold sweat, their mouths agape in shock. This combat power, a few of us can't possibly hold out. Chu Xiu coldly presses his sword blade to the demon's neck. Speak quickly, why did your demon race suddenly appear here? I won't say. One side of Chu Xiu's face darkens. He channels spirit energy into his great sword, causing it to emit streams of sword. You won't speak? Then I'll carve you up limb by limb. You won't be able to hold out. You will speak. I'll talk. We were suppressed in the wild demonic realm by the great Tao of the Grand Ancestral Emperor. We received orders from the great demon of the other shore realm to ambush you all here. Chu Xiu stands in deep thought, his eyes filled with pensive contemplation. The great demon of the other shore realm, huh? It seems the waters in this wild demonic realm run very deep indeed. After a moment of thought, he swings his sword, slitting the throat of the tall demon right in front of him, making the demon scream tragically in pain. The demon collapses to the ground, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain. The other demons see this and are utterly terrified, riding their bulls backward to retreat. A blue-haired demon, sweating profusely, stared wide-eyed, jaw dropped in shock. New bro? He just died? Chu Xiu glanced at Mu's group, who stood behind him with a bullet-like gaze. Junior brother Chen, leave the remaining puny demons to them. With your strength, handling this shouldn't be an issue, right? Senior brother Chu, can you help us detox? Chu Xiu placed one hand on his hip, the other tossed an antidote bottle towards the purple-haired girl. If you guys hasn't said anything, I almost forgot. I, Chu Xiu, never go back on my word. Catch! Then he leaped onto his flying ship, waved goodbye. I, Chu Xiu, will take my leave first. You all, good luck! Seeing this, the demon horde grinned triumphantly. The strongest strategist is gone, and the rest are poisoned? Immediately after, Mu Fan's group was surrounded by demons with glowing red eyes and sinister smiles. Isn't this just easy for us? Haha, kill them for the tribe. For freedom. After a short fight, the purple-haired girl was pinned to the ground by a demon with a perverted grin. Don't be scared, beautiful human girl. Big bro won't hurt you. Chu Xiu flew away on his flying ship, hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought. The spirit immortal demon fruit still needs 2 more days to ripen. What should I do for these 2 days? Just then, down on the ground, a figure stood before a cave entrance, laughing loudly. Haha, this is the place. Hearing the booming laughter, Chu Xiu propped his hands on his knees, looking down below. This sound, the figure holding a map stood outside the cave, gazing inside. Found it, finally here. It's the quasi-demon emperor's treasure vault. This figure was none other than Yi Fan, grinning excitedly, brimming with joy. Treasure, I've arrived. Just then, Chu Xiu, hiding behind a boulder, peeked out, staring intently at Yi Fan with a sinister grin. Gotta admit, protagonists truly defy the heavens with their destiny. Too bad he ran into me. Then he zoomed past Yi Fan like the Flash, quick as a lightning bolt. Yi bro, thanks to I, Chu, for scouting ahead for you. Yi Fan, wide-eyed and dumbfounded with a big question mark appearing above his head, looked around. What was that just now? A moment later, Chu Xiu had already gone deep into the cave, stepping towards a lotus pond surrounded by glowing spirit crystals. He pulls out a bottle to collect the dripping stalactite liquid. This all-purpose stalactite essence is priceless. Collecting it can earn a small fortune. Then Chu Xiu pulls out his spatial ring, sitting there, looking at the immortal herbs on the ground, grinning with delight. These heaven-grade immortal herbs can't be missed either. System notification. Your karma plus 46. In just 1 minute, Chu Xiu was carrying a sack full of heaven-earth treasures on his shoulder, wiping sweat from his forehead. Done. System, my karma is rising this fast. Could it be because I snatched Yi Fan's fortuitous encounter? The system immediately replied indeed. Host is absorbing the opponent's karma. If not for Host's intervention, Yi Fan would have harvested these treasures and undoubtedly soared to greatness. Chu Xiu holds his spatial ring in front of him, laughing loudly. Earth-grade spirit herbs over 1,000 jin, immortal-grade spirit herbs over 100, 11 immortal-grade plants, 3 jade bottles of 10,000-year stalactite essence. If I sell all this stuff, even a pig could fly, right? He glances to the side, spots something unexpected, and gasps. What met Chu Xiu's eyes were 2 dazzling treasures placed on 2 stone pillars. These are probably the most essential treasures in this entire secret ground, huh? His eyes widen in surprise as he sees a gigantic white python guarding these treasures, currently in a deep slumber. This white python's cultivation is at the peak of Bayan Realm. The moment he saw the white python, Chu Xiu immediately tiptoed and whispered softly, "There's a peak Bayan Realm white python here." Looks like this big snake is guarding the treasures, but it hasn't triggered any mechanisms for 1,000 years. Suddenly, violent tremors shook the entire cave, making him sweat profusely, wide-eyed and terrified. He immediately turns to look at Yi Fan, who is currently stepping onto a formation circle on the ground. Yi Fan, applying his usual tactic for awkward situations, just flashed a confident smile. "Chu bro, what a coincidence, meeting you again. Haha, I just happened to discover treasures here too." Looking at the formation circle Yi Fan was stepping on, Chu Xiu's eyes turned fierce, his teeth clenched. Did this clown just trigger the Great Serpent's mechanism? After the Great Serpent's mechanism was triggered, the white python immediately woke up, its 2 eyes glowing fiery red. Witnessed by both Chu Xiu and Yi Fan, the white python bared its sharp fangs, opened its mouth, and let out a furious roar, streams of demonic energy flying out. Chu Xiu immediately lunged forward, quickly grabbing the 2 treasures from the stone pillars. This isn't a good place to stay long. Gotta leave. Then he bolted, running for his life, leaving Yi Fan to face the enraged white python. Damn it, what rotten luck! Meanwhile, elsewhere, outside the secret realm, Suzy, along with the peak masters of various peaks, were meditating to maintain the formation. Suddenly, an old man rushed over, panicking, hands clasped. Bad news, bad news! Most of the life tokens of the disciples who entered the desolate demon secret realm are shattered. Hearing this, Meng Dai, wide-eyed, jaw dropped in shock, urgently asked the old man, "What? How many shattered? All 75 of them?" Meng Di immediately left her position, rushed to the old man, grabbing his arm, anxiously asking, "My disciple Chu Xiu's life token, is it all right? His life token is still intact." Meng Di's expression darkened, her eyes filled with suspicion. The desolate demon secret realm must have undergone a major change. So many disciples dying hasn't happened in years, is it true? Why am I even worried about that rebellious disciple? He should just die. Suzy closed her eyes, stretched out her hand, channeling spirit energy to calm everyone. Don't rush, I will use my void gaze to check. In an instant, she controlled the entire formation, radiating surging streams of spirit energy. Immediately after, giant eyeballs appeared in the sky above the desolate demon secret realm, looking down below. A young man standing next to a lady, seeing the eyeballs in the sky, was utterly surprised. Someone from the outside world is observing the secret realm? The demons on Mufan's side looked up at the sky, sweating profusely in fear. Are the humans going to attack us? I don't want to die. Just then, at the demon clan's main stronghold, a tall, muscular demon with a heavy sword on his back stood on a cliff edge, looking at the eyeballs in the sky. This demon is Mo Sha, cultivation at the peak of Bayan Realm, wearing a smug smile. No need to worry, no one can attack us through the desolate demon secret realm, not even a Saint King. The humans can only watch us from the outside. They can't do a thing. With teeth brighter than his own face, he laughed loudly. If they want to watch, then let them see us slaughter the humans. Mo Sha stood on the cliff edge, pointing his heavy sword forward and roaring loudly. Slaughter all the humans for escaping the secret realm. For regaining our freedom. Charge. Suddenly, he was surprised to see the stone mirror fragment he held in his hand glowing. The treasure mirror fragment is reacting? Mo Sha gasped in surprise, then grinned in delight, baring his teeth. The other half of the mirror has appeared. If I can get the other half and fuse them, then I can break through to the Dao Palace realm. The peak masters outside the secret realm observed Mo Sha and his demon subordinates causing chaos through a magic circle. Seeing the chaos above the formation circle, an orange-robed girl's eyes popped out. Wait, that massive demon beast is already peak Nirvana realm? Didn't this secret realm have cultivation limits? Mingdi stepped up beside Suzy, asking, Saint Lord, should we open up the secret realm's portal now? So the disciples can get out early. Suzy glanced at Meng Die, a faint smile playing on her lips. What, worried your boy's gonna get himself killed? Meng Di's cheeks flushed. She let out a cold huff. This Grand Elder isn't worried about that troublemaker. I'm just concerned for the other disciples. Suzy, calm as ever, extended her hand, channeling her spiritual energy. Don't rush. This Grand Elder has already made arrangements. In 2 days at most, the teleportation gate will open a path to the secret realm. If they can't even hold on for 2 days, then frankly, they're just disappointing. Meng Di clutched her chest, beads of sweat forming. She had no idea where that troublemaker was. But inside, she tried to act like she couldn't care less, violently throwing an effigy of Chu Xiu to the ground and yelling, he'd better get swallowed whole by some demon beast, the fraud. Meanwhile, back in the wild demon secret realm, a horde of demon beasts is hot on the heels of someone carrying another person on their back. The one fleeing is Su Ruyun, a true disciple from Daoyun Peak, hauling a critically injured girl while running for her life from the demon horde. Just then, Chu Xiu was chilling on a tree branch, arms crossed, watching the whole thing unfold. If I just stand by and watch them die under all these prying eyes, won't my plan to become a saint son just crumble? Our boy reaches out and pulls out his massive heavy sword, glowing with streaks of crimson sword energy. Consider yourself lucky. In a flash, Chu Xiu teleports right behind Ruyun, his heavy sword now raised, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Ruyun peeks behind her and her jaw drops in pure shock. Our boy faces down the demon horde without a shred of fear. He glances at Ruyun behind him, a smirk playing on his lips. Junior sister, I got your back. Ruyun's eyes go wide with disbelief, thinking, is he Chu Xiu, the legend who ascended the Grand Purity Divine Pagoda? But he's only Peak Wheel C realm, and the weakest demon beast here is Divine Bridge realm. He can't possibly take them all on. He's just asking to die. Chu Xiu says nothing, just grips his heavy sword, now glowing with fierce sword energy, and blasts forward. Ruyun's eyes practically pop out of her head, her mouth hanging open as she frantically screams. No! But before she could even finish, her eyes went round as saucers as demon blood splattered everywhere. Her face went pale, her jaw practically hitting the floor, absolutely dumbfounded as Chu Xiu effortlessly dropped the demon horde with just one basic-looking sword strike. In a blink, Chu Xiu just stood there, his face ice-cold, staring ahead. The demon beings he'd taken down lay beneath his sword, covered in blood. Ruyun just couldn't believe her eyes. Her face was glistening with sweat, her eyes bugging out in pure awe. Senior brother Chu Xiu's combat power's insane. Saying he's a reincarnated god wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Chu Xiu turns back to Ruyun, a hint of concern in his voice. Junior sister, are you alright? Thank you, senior brother, for lending a hand. Ruyun was beyond grateful. Our boy then pulls out an Earth-grade Luck Divine Fungus from his spatial ring. Then, Chu Xiu offers the Luck Divine Fungus to Ruyun joke. Drink this healing medicine. Stat, senior brother, no way. This precious medicine is far too rare. Ruyun hesitated. She glanced at the unconscious girl, listening to Chu Xiu. Junior sister, don't be shy. The demon race is rampant with dangers right now. If you don't heal fast, I fear something worse will happen. If you won't think of yourself, then at least think of your junior sister. Ruyun stared at Chu Xiu, her face full of gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Ruyun will definitely repay this kindness. Outside, they've detected some major anomaly in the secret realm and will definitely reopen the teleportation gate for everyone to leave. Even if you two junior sisters take this precious medicine now, it'll still take some time to recover. It's better to head to the main plaza and wait for the light gate to reactivate. Senior brother, aren't you coming with us? Nah, I still have some important business to take care of. This is where we part ways. Chu Xiu stands there in thought, hand on his chest, brows furrowed. The half-stone mirror fragment in his chest pulsed even more intensely. To ensure safety, I gotta snatch that soul infant demonic fruit ASAP. This is my chance to level up my cultivation too. Back at Grand Purity Plaza, the spectators watching Chu's every move through the magic circle were buzzing. Senior brother Chu Xiu is a beast. He slaughtered those demon beasts so they couldn't even fight back. And senior brother Chu Xiu just hands out earth-grade precious medicines like candy. Truly inspiring. A female disciple in yellow robes points forward, a coy smile on her face. Don't you guys think senior brother Chu Xiu and senior sister Ruyun would make the cutest couple? Susie looks at the magic circle, a satisfied smile on her face. Chu Xiu is a good kid, with extraordinary talent. His performance in the secret realm is nothing short of excellent. Ming clutches her chest again, staring ahead with a worried look. This troublemaker, what in the world are you thinking? You're making this venerable one worry her precious self sick. Scene change. Yin Demon Mountain, deep within the wild demon secret realm. Two dudes are currently eyeing the soul infant demonic fruit. If we get this soul infant demonic fruit, our cultivation will definitely shoot up to the coveted divine abilities realm. Suddenly, the red-robed guy senses something, darting his eyes backward. Hold up, I hear footsteps behind us. Both of them whip around, only to be greeted by Chu Xiu, hands clasped behind his back, walking towards them with a friendly smile. You're Chu Xiu? Oh, you guys recognize me? Yeah, that's me, Chu Xiu. What are you two junior brothers doing way out here? The two dudes exchange sinister smirks, communicating via sound transmission. Senior brother, the demonic aura here is thick. It's risky to just grab the fruit. How about we let you grab it for us? Good idea, good idea. If he picks it, we split it. We can't beat him one-on-one, but 2 against 1, easy win. The green-robed dude looks at Chu Xiu, putting on a fake nice smile. Chu Xiu, you've probably seen the soul infant demonic fruit too, right? This demonic fruit is priceless. Why don't you go in and grab it, and we'll split it 3 ways. What do you say? Chu Xiu closes his eyes, crosses his arms coldly. Absolutely not. The two bros immediately get pissed. Chu Xiu, don't be unreasonable. Don't make us do this. Just help us get it, and we might just spare your life. Senior brother, stop chatting with this dude. I'll just trap him with a 3rd grade 4 symbols formation. Then he won't dare defy us. The two of them, weapons drawn, leap into the air, a contemptuous smirk on their faces as Chu Xiu watches. Chu Xiu is just a Wheel C realm scrub. What kind of trouble does he think he can cause? The green-robed dude brandishes a flag, activating the 4 symbols confinement formation, manifesting 4 flags around Chu Xiu with a glowing formation circle on the ground. The red-robed dude just grins, oozing arrogance. Holding a pair of daggers, he rushes straight for Chu Xiu, but Chu Xiu, showing zero fear, clasps 2 fingers together, activating his movement's secret art. Our boy just sidesteps, grabbing his heavy sword. In a flash, Chu Xiu unleashes a devastating 1-hit kill strike, cleaving into the red-robed dude before he can even react, sending him straight to meet his ancestors. The green-robed dude sees this, and his eyes bug out, jaw hitting the floor. Frantically screaming, "You dare!" Chu Xiu, eyes sharp and cold, pupils blazing, rockets forward at breakneck speed. In a blink, he's right in front of the green-robed dude, thrusting his sword straight through him. Watching the green-robed dude, gritting his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead, Chu Xiu gives a chilling, mocking smile. If you get a next life, try not to be such a scummy villain, alright? Chu, his expression colder than ice, watches the green-robed dude slowly collapse to the ground. Blood gushes from the wound, non-stop. Both of them lay on the ground, completely drained of all their essence blood by the soul infant demonic fruit, their eyes now vacant and ghostly white. Looks like some natural selection just happened, eh? Chu Xiu extends his hand to pluck the soul infant demonic fruit, now ripened crimson from absorbing the essence blood of those two dudes. Chu Xiu pockets the soul infant demonic fruit, watching the tree wither away. This fruit wasn't easy to get, and who knows how long it'll take for another one to grow back. System notification. Bro, let this humble system tell you something. Unfortunately, this secret realm will no longer have any soul infant demonic fruits in the future. Host, you truly are a born villain, easily doing things like chopping down trees. Reward received, 500 breakthrough points. The system interface pops up before Chu Xiu, asking, Host, what layer of the Wheel C realm are you about to break through to? Oh, and there's a piece of info, not good, not bad, that this humble system needs to warn you about. Spit it out, Chu Xiu demands, eyes glued to the system interface. The second time you break through to the extreme realm, you will face heavenly tribulation. Chu Xiu hears this, and it's like a lightning bolt to the ears, throwing his hands up in utter frustration. You're kidding me, right? Under normal circumstances, isn't it only the junior Saint Empress who faces heavenly tribulation? Why is it coming for me now? Chu Xiu runs a hand through his hair, exasperated, walking off while the system continues explaining beside him. I can confirm this humble system has analyzed this 300 billion times. The probability of Host facing heavenly tribulation is 99.99%. Perhaps it's because Host's cultivation realm is just too powerful. In short, please take this seriously, Host. If you endure it, you'll become stronger. If you don't, you'll be dead meat. After that, Chu Xiu delves deeper into the ancient forest, one hand on his chest. Yeah, the closer I get, the stronger the fluctuations from the stone mirror become. The other half of the stone mirror must be about to appear. Suddenly, he senses something. His eyes widen, cold sweat beating on his forehead as he glances towards a certain direction. What greets eyes is a horde of demonic beasts, weapons in hand, charging forward, roaring madly, "Kill! Kill!" Mo Xia stares at the half of the glowing stone mirror in his hand, grinning maniacally. The stone mirror's reaction is intensifying. You, holding the other half of the stone mirror, walked right into my trap, didn't you? Chu Xiu, clutching the remaining piece of the stone mirror, hides behind an ancient tree, gazing at the horde of demonic beasts. Holy crap, is that their main base up ahead? The stone mirror is reacting this strongly? Could the one holding the other piece be the legendary demonic beast leader? He turns his head to the system, quickly asking, System, I'm asking you one more time, are you sure I'm going to face heavenly tribulation? Absolutely, without a doubt, 100% confirmed. Seeing the system's response, Chu Xiu's forehead darkens and he flashes a knowing, subtle smile. All right. After that, he stands on his flying artifact, soaring towards the plaza encircled by a protective shield. In the plaza, disciples, many injured, gather together. Senior brother, please, someone save my senior brother. Does anyone have healing pills to stop the bleeding? When can we go back? Chu Xiu stands on his flying artifact, looking down. So many people are injured. Are these demonic beasts trying to wipe out our entire sect? I didn't think they'd be even more ruthless than me. System. Host, this only means you still have room for improvement, but now is not the time to think about such things. Right now, you're being hunted by the demonic beast king and about to face heavenly tribulation. Have you thought of a way to deal with it? I already have a plan in mind. No need for you to worry. A moment later, a massive horde of demonic beasts, led by Mosha, swarms before the barrier. The disciples inside the barrier see this, raise their swords and roar demonic beasts. The demonic beasts have caught up. There are too many of them. Mosha, holding a fragment of the stone mirror in his hand, slashes through the air, unleashing a surge of green energy that shoots forward. This green energy blasts directly into the barrier surrounding the plaza, causing those inside to panic. This demonic beast's aura is at least late-stage Nirvana realm. We're no match for him. He can even separate a grand formation set up by an Emperor Venerable. Could the stone mirror in his hand be an Emperor artifact? Mosha, still clutching the stone mirror fragment, his eyes glowing blood red, shouts, "Humans, do you wish to live or die? If you want to live, hand over the one who has the stone mirror fragment." Suddenly, Chu Xiu appears, standing before the group, one hand on his hip, looking at the stone mirror fragment he holds. Is this what you're looking for? At the same time, in the Grand Purity Plaza outside the secret realm, all of Chu Xiu's actions are displayed on a magic circle. Mengdi and her 3 female disciples gaze up at the magic circle, utterly stunned. Chu Xiu? The demonic beasts are looking for him too? He's the one who lured the demonic beasts here, putting all the sect disciples in danger. Mengdi crosses her arms, sweat trickling down her cheeks, her eyes filled with suspicion. Why would that rebellious disciple do this? Things have escalated to this point, and there are only 2 possibilities. Either he was pushed out by other disciples, or he willingly sacrificed himself. But no matter the situation, it won't change the outcome. With his current strength, he cannot defeat that demonic beast leader. She glances at Suzy standing nearby, thinking, could he be planning to use the method left behind by the Emperor Venerable all those years ago? If so, the desolate demonic secret realm will surely be destroyed. Scene switch back to Chu Xiu, standing in the middle of the teleportation plaza, stone mirror fragment in hand. Under the watchful eyes of everyone around, a dude standing behind Chu Xiu raises his hand, flashing a sinister smile. Senior brother Chu Xiu, you are a true successor, senior brother. Things have come to this? Surely you wouldn't be unwilling to sacrifice yourself for your junior brothers and sisters, right? Suruyun, standing next to this dude, her eyes wide with fury, glares and shouts, are you seriously trying to sacrifice senior brother Chu Xiu? Junior sister Suruyun, your words are too much. Senior brother Chu Xiu is sacrificing himself for the greater good, isn't that right, senior brother Chu Xiu? Suruyun steps behind Chu Xiu, extending her hand, shouting loudly, do you honestly think if you sacrifice senior brother Chu Xiu, those demonic beasts will just let us go? When danger strikes, you don't think about fighting back together, but only about pushing your fellow sect members out. Such pathetic behavior will only make the demonic beasts look down on us human cultivators. Mosha crosses his arms, grinning arrogantly. I'll give you 50 breaths. If he doesn't come out by then, we're coming in. Hearing this, the disciples inside the barrier are scared witless, bawling their eyes out. No, don't. I don't want to die. Someone save us. Senior brother Chu Xiu, save us. You can't be so cruel. Just come out, and the demonic beasts won't hurt us. While Suruyun stands there, eyes wide with shock, a hand suddenly claps firmly on her shoulder. Suruyun brings a hand to her chest, her cheeks flushing red, looking at Chu Xiu, who flashes a confident smile. Senior brother Chu Xiu, thank you junior sister Su for still being willing to speak up for me in this situation. This Chu Xiu is eternally grateful. Leave the rest to me. After that, Chu Xiu steps out of the barrier, swaggering confidently towards Mosha. Under Suruyun's gaze, Mengdi, watching Chu Xiu from outside through the magic circle, her face filled with worry, thinks, is this Chu Xiu really going to face that horde of demons all by himself? She gazes up at the magic circle, clenching her hands. Is this your choice? Scene switch to Chu Xiu standing face-to-face with Mosha, who wears a delighted grin. Human, you're not bad. More guts than the others. Without a word, Chu Xiu opens the box containing the soul infant demonic fruit, causing Mosha to gape in astonishment. Seeing the soul infant demonic fruit, a deep blood-red hue, radiating spirit chi, Mosha's eyes bulge and he laughs maniacally in excitement. The soul infant demonic fruit is ripe. Quick, seize that fruit from him. As the horde of demonic beasts charges madly toward Chu Xiu, he shows not an ounce of fear, holding the soul infant demonic fruit in his hand, his eyes darkening. He brings the soul infant demonic fruit to his mouth and takes a huge bite. Doesn't taste bad. System, activate the Tao scripture breakthrough right now. System notification. Checking host's desolate ancient saint body. Cultivating the Tao scripture. Estimated consumption. 10,000 breakthrough points. Breakthrough successful. This time, 10,000 breakthrough points were consumed. Your desolate ancient saint body has undergone transformation. Peak Wheel Sea Realm. About to break through. Host is about to face heavenly tribulation. Please prepare. Heavenly tribulation will descend shortly. As his breathing steadies at the same moment, dark clouds gather in the sky, accompanied by booming thunder and flashes of lightning. Gazing at the charging horde of demonic beasts, Chu Xiu brings 2 fingers together, his entire body enveloped in golden light, summoning his primordial spirit, which sits atop a lotus throne. Chu Xiu's entire body crackles with electric currents, his eyes blazing as he laughs loudly. Come, let me invite you all to taste my heavenly tribulation. Whoa! A thunderous crash and a lightning tribulation strikes from the heavens, sending the demon horde flying in all directions. Once the lightning tribulation passed, it revealed Chu Xiu, bare-chested and holding a wide-eyed, panicked yellow bird. Spotting Ma Sha attempting a sneak attack from behind, our boy immediately reached for his heavy sword, Kang Long. Chu Xiu gritted his teeth, unleashing a powerful sword strike that instantly shattered Ma Sha's heavy sword, leaving the dude utterly speechless. Even the yellow bird, still rocking its eggshell hat, looked absolutely dumbfounded. Kid, you're pretty bold, Ma Sha roared, his mouth agape, as a torrent of demonic energy erupted from him. Before this clown could even finish flexing, a streak of light zipped right through him. That streak of light? None other than Chu Xiu's sword strike, a one-way ticket for Ma Sha to meet his ancestors way ahead of schedule. Ru Yun and the other disciples inside the barrier were all wide-eyed, mouths agape, totally awestruck. He's too strong. Elder Brother Chu is insane, they exclaimed. He wiped out the entire demon race by himself. I remember that demon leader was at peak Bai and realm, yet he couldn't even put up a fight against Elder Brother Chu. Meanwhile, at Taisu Plaza, a magic circle displayed Chu Xiu's 8-pack abs and handsome face for all to see. Chu Xiu used the lightning tribulation to destroy the demon race? Two young ladies in the crowd stared wide-eyed, completely stunned. I've never seen such a terrifying lightning tribulation. How did he even do that? And he's only in the Wheel C realm. How could he summon a lightning tribulation already? Suzy glanced at Meng Di, who was still staring in shock, and asked curiously, "Do you see that? Golden blood chi, a golden wheel C, and that chaotic green lotus anomaly. Chu Xiu has the legendary desolate ancient saint body. No wonder his cultivation speed was so slow back then. It turns out it was due to the saint body's influence." Suzy crossed her arms and instructed Meng Di. Chu Xiu managed to break the saint body's curse of being unable to cultivate all by himself. This is truly astonishing. The sacred land hasn't chosen a saint son yet. After Chu Xiu returns, let him be the Taisu saint son. Noticing Meng Di's expression, Suzy asked with a cold face, "You don't agree?" "No," Meng Di stammered, placing her hand on her assets, sweating profusely. "It's just that the saint son matter needs the approval of all peak masters, and his current cultivation is too low. I'm afraid it might displease the other peak masters." But in her mind, she was seething, eyes fierce, teeth clenched. How can a rebellious beast like him get a chance to sit on the saint son's throne? Where's the justice? Where's the damn law? Meng Di raged internally. Suzy, however, just stared straight ahead, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Words have merit. With Chu Xiu's performance in the sixth realm today, I doubt the peak masters will reject my proposal. Besides, his personality is quite kind-hearted, wouldn't you say?" Meng Di's forehead darkened, her brows furrowed as she shot a glance in a certain direction. "Kind-hearted, my ass. You haven't seen how he treated me." Scene switched back to the transmission plaza within the desolate demon setting. After quelling the demon horde, Chu Xiu wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a relaxed sigh. Ru Yun, eyes wide with concern, rushed over and anxiously asked, "Elder brother, are you hurt?" Chu turned to Ru Yun, a gentle smile on his face. "No need to worry, junior sister. This Chu is unharmed." Yi Fan, standing nearby, looked towards Chu Xiu and sighed. "Truly powerful, and I'm just a bystander again." Chu Xiu froze, his eyes widening as he pointed at a small snake coiled on Yi Fan's shoulder. "Elder brother Yi, on your shoulder. Is that it?" Yi Fan grinned, pointing at the newly tamed white snake spirit beast. "Yep." Hearing this, Chu Xiu thought to himself, he actually tamed that giant python from the treasure land, as expected of the main character. Even after I siphoned off a good chunk of his innate luck, he still managed to get a spirit beast. Yifan's eyes widened as he looked at the yellow bird on Chu Xiu's shoulder, hastily asking, "Elder brother Chu, what's that on your shoulder?" "Oh, that's Ji Tai Mei. As you can see, just a chicken, barely counts as my pet." "Oh my god, kid, show some respect. Who gave you permission to name me?" "You're the chicken. Your whole family are chickens." Ji Tai Mei kept squawking loudly. Chu Xiu promptly squeezed Tai Mei, making the bird's tongue loll out. "Elder brother Yi, I was just kidding. He's quite an interesting fellow. The teleportation array will open soon. Let's rest up first and prepare to return to the sacred land." 3 days passed since the desolate demon secret realm event. Inside Chu Xiu's cave dwelling, he was currently cultivating, absorbing the surrounding spiritual chi. Behind his back, a stone mirror radiated a formation circle with 3 Bagua symbols on it. "System, I still haven't received my breakthrough reward." The system immediately displayed information. "That's right, host. We've detected you broke a major realm and received a special reward. The upper part of the desolate ancient saint body cultivation technique. On the system panel, a cultivation technique scroll appeared with its stats. Upper part of the desolate ancient saint body cultivation technique, technique grade, peerless grade. Cultivating this technique can advance your desolate ancient saint body to the minor saint realm." Above Chu Xiu's head, a black lotus appeared, accompanied by golden characters swirling around it. At the same time, the system announced, "Host, do you accept the cultivation technique inheritance? This system has detected your desolate ancient saint body still has room for upgrades. Do you wish to seize this opportunity to continue breaking through?" "Of course!" After a period of intense cultivation, Chu Xiu clutched his head, dark circles under his eyes, feeling as if his soul was about to leave his body. Breaking through the Saint Bidi and breaking through cultivation truly feel different. This hollowed-out sensation is unbearable. That's enough seclusion for today. The system displayed. Cultivation interrupted. Saint Body cultivation consumed a total of 100,000 breakthrough points. Seeing the system's message, Chu Xiu tossed a handful of yellow magic pills into his mouth. Looks like from now on, I'll need to stock up on some serious precious spirit herbs if I want to break through this body, otherwise I'll just get drained dry and kick the bucket. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking up at the stone mirror when he suddenly exclaimed, "Whoa, the stone mirror's refined too. Little system, do you know how to use this thing?" The system immediately explained, "Host, you've snagged a serious treasure. This stone mirror is of an extremely high rank, at least a Saint King artifact, perhaps even a quasi-emperor artifact, though it's not yet perfected. The stone mirror has two functions. Function 1, domain suppression. Its green light can slow down enemy actions during combat, eventually freezing them completely. Function 2, information exchange. Host, you can use a high-grade origin stone to test it out." Chu Xiu immediately followed the system's instructions. He picked up the stone mirror with one hand and took out an origin stone with the other to test it. After the origin stone was placed into the stone mirror, the mirror's surface displayed Order 6. Welcome to Hong Huang. Your ranking is at the forefront, with a privilege level far surpassing ordinary people. The following functions have been freely unlocked: Chat Channel, Starry Sky Plaza, Secret Territory, etc., etc. Other features await unlock. Note the transmission function consumes a massive amount of energy. Please prepare origin stones or divine origin stones. Seeing this, Chu Xiu rested his hand on his chin, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Heh, looks like I just got my hands on something seriously busted. After that, he tapped on the chat channel. The mirror's surface immediately displayed online users: Jin Qing, Void Pretender, Shuowei Mo Ni, Ji. He stroked his chin, his eyes contemplative as he stared intently at the stone mirror. I've never heard of these races before. Where are these endless plains? What even is Hong Huang? The heavenly dome continent doesn't have places like these. While he was still trying to find answers to his questions, Dao Yao suddenly walked in from outside. "Oh, are you the pet my elder brother just tamed?" A moment later, in the courtyard of Chu Xiu's cave dwelling, Tao Yao was happily stroking Ji Tai Mei in her hands. "Oh, such a cute little chicken." As soon as it heard little chicken, Ji Tai Mei bristled with indignation, raising a very friendly finger. "Damn woman, show this granddaddy some respect or I'll eat you." Hearing this, Tao Yao placed Ji Tai Mei on her knees, covering her mouth with a giggle, a little squirt, like he wants to eat me. Meanwhile, Ji Tai Mei was thrashing furiously in front of her, thinking, just wait until this granddaddy achieves Dao. I'll definitely subdue this woman as my human slave, and then I'll make that handsome little male owner my mount. Tao Yao then curiously asked Chu Xiu, "Elder brother, is your seclusion over? I heard you tamed a spirit, so I specially came to see it. I never expected it to be this interesting. Where did you tame this chicken spirit beast?" "You shameless couple have gone too far. This granddaddy is not a spirit pet." Chu Xiu coldly waved his hand, tossing Ji Tai Mei behind him. "Stinky chicken. Junior sister Tao Yao, did you come to find me for something else?" "Elder brother Chu." Tao Yao stood up and approached Chu Xiu. "Thank you for receiving me. I have a favor to ask. When you're free, could you share what you saw in the secret realm with my sisters? Everyone is really eager to hear about it." All right, after that, she shyly tucked a pink handkerchief onto Chu Xiu. Tao Yao blushed, a shy smile on her face. "This is a small token from Tao Yao. I hope elder brother accepts it." After Su Xiu took the handkerchief, Tao Yao shyly turned her back and left. "It's getting late, senior brother. Rest early." Su Xiu held the handkerchief to his nose, taking a deep sniff. "Huh? Junior sister Tao Yao, you're so thoughtful. But it's still a notch below Master's own fragrance." Shaking off the thought, our boy walked over to Ji Tai Mei, a smile spreading on his face. "Almost forgot about you." Ji Tai Mei freaked out. What are you going to do to your granddaddy now? You still haven't told this seat what you are, and also, this spirit of witnessing you raise, living with the stone mirror. What's your connection?" Ji Tai Mei, sweating buckets, replied, "According to my inherited memories, I think I'm a Divine Crow Clan member. As for having a connection with that stone mirror, this granddaddy has no clue." Hearing this, Su Xiu stroked his chin, staring at Ji Tai Mei. "So you really are from the Divine Crow Clan. I didn't misguess from the start. The Divine Crow Clan is one of the royal families of the demon race. Little brat, why aren't you kneeling?" He tossed a half-eaten piece of rabbit meat. "Here, eat it." Ji Tai Mei crossed its wings over its chest. "Oh yeah, someone came looking for you earlier. She saw you were in seclusion, so she left. Someone looking for me? Who was it?" "Her name was Hua Luofei, I think. She said to meet at the usual spot in 3 days." Su's eyes lit up in surprise, a sly smirk playing on his lips. Ji Tai Mei watched Su Xiu's retreating back as he slowly walked outside, quickly asking, "It's so late, where are you going?" Su Xiu turned his head, putting a finger to his lips, shushing it. "Curiosity killed the chicken, bro. Don't ask so many questions." He clasped his hands behind his back, a light smile on his face, slowly walking forward. "Breaking through to the saint body today took a lot of energy. Guess I need to find Master to replenish it." Scene change to Ming Di's cave abode. At this moment, Ming Di was sitting with her legs crossed, snoring soundly. Suddenly, she sensed something and woke up with a start, her eyes wide. "That unfilled disciple, he's here again?" Ming Di sat up, seeing Su Xiu approaching, her face twisting in annoyance as she questioned, "Unfilial disciple, it's so late, why aren't you resting in your own room? What do you want from me?" Su Xiu tugged at his collar, a smirk on his face. "I was just worried Master would miss her disciple after a few days apart. My disciple's talent is still so poor. I'll trouble Master to impart the Tao and teach me." He looked at Ming Di, who was sweating profusely, with faint wisps of smoke emanating from her body. "I can't believe it's the heavenly fragrance physique. Just sitting there, she naturally emits an enchanting orchid scent." Chu Xiu immediately moved to sit beside Meng Di, startling her immensely. Unfilial disciple, don't you dare be disrespectful. Chu Xiu leaned close to Meng Di, his mischievous hand already exploring a forbidden spot, causing her face to flush crimson. Disciple is already here, master. Don't waste this auspicious hour and month. Let's go to the bedchambers together. After that, the two of them battled for 6 whole hours. Simultaneously, the system announced detected that you and Master Qi Meng Di, who possesses the heavenly fragrance physique, have no physique seals. Your cultivation increases by 800. Your talent reaches 2214. After the deed was done, Chu Xiu tidied his clothes, while Meng Di was still lying on the bed, trembling uncontrollably. After tidying his clothes, Chu Xiu walked out and closed the door. Meng Di lay on the bed, sweat pouring down like rain, panting heavily, a knowing smile blooming on her face. Chu Xiu had just stepped outside when he clutched his lower back. Ugh, my kidneys. Women are truly terrifying. Should have sealed her cultivation earlier. Who knew even the host with his desolate ancient saint body couldn't handle it? Host, you can't just let old demon Chu Xiu run wild. Even a peerless genius still needs to lean on a wall to walk out, big bro. Hearing the system's mockery, Chu Xiu glared at the system panel, annoyed. Big bro, my ass. He sweat dropped, his brows furrowed, eyes filled with suspicion. But why was Master like this today? I clearly didn't seal her cultivation, yet she was incredibly cooperative. Scene changed to 3 nights later. Chu Xiu was sitting under a willow tree, roasting chicken over a fire. He propped his chin on his hand, staring into the flames, lost in thought. These 3 days with Master, I gained quite a bit of cultivation talent, some breakthroughs to look forward to. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, his brows furrowed. Wonder why Luo Fei wanted to meet today. But later, when I see her, it's the perfect chance to probe her. Can't just go all out. Just then, a mouse stood there, staring at the roasting chicken, drooling nonstop. Chu Xiu shot a bullet-like gaze, his eyes flashing, glaring at the mouse, making it squeak in fear. As the mouse scurried away, Luo Fei walked up, her voice surprising Chu Xiu. You're too fierce, kid. You scared it off. Chu Xiu waved a hand dismissively, his eyes closed, a smile on his face. Sister Hua, are you blaming me? It was just too timid. Luo Fei, with curves for days, plopped down next to Chu Xiu. Luo Fei looked at Chu Xiu, seeing him staring intently at her, and quickly asked, What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Xiu didn't take his eyes off Luo Fei for a second, asking curiously, Sister Hua, does anyone pursue you? Luo Fei closed her eyes, her hands resting in front of her stomach, a smirk on her lips as she replied, Female cultivators, as they ascend and cultivate, their appearance will draw closer to the heavenly Tao, naturally becoming more beautiful. My looks aren't outstanding in the cultivation world, so of course no one pursues me. Chu Xiu intertwined his fingers and clicked his tongue. That's because they're blind. To me, sister, you're truly beautiful. You remind me of a poem. What poem? Chu Xiu sat under the willow tree, gazing at the full, bright moon in the sky, reciting poem to Luo Fei. Her clothes are like clouds, her face like flowers. The spring breeze brushes the railing, her dew-moistened beauty is rich. If not for seeing her at the top of Jade Mountain, we would meet her at Yao Tai beneath the moon. After hearing Chu Xiu's poem, Luo Fei chuckled lightly, staring straight ahead. Didn't expect you to know how to write poetry. The poem is good, but I'm not as beautiful as in the poem. Chu Xiu raised his hand to his mouth, chuckling smugly. This big bro didn't study literature for nothing. Chu Xiu then moved closer to Luo Fei, making her eyes widen in surprise. Sister Hua, how about I pursue? I really like big sisters like you. Luo Fei covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling in a smile. How long have we known each other and you're already talking about pursuing me? Do you know how old I am? You really are quite old. Hearing Chu Xiu's reply, Luo Fei put her hands on her chest, annoyed. Do you want a beating? I can't believe you're such a playboy. Chu Xiu placed his hands on his thighs, a look of annoyance on his face. Appreciating a woman's beauty is a man's right. You can't revoke my right to be a man. Besides, age truly isn't an issue.
As the proverb says, an older woman is capable.
You're probably 3,000 years older than me, huh? Chu Xiu took both of Luo Fei's hands in his. An older woman, 3,000 years, a rank of immortals. Sister, marrying you is truly eternal life right before me. Super serious, more real than the finest pearls of the South Sea. Luo Fei broke into an amused smile, asking Chu Xiu, Kid, are you trying to seduce me? This isn't seduction, this is just irresistible. Besides, Sister Hua, you're not small. Chu Xiu grinned happily, offering Luo Fei a chicken drumstick. Sister, try my cooking. Luo Fei took the drumstick and bit into it. Your cooking isn't bad, but this spirit beast's cultivation is too low. It tastes ordinary. I heard that meat from Grand Saint Realm wild beasts is truly delicious, even more nourishing than ancient medicine kings. After my cultivation gets high enough, I'll go hunt Grand Saint wild beasts and roast them for you, sister. Chu Xiu took out a gourd flask, holding it and a cup in his hand. He turned to Luo Fei, grinning widely. Good sister, have a drink with me. I don't really drink much. Chu Xiu, with a happy smile, filled a cup of wine. Big sis, have a drink with me. This is wine from my hometown called Mo Xiangyi. Oh, Mo Xiangyi. I've heard this wine is super famous in the Heavenly Dawn dynasty. Holding their wine cups, Chu Xiu and Luo Fei looked up at the sky, reciting poetry together. Mo Xiangyi, yellow sands rise, west wind, ancient path, bad horses follow, slowly tears fill the mountains. Mo Xiangyi, beneath the setting sun, outside the village, on roads wind with golden earth, my heart aches to turn back. Mo Xiangyi, my spirit yearns for a star countless miles away, better to turn and part ways often. Luo Fei, her face flushed and half drunk, slung an arm over Chu Xiu's shoulder. You're getting homesick, aren't you? I don't remember that stargazing part in the Mo Xiangyi poem. Big sis, aren't you from outside this realm? How could you have heard that poem from an ancient star being beyond this cosmos? I just borrowed a classic reference and made up a line. Luofei brought the wine cup to her lips and drained it in one gulp, so that's how it is. Chu Xiu took Luofei's hand with one hand. Big Siswa really can't hold her liquor. Are you drunk? Just a little. Oh right, I heard you're about to become the Holy Sun. Congrats! Our boy Chu Xiu smiled, then curiously asked Luofei, Big Siswa, does the Holy Sun have a lot of power? Quite a lot. Definitely more power than this Dao Cloud Peak Elder. Chu Xiu's mischievous hand began to explore Luofei's Ahem Triangle region. This absolute unit, Chu Xiu used his naughty hand to further stimulate Luofei's triangle region, making her utterly giddy, her face flushed crimson. So, what if I asked the Holy Lord to betroth you to me? I don't think the Holy Lord would agree. How would you know if you don't try? Stop talking nonsense. The Holy Lord will stir up the Feng Yun at the Holy Sun Grand Ceremony, and someone will definitely challenge you to a fight. You better be prepared. Scene changed to the next morning at the Grand Ancestor Holy Land. Disciples in the plaza were busy gossiping. My senior brother Changlong heard from the second elder of Heavenly Sword Peak that Chu Xiu is becoming the Holy Sun. I remember Chu Xiu only recently broke through to the Divine Bridge realm. There are people with higher cultivation in the Holy Land, and senior brother's talent is way better. Why choose him as Holy Sun? I heard senior brother Su is going to be the Holy Sun. Whoa. As expected of senior brother Su, senior brother Chu Xiu is about to be named Holy Sun. Why doesn't this kind of good fortune fall on us? Meanwhile, at Xiao Yifeng's cave dwelling, Yifeng was boiling with rage. He violently flung a teacup to the floor, shattering it into pieces, and roared, That bastard! What right does he have to be the Holy Sun? He gnashed his teeth, his hair standing on end, his fists clenched so tight veins bulged. I'm still just the head true disciple of Cloud River Peak fighting my way up, but he, without so much as a word, becomes the Holy Sun. What gives? The heavens are so unfair. Yifeng's forehead darkened as he scowled, his eyes burning with killing intent. Chu Xiu, just you wait. I'll definitely make you lose face. Scene changed to a place with rolling mountains. Chu Xiu, hands clasped behind his back, walked along a mountain path. Two young women, upon seeing Chu Xiu, immediately flushed crimson and bowed respectfully. Senior brother Chu Xiu, we pay our respects to senior brother Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu glanced towards a small courtyard, where two young women were chatting. The fourth swordmaster of the Endless Sword Domain has brought his two most favored disciples to observe the ceremony, declaring they will challenge the Holy Sun on the Ascending Heaven platform, to make a name for themselves across the world. I once heard that these two, Long Qingfeng and Long Shuting, are a pair of Dragon Phoenix siblings, both possessing sword physiques. Their dual sword combination can reign supreme among the younger generation. Elder Yang, hands clasped before him, looked worried. It's not just the Endless Sword Domain. A young prodigy from the Jiang clan with a Divine King physique has also emerged to challenge the Holy Sun's ascension, and a Dao body from the Grand Unity Saint physique lineage has also appeared. Elder Yang, hearing this, stroked his chin, his eyes wide in astonishment. What? A Grand Unity Dao body? That invincible physique has appeared again? With so many heavens chosen emerging, is the great era truly upon us? The young woman standing before Elder Yang closed her eyes and sighed. I just wonder if Holy Sun Chu Xiu can stand against these heavens chosen. I think it's a long shot. I'm afraid he'll be defeated at the grand ceremony, causing our Holy Land to lose face. While the two of them were still gossiping, Chu Xiu walked away, hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Big Siswa was right. The Holy Sun grand ceremony definitely won't be peaceful. He walked to a rocky outcrop, looking out at the Grand Ancestor Holy Land with its towering pagodas. He gazed into the distance and spoke. Speaking of which, this venerable one truly has a destiny with the Endless Sword Domain. I remember 20 years ago, their Holy Sun was also a pair of siblings. The younger brother, Feng Qingyang, was an arrogant idiot who thought he was invincible under heaven. He looked down on me for being a rogue cultivator, called me a demonic path practitioner, and tried to prevent me from joining the Imperial Tower Assembly. Ultimately, this venerable one killed him in West Central Continent's West Lake. His elder sister, Feng Daoyi, was quite beautiful. To avenge her brother, she pursued me all the way to the East Continent, before getting her head chopped off. The venomous hatred and unwillingness in her eyes. It's like I remember it vividly. After that, the most ruthless pursuers were also those madmen from the Endless Sword Domain. This time, their current generation's Holy Son and Holy Daughter might just be here to pick a fight with me. After Chu Xiu recounted his tale, the system notification popped up. Host, you're a Holy Son Daughter Slayer, bro. Scene changed to the scripture depository. The magic circles surrounding it glowed with golden light. Chu Xiu clenched his fists, staring at the scripture depository. That light, it's the peak 7th grade 5-element combined illusory kill-ing array. 5 top-tier grand formations. If you don't die inside, will continuously generate and cycle endlessly, trapping you. Even a great saint powerhouse would surely die if they rushed into this formation, and a holy sun trapped within would expend immense effort just to retreat intact. No sooner had he finished speaking than a pair of slender legs stepped out, and a voice rang out, "You spoke wrongly. This formation's legacy runs so deep, even an emperor venerable Saint King entering it would be injured." Those legs belonged to a young woman named Su Jin, the elder guarding the scripture depository. Upon seeing Su Jin, Chu Xiu clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. This junior is Chu Xiu, a direct disciple of Cloud River Peak. May I ask who you are? I am the guardian of the scripture depository, Su Jin. Would Big Sis Su Jin troubles herself to open the scripture depository for this disciple? Hearing this, Su Jin waved her hand towards a direction with an emotionless expression. Chu Xiu watched Su Jin's retreating figure, thinking to himself, looks like beautiful big sisters can be found everywhere in the Grand Ancestor Holy Land. Afterwards, Sujin led him inside the scripture depository. As soon as he entered the scripture depository, Chu Xiu's attention was drawn to a wooden stand. He stroked his chin, reading the rules of the scripture depository displayed on the stand. After understanding the rules, Chu Xiu headed to the 7th floor of the scripture depository. Just as he ascended, Chu Xiu heard a familiar voice and was utterly surprised, turning to look towards it. Elder, can this Three Kings body tempering art be a little cheaper? My contribution points really aren't enough. The manager, named Gu Shi, sat cross-legged on a chair, reading a book in his hand. He coldly stated, if your contribution points aren't enough, go earn some. Come back when you have enough to read it. Elder, can't you make an exception? No. Hearing this, Yifan reluctantly placed the Three Kings body tempering art back in its original spot. Alright, fine. He turned to leave, sighing sadly. Chu Xiu stepped forward and spoke. Brother Yi, so you're here too. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, Yifan's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Senior brother? Yes, I found a body tempering technique I really like, but my contribution points aren't enough. I can't borrow it to read, it's so frustrating. Brother Su, do you have any spare contribution points? Lend me some, I'll pay you back double in a few days. Chu Xiu, hearing this, spread his hands and replied, I also just exchanged my contribution points, I barely have enough myself. My apologies. Alright, fine. I'll go ask other fellow disciples to borrow some, I won't bother you anymore. Chu Xiu stared at Yifan, who was giving an awkward smile, his eyes filled with suspicion. He really wants that body tempering technique, huh? Could he have discovered something good again? After that, he walked over to Gu Shi, who was still sitting and reading, and spoke to him. Elder, how many contribution points are needed to read the Three Kings body tempering art? Hearing this, Gu Shi glanced at Chu Xiu. Oh, it's Chu Xiu. That body tempering technique requires 50,000 contribution points to exchange. If you want to read it, you can be exempted, as long as you don't take it out of the scripture depository. Hearing this, Chu Xiu scratched his head, giving an awkward smile. Many thanks for Elder's kindness, but the rules of the Holy Land are hard to bend and easily cause disruption. How could I possibly have such face? Living in this Grand Ancestor Holy Land, one can actually get things done just by showing face, huh? Gu Shi reached out and picked up the Three Kings body refining technique from the table. She then handed the cheat code to Chu Xiu, advising him thoroughly, rules are dead, people are alive. Keep this safe and find a good spot to check it out. Many thanks, Elder. As he began flipping through the OP Techniques pages, he suddenly paused on one. Why is this page thicker than the rest? Chu Xiu put a hand to his chin, his eyes deep in thought. Alright, here's the real question. If Yifan never actually opened this body refining manual, how did he even spot this unusual page? Does this dude have X-ray vision or something? He then channeled some spiritual energy into his finger, prying open the stuck pages to reveal something golden. Chu Xiu pulled the golden item out from between the pages, his eyes widening in pure shock. No way, this is Heavenly Silkworm Prime Silk. They say this stuff is practically indestructible. Its value is insane, lasting hundreds of thousands of years without decay. It's almost extinct in this era, a real shame there's so little of it. Wait, the information about Heavenly Silkworm Prime Silk isn't recorded, meaning this isn't just ordinary silk. This is too good. I just hit the jackpot. With that, Chu Xiu closed his eyes and settled into cultivation. The Heavenly Silkworm Prime Silk floated above his palm, radiating streams of spiritual energy. In an instant, his mind was flooded with images of different martial arts stances, along with ancient texts. Chu Xiu cultivated, golden text swirling around his body. Suddenly, the system pinged. Host has partially comprehended the true meaning of the Human Emperor Fist. Host can now expend breakthrough points to fully master and power up the Human Emperor Fist, a divine tier punching technique. One punch to shatter all techniques, 5-star destructive power. A supreme tier expert inscribed the core of the Human Emperor scripture into this Heavenly Silkworm Prime Silk, awaiting a fated one. Warning, cultivating this fist technique demands extremely high physical requirements. Once mastered, a single punch unleashing Emperor's might can shatter all techniques. Upon seeing the system's notifications, Chu Xiu's mind began calculating. Holy crap, this fist technique is broken. One punch to shatter all techniques? If I can integrate this into my KMK once my cultivation is high enough, everything will be perfected. I'll be absolutely invincible. He gazed at the Heavenly Silkworm Prime Silk before him, a light bulb flickering on in his head as a mischievous grin spread across his face. Heh. I remember Yifan has a pretty tight bond with Jian Lingyun. How about I use this chance to give them a massive gift? In a flash, Chu Xiu altered all the content on the Heavenly Silkworm Prime Silk, adding a small marked map and 2 crucial warnings. This place is extremely dangerous. It's best not to go alone. Then, he tucked the piece of Heavenly Silkworm Prime Silk back between the pages. Brother Yifan has insane luck. He probably won't die easily. But Jin Lingyun? That's a different story. Next, Chu Xiu left the scripture repository and made his way to Meng Di's cultivation cave. My mood's pretty good today. Might as well go bother Master for some guidance. Hearing Meng Di's furious shouts, Chu Xiu slyly opened the window and peeked into her room. What met his gaze was Meng Di, absolutely fuming, repeatedly stabbing a voodoo doll with a needle to vent her rage. This crazy woman really needs a lesson in discipline. Chu Xiu's darkened. He flung open the door and strode inside, causing Meng Di's eyes to go wide, her forehead breaking out in a cold sweat. She thought in shock, why is this brat here now? Chu Xiu walked over, taking a seat right next to Meng Di, who was frantically trying to hide the doll behind her back. Master, what exactly were you up to just now? Chu Xiu leaned in close to Meng Di, wrapping an arm around her waist, making her face turn beet red. When your personal disciple comes to visit, shouldn't you be tidying the bed to welcome him, Master? Meanwhile, at another location, Yi Fan was currently chilling in his cultivation room. He opened up the cheat code, pulling out the heavenly silkworm prime silk hidden between the pages. A wide, excited grin spread across his face. Ha! There really was a treasure hidden in here. Yi Fan's gaze fell upon the 2 lines of text on the heavenly silkworm prime silk. This place is dangerous. It's best not to go alone. Seeing this, Yi Fan let out a surprise. Oh, he put a hand to his chin. Best not to go alone, huh? The scene shifts to a land of undulating peaks, a place known as the 10,000 Great Mountains. At this very moment, Yi Fan and Jian Lingyun stood before a deep, pitch-black, bottomless pit. Senior brother Jian, we're here. The treasure's right here. Yi Fan glanced at Jian Lingyun, a smug smile playing on his lips. I just leveled up to the Beyond Realm, but my cultivation still feels a bit lacking. Dragging along senior brother Jian with his formidable strength will definitely help me smoothly snatch this treasure. Plus, he'll totally be grateful to me for giving him the opportunity. Consider it cashing in a favor. Jian Lingyun clapped Yi Fan hard on the shoulder, a wide, cheerful smile on his face. Excellent, junior brother Yi. No need to thank me. Your big bro will definitely remember this favor. Jian Lingyun then smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. So what if he's about to become a saint son? Just wait until I get my hands on that treasure and power up my cultivation. I'll once again stomp all over him. The two then descended into the pit. The moment they got down, a swarm of red-eyed bats flew out wildly, immediately sending shivers down both their spines. Senior brother Jian, why does this place feel off? Yeah, are you sure there's a treasure here? Don't tell me this is riches in danger situation. After the two had fully descended, the pit's mouth remained eerily silent. Suddenly, a miserable shriek echoed from deep within. Then a lone hand shot out from the abyss below. That hand belonged to none other than Yi Fan, who was now desperately scrambling out of the pit, his face etched with terror. This ain't no treasure land at all. It's a freaking death zone. His face was ashen, drained of all color, as he glanced back down into the deep pit. Good thing I had a high-grade spatial talisman, or I'd be dead for sure, senior brother Jian. Take your time. My apologies, but I can't save you. Yi Fan, seething with bitter rage, slammed the piece of heavenly silkworm prime silk onto the ground. His eyes wild like a rabid beast, he furiously stomped on the heavenly silkworm prime silk, yelling, "You idiot, go to hell." The scene shifts to Cloud Mist Peak, where Yifeng was in an absolute panic, receiving news from the young woman standing before him. What? Jian Lingyun is dead! The young woman standing before Yifeng was Ren Hongying, the 3rd disciple of Cloud Mist Peak. Rumor had it she followed Heavenly Sword Peak's true disciple, Yi Fan, to explore a treasure and died in a grand formation. Ren Hongying, with a worried look, turned to Yifeng. Senior brother, I've noticed your health isn't so great lately. Maybe go ask Master for some guidance? He might be able to help you out. What do you mean my health isn't good? I'm perfectly fine. While the two were talking, Chu Xiu stood to the side, hands clasped behind his back, a cheerful smile playing on his lips, curious about the agitated pet chicken, which was now wide-eyed with fright. With his lightning-fast reflexes, Chu Xiu casually waved a hand, deflecting Yifeng's hidden weapon right back at him, barely grazing his face. Yifeng's eyes darted behind him, sweat pouring down his face. He was terrified, seeing the deep indentation the hidden weapon had left in the pillar. He'd originally aimed to kill that chicken just to make Chu Xiu lose face. He actually deflected that needle directly? Since when did this fraud get so strong? Did he cultivate some secret art? Chu Xiu's eyes turned icy, his pupils gleaming brightly as he stared down Yifeng. Second junior brother, trying to kill my spiritual pet right in front of my face? Do you really think I'm some pushover? Yifeng points right at Chu Xiu's face, yelling furiously, "What now, Chu Xiu? You gonna throw hands with me, huh?" Chu Xiu replies, "Big senior brother, don't get it twisted. Aren't you supposed to be at the Grand Saint Child ceremony today? Don't delay things." Yifeng puts his hands up, scoffing coldly, "Whatever. A big shot like me isn't gonna stoop to your level. Why bother with a mere chicken, right?" Suddenly, Chu Xiu gets a voice transmission from Meng Di. "Rebellious disciple, come to my cave abode and meet me." Hearing this, Chu Xiu cups his hands and bids farewell. "Junior brothers, junior sisters, my master is calling." He doesn't bother to explain further. Our boy then heads to Chi Meng Di's cave abode, standing below and cupping his hands in greeting. "Master, what brings you to call for this disciple at this time?" Meng Di reaches out, pulling out a robe shimmering with golden light. "Wear this later, when you're doing the Heaven's Ascent." Chu Xiu takes the robe, asking curiously, "Master, are you worried about your disciple?" Meng Di crosses her arms, looking cold and glancing away. "Stop flattering yourself. I'm just worried you'll die and make me lose face." Chu Xiu immediately moves closer, sitting next to Meng Di and wrapping an arm around her waist. A smile blooms on Chu Xiu's face as his other hand brushes Meng Di's thigh. "Many thanks, Master, for the robe. Your disciple will certainly repay you." "What are you trying to pull now?" Meng Di, arms still crossed, moves down. Chu Xiao follows behind. "All right, enough nonsense. It's time. Follow me to the Grand Saint Child ceremony." "Yes, Master." Jitai Mei's eyes are full of suspicion, glaring at Chu Xiu. She wonders why little ugly boy's master is so angry. Meng Di waves her hand, throwing a scroll flying towards Chu Xiu, who is standing behind her. "Look at this first." Chu Xiu reaches out and catches the scroll, staring at it with an amused glint in his eyes. He then slowly unrolls the scroll. On the paper are names completely unfamiliar to Chu Xiu. As he reads the names on the scroll, he asks Meng Di, "Who are they?" "They're the ones preparing to challenge you during the Heaven's Ascent. This is all I can help you with." Hearing Meng Di's words, Chu Xiu grins wide and laughs loudly, excited. "Thank you, Master, for the reminder. Your disciple knows you truly care for me. What is this self-praise? Get lost now. Scene shifts to the Grand Saint Child ceremony at Taisu Peak, where a huge crowd stands below the plaza. The people below see Mengdi's flying ship carrying Chu Xiu arriving and shout in unison, Chu Xiu has arrived. Di stands on the flying ship, hearing the praises of the people below. Peak Master Yunhe Peak is truly as beautiful as rumored. No wonder she's called the Heavenly Incense Body. Below the plaza, an old man stands with his hands behind his back, you man by his side. Disciple, that's Chu Xiu. He's the target you must challenge today. Disciple understands. This disciple is sure of victory. This old man is the Grand Saint ancestor of the Jiang family, and standing next to him is Jiang Zhou. Nearby, an old man named Jue Daozi from the Taiyi Sacred Land is stroking his beard. Next to him is Zhou Yi, also from the Taiyi Sacred Land. I see this guy has the face of someone who'll die young. No idea how he's still alive. Today is the Grand Saint Child ceremony of the Taisu Sacred Land, Martial Uncle. You just opened your mouth and declared their Saint Child will die young. Aren't you afraid their master will slap you to death? Elsewhere, the fourth sword master of the Endless Sword Domain stands beside Long Qingfeng, who wears a contemptuous smile. He's just too similar. Though his outward appearance has changed a bit, his demeanor and spirit are 5 parts like that old Demon Chu. Master, rest assured. Even if he really is old Demon Chu, we must still cut him down today. A middle-aged man and a young man are also present. Grandfather, must he ascend to heaven today? This little Hao-er is just like his father when he was young, only with a bit more sharp aura. Tian Xing, standing high above, waves his hand and announces loudly, the time has come. The Grand Saint Child ceremony begins. The Saint Child crosses the heart-questioning bridge for the heaven's ascent. Afterwards, Susie floats into midair, an array circle behind her. She waves her hand and a stream of red spiritual energy flies forward from her palm. This stream of spiritual energy, like a red ribbon, rapidly flies forward. In a flash, this stream of spiritual energy forms the heart-questioning bridge, connecting the plaza to a mountain peak. Chu takes his first step onto the heart-questioning bridge. The heart-questioning bridge scrutinizes the heart, allowing no shame. It points directly at the Tao heart. If a Saint Child harbors malice towards the sacred land, they will fall from the bridge. Chu Xiu clenches his hands, striding boldly across the heart-questioning bridge with each step. He walks, smirking at the words of those present. If the Saint Child's Tao heart isn't firm, if they're tempted by the mortal world, then each step will be difficult for them. Chu Xiu reaches the middle of the heart-questioning bridge. Below is a bottomless abyss. One misstep means utter annihilation. He closes his eyes, relaxing his spirit as he walks step by step across the heart-questioning bridge. The heart-questioning bridge tests one's character. If one's mindset isn't firm, then each step will be difficult. A scene from the past flashes in Chu Xiu's mind. He's covered in injuries, being dragged away by Hong Yi. Chu Xiu cries out, "Run! They're coming! They want to capture you!" Chasing behind them is a crowd of people, carrying blazing torches in their hands, with weapons in their other hands. Hong Yi drags Chu Xiu along, dashing into a forest. After shaking off the pursuers, the two of them lean against a tree trunk, gasping for breath. Chu Xiu's face is scratched, his teeth clenched in indignation. "I want to become strong, stronger than anyone. I don't want us to be humiliated or bullied ever again." Speaking, Hong Yi's hand moves close to Chu Xiu's face. Hong Yi stares intently at Chu Xiu, making him widen his eyes in surprise. "I will accompany you back to reality." At this moment, Hong Yi's figure appears right beside Chu Xiu, an utterly furious expression on her face. "Chu Xiu, you've changed. Your heart is growing more and more ruthless and colder." Hong Yi places her hand on her chest, shouting, "Why do you want me to leave? I don't want to go to some Hong Chen sword sect. Either way, we'll die together." The people present see Chu Xiu standing still and begin discussing amongst themselves, why isn't he moving anymore? Could it be he can't even cross the heart-questioning bridge? Meng Di and Tao Yao see this and become incredibly worried. Why isn't he moving? Could it be? On Chu Xiu's side, his body and mind are still gripped by Hong Yi. "Remember to come for me. I'll be waiting for you." Suddenly, Chu Xiu opens his eyes, staring intently forward. Little did he know, this separation would last for 50 years. He takes firm steps forward, his entire body radiating spiritual energy. Chu Xiu moved. That speed is terrifying. Just how firm is his Tao heart to be able to walk so fast on the heart-questioning bridge? But what kind of unyielding Tao heart did he possess that made him stop dead on the heart-questioning bridge for a full half-hour, not moving an inch? Meng Di crosses her arms, looking towards Chu Xiu. With his rebellious and unconventional nature, it's impossible for him to be bogged down by worldly attachments. When that rebellious disciple took his first step, he must have remembered Qishan County and how his parents died at the hands of the Yao race. Tao Yao stands beside Meng Di, pumping her fist in the air, her eyes crinkling as she cheers for Chu Xiu. "Big senior brother, go for it." Meng Di hears this and glares at Tao Yao, and quickly asks, "Tao Yao, do you like Chu Xiu?" Hearing this, Tao Yao's eyes go wide, and she suddenly freezes for 5 seconds. Before looking over at Meng Di, Tao Yao giggles shyly, her face flushing red. "Master, this disciple wishes to become Tao companions with big senior brother." Meng Di sat cross-legged, eyes closed, and declared, "This venerable one does not approve of this marriage." Tao Tao brought her hand to her chest, a frown of displeasure on her face. "I'm not married, my senior brother isn't either, so what right does master have to disapprove? It's simply not happening. Are you not listening to your master?" Meng Diep raised a hand before her, using a sound transmission art. Tao Yao's eyes widened, bringing a hand to her mouth in shock as Meng Diep's message reached her. "Actually, your senior brother isn't a good guy at all." Tao Yao's face darkened, her teeth grinding together. "So this is the kind of master you are?" She pointed directly at Mong Deep's face, uttering a sentence like an arrow piercing the heart, making Mong Deep spurt tomato sauce out. To stop my marriage with senior brother, you didn't even hesitate to badmouth him. Mong Deep crossed her arms, question marks appearing above her head, turning to Tao Yao. You don't believe your master? Haha, you still believe me, right? But compared to your senior brother, I lose out a little. Mong Deep looked away, thinking to herself, so infuriating. How come nobody believes me when I tell the truth? What's wrong with this world? Tao Yao stared wide-eyed at Mong Deep. Master, you must be misunderstanding senior brother. In the Holy Land, which elder, deacon, or disciple doesn't speak highly of him? Senior brother is friendly, treats everyone fairly, even outer sect disciples get fair treatment. Tao Yao clasped her hands together, her face flushed red. Speaking of senior brother, who in the entire Holy Land doesn't give him a thumbs up? Who doesn't praise him as upright and honorable? Don't believe it, he's just faking it. His heart is truly wicked. Mong Deep glared at Tao Yao with cold, sharp eyes. Don't even think about refuting this venerable one anymore. No matter how much you defend him, you can never become his Tao companion. This venerable one cannot possibly agree to your marriage. Hearing this, Tao Yao snapped, standing up abruptly, her hands clenched tight. Master, you're the dignified Peak Lord of Yunhe Peak. How can you do something to separate fated lovers? Just then, Chu Xiu had already reached the other end of the heart-asking bridge, astounding everyone present. The Saint Sun crossed the heart-asking bridge. Chu Xiu crossed the heart-asking bridge in less than half an incense stick's time. Senior brother Chu Xiu broke all previous records, didn't he? Tianxing stood beside Mong Deep, one hand on his stomach, eyes wide in surprise. Mong Deep, your disciple isn't half bad. His Tao heart is as firm as a rock. How do you usually teach him? Mong Deep forced a smile outwardly, but inwardly she was seething. Just gave him a little guidance when I had time. Mostly it's his strong comprehension. After crossing the heart-asking bridge, Chu Xiu walked towards the stone steps that stretched high into the sky. Now for the main event. Chu Xiu was about to ascend the sky ladder. Chu Xiu clenched his hands, not a trace of worry on his face, looking up at the stone steps before him. Suddenly, Tianxing shouted, "The Saint Sun challenges those on the sky ladder. Step forward." As soon as Tianxing finished speaking, Qingfeng and Xueyue flew off on their swords. "Master, we're off." Zhou Yi rushed forward, turning to look at Kuei-Daozi and said, "Martial uncle, if I fail, don't blame me. Go." Regardless of victory or defeat, Jiang Zhou clenched his hands, moving from his spot. Behind him stood another young man, hands clasped together. "Brother Shu, check this out." Tong Shong Shenwu, Elder Yang, and a young lady stood nearby, watching a purple-haired young man flexing his wrists. "He's so handsome. Do you know who that is? That's Shang Guanhao, the Ji family's son-in-law. This dude's trying to stomp on Taisu's face to curry favor with the Ji family." In an instant, all those challenging Chu Xiu had gathered, standing behind him. Chu Xiu glanced behind him, letting out a cold chuckle. "You want to challenge me?" "Quite a few, actually. These two must be the Long family brothers from the Endless Sword Domain. And this one must be the legendary Divine King Body, Zhang Zhou. This guy seems quiet, reserved, and quite boring." Zhou Yi stood behind Chu Xiu, hands clasped together cheerfully. "Brother Chu, no offense, I'm just here for fun. You don't need to take it to heart." Guanhao extended a hand toward Chu Xiu, a smirk on his face. "Your Royal Highness Saint Sun." Chu Xiu glanced at Guanhao, thinking to himself, this guy has flashy written all over him at first glance, not worth worrying about. Suddenly, someone stomped hard on the ground, rushing forward. It was Qingfeng's foot. She laughed arrogantly as she charged toward Chu Xiu. "Let's go. I can't wait any longer. Senior brother, wait for me." After that, they started chasing each other up the sky ladder. Qingfeng and Xueyue soared forward on their swords. Zhou Yi stood on a mat with golden characters floating upwards, while Zhang Zhou slowly climbed the stone steps. Chu Xiu looked up at the sky ladder, smiling meaningfully. Indeed, everyone showing off their unique divine abilities. Can't underestimate them. Guanhao stepped onto the sky ladder, turning to Chu Xiu with an arrogant smile. "Your Royal Highness, Saint Sun, apologies, but I'm in a hurry. Let's finish this quickly. I'll even let the Saint Sun have a few moves." All right, let's wrap this up." A young man on the viewing platform saw this and was furious. Did the Shangguan family get too cocky after clinging to the Ji family? If Chu Xiu gets defeated by Shangguanhao on the first step, wouldn't that be a slap to the face of everyone in the Taisu Holy Land? This guy is disrespecting the Saint Sun on our turf. "Kill him." Guanhao took out his weapon, a fan, and brought it to his mouth, smirking maliciously. "My weapon is a fan, Your Royal Highness, Saint Sun. Bring out your weapon." Chu Xiu's eyes darkened, let out a cold chuckle, then erupted with spiritual energy, rocketing towards Guanhao like a bullet, leaving him utterly stunned. The young man on the viewing platform's eyes bulged, mouth agape in disbelief. Holy cow, senior brother Chu Xiu's speed is insane. In a flash, Chu Xiu was right before Guanhao, grabbing him by the neck. "You wanted to step on me to rise to power, and even offer me a few moves? Just showing off, huh? Trying to show off in front of me? Don't hit my face." No sooner had Guanhao finished speaking than Chu Xiu swung a slap at his loud mouth, sending a tooth flying out. The two young men on the viewing platform saw this and covered their mouths, chuckling mischievously, clearly enjoying the show. Suzy clasped two fingers together before her, emitting streams of spiritual energy. Then she pointed towards Guanhao, and he was immediately enveloped by chains coiling around his body. "What in the world is tying me up?" "Grandpa," Suzy's face was icy cold, a small magic circle appearing on her fingertip. She uttered a single word, "Collect." In a flash, Guanhao was thrown down onto the viewing platform. All his face stuff got smashed. "Oh dear, my child." My Hauer. She held her hands before her, declaring loudly, Taisu's dignity cannot be insulted. Anyone who offends Taisu will be expelled. At the same time, two old men sat next to each other, chatting. Ji Changshou, your Ji family really found a good in law, daring to lay hands on the Saint Sun during Taisu's Saint Sun grand ceremony. Is this offending the divine now? Old man, stop fanning the flames. This matter has nothing to do with our Ji family. The bald old man was Shengguan Qinghong, and sitting next to him was Ji Changshou, an elder of the Ji family. Suzy, arms crossed, poker face. The Saint Sun is still climbing the sky stairway. Keep going. Chu Xiu with nimble movements rapidly soared up the sky stairway steps. Shangguan's clan was about to walk all over her, so I guess I'm taking out some anger for big sister Saintess. But seriously, I didn't expect that freeloader Shangguan Hao couldn't even take one hit. Chu Xiu dashed forward. Ahead of him, Qingfeng and Xueyue were already waiting. Oh, now it's getting good. Twin sword physique versus Taisu Saint Sun. This is way different from Qingfeng's usual skirmishes. He rushed to Xueyue, pulling out a magic pill. Junior sister, take this pill first, it'll stop the bleeding quickly. Chu Xiu gripped his heavy sword, which was radiating sword chi, and charged rapidly towards Qingfeng and Xueyue. Oh, so you still have time for a healing steroid? Seeing this, Qingfeng and Xueyue clasped their hands together, forming a seal, surging spirit energy merging as they both roared, Die! In an instant, their combined spirit energy materialized into a formation diagram, accompanied by flying swords raining down. Chu Xiu clenched his hands, watching the flying swords descending from above, and then surprisingly let out a gasp. Zhou Yi, one hand behind his back, watched the three-way battle, a twin sword physique phenomenon. Azure Blue Sword Song, those in the spectator stands widened their eyes, mouths agape in shock. These siblings are using their unique phenomenon. Chu Xiu is probably about to lose. Qingfeng and Xue hovered in mid-air, using the Azure Blue Sword Song phenomenon to confront Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's eyes darkened, and he let out a cold laugh. Trying to suppress me with a phenomenon, huh? It's not a loss for you to die by my hands. My desolate ancient saint body specializes in countering all sorts of unique phenomena. He joined two fingers, unleashing the primordial chaos seed black lotus technique, creating a gigantic black lotus above his head. Chu Xiu smirked smugly, spirit energy radiating from his two fingers, swirling around the black lotus. Once it appears, all things are imprisoned. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion erupted on the sky stairway. Accompanied by dense smoke and dust, Xueyue found it hard to stand firm under Chu Xiu's oppressive aura. Raising a hand to block in front of her, she cried out, Senior brother! The girl in orange and Hong Ying, standing beside them, stared wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Chu Xiu suppressed the Azure Blue Sword Song. What is that? They looked toward Chu Xiu, his eyes blazing red, with a golden blood chi and the black lotus hovering above his head. The primordial chaos seed black lotus phenomenon. The fourth sword master looked at the sky stairway with a suspicious gaze. Chu Xiu, could he be the legendary desolate ancient saint body? How can this be? How can this physique still cultivate? Chu Xiu took a step forward, the black lotus radiating powerful auras, flying towards Qingfeng and Xueyue, forcing the two of them to channel their spirit energy to erect a shield. Qingfeng took out a drum, striking its surface forcefully. He turned to Xueyue behind him. Junior sister, leave quickly. I can shoulder this for a while. Placed her hands on her chest, her eyes resolute. Senior brother, I'm not going. Chu Xiu's forehead darkened and he grinned sinisterly. Leaving, huh? No one is going anywhere. With that, he clenched his hands, lightning bolts crackling around his body, and rapidly charged towards Qingfeng and Xueyue. His attention was solely focused on the injured Xueyue, standing behind Qingfeng. Long Qingfeng isn't easy to deal with, so I'll deal with Long Xueyue first. Qingfeng panicked as he saw Chu Xiu flash past him, rushing towards Xueyue. Junior sister, quickly! Chu Xiu clenched his fist, drawing it back, his face like a demon god. Human Emperor Fist, one punch shatters all techniques. Unleashing his full power, Chu Xiu swung a punch at Xueyue, causing her to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Qingfeng's eyes widened, blood vessels bulging red, and he roared, Junior sister, Chu Xiu, I'll stake my life against yours. The words had barely left his mouth when Chu Xiu unleashed a raging dragon kick straight to his stomach. Taking the full kick, his face turned deathly pale, not a drop of blood, his eyes rolled back, and ketchup sprayed from his mouth. Then Qingfeng was kicked flying backward, slamming hard into the stone steps, causing smoke and dust to billow everywhere. A young man and a bald guy saw this and grinned happily. Chu Xiu is too strong. The twin sword physique is super powerful, right? But even they were defeated by our Saint Sun. Yi Fan, who had been watching the battle, placed a hand on his chest. Brother Chu Xiu's punch is so strong. But why does my chest feel so weird? It's like I lost something very important. The fourth sword master walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. Meng Di frowned angrily, questioning him. Qi Meng Dai, you're something else. Are you just going to let your disciples act recklessly like this? Meng Di sat cross-legged, arms crossed over her chest. This venerable one is naturally great. Your disciples kept saying they wanted to kill Chu Xiu, so why are you unhappy when Chu Xiu merely crippled their cultivation? Tao Yao instantly shot up, resentful and pissed off. Exactly. Is your endless sword domain really that overbearing? Are you bullying my Taisu sect because we have no one? Xiaoran suddenly appeared behind the fourth sword master, smiling happily. Fourth sword master, your two disciples have extremely high talent. Wasn't it just their cultivation being crippled? Cultivate for a period and they'll surely recover. Besides, if you fourth sword masters have nothing else, please return to your seats and continue observing the ceremony. The fourth sword master clasped his hands behind his back, snorted coldly and disgruntledly left. Xiaoran turned to Dao Yao, her eyes squinted in a smile. Dao, your senior brother is amazing. I love powerful men. Hearing this, Dao Yao's blood boiled with jealousy, hands on her hips. Get lost! Stop paying attention to my senior brother. An excellent and powerful man like senior brother Chu Xiu will definitely have many women. Xiaoran stroked her chin, a confident smile gracing her lips. Like me, for example. Hearing this, Mengdi's eyes filled with dejection, and she thought to herself, since when did this rebellious disciple have so many admirers? She raised her right hand ready to challenge and said, Chu Xiaoran, what did you just say? Do you want to die? Chimengdai couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up and coldly scolded her junior disciple. Tao Yao, don't be rude. Tao Yao turned to Chimengdi with a wronged expression and said, Master, look at her outward appearance. Chimengdi, calm, gentle, and cold-demeanored as she was raging with anger inside. She slammed the Chu Xiu dummy to the ground, stomping fiercely. This rebellious disciple, flirting with every flower and butterfly, and you still want this master to help you resolve things? Damn him. Truly damn him. On the sky stairway, Chu Xiu suddenly sensed something. He leaned back, eyes darting to the square below, constantly scratching his nose. My nose is so itchy. Who's scolding me? Whatever. Let's keep going. 5 challengers, now only 2 remain. Who will be the next to challenge? The system suddenly appeared and chuckled. Host is an old demon, so you should drink the Divine King's blood dry. Or how about killing that idiot Xianjia first? He's also a Divine King physique. Chu Xiu looked at the sky stairway ahead and thought to himself, oh well, I'll have to see if he's willing to fight me. At this moment, Zhang Zhou was still diligently climbing the sky stairway when the hair on the back of his neck suddenly stood up. He felt danger, like a poisonous snake was eyeing him. Startled, he turned his head to look back, only to meet Chu Xiu's smirking eyes. Having witnessed Chu Xiu's terrifying power in the 2 previous encounters, Divine King Zhang Zhou just leaned back, waving Chu Xiu off, eyes shut, then sighed. Clearly, he wanted no smoke with our boy. At this moment, Zhang Zhou frowned, internally mumbling, this guy's too dangerous, no way I'm winning this, I can't fight him. Done thinking, he just spun around and kept climbing that sky ladder. Our young master Chu Xiu saw Zhang Zhou's panicked look, rubbing his chin, thinking, looks like Zhang Zhou really doesn't want to throw hands with me. And with this many eyes watching below the sky ladder, I can't exactly start trouble. Chu Xiu then slid his gaze to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi on his end totally felt Chu Xiu's stare. He quickly cupped his hands, bowed, and gave a super awkward smile, telepathically whispering to Chu Xiu, Bro Chu, I'm literally no match for you. Please just let me off the hook. Chu Xiu nodded, grinning, and telepathically shot back. Bro Zhou, you've got it all wrong. Your boy here ain't about that kill or be killed life. Peace and harmony are my main jam. Zhou, he also chuckling chimed in. Bro Chu, you're truly a man of culture. I, Zhou, am truly shamed by my own inferiority. From afar, watching Zhou Yi's retreating back, Chu Xiu's lips curved into a slight smirk. He stroked his chin, musing, of the 5 chumps who showed up to challenge me, this Zhou Yi from Taiyi's Sacred Palace might look like a total slacker, but he's actually the strongest. Right after him is the Divine King physique Zhang Zhou from the Jiang clan. Both of these guys are no easy opponents, so it's probably for the best they aren't trying to fight me. The main mission is to climb this sky ladder, smoothly. Meanwhile, up on Taisu Peak, Holy Lord Mianjia suddenly gasped like she just noticed something wild. Taisu Zi instantly popped up on the observation platform, her gaze sharp as a laser beam, piercing thousands of miles out. Turns out, there's a guest outside Taisu Sacred Land's mountain-protecting Grand Formation, here to check out the Sacred Sun Grand Ceremony. Just outside Taisu Sacred Land, deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains among endless peaks, a giant golden-furred monkey with a staff slung over its shoulder was sauntering in. In a blink, Holy Lord Mianxia was right in front of this colossal demon. Calm as ice, she chillingly asked, Jin Yuan, you crashing the party or what? This colossal beast was none other than the Heavenly Demon region's very own demon venerable Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan the demon venerable smirked at a booming laugh that showed off a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs and retorted, Ha ha ha, Taisu Zi, your observation skills are still on point as ever. Taisu Zi kept pressing, you're a demon venerable from the Heavenly Demon region, coming alone into my human territory. Aren't you worried about a one-way trip? Jin Yuan confidently shot back, since this venerable dares to show up, obviously I'm not scared. If anything, Taisu Zi, you're making such a massive fuss, openly hosting this Sacred Sun Grand Ceremony. This venerable finds it hard to believe you don't have some hidden agenda. In fact, this venerable is super curious. Taisu Zi didn't even flinch, her voice as calm as still water. So what if I do? How does that even concern you demon folk? Jin Yuan cracked a sly grin, extending a hand towards Taisu Zi, confidently stating, we're not opposed to a little wager. This venerable will let one of my juniors climb the sky ladder. If they beat your sacred son, you gotta spill the beans on your real intentions. Otherwise, you get to name your price. So, what's it gonna be? Taisu Zi heard this, went silent for a beat, then replied, a Bodhi divine flower, a sacred Buddha divine fruit, and just casually throw in another heaven and earth rare treasure of your choosing. Chimengdi, hearing Taisu Zi's demands, was stunned, secretly thinking, these heaven and earth rare treasures are exactly what that delinquent disciple needs right now. Is Holy Lord Min Mianxia purposefully setting this up for him? Jin Yuan heard Taisu Zi's conditions and instantly let out a cold, derisive laugh. Ha ha ha, your taste is really something else, isn't it? He immediately barked an order at Yidvi. Go on, Yidi and V. Take care of that Taisu sacred son. When you get back, I'll treat you to a 3-day, 3-night feast of grand sacred wild beast meat. No sooner had Jin Yuan's words faded than a soft, pleasing voice piped up, understood. From behind Jin Yuan stepped out a woman, tall and absolutely ripped. She had long fiery red hair, and her two colossal assets down below were easily twice the size of an adult man's head. Her build was like a literal dragon, yet her face was straight up drop-dead gorgeous. That contrast between her beastly physique and stunning face was seriously impactful. But what really grabbed attention were the two fiery red wing-like flaps on her back, radiating an aura so intense it made even seasoned cultivators hold their breath. She was none other than the heavenly demon region's YDNV. Up on the sky ladder, our trio, Chu Xiu, Zhangzhou, and Zhou Yi, had already blasted past for 3,700 steps. At this altitude, all three of their physical bodies were getting slammed by immense pressure. But instead of channeling his true essence to resist, Chu Xiu was actually using this crushing force to constantly refine his body, powering up his desolate ancient sacred body like a boss. Chu Xiu rolled his shoulders, feeling hyped, secretly thinking, man, after 3,000 plus steps, I can really feel the sky ladder pressure on my body. What if I pushed it to 999 steps and used the system to break through my desolate ancient sacred body? The system, like a sassy AI, immediately popped up with a warning. I strongly advise against such recklessness. Host, you might just trigger a fatal accident. Hearing that system warning, Chu Xiu instantly yeeted that dangerous thought out of his head. Alright, whatever. Hovering ominously above the trio, Yi Di's icy voice cut through the air asking, who's the Taisu sacred son here? Zhou Yi, seeing Yi Dian's domineering and intense aura, instantly pointed a finger right at Chu Xiu, then gave him a weird knowing look and said, Bro Chu, looks like she's here for you. Zhou Yi gave Yi Dianvi a quick once-over, silently marveling at her daring cool fashion sense. His cheeks suddenly flushed crimson as he turned to Chu Xiu asking, Chu Xiu, don't tell me you already did something to her? Zhou Yi's brain was already cooking up scenarios of Chu Xiu getting intimate with Yi Dianvi, which instantly gave him a massive nosebleed. Chu Xiu's eye twitched harder than a glitching NPC. He gave Zhou Yi a chilling then our young master Chu Xiu, gripping his Azure Dragon Overlord sword, launched himself like a rocket straight at Yi Dianvi. Zhou Yi, startled by Chu Xiu's sudden burst of power, zipped back 1,000 meters, but still, ever the gentleman, he couldn't help but call out, Bro Chu! Don't hurt there. After seeing Chu Xiu charge, Yi Dianvi moved like a red whirlwind, blazing fast. She swung her massive axes with both hands, constantly screaming, Taisu sacred son, I'm gonna beat your butt. After I beat you, I'm going home to feast on some meat. One axe came crashing down with terrifying might. Chu Xiu sensed the danger. Our boy Chu, aka Old Demon Chu, wasn't about to face tank that, so he smoothly sidestepped out of the way. Chu Xiu was genuinely shocked, his face instantly paling as he blurted out, her physique is that strong? Chu Xiu gave his opponent a thorough once-over, and just like that, recognized who she was. She's Yi Dianvi from the Heavenly Demon, and rumor has it, her dad's a barbarian clan Grand Venerable, and her mom's a demon clan elder. From birth, she was a total cheat code, blessed with the Heavenly Demon barbarian god Physique, unrivaled strength and invincible body, and literally feels no pain in combat. She's basically the top-tier prodigy of the young demon generation. So why is she here declaring she's gonna beat me, the Taisu sacred son? Did we beef in a past life or something? Wait, how can a demon even get into a sacred land? Tai Suzy totally sanctioned this, didn't she? Yi Dianvi, meanwhile, kept up her relentless assault on Chu Xiu. She swung her leg, unleashing a powerful kick right at him. The desolate ancient sacred body instantly roared to life. Chu Xiu swiftly snagged Yi Dianvi's leg. With zero mercy, our young master Chu Xiu violently slammed Yi Dianvi straight down onto the skystone ground. Yi Dianvi, however, showed absolutely zero signs of pain. In fact, her face became even more hyped. She grinned at Chu Xiu, saying, Desolate ancient sacred body, huh? It truly lives up to its legendary name. Right after that, Yi Dianvi instantly popped an illusion skill, conjuring a ton of fake copies to encircle Chu Xiu. But Chu Xiu literally paid them no mind, just kept rocketing up the sky ladder. As he ran, Chu Xiu smugly chuckled. Trying to trap me with illusions? Little sister, you're still way too green. As he was running, Chu Xiu suddenly spotted two colossal sets right in front of him. Staring intently at these two features, Chu Xiu thought, illusion or the real deal, I gotta risk it for the biscuit. He went in for the kill straight on at max speed. Chu Xiu lunged, and wouldn't you know it, he actually slammed right into Yi Dianvi's real body. His face was now buried right between her two colossal assets, his body pressed tight against hers. Confronted with this unexpected situation, even Yi Dianvi was flustered. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she furiously yelled, You wanna die? How dare you take advantage of me? Chu Xiu managed a strained smile, his face radiating pure reluctance. My bad, I was going too fast and couldn't hit the brakes. I totally didn't mean to. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chu Xiu got a face slap from the heavens, sending our young master Chu Xiu spitting out a mouthful of fresh, red blood. That slap packed such a punch it sent Chu Xiu's body hurtling through the air, only to land perfectly right between the legs of another one of Yi Dianvi's illusory clones. The moment his eyes popped open, that scene above instantly gave our young master Chu Xiu another nosebleed, his cheeks flushing as he sputtered, Oh, truly, truly! Yi Dianvi at this point was even more flustered, her cheeks burning red as she glared furiously down at Chu Xiu. Super fast, she grabbed her giant axe and slammed it downwards, roaring, Shut your mouth. Lucky for him, Chu Xiu managed to roll out of the way just in time, barely saving his hide. Where that axe hit, the ground and rocks just exploded into fragments. Down in Taisu Square, watching this absolute chaos, the disciples couldn't help but stress out for Chu Xiu. They whispered, Bro, senior brother Chu Xiu is probably about to get clapped by this demoness. For real, never ever piss off a woman, no matter how deep the grudge. Over here, Taoyao and Chu Xiaoran were also totally stressing out about Chu Xiu. Taoyao internally whimpered, Senior brother Chu. Fairy Chimengdi's face, meanwhile, was looking pretty annoyed, her brow slightly furrowed. In her mind, a wild scene played out, Devi with a super twisted grin reaching out with sharp claws towards Chu Xiu, planning to rip every single piece of clothing off his body to reclaim the advantage that her mischievous disciple had previously taken from her. Chimengdi was genuinely worried Chu Xiu would lose and also end up buck naked. And he'd then use a hunk scheme to pin Yi Dianvi to the ground, making her body tremble, her face flush crimson, and her mouth incessantly let out softa sounds. Tao Yao's eyes were bugging out, staring up at the sky ladder. Her face flushed as she yelled, "He's a total pervert!" Chu Xiaoren was no less surprised. Senior brother Chu Xiu is seriously powerful. Chimengdi, jolted back to reality, now stared in utter shock at Chu Xiu up on the sky ladder. She gasped, "That delinquent!" Up on the sky ladder, Chu Xiu was now continuously hammering his human emperor's fist straight into Yi Dianvi's two colossal assets. "Woman, I've put up with your crap for too long. I held back earlier to be nice, but now you're just straight up bullying me." Looking at Yi Dianvi's face right now, it was impossible to tell if she was in pain or just really feeling it. Her face was bright red and she couldn't stop moaning, At this point, nobody knew exactly where Chu Xiu had struck, but Yi Dianvi was now lying motionless, body arched, seemingly taking the full brunt of it. Watching Yi Dianvi's absolutely unhinged expression, Zhou Yi and Jiang Zhou, observing nearby, were completely baffled. Zhou Yi blurted out, "Is Yi Dianvi even okay?" Jiang Zhou, meanwhile, was sweating bullets, muttering, "The physical strength of the heavenly demon barbarian god physique. It's completely drained by that desolate, ancient sacred body." After a moment, Dai Dinu gave a satisfied smile, pointing at Chu Xiu and declaring, "Man, you're so fierce. This Empress has decided I'll take you as my emperor consort. Come back to Tianyao Yu with me." Hearing these words, Chu Xiu couldn't help but be stunned, sweating profusely, utterly speechless. Below Taisu Plaza, Chu Xiaoran exclaimed in shock, "What?" Tao Yao chimed in, "This demoness has some serious guts, daring to take the Holy Sun back to the demon realm." Fairy Chimengdi's face remained expressionless, but she thought to herself, "This rebellious disciple's playboy luck is off the charts, damn it. I'll show him how this venerable one handles things." On the heaven ladder, Dai Dinu approached Chu Xiu, speaking softly, "Come back to Tianyao Yu with me. I'll treat you well." After saying that, she took Chu Xiu's hand, shyly adding, "I've even decided on our children's names already." Seeing this strange beauty confessing her feelings right in front of him, Chu Xiu could only force a laugh, letting out an ugh. Chu Xiu couldn't stay silent anymore. Our boy snatched his hand back from Dai Dinu's grip, coldly stating, "I can't decide this, I need to keep climbing the heaven ladder." Seeing Chu Xiu's cold rejection left Dai Dinu a little surprised. Immediately, Dai Dinu leapt and flew straight down to the Holy Lord. Standing before Taisu Zi, she clasped her hands and knelt, declaring, "Taisu Zi, please bestow this marriage upon us." Looking at Dai Dinu, the Holy Lord Mianjia thought to himself, "This demoness actually ran up to me to request a marriage." With that thought, Taisu Zi turned his gaze to the giant ape nearby and said, "This junior of yours, Jinyuan, sure has some big talk, wanting to take my Taizu Holy Son away." At this moment, Jinyuan was holding his head, lost in thought about Dai Dinu's fight with Chu Xiu. He couldn't believe an assassin he personally trained and brought was so easily defeated by the desolate ancient sacred body, taken down in just one move. Suddenly hearing Taisu's question, he jolted, snapping back to reality. Rubbing his head, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This junior of mine is quite injured. I'm afraid her head isn't quite right. I'll take her back immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand into the air, opening a spatial vortex, and furiously roared, "Dai Dinu! Quick, come back with me!" Immediately, Jinyuan's hand grabbed Dai Dinu's collar, pulling her towards the spatial vortex. She struggled non-stop, screaming, "Senior, wait a moment! I haven't even asked about the wedding gifts from the Taizu Holy Land yet." Jinyuan was beyond words at this point. He scolded, "You lass, why are you bringing such shame to our demon race?" Dai Dinu pouted, mumbling, "I don't care, I just like him." Before she could say another word, Dai Dinu was dragged into the spatial vortex by Jinyuan, disappearing from Taisu Plaza. The peanut gallery had a field day, roaring with laughter. Just then, a bell chimed. Peak Lord Tianxing stood on the high platform, announcing in a loud voice, "Holy Son Chu Xiu has broken the record for climbing the heaven ladder. The review is complete and the grand ceremony begins." Chu Xiu stood on the heaven ladder steps, looking down at the Holy Land Plaza, thinking, "This is truly exhilarating. Body tempering on the heaven ladder is even faster than using the system for breakthroughs." Below the plaza, everyone cheered for him non-stop. He really did break the record, far surpassing previous generations of Holy Sons. With the desolate ancient sacred body, he's invincible in the same realm. It's likely no one has stronger spiritual power than him. Immediately after, Chu Xiu stepped on his overlord sword Konglong and flew straight towards Taisu Holy Land, where Chimengdi, Tao Yao, and Chu Xiaoran were waiting for him. Tao Yao clapped non-stop, smiling as she said, "Senior brother, congratulations." Chu Xiaoran praised him endlessly. "Senior brother Chu Xiu, your body is truly formidable." Chu Xiu nodded in response to the two girls, but his gaze remained fixed on his fairy master. Smiling, Chimengdi crossed her arms and calmly said, "Not bad. Hurry up to the platform, the Holy Lord is ready. You'll be bestowed with the Holy Sun seal." Chu Xiu replied with a smile, "All right, I'll go see Master later." Chimengdi turned back, glancing at Chu Xiu, and coldly said, "Scoundrel." She thought to herself, what trouble is he looking for with me again? Chu Xiu ascended the white jade steps, one by one, towards the high platform. Below in the plaza, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Some were envious, some jealous, some revered, some respected, but today he just didn't care. In his past life as Old Devil Chu, he had once envisioned this scene, but alas, it hadn't gone as he wished. Now as Chu Xiu, he had fulfilled that desire. Today, both Chu Xiu and Old Devil Chu were the protagonists. The Holy Lord Mianjia stood before him, declaring in a loud voice, "Chu Xiu, today you shall become the Holy Sun. This Venerable One offers you two choices, and no matter which you pick, I will support it. Option 1. The Holy Land will provide you with cultivation resources, protected by a great Saint Dao protector. Your path ahead will be smooth, with limitless glory. Option 2. The Holy Land will not provide you with cultivation resources. Instead, you'll forge your own world, conquering the path ahead. Your future will be uncertain, but boundless." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Taisu Plaza erupted in fervent discussion. A female elder in a pink robe said, "Does this even need thinking about? Of course you pick option 1. Another female elder in the middle chimed in. "If it were me, I'd choose the first path too." Finally, the female elder in black sighed and spoke. "That's precisely why you're destined not to become true masters." Chu Xiu, chin in hand, pondered deeply. The advantages of option 1 are obvious, but it would mean losing some freedom. Plus, I have too many secrets. Having a great saint constantly following me would easily expose them. Option 2 doesn't have as many worries, just less support in cultivation resources. Suddenly, a smirk played on Chu Xiu's lips, as images of his fairy master, constantly in and out of his thoughts, and Sister Hua, blushing on the bed, appeared before his eyes. With that thought, Chu Xiu's smirk widened. He mused, after all, these cultivation resources, I can just get them from Master and Sister Hua anyway. Having made up his mind, Chu Xiu stood tall, confidently making his decision. The young man declared loudly, "I, Chu Xiu, fear no challenge. What I desire I don't need others to grant me, I will fight for it myself. With a sword in my hand, I will seize my own Dao. No one can stop me. If mountains block my way, I'll shatter them. If seas block my way, I'll fill them. If you block my way, I'll kill you." Taisuza pressed again, "Are you absolutely sure?" Chu Xiu replied without hesitation, "Absolutely." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 items appeared from Taisuza's palm, which he handed to Chu Xiu. One was a purple jade identification token, symbolizing his status as Holy Sun. The second was a golden seal, carved with a lifelike Qilin roaring towards the heavens. This seal contained a primary imprint. If his life was ever in danger, it would automatically activate its highest defense, and the Taisu Holy Lord would also detect it, arriving in time to rescue him. Take the Holy Sun seal and the Holy Sun identification token. After Chu Xiu reached out and accepted the seal and token, the crowd in Taisu Plaza unanimously raised their hands and loudly cheered, Holy Sun, mighty and invincible." The Holy Lord Mianxia declared in a loud voice, "This Venerable One announces the conclusion of the Holy Sun Grand Ceremony. All esteemed guests from the Holy Land, desolate ancient clans, and great sects, please proceed to Taisu Peak to discuss important matters." Taisuzi hadn't gone far when he heard Chu Xiu call out, "Holy Lord Mianxia, please halt your steps." Standing behind, Chu Xiu coughed twice, then shyly said, "Ahem, Holy Lord Mianxia, Elder Hua of Daoyun Peak is still unmarried. I wonder if the Holy Lord Mianxia could bestow a match for me?" The Holy Lord Mianjia turned his head to look at Chu Xiu and asked, "You want this Venerable One to bestow marriage upon her?" "Marry her to whom?" Chu Xiu's cheeks flushed and he pointed his finger at himself. "I mean, marry her to me." At this, Taisuzi visibly wavered, his own cheeks automatically tinging red. After a moment of silence, he asked again, "You really like her?" Chu Xiu nodded resolutely, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Of course, what do you like about her?" Chu Xiu rattled off, "She's gentle, kind, thoughtful, mature, beautiful." As he spoke, the young man counted on his fingers. Witnessing Chu Xiu's actions and words left Taisuz speechless. After a moment, the Holy Lord Mianhua gently said, "This is not something this Venerable One can decide with a single word. It depends on Elder Hua's wishes. If she agrees, then this Venerable One bestowing marriage upon you two is not out of the question." Chu Xiu excitedly asked, "Really?" Taisuzi replied, "Men." After Taisuzi departed, the system immediately popped up another version of Chu Xiu teasing, "Kaka, host, you really are a master of feigned innocence." Chu Xiu cursed inwardly, "Scram, scram, scram. From now on, if this Venerable One doesn't laugh, you don't get to laugh either." After the Holy Sun investiture ceremony concluded, Chu Xiu immediately went to Qimengdi's dwelling. Seeing his beautiful fairy master seated on her throne, young Master Chu Xiu naturally flew up and sat right beside Qimengdi, softly asking, "What did you tell the Holy Lord earlier?" Chu Xiu's face remained utterly unbothered, his hand stroking Qimengdi's fair shoulder as he casually smiled and replied, "Just asked a few cultivation-related questions, that's all." At this moment, Chu Xiu secretly thought, "Why does Master smell even better today than usual?" Qimengdi furrowed her brow, pouting, "If your cultivation has problems, why not ask me, this Venerable One, instead of bothering the Holy Lord?" Meanwhile, Chu Xiu's restless hand took the opportunity to rest on Qimengdi's thigh. He slyly replied, "Isn't your disciple here now?" Chu Xiu's hand stroked Qimengdi's thigh as he spoke a line full of hidden meaning, "Master, I'm troubling you." Qimengdi knew exactly what Chu Xiu was implying, so she shot him a glare and softly snapped, "You little rascal! You just became the Saint Son, and you're already like this? Do you even deserve this title?" Old Demon Chu then put on a surprised face and said, "Master, your disciple just wanted to ask about cultivation techniques. How is that bad?" Qimengdi's cheeks flushed, and she huffed, "Don't think this Venerable One doesn't know what you're plotting." No sooner had she finished speaking, Chu Xiu grabbed Qimengdi's hands and pushed her down. His hands continuously caressed Qimengdi's soft thigh. "Master, why don't you tell your disciple what you think I'm thinking?" With her cultivation sealed by Chu Xiu, Qimengdi, weakened, could only grit her teeth and say, "I don't want to know. Now get out." Old Demon Chu's hand unexpectedly moved further up, leaving Chimengdi no time to react. She quickly covered her mouth to prevent any loud sounds from reaching the disciples outside. Chu Xiu then leaned close to his fairy master's ear and whispered, "Can you really bear to let your disciple leave now?" Under Chu Xiu's naughty hands, Chimengdi's eyes widened in surrender, and she couldn't stop the soft, muffled sounds from escaping her lips. Meanwhile, at Chu Xiu's cultivation abode, Chu Xiaoran and Tao Yao were waiting for Chu Xiu to return. Little Chicken, perched on a nearby rock, saw Chu Xiaoran, a newcomer, and immediately flapped its wings, bragging, "Woman, this lord sees your extraordinary talent, and I've decided to take you as my human pet." Chu Xiaoran heard this, turned to look at Little Chicken, her mind blank, utterly speechless. Tao Yao, sitting beside her, found this hilarious and burst out laughing. "Haha, not only has your Little Chicken become more handsome, but his words are also more pleasant to hear." After saying this, she stood up and walked closer to Little Chicken, happily, saying, "Heh, Sister Little Chicken, I support you in taking her as your human pet." Praised by Tao Yao, Little Chicken struck a pose, crossing its wings over its chest, smugly nodding. Little Chicken strutted over to Chu Xiaoran and said, "Woman, tell this lord, have you perhaps fallen for Chu Xiu? If you want, this lord can help you." Chu Xiaoran looked at Little Chicken with a hint of surprise, then shyly replied, This isn't very appropriate." Little Chicken immediately shot back, "What's not appropriate about it?" Just then, Chu Xiu returned from Chimengdi's place. Seeing Little Chicken talking to Tao Yao and Chu Xiaoran, he let out a displeased grunt. Tao Yao saw Chu Xiaoran's embarrassed expression and angrily stood up, grabbing Chu Xiaoran's shoulders tightly and shouting furiously, "Chu Xiaoran, don't you dare go too far. I can't believe you harbor such wicked thoughts towards my senior brother, and yet you used to say you had no desire for him." Chu Xiaoran was no pushover. She immediately stood up and lunged at Tao Yao for a one-on-one fight. "So what if I have feelings for senior brother Chu Xiu? Senior brother Chu Xiu isn't yours alone. Do you think you can control me?" Little Chicken stood by, enjoying the show, constantly cheering, "That's right, that's right, that's right. Grab her hair, scratch her face, pick her nose. Tao Yao, picking her nose is the way to go." Suddenly, from behind, Chu Xiu clenched his fist and delivered a punch to Little Chicken's head, making it dizzy and unsteady. What wicked nonsense is this ill-behaved chicken stirring up here? Chu Xiaoran and Tao Yao, startled by Chu Xiu's voice, turned around and asked, "Senior brother Chu Xiu, when did you get here?" Chu Xiaoran, quick-witted, immediately feigned weakness, tears welling up in her eyes, and said, "Senior sister Tao Yao, I'm so sorry." Tao Yao, vexed, clenched her hands and gritted her teeth, muttering, "Oh, her! I can't believe Chu Xiaoran would pull a stunt like this." As Chu Xiaoran spoke, she moved closer, placing her hand on Chu Xiu's chest, sobbing, "Senior brother Chu Xiu, it's my fault. Please don't blame senior sister Tao Yao wrongly. I came to congratulate you on becoming the saint's son, but senior sister Tao Yao scolded me as soon as she arrived. She truly loves you very much." Tao Yao was so enraged that her head felt like it was fuming. "Chu Xiaoran, you are utterly shameless. Do you think I won't kill you? Senior brother Chu Xiu, don't deliberately playing weak in front of you. This woman is truly wicked." Chu Xiaoran continued to feign grievance, sadly turning to walk away. Senior sister Tao Yao is absolutely right. It's all my fault for upsetting senior sister. Senior sister, if you mind, I can leave." Young Master Chu Xiu witnessed this scene and broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile as he thought, "This Chu Xiaoran girl, she's such a green tea, but also quite interesting." The next morning at Taisu Peak, the Saint Lord's abode, Chimengdi was currently speaking with His Highness, the Saint Lord. She cupped her hands and bowed, saying, "Saint Lord, after the Saint Son's grand ceremony, the news that Chu Xiu possesses the primal desolate saint body has been discovered by the demon race. I fear the demon race will make a move." His Highness, the Saint Lord, calmly replied, "For 1,000 years, the demonkind's power has been expanding. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. If we eliminate the great saint-level battle power of the demonkind now, the grand ultimate ancient star will open sooner." Chimengdi repeated, her eyes filled with anticipation. "The grand ultimate ancient star opened sooner?" She thought to herself, "If I can seize this fortuitous encounter, I might have a chance to achieve Saint Kinghood." His Highness the Saint Lord looked at Chimengdi, gently nodding as he replied, "Indeed, you must seize this opportunity." His Highness the Saint Lord then unexpectedly took out a green jade box and said to Chimengdi, "This is the Bodhi divine flower that Chu Xiu needs. Help me deliver it to him." Accepting the task from Tai Suzi, Chimengdi held the box in her hand and frowned inwardly. "I have to meet that unruly disciple again? How unlucky." Leaving Taisu Peak, Chimengdi immediately returned to her abode. She sent a sound transmission for Chu Xiu to come retrieve the item. The young man arrived and immediately teased, "It's not even dark yet. Why has Master called your disciple over already?" Inwardly, Chimengdi cursed, "You rebellious brat, you are truly shameless." Despite her inner vexation, wanting nothing more than to kill this troublesome disciple with a single move, Chimengdi still maintained a normal demeanor. She took out Taistu's grand-jawed box. "The Saint Lord asked me to give this to you. Take it and leave quickly. Don't bother this venerable one anymore." Holding the jade box, Chu Xiu shamelessly grinned. "How could your disciple possibly bother Master?" With that, Chu Xiu rushed over, took Chimengdi's hand, and embraced her waist. "Master, since your disciple is already here, why don't we try out those techniques from last night a bit more?" Chimengdi's face flushed as she yelled, "You rascal, get out! In broad daylight! You shouldn't do improper things." No sooner had Chimengdi finished speaking than Chu Xiu pressed close to her neck, using some unknown technique that left Chimengdi sitting motionless. At this moment, Chu Xiu stared intently at his master's ample chest and said, "Won't it be dark in a little while anyway?" He then pushed Qimeng Dai onto the bed. Chu Xiu continued, "Master, let's begin exchanging techniques, shall we? Your disciple has just created some fascinating new moves, and I hope Master can provide some guidance." Just like that, in the silent dark night within Qimeng Di's abode, the sound of muffled moans echoed once more. 3 hours after their technique exchange, Chu Xiu lay sprawled on the bed. Beside him, Qimeng Dai, just like countless times before, was utterly exhausted and had fallen asleep. Chu Xiu inwardly called out to the system, "Display my interface." The system immediately brought up a notification panel: Host, Chu Xiu, Realm, God King 9th Layer, Special Physique, Primal Desolate Saint Body, Aptitude 2500, Heaven Grade Sword Intent, Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent, Cultivation Technique, Tao Scripture Foundation Building, Heavenly Saint Body, Cultish Art, Lineage Secret Art, Grade, Elementary Entry-Level Scripture, Alchemy Scripture, Mid-Tier Poison Arts, Grade, Elementary Entry-Level Scripture, Sword Art of All Things Rest, Immortal Grade. Remaining points 1124, Deployed Luck 1575 green to 589 purple. Host is the Saint Son of the Taisu Holy Land, can accumulate Holy Land luck points. Upon hearing this information, Chu Xiu sat up in surprise, thinking to himself, "Oh, becoming the Sun allows me to accumulate luck points? There's such a benefit too?" As Chu Xiu prepared to get up and leave, Qimeng Di's hand unexpectedly grabbed his shoulder. Her body pressed close to Chu Xiu's back, revealing a seductive face as she whispered enticingly, "You rascal, it's late outside, you can stay here for the night." Despite Qimeng Di's seductive overtures, Chu Xiu resolutely put his clothes back on and replied, "Ahem, I can't. Your disciple must hurry back to cultivate." He glanced at Qimeng Di and thought, "She wants me to stay? Haha, how could there be such a good thing? This is abnormal, very suspicious. She definitely has an agenda. Even ghosts wouldn't know what she's plotting. What if, while I'm sleeping, she palms me to death? Bouncing is the smartest move." After thinking this, Chu Xiu decisively turned and left. Before leaving, the young man didn't forget to wave goodbye. "I'm tired today, master. Rest early." Her seduction failed. Qimeng Di glared furiously at Chu Xiu's retreating back, clenching her teeth and cursing inwardly, "That rebellious brat is still so vigilant. Just you wait, I'll bash you to death sooner or later." The next day, Chu Xiu went to the Saint Sun's palace. Holding the green jade box in his hand, the young man walked, smiling to himself and thinking, "Senior Master delivered the Bodhi Divine Flower to me. I can finally break through to the limit of the other shore realm. But to break through smoothly, I still need to absorb a large amount of heaven and earth origin chi. Perhaps I should try the Saint Sun's palace. The Saint Sun's palace is probably one of the places with the most abundant spirit energy in the Taisu Holy Land." As Chu Xiu was deep in thought, a female voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Saint Sun Highness." Chu Xiu turned and his eyes met 4 fresh-faced cuties in pink dresses bowing to him. Chu Xiu's heart stirred and he thought inwardly, "Are these the maids of the Saint Sun's palace? The Taisu Holy Land is truly extraordinary. Even its maids are this sweet and lovely." Chu Xiu immediately smiled warmly at the 4 girls and said, "From now on, I will often come here to cultivate, so I'll trouble you with the cleaning." The 4 girls smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, Highness, please go cultivate. You can leave the rest to us." Chu Xiu then headed straight to the lotus pond. Around the pond, the spirit energy was so dense it had liquefied, and spirit springs gushed endlessly. In the center, a lotus platform floated. Chu Xiu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at the sight. Such a high concentration of spirit energy. Cultivating here, the speed of leveling up can surely increase not just dozens of times over. "I've found the right place." Chu Xiu immediately flew and jumped onto the lotus platform in the middle of the pond, sitting in its center. Chu Xiu then opened the green jade box, and a purple lotus flower immediately floated up before him, emitting a fragrant aroma that assailed Chu Xiu's nose, making his body feel light. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. "Host has consumed the heaven and earth treasure, Bodhi Divine Flower. Do you wish to proceed with an ultimate breakthrough?" Chu Xiu, without hesitation, immediately chose breakthrough. Golden light shone from Chu Xiu's eyes, and at the same time, golden chi radiated everywhere. The system immediately displayed a notification. "Breakthrough complete." This time, a total of 100,000 breakthrough points were consumed. Our boy still has 680,000 breakthrough points left. Just then, a grand carriage appeared in the sky above the Taisu Holy Land. The driver announced, "Your Highness, this is the legendary Taisu Holy Land." Chu Xiu, who was busy cultivating down below, heard this and looked up, wondering, "A princess, huh?" Meanwhile, the carriage glided leisurely through the skies above Taisu Holy Land. Inside the carriage, 2 beautiful and adorable maids, Chunhua and Chu Yuri, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Highness, this place truly lives up to its reputation as Taisu Holy Land. It's so grand, vast, and majestic. Even more beautiful than the Imperial Palace." The 7th princess of the Daming Empire, Chu Ziyue, rested her chin on her hand, her jade-like eyes gazing out the window. She smiled and said, "Chunhua Chuyu, don't be so surprised. Taisu Holy Land is the supreme territory of our southern region, so its sect grounds are naturally massive. How could the Imperial Palace even compare?" Chu Xiu, who was cultivating on a lotus platform, looked up. Seeing Chu Ziyue, he frowned and muttered to himself, "This girl, she looks a bit like Chu Biyue. Could she be her descendant?" Just then, a peach blossom floated by. Chu Xiu reached out and caught it. Holding the flower, Chu Xiu flashed a mischievous grin. He thought, "Oh, Sister Hua must be thinking of me." That evening, Chu Xiu immediately hopped on his flying boat and zipped to the meeting spot. The scenery there was breathtaking, with white narcissus flowers blooming everywhere. From afar, Chu Xiu spotted Sister Hua's alluring figure, standing gracefully amidst the sea of flowers. Our boy called out, "Sister Hua, I'm here." As soon as I got your flower, I rushed over, didn't dare waste a single second. Hearing Chu Xiu's voice, Hua Luofei turned to him and gently said, "Congratulations on your cultivation progress." Sister Hua happily thought herself, "He actually came!" Chu Xiu chuckled. "What's a little cultivation progress? The truth is, Sister Hua, you're getting more beautiful by the day." As soon as he finished, old Demon Chu grinned slyly, stepped closer, and took Hua Luofei's hand. He whispered mysteriously, "A few days ago, I talked to the Holy Master about granting Sister Hua's hand in marriage to me. Guess what His Holiness said?" Hearing this, Hua Luofei pulled her hand back and shyly turned away. Of course he wouldn't agree. We're not suitable. Old Demon Chu, shamelessly thick-skinned as ever, took Hua Luofei's hand again and said with a sly smile, "The Holy Master said, as long as Sister Hua agrees, I'll grant the marriage." Hua Luofei's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly replied, "And you think I'd agree to that?" Seeing Hua Luofei's shy expression, Chu Xiu became even more proactive, his hand gently caressing Sister Hua's fair skin. He smiled inwardly, not bad at all. Realizing Sister Hua was about to take the bait, old Demon Chu launched his next attack. "Sigh, it's a real shame. I'm about to leave Taisu Holy Land. If Sister Hua doesn't agree, who knows when we'll ever meet again." Hearing this, Sister Hua's pupils flickered. She frowned in surprise and asked, "You've only just broken through to the Bayan realm and you already want to go out adventuring?" Chu Xiu picked a narcissus flower and continued his relentless flirting. "Yeah, I can't just stay cooped up in the Holy Land cultivating forever. That's no way to become a true powerhouse, actually. I really can't bear to leave you, Sister Hua. Or the Holy Land." Sister Hua heard this and said, "But going out to gain experience is good for you. Besides, you're a decisive and ruthless person. You shouldn't care about trivial romantic affairs." Chu Xiu gently tucked the narcissus flower into Sister Hua's hair, then continued his sweet talk offensive. "Who says a decisive and ruthless person can't care about matters of the heart?" Then Chu Xiu gently took Hua Luofei's shoulders, smiled softly, and said, "Sister Hua, can you feel it? My genuine heartbeat for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu leaned in closer. Their eyes met, brimming with surging passion. Nose to nose, Hua Luofei's heart began to pound wildly, her breath catching in her throat. Not missing a beat, old Demon Chu firmly grasped Sister Hua's shoulders and unexpectedly pressed his lips against her plump, red ones. Sister Hua could only widen her eyes, frozen in place. In this moment, whether she was Hua Luofei, a holy king, or a peak powerhouse, even the Holy Master herself, she couldn't resist Chu Xiu's masterful kissing technique. Old Demon Chu. Both of them gradually succumbed to the sweet kiss, melting into their own private happiness. After a rather lengthy tongue tango, Chu Xiu seemed to want more. His hand slid down to embrace Hua Luofei's waist as he whispered, "Sister Hua." Her face was still flushed from the kiss. Suddenly, she clenched her fists, a hint of playful anger on her face. Though she glared outwardly, she playfully slapped Chu Xiu with her fair hand. But inwardly, Hua Luofei's face was flushed, her lips pursed tightly. My first kiss, stolen just like that." Chu Xiu hastily explained, "Ah, Sister Hua, don't get worked up. You're just too beautiful, I couldn't control myself. Please don't be angry." Faced with Chu Xiu's sweet words, Sister Hua couldn't bring herself to retaliate. She pouted and turned her back to him, saying, "Don't you dare do that again next time." "Understood?" Seeing this, Chu Xiu shamelessly hugged Sister Hua tightly from behind and replied, "Understood. Don't be mad anymore, Sister Hua. Next time I want to kiss you, I'll tell you beforehand. Even when you're angry, you're still so gentle, beautiful, enchanting, and captivating. How can I not love you?" Hua Luofei shot him an affectionate glare. Are you treating me like some naive little girl? Do you think I'm that easily fooled?" Suddenly, she raised her hand and an emerald green ring instantly appeared. It was carved with intricate patterns, looking utterly extraordinary. She spoke up, "This immortal-grade artifact is loot I acquired years ago, during the battle to defend the Tianyuan Great Wall. The internal space is massive. When you're out adventuring, a mere spatial ring isn't very convenient, you know." Chu Xiu held out his left hand, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips, his chin slightly raised. He casually said, "Sister Hua, help me put it on, would you?" "Can you?" "All right, I'll help you put it on." Looking at Hua Luofei's expression, Chu Xiu asked, "Sister Hua, do you know what it means when a woman gives a man a ring?" Sister Hua's face showed confusion. "It's just a spatial ring. What meaning could it possibly have?" No, Chu Xiu said, pulling Sister Hua by the hand towards a nearby stone slab. Hua Luofei was now sitting on the stone slab, her face etched with curiosity as she watched Chu Xiu explain. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu stood beside her, flashing a wicked, knowing smile. According to legend, at the very end of the starry sky beyond, there's an ancient star teeming with life. In that place, when a woman gives a man a ring, it means she likes him a lot, cares deeply for him, and hopes to marry him. Sister Hua pretended not to understand. Her red lips slightly parted. "There's such a bizarre custom. We don't have anything like that on the Tianqiong continent." Suddenly, Chu Xiu knelt before Sister Hua, lifted her fair hand, then bowed his head and lightly kissed the back of it. He softly asked, "My dearest Sister Hua, when will you finally agree to my proposal?" Hua Luofei was a little surprised by Chu Xiu's actions and words. She spoke up, "You like to tease me, take advantage of me, and benefit from me like this?" Old Demon Chu put on a perfectly natural expression, his eyes resolute as he shamelessly boasted, "Because I like you, Sister Hua? Look at how beautiful my master is. Why wouldn't I take advantage of her?" Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Sister Hua said with a hint of anger, "If you even dare to tease your own master, then that would truly be rebellious and unfilial." Old Demon Chu immediately put on a righteous facade, raising his hand to swear. Of course, I have nothing but the utmost respect for my master. I've never had any inappropriate thoughts towards her. Hearing this, Sister Hua smiled and tilted her head, looking at Chu Xiu. So, that's why you're bullying me instead? I wouldn't dare bully you, Sister Hua. Then, Chu Xiu wrapped his arm around Sister Hua's waist and softly whispered, Sister Hua. As if understanding Chu Xiu's intentions, Hua Luofei lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. She slightly leaned away, avoiding his gaze, and said, Not now. You little rascal are too thick-skinned. It seems I need to keep some distance from you. But Chu Xiu, being the absolute unit he is, shamelessly grabbed Sister Hua's arm again, and with a wicked smile said, I'm not a little rascal anymore, I'm a man now. As soon as he finished speaking, old Demon Chu pinned Sister Hua down and, well, what was bound to happen, happened. The two exchanged moves under the starry night amidst the flower fields, with Sister Hua's soft murmurs occasionally echoing. Not far away, a pair of black and white stray cats seemed to learn the techniques, mimicking each move perfectly. Many hours later, after their exchange of moves was complete, Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei lay stretched out on the stone slab. Chu Xiu gently took Sister Hua's hand, smiling as he said, Oh right, Sister Hua, what did the Holy Master discuss at the meeting recently when he invited so many forces to Taisu Peak? Of course, if it's inconvenient for you, never mind. Sister Hua shook her head and gently replied, Of course you have the right to know. A mysterious ancient planet from beyond the universe is about to open up. That ancient planet is called Taiji. I've heard it's incredibly famous. Its natural restrictions generally lift, and it opens up once every 2,000 to 3,000 years. Inside, it holds countless heavenly treasures and earthly wonders, but that's not even the half of it. The most crucial part is the ancient Tao imprint left behind by the great Earth itself. Some great saints with heaven-defying luck might even snag a great emperor's inherited Tao within it, using that to power up to Saint King and become a peak powerhouse of the continent. Hearing all this secret intel, Chu Xiu's face lit up with anticipation, and he smiled as he asked, So roughly when will it open? To Chu Xiu's question, Big Sis Hua replied without holding back, The Taiji Ancient Star Gathering will open within the next year, earliest 5 to 6 months, latest 8 months. Chu Xiu pressed on, Will my master also be going? The Yunhe Peak Master will go. She needs to find an opportunity to become a Saint King in the Taiji Ancient Star. Hearing this, Chu Xiu frowned with a worried expression, thinking to himself, My precious master won't get into trouble, right? If something happens to her, where would this disciple go to seek guidance on my moves then? Right then, old Devil Chu imagined Qimengdi lying flat on her back on a bed, hands and feet tightly bound. At that moment, old Devil Chu could do whatever he pleased, letting his precious master scream all she wanted. Suddenly, Chu Xiu flashed a wicked smile, thinking, or maybe I should just seal her up, not let her go. It's fine if she just stays home obediently as my treasure. Why bother with adventures? Big Sis Hua saw Chu Xiu frowning, deep in thought, and assumed the kid was worried about Qimengdi. She leaned in, pressing her 2 grappa fruits against Chu Xiu's chest while gently stroking his cheek and softly comforting him. No need to worry. The Yunhe Peak Master isn't some frail, weak woman. Within the same realm, her combat power is top tier, number 1 or 2. Seeing Chu Xiu still lost in thought, Big Sis Hua then asked, Little guy, where are you planning to adventure to? Chu Xiu couldn't reveal his true reason for descending the mountain, which was primarily to find Liu Hongyi. So, the young man shook his head, sighing, haven't figured out anywhere yet. I'll just go with the flow, wherever I end up is fate. Old Devil Chu thought to himself, right now, I only know that girl Liu Hongyi went north, but the specific location is still unknown. I'll just have to search as I go. After a while of heart-to-heart chatting, the young Chu Xiu suddenly sat up, flashing a cunning smile, and said, Big sis, before we part ways, aren't you going to show a little affection? As he spoke, Old Devil Chu's gaze was fixed on Big Sis Hua's 2 grappa fruit. As if understanding the hidden meaning in Chu Xiu's words and gaze, this time Big Sis Hua no longer held back. She actively kissed Chu Xiu's lips. As the two were lost in a passionate kiss, Big Sis Hua's hand couldn't help but caress Chu Xiu's toned abs. Seeing Chu Xiu's top-tier pickup moves, the system popped up, thoroughly delighted, chuckling to itself. After a round of intense French kissing, just then, Big Sis Hua lightly traced her slender, fair finger over Chu Xiao's lips. She leaned her luscious red lips close to his ear and warmly whispered, If you meet an enemy you can't handle, running away isn't shameful. Remember to preserve your life, and don't lose anything on this body, okay? Chu Xiao smiled, looking at Big Sis Hua wickedly as he replied, Big Sis, don't you worry. I guarantee there'll be enough for Big Sis to use for a lifetime. And so, Chu Xiu and Big Sis Hua exchanged moves with each other all night long on the Sea of Narcissus. The next morning at Chu Xiu's cave dwelling, Elder Mo Feian led Chu Xiu to find him. As soon as they arrived and saw Chu Xiu, Chu Xiu immediately cupped her hands and bowed slightly in greeting. 7th Princess of Great Ming, Chu Xiu respectfully greets your highness the Holy Sun. Stepping out from inside his dwelling, the moment old Devil Chu saw Chu Xiu, he was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He looked at her and softly replied, No need for such formality. Afterwards, Chu Xiu turned to Mo Feian and mildly asked, Elder Mo, may I ask why you've brought Princess Chu Xiu to my place? At this, old Devil Chu curved the corner of his into a smile, thinking to himself, sure enough, a descendant of Chu Biyu. Hearing Chu Xiu's question, Mo Feian with her cold and elegant aura softly replied with hidden meaning, I heard the Holy Sun wishes to descend the mountain to travel and temper himself. It just so happens that the new king of the Great Ming Empire has recently ascended the throne. The Holy Lord wishes for you, Holy Sun, along with the 7th Princess, to go to the Great Ming Empire and represent our Taizu Holy Land to observe the ceremony. Hearing these words, Chu Xiu thought to himself, Big Sis Hua really doesn't want me to be idle, huh? After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiu still nodded in agreement and happily replied, Alright, I don't know where to go anyway, so I might as well go to Great Ming and check it out. Hearing this, joy couldn't help but appear in Chu Xiu's eyes. She hastily lowered herself and politely bowed, saying, For your highness the Holy Sun, to grace Great Ming with your presence is truly our great fortune. Inside, the 7th Princess Chu Xiu was ecstatic. She thought to herself, Initially, I thought just inviting an elder to Great Ming would be good enough. Who would have thought His Highness the Holy Sun would personally agree to attend the ceremony? Those who left earlier even threw cold water on me, saying, I wouldn't be able to invite any important figure from the Taizu Holy Land. Heh, I bet you guys can't imagine that I didn't just invite an important figure from the Holy Land, but one with such a noble status. His Highness, the Holy Sun, Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu looked at Chu Xiu at this moment, and old Devil Chu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, thinking to himself, 4 or 5 years ago, back when I wasn't even at the Divine Ability realm, I once passed through the Great Ming Empire, and in the capital city I unexpectedly met and befriended the eldest princess of Great Ming, Chu Biu. Between us, there was once a romantic encounter. I still really miss that feeling even now. Chu Biu even told me to wait for her, but who would have thought she already has a descendant now? Haha, women say one thing, but deep down I don't blame her. I'm just a guy who plays the field, nothing more than a total scumbag. How could I even have the right to blame her? Returning to the present, Chu Xiu spoke up, If there's nothing else, we'll depart tomorrow. Chu Xiu immediately replied, Understood. We've troubled your highness the Holy Sun enough today. We'll meet again tomorrow. Suddenly, Chimengdi's voice transmission arrived, Rebellious disciple, come meet me quickly. Because he had exchanged moves with Big Sis Hua all night, Chu Xiu flatly refused. No way, no way. This disciple has a backache today. Chimengdi was in the middle of eating an apple, and hearing her rebellious disciple brazenly refuse made her extremely surprised. Chimengdi immediately frowned, her expression turning cold as she secretly grumbled, What kind of reason is that? This venerable one is all prepared, and that rebellious disciple says he's not coming anymore? And so Chimengdi entered her personal storage pavilion. She reached up to a high shelf and took out a box. Holding the box in her hand, Chimengdi faintly smiled. This was precisely what she had prepared to give her rebellious disciple before he went out for his tempering journey. She had called him today to give it to him, but who would have thought that rebellious punk wouldn't show up? Afterwards, Chimengdi flew towards Chu Xiu's cave dwelling. At Chu Xiu's cave dwelling, Chu Xiu was currently sitting in cultivation, while Chicky was lying by a campfire roasting meat. Seeing little Chu diligently cultivating made it a bit puzzled. Before setting off, this kid is still cultivating. He's quite diligent, huh? Meanwhile, during his cultivation, Chu Xiu thought, Last time I leveled up a major tier, it seems I haven't claimed the reward yet. System, pull out the records, let's see. The system immediately displayed a notification. Detected host is the desolate ancient holy body, broke through to the Divine Bridge Extreme Realm. Activating special critical reward. Half of the Jia character secret. Accept, Chu Xiu immediately replied. Accept. This breakthrough, the system rewarded the Jia character secret. Among the 9 secrets, the Jia character secret is the strongest healing divine art. Cultivating it to a profound level means even a single drop of blood can restore one's true form. In terms of preciousness, it's absolutely on par with the Xing character secret, and in terms of life-saving effect, it's even superior. The only regrettable thing is that the Jia character secret is only half complete, and its effectiveness is greatly reduced. If he could grasp the complete secret technique, his 3rd sword move could already establish its original form. By now, the meat was roasted. Chicky, holding a roasted leg with its 2 wings, turned to Chu Xiu and said, Little Chu Zi, the roasted spirit rabbit is ready. Want to eat some? Once we leave the Holy Land, you won't get to eat this. After cultivating for quite a while, Chu Xiu stood up, stretched, and nonchalantly replied, No thanks, you eat it yourself. I'm going to sleep and regain my strength. As Chicky was happily gnawing on the delicious roasted spirit rabbit leg, Chimengdi's figure unexpectedly appeared behind it. She spoke up, Chicky, where's that rebellious disciple? Chicky immediately put on a majestic stance, blocking Chimengdi's path. One wing was on its hip, the other holding the rabbit leg and pointing straight at her. Then it squawked, Woman! Little Chu Zi is taking a nap. No one is allowed to disturb him. Ignoring Chicky's words, Chimengdi nonchalantly stepped right over its head, indifferently remarking, A mere chick dares to block this venerable one's path. As Chimengdi stepped over, Chicky suddenly craned its neck to look up. What caught its eye made Chicky's eyes bulge out. Its beak gaped open, and immortal blood gushed from its nose in streams, causing Chicky to faint on the spot. Immortalist Chimengdi ignored it. She unceremoniously opened Chu Xiu's door and walked in, thinking, This rebellious disciple is really asleep, huh? When Chimengdi entered the room, she saw Chu Xiu bare-chested and wearing only shorts, neatly lying asleep. Standing there watching her rebellious disciple Chu Xiu deeply asleep and looking somewhat adorable, she involuntarily covered her mouth and smiled. Meanwhile, the young Chu Xiu was immersed in a dreamscape of bathing in a hot spring with several beautiful, big-breasted, slim-waisted girls. All the ladies happily laughed and called out, Holy Sun, Your Highness, the Holy Sun, come over quickly. Hearing the alluring calls from the girls, Chu Xiu didn't hesitate for a second. He joyfully ripped off his towel and soared out. Come here, come here! Xiu chuckled delightedly, reveling in the feeling of embracing 2 girls with both arms. Suddenly, Chimengdi appeared. She reached out, pinched Chu Xiu's ear, lifted him up, and scolded, Well, 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 you rebellious disciple. Your child is about to be born, and you're still bathing with girls? In his beautiful dream, he suddenly encountered his master who was even holding their child in her arms. Chu Xiu was immediately startled and sat up yelling loudly. Seeing Chu Xiu wake up, Immortalist Qimengdi then spoke up, "You're awake?" After regaining his senses, he looked again and saw Qimengdi sitting on his bed. Chu Xiu was shocked. "Master, why are you here?" Qimengdi indifferently looked at him and replied, "This venerable one is your master, why can't I be here?" With that, Fairy Qimengdi held the box, popping it open. Inside was a block of ice crystal, releasing a scent that immediately punched Chu Xiu right in the nose, leaving our boy completely startled. He threw up his hands to shield himself, totally thinking Qimengdi was going to try to off him again. "What the heck are you doing? Trying to poison your husband, are we?" Ignoring Chu Xiu's dramatics, she just placed the box in his hands. Once he chilled out, his eyes went wide with shock. "This is a 7th grade dragon immortal incense," he mused. "So Master came to help me refine my body. Interesting." At this moment, Fairy Qimengdi stood up, turned to leave, and said, "You're going down the mountain for cultivation this time. Your master can't help much, so consider this my farewell gift." Before she could even finish, Chu Xiu blurted out, "Master, our boy old demon Chu Xiu," immediately snagged Qimengdi's wrist, stopping her dead in her tracks. Then this absolute unit pulled Qimengdi straight into his embrace. Qimengdi's face instantly went beet red. She stammered, "Rebellious disciple, what are you holding me for?" Old demon Chu Xiu flashed a wicked smile, his gaze fixed on his beautiful fairy master. He replied, "Master, you gifted me the 7th grade dragon immortal incense. Legend says that in the desolate sea, it takes over 10,000 for a great saint-level dragon whale's drool to condense into this. This stuff is beyond rare." Qimengdi's face went even redder. She shyly turned away, refusing to meet Chu Xiu's eyes. "So what?" she mumbled. Old demon Chu Xiu then lifted Qimengdi's chin, his face inches from hers, nose to nose, their breaths mingling. A mischievous smirk spread across his face as he whispered, "Since you've given me such a rare treasure, your disciple will naturally have to repay you really well." 3 days later, in the southern domain, we find ourselves in Qingwan City. This grand city, part of the Tiankai dynasty, borders the 10,000 Great Mountains. With a population exceeding 10 million, it's a bustling, prosperous hub. You'd often see cultivators zipping by the city gates on their flying swords, just flexing. Just then, the 7th princess's carriage, looking all fancy, flew into Qingjushuan City and began its slow descent. Inside the carriage, Elder Mo Feiyan sat to the left, while Chu Xiu sat opposite the 7th Princess Zhou Ziyue and her 2 little maids. Everyone was having a grand old time, laughing and chatting. Zhou Ziyue, looking utterly smitten, gushed, "Saint Sun, I never thought someone from the Holy Land would know so much about the outside world." Chu Xiu, flashing a mischievous grin, replied, "Oh, I know a little something. How about I tell you guys the legend of a cultivator named Han?" The 7th princess and her 2 maids, Chunhua and Chu Yu, obviously hyped, nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes," and just like that, our boy Chu Xiu started flexing his legendary storytelling skills, ready to drop some serious lore. Legend says there was this cultivator, a dude named Han, with utterly trash-tier aptitude. He tried so hard to cultivate but couldn't really amount to anything. Until that is, a woman named Nangong showed up and became his master. That's when things started getting really spicy. One day, while demon slaying together, they accidentally got hit by some weird poison. Next thing you know, they're all lust-filled and confused, basically tearing each other's clothes off and exchanging moves. Ahem, ahem, I think you guys know where this is going. The 7th princess and her 2 maids, Chunhua and Chu Yu, were instantly beet red after Chu Xiu's story. Zhou's her face, blooming like a flower with flushed cheeks, looked at Chu Xiu and gasped, I never imagined it would be like that." Chunhua chimed in, "But their master and disciple, is that even proper?" Suddenly, water from outside splashed right onto Chu Xiu's face. Our boy flinched, then whipped his head around to see what was up. Zhou Ziyue was startled. "Huh? Did someone splash water from outside?" Chu Xiu, however, stayed silent, his eyes coldly scanning, wondering which brave soul was so tired of living that they'd dare splash water on old demon Chu Xiu's face. Outside, it was a familiar silhouette. The moment Chu Xiu saw it, he knew exactly who it was, his gorgeous fairy master, Qimengdi. That's right, our boy instantly knew his fairy waifu, Mengdi, was the one who just drenched him. But what could old demon Chu Xiu do? Dare he even think about complaining? Nah. At this very moment, our man just turned back, grabbed a handkerchief to wipe his face, and smiled at Princess Zhou Ziyue, saying, It's nothing. Someone must have just accidentally splashed some water, and it just happened to hit my face, Outside, Fairy Qimengdi stood, glaring daggers at Chu Xiu inside the carriage. She frowned in fury, muttering to herself, "This rebellious disciple is utterly shameless. So brazen." Of course, she was totally just passing through the Great Ming Empire's capital, not deliberately lurking in the shadows to protect him. No, she was merely supervising him, worried he'd hook up with some other chick and tarnish the Taisu Holy Land's reputation. Nope, not protecting him at all. Definitely not. But then she accidentally overheard that scandalous story, which, just made her so mad she had to splash water on the unruly brat's face. Of course, Qimengdi totally knew that cultivator Han in the story was her rebellious disciple, Chu Xiu, and that she was Master Nonggong. The audacity! A moment later, the 7th princess's carriage pulled up at an inn right in the heart of Qingxuanxun City. As the carriage stopped, the inn's incredibly hot female manager stepped out to greet them. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Qingxuan Inn. Please, follow me inside." Our boy Chu Xiu, Princess Zhou Ziyue, and her 2 maids quickly followed the inn manager, making their way inside. As they stepped into the main hall, old Demon Chu Xiu immediately turned to the 7th princess. "Oh right, Ziyu," he said. "I've always wondered, what's your relation to Zhou Biyu?" Zhou Ziyu was visibly stunned by the question. "Saint Sun," she replied. "You know my aunt?" Chu Xiu just chuckled, effortlessly pulling an excuse out of thin air. "Oh, I once saw her portrait at an old senior's place. You two look so alike, I actually thought you were her daughter. I wonder how she's doing these days?" Hearing Chu Xiu's question, Zhou Ziyu's head dropped slightly. "A somber look. Few months ago, my aunt..." She ascended on the central Dao Pass of Cloud Cliff Peak. She continued, "It seems my aunt was waiting for someone, perhaps for decades. My imperial father said that a few months ago the person she was waiting for passed away, so my aunt chose to follow him, ascending on the very same day." Chu Xiu heard this, his face clouding with a touch of melancholy. He sighed. "So that's how it is. What a pity." Later that night, Qi Mengdi was perched on the inn's rooftop. Suddenly she realized she couldn't sense Chu Xiu's aura anymore. She thought to herself, how did that rebellious disciple's aura just vanish after entering the inn? I, this venerable one, can track a beyond shore realm cultivator with ease, so how come I lost track of this brat? Below, wearing some mysterious mask, our boy Chu Xiu slipped out of the inn. He glanced up at Fairy Mengdi's silhouette on the rooftop, sighing inwardly. What is my fairy master even thinking? He wondered. Why does she keep tailing me like this? Good thing I had this aura-concealing mask, or I never would have shaken her off. Then, Chu Xiu made his way to a private room all by his lonesome. Our boy brazenly pushed the door open and confidently strode inside. The moment he stepped in, the door silently thunked shut behind him. Inside, it was a void of pitch darkness, utterly silent, grim, and cold as a tomb. Suddenly, flames burst to life, illuminating the entire room. Before Chu Xiu stood a table, and seated opposite him, already waiting, was a girl. Chu Xiu didn't waste time with pleasantries. He cut straight to the chase. "I want to know Liu Hongyi's whereabouts." The girl immediately shot back. 10,000 divine-grade origin stones. Chu Xiu's brows furrowed. Old Demon Chu Xiu was doing mental gymnastics. Divine origin stones on the Tiankong continent are super rare, but they also function as currency. One divine origin stone can fetch 1,000 high-grade origin stones, and even then, having a ton of high-grade stones doesn't guarantee you can get divine ones. 20,000 divine-grade origin stones, that's at least 2 billion high-grade origin stones. This price is sky-high. Old Demon Chu Xiu shot a look at the girl, a sneer on his face. "Your Heaven's secret pavilion is still as shady as ever, huh?" The girl just sat there, cool as ice, and replied, "Our intel is absolutely authentic and reliable. Do you even know how many people are currently hunting for her?" Chu Xiu heard this and casually raised 3 fingers. 300 drops of 10,000-year stone milk, he stated. He thought to himself, that 10,000-year stone milk I snatched from the desolate demon secret realm before, looks like it's finally getting some use. The girl heard this and surprisingly shot to her feet. She practically pounced forward, grabbing Chu Xiu's hand, and with a smile she said, 400 drops. The Heaven's secret pavilion doesn't haggle." The moment she finished her sentence, a jade bottle materialized in Chu Xiu's hand. Our boy casually placed it in her palm and said, "Here, take it." With the bottle of stone milk in her hand, she immediately popped the cork. The fragrant scent instantly hit her nose, making her feel utterly refreshed. "Not bad, not bad," she cheerfully exclaimed. "This truly is 10,000-year stone milk. I love it. Do you need any other intel?" At this point, Chu Xiu said, "I've got a piece of intel I'd like to sell you guys. Interested?" The girl's face lit up with intrigue. "Oh?" she replied. "What kind of intel?" "Spill the beans." Chu Xiu calmly replied, "The whereabouts of Emperor Yuehua's immortal scripture." Chu Xiu's words hit her like a truck, her voice becoming urgent and shaky. "Is that true?" she stammered. "You really know where the Yuehua immortal scripture is?" Chu Xiu smiled gently. "With your intelligence network, it's pretty easy to verify, isn't it?" he said. "I know exactly whose hands Emperor Yuehua's immortal scripture is in. I need creation life fruits and at least 4 types of rare heaven and earth treasures for body refinement." Hearing this, the girl sighed. "Dude, why don't you just go steal it yourself?" Old Demon Chu Xiu let out a cold chuckle. "Heh, your Heaven's secret pavilion has never made a loss in business, have you? Don't think I don't know that once you buy this intel from me, you'll flip it for a massive profit. You could easily make at least 15 million divine origin stones, principal and interest combined. When you're ready, it'll be a handoff, cash for intel." The girl sidled closer to old Demon Chu Xiu, shamelessly pressing her ample assets against our boy. She purred softly, "All right, I'll go gather these rare heaven and earth treasures. Where will we meet for our next transaction?" "Changing city." "Understood. I'll be in touch with young master very soon." Chu Xiu then swiftly returned to his private courtyard just outside the inn. There he found his little chick, Qingxuan, chilling right in the middle of a stone table, casually absorbing the essence of heaven and earth spiritual energy, along with the very essence of the sun and moon. The little chick looked much more mature than before, starting to resemble a full-grown rooster. Chu Xiu didn't disturb its cultivation. Old Demon Chu casually sat down on a stone chair, leaning back against the stone table, gazing up at the rooftop, and grinned. "Master, aren't you tired just standing on the rooftop? If you're exhausted, come down and rest with your disciple. We can even learn some new moves together later." Qi Mengdi was currently on the rooftop. Suddenly, hearing the voice of this rebellious disciple, she startled and turned her head, thinking to herself, when did this rebellious disciple show up? Why couldn't I sense his aura, and how did he even know I was here? I clearly concealed my aura. Qi Mengdi immediately flew down from the rooftop, standing in front of Chu Xiu. Her graceful figure, her face flushed red, her voice sounding a bit shy, embarrassed, and rushed. How did you even know this one was here? Chu Xiu immediately stood up, brushing dust off his clothes with one hand and smiled casually, saying, even from this far away, your disciple can still smell that special fragrance on your body, master. As soon as he finished speaking, old Demon Chu reached out and grabbed her wrist. Old Demon Chu dragged her into his room. Chimengdi knew in her heart that this wasn't good, and she quickly cried out, "You rebellious disciple, let me go. What do you want to do now?" Very quickly, old Demon Chu pushed the beautiful immortal master Chimengdi onto the bed. After that, old Demon Chu went for his signature move, pinning Chimengdi onto the bed. He then showered his master with passionate kisses. "Ah, my heavenly fragrant body, my beloved master. You followed your disciple all the way here because you wanted to be with your disciple, didn't you?" Chimengdi struggled, exclaiming, "What are you even dreaming about? This one came to Zhongzhou for work, just happened to pass by here, and coincidentally saw you here, so I stopped by to check on you." While Chimengdi was speaking, Chu Xiu's devilish hands had already started to wander. Old Demon Chu stared intently at his beautiful precious master, whose cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, making her even more adorable and alluring. Unable to control himself any longer, the young man grinned mischievously, saying, "Well, that's perfect. Since you're already here, what else matters? Master, be troubled no more. Please continue to impart your Tao to your disciple tonight." Chimengdi panicked.
You show this one some respect.
Before she could finish speaking, her hands were already clutching the mattress tightly. Her face flushed crimson, her mouth gasping uncontrollably, uttering ah. Just like that, she and old Demon Chu were learning new techniques again, battling it out for hundreds of rounds. This epic showdown lasted for a solid 3 hours. Chimengdi was on the verge of climbing the peak, and with immense effort she managed to gasp out, Wait, but just as things were getting really good, the show was cut short. Chu Xiu's face subtly changed, and he looked at his wifey Chimengdi, asking confusedly. Chimengdi panted tiredly in response, "I'm about to level up. I can feel the lightning tribulation approaching." Hearing this, Chu Xiu's face immediately changed drastically. Outside Chu Xiu's room at the Qingshuan Inn, dense streaks of lightning tribulation flashed, blackening the sky, powerfully descending, along with rumbling sounds echoing throughout the entire space. Inside the room, Chu Xiu was busy exchanging techniques with the beautiful immortal master, when the sound of the lightning tribulation completely killed the mood. The young man frowned and asked, "A great saint's 4th-tier lightning tribulation?" Chimengdi immediately pushed Chu Xiu away, quickly stood up, and started walking, saying, "Yes, I need to traverse space to undergo the tribulation." Chu Xiu then took out a jade bottle from within his robes and handed it to Chimengdi. The young man looked at her with a smile and said, "Don't you dare die on me. A great saint's 4th-tier lightning tribulation has boundless power. If you can't endure it, drink this at the crucial moment. It can replenish your vital energy and life force." Chimengdi reached out and took it. She subtly glanced at the jade bottle in her hand, thinking to herself, "This is 10,000-year stone milk. At least this rebellious disciple has some filial piety, I guess." Then Chimengdi, holding Chu Xiu's 10,000-year stone milk jade bottle, immediately opened a spatial rift to leave. Inside the spatial rift, Chimengdi was currently sitting cross-legged, concentrating on circulating her qi. Don't be fooled by how meek and compliant she usually is in front of Chu Xiu. In reality, she's incredibly powerful, with extraordinary talent. Above Chimengdi's head, the lightning had condensed into a purple lightning dragon. It opened its massive mouth, roaring incessantly, staring intently at Chimengdi. At this moment, Chimengdi simultaneously drew out a treasured sword. A bone-chilling aura radiated throughout the spatial layer. Wielding her sword intent, she roared, "Ice and Snow Tribulation Annihilation Realm 3 Swords, Heart Art." This was also Chimengdi's self-created life-bound divine ability sword from back then. When she was still in the Dao Palace secret realm, Chimengdi had cultivated a transcendent-grade divine seed within her body and successfully made it sprout and transform into an innate divine ability. Subsequently, it evolved into an ice attribute life-bound divine ability. Finally, she successfully combined the ice attribute life-bound divine ability with sword intent, creating the first stance of the life-bound divine ability sword intent. Ice and Snow Tribulation Annihilation Realm 3 Swords, 10,000-year frozen seal. With one swing of her sword, 10,000 li were sealed in ice and all life was extinguished. She brandished her sword and charged, battling the colossal beast directly. Chimengdi stepped into the void. The second stance, Abyss of Glacial Ice. With 2 swings of her sword, she instantly formed a glacial ice realm. Within it, the sword intent could cut down all things of the same tier. Finding an opponent was difficult. The third stance, Ice Seal Annihilation Sword. With the third slash, ice and snow spontaneously formed a small world, trapping the enemy within. When that world shattered, the enemy would perish along with it. At this moment, Chimengdi was still fully resisting the lightning tribulation, but she was still struck hard by the black lightning dragon, and immediately Chimengdi was sent flying. At this point, Chimengdi was heavily injured, and immortal blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She looked towards the lightning dragon, thinking to herself, "Damn, I didn't expect a mid-stage Great Saint's lightning tribulation to be this intense, this abnormally fierce." After a moment of hesitation, she took out the 10,000-year stone milk jade bottle that the rebellious disciple Chu Xiu had given her. Opening the cap, Chimengdi brought the jade bottle to her mouth and took a small sip. The injuries caused by the lightning dragon immediately healed, and her true essence power was also fully restored. Chimengdi then lightly tapped her belly with 2 fingertips. She cast a spell to protect her beloved child. What? A child? And right then the lightning dragon in the sky continued its relentless assault on Chimengdi. Chimengdi's eyes widened and she coldly glared at the lightning dragon, thinking to herself, I, Chimengdi, am determined to overcome this tribulation. Outside, old Demon Chu was quietly standing by the window looking into the distant sky where lightning flashed and roamed. The immense heavenly might could be clearly felt even from thousands of miles away. Old Demon Chu's eyes were filled with worry, and he silently prayed, My precious master, you absolutely cannot let anything happen. What would I even do without you? 3 hours later, the lightning tribulation finally dissipated. Chimengdi was currently soaring through the sky. Fortunately, thanks to the 10,000-year stone milk, she was able to overcome this tribulation, successfully leveling up to the 4th tier of the Great Saint Realm. She gently placed her hand on her belly, her face full of love, feeling the small life within her. She couldn't help but smile, thinking, phew, glad I'm safe and sound. After that, Chimengdi dipped out of the tribulation space and bounced back to Chu Xiu's room. The moment old Demon Chu spotted his stunning, beloved immortal master, his face lit up like a Christmas tree. Our boy clapped his hands, a big grin spreading across his face. Congrats, master, you absolutely slayed that tribulation. Now hustle inside and stabilize your power. Chimengdi just hummed a soft acknowledgement. But before she left, she glanced back. A subtle nod of thanks to her rebellious disciple, Chu Xiu. Seriously, your 10,000-year stone milk saved my ass. Without it, this tribulation would have ended way worse. Old Demon Chu flashed a smug grin. Please, master, between us? No need for all that formality. At that, Chimengdi shot Chu Xiu a look, the kind that's half glare, half pure affection, and just smiled, shaking her head. You rebellious little punk, look away. But inside, Chimengdi was deep in thought, a touch of worry creeping in. Why was this lightning tribulation so absurdly powerful? It was like 5 times stronger than her last Great Saint Third Layer tribulation. This totally broke the rules of cultivation. So that night, old Demon Chu, being the absolute menace he is, once again exchanged moves with his precious immortal waifu until the crack of dawn. Wink wink. The very next morning, Chu Xiu emerged from his room, looking utterly wrecked, yawning like a grandmaster who'd just pulled an all-nighter fighting off demon lords. Just his luck, he bumped right into 7th Princess Chu Xiu, accompanied by Chunhua and Chu Yu, who were heading into the villa to find him. Noticing Chu Xiu's utterly wasted appearance, Princess Chu Xiu's face clouded with concern as she asked, Holy son, your complexion looks a bit off. Are you all right? Chu Xiu flinched, a pang of guilt hitting him. Bro, is it really that obvious on my face? He thought nervously. Our boy immediately straightened up, plastering on a super serious face. Ahem, just cultivating a powerful divine technique, he explained. It drains a bit of chi and blood, that's all. Nothing to worry your pretty little head about. Smooth, Chu Xiu, real smooth. 7th Princess covered her mouth, a small smile playing on her lips. Ah, so that's it. Chunhua's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Chu Xiu. Holy son is truly dedicated. Chu Yu just nodded, smiling. A little while later, the carriage rolled up. The coachman's voice boomed, Holy son, princess. The ride's ready. We can roll out whenever you are. Chu Xiu looked around, not spotting Mo Fei Yan anywhere. Where's Elder Mo? He asked, puzzled. The coachman quickly explained. Before dawn, a distress call came from Qingmeng Town. Massive demon activity detected, and they needed Qingshuan City's aid. Elder Mo got the message and zipped right over, said she'd handle it and meet us up ahead. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's brows furrowed. Hold up, he thought. That's demon forces infiltrating human territory? That's kinda sus. Usually these guys don't just roll up on human cities. They prefer to lurk in the shadows and cause chaos. Why the sudden, full-frontal assault on some random town? Something's not right here. Old Demon Chu immediately snapped back to his nonchalant, slightly sleepy persona. Yawning, he drawled, Demons are always chaotic, whatever. Let's just get moving. I'm sure Elder Mo's got it handled. Inside, old Demon Chu was grinning like a Cheshire cat. A demon attack, huh? Perfect. Maybe some rare hidden treasures will just happen to pop up. Gotta check those event maps. With that, the carriage carrying Chu Xiu and Princess Chu Xiu slowly ascended and soared away from Qingzi City. Soon, they were gliding over a vast 10,000-mile grassland, emerald blades of grass dancing in the cool breeze resembling silent flowing waves. Princess Chu Xiu leaned against the window, one hand propping her chin, eyes half-lidded. She took a deep, refreshing breath and sighed contentedly. Ugh, this grassland scenery is just gorgeous. Sitting opposite her, old Demon Chu's face was a picture of melancholic gloom. Our boy sighed internally. Man, this scenery is beautiful and all, but what a waste. It'd be way better if I was back exchanging new moves with my precious immortal waifu right now. And just like that, old Demon Chu's mind immediately conjured up vivid images of his immortal master, flushed and gasping, her precious little screams during their sparring session. Thinking about that, our boy practically started drooling, completely oblivious to the 4 figures lurking in the tall grass far in the distance, secretly watching his every move. Down below in the tall reeds, Xiao Yifeng and 3 masked female assassins were hidden, just waiting for the perfect moment to ambush. Xiao Yifeng smirked to himself. Chu Xiu, your expiration date is officially today. Sensing the time was ripe, Xiao Yifeng shot forward like a bolt with 3 profound realm female assassins right on his heels. Xiao Yifeng glared at Chu Xiu, a vicious sneer on his face. Chu Xiu, you trash-tier rookie. You think you're worthy of being the holy son of Taisu Holy Land? Only I am. Now surrender your life. With that, Xiao Yifeng went all out, unleashing a flurry of hidden weapons that zipped straight for Chu Xiu. Suddenly, a massive ethereal hand gently swatted away Xiao Yifeng's entire barrage of hidden weapons. Talk about overkill. Before they could even blink, the sheer force from that hand sent them flying backwards. The three female assassins immediately shet their pants, panicking internally. What the hell? Isn't Elder Mo supposed to be gone? Is there someone else guarding Chu Xiu? Didn't Xiao Yifeng say he was completely unprotected? Then that colossal hand struck again, instantly sending Xiao Yifeng and his three assassin girls blasting backwards, followed by a chorus of panicked screams. This commotion outside made Chu Xiu, 7th princess, and their two maids, Chun Hua and Chu Yu, poke their heads out of the carriage. They instantly let out a collective gasp of surprise. Down below, Xiao Yifeng and his three assassin babes were sprawled out on the grassland like deflated balloons. Qimengdi stood calmly in midair, gazing down at the four below. Her voice, cold as ice, echoed across the plains. Xiao Yifeng, you and those rat bastards from the Yishan Long Society, you planned to end Chu Xiu, didn't you? Hearing Qimengdi's familiar voice and seeing her unmistakable figure, Xiao Yifeng's face went from pale to ghostly white. His heart plummeted straight to the abyss. He scrambled to his feet, head bowed so low it nearly scraped the ground. Master, his voice trembled, this disciple knows his error. Please, master, forgive me. Qimengdi's cold gaze pinned Xiao Yifeng, and she let out a soft sigh. Her voice, chillingly calm, pierced through the air. You think I don't know about you plotting against Chu Xiu, stirring up all this trouble? First, you pushed Jianling Yun to cripple his Wheelsea cultivation. Then you sent assassins after him in the desolate demon secret realm, and now you're rolling with those rats from the Yishan Long Society trying to kill him. Did you seriously think I wouldn't know? Xiao Yifeng's body shook uncontrollably. He just silently cowered, shrinking into himself. Qimengdi glared at Xiao Yifeng, then continued, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. It's not that this venerable one didn't give you chances. You just refused to take them. Xiao Yifeng finally dared to lift his head, sweat drenching him. He stared at Qimengdi with wide, disbelieving eyes, his lips trim. Master, you'd actually kill me. For Chu Xiu? Qimengdi's frigid gaze remained utterly unwavering, just silently boring into him. Xiao Yifeng's face, cycling rapidly between pale white and sickly green, slowly twisted into a furious snarl. He locked eyes with Qimengdi, his voice thick with resentment and rage. By what right? His eyes burned with pure indignation. His hands clawed wildly at his own chest, as he finally spat out all the bitterness he'd harbored for decades. That trash Chu Xiu, what right does he have to be the senior disciple for over 30 years? What right does he have to be the holy son? Master, you treat him so well. You're even willing to stoop so low, hiding in the shadows just to protect him. I am Yunhee Peak's most outstanding true disciple, master. Can you seriously not see that? Normally, when facing Master Qimengdi, Xiao Yifeng would only ever show her utmost respect and fear, treading lightly, never even daring to meet her gaze directly. How could he possibly challenge his master with such insolence? But right now, the decades of pressure and festering resentment within Xiao Yifeng's heart finally shattered, erupting outwards in a torrent. Hearing Xiao Yifeng's outburst, a strange mix of emotions swirled within Qimengdi. She watched him utterly unhinged on the ground, thrashing like a vengeful spirit. He was her second disciple, after all, raised and taught by her own hand. A flicker of pain crossed Qimengdi's eyes as she softly asked, "Is the position of senior disciple truly that important to you?" Xiao Yifeng's tears and snot streamed down onto the grass, his hair a wild mess as his hands relentlessly pounded the earth. He roared back, "How could it not be important? Only when I become the senior disciple, only when I become the holy son, will I gain the power I need, the power to avenge my parents." With those words, Xiao Yifeng lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, and looked directly at Qimengdi, a raw question in his eyes. Why are you so good to Chu Xiu? Even if he's a complete fraud, you still give him the senior disciple position. Qimengdi's eyes lowered, and she let out a heavy sigh. That year I was stationed at Tiankai Kingdom, undergoing closed-door cultivation. While I was in seclusion, a sudden demon invasion struck Qishan County. The county governor and his wife, Chu Xiu's parents, sacrificed themselves, covering the escape of mortals, ultimately dying in battle. That was my responsibility. My failure to arrive on time, my dereliction of duty. Luckily, I found Chu Xiu in the ruins. He was just a few years old then, and I took him in as my disciple. To repay the debt I owed to the Qishan County governor and his wife, I appointed Chu Xiu as a true disciple of Yunhee Peak. Hearing that, Xiao Yifeng threw his head back and burst into mad laughter. Ha ha ha, so that's it. I only lost to some damn debt of gratitude left by Chu Xiu's parents. I didn't lose to Chu Xiu the fraud, her voice sharp. You lost because of your own damn heart, Xiao Yifeng. No matter how you try to spin it, harming others for your own selfish gains is always wrong. At that moment, Qimengdi sighed inwardly, thinking, maybe I'm just not cut out to be a master. She had taken in 5 disciples, after all. Her first disciple went full-on rebellious, her second just fell into the demonic path, her third was just drifting aimlessly like a tumbleweed, her fourth only ever knew how to do hardcore closed-door cultivation, and her fifth, well, she was a literal demoness who feared nothing and no one. What a complete disaster, she thought. Xiao Yifeng suddenly looked at Qimengdi, a strange, almost wicked smile on his face. Master, he said, I was wrong about Chu Xiu. Trying to assassinate the Holy Sun is an unforgivable crime. I couldn't atone for it even if I died 10,000 times. Master, please pass a message to Chu Xiu for me. In this life, all grudges between us are wiped clean. Also tell him a little secret. The Ouyang family of Dongzhou holds the Jiazi's secret, one of the legendary 9 secrets. Master, I'm sorry. I've truly disappointed you. I'm so sorry. The words barely left his lips before Xiao Yi slammed both hands hard into his own chest, instantly severing his heart meridian. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth, a horrifying torrent. And just like that, Xiao Yifeng collapsed onto the grass, staining the vibrant green with a horrifying crimson. Everything happened so fast, Qimengdi barely had time to react, let alone intervene. At this moment, Qimengdi's emotions were a tangled mess. Xiao Yifeng had stripped her of any difficult choice, ending his own life. Before his last breath, he even passed on his family's profound blood feud, using her as the intermediary to deliver it straight to Chu Xiu. Standing a short distance from Qimengdi, witnessing the whole thing, Chu Xiu thought to himself, dude, is he actually dead? Did Master do that? No, that's totally not her style. She wouldn't just kill Xiao Yifeng. Something unexpected must have gone down. I'll definitely need to ask Master about this tonight, he mused, a suggestive glint in his eye. In Qingmeng Town, Chu Xiu and his crew decided to crash at a local inn. Meanwhile, 7th Princess Chu Ziyue, along with her two cute maids Chenhua and Chu Yu, were having a blast, cracking up at the chicken's endless stream of BS. Chu Xiu, on the other hand, was chilling solo in his room, sipping on some tea. He took a slow sip, a thoughtful look in his eyes. So, I just met Elder Mo back in Qingmeng Town, he mused. Turns out there wasn't any big demon invasion, just some low-tier fox demon causing a ruckus. Folks here just got caught up in some crazy rumors and things spiraled out of control. This whole mess? Definitely a setup by Xiao Yifeng. He was clearly trying to bait Elder Mo away from me. Too bad for him, he didn't realize my master was secretly tailing us, protecting my ass the entire journey. Suddenly, old Devil Chu felt Qimengdi's aura. He flicked his eyes toward the door, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, looks like Master has arrived. And just like that, a breathtakingly beautiful figure, all graceful and enchanting, appeared before old Devil Chu. Our boy played it cool, like he had no idea what was going on. He casually strolled over to Qimengdi, naturally took the fairy master's delicate hand, and murmured, "What's up, master? Feeling a bit down?" Qimengdi gave Chu Xiu a sad look. "Xiao Yifeng." Hearing that, Chu Xiu immediately put on his best concerned face. "Wait, what? Junior brother Xiao is dead? What the hell happened?" At this exact moment, the system notification popped up. "Heh, host, you're truly a seasoned green tea bitch." Qimengdi pulled her hand away, a heavy sigh escaping her as she moved to the tea table. "It's a super long story, we'll get into it later. But first, Xiao Yifeng had a message for you before he kicked the bucket. The Jiazibi, one of the legendary 9 secrets, is with his enemies right now. The Ouyang family from Dongzhou." Chu Xiu just smiled gently, stroking his chin. "Xiao Yifeng, you cunning little bastard," he thought. "Even on your deathbed, you're still trying to bait me, but damn it. This is one trap I absolutely have to walk into." When it comes to the 9 secrets, old Devil Chu had zero resistance, especially knowing about the crazy power of even half the Jiazibi technique. Qimengdi poured herself some tea. "So Chu Xiu," she asked, completely deadpan, "are you seriously planning to raid the Ouyang family just to snatch the Jiazibi?" Chu Xiu slid closer to the stunning fairy Qimengdi. Then out of nowhere, he leaned in and planted a kiss right on her cheek. Qimengdi froze mid-sentence, her cheeks turning a bright shade of crimson. Old Devil Chu put on his most serious, righteous face, looked at Qimengdi dead in the eyes and declared, "Steal the Jiazibi? Master, what are you talking about? Your disciple is merely going to avenge junior brother Xiao. The Ouyang family of Dongzhou was his enemy, which means they're my enemy too. Now that junior brother is gone, it's only natural for this senior brother to seek revenge on his behalf. I mean, we're super close sect brothers, right?" As if Qimengdi didn't know exactly what this rebellious disciple was thinking, she shot him a glare. "Seriously, Chu Xiu, out of every 10 words you utter, not a single one is genuine." Hearing that, old Devil Chu immediately grabbed Qimengdi's hand with one hand and slung the other around her waist, just staring at his fairy master's gorgeous face. He gave a wicked smirk. "Everything I say is 100% true. Remember when I said I wanted you earlier? Didn't I immediately want you? Could that possibly be fake?" Qimengdi's face exploded in a blush. She glared at him, absolutely fuming. "Ugh, you rebellious brat, shut your mouth right now. Be careful, I might just have to suppress you on the spot." "Suppress me like this, you mean?" As he spoke, old Devil Chu's naughty hand was already undoing her belt. Qimengdi flinched, then roared, "Rebellious brat, stop spouting nonsense." But seeing his beautiful fairy master look so flustered and cute right now, old Devil Chu just couldn't help but grin with pure delight. Qimengdi finally crossed her arms, a hint of annoyance still on her face. She narrowed her eyes. "The Ouyang family of Dongzhou is no joke, you know. They've got 2 peak minor saints protecting them. If you don't borrow power from the Holy Land, it'll be impossible to deal with them. You're not seriously thinking of using the Holy Land's power for this, are you?" Chu Xiu calmly waved a hand. "Nah, no need. I've got my own methods, master." "Master, no need to stress." No sooner had he finished speaking than old Devil Chu pulled out a gleaming golden cultivation technique from his robe. Our boy, totally confident and grinning, wrapped his arm around Qimengdi's waist and started walking. "My dearest master," old Devil Chu purred, "it's getting late. Shouldn't you be imparting your Tao to your disciple now?" Qimengdi, having seen this move a million times from Chu Xiu, just snapped, "Get lost. Don't you dare touch me." But before Qimengdi could say another word, old Devil Chu swiftly pinned his gorgeous fairy master onto the bed, face down. And then a string of muffled umph sounds started echoing. Qimengdi's face was a blushing mess, her hands clutching the bedsheet so tight her knuckles were white. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure the rebellious brat Chu's new techniques. Meanwhile, old Devil Chu wore a supremely satisfied smirk. Then he flicked his hand, and instantly the bed curtains glided down, hiding the steamy scene between the master and disciple within. Behind the hazy curtains, old Devil Chu and his master were exchanging a lot of new exotic techniques, learning from each other if you catch my drift, and those sounds just kept on echoing through the night. The next morning, outside Chu Xiu's inn-room, the soft morning light streamed onto the veranda, a gentle breeze rustling, carrying light leaves dancing through the air. Our boy Old Devil Chu opened his room door looking utterly content and took a deep, satisfied breath. Old Devil Chu couldn't help but smile, feeling absolutely blissful. Unlocked some new knowledge with Master again, he mused. Man, this life is just pure, endless joy. Out in the garden, 7th Princess Chu Xiu was practically beaming. She spotted Chu Xiu by the window and immediately waved, yelling, "Holy Sun, time to roll out. Just one more day and we'll be in Da Ming." Chu Xiu flashed her a bright smile, waving back. All right. A day later, Chu Xiu and his squad reached Da Ming's border. Holy moly, there were tens of thousands of soldiers standing guard around the city walls, all in perfect formation. Every single one of them was clad in shining armor, faces like stone, eyes unblinking, long spears clutched tight. Their blood energy was practically punching through the sky. Just as the carriage with Chu Xiu and his crew rolled up to the city gate, a strikingly handsome young man emerged from within. He was rocking bright red robes, riding a horse out to greet them. The eldest son of King Bo Zhen of Da Ming. He sat there, cool as a cucumber on his horse, and declared, "I, Chu Yunfei, eldest son of King Bo Zhen of Da Ming, on behalf of my esteemed father and the entire imperial family, respectfully welcome His Highness the Holy Sun." Inside the carriage, 7th Princess Chu Xiu's brow immediately furrowed. Wait, what? She fumed inwardly. Second brother didn't send an imperial royal family member to greet the Holy Sun. Instead, he sent the eldest son of King Zhenbei as a representative. How utterly audacious is this guy? By now, Chu Xiu and his whole crew had already stepped out of the carriage. Chu Yunfei, seeing this, quickly dismounted his own horse. He clasped his hands respectfully, bowed his head, and gave a polite greeting to both Chu Xiu and Elder Mo. "Greetings, Your Highness the Holy Sun. Greetings, Elder Mo." The soldiers, seeing Chu Yunfei act so respectfully towards Chu Xiu, started whispering amongst themselves in surprise. Bro, is that handsome young dude really the Holy Son of Taisu Holy Land? No wonder he's a true prodigy cultivated by a celestial Holy Land. His aura is absolutely mind-blowing. Over here, Chu Yunfei politely turned to Chu Xiu. "Please, Holy Son, come this way." But Chu Xiu saw Chu Yunfei brazenly trying to poach the guy she worked so hard to invite. Chu Xiu's face twisted into an immediate scowl. Is this dude seriously just trying to swoop in and steal him? She cursed silently. No way, she thought. With that, 7th Princess Chu Xiu quickly grabbed Chu Xiu's sleeve. Her eyes were full of desperate anticipation as she looked at Chu Xiu. "The Holy Sun wouldn't ditch me for Chu Yunfei, right?" she silently pleaded. "He said we were good friends on the way here." But Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan, without even a flicker of hesitation, just dipped with Chu Yunfei. This left Princess Chu Xiu completely dumbfounded. Disappointment was plastered all over her face as she watched Chu Xiu's back disappear, silently fuming. "Didn't you say we were all good friends? Didn't you say we'd stick together?" Suddenly, the chicken's voice transmitted directly into her mind. "Hey, little Zue," it squawked, "don't sweat it." The chicken, perched casually on Old Devil Chu's shoulder, turned its head to Chu Zue and added, "Relax, kid. Everything Old Chu does, no matter how wild, always has his own twisted logic behind it." The carriage sped off with a dozen soldiers closely tailing it, guarding like hawks. Inside the carriage, besides Chu Xiu and Chu Yunfei, sat two others, a super handsome guy and a stunningly beautiful girl. Total young prodigies, obviously. Chu Yunfei introduced them to Chu Xiu. "Holy Son, allow me to introduce you. This is Brother Yang Chen, the only son of the Songyun Sword Sect Master. He's a mid-stage divine ability cultivator, a true genius of our southern region." Yang Chen immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "And this is Fairy Bijiao, the eldest senior sister of Yukyang Palace, also a mid-stage divine ability cultivator. Don't let her delicate looks fool you. Her battle power is no joke." Fairy Bijiao gave a gentle, graceful bow, brimming with a ethereal aura. Chu Xiu just nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. No need for formalities, just call me Chu Xiu. Outwardly, he was chill, but deep in his eyes, a peculiar glint flickered. Man, this world is both huge and tiny, he mused. To think I'd run into these two familiar faces today. Aren't these exactly the pawns I need? The system, seeing our boy Xiao Xiu sweet-talking a baddie with glorious melons, couldn't help but mock KKK. "Host, since when were you acquainted with them? I was completely out of the loop." Xiao Xiu then revealed that old demon Xiao had once cultivated the Soul Seed technique, an ultimate skill created by pre-Emperor Hong, an ancient demon cultivator, in the ancient era. Towards the end of his life, cultivating this demonic art could strengthen one's divine soul to the late stage. It could also split soul seeds, implanting them into cultivators who hadn't reached the divine bridge realm. As the target's cultivation grew, the soul seed would slowly develop, eventually engraving the caster's soul imprint deep within the cultivator's soul. That cultivator's body would even gradually resemble the caster, essentially becoming a specialized clone used to nurture the caster's physical body. This imprint is incredibly hidden. Unless you're a great emperor, it's almost undetectable. Xiao Xiu affectionately calls these people toolmen. He can possess a toolman's body at any time without any rejection, because their bodies would have already matured to resemble his. Of course, if a toolman dared to cross him, he just needs to lift a hand, form a seal, and boom, their soul imprint shatters, instantly turning their soul into ash. This technique is undeniably vicious, perfectly suiting old Demon Xiao's taste. Wait, you're asking if old Demon Xiao spares no one, not even women? Does he want to possess women too? Obviously for him, gender doesn't matter. The most important thing is survival. and becoming the strongies. Xiao Zhu, who knew the host was such a mastermind. Truly a born villain, even planning multiple escape routes. But Sistro never expected the host wouldn't even let women off the hook, planning to possess female bodies too. Truly peak villainy. Yangshen also opened his mouth to praise. The human race's saint body is unrivaled under heaven. Come, drink! Your Highness Saint Sun must try this bottle of peach blossom wine. Zhou Yunfei took out a bottle of wine shimmering with precious light and began pouring wine for the three of them. As the wine flowed, its fragrance spread, filling the entire carriage. Xiao Shu picked up the wine glass, sniffed it, and marveled. This wine is indeed fine wine, but I wonder what these three want from me. Xiao Shu tilted his head back, draining the glass. The rich aroma filled his mouth, carrying the distinctive medicinal scent of ancient peach trees, leaving a sweet aftertaste as he swallowed. The wine really isn't bad. Back then, he heard that such rare peach blossom wine could ignite a craving for alcohol, so he went to borrow 2 bottles from the Jade Pond Saintess. Because of that, he was chased by those women for a whole month. Luckily, he wasn't caught. Your Highness Saint Sun, what do you think of the Great Ming Empire's imperial family these days? Xiao Shu smiled gently. Not too familiar, I only know that little girl Zhou Ziwei. Zhou Yunfei smiled. The annual resources the Great Ming imperial family offers are only worth about 700,000 divine origin stones, which is far too little. Hearing the man surnamed Zhou say this, Xiao Shu let out a surprised, "Oh, Brother Zhou, what's your take on this? I believe the Grand Purity Holy Land, guarding the southern domain, is our guardian deity. A mortal empire ruling over hundreds of millions of people, with the Great Ming Empire being vast and prosperous, should absolutely offer 1 to 2 million annually to show respect. And out of that, an extra 100,000 can be set aside as a token of filial piety to your highness." Sir Xiao Shu pressed again. "Are you guys asking me to help you stage a rebellion?" That Zhou Yunfei immediately replied, "It can't exactly be called a rebellion. It's mainly for the Holy Land and the bright future of Great Ming." Young Xiao Shu let out a chuckle. "This business deal can be discussed. It's a win-win for everyone." Immortal Qimengdi, hidden in the void, heard everything clearly, her mouth twitching. This delinquent disciple is brazenly, openly, and righteously demanding bribes and negotiating with the northern suppressing prince's eldest son on how to usurp the throne. Seeing his sly grin and his enthusiastic plotting with Zhou Yunfei, Immortal Qimengdi just wanted to immediately appear, grab her disciple's ear, lift him up, and give him a good beating. If Zhou Ziwei saw this, she'd probably cough up blood. Immortal Qimengdi felt like laughing just thinking about it, but immediately put on a serious face. "No, I am a professional. I cannot laugh. I must remain cool." This venerable one will quietly observe what this delinquent disciple is truly up to. After all matters were discussed, they had arrived at their destination, and everyone then disembarked from the carriage. Zhou Yunfei smiled radiantly. "Your Highness Saint Sun, please rest assured. Once we reach the imperial capital, we will certainly deliver the tea knife into your hands." Inside, he was secretly overjoyed, so happy he wanted to shout out loud. His father, the northern suppressing prince, was the Great Ming Empire's only Great Saint Realm expert, commanding 2/3 of the empire's military forces. His prestige was extremely high, both within the army and among the common people. With such strength and such prestige, if he were to rally from up high, he could make the Great Ming's sun and moon change. Now with the Grand Purity Saint Sun's support, it wouldn't be long before Great Ming changed dynasties to Great Zhou. Just thinking about it made him excited. That Zhou Yunfei then turned to the Jade Dragon Immortal and said, "Once we reach the imperial capital, my status and Brother Yang's won't be suitable for close interactions with the Saint Sun. In the future, we'll have to trouble Jade Dragon Immortal to host the Saint Sun." The young lady smiled brightly and replied, "Young Master Zhou, you're too courteous." Afterwards, Xiao Shu continued into Zhou Ziwei's carriage. After traveling a short distance, Xiao Shu said, "Change course. I want to check out Cloud Cliff." The 7th princess immediately agreed. "All right." The 7th princess curiously asked Xiao Shu, "Your Highness Saint Sun, what did Zhou Yunfei tell you?" Xiao Shu chuckled and said, "Oh, nothing major. We're just discussing how to usurp the throne." The 7th princess Zhou Ziwei flinched upon hearing this. Zhou Ziwei, Chunhua, and Qiu Shui simultaneously had question marks pop up above their heads. Even Mofian was stunned. Qimengdi, hidden in the void, nearly revealed herself. The little chick beside her couldn't help but mutter mockingly, "Oh my god, this guy! Bro really talking about usurping the throne like it's a grocery list." Coming back to her senses, Zhou Ziwei's face immediately paled, her big eyes glistening with tears on the verge of crying, her jaw clenched, biting her red lips. "Your Highness Saint Sun, you plan to help Zhou Yunfei and them?" No. Xiao Shu shook his head, suppressing the urge to chuckle slyly, maintaining a serious expression. "Even without me, they were already planning to usurp the throne when the new king ascends. I'd just be lending my backing, like adding flowers to brocade." Hearing this, Zhou Zime, Chunhua, and Qiu Yu all became anxious. Usurpation? Because if they succeed, the fate of the Zhou imperial family is unimaginable, 100% being annihilated down to the 9 generations. Even Chunhua and Qiu Yu, mere palace maids and eunuchs, would die. Thud. The 7th Princess Zhou Ziwei even directly knelt before Xiao Shu, tears welling up as she choked out, "Your Highness Saint Sun, please save our Great Ming." Chunhua and Qiu Yu also immediately knelt beside the princess. "Your Highness Saint Sun, the northern suppressing prince's strength is immense. Our Zhou family cannot resist. Now that he wants to rebel, only you can save us." Xiao Shu curved his lips into a smile and said, "Ziwei, I truly do have a way to help you guys out of this predicament, and even permanently remove this thorn of the Zhou family. But I have a bad habit, I don't like losing out. I prefer fair transactions." If I help you, what can you offer me in return? The system listened and exclaimed, dude's a certified menace, playing both sides. First he eats the upper house, then he wants to devour the lower one too. Shameless to a degree words can't describe. Received 200 breakthrough points. Zhou Ziyue's face immediately flushed crimson, her delicate hands also stained with a layer of red. She bowed her head. You mean, if I agree to you it'll be fine? Qi Mengdi, hidden in the void nearby, heard this and had a question mark appear above her head. The little chick also burst out laughing. Haha, truly ruthless, ruthless, even if he were offered he wouldn't dare. Young Xiao Xiu turned and flicked Zhou Ziyue's forehead. What are you thinking about you? Zhou Ziyue, face still flushed, mumbled, I'm willing to marry you. Don't you want me? The young man continued to shout loudly, little girl, where is your mind wandering? Zhou Ziyue's head was steaming, but she still didn't understand Xiao Xiu's intentions. This venerable one doesn't mean that. My meaning is, what can your imperial family give me in return? Zhou Ziyue was utterly baffled. Just spit it out already, heaven's sake. Stop beating around the bush. Xiao Xiu waved his hand, explaining, like cultivation resources, spirit herbs, wondrous medicines, and so on. Zhou Ziyue wiped her tears, answering because the flick was too painful, your highness. Rest assured. As long as you can help us preserve our kingdom, whatever the imperial family possesses, this little girl will raise an eyebrow. You say that, but who knows what the future holds? Zhou Ziyu cupped her hands respectfully. Your Highness Saint Sun, this little girl swears to the heavens. If I violate this, I shall be struck by divine lightning and suffer eternal damnation. Xiao Xiu glanced at her, curling his lips into a smile as he said, all right, I'll trust you this once. After all, I do have a few tricks up my sleeve. Zhou Ziyu happily thanked him. Many thanks, Your Highness Saint Sun. Xiu broke into a sweat as he mused, even if I, Xiu, am shameless, I wouldn't stoop to laying hands on my woman's junior, especially since something of hers even died for me. Qimengdi secretly thought, this little girl is so young, yet so lacking in self-respect, can't she learn some humility from this venerable one? Very quickly they arrived at Cloudcliff Peak. Princess, we've arrived at Cloudcliff Peak. Everyone, please disembark from the carriage. The young lady Zhou Ziyue, still blushing awkwardly, said, Your Highness Saint Sun, please go explore on your own. Ziyue will take her leave first. Xiao Xiu then said, all right, you pass the message to your father or royal brother. As for the price, I'll negotiate with them. The young lady Ziyue turned back, full of gratitude, and said, thank you, Your Highness Saint Sun, for agreeing to help our imperial family. The young man flashed a sly smile and said, no need to thank me, it's just a simple exchange. Afterwards, the young man walked to the peak of Cloud Cliff. Seeing a rock different from the surrounding ones, the young man muttered, analyzing, this blue rock has no rough texture at all. Only if someone frequently meditates and cultivates on it could it be like this. He stepped forward, reached his hand over the blue rock, drew a seal, and a familiar voice emanated, a mature, soft voice transmitted directly into Xiao Xiu's mind. Little man, your big sis knew you wouldn't fall. Xiao Xiu was astonished. This voice belonged to Chu Biyu. A figure slowly emerged from within the blue rock. A moment later, Chu Biyu seemed to truly appear before Xiao Xiu. Chu Biyu's message continued, after all, you're more afraid of death than anyone, and more cunning and sinister than anyone. Too bad by the time you received this divine sense imprint, I was no longer in this starry sky. Otherwise, I would definitely have given you a good beating. And to think I waited for you for 43 years, 7 months, 5 days, 16 hours, and 45 minutes. Don't ask where I'm going. I only know I'm headed to a place called the Primordial World. That place is extremely far away. In this lifetime, we may never meet again. If you have a chance, please look after the Zhou family for your big sis. That's a debt I owe them. Finally, you wicked one, Big Sis loves you. As soon as the last sentence ended, the divine sense imprint vanished and the figure gradually dissipated into the void. Xiao Xiu stood on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the sky and clouds. It's the primordial world. It's the primordial world again. What kind of place is it, exactly? How did Chu Biyu get there? Could it be that she also obtained a treasure like the stone mirror? No. According to the information the stone mirror gave me, if I pass through it to the primordial world, I can only exist there for a maximum of 3 months. I definitely have to return to the Skydome continent. My cultivation allows me only 3 months there. How could Chu Biyu not return? Could it be that she perished in the primordial world? Innumerable questions swirled in Xiao Xiu's mind. This world was truly getting more and more interesting. His master's voice transmission echoed in Xiao Xiu's head. You just read a divine sense imprint. Xiao Xiu immediately turned around, only to find his master, Qimengdi, right behind him. Xiao Xiu simply grunted in acknowledgement. Qimengdi wondered, even this venerable one didn't detect it. How did you know there was a divine sense imprint hidden in that blue rock? My disciple didn't go to the imperial capital but came to Cloudcliff first. She completely didn't understand her disciple's intentions, to the point that the immortal master was filled with endless questions. After all that went down, our girl Qimengdi is totally lost right now. Chu Xiu just chills on a rock, smirking, you'll feel it when you touch it, what else did you expect? Qimengdi, clearly not buying it, presses on. So why exactly are you at Yunyai? Chu Xiu raises an eyebrow, then flashes a devilish grin, huh? You begging for a lesson or something? Qimengdi was so mad she nearly coughed up blood. You, the absolute menace, grabs Qimengdi's hand and yanks her closer, pulling her right onto his lap. This pose is kinda spicy. Chu Xiu purrs, a perfect day, a perfect view, and a perfect time for master to teach her disciple a very familiar lesson. Qimeng's face goes crimson. You brat, what are you doing in broad daylight? You absolute shameless pig. Chu Xiu casually slides his hand around his master's peach-perfect waist, then bumps his leg against Qi Mengdi's. "Ah, you shameless, rebellious brat," she yells. After practicing some new moves with his master for a bit, Chu Xiu grins. "Tonight we'll have another lesson. Follow me." Even after all her ranting about him being a shameless, rebellious brat, when Chu Xiu said that, Qi Mengdi still asked,
Huh? Where?
Chu Xiu then led Qi Mengdi to a Taoist temple at the foot of the mountain, the same place Chu Biu had stayed before. Inside a small room in the temple, directly across from the main altar, sat a half-meter-tall statue of Shangqing Tianzun. Mengdi, confusion plastered across her face, asked, "Rebellious brat, why'd you drag me here?" She mentally mused, "Is this brat Chu Xiu planning to worship Shangqing Tianzun too?" Chu Xiu didn't reply. Instead, he walked forward a few steps, stopping right in front of the statue. He then pointed his index finger at Shangqing Tianzun's forehead. Instantly, a five-colored light imprint burst forth. A bloody glow flickered, and from the statue's forehead, a stone box shot out which Chu Xiu deftly caught. Inside, a cursed poison, packed with the most heinous forbidden traps. An average minor saint would be dead on impact, and even a great saint would likely get corrupted into a bloody mess. Only Chu Xiu and Chu Biu knew the antidote. If anyone else so much as grazed this box, their body would liquefy in less than 5 breaths, their soul utterly corroded and obliterated right along with it. Qi Mengdi, eyes wide with shock from behind, blurted out, "How did you know that was inside Shangqing Tianzun? When did you even come here?" Chu Xiu just shrugs. "You'll see when you look." Why so many questions? Curiosity kills the cat. Let's hit Shangjing City. With a sleek grin, Chu Xiu stashed the box in his spatial ring and walked off, leaving Qi Mengdi to silently watch his retreating back, eyes full of curiosity. A day later, Princess Chu Ziyue's carriage rolled into the great Ming nation's capital, Shangjing City. This place was insanely prosperous and bustling, with a population in the hundreds of millions. Streets crisscrossed everywhere, carving the massive city into 99 districts. Each district was an array eye, forming a monstrous 8th-grade city-protecting array of 99 star constellations. This beast of an array was personally laid down by progenitor Baisu himself. Even if a peak-tier demon venerable decided to raid the place from outside and tried to smash through the grand array, they'd probably burn an entire day just to carve out a single crack. That's how massive this protective array was. If it were scaled down to just protect the imperial palace, unless a progenitor personally intervened, that array would be absolutely impenetrable. Inside the carriage, Princess Chu Ziyue smiled cheerfully at Chu Xiu. "Holy son, Eunuch Chen will escort you and Elder Mo Fei to embassy. The Taisu will be heading off now." Chu Xiu nodded. "All right, see you around." A moment later, Chu Xiu and Elder Mo Feian arrived at the Taisu Holy Land Embassy. Embassies like this were set up in all 23 kingdoms and 2 empires, all as a defense against raiding demon powerhouses. In emergencies, they could contact the Holy Land, which would dispatch its strongest cultivators at warp speed to suppress any threats. The manager here, just a peak cultivation minor saint, considered a powerhouse among powerhouses throughout the great Ming nation. Chu Xiu, with his little chick perched on his shoulder, swaggered right into the embassy, instantly drawing admiring stares from a bunch of female disciples nearby. The short-haired one gushed. "They always said the Holy Son isn't arrogant and is super friendly with fellow disciples." They weren't lying. The girl in the middle giggled, covering her mouth. "The Holy Son is so handsome." And the pink-haired one chimed in, "Especially when he smiles. My heart just melts." Chu Xiu walks right up to the pink-haired disciple, flashing a friendly look and a smile. "My dear Jieji, would you mind asking the kitchen to whip up some dishes for me? I have a guest coming tonight." The girl practically short-circuited, completely flustered that the Holy Son was actually talking to her. Her face instantly turned rosy and she shyly mumbled, She thought, "The Holy Son, he actually spoke to me and called me Jieji." So that evening, Chu Yunfei actually showed up at the Taisu Holy Land Embassy to meet Chu Xiu. Inside a grand reception room, Chu Yunfei were clinking glasses, drinking it up and having a blast. While Chu Xiu was happily playing host, over in a far corner, the little chick was munching on a skewer of roast meat, tilting its head to watch them. They thought Lil Chu was actually right. There is a guest. Damn, Lil Chu's brain works fast, huh? Chu Xiu gives Chu Yunfei a knowing smile. "Brother Chu, don't you worry, I know exactly what to do." Chu Yunfei was pretty generous, handing over 30,000 divine origin stones, Chu Xiu thought to himself. Chu Yunfei, now a bit tipsy, happily replied, "Of course I trust the Holy Son. My father is still in seclusion and asked me to greet you on his behalf. After he comes out, he'll definitely come to personally make amends." The two chatted away for a bit, before Chu Yunfei finally stood up to leave. Chu Xiu personally walked him out. As they went, Chu Yunfei slurred, "Holy Son's wine is so good." Chu Xiu, the absolute old demon, chuckled slyly. "Of course it's good. I specially prepared this batch just for you, Brother Chu. And hey, when you see your father, tell him to chill. What's all this about making amends? After everything's done, we'll be celebrating." Right. The Holy Son is absolutely correct." Qi Mengdi, who had been hiding behind a painting this whole time, had heard every single word of the conversation between that rebellious Chu Xiu and Chu Yunfei. The moment Chu Xiu stepped back into the room, Qi Mengdi materialized from the void, immediately firing off. "That wasn't wine you just gave Chu Yunfei, was it? It was poison, right? One minute you're calling him brother, the next you're poisoning him. You're utterly despicable." Chu Xiu, however, paid zero attention to Qi Mengdi's protest. Our boy just calmly pulled up a chair and plopped down. Pouring tea, Chu Xiu just smiled at his beautiful immortal master. "Since I decided to help Chu Ziyue, then Chu Yunfei is obviously my enemy. Not being vicious to your enemies means being cruel to yourself, master." You've cultivated for so many years and you still haven't figured that out? Chi Mengdi let out a cold humph. Do I really need you to remind me? It's just that I find your methods utterly despicable. You're a holy son, yet you resort to poison. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock if this gets out? Suddenly Chu Xiu grabs his immortal master's arm. This absolute menace brazenly yanks Chi Mengdi right onto his lap. With a wicked smirk, he gazes at his beautiful Tiansheng body master and teases, white cat, black cat, who cares? As long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. For me, the process isn't important. The results are everything. Chi Mengdi's cheeks flush crimson as she struggles on Chu Xiu's lap, cursing him, "You rebellious brat, don't you dare touch me!" But then Chi Mengdi's eyes dart to the door. "Someone's here," she quickly whispers. Outside Chu Xiu's door, Bijiao Shanzi stood, carrying a wine bottle and a cup. She gently tapped on the door and softly announced, "Holy son, I'm here." Inside the room, Chi Mengdi's brow instantly furrowed. She glares at that rebellious Chu Xiu, her voice dripping with jealousy. "In the dead of night, you're meeting another female cultivator?" Chi Mengdi was absolutely seething. She cursed Chu Xiu in her mind. This rebellious brat truly thinks I'm invisible. He doesn't even have me in his eyes. Chu Xiu, still holding Chi Mengdi's waist, just smiles. "Hide for a bit. I'll give you plenty of company later." Chi Mengdi was about to explode. But still, she did as Chu Xiu said. Her body flickered and she vanished, melting into the void. The door swung open. Bijiao Xianzi, clad in a figure-hugging light blue dress, gracefully glided towards Chu Xiu, holding a wine bottle and a cup. Her enchanting voice purred, "Holy son, I've brought some Mei Gui Qiongxiang wine. Would you care for a taste?" Chu Xiu stands, flashing a delighted smile. "Of course! Just set it on the table for now." Hidden in the void, Chi Mengdi watched Bijiao Xianzi with annoyance. "Bijiao Xianzi of the Yuqiong Palace, really? Bringing aphrodisiacs directly to tempt my rebellious brat? Perfect. I'll see if this brat's resolve is truly unshakable." While Chi Mengdi was lost in her thoughts, Chu Xiu suddenly pulled Bijiao Xianzi into a tight embrace. Our boy gently lifted her chin, his finger lightly tracing her plump red lips. Their faces were inches apart. Chu Xiu then softly whispered Bijiao Xianzi's name. In a faint voice she replied, "Holy son, let me help you." Chi Mengdi, witnessing this whole scene, felt a surge of pure unadulterated jealousy. She clenched her fists, angrily cursing in her mind, "You rebellious brat, what the hell, does he really think I'm just air?" But then, Chi Mengdi noticed something was off. Bijiao's eyes had suddenly changed in a bizarre way. Chi Mengdi thought, what kind of evil technique is this? Why do Bijiao Shanzi's eyes look exactly like that rebellious brat's? Turns out, Chu Xiu had already planted a soul seed technique inside Bijiao Shanzi's body sometime before, successfully manipulating and taking control of her will. Chu Xiu then pulled out a black jade bottle, holding it before Bijiao Xianzi. He gently patted her shoulder and stated coldly, "Take this back, find a chance for Chulong to smell the flowers inside, and absolutely, under no circumstances, let yourself be discovered. Then, return in 1 Kanzo 2 hours and tell Chu Yunfei you succeeded." Bijiao obediently replied, "Understood." Just like that, Bijiao, clutching Chu Xiu's jade bottle, turned and vanished into the night. Chi Mengdi, emerging from behind, immediately questioned Chu Xiu. "What did you do to her?" Chu Xiu crossed his arms, shrugging nonchalantly. "Just a little soul control technique, that's all." Chi Mengdi, utterly intrigued, pressed on, "When did you pull this off?" Chu Xiu candidly replied, "Last time we all drank together." This soul control technique isn't about forcibly dominating someone's soul. It implants a subtle suggestion within it. This art is incredibly intricate and absolutely requires a soul seed to work. Otherwise, it's basically impossible to pull off. The poison Chu Xiu gave Bijiao Xianzi to deal with Chulong, it's called the 3 flowers gathering on top. It's actually a combo of 3 different poisons. Chu Yunfei already drank one part of it tonight, another part was handed to Bijiao Xianzi to give to Chulong, and the last part? That's sitting comfortably in Chu Xiu's own hands. When these 3 poisons are separate, they're harmless. But if all 3 bits appear within a 1,000-meter radius at the same time, boom! They instantly erupt, morphing into the full 3 flowering on top and unleashing incredibly domineering toxicity. Even a great saint like Chulong would have their cultivation weakened by 40%. A minor saint hit by this would lose 90% of their cultivation, and anyone in the divine ability realm, they'd lose all their cultivation in mere moments, turning them into nothing more than a slightly beefed-up mortal. The effect lasts 3 days, though a super strong physical body might speed up recovery a tad. Chi Mengdi, hearing this, was absolutely stunned. Her eyes wide, she stared at Chu Xiu. She never imagined her rebellious brat's mind ran that deep. If even she could be controlled by him, then these kinds of schemes were just par for the course. After a moment of thought, Chi Mengdi casually sat on the bed. With a chilling voice, she said, "You're truly vicious. You've only just met them, yet you're already plotting their complete annihilation. However, even with its reduced power, Da Shengcheng isn't something you can handle all by yourself." Saying this, Chi Mengdi bowed her head slightly, a cold sneer on her lips. "Are you seriously expecting this master to step in and help you? Dream on. This venerable one isn't lifting a finger for you." Hearing his beautiful fairy master's words, Chu Xiu just smiled. He then pulled out the stone box he'd snagged from inside the statue. The young man, radiating pure confidence, looked at Mengdi Xianzi and declared, "I never said you had to lift a finger. Inside this stone box is a rank 7 confinement and slaughter formation plate. Just feed it enough divine origin stones, and it can activate in an instant. At that point, do you really think Zhou Long, after losing 40% of his power, would have any chance of survival?" Chi Mengdi's eyes, full of suspicion, fixed on Chu Xiu. She pressed, "You have divine origin stones?" Chu Xiu replied with a smooth, gentle smile. "Have you already forgotten? Didn't Zhou Yunfei just gift me a ton of divine origin stones? We're buddies, gotta help each other out." As he spoke, Chu Xiu stealthily poured Meigui Qiongxiang wine into a glass. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Qi Mengdi's face was etched with a profound existential dread. She closed her eyes, letting out a deep sigh. Being your friend must be utterly miserable. Chu Xiu, however, merely flashed a wicked grin. He nonchalantly picked up the glass of tea and offered it to his beautiful fairy master, saying, "Master, please drink up." Qi Mengdi, completely unsuspecting, took the glass. She brought the glass to her lips, downing it in one swift gulp. Immediately, Qi Mengdi felt a disturbance in the force. Her body flushed hot in an instant. Stunned, she stared at Chu Xiu, hastily demanding, "Wait, what in the world did you just make this venerable one drink?" Chu Xiu picked up the wine bottle, a calm, cunning smile spreading across his face as he replied, "Just the Meigui Qiongxiang wine that Bisao Xianzi just delivered." Qi Mengdi, completely flustered, yelled, "You! Do you even know what this is?" Chu Xiu leaned in, his face inches from his beautiful fairy master's flushed cheeks. "This disciple, of course, knows," he purred. This disciple was just worried about clashing with Zhou Long and not being able to defeat him. So, a little preparation is necessary. "Please, master, help your disciple get a small cultivation boost, won't you? Surely master doesn't want her disciple to lose to that Zhou Long, right?" As Chu Xiu spoke, he pressed Qi Mengdi down, her struggles utterly helpless. "Master," he purred, "please lie down." Chu Xiu didn't forget to give his fairy master's peaches a cheeky pat, causing Qi Mengdi to let out a soft gasp. Seeing Qi Mengdi lie still and resign herself, Chu Xiu let out a triumphant chuckle, teasing, "Master is so well behaved. This disciple is about to unsheath his sword and unleash his full technique." The moment he finished speaking, Qi Mengdi's hands immediately clutched the bed sheets. Her eyes squeezed shut, followed by a soft "ah." Just like that, Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdi exchanged techniques all night long, with the sounds of pleasure echoing throughout the room. After 2 continuous hours of exchanging new techniques, the beautiful fairy master Qi Mengdi was now utterly exhausted, sprawled on the bed. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, looking completely refreshed, adjusted his clothes and headed towards the door. Before leaving, the young man didn't forget to say to Qi Mengdi, "Master, you've worked hard, get some sleep." But the moment Chu Xiu stepped out of the bedroom, his entire body immediately trembled. He stumbled, desperately using both hands to brace himself against the door frame lest he collapse from the overly strenuous battle with Qi Mengdi. The young man mused to himself, "This medicine's effects are a bit too potent. Gotta remember to use less next time." Suddenly, Chu Xiu noticed 3 shadowy figures standing outside the door. He darted a glance at them, his mind filled with suspicion, thinking, "It's this late? Who could possibly be looking for me?" Chu Xiu immediately pushed the door open and stepped out. Appearing before him were 3 figures draped in cloaks, their faces completely concealed. The young man promptly asked, "What business do you have with me?" The moment they spotted Chu Xiu, the person in the middle hastily stepped forward and grabbed his hand, their voice hurried and earnest. "Holy Sun, your highness, please save my Zhou family." As he finished speaking, the man pulled down his cloak, revealing a face etched with exhaustion and worry. This was none other than Emperor Zhou Yong of the Daming Empire. After hearing these words and learning of Zhou Long and Zhou Yunfei's rebellion, Emperor Zhou Yong, along with Zhou Ziyue and Zhou Xiu, had secretly slipped out of the imperial palace that night to find Chu Xiu and discuss this major crisis. Upon seeing Zhou Yong's face, Chu Xiu instantly recognized his identity as the Emperor of the Daming Empire. Chu Xiu, not one for superfluous words, simply stated in a calm voice, "Gentlemen, please follow me to the reception hall." Our boy internally mused decades without seeing him, and this old man has aged so much. His hair is flecked with gray and the corners of his eyes are riddled with wrinkles. I remember his heroic, tiger-like demeanor from back then. It seems being the Emperor of Daming these past few years hasn't been easy at all. Chu Xiu led the 3, Zhou Yong and his children, to the reception hall. The 4 of them sat around the tea table. Chu Xiu, taking the initiative, addressed Zhou Yong, who sat opposite him. "Honestly, whoever sits on the throne of Daming has no bearing on me or Taiso Shengdi. That girl Ziyue must have told you already, right? If you want my help, it won't be free. I have 2 conditions." Emperor Zhou Yong, hearing Chu Xiu's words, immediately replied, "Holy Sun, your highness, just name them. As long as my Zhou family can achieve it, forget just 2 conditions. Even a few more would be fine." Chu Xiu looked at Zhou Yong, raising 2 fingertips. In a resolute voice, he said, "No need for so many. I only require 2 conditions. 1, from your imperial family's treasury, I want 2 specific items. 2, after this matter is resolved, all the assets of Zhenbei Wang will belong to me." The imperial treasury by default held no small number of treasures, and if their entire family was wiped out, everything would be lost regardless. As for Zhenbei Wang's assets, they weren't even rightfully theirs to begin with, so Emperor Zhou Yong didn't hesitate, directly nodding in agreement, "No problem." Chu Xiu closed his eyes, gave a slight nod, and calmly stated, "Good, you may return." At this moment, Zhou Ziyue and Zhou Ziyu hastily stood up, facing Chu Xiu, their expressions earnest. "Holy Sun, your highness, do you require us to do anything?" Chu Xiu heard this and smiled faintly. The young man, with a confident expression, replied, "Just act normal, that's enough. As for everything else, rest assured and leave it to me." An hour later, Emperor Zhou Yong, Zhou Ziyue, and Zhou Ziyu, the 3 of them, departed. Chu Xiu also immediately returned to his room to rest. The next morning, at the Taisu Shengdi branch in Shangjing City, the moment Chu Xiu opened his door and stepped out, he saw his fairy master lying in the sun right outside his room. At this moment, Qi Mengdi was enjoying a plump, red cherry when she noticed Chu Xiu walking towards her. Master, didn't you say you still had things to do? Chi Mengdi straightened her back, adopting a cold demeanor. She closed her eyes, giving Chu Xiu a lazy, annoyed look, her voice tinged with a slight pout. What? Are you complaining that this venerable one is hindering you? Chu Xiu, without a moment's hesitation, replied seriously. Indeed. Chi Mengdi calmly picked up a cherry, examining it before her eyes, then retorted, This is Shengjing City, not your rebellious disciple's turf. This venerable one will stay wherever she wants. Can you actually stop me? Chu Xiu crossed his arms. He slightly lowered his head to look at Chi Mengdi, a teasing smile on his lips. Master, don't act so unruly now. Your image as a cold and aloof fairy is about to shatter. Chi Mengdi waved her hand dismissively and shouted, Rebellious disciple, scram, I'm too lazy to bother with you. At the same time, Chi Mengdi popped the cherry into her mouth, devouring it. Chu Xiu forced a smile, silently breaking into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, this woman is truly too clingy. I hope Hua Jijie isn't like this later. Suddenly, Chu Xiu placed a hand on Chi Mengdi's shoulder, pressing her down onto the chair, causing her to jump in alarm. The young man brought his face close to admire Chi Mengdi's beautiful features, then gave a cunning smile. I'm going out for a while now. You are absolutely not to follow. Otherwise, you understand. Cornered, Chi Mengdi could only remain silent. Chu Xiu, taking full advantage, continued. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your agreement. Don't follow me. I can easily sense your aura. Chi Mengdi frowned and turned her face away, poutily retorting, as if anyone would even want to. After that, Chu Xiu left the Taisu Shengdi embassy. The young man quickly made his way to Shangjing City's District 79. This place was a chaotic mix of people with dirty roads and an unbearable stench filling the air. Beggars in ragged clothes lined the streets, yet hidden within, the auras of cultivators could still be sensed. This was truly the gathering place for the poor. After meandering left and right for about an hour, the young man finally stood in front of a casino. The moment Chu Xiu appeared, a woman who was already waiting there immediately gestured, saying, Esteemed guest, please follow me. Chu Xiu followed the woman up to the second floor, then proceeded to a pitch-black room. As Chu Xiu stepped inside, blue flames unexpectedly ignited, illuminating half the room. Sitting at the other end of a black stone table was the woman he had previously done business with. The moment he saw her, Chu Xiu immediately asked, Is what I need ready? The woman immediately smiled and replied, I've been waiting for you for a long time. All the rare heaven and earth treasures you needed are right here. As she spoke, she tossed a spatial pouch onto the table in front of Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu immediately used his divine sense to probe it, and sure enough, everything inside was exactly what he had requested. Chu Xiu then took out an image recording jade slip. The young man casually tucked it between the woman's chest, saying, This contains the whereabouts of Yuehua Dijing. The woman froze for a few seconds, taken aback by Chu Xiu's utterly nonchalant action. But she didn't say much. She immediately scanned the jade slip with her divine sense and confirmed the information within. Her face immediately lit up with an excited smile. She thought to herself, I can't believe the strongest divine ability realm expert in Dijing is actually in Yaoguang Shengzi's hands. That night in Shengjing City, at Zhenbei Wang's Fenor, deep within a dark underground secret chamber, Tianmian Zhenjun, dressed bizarrely, stood opposite Zhou Long, who was chained and hung upside down. Zhou Long spoke, Let me share some good news with you. Last night, someone tried to poison this venerable one. Too bad for them they didn't succeed. Zhou Long, his voice hoarse, finally spoke. Tianmian Zhenjun, what exactly do you want to achieve? Tianmian Zhenjun coldly sneered, Do what? Naturally, this venerable one intends to become the Emperor of Daming. Ha ha ha. Don't you know that precious son of yours dreams of becoming the crown prince? Do you think this venerable one needs to fulfill his wish? Hearing this, Zhou Long angrily growled out 4 words. That rebellious son, Tian Mianjin continued, a wicked smile spreading across his face and sinister gleam in his eyes. As long as this venerable one becomes the emperor of Daming, I can use the vast population of Daming to blood sacrifice the human exterminating banner, this holy king's weapon, and then awaken the spirit within it. Zhou Long gritted his teeth. Tai Su Shengdi will not let you succeed. Facing Tianmian Zhen, Zhou Long yearned to pounce and fight him to the death. Helplessly, he thought to himself, I, Zhou Long, have fought my entire life for Daming, serving with unwavering loyalty, never daring to delay even a moment. For hundreds of years, I've protected countless mortals of Daming. Who would have thought that in the end, I'd be replaced by a demon and turned into a rebel, who even wants to use Daming's own people for a blood sacrifice to empower his demonic energy? My reputation? Gone in an instant, utterly destroyed by him. Even if I sacrificed myself, I'd never have the face to meet the old emperor again. Just then, Tianmian Zhenjun, still disguised as Chu Long, let out a booming laugh. I bet you haven't heard, have you? Your precious son has invited Taisu Shengzi to Piaoshua Lake for a little gathering. I'm heading there myself, actually, to discuss snatching the imperial throne with him. Can't wait to see what kind of talent this Taisu Shengzi truly possesses. Chu Long was utterly stunned, gasping. What? Taisu Shengzi is backing your scheme to usurp power. Impossible. Just before he vanished, Tianmian Zhenjun couldn't resist a final sinister, mocking grin. Don't you worry, I'll take good care of your waifu and kids. Chu Yunfei, such an obedient little boy, truly a good son. And your princess consort is very accommodating, if you know what I mean. At this, Chu Long thrashed like a madman, blood gushing from his eyes, practically frothing at the mouth as he roared, Tianmian Zhenjun, I'll kill you. You won't find peace even in death. Scene switches to Piaoshua Island in Shangjing City. This place, owned by the Piaoshua sect, is known as one of the most lit entertainment hubs in the entire Nanyu, with snow falling all year round. Inside, at the highest pavilion, the vibe was absolutely buzzing. Two women were deep in conversation about the latest major happenings across the Tiankong continent. Apparently, Elder Qi Wu Heng from the Qishan sect is coming to Daming in half a month. He's going to use the purple light from the Shenyan sect's divine flame to forge a holy artifact. And get this, there's going to be a big competition in Shangjing and all invited young talents can join. Oh, I heard about that too. Rumor has it, Elder Qi Wu Heng even promised to personally forge a weapon for the strongest contestant. Not far off, Chu Xiu was sipping tea with Chu Yunfei when he casually asked, "Bro Chu, is this Qi Wu Heng the same guy who forged that Guiyuan artifact back in the day?" Spot on. That Guiyuan forging method was indeed created by the Elder specifically to combat the Yaoman tribe. Chu Xiu gave a subtle nod and a faint smile, his mind already racing. Man, I've been wanting to forge this kind of artifact for ages. Who knew this forging grandmaster would actually show up in the Nanyu? And damn, Chulong is way more vigilant than I thought. Bijiao Xian's totally whiffed on the poisoning attempt, but at least she didn't get caught by that old fox Chulong. Just then, a booming announcement echoed from outside. Zhenbei Wang has arrived. Su Shu's head snapped towards the door, a sly thought crossing his mind. Oh, he's here? Right on cue. Time for me to personally test this dude out. Then Tianmian Jinjun, still disguised as Chulong, made his entrance like an actual war god. Draped in magnificent robes with deep, profound eyes and a face that was cold yet brimming with gravitas, he inspired awe and fear, making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze directly. Chulong strode straight toward Chu Yunfei and Su Xiu. Chu Yunfei, seeing his father, immediately stood up, beaming. He gestured towards Su Xiu, who was also standing. "Father, this is His Highness Su Xiu, the Shengzi of the Taizu Holy Land." Chulong instantly bowed, cupping his hands, a smile gracing his lips. "Greetings, Your Highness Taizu Shengzi." Su Xiu returned the gesture with an equally polite smile. Zhenbei Wang. The trio quickly settled down. Chulong raised his wineglass, smiling at Su Xiu. "Your Highness Shengzi, allow me to toast you." Su Xiu reciprocated, picking up his own glass with a polite social smile. "Nonsense, Zhenbei Wang. Your glorious achievements are truly outstanding. It should be me toasting you." Su Xiu then raised his cup. His eyes subtly flickered over Chulong before him, a thought crossing his mind. Hold on, why do I feel a demonic aura coming off this Zhenbei Wang? No wonder Bijiao Xian's botched the poisoning attempt. Has this dude already been replaced by a demon beast? Just then, Chulong pressed Su Xiu again. "Your Highness Shengzi, have any outsiders learned of the matters my son discussed with you these past few days?" Su Xiu feigned confusion. "Zhenbei Wang, only the plot to seize the throne, and Elder Mo knows about that. Has something gone wrong? Indeed. A few days ago, someone tried to poison me, unsuccessfully, I might add. This has absolutely nothing to do with the Shengzi, so I'm deducing that the imperial family is behind it." Su Xiu chuckled. "With your cultivation base, what kind of waves could that Chu family possibly make against you? And with my support on top of that, success is practically guaranteed. Haha, excellent. Your Highness Shengzi, let us drink." Su Xiu lifted his wine cup, a small smile playing on his lips as he thought. "I'll just play along for now, then find the perfect moment to spring a surprise poisoning on him later." Suddenly, Chu Yunfei let out a gasp and crumpled to the ground. Chu, sitting right next to him, recoiled in shock. "Yunfei, my son, what's wrong?" Su Xiu, ever the actor, also jumped up with a panicked expression. "Bro Chu, what happened to you?" For a beat, the entire room fell silent. Then a woman shrieked in terror as she saw Chu Yunfei's truly horrifying state. His eyes had rolled back, his entire body convulsed, and blood was gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Chu Yunfei abruptly spewed more blood, then slumped motionless on the spot. Seeing this, Chulong hastily knelt to cradle Chu Yunfei's head. Su Xiu meanwhile played the innocent bystander perfectly, jumping up in feigned alarm. "Bro Chu, he's been poisoned." Chulong assessed Chu Yunfei's pallid face, instantly recognizing a potent poison. If not expelled immediately, Chu Yunfei would be dead in 30 breaths. Feigning immense worry, he declared, "Yunfei, protect your meridians first. I'll use my Jinyuan to force this poison out of you." But internally, his true thoughts were far more sinister. "Damn it, I can't let this kid die right now, or my cover will be blown and my identity suspected. That would seriously mess up my next move." And just like that, Chulong carefully laid Chu Yunfei down. With his Grand Saint Realm cultivation, he channeled a potent surge of Jin. A radiant stream of light shot from his palms, piercing into Chu Yunfei's body, a classic move to forcibly blast out poison with pure internal energy. Minutes later, wisps of sickly green smoke began to hiss out from Chu Yunfei's body like a punctured balloon. Sush ever so subtly took a few steps back and loudly warned, "This smoke is extremely toxic. Everyone, get back, don't get too close." Hearing his words, the entire crowd scattered, eyes wide with horror at the vile poison leaking from Chu Yunfei. Su Xiu covered his mouth, a quick, calculating glance at Chulong and Chu Yunfei, then a wicked thought crossed his mind. "All right, the poison's finally in. Now it's your turn to make an entrance." Who dared to plossel guts, to poison Bro Chu right in front of the esteemed Zhenbei Wang? A girl in an orange dress furiously blurted out. Suddenly, Bijiao Xianzi, sword already drawn, burst through the window, a chilling gust of wind trailing in her wake. Chulong jolted, spinning around just as a sword blade, crackling with green lightning, zipped right towards him. Chulong shot up, deftly snatching the hilt of the sword Bijiao Xianzi was thrusting. He roared, "So, it was you all along." Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd gasped in utter bewilderment. Was it Bijiao Xianzi who poisoned him? No way, Bijiao Xianzi is a good friend of Bro Chu. She has no motive to do something like this. Su Xiu, meanwhile, formed a subtle hand seal, his eyes glinting with a sharp light, a small wicked playing on his lips as he thought, "Bijiao Xianzi, now blow yourself up." A split second later, Bijiao's entire genuine erupted. Boom! Bijiao Shan's completely disintegrated, leaving nothing but shredded clothes fluttering through the air. The force of the blast even sent Chulong staggering back. Chulong was utterly dumbfounded. He never in a million years expected Bijiao Shanzi to be so decisive, so self-destructive. This was completely outside his calculations. Suddenly, a hazy ancient figure began to coalesce from the void itself, slowly materializing into an old woman. This old hag, clad in grayish-brown robes, hunched and deeply wrinkled, stepped out from the emptiness. In her ancient eyes, a fiery rage burned, her face contorted with murderous intent as her white hair whipped around her. She roared, "Zhenbei Wang, why did you kill my disciple?" Chulong's face twisted in fury. He absolutely never expected Xiongye to show up at this exact moment. "I didn't kill her," he snarled. "She's self-destructed." The Yue Qiong Palace Master seethed. "Before, this old woman even considered backing your claim to the throne. But now you've harmed my precious disciple. Consider me utterly blind for ever thinking that." The old Yue Qiong Palace Master's eyebrows knitted together as she bellowed, "Kill!" Instantly, her right hand flashed a seal, and a crescent-shaped green halo pulsed around old Xiongye, radiating immense power that suppressed everything beneath it. This move from Xiongye left Chulong no choice but to clash head-on. His entire body erupted with battle chi, and he stood firm, unyielding against Xiongye's overwhelming pressure. The clash between these two Grand Saint Absolute units shook the very fabric of reality for millions of miles. The entire island began to violently tremor and quake. The girl standing beside Chu Xiu, her face pale with terror, pleaded, "Your Highness, Shungzis, please. You have to tell them to stop." Suddenly, a sound transmission talisman buzzed directly inside Chu Xiu's mind. His master's voice boomed in his head. "Grand Saints are clashing in Shangjing City. Don't you dare cause any more chaos. Get back here now." Chu Xiu turned to the bewildered crowd, cupped his hands, and offered a polite smile. "Esteemed guests, I have some urgent family matters to attend to. Please excuse my early departure." But in his mind, he was already thinking, "Oh boy, Master's calling. This place is getting too hot for me to stick around. Gotta make a quick exit. My main waifu, Meng Dai, is probably already grumbling at home. That troublemaker, he never lets anyone rest easy. Who knows where he's off causing chaos now. So much energy, he's just begging for a good smack." Scene shift. Back at the Taisu Embassy, Xiu had made his return, casually strolling up to the entrance. An old woman, the embassy's guardian, leaned on her cane as she approached Chu Xiu. He turned, asking, "Are you heading out to stop those big shots from fighting?" The old woman replied, "Indeed, Your Highness. Protecting Shangjing City is this old one's sacred duty." Chu Xiu said nothing, just kept walking. Internally, our boy was thinking, "Nah, I won't stop her. Best not to meddle with other people's karma, you know?" Meng Di was strumming her zither. Seeing Chu Xiu walk in, she immediately started to nag, "You troublemaker. A huge commotion in Shangjing City and you're nowhere to be found? All you ever do is run off and cause more chaos." Chu Xiu turned, closing the door behind him with both hands. "I just came from meeting Zhenbei Wang," he replied casually. "Heard Master was looking for me, so I hurried back." Meng Di looked surprised. "You met Zhenbei Wang? He's fighting with the former Jiqiong Palace Master, Qiongye, isn't he?" Chu Xiu plopped down right beside her, wrapping an arm around Meng Di's waist. A small cheeky smile played on his lips. "That's not important. What is important is that I suspect Zhenbei Wang has been replaced by some ancient demon. And let me tell you, that demon's cultivation is absurdly profound, making him super hard to deal with. Honestly, the waters in Shangjing City are looking a little too deep for my taste. How about we just run away?" Meng Di turned to him, utterly stunned. "Didn't you promise Chu Ziyue you'd help the Chu family? A little danger and you're already trying to bail?" Chu Xiu just gave his main waifu a side-eye, scoffing playfully. "This, my dear, is called prudence. What would a mere woman like you understand? If you don't know, just don't speak." Meng Di gasped in shock, her face flaming red. She spun around furiously and yelled, "You audacious rebel, how dare you speak to your master like that? Asking for a beating, are we?" Chu Xiu spread his right palm, a golden light flashed, and with a sly smirk at Meng Di, he said, "Master, don't forget, I can seal your cultivation at any moment." From his palm, Chu Xiu pulled out a shimmering black silk blindfold. He leaned in close to Meng Di and continued, "Master, you've been quite high and mighty lately. Have you forgotten what it's like to be put in your place by me? How about a little refresher course today?" Meng Di stared at Chu Xiu in utter panic, then blurted out, "No, you can't. It's broad daylight, for goodness sake." Chu Xiu gripped the black cloth, his chest flush against Meng Di's. His eyes blazed with desire as he continued, "Oh, since when did we start distinguishing between day and night? Besides, just close your eyes, and it'll be even darker." Then, Chu Xiu used that black cloth to bind Meng Di's eyes. His wicked hand began to caress her thigh. Meng Di's voice, laced with frustration, snapped, "If you're truly a man, then unseal this master right now." Our boy Chu Xiu sprawled on top of Meng Di, and in a low, teasing voice, he said, "Absolutely no way, master." And just like that, he once again pinned his master down, making her learn to spell as our boy Chu Xiu's little pheasant found its way back into its cage, causing Meng Di to groan uncontrollably. This epic master-disciple battle continued for a full hour. After the deed was done, Chu Xiu stood up and tidied his clothes, while Meng Di still lay there, sleeping soundly after a long moment of pure bliss. Chu Xiu stepped out the door and bumped into Chu Ziwei, who was carrying something. Chu Xiu asked, "Ziwei, how's the investigation? Did you get the intel from Chulong yet?" Chu Ziwei softly replied, "It's all here, young master." Seeing a lipstick mark on Chu Xiu's cheek, Ziwei's eyes widened in surprise, her own cheeks flushing. She asked curiously, Holy Sun, your highness, why is there a lip mark on your face? Our boy Chu Xiu hastily wiped away the lipstick mark with his hand. An embarrassed smile plastered on his face as he replied, "Ah no, that's not a lip mark. A cat bit me." Suddenly, a young woman rushed over from outside in a panic, crying out, "This is not good. Holy Sun, your highness." Chu Xiu calmly asked back, "What happened?" The girl stammered in a panicked voice, Master's soul life tablet is shattered." Chu Xiu's face revealed surprise as he mused, "The head of the embassy is dead?" Scene shifts to the void above Shangjing City. Two men were talking, one of them being Zhenbei King Chu Long. Zhenbei King spoke, "Why kill her? Don't you know she's the head of the Taisu embassy?" The other replied, "She saw you use a demon race divine ability. If we don't kill her to silence her, is there any other way?" Zhenbei King rubbed his forehead. "It would have been better to capture her alive."
The Taisu Holy Land will definitely send people to investigate. We're about to use the Imperial blood sacrifice. Our plan to wipe out humanity is going to be ruined.
The cloaked man replied, "Relax. Before I made my move, I sealed Shangjing City's
Spatial distortions for 24 hours.
They can't transmit any news outside. The only great saint in Shangjing City, Chu Long, is under your control. Zhongye, who just arrived, was also killed by us. Now, who in Shangjing City can possibly stop us?" Zhenbei King continued worriedly, "But the Taisu Holy Sun is also in Shangjing City." The cloaked man sneered, "A holy sun not even fully grown yet? What's there to fear? He's a mere ant, easy to squash." Then he turned back to Zhenbei King and continued, "Alright, no more wasting time. You head to the Imperial Palace and destroy the Great Star Formation's eye. I'll go prepare the Great Blood Sacrifice Formation." At this moment, an image of the mysterious cloaked man appeared. He strangled the old woman who headed the Taisu Grand Embassy with one hand. In Chu Xiu's room at the Taisu Embassy, Chu Xiu and Qimeng were reviewing the culprit behind the head's death via a memory stone projection. Qimeng frowned, and with a serious expression said, "This person's strength is immense, definitely a mid-stage great saint. With Zhenbei King, that means there are likely two great saints operating in Shangjing City now." Chu Xiu propped his hand on his chin, and with a pensive expression, he spoke, "I originally wanted to find someone to send a message to the Holy Land, but Shangjing City's space has been sealed. No news can get out." After saying that, Chu Xiu tilted his head towards Qimeng and sounded her out, "Master, it seems our opponent's greed isn't small. They're about to devour Shangjing City whole. Should we just run? If we bring the Chu family and ensure they don't die, it wouldn't be a complete betrayal on our part. But if we leave, what about the hundreds of mortals here? You can go, but I can't." Chu Xiu looked at Qimeng seriously and said, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Hearing Chu Xiu ask this, Qimeng gently hugged her unborn child, her eyes blazing with determination. She resolutely replied, "Yes, I'm afraid. But protecting the peace of a region is the duty of Holy Land cultivators. Besides, I refuse to let a tragedy like the one in Xishan Commandery repeat itself in the capital." Suddenly, Chu Xiu reached out and grasped Qimeng hand. Our boy smiled and spoke, "If that's the case, then head to the Imperial Palace immediately. No matter what our opponents want to do, they'll have to destroy the core of the 99-star Great Formation first." Looking at Chu Xiu, Qimeng spoke worriedly, "What about you?" Cupping Qimeng's hands in his own, Chu Xiu looked lovingly at his fairy master and happily reassured her, "My life is extremely precious. I won't be some self-sacrificing saint mother here. Of course, I'll just hide in the embassy and wait for you to return. Stay safe, and whatever you do, make sure nothing happens to you. Understood?" Chunitu's words and gestures made Qimeng blush and feel a little embarrassed. She instantly spun around and walked away, raising her voice to say, "Alright, you rebellious disciple. It seems you still have some conscience after all. Then stay here. Don't go running around causing trouble outside." Seeing his master's adorable look, Chu Xiu's eyes crinkled as he gave a gentle smile, replying, "Master, just rest assured. I'll wait right here in the room for your return. You too must be careful." A moment later, booming explosions continuously rocked the skies above the Imperial Palace as smoke and flames engulfed the entire area. At this moment, Tianmianjin revealed his true form, an incredibly cunning and sly nine-tailed foxman. Tianmianjin, with an angry expression, said, "Qimeng, you actually showed up in Shangjing City. What a surprise." Qimeng held an ice crystal longsword, and behind her, a phantom image of the ice snow world fluctuated, emanating an incredibly powerful aura. She spoke in surprise, "Tianmianjin, you were the one impersonating Zhenbei King?" Tianmianjin smirked triumphantly, "It's me, so what?" Her face was stone-cold as Qimeng charged at Tianmianjin, longsword in hand. She shouted, "I, Snow World, 3 swords of annihilation." As soon as the move was unleashed, snowflakes immediately appeared, floating in the air, freezing into circles. The snow obliterated all crisscrossing sword intent, slashing directly at the fox demon, Tianmianjin. Tianmianjin's pupils instantly constricted. He snorted and said, "You're using an ultimate divine sword art against me right off the bat?" After that, Tianmianjin gripped his long saber, his white hair fluttering wildly. He swung out with full power and shouted, "Break!" Boom! His saber light tore through space, breaking through Qimeng's ice-snow domain. The shattered ice and snow floated in the air. Qimeng immediately leaned back, narrowly dodging the all-rending power of this immortal-grade saber intent. Qimeng's delicate brows furrowed. She was absolutely seething. She cast an icy gaze towards Tianmianjin. She soared down, once again raising her sword and unleashing her second strike. The ultimate divine abilities, ice snow world image behind her suddenly contracted into a freezing point that slowly rose higher. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The temperature in the void plummeted, the surrounding space began to freeze, and the frozen core grew larger and larger, finally forming a complete realm of ice and snow that enveloped both of them. Seeing this sight, Tianmian Zhenjun's face immediately paled. He cursed loudly, "This lunatic woman! Hey Hun, stop watching the show and come help me. I'm no match for her." As soon as he finished speaking, Hey Hun immediately appeared, standing in front of Tianmian Zhenjun. He unleashed a palm strike, and a gigantic black palm struck towards Shimengdi's ice snow world. Boom! Shimengdi's ice snow world was instantly torn open, revealing a gaping hole. After helping Tianmian Zhenjun block Qi Mengdi's move with a sarcastic voice, he said, "Haha, Tianmian Zhenjun, you're a total disgrace." Tianmian Zhenjun, still in a state of panic, quickly explained, "I don't know how, but after this woman leveled up to mid-stage Great Saint, she became unbelievably strong." On this side, Qi Mengdi stood inside the ice snow world, her expression solemn and calm as she stared intently at the two men. Glancing at Qi Mengdi, Heihun smiled wickedly. "Let's double-team her. 2 against 1, no matter how strong she is, she has to die." After saying that, he looked up at Qi Mengdi and taunted loudly, "Qi Mengdi, even if you alone can stop us, you won't be able to do anything about the Zhoutian 8 Trigram's Blood Sacrifice formation. In just 15 minutes, it will activate, and all the mortals in Shangjing City will be turned into blood mist and absorbed by the Zhoutian 8 Trigram's Blood Sacrifice formation. By then, our plan will be a complete success." Suddenly, a surge of crimson pressure shot up from below, startling Tianmian Zhenjun. Immediately, his expression shifted drastically as he looked towards the dungeon holding Chulong. He cried out in panic, "This is bad. The dungeon's restraints holding Chulong have been broken. Someone wants to free Chulong. Perhaps I should have just killed Chulong earlier to prevent future problems." Hearing this, Heihun immediately said, "No, you go deal with Chulong first. We can't let him fully recover. If he and Chimengde join forces, we'll be in deep, deep trouble." Tianmian Zhenjun nodded and immediately shot toward Zhenbei King's manor. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, "Damn it, who ruined my good plan?" Chimengde immediately shouted, "Don't you dare run." Holding her ice crystal longsword, she leaped to pursue Tianmian Zhenjun. Immediately, she was intercepted by Heihun. "Don't be in a hurry to leave, we haven't finished fighting yet." Chimengde's heart pounded with worry. Of course, she knew exactly who really broke into the dungeon to rescue Zhenbei King. She immediately transmitted a mental message. Angrily, "You rebellious brat! Didn't you say you wanted to hide in the embassy? You damn rebellious disciple, you lied to me again. Tianmian Zhenjun is coming for you, so you must be careful. If you can't win, then run." Hearing his beloved master's transmitted message, Chu Xiu immediately looked up at the sky. The young man smirked confidently, telepathically replying, "Master, chill. Suohu isn't some holy mother, he's never been one to play the hero, but our boy Suohu can't just stand by and watch his waifu get harmed. So he'll definitely risk it all to rush to the prison and rescue Zhenbei Wang. If he does, our side will gain another great Saint-tier powerhouse, helping Chimengdi turn this losing battle around. Who knows, maybe we can break this whole deadlock and even bring the Zhenbei Wang back." In the sky, Chimengdi glared coldly at Heihun, her voice chilling as she barked, "Get out of my sight." She wanted to deal with this Heihun as fast as possible. Her only hope was that Suohu, with his 7th grade trapping kill array and 3 flowers gathering peak poison, could buy enough time against Tianmian Zhenjun until she could arrive to help. Contrary to Chimengdi's mood, Heihun calmly admired her scorching figure, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "I hear you possess the heavenly fragrance physique," he purred. "Dual cultivation with you could greatly boost my cultivation. Fairy Mengdi, it's come to this, there's no need for pointless resistance. Just look behind me." Haha, immediately the human-slaying banner Miren Pan was summoned by Heihun. The sheer density of blood chi emanating from the Miren Pan was absolutely terrifying. Countless civilians were absorbed and eroded by the Miren Pan, completely unable to resist. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies were annihilated. A blood-red mist rose, dyeing the entire sky crimson. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Chimengdi's face immediately contorted. "That's the Miren Pan. You've activated the Blood Sacrifice Grand Array." Below Shangjing City, everything was now stained a vivid red by the blood mist. The scene turned desolate, miserable screams echoing, "No, I don't want to die." A man, his face etched with terror, turned to see the child he held in his arms being consumed by the human-slaying banner. "My son!" Chimengdi's expression turned grim. She silently pressed 2 fingertips to her belly, reinforcing the protective barrier for her and Suohu's child. She was preparing to burn her vital blood, intending to collapse the frozen space and fight Heihun to the death. Realizing her intent, Heihun smiled wickedly, confidently declaring, "Chimengdi, why bother? You fundamentally have no way of getting past my Shikui to attack me. I'm already in an unbeatable position." Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, "Yunhe Peak Master, I've come to help you deal with Heihun." As soon as the words fell, a figure in battle robes appeared behind Chimengdi. It was none other than Zhenbei Wang himself, holding a long spear exuding a majestic aura. Seeing Zhenbei Wang by her side, Chimengdi immediately rushed to Zhenbei Wang, anxiously asking, "Is Suohu okay?" Zhenbei Wang replied, "His Highness the Holy Sun is fine. He said he wants to keep Tianmian Zhenjun busy and he told me to come help Yunhe Peak Master here." Chimengdi's eyes couldn't hide her worry. "Alright, let's quickly deal with Heihun." When Heihun saw Zhenbei Wang appear, he angrily gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Tianmian Zhenjun, that absolute idiot. He still hasn't killed him?" Facing 2 great Saint-tier powerhouses, had no choice but to turn tail and run. As he fled, he incessantly cursed Tianmian Zhenjun. Chimengdi gave Heihun a relentless chase, going all out, continuously launching sharp ice crystals towards him. Heihun's body was now pierced all over by Chimengdi's ice crystals, which gradually froze the wounds into ice. In pain and panic, Heihun glared at Chimengdi, roaring, "Damn it, Chimengdi. Let me go. At the same time, Zhenbei Wang seized the opportunity, rushing forward to close in on He Hun. He thrust his long spear deep into He Hun's belly. A stream of black qi mixed with fresh blood splattered everywhere, officially sending this clown straight to hell. Qi Mengdi and Zhenbei Wang watched He Hun's body plummet below. At that moment, Zhenbei Wang urgently spoke, Yun He Peak Master, let's hurry and help the Holy Sun. Qi Mengdi immediately formed hand seals with 2 fingers, opening a void. Her face was pale, whether from the battle or from worry for Chu Xiu, she wondered. That rebellious disciple is only in the Bian realm. Can he really withstand attacks from a great saint-tier expert? He absolutely must not get hurt. He has to wait for me. Outside Zhenbei Wang's mansion, many cultivators and surviving civilians after the horrifying blood sacrifice grand array were now drawn by sounds echoing from within. Xiao Zhenjun, don't you dare run. Inside Zhenbei Wang's mansion, Chu Xiu, holding the overlord sword Kong Long, was gleefully playing a game of cat and mouse with Tianmian Zhenjun. Tianmian Zhenjun, on the other hand, looked utterly terrified, running and screaming, You damn pervert! Don't you dare come over here. If you're so good, then stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, I definitely won't be able to escape. Tianmian Zhenjun desperately struggled to flee outside Zhenbei Wang's mansion, but unfortunately he tripped and fell face first onto the ground. The ground and rocks around him shattered. The crowd outside quickly swarmed, and someone immediately recognized him, shouting, That's Tianmian Zhenjun. Isn't he a great saint-tier expert? What the hell happened for him to be in such a pathetic state? At this very moment, a figure, stepping on red Dao patterns, moved with the overlord sword Kang Long slung over his shoulder, standing on the rooftop. The young man was shirtless, his tanned skin eye-catching. He had defined features and a perfectly sculpted 8-pack. His long black hair flowed in the wind, exuding a majestic and handsome aura that left the young women below utterly infatuated and swooning. The young man smiled confidently, glancing at everyone below, finally resting his gaze on Tianmian Zhenjun. Someone recognized him and immediately shouted, It's His Highness the Taisu Holy Sun Chu Xiu. Could it be that His Highness Chu Xiu was the one who reduced Tianmian Zhenjun to such a pathetic state? The Holy Sun is so damn cool. At this moment, after opening the void, Qi Mengdi rushed toward Chu Xiu, but upon witnessing the entire scene, she felt a little sulky. This rebellious disciple actually managed to force a great saint to such a pathetic state? Worthy of him. All my worry for him was wasted. He's just here showing off for all these girls below. A moment later, Chu Xiu jumped down from the rooftop, raising the overlord sword Kong Long and aiming it straight at where Tianmian Zhenjun lay. With a devilish smile, Chu Xiu roared, Tianmian Zhenjun, I'll send you on your way. Suddenly, the Mi Ren Pan appeared out of nowhere, blocking Chu Xiu's sword strike for Tianmian Zhenjun. An unexpected anomaly occurred. The spirit artifact within the Mi Ren Pan actually exuded a trace of a demon emperor's aura. This terrifying pressure swept across everything, suppressing the very firmament. All the surrounding cultivators had faces filled with horror. Unable to bear the pressure, they all knelt one by one, trembling on the ground. Even minor saints couldn't withstand it and were forced to their knees. A panicked minor saint cried out, This is the aura of an ancient great emperor. In stark contrast, Chu Xiu still tightly gripped the overlord sword Kang Long, slashing downwards, his eyes flashing with a bloody gleam. The young man let out a cold, disdainful chuckle, his voice brimming with confidence. Don't just say you're a mere spirit artifact tainted with a trace of a demon emperor's aura. Even if a demon emperor personally descended, what then? If I, Chu Xiu, don't want to kneel, then no one in this entire world can force me to. Tianmian Zhenjun was first stunned by this display, then overjoyed in his heart. He had originally thought he was a goner today, never imagining the Mi Ren Pan's artifact spirit would recover to save him. Tianmian Zhenjun looked at Chu Xiu, a smug smile on his face. Haha, Chu Xiu, I admit your methods are heaven-defying. I almost lost to you. Even my natal holy weapon had to self-detonate because of you. No matter what tricks you have or how meticulously you scheme, you truly didn't give this venerable one even half a chance to resist. But what's the final result? You still can't do anything to me. Now that I have the Mi Ren Pan protecting me, not only can you not kill me, but no one here can kill me. Ha ha ha. As he finished speaking, a voice from the void echoed, This venerable one will try to kill you and see. Taisu Zi, in a flowing green dress, stepped out, fluttering in the wind. She was like an immortal fairy standing on the 9 heavens, observing all living beings. Her skin was like jade without a single blemish. Long, slender thighs, a graceful and lithe figure, a petite face held the cold, icy gaze of a powerhouse, her beautiful eyes as deep as a 10,000-fathom abyss. Her azure, flame-like hair cascaded over her shoulders, all combining to create peerless beauty in both aura, appearance, and strength. Seeing the Holy Lord's arrival, Chu Xiu smugly curled his lips, secretly overjoyed. Elder Mo is truly efficient. As soon as the restriction disappeared, he already led Taisu here. Tianmian Zhenjun was utterly terrified when he saw Taisu's appear, because her appearance literally spelled his death sentence. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from the void, Taisu Zi, why must you bully the weak? As soon as the voice fell, a golden light flashed, and a figure covered in golden fur leaped from the void. He wore black armor and held a giant golden iron staff, exuding an incredibly powerful aura. He was also a demon venerable overlord of the demon race, none other than Jinyuan Demon Venerable. Taisu Zi's right arm had already raised a hint of killing intent, ready to take Tianmian Zhenjun's life. But seeing Jinyuan Demon Venerable appear, Taisu Zi paused her attack. Her tone cold, she spoke to Jinyuan Demon Venerable, You You demon race really know how to scheme, don't you? Daring to come to my human race territory, slaughter my clansmen, and secretly refine the Mi Ren Pan, then turn around and accuse this venerable one of bullying the weak? Hearing Taisuzi's words, Jinyuan Demon Venerable's face immediately twitched. He currently had no desire to fight Taisuzi, mainly because he was no match for her. So he forced a smile and replied, "This matter, consider us in the wrong. Name your price. What will it take for you to spare this white fox?" Unexpectedly, Suohiu Jinyuan de Demon Venerable. "It was I who defeated Tian Mian Zhenjun. I want his spatial ring and a Luopo golden lotus. I, Suohiu, don't work for free, you know." Hearing Suohiu's demand, Jinyuan Demon Venerable's face immediately scrunched up as he cursed silently. "A spatial ring is fine, but damn it, you even want a heaven and earth rare treasure? Do you seriously think our demon race is made of cash?" Taisuzi saw Jinyuan Demon Venerable hesitating to agree to Suohiu's demands. She immediately spoke up to Venerable One, 3 types of heaven and earth rare treasures. Hearing this, Jinyuan Demon Venerable was utterly enraged, almost spitting a mouthful of vital blood. Jinyuan has said, "Taizi. All right, this Venerable One agrees, it's done. It's just that the Luopo Golden Lotus normally grows in the primordial swamp, and that thing is incredibly hard to find. Give this Venerable One 3 days. 3 days later, I'll bring the goods from last time." Taisuzi's face was devoid of expression. She looked at the Miren fan floating in midair and declared, "Today this venerable one will seal this demonic energy for 300 years to atone for the fallen common folk. Jinyuan, take this demon fox and go. Do not let it bring disaster upon the mortal realm again." Even though Jinyuan Demon Venerable was practically boiling with rage, he still silently carried Tian Yan True Monarch and yeeted out of there. Before leaving, he didn't forget to spit, "Taisuzi, you are truly ruthless." In the blink of an eye, Jinyuan Demon Venerable, carrying Tian Yan True Monarch, vanished into the void. Taisuzi stood there, silently gazing northwards into the distance, a flicker of killing intent flashing in her eyes before disappearing. That evening in Shangjing City, life returned to normal. Inside a tea house in Shangjing City, everyone was abuzz, talking about Chu Xiu. The Holy Sun is seriously OP, isn't he? You gotta know, he's only in the Bian realm. Taizu Holy Land truly lives up to its name as a hegemonic force. 3,000 years ago, during the era of fallen emperors, a Taisuzi emerged who was practically unrivaled across the lands. Now, 3,000 years later, they have another monstrous talent like Chu Xiu. Such incredible luck and destiny truly make people envious. This Chu Xiu, he'll probably become the next Taisuzi, right? Our boy Chu Xiu, however, was currently chilling behind a screen. He quietly sipped his tea, enjoying the moment while listening to the cultivators' chatter. The smile on his face just kept getting wider. Meanwhile, in the back hall of the Taisu embassy in Shangjing City, Qi Mengdi and Hua Luofei sat facing each other, chatting. "Huajie," she asked curiously, "Mengdi, where did your disciple run off to?" Qi Mengdi casually replied, "Who knows where that kid went off to cause trouble again? He probably went to meet someone from the imperial family claiming he wants to get something from the treasury. Honestly, I'm too lazy to bother with him. Do you need him for something? I can call him back for you if you want." Hearing this, Huajie flashed a beautiful smile, her eyes observing Qi Mengdi. Her Christmas lips parted slightly as she said, "Mengdi, didn't you say you wanted to go out and clear your mind? So why did you come to Shangjing City to do that? You're not secretly protecting your disciple, are you?" Caught off guard, Mengdi's heart skipped a beat. She subtly twisted her waist, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, and half closed her eyes as she replied, "No wait, don't spout nonsense. I just happened to be passing by. Who could have known I'd stumble upon a demon blood sacrifice here?" Huajie smiled at this, grudgingly replying, Right, you're absolutely right." Qi Mengdi then curiously asked, "Speaking of which, haven't you returned to the Holy Land yet? There's nothing for me to do back there. Might as well stroll around here." Hearing this, Qi Mengdi exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Huajie asked, bewildered. "Huh, what? Are you saying you don't welcome me?" Qi Mengdi, caught off guard again, quickly forced a laugh and replied, "Haha, welcome, of course I welcome you." Just then, Chu Xiu pushed open the door and walked in from outside, startling both women, who turned their heads to look. The moment she saw Chu Xiu, Huajie immediately sprang to her feet. Smiling, she walked over to him and said, "Chu Xiu, you're back." Chu Xiu, surprised to see Taisuzi, replied, "Huajie, why are you in Shangjing City?" Chu Xiu brazenly grabbed Huajie's hand, holding it up. The young man happily said, "Good sis, I'll treat you to some tea. How about it?" Hua Luofei's face immediately flushed red. She looked at Chu Xiu and replied, "Why are you still so brazen? Your master is watching us." Witnessing this scene, a wave of emotion surged within Qi Mengdi, jealousy, surprise, and suspicion. She wondered, when did they even get to know each other? At this moment, Chu Xiu casually turned to the seated Qi Mengdi. The young man, eyes narrowed in a joyful smile, asked, "Master, I'm inviting Huajie for tea. Are you coming along?" Qi Mengdi, her face full of sulky jealousy, replied, "I'm too tired today. I'm not going." "All right, master, you should get some rest then." Hearing this, Qi Mengdi was instantly dumbfounded. She was basically just sulking and being jealous, hoping Chu Xiu the traitor would pay her some attention. Who would have thought this absolute menace would just brazenly ignore her? Qi Mengdi's blood immediately boiled. Veins popped on her forehead and she gnashed her teeth, her eyes burning with jealous rage as she cursed silently. "Oh, this rebellious disciple! How dare he lay hands on a holy master like that? And you, Hua Luofei, you won't even spare my disciple?" The streets shimmered, a hazy glow in the air. Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei were leisurely strolling hand in hand down the street. They stopped at a street-side hairpin stall. Holding a flower hairpin, Chu Xiu turned to Hua Luofei and said, Hua Jie, I think this hairpin really suits you. Hua Jie blushed slightly, feeling shy and quickly said, Stop messing around, your master is watching. Hua Luofei forced a smile thinking, being caught like this by my bestie is so embarrassing. Qimeng Die isn't thinking I'm an old cow eating young grass, is she? Chu Xiu looked at Hua Jie smiling and casually replied, It's fine, we're not doing anything wrong or out of line. Master won't be able to say anything anyway. With the mother-son seal's sensing ability, Chu Xiu naturally knew his master was secretly following behind, peeking at them the entire way. The young man smiled, glancing at his master fairy, and thought, Master followed us this whole way. Does she want to join the fun or something? Hiding behind them, Qimeng Di saw this scene and was absolutely furious. Her usually arrogant face creased into a frown as she thought, Your face is completely flushed, you idiot! Doesn't this rebellious disciple know who Hua Luofei is? Hua Luofei hasn't revealed her identity, so Chu Xiu probably doesn't know. If he knew Hua Luofei was a holy master, this rebellious disciple wouldn't dare to flirt and touch her like this. Watching Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei walk down the street hand in hand, laughing and talking happily, Qimeng Di couldn't help but ask herself, Why do I feel so uncomfortable seeing that rebellious disciple and Hua Luofei together? Could it be? Qimeng Di instinctively placed a hand on her belly, her eyes clouded. No way! How could this venerable one be jealous of that rebellious disciple? Absolutely impossible. Qimeng Di was practically steaming with anger. She clenched her hands, trying to suppress her emotions as she walked behind Chu Xiu and Tai Suzi. This venerable one is doing this for Hua Luofei. That rebellious disciple is bullying her, and I'll just bear this hardship alone. It's fine. Meanwhile, as Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei walked down the street, they encountered a little girl carrying a basket of flowers. The girl with her big, bright, adorable eyes looked at Chu Xiu and spoke up. Big bro, buy some flowers for big sis. Chu Xiu immediately bought the entire basket of flowers. He took one flower and gently pinned it into Hua Jie's hair, then flashed a radiant smile and said, Big sis is truly beautiful. This looks so ordinary, but when it's pinned in Big Sis's hair, it becomes as beautiful as you are. This is what they call the person outshines the flower. Hua Luofei blushed shyly, her crimson lips slightly parting as she murmured, Such a smooth talker. So sweet-tongued. Standing not far away, Qimeng Di couldn't help but curse out loud, Ugh, disgusting. How can such nauseating words even come out of your mouth, you rebellious disciple? Why'd you never say such things to this venerable one before? So it turns out it's because your cultivation wasn't progressing, you hadn't comprehended this truth yet. Afterward, Chu Xiu and Hua Ji entered a tea house and directly headed up to the second floor. Hua Luofei knew Qimeng Di was still following them. She subtly glanced at Qimeng Di and sent a sound transmission. Meng Di, don't misunderstand. We're just calling each other big sister and little brother, that's all. There's nothing going on. You should go back. With me here, who could possibly harm Chu Xiu? Hearing these words from Tai Su Zhu, Qimeng Di grew even more furious. She gnashed her teeth. This is your explanation? Calling each other big sister and little brother? Holding hands, putting arms around shoulders and waists, even strolling the streets together. Ha ha ha. And you say there's nothing going on? Do you think I'll believe that? This rebellious disciple truly deserves to die. He can clearly sense my presence yet pretends not to see me. By his own definition, this is what they call a scumbag. If I had known this earlier, I would have found a chance to slap him to death. Seeing Qimeng Di remain silent for so long, Hua Jie couldn't help but ask, Meng Di, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Qimeng Di startled, I'm fine. We're good sisters. Of course I believe you. You go ahead and enjoy your stroll with Chu Xiu. I'll head back first. Immediately, Qimeng Di vanished into the void. A few moments later, Qimeng Di reappeared upstairs. She sat behind a screen watching Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei, angrily clutching a teacup. Qimeng Di subtly frowned, thinking, You want me to leave, so I'll just leave? No way. I want to see what kind of games this big sister and little brother duo will play next. On this side, Chu Xiu politely offered a cup of tea to Hua Ji. Big sis, please have some tea. Hua Luofei looked at Chu Xiu, smiling as she replied, Don't just pour tea for me, you drink some too. At this point, Chu Xiu walked over and sat next to Hua Jie. The young man casually put his arm around her shoulder and activated full-on romance mode. Big sis, look how beautiful the scenery outside is. You traveled all this way to Shengjing City. Please relax and enjoy yourself today. After some sweet talk and a few gentle massages from Chu Xiu, Tai Suzi's face flushed red. She half closed her eyes, comfortably resting her head on Chu Xiu's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Old Demon leaned closer to Hua Jie's face. His hand began to explore after all those days apart. The young man softly whispered, Hua Jie. Hua Luofei revealed a faint smile, letting out a soft as their eyes met, full of affection. Witnessing the intimate situation between that rebellious disciple and Tai Suzi firsthand, Qimeng Di's jealousy instantly reached its peak. She clenched her hands, gnashing her teeth. Where is that rebellious disciple even touching? Absolutely shameless. Hua Luofei, how can you be so careless? Your skin is so thick and you're putting on that kind of act? You're a holy master, for crying out loud. Please pay attention to your status. The more she watched, the more rage flared in Qimeng Di's heart. She wished she could rush over and catch them red-handed. On this side, Chu Xiu was busy being intimate with Tai Suzi when he suddenly sensed an unusual aura from the mother seal on Qimeng Di's body. The young man glanced toward Qimeng Di, thinking, What's wrong with master? Her heart feels so restless and uneasy. Just then, outside the tea house, someone was banging a gong and shouting loudly, Don't walk by, don't miss out. The most prestigious auction in Shengjing City in decades is about to begin. Everyone, come see, come see. These are the treasures up for bid. As he finished speaking, a young man carefully placed an image crystal on the table. The young man lightly touched the image crystal with his index finger, and immediately the image crystal shot a blue light upwards. Then the images converged into various items and treasures. The crowd gathered around, exclaiming in endless chatter and admiration. Upstairs, Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei held hands, watching the images broadcast live throughout Shangjing City. After scanning through the items to be auctioned, Hua Luofei smiled and remarked, "Not bad. A block of tranquil essence iron this size is worth no less than 300,000 divine origin stones." As Chu Xiu carefully observed each auction item appearing, his eyes suddenly stopped at an ancient bronze fragment, his heart swelling with excitement. Chu Xiu rubbed his chin, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought, "The flaw on this perfectly matches the fragment in my hand that carries the aura of the Xiantian sword embryo. This auction item is definitely connected to it. I have to get this." Hua Luofei, the Taisusi, a powerhouse of cultivation, naturally sensed the hidden delight in Chu Xiu's beaming smile. She chuckled and asked, "Chu Xiu, you're looking a little too happy. Does the auction have something you need?" Hearing Hua Jiejie's question, Chu Xiu snapped out of his daze, gently took her hand and placed a sweet, soft kiss on the back of it. "Hua Jiejie is truly my lucky star." Taisuzi was taken aback by Chu Xiu's bold move, but she merely remained silent, a faint smile playing on her lips as she watched the scene unfold. Chimengdi was stunned, her eyes widened, and her mouth almost let out a shriek. He even kissed her? Chimengdi had fully expected her besties to react, to stop this rebellious jerk from doing whatever he pleased. But to her astonishment, her besties just chuckled, showed no reaction, and even blushed shyly. Hua Luofei wasn't like this before. She was clearly an extremely arrogant, cold, domineering, and strict person. Why was she like this now? On this side, Chu Xiu smiled affectionately at Hua Jiejie and said, "Tomorrow, if Jiejie is free, let's go to the auction together." Hua Luofei immediately accepted. "Okay, I'll go with you." Half an hour later, Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei left the tea house. "Then I'll take Jiejie to watch a movie." Hua Luofei wondered, "What is watching a movie?" Chu Xiu replied, "Jiejie will know in a bit." At this moment, about 200 meters opposite them, at a small ceramic stall, Master Chimengdi held a cup in her hand, her face full of seriousness as she meticulously selected porcelain. Chu Xiu, bewildered, called out, "Master, what are you doing?" Chimengdi turned around, feigning a smile as she replied, "The teacups at home broke. This venerable one came out to buy some." Hua Luofei spoke up, "For such a trivial matter, you could just casually send a disciple. Why does Peak Master Yunhe have to do it herself?" Hearing this, Chimengdi was furious, her mind filled with questions. "Why do you call me Mengdia when the rebellious disciple isn't here, but then call me Peak Master Yunhe when he is?" Seeing Master expression, Su Lao Mo immediately felt a chilling wave of killing intent that made him break out in a cold sweat. Making an excuse to escape, Su Lao Mo forced a cheerful smile and said, "Hua Jiejie, sister, let me go buy drinks for both of you. You two wait a moment, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Lao Mo immediately bolted. Seeing Chu Xiu leave, Hua Luofei spoke up to explain, "Mengdia, Chu Xiu doesn't know my identity. Right now I'm just an elder of Daoyun Peak. Don't expose me or it will be very awkward." Chimengdi angrily questioned, "Your Holiness Sintis, setting aside other matters, why are you so intimate with Chu Xiu? You are the Sintis. Please mind your status and don't lose your dignity." Hua Luofei with an embarrassed expression replied with a weak smile, "Chu Xiu doesn't know my identity. Don't misunderstand. My relationships with Chu Xiu is completely innocent. It's just that he keeps calling me Jia, and there's nothing I can do about it." Chimengdi sneered, "So, siblings means hand in hand now? Or perhaps siblings means intimate, affectionate embraces." Hearing this, Hua Luofei, a bit embarrassed, looked at Chimengdi and replied, "You've misunderstood." Chimengdi sadly whispered, "But I saw it with my own eyes." Hua Jiejie seriously looked at Chimengdi and asked, "Mengdi, are you perhaps jealous? It's not good for you to be like this. He's your disciple, and what's more, you're pregnant." Chimengdi immediately blushed, closing her eyes and trying to avoid the discussion as she replied, "What are you thinking? How could I be jealous? It's just that I think you two aren't suited and your ages are too far apart." Hua Luofei blushed and smiled gently. "Don't worry. He once said that women over 3,000 years old are considered immortal beauties, but I haven't agreed to it yet." Immortal Master, her phoenix eyes widening, angrily spoke up, "What? He said that to you too?" Glancing at Chimengdia, Hua Luofei spoke honestly, "Don't get agitated. So what if Chu Xiu and we are both cultivators? Age difference isn't an issue. He's not married. I'm not wed. So what's wrong with it?" Chimengdia's eyes immediately darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, "Luofei, you've changed. I considered you my confidant, but you want to be my disciple's wife?" Just as Chimengdi and Hua Luofei stared at each other, full of tension, Chu Xiu held 2 cups of tea in his hand. The young man spoke up, "Master, Hua Jiejie, I bought 2 cups of osmanthus tea, a specialty of Shangjing City. You two should try to cool down." After Chu Xiu returned, Hua Luofei returned to normal as if nothing had happened. She smiled at Chu Xiu, her voice gently saying, "Chu Xiu, since we've met Peak Master Yunhe here, let's all go watch a movie together, shall we?" Chu Xiu saw that his beloved master had no objections, so the young man happily smiled and replied, "Okay." Su Lao Mo was secretly thrilled in his heart. What could be better than watching a movie with 2 beauties? Hua Jie truly understands him. She's indeed his good JJ. On the way to the movie place, Chu Xiu brazenly took Chimengdi's hand with one hand, and with the other he playfully squeezed Hua Luofei's butt, teasing her. This made Hua Luofei jump, her cheeks immediately flushed. She clenched her hands and quickly looked away. Seeing Hua Jiejie's reaction, Chu Xiu smirked with satisfaction. Chimengdia also sensed something happening between the two, but she remained silent, only looking up at Suni Tu with sorrowful eyes. And so the three, each with their own mood and emotions, arrived at the movie place. A moment later, all three arrived at the movie venue. On the stage, a play called Taisu Goddess Descends the Mountain was currently being performed. In reality, this was a type of shadow puppet play, utilizing the principle of dead light projection and manipulating paper figures to enact different shadow plays on the stage screen. Chu Xiu, Qimengdi, and Hua Luofei were sitting below, attentively watching the play. Chu Xiu thought to himself, this play tells the story of when Taisu Zi was the saintess who descended the mountain to journey and cultivate. I wonder what Hua Jieji feels now, hearing about those events from back then. Suddenly, a nearby boy pointed at the stage and asked, Mom, is the Taisu goddess the Taisu saintess? The mother smiled and replied, that's the immortal from the heavens yesterday. Later, if you also become as strong as the immortal, you can protect Mom. Seeing this scene, Hua Luofei's heart stirred a little, and her eyes held a bit more killing intent. One could say she was dazzlingly talented, looking down on past and present, her talent long since that of a quasi-emperor. She suppressed everything, yet just now she let the demon race flaunt their power in our human domain. She let out a soft sigh. Chu Xiu sighed with admiration. The saintess back then was truly invincible. Indeed, Su Lao Mo rarely admired someone, but Hua Jiji was a different case. She had no special physique, yet solely relying on her own talent and diligent cultivation, she rose up, dominating every great Holy Land ancient clan and monstrous genius in the human domains, them all, making no one of her generation from the demon or human race able to breathe easily. Legend has it that back then, when Taisu Zi traveled the world, the demon race powerhouses instructed their juniors thus. On the battlefield of Tianyuan, if you encounter Taisu Zi, you can choose to directly flee and your clan will not blame you for it. Thus, it's hard to imagine how formidable Hua Jieje was back then. Hearing this, Qimengdi glanced at Hua Luofei, thinking to herself, this rebellious jerk surely doesn't know that the saintess he's talking about is right here, does he? After the play ended, Chu Xiu spoke up. I feel that this kind of play doesn't really count as a movie. Hua Luofei looked at Chu Xiu and asked, how so? Immortal Master also cast a curious gaze. Chu Xiu then replied, in the distant blue star, movies are also called moving pictures or dynamic pictures. Clearly, images recorded by flowing image stones are closer to what movies are. Hearing this, Hua Luofei was full of doubt regarding his definition. I've never heard of it on the Tiankong continent. Chu Xiu looked at Hua Luofei and said, for example, rewrite the saintess's story, then have actors perform the events within the story. Then use flowing image crystals to record everything, and finally project it. Isn't that more exciting and interesting than watching the show play? Qimengdi, hearing Chu Xiu say this, her pupils immediately contracted. Her cheeks flushed, glancing at Suni too. In her mind, the image of him holding a flowing image crystal in his hand appeared, terrifying her. If it was revealed that he used the mother-child seal to control her and exchange moves, he would release these images for the entire Tiankong continent to see. Thinking of this, Qimengdi broke out in a cold sweat. She let out a soft sigh. On this side, Hua Jiji found Chu Xiu's idea quite interesting. She smiled and said, this idea of yours is good, it really can be tried. Suddenly at this moment, a voice transmitted, Brother Su, what great talent. Following that, a person walked towards Chu Xiu. Appearing before Chu Xiu at this moment was a man in red robes. He was the third young master of the ancient Yi clan, Ye Hongyu. Ye Hongyu's face was full of excitement. He cupped his hands to Chu Xiu's Ju, greeting cheerfully, saying, Brother, I didn't intentionally eavesdrop. I just happened to overhear. I feel that your idea is truly too brilliant, so I couldn't help myself. I hope Brother Su will forgive me. Chu Xiu tilted his head, glanced up, and asked, You are? This humble one is Ye Hongyu. Brother Su, you probably know about the Ye clan of Zhongzhou, right? Hearing this, Chu Xiu also stood up, cupped his hands to Ye Hongyu in greeting. The young man smiled and said, So it's a young master of the ancient Yi clan. I wonder what business brings Brother Yi to me today? Chu Xiu thought to himself, this person's cultivation isn't low. He's already reached the divine abilities realm. Hearing Chu Xiu ask this, Ye Hongyu immediately leaned closer to Chu Xiu and whispered, Brother Su, could you tell me the details of this project of yours? I feel it could earn a huge sum of money. Chu Xiu's pupils subtly moved. Brother Yi, are you really interested? Ye Hongyu nodded continuously and replied, Naturally, let's cooperate and earn money. Brother Su only needs to provide the method, and you can earn 30% of the profits. What do you think? Brother Su, don't feel that 30% profit is too little. You just need to point out the method, and I will provide the manpower, material resources, and financial resources. After that, both sat down at a table, and Chu Xiu explained the details of his idea and to record it. Finally, Ye Hongyu took out a contract, and both signed it, cooperating very happily. Witnessing this scene, Hua Luofei was curious. She turned to Qimengdi and softly asked, What are they signing? Qimengdi replied, I don't know either. It looks very mysterious. All three returned to the Taisu embassy when it was already late evening. Su Lao Mo essentially still wanted to have a heart-to-heart date with Hua Jijie after so many days apart. The young man wanted to return to the room with Hua Jijie to chat and exchange moves all night, but Immortal Master was standing right next to them, making Su Lao Mo afraid to speak. Holding Hua Jijie's hand, the young man hesitantly spoke up, Hua Jijie. Taisu Zi was startled, turned to look at Chu Xiu, and softly hummed in response. Witnessing this scene, Qimengdi immediately went ballistic. She transmitted her voice, shouting loudly, Rebellious disciple, what else do you want to do? Hurry up and come back with this venerable one. Sensing the immense pressure and killing intent from his master, Su Lao Mo immediately forced a laugh and said, Why just be tired today, right? You should go to bed early. Alright, then you should also rest early. Taisut's returned to her room, cheeks flushed, dreaming about the future. If things really went that way with Chu Qiu's Nai, Mengdi or Master. Ugh, so embarrassing. Inside Chimeng-Di's room, she immediately activated a sound-sealing array. Immortal Master Chimeng-Di stood there, arms crossed, her phoenix eyes glaring at Chu Xiu, scolding him. You've got some serious guts, brazenly flirting with an elder from another peak, even sharing candied hawthorn together. The moment Chimeng-Di finished speaking, old Demon Chu instantly pulled out a skewer of candied hawthorn from his spatial ring. Young Master Chu Xiu flashed a bright smile and said, "Actually, I bought one for you too. It just wasn't convenient to give it to you then. You wouldn't want our relationship to be known by elder sister Hua, would you?" Holding the candied hawthorn skewer, Chimeng-Di scoffed lightly. "What relationship between us? Isn't it just a pure master-disciple relationship? Besides, you wicked disciple you keep calling elder sister Hua so intimately every chance you get." Saying this, Chimeng-Di aggressively chomped down several candied hawthorn pieces, chewing them furiously to vent her anger. Eating and pouting, she continued, "Don't think this will just blow over. You even gave flowers to someone else, saying they were more beautiful than flowers. You might not find it nauseating, but I'm practically gagging on behalf of Elder Hua." Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the skewer in her hand because it was just so delicious. So sweet. Speaking of flowers, old Demon Chu once again pulled out a light pink flower. The young man walked up to Chimeng-Di and directly handed it to her. "Here's your flower. Actually, the one I truly wanted to give flowers to was Master. Look at, doesn't it resemble the twilight glow of the sun star on the horizon? Breathtakingly beautiful, isn't it? It's just a shame it's not quite beautiful enough, still several shades inferior compared to my precious master." When Chimeng-Di saw the flower Chu Xiu gave her, she was stunned, a beautiful blush spreading across her face. Though deeply touched inside, she still pouted outwardly, huffing and scolding, "You silver-tongued devil! Stop being so nauseating!" Old Demon Chu continued shamelessly, "Ha ha ha, my woman is beautiful. Isn't it only natural for me to praise her a little? Others wouldn't even have time to admire her, so why would it be nauseating?" Hearing this, Chimeng-Di angrily roared, "Audacious! Who's your woman? Don't just spout nonsense, we're pure. Don't even dream of tempting this master. Do you think I'm that easily fooled? Spill it. What exactly is your relationship with Elder Hua?" Casting a sly gaze at his immortal master, old Demon Chu scoffed. "Master, tell me honestly, are you perhaps jealous?" Chimeng-Di's conscience pricked and she furiously snapped, "Nonsense, how could this master be jealous over you?" Chu Xiu chuckled coldly. "If you're not jealous, then why are you controlling me?" Chimeng-Di's phoenix eyes flared. "I'm your master, it's only natural for me to control you. No, if you controlled me as my woman, then of course I'd accept. But if you control me under the guise of being my master, then you truly can't control me." The immortal master felt that Chu Xiu's words held some truth, but she stubbornly refused to admit it. "I don't care. Just stay away from Elder Hua." Chu Xiu's face was filled with helplessness. He secretly thought, this woman is too proud but so adorable. Chu Xiu wrapped his arms around Chimeng-Di's waist, then leaned close to her ear, his voice soft as he whispered, "Agree to me, won't you? You're both my wings, why must we be separated?" The moment he uttered those words, Chimeng-Di swung her hand and punched old Demon Chu silly, sending him sprawling onto the floor. Chimeng-Di exploded with her Great Saint Realm pressure, unleashing it outwards. Suppressing Chu, the rebellious disciple, she angrily roared, "You wicked disciple, you are truly shameless. It seems you haven't been improving your cultivation lately, and now you have too much excess energy. I'm warning you, don't mess around. I am your master, can I not suppress you?" As she spoke, Chimeng-Di grabbed a whip and advanced. Old Demon Chu, his face contorted in panic, quickly blurted out, "Chimeng-Di, if you're so mighty, don't use your pressure to suppress me. Elder Sister Hua will hear." "It's fine, there's a sound sealing array. Even if you scream until your throat rips, no one will come to save you." Chimeng-Di chuckled coldly. "Please, go easy on me." And so Chu Xiu and Chimeng-Di exchanged moves until morning. Naturally, Chimeng-Di used her Great Saint Realm pressure to flatten Chu, the rebellious disciple, right onto the bed. The next morning, unlike usual, the one who opened the door and stepped out was the immortal Master Chimeng-Di. Her mood was exceptionally good, her complexion rosy and full of vitality. Not far away was Elder Sister Hua. The moment she saw Chimeng-Di, Elder Sister Hua walked closer, smiling as she looked at Chimeng-Di and said, "Meng-Di, did you take some kind of precious elixir? You're looking exceptionally well." Chimeng-Di touched her face, feeling a slight flush, and smiled back. "Oh, really? Perhaps my cultivation has just improved." Elder Sister Hua nodded and replied, "Your cultivation has been progressing very quickly lately. I sense your aura, and it seems you're about to level up to the Great Saint 5th tier very soon. The Great Saint Realm is all about enlightenment. It seems your heart realm is even more stable after leaving the Holy Land. Not bad, not bad." Hearing this, Chimeng-Di naturally knew the reason for her cultivation's rapid progress. She secretly thought, it's all thanks to that wicked disciple's dual cultivation technique. I can't deny it greatly helped my comprehension of the heavenly Tao at that time. Tai Suzi looked around, then asked, "Meng-Di, where's Chu Xiu? Why don't I see him? Is he still in closed-door cultivation?" Chimeng-Di forced a smile and hesitantly replied, probably. She secretly thought he stayed up all night last night, that rebellious disciple is probably too exhausted to wake up yet. Chimeng-Di's expression was a little worried as she held Hua Luofei's hand and asked, "Luofei, why haven't you returned? Are you perhaps worried?" Tai Suzi nodded with a sigh. Although Chu Xiu has broken the desolate ancient sacred body's cultivation curse, that was only the first hurdle. Meng-Di, you've read ancient texts related to sacred bodies, right? Qi Mengdi's pupils flickered with worry as she replied, The day of minor completion is the greatest tribulation for a sacred body. The heavens do not allow the desolate ancient sacred body to appear in the world anymore, so it will unleash incredibly terrifying tribulations. If one cannot overcome it, death is certain. Exactly. Once the rare heaven and earth treasures from the demon race arrive, his sacred body will soon reach minor completion. Hearing this, Qi Mengdi quickly grabbed Tai Suzi's arm and urgently said, What are you trying to do? Don't do anything foolish. Elder Sister Hua looked at Mengdi, her eyes filled with determination, and replied, At the crucial moment, perhaps I can save him. The gathering treasure pavilion appeared before them, a pagoda-shaped building approximately 3,000 meters tall. The gathering treasure pavilion was even grander and more majestic than an imperial palace, truly worthy of being the merchant guild under the Taisu Holy Land's banner. At the main entrance of the gathering treasure pavilion, an endless stream of people formed lines to enter. This auction was of an extremely high standard. Only important figures from major powers, the wealthy or those with sufficiently high cultivation holding an invitation card were qualified to participate. Young Master Chu Xiu walked along, lost in thought. He had originally intended to go with Master and Elder Sister Hua, but after searching the envoy's residence, he couldn't find them, so he had to come alone. While he was engrossed in thought, a voice came from ahead. Holy Son, please follow me. Standing before Chu Xiu was Elder Dongtian, the minor saint elder, overseeing the gathering treasure pavilion. He smiled joyfully, welcoming the Holy Son Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's face broke into a smile as he cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Many thanks, Elder. Afterwards, the young man followed the old man directly into the auction. Seeing this, a young man with an arrogant expression indignantly spoke up. On what grounds does he not have to queue? A young man standing in front immediately mocked. If you were also the Taisu Holy Son, then you wouldn't have to queue either. The woman standing next to him looked at Chu Xiu with eyes full of admiration, truly worthy of being a peerless expert cultivated by the Taisu Holy Land. Gathering Treasure Pavilion steward Dongtian led Chu Xiu into VIP room number 1. He respectfully addressed Chu Xiu, Holy Son, the auction is about to begin. Please be seated here first, and I will have maidservants bring spirit tea and spirit fruits. Chu Xiu waved his hand and smiled, replying, Elder Dongtian, please go about your work. No need to mind me. A short while later, 3 curvaceous maidservants carrying tea fruits approached Chu Xiu. Holy Son, please enjoy your tea and fruits. At this moment, in the second-floor corridor, a young man stood opposite steward Dongtian, his expression gloomy, angrily questioning in a loud voice, What did you say? VIP room number 1 is gone. My elder brother is Zhou Yi, soon to be the holy son of the Tai Holy Land. Which shameless punk dared to snatch my spot? This young man was Zhou Yu, Zhou Yi's younger brother. Steward Dongtian, his face filled with helplessness, replied to Zhou Yu, Young Master Zhou Yu, the one in VIP room number 1 is precisely the Taisu Holy Son. Hearing Taisu Holy Son, Zhou Yu remained arrogant and aggressively roared. So, isn't he just a Nirvana realm cultivator? Does our Tai Holy Land fear him? Tell him to give up his spot right now. Hearing Zhou Yu's words, the old man secretly cursed in his heart. Why doesn't this spoiled brat learn even a little bit of his elder brother's temperament? Does he think having a little talent is such a big deal? Who exactly is that Taisu Holy? He's an absolute killing star. He doesn't even fear great saints. If you dare provoke him here, he'll dare to beat you to death right here. Just thinking about it made the old man break into a cold sweat. He could only advise Zhou Yu, young Master Zhou Yu, it's really best not to offend the Taisu Holy Son. Let's take a step back. You can choose VIP room number 2, okay? Zhou Yu remained stubbornly unyielding, insisting it had to be VIP room number 1. Witnessing Zhou Yu's arrogant and aggressive attitude, Chu Xiu merely curled his lips into a faint smile. The young man let out a cold, soft chuckle. How interesting. At this moment, Yi Hongyu walked over. Seeing Zhou Yu, the young man coldly chuckled and spoke. I wondered who had such a huge temper. Turns out it's just a little brat like you. What are you being so arrogant about? Is having a powerful big bro such a big deal? Zhou Yu grew furious. He gritted his teeth and pointed straight at Yi Hongyu's face. Damn you, show me some respect. The moment Zhou Yu finished speaking, Ye Hongyu unleashed a heaven-shattering punch to his face, sending Zhou Yu immediately flying. He slammed into the wall, which cracked from the impact. Standing to the side, Elder Dongtian didn't dare to intervene. He secretly thought, it's good that this brat got a little education. At least it'll prevent him from provoking the Taisu Holy Son later and getting himself punched to death. Ye Hongyu turned his head, looked at the old mon, a smile on his face, then took out an invitation card and handed it to him. Get me VIP room number 2. Don't let this punk bother Brother Chu. Otherwise, if Brother Chu gets angry, this punk is definitely dead. Hearing this, the old man smiled and replied, Understood. Please follow me. In VIP room number 1, Chu Xiu and Ye Hongyu were now sitting opposite each other, chatting cheerfully. Chu Xiu began, Many thanks for helping me out, Brother Yi. Ye Hongyu chuckled in response, Brother Chu, you're too polite. Downstairs, 2 young men saw Chu Xiu and Ye Hongyu happily and couldn't help but gossip. The young man on the left spoke up, Could that young master in red be the 3rd young master of the imperial ancient Yi family? The young man next to him continued, From their tone, his relationship with the Taisu Holy Son is clearly extraordinary. Could it be that the Taisu Holy Land and the Yi family have already... Just then, a curvaceous woman with a charming flower-like face happily walked out. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I will be hosting this auction. The first auction item in my hand is this protective armor. It absorbs the spirit energy of heaven and earth, formed naturally over billions of years of wind and rain. Once worn, it makes you immune to all poisons, and impervious to blades and spears. After the introduction, the female auctioneer enthusiastically invited, "Everyone, please place your bids." Upstairs, Chu Xiu sat back leisurely, then actively raised his paddle. 100,000 divine origin stones. Our boy thought to himself, just testing the waters first. Let's see what these folks are made of. On this side, Chu Yu's face twisted into a smug grin. He immediately raised his paddle and sealed the bid. 1,000,000 divine origin stones. He thought to himself, only 100,000 divine origin stones? Is that all the Taisu Saint Sun has? On the auction stage, the female host brought out the second auctioned item, the Dilan Immortal Herb. Consuming this herb can boost one's cultivation by 1.5 times. Chu Xiu looked lazy, one hand propping his chin, the other raising his paddle to bid 200,000 divine origin stones. Immediately, Chu Yu Room 2 sealed the bid, 2,000,000 divine origin stones. The young man flashed an evil grin, thinking, tried to snipe my bid earlier, huh? Today, I won't let you have an easy time. Witnessing this, everyone in the auction hall began to buzz. Who's in room 2? Is he openly clashing with the Taisu Saint Sun? It's Chu Yu from the Tai Holy Land. This guy even tried to steal the Taisu Saint Sun's room from the start. Someone else sneered, he's just a rich second gen riding on his big brother's name to cause trouble, not even worth mentioning. At this moment, the female auctioneer brought out the item Chu Xiu had been most anticipating. As everyone can see, this is a piece of Star Essence iron sample. The bronze round table beneath it has an unknown purpose, but the material is special, incredibly sturdy, and certainly an extraordinary item. Let's proceed with the auction. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the main hall eagerly started bidding. 50,000 divine origin stones, 50,000, 100,000. This Star Essence iron sample is something that can be encountered but not sought after. It's a material for grand sages to forge divine weapons. If a large amount of this iron sample is added, the power of a sacred weapon can be significantly increased. So the bidding was extremely fierce. In room 1, Chu Xiu looked serious, sitting up straight, his eyes fixed on the treasure. The young man raised his paddle to bid 120,000 divine origin stones. Chu Yu in room 2 frowned tightly and bid 1.2 million divine origin stones. Chu Yu stared intently at the Star Essence iron sample and noticed a peculiar flaw on the bronze round table underneath it. It was exactly like the bronze fragment his grandfather gave him before he passed away. It must have a great origin, he thought. Chu Xiu's brows furrowed, and he spoke in a cold voice, 1.3 million. Our boy thought to himself, Chu Yu's behavior feels a bit abnormal. Other things, I can yield to that rich second gen, but this bronze fragment, I cannot give up. Chu Yu glanced at Chu Xiu and loudly bid 1.4 million. The young man thought to himself, is he really fighting with me? If you've got the guts, then keep raising the price. Chu Xiu spoke with an expressionless face. 2 million. Old Demon Su thought to himself, I got 3 million from Heavenly Faced True Monarch. 1 million went to buying top-grade materials to refine Gui Yuan. These 2 million are literally my entire fortune. Chu Yu's face in the next room darkened. He angrily raised his index finger and loudly bid 2.01 million divine origin stones. The young man thought to himself, this is all the divine origin stones I got from Master. I'm definitely going to get scolded, but for this bronze round table, everything is worth it. Seeing the auction hall silent for a long time, the female auctioneer immediately asked, 2.01 million divine origin stones. Any other bids? At this moment, old Demon Su sat silently, not speaking, a dark gloom in his eyes. All eyes turned towards the Taisu Saint Sun. Seeing the Saint Sun remain silent, the entire hall began to buzz. Is the Taisu Saint Sun not bidding anymore? Someone scoffed. Ha! The Tai Holy Land isn't easy to provoke either. Chu Yu has really offended the Taisu Saint Sun this time. Noticing that no one else was bidding, the female auction host loudly declared, all right, sold. Congratulations to young Master Chu Yu for acquiring the bronze round table and Star Essence iron sample for 2.01 million divine origin stones. As soon as the female host finished speaking, Chu Yu immediately stood up and said, go retrieve the item. His subordinates behind him stared blankly at Chu Yu. But the auction still has another hour until it ends, they thought. The other items aren't very valuable, so there's no need to stay. On this side, Chu Xiu also stood up, preparing to leave. I'm going to take care of some business. Brother Yi, feel free. Yi Hongyu roughly guessed what Chu Xiu was planning to do. The young man raised his hand and said with a smile, need my help? Don't look at me like that. I'm actually really good at fighting. Chu Xiu replied expressionlessly, thanks. I can handle it myself. Night fell. In Beijing City, a flying boat was gliding over the sea. Standing on the flying boat, Chu Yu smiled smugly, thinking, looking at Chu Xiu's attitude towards that bronze round table, he might also have a bronze fragment in his hands. Better to avoid trouble than seek it out. Leaving before the auction ends is definitely the smartest choice. Just then, another flying boat appeared beside them, and a voice rang out, Taisu Chu Xiu wishes to borrow an item from young Master Chu Yu. I hope young Master will grant this humble Su some face. Hearing these words, Chu Yu and his subordinates turned their heads to look. Appearing before them was Chu Xiu, clad in black robes, exceptionally handsome and extraordinary with a brilliant smile. Beside him was a slender woman, beautiful in appearance, with a cold yet alluring aura. Chu Yu's heart jolted, and he thought to himself, he actually chased me all the way here? One of Chu Yu's subordinates immediately questioned, auctions are for the highest bidder, Saint Sun. Why must you force people like this, blocking others' paths? Chu Xiu replied in a cold voice, force people? I merely wish to borrow an item from your young master. Why speak such unpleasant words? Zhu Yu frowned, looking at Chu Xiu secretly cursing. Shameless bastard. If I lend it to you, it would be a miracle to get it back. Zhu Yu's subordinate angrily shouted, what's the difference between the Saint Son doing this and a bandit? Chu Xiu angrily waved his hand. Fine if you don't give face, but you even call me a bandit? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu reached out and drew out his tyrant sword Kang Long. You guys are really going too far. Resting the tyrant sword Kang Long on his shoulder, Chu Xiu turned to Mo Fei Yan and spoke. Elder Mo, you hold off that saint-level opponent, the others are mine. Mo Fei Yan replied, understood, your highness, be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Fei Yan immediately manifested 2 treasure swords in her hands, then soared towards that opponent. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Yu thought in a panic, I never expected Chu Xiu to be so decisive, saying he'd act and then actually acting, completely giving me no time to prepare. Zhu Yu's subordinate held a bagua-shaped Dharma artifact in his hand. He turned to Zhu Yu and instructed, Lord Zhu Yu, I'll go deal with this woman. You be careful yourself. After speaking, he immediately summoned a golden formation and at the same time soared towards Mo Fei Yan to meet her. The two clashed, intense energy fluctuations erupted, sending surging waves across the sea below. Old Demon Su on this side held the tyrant sword Kang Long in his hand. His feet performed the secret stride technique, dense runes appearing beneath his feet. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared right above Zhu Yu's head. Zhu Yu's pupils immediately constricted and he exclaimed in shock, so fast! Not one to be trifled with, Zhu Yu immediately formed a hand seal. Blue flame surged behind him, then condensed into a fire phoenix, which tilted its head back and launched itself at Xiaoshu to attack. Xu's deep pupils glowed with a strange blood-red light. Facing this blue flame phoenix, Xiu was completely fearless. Immediately above old Demon Su's head, chaotic aura surged from the void, and a naturally born black celestial lotus formed a sacred body phenomenon, transitioning from illusion to reality. The chaos black lotus suppressed the blue flame phoenix. The two clashed with a thunderous roar. The phoenix was blasted apart, turning into scattered flames that shot in all directions, with smoke and fire mist spreading everywhere. At this moment, Su Xiu's voice echoed through the smoke. I originally didn't intend to fight you, but you spoke ill words. As soon as he finished speaking, old Demon Su appeared right behind Zhu Yu. Lightning flickered around his body, his aura surging. His eyes flashed with brilliant golden light like a demonic Buddha descending to observe reincarnation. Turning his head back, Zhu Yu was utterly terrified, only managing to let out a choked ugh, and was hit by old Demon Su's ultimate move, Myriad Affairs Cease. The air shrieked and twisted terrifyingly as a sword strike landed on Zhu Yu's back. Zhu Yu was sent flying off the flying boat, fresh blood spewing violently from his back. He finally plummeted into the water below, creating an explosion that sent water splashing everywhere. After a moment, Zhu Yu's body slowly floated to the surface. Old Demon Su stood in midair, his robes fluttering in the wind, the tyrant sword Kang Long resting on his shoulder, silently watching Zhu Yu below. Old Demon Su's mouth unconsciously curved into a smirk, then he let out a cold hump. Suddenly, a female voice resounded, Saint Sun Chu Xiu, please leave a path for others. Why be so ruthless? As she spoke, she channeled her true essence into her arm, gently pulling Zhu Yu out of the water. Chu Xiu still had a smile on his face. He glanced at the woman in front of him. The young man let out an "oh," then asked, who are you? Appearing before Chu Xiu was a beauty dressed in a blue gown, with an elegant figure. She didn't reply, only stood there, smiling at Chu Xiu. At this moment, Zhu Yu was struggling to sit up. If not for the protective armor he wore during his previous clash with Chu Xiu, his spine would have been severed by Chu Xiu. Zhu Yu was utterly terrified, his face pale. He coughed incessantly and forced himself to speak, cough, cough. Many thanks, Miss Ji Jiao Yi, for stepping in to save me. On Chu Xiu's side, the tyrant Sir Kang Long slowly faded away. The young man's pupils constricted as he scrutinized Ji Jiao Yi, carefully assessing his opponent. Ji Jiao Yi was also at the Dao Palace realm. Perhaps she hasn't yet reached the stage of cultivating divine ability seeds, he thought, so old Demon Su can still suppress her. Carefully sizing up his prey, old Demon Su spoke in a cold voice. Ji Jiao Yi from the Ji clan gave a delicate nod, her cherry lips parting. She fixed her gaze on Chu Xiu, asking, I wonder if Saint Sun Chu Xiu would do this beauty a solid and spare Chu Yu's life? Our boy Chu Xiu floated midair, arms spread wide, a smug smile playing on his lips. Since a hottie like you is asking, he replied, I'm not completely unreasonable. Just hand over the loot, Chu Yu, and I might let you off with your life. Hearing our boy's words, Chu Yu, still on the ground, didn't even dare to breathe. His face, ghost white, sweat pouring. All he could do was telepathically whisper to Ji Jiao Yi. This woman was literally his last straw. Ji Jiao Yi's face instantly went grim, her brows furrowing like stormy clouds. She shot a frosty glare at Chu Xiu. That item was fairly won by Chu Yu at auction. Isn't this just next-level bullying, my dude? At that, Chu Xiu's gaze turned dark, his eyes slowly morphing into a freaky blood red. Our boy's lips curled into a chilling smile as he looked at Ji Jiao Yi. Oh, you want to play hero? Fine, then you two can die together. Chu Laoma inwardly snickered. Doesn't matter the price, that bronze table is mine today. Ji Jiao Yi stared up at Chu Xiu, her bright eyes now pools of icy malice. Chu Xiu, you seriously starting beef between the Taisu and the Ji clan with this power trip? She scoffed inwardly. They said the Taisu Saint Sun was humble. Bro's just a menace. Chu Laoma sneered. Alright, let's get it on. The words barely left his lips before he moved like a literal ghost, lightning exploding from his body, eyes blazing gold. He activated his OP movement technique, instantly blinking right in front of Ji Jiao Yi. Her eyes widened, frozen in shock. She couldn't even react, just gasped inwardly, too fast! And just like that, Chu Laoma's hand was clamped around Ji Jiao Yi's throat. Then, like it was nothing, he brutally yanked her into the air. For Chu Lao, if a woman wasn't his, then no matter how stunning, she was just bones wrapped in skin, a beautiful inconvenience. He'd kill without a second thought, absolutely zero mercy. Ji Jiaoyi's eyes burned with fury at Chu Xiu. Let go of me. But looking at him, she saw no pity the jade, cherish the flowers vibe, just chilling apathy. This dude was a straight-up demon lord. In a flash, Ji Jiaoyi's body shimmered, turning into pure ice, vanishing from the spot. Then, like a boss move, her stunning form reformed right behind Chu Xiu. She immediately shot out a chain, aiming to shackle our boy. Chu Lao, quick as thought, used his movement technique to warp away, disappearing from Ji Jiaoyi's sight. But then this absolute unit blinked again, reappearing right in front of her. Chu Lao unleashed his human emperor fist, a single punch. The emperor's might erupted, an unstoppable force, capable of shattering everything. Ji Jiaoyi was immediately blasted backward. Her body slammed hard onto the flying boat right next to Chu Yu. Chu Xiu's voice was ice. I was gonna be gentle with a pretty face, but you made me do this. Ji Jiaoyi struggled to get up, her eyes barely slits as she glared daggers at Chu Xiu. She raged, Chu Xiu, you absolute psycho. Just then, from the freaking void itself, an ancient voice boomed, Saint Sun, please chill. A beat later, itself warped, and a white-haired, white-bearded old man stepped out. Our boy Chu Xiu's eyes flickered, locking onto the elder. He asked, cold as ice, so this senior great saint wants to throw hands. The great saint immediately shook his head. He clasped his hands, bowing low to Chu Xiu. This old man wouldn't dare lay a finger on you, Saint Sun. It's just that I can't stand by and watch my clan's second young mistress get beaten to a pulp. I had to step in. On behalf of the second young mistress, this old man sincerely apologizes to the Saint Sun. We really shouldn't meddle. I beg the Saint Sun to forgive our transgression. Ji Jiaoyi's face twisted with pure grievance. She bit her red lip, whispering Molao. Chu Xiu was genuinely stunned by this great saint. To just instantly bow and apologize? Chu Lao Ma couldn't even process it. Our boy thought to himself, so this Molao Ji Jiaoyi mentioned is that great saint, huh? And he just bent the knee to me? This is getting spicy. Chu Xiu casually waved a hand. Since the great saint has stepped in, I guess I can't really push it. Take this little righteous chick and scram. Not strong enough, but wants to play hero. Ends up saving no one and just drags herself into the mud. Chu Xiu thought bro really went all out pleading, so Chu Lao Ma shouldn't be too savage. My master Bao Bao and Big Sis Hua aren't around, no one's got my back, so I can't go too wild. What if I piss them off and they go full berserk mode? Who's gonna protect me then, huh? If they're giving me an easy out, I'm taking it. The great Saint Elder heard our boy and gave a relieved smile. Many thanks, Taisu Saint Sun. With that, he literally tore open the void, snatched Ji Jiaoyi's arm, and yanked her away. Ji Jiaoyi, simpering with indignation, blurted out, Molao, why did you apologize to him? Are you afraid of him too? Second young mistress, seriously, zip it. This is the southern domain, the Taisu Holy Land's turf. We can't go all out here. Better to de-escalate, yeah? After that, Molao dragged Ji Jiaoyi into the void, and they both poofed. With zero interference, Chu Xiu slowly strolled towards Chu Yu. Chu Yu's face was sheet white, cold sweat pouring down his temples. He risked a glance at Chu Xiu, and what he saw was a literal demon lord, his presence absolutely bone-chilling. Chu Yu was beyond terrified. Not daring to utter another peep, he immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing non-stop to Chu Xiu. Boss, for my big brother's sake, please spare my life. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Chu Xiu stayed silent. Our boy just calmly pulled out some formation flags from his spatial ring, tossing them in all directions, rapidly setting up a temporary spatial ceiling formation. Chu Yu, you see, was secretly planning to activate a spatial teleportation talisman while Chu Xiu was zoning out. But the moment Chu Xiu's spatial ceiling formation locked down, Chu Yu plummeted into absolute despair. Chu Yu's lips trembled, fear etched on his face. Boss, I'll give you the item, just please spare my life. Say something, your silence is freaking me out. Hearing that, Chu Xiu broke into a chilling smile, extending a hand. He said, voice like ice, all right then, fork it over. But whether you live or die, that's entirely up to my mood. Chu Yu immediately pulled out the bronze round table, forcing a pathetic smile, and offered it to Chu Xiu with both trembling hands. He inwardly lamented, I, Chu Yu, a genius of my era, truly lost this one. Chu Xiu meticulously scanned the bronze round table in Chu Yu's hands with his divine sense. Yup, definitely the aura of a primordial sword embryo. Chu Lao Ma stashed the bronze round table into his robes. His gaze once again landed on Chu Yu. Our boy spoke again. Chu Yu's entire body jolted. What? Boss, I gave you everything. Chu Lao Ma extended a hand, voice chilling. Then I'll just take it myself. Staring down Chu Xiu's raw killing intent, Chu Yu had no choice but to bend the knee. Sweat poured from his forehead as he plastered on a forced, awkward smile, babbling to Chu Xiu, and no, let me get it myself. As he spoke, Chu Yu's hand darted into his robe. In a split second, he pulled out a smaller bronze piece, then presented it to Chu Xiu with both hands. Boss Chu, this is the real deal you were after, right? Chu Xiu casually snatched the small bronze piece, giving it a once-over. He nodded, a satisfied smirk for Chu Yu. Yup, you're not entirely brain-dead after all. Our boy internally fist-pumped. The other half of the primordial sword embryo was definitely with him. My hunch was spot on. This is a massive W. The complete bronze round table can absolutely unlock all the secrets of the primordial sword embryo. If I nurture this thing into my destined great saint weapon, a saint king weapon, or even a quasi-emperor artifact in the future, just thinking about it gives me goosebumps, bro. Chu Yu's face looked like someone just ran over his favorite dog. He'd blown 20.11 million top-grade divine primordial stones on that bronze table only to lose both his cash and the item. Even the small bronze piece his grandpa gave him was gone. Talk about a total L, and now his life was literally in this dude's hands. Chu Yu was salty AF, but didn't dare cuss him out. He still managed a forced, wobbly smile, stammering to Chu Xiu. So, big bro Chu, I've given you every— So, could you let me live? Chu Xiu just smiled, then shook his head, utterly chill. Nah, can't do it. And with that he whipped out his tyrant sword Kang Long, pressing it right against Chu Yu's throat. The dude legit nearly jumped out of his skin. Chu Yu finally snapped, his eyes bugged out as he screamed at Chu Xiu. Why not? Chu Xiu, you're going too far, you can't be this messed up. Our boy's pupils flashed crimson. He gave Chu Yu a faint, knowing smile. See, if you don't pull weeds out by the roots, they just come back stronger with the spring breeze. That's why when I do a job, I make sure it's done. And with that, Chu Xiu, tyrant sword Kang Long in hand, casually swung it back, ready to absolutely obliterate this punk. Chu Yu's entire body was shaking like a leaf. He was glued to the ground, too scared to even stand. All his life, he was the bully. He never thought he'd see this day. Tears streaming, Chu Yu wailed, Father, Mother, forgive your unfilial son, and please, avenge me. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a spinning disc artifact swooped in, deflecting Chu Xiu's killing blow aimed at Chu Yu. And who showed up? None other than Chu Yi. Chu Yu's tears turned to choked sobs of pure joy. He spun around to Chu Yi, beaming, Big bro, you finally came to save your little bro. Sniffle, sniffle. Chu Yi slowly touched down behind Chu Yu. He gave Chu Xiu a smooth smile. Brother Chu, could you do me the honor of sparing his life? Chu Xiu let out a light. Heh, looking at Chu Yi. Thought you were going to keep enjoying the show. Chu Yi just kept smiling, saying nothing. Then without warning, he kicked Chu Yu square in the butt, making the little bro yelp in agony. Chu Yi snarled, Get your butt home with me, you shameless piece of trash. Big bro, I know I messed up. Can you go easier? Ow, 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 don't you dare move. I'm setting your bones. Chu Yi then chuckled awkwardly. Haha, brother, I bet you're getting a kick out of this. Chu Xiu, watching the whole thing unfold, just smirked. He knew Chu Yi had been here the whole time. But our boy had deliberately made that move, just to flush him out. Honestly, Chu Lao Da wanted to bait Chu Yi into a real fight, test his own limits, and see what Chu Yi was really made of. Back at the Saint Sun Grand Ceremony on the stairway to heaven, Chu Xiu had tried to 1v1 Chu Yi, but the guy dodged. Still can't get him to throw down. Then our boy Chu Laoga turned, a light smile on his face, and asked Chu Yi, Bro Chu, I just beat up your little brother like that. Aren't you gonna avenge him? Chu Yi, still using one foot to massage Chu Yu's bones, looked at Chu Xiu and replied with a grin, Brother Chu, you're too kind. It's his own fault for being weak. Even if he got beaten to death, he'd totally deserve it. Chu Xiu heard this, nodded with a satisfied smile. Alright then, catch you on the flip side. With that, he instantly jumped onto his tyrant sword Kang Long, and rode off on his sword. Chu Yi also scooped up Chu Yu, hopped into his own artifact, and dipped. Our boy Chu Gay thought to himself, grinning, Man, today was exhausting, but the loot was solid. No one to push, no one to pull back. Plus, there was another great saint lurking up there, so I couldn't outright execute Chu Yu. But after this, he won't dare cross me ever again. A little while later, inside the flying boat heading back to the Taisu Envoy residence, our boy Chu Xiu and Elder Mo were chilling. Chu Lao Ma was casually chilling, eyes closed. With his two main waifus not around, this absolute menace of a young man shamelessly flopped into Elder Mo's arms. Not just that, he even audaciously rested his head against Elder Mo Fei Yan's chest. A scene that would make any manhua fanboy foam at the mouth with envy. Chu Xiu's face was pure bliss. He softly mumbled, Thanks for the assist today, Elder Mo. Elder Mo's face was flushed crimson. Her gentle hands were expertly massaging the pressure points on his temples. Fei Yan awkwardly replied, Saint Sun, you're too kind. It's literally my job to escort and protect you out here. But there's one thing I don't get. Why didn't His Highness just take out Chu Yu for good? Aren't you worried he'll come back for payback later? I already beat him once, so I can beat him a second time. Why should I be scared of him? He's just another loser I've crushed. I'm just tossing him further away until he can't even see my dust. By then, even if he wants revenge, he won't have the strength. Chu Xiu's nonchalant tone was dripping with pure Sigma energy, and as he spoke, he turned his head, making Elder Mo blush even harder. Suddenly, Chu Xiu looked up at Fei Yan. Although he could only see two glorious peaks and not her face, he still flashed a mischievous grin and said, Elder Mo, Master isn't here right now. How about you come to my room tonight? We can discuss cultivation matters together. Fei Yan froze for a solid 5 seconds. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't meet Chu Xiu's gaze, so embarrassed she wanted to evaporate. She couldn't understand why His Highness, the Holy Sun, was being so extra bold today. Fei Yan stammered out, Your Highness, are you sure we're only discussing cultivation? Chu Xiu smirked back. Haha, what else do you think we'd be discussing? Or maybe Elder Mo has other things on your mind. Normally cold and detached, Mo Fei Yan was now, thanks to Chu Xiu's teasing, flustered and shy like a maiden in her 20s. After a moment's thought, Fei Yan's face turned even more crimson. Avoiding his gaze, she whispered weakly, Your Highness, please don't be like this. If the Holy Lord and the Peak Master of Yunhei Peak find out, how will I face anyone? Then don't let them find out. Wink. And just like that, what's meant to be will be. Elder Mo completely crumbled before old Demon Chu's depravity. Y'all already know the drill. By nightfall, she'll definitely be in his room to discuss cultivation. As for what kind of cultivation, let's just say it's not for public consumption. Meanwhile, scene shift to the Yaoqi Holy Land in the Northern Barrens. The Yaoqi Holy Land's sect gates were sprawling, majestic, and breathtakingly beautiful, with waterfalls thousands of feet high cascading down cliffs. Spirit beasts and divine birds soared freely, chirping melodiously. Inside the Yaoqi Palace, the Yaoqi Holy Lord and Holy Maiden were currently hosting two important guests, Taisuzi and Qimeng Di. Taisuzi began, I didn't think you'd come to Yaoqi yourself. I'm here to discuss something important with you, and I won't beat around the bush. let's get straight to it. Meng Di, sitting beside Taisu Zi, parted her crimson lips and spoke. Everyone on the Tiankong continent knows that your Yaoqi Palace wants the legendary physique to reappear in the world. Our Taisu Holy Sun is the key to that. Hearing this, Yaoqi Holy Maiden Feng Jiao, who had been quietly sitting beside the Holy Lord, felt her body tremble instantly. Her Dao heart, normally calm as still water, rippled. She shot a glance at the Yaoqi Holy Lord, as if wanting to say something but held back. The Yaoqi Holy Lord remained unmoving, her eyes slightly narrowed. Only after a moment did she speak, but Chu Xiu has yet to reach minor accomplishment. A hint of coldness flashed in Meng Di's eyes. She replied in a stern tone, if the Holy Sun had already reached minor accomplishment, would we even need to come find you? You want to reap without sowing? You want to just sit there and wait for benefits to fall into your lap? You're dreaming too big. The Yaoqi Holy Lord was unfazed. She simply smiled and said, Peak Master Yunhe, don't be so hasty. With that, she turned to Taisu Zi and inquired, is Chu Xiu's holy physique truly close to minor accomplishment? A trace of worry flickered in Taisu Zi's eyes. She replied in a soft voice, otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here drinking tea with you. I delved into ancient records and after much calculation I concluded that once his holy physique reaches minor accomplishment, Chu Xiu will face a massive tribulation. If he fails to pass, his body will perish and his Dao will dissipate. Even if he survives, his Dao will be damaged and his lifespan will wither, not living past a year. At that time, if an innate Dao body can aid him through dual cultivation, everything can be turned around completely. Feng Jiao shyly lowered her head. Obvious confusion appeared in her eyes, and her ears turned crimson. Clearly, for an innocent beauty like her, the mere mention of dual cultivation was pretty embarrassing. Sitting opposite them, Taisu Zi and Qi Mengdi were both looking at Feng Jiao, both smiling with a little too much front and eyes gleaming with anticipation. Taisu Zi then added, we've come here this time specifically hoping that the Yaoqi Holy Maiden can dual cultivate with Chu Xiu to help him overcome this tribulation. Hearing this, the Yaoqi Holy Lord turned to Taisu Zi and asked, Taisu Zi, can you ensure he can survive this great tribulation? That's not for you to worry about. If the Holy Sun successfully overcomes the tribulation, the Yaoqi Holy Land gains a Taisu Holy Sun as a powerful asset, and the legendary physique will reappear in the world. If the Holy Sun doesn't successfully overcome the tribulation, it's our Taisu Holy Land that loses a Holy Sun. What loss would the Yaoqi Holy Land suffer then? After pondering for a moment, the Yaoqi Holy Lord turned to Feng Jiao and asked in a soft voice, Feng Jiao, what are your thoughts? Feng Jiao remained silent for a long time, then gently lowered her head, a blush spreading across her face. In a quiet voice, Feng Jiao replied, whether for the Holy Land or for Master, I have no other choice. I agree. Hearing this, both Taisu Zi and the Yaoqi Holy Lord sighed in relief, but Meng Di, our fairy master, was not feeling it at all. In her heart, a whirlwind of indescribable feelings churned, as if something that belonged to her was about to be snatched by another woman. She felt extremely vexed. Meng Di cursed silently in her heart, TSK, that detestable little rascal is taking advantage again. Such an adorable little sister is about to be corrupted by him. This is infuriating. Why did this daddy get a heavenly fragrance body and not an innate Dao body? It's enough that I'm bullied by that rascal. Ugh, wait, no. This daddy should be thinking like this. Let that rascal die. This daddy will be free and clear. I won't have to worry about him anymore. At this moment, the Yaoqi Holy Lord suddenly spoke. Taisu Zi, let's discuss a marriage alliance. The daughters of our Yaoqi Holy Land do not marry outside our Holy Land. Meng Di snapped.
What, do you want our Taisu Holy Sun to move in here as a son-in-law?
Don't push it. Meng Di, calm yourself. I certainly have no such intentions. The two of them can become Dao companions, but each will live in their respective Holy Lands. If a child with a legendary physique is born, that child will be nurtured by our Yaoqi. Hearing this, Taisu Zi and Meng Di replied in unison, agreed, let's proceed with that. Both secretly thought to themselves, as long as Chu Xiu can safely overcome his tribulation, nothing else matters. With negotiations concluded smoothly, they carefully set a date. Afterwards, the Yaoqi Holy Lord and Holy Maiden saw Taisu and Meng Di off. Once the two women had departed, the Yaoqi Holy Lord turned to Feng Jiao and inquired, Feng Jiao, are you dissatisfied with this master's decision? Feng Jiao gently shook her head. Her white veil revealed a gentle smile, and her pure, pristine eyes held an enchanting beauty. Feng Jiao calmly replied, this disciple is not dissatisfied. Heaven and earth will undergo great changes soon, and our Yaoqi Holy Land is currently in a vulnerable position. If we can birth a heaven-defying holy body Dao fetus, when it matures, Yaoqi will be free from worries. Feng Jiao was too sensible. Her understanding nature only made the Yaoqi Holy Lord's heart ache more. Feng Jiao, you're getting the short end of the stick. You've had to sacrifice so much for the Holy Land. Do you know that if you dual cultivate with him, your minor saint cultivation will plummet to Chu Xiu's level? Feng Jiao didn't seem to mind. She softly consoled her. Chu Xiu has an incredible fall deck. After dual cultivation, I can copy a portion of his Dao fetus foundation. So even if my cultivation drops, it's not without its benefits for me. And with that child in the future, my cultivation won't stop here. Breaking past the sealed limits of a Saint King and achieving quasi-emperor in the future isn't impossible for me. Feng Zhao's eyes were full of anticipation as she looked into the distance. Just thinking about Chu Xiu made her cheeks flush. The next morning at the Taisu embassy, Meng Di returned to Shangjing City alone. Elder Sister Hua, needing to prepare to help Chu Xiu overcome his tribulation, had rushed back to the Holy Land to retrieve some items so she couldn't return with Meng Di. As soon as Meng Di returned, she rushed straight to Chu Xiu's room, secretly thinking, I wonder what that little rascal is up to. This daddy is toiling away for his tribulation, If he doesn't properly thank me, I'll make him regret it. Just as Meng Di reached Chu Xiu's door, it suddenly pushed open from the inside. And who stepped out? None other than Elder Mo herself. Elder Mo's face was flushed crimson, her black hair disheveled, and her clothes a mess. She looked completely flustered and rushed, a great Tao aura swirling around her. Clearly, she was about to undergo her Great Saint tribulation, on the verge of breaking through to the Great Saint realm. Witnessing this scene, a million question marks popped up in our fairy master's head. Bro, I've only been gone for 1 day. What the heck has that rascal done now? Feiyan and Meng Di's eyes met. Meng Di was stunned, while Mo Feiyan was incredibly flustered, her beautiful face turning a fiery red. Before Meng Di could even ask what happened, Feiyan was already turning to flee, hurriedly stammering to Meng Di. I was about to overcome my Great Saint tribulation, and that with the Holy Sun. Peak Master Yunhei, please don't blame His Highness. It's all my fault. I'm about to break through to the Great Saint realm. Excuse me, I'm off. With that said, Fei Yan shot out of Shangjing City like a rocket. Meng Di's blood boiled with jealousy, veins pulsing on her forehead. She glared at Chu Xiu and roared, "Little rascal, what good have you been up to?" Inside the room, Chu Xiu immediately sprang up upon seeing Meng Di, quickly adjusted his clothes and said in a flustered voice, "Master, are you listening to my clever excuses?" "No, wait, Master, listen to me explain." A short while later, dark clouds rolled in menacingly above Shangjing City, shrouding an area of over 100 miles with fog and lightning. Lightning snakes writhed and heavenly might was immense. Clearly, Elder Fei Yan had begun her tribulation. Meanwhile, inside Chu Xiu's room, Meng Di's furious shouts occasionally echoed. "Shameless! Shameless! Utterly disgraceful! No shame at all. This daddy has only been gone for less than a day, and you're already fooling around with Elder Mo? Little rascal, have you no shame?" Chu Xiu was submissively kneeling on the floor with 2 durians under his knees, Meng Di's punishment for his sneaky business. Even though he was caught red-handed by his waifu, that absolute unit still stubbornly argued, "Elder Mo and I were just discussing some cultivation matters." Boss Chu silently cursed in his heart. Why is Master so jealous today? If I had known, I would have just gone into the forest with Elder Mo to discuss cultivation techniques. I was truly careless. Meng Di suddenly grabbed Boss Chu's ear, mercilessly pinching it and pulling him close. The more she looked at this hubby, the more annoyed and irritated she felt. With her other hand on her hip, her sour voice shouted directly into Chu Xiu's ear, "Your holy physique is about to reach minor accomplishment. Have you prepared for your tribulation?" "Ow, ow, ow! Master, be gentle!" 2 days from now, the Holy Lord will set up a grand formation outside Shangjing City to help you overcome your tribulation. For these 2 days, you better adjust your state properly for me. Don't pull any more shameless stunts, or else dying in the lightning tribulation will serve you right. Boss Chu nodded his head frantically like a loyal puppy. Yes. This disciple will meticulously follow Master's teachings. Time flew by faster than a cultivation technique in a cheat code. 2 days later, scene shifts to 100,000 miles outside Shangjing City. Chu Xiu was currently sitting alone at the center of the Grand Formation. His heavenly tribulation was something the entire Taisu Holy Land took very seriously. His waifu Big Siswa personally took action. She drew out the great Ming Empire's dragon vein, gathered the world's spiritual energy, and didn't hesitate to transport millions of divine origin stones, then converted them all into pure liquid spiritual energy, forming a small lake for Chu Xiu to absorb. Big Siswa making such a grand display naturally attracted the attention of other major forces. On this day, the 3 great ancient clans, the Yi clan, Ji clan, Jiang clan, along with the 4 great holy lands, Jiaoqi, Taiyi, Yaoguang, Endless Sword Domain, and powerful figures from all the major sects all turned their gaze towards the capital of the great Ming Empire in the southern domain. At this moment, below at the center of the Grand Formation, Chu Xiu's eyes were slightly closed as he meditated, adjusting his state to its peak. His immortal master stood outside, worriedly transmitting a message. "Brat, are you ready?" Chu Xiu replied. "Don't worry." Mo Feiyan's face was also full of worry. She also transmitted a message to Chu Xiu, "Your Highness, you must be careful." Boss Chu replied, Standing a distance away, Big Siswa also transmitted a message to Chu Xiu. "No need to worry, I'll ensure your complete safety. I'm transmitting the Taisu Emperor Sutra's Tao Palace chapter to you. With this Emperor Sutra, your survival rate during tribulation will greatly increase. Many thanks, Holy Lord." Big Siswa's eyes shone brightly. From her fingertips, golden characters transmitted like a stream of spiritual energy, flowing straight into the Grand Formation and entering Chu Xiu's sea of consciousness. His pupils immediately gleamed with starlight. He knew Big Sis Hua had a purpose in transmitting the Emperor Sutra at this moment. With this Emperor Sutra, his survival rate would increase significantly. The Taisu Emperor Sutra, reputed to be the strongest Emperor Sutra for life force, was not without reason. It was completely different from the false word secret art. The false word secret art only restored injuries, but couldn't restore the origin of life, whereas the Taisu Emperor Sutra was the origin of a cultivator's life itself. Therefore, cultivators of the Taisu Emperor Sutra naturally possessed a much greater life force compared to cultivators of the same rank, even several times higher. At this moment, Chu Xiu unexpectedly took out a wooden box. His voice rang out, "System, check my personal interface." The system immediately displayed a notification panel. Host Chu Xiu Realm, 6th layer, Spell Physique, Desolate Ancient, Sacred Body Grade, 8 Sword Intent, Heaven 9 Slaughter Sword 8, Cultivation Ang Technique Tao, Scripture, Bamboo Staff Banner Art, Sacred Body Cultivation, Upper Taisu Emperor Sutra Tao, Chapter Secret Arts, Achievement, Secret Art, Everything is cultivation remaining, 1127, unlock points, breakthrough points, 47.52 million points, fortune, 1674 light purple, 5890 light purple valuation. Overall combat power is 35 times that of cultivators at the same stage, activating the 8 forbidden domain. At this moment, Chu Xiu reached out and opened the wooden box. From within, he took out a snow-white Dao fruit. It resembled a pear but was surrounded by circulating Dao rhymes. Immediately, an intoxicating fragrance permeated the surroundings. Chu Xiu didn't hesitate, bringing the Dao fruit to his mouth and devouring it. As he ate, he spoke, "System, help me cultivate the Dao scripture." The system immediately displayed a notification. Detecting host is a desolate ancient sacred body. Cultivating the Dao scripture to break through the divine bridge's extreme realm will greatly increase consumption. This breakthrough is estimated to require 5 minor cycles, with each minor cycle consuming 500,000 breakthrough points. In the sky, terrifying heavenly phenomena began to appear. A colossal energy vortex slowly formed directly above Chu Xiu's head, with flickering purple lightning surrounding it, looking like it wanted to claim lives. Bro, this thing was out for blood. What exactly was the Dao Palace realm, you ask? This realm was very unique, without distinct levels. It was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was condensing the divine ability seed, and the final stage was nurturing the divine ability seed. The Dao Palace could be understood as the birthplace for nurturing the divine ability seed. If the vitality of the Dao Palace was strong, it could naturally nurture divine ability seeds of higher quality. That's why the Taisu Emperor Sutra was recognized as the strongest in the Dao Palace realm. At this moment, countless insights from the Dao scripture flooded into Chu Xiu's mind. His body was completely enveloped by the golden ancient characters of the Dao scripture. Golden light filled his entire divine altar. Heavenly phenomena began to appear. Illusory figures of Dao ancestors manifested behind him, lecturing as each ancient character flew out to engrave itself within his divine altar, amplifying Chu Xiu's entire being into a solemn aura, as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. A moment later, the system displayed a notification. Breakthrough complete. Total consumption, 2.5 million breakthrough points. Congratulations, host, for achieving the Other Shore Realm's Extreme Realm. Activating the system's special reward for host's Extreme Realm breakthrough. The Extreme Realm Lightning Tribulation will descend in 5 breaths. Big bro, please prepare thoroughly. Bro, the Extreme Realm Lightning Tribulation is dropping in 5 breaths. Get ready. Boss Chu's face was full of confidence as he looked up at the Extreme Realm Heavenly Lightning Tribulation growing stronger above his head. He smiled internally, thinking to himself, with Big Sis Hua's help, breaking through to the 10th layer of the Other Shore Realm's Extreme Realm will be a piece of cake. The tribulation began immediately. A streak of purple lightning tore through the sky and slammed down thunderously where Chu Xiu was sitting. This terrifying scene made the onlookers outside tremble in fear. Ordinary people only encountered lightning tribulations when breaking through to the Minor Saint realm. Yet the Minor Saint's lightning tribulation was far weaker than Chu Xiu's when breaking through to the Other Shore Extreme Realm. Chu Xiu's lightning tribulation even made a few great saints tremble slightly in their souls. Down below, Chu Xiu's eyes shot out beams of light. He tilted his head back, angrily shouting at the sky. Come on, boom, boom, boom! A terrifying purple-gold lightning tribulation immediately struck Chu Xiu's head, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook heaven and earth. Standing outside the Grand Formation, his 3 waifus were intently observing Boss Chu's tribulation inside. Mo Fei Yan's voice couldn't help but sound a little worried as she asked, "Has the sacred body tribulation begun?" The aura of this lightning tribulation is too strong. Meng Di and Tai Suzi said nothing, but a trace of worry also appeared in their eyes. Both of them thought to themselves, "Brat, don't you dare fall. And kid, don't let anything happen to you." The scene shifts back inside the Grand Formation. Chu Xiu's entire body was currently enveloped by a layer of purple-gold lightning. The robes on his body had been torn to shreds by the previous lightning strike, revealing a muscular physique that made all the ladies swoon. The purple-gold lightning continued to descend in continuous, unending waves. This scene caused fear and awe among all directions, including the human race, demon race, and barbarian race. At the G-Clan's tribulation viewing area, Ji Zhaoyi's face was expressionless. With profound eyes, she looked at Chu Xiu undergoing tribulation and asked, "Father, do you think the Tais Ho Holy Son can successfully pass his tribulation?" "I'm not sure, but if his desolate ancient sacred body reaches minor completion, he will soar to the heavens. It's just a pity that heaven and earth won't allow such a person to exist. He definitely won't survive." The scene shifts to the Taiyi Holy Land's territory. Zhou Yu was still up to his old tricks. He looked incredibly excited, pointing at Chu Xiu undergoing tribulation and exclaiming, "Haha, heaven truly has eyes. Hurry and send a few more lightning tribulations to strike him down. Big bro, when Chu Xiu falls later, let's go down together. I need to get back the treasure I bid for." Zhou Yi replied indifferently, "I'm afraid you won't have that chance." At the Yi clan, Yi Hongyu stood on a flying arc, secretly praying with clasped hands. "Brother Chu, oh brother Chu, I believe you'll be fine. You must survive and return. The Sky Continent saga still needs your guidance, you know." Hidden in another spatial region, Golden Ape Demon Venerable and a group of Demon Race Venerables were lurking, eyeing Taisuzi and Chu Xiu. A sacred body undergoing tribulation is a momentous event. If he's about to fail, Taisuzi will definitely intervene to save him. At that time, she'll suffer a backlash from the Great Tao and will definitely be severely injured. That will be the perfect opportunity for our demon race to defeat the human race. If we can seize this chance to eliminate T2C, the human race will be like a crippled arm, no longer posing any threat to our demon race. 1 hour later, the other shore extreme realm lightning tribulation finally dissipated. The dark clouds dispersed and streaks of morning sunlight gradually emerged. Brother Chu, did he really make it through? He managed to overcome such a terrifying lightning tribulation? Brother Chu is truly a real man. No, that's not right. Legend says that when a sacred body reaches minor completion, all sorts of heavenly phenomena appear. An hour has passed and we haven't seen any phenomena. This lightning tribulation was strong, but it didn't reach the legendary power of a sacred body tribulation. This isn't the sacred body tribulation yet. Perhaps it was just Chu Xiu's breakthrough tribulation. Big bro, what are you saying? It's not the sacred body tribulation? Good heavens, if that was just his breakthrough tribulation, how strong was it? Then how terrifying will his actual sacred body tribulation be? Didn't they say only cultivators reaching the minor saint realm would face a lightning baptism upon breakthrough? He's only at the other shore realm, yet he faced a lightning tribulation when breaking through to the Dao Palace realm, and it was so powerful? What is this? This is defying the heavens. Even the previous Taisu Holy Lord wasn't such a monstrous talent. Not long after the other shore extreme realm lightning tribulation passed, terrifying lightning began to gather in the sky once more. In just a moment, heaven and earth suddenly lost their color. In the outer void of the universe at this moment, the light of the sun star dimmed by several shades, affecting an area of several hundred miles. Ji Jiaoyi's face around her turned pale. She exclaimed in a frightened voice, "Is the true sacred body tribulation about to descend?" Down below, Chu Xiu's entire body was bulging with muscles. After enduring the previous other shore extreme realm lightning tribulation, the strength of his sacred body had reached 28. He was just 2 points away from his sacred body achieving minor completion. This current lightning tribulation was the Dao Palace realm tribulation. Old bro Chu tilted his head back and roared at the sky. Come on. Meng Di, who was nearby, became even more worried at this moment. Her hands were tightly clenched, and drops of sweat ran down her forehead. Meng Di's eyes never left Chu Xiu, secretly cheering him on. Brat, you better not kick the bucket. However, this venerable one won't suppress you with pressure anymore from now on. You can do whatever you want. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying purple gold lightning struck down. The upper capital city and an area of 1,000 miles around it immediately trembled violently. Inside the grand formation, Chu Xiu was sitting cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, observing his inner self. At this moment, in the central region of the other shore beneath the highest peak, a small Dao palace quickly took shape in the middle of a clearing. It was a small courtyard with blue-tiled roofs and wooden walls enclosing a fence. In front of the house, there was a stone table with 2 recliners beside it. The backyard was filled with lush green flowers and plants. Chu Xiu thought to himself, a cultivator's Dao palace is as unique as 1,000 wonders, a reflection of their inner self. 100 years have passed, and I thought time would fade everything. It seems I was too young. I never expected that after 100 years, my Dao would still be like this. Boom, boom, boom! A purple gold lightning dragon descended from the 9 heavens, striking Chu Xiu's head and enveloping his entire body. The extreme temperature rapidly rose, causing all the flesh and blood on his body to almost instantly turn golden. Chu Xiu immediately formed hand seals, activating the false word secret art. The flesh and blood around his body rapidly regenerated. His face was full of excitement. He was so excited he could barely contain himself and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile, thinking to himself, my 5 elements and 9 origins have all been nurtured again. Defying the heavens. Truly defying the heavens. If I fully cultivate all these and then fuse them, what grade of divine ability seed will I obtain? At the very least, it'll be a peerless grade. It might even reach the legendary emperor grade. It's just a pity I don't have many breakthrough points left. Otherwise, I could quickly condense a divine ability origin core. The demon race crowd, seeing Chu Xiu endure a dual lightning tribulation, hastily asked, Big bro Golden Ape, aren't we going to act yet? Golden Ape calmly replied, the time isn't right. The Holy Sun hasn't finished his sacred body tribulation yet. Over at the Taiyi Holy Land, Big Bro Zhou Yi sighed. He's continuously breaking through sacred body tribulations. This is unprecedented throughout the ages. Zhou Yu, hearing his elder brother say that Chu Xiu hadn't finished his sacred body tribulation, exclaimed in shock, Bro, what did you say? Such a powerful lightning tribulation, he's not done yet. Zhou Yi looked at his foolish younger brother, feeling like hammering an unyielding piece of iron, and pouted, You'd best thank Chu Xiu for not taking your dog life back then. Otherwise, you'd just embarrass our holy land in the cultivation world. At this very moment, heaven and earth changed dramatically, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles with crimson lightning tribulations. A streak of crimson lightning struck and exploded a flying ship, causing the nearby crowd to scatter in fright. Holy Lord Waluofei looked towards the crimson lightning tribulation. He said with a grave voice, the saint body tribulation has officially begun. Down below, Chu Xiu was facing the real saint body tribulation. All he could do was clench his ass cheeks and try to hold on for dear life. Then out of nowhere, a super gigantic blood-red lightning tribulation came crashing down on him. Saint Master Hualuofei couldn't just watch her man die, so she flew over in a flash. Next to her, Chimu Di and Elder Mo looked on anxiously, warning Saint Master, you absolutely must be careful. Then the Saint Master teleported right to Chu Xiu, using her own body as a shield. Jin Yuan saw this and burst out laughing, ha ha ha, finally Taisu can't keep her ass seated. Our demon race's once-in-a-millennium chance is here. Down below, Taisu Saint Master Hua Luofei, after taking that lightning tribulation head-on, her face was full of pain, her clothes tattered, and she looked incredibly disheveled. Jin Yuan saw Taisu was not lightly wounded and smirked triumphantly. Forcibly interfering with the saint body tribulation? Taisu, you'll definitely get slapped by the heavenly Tao. As long as I can eliminate you, our demon race will surely rule the world, unifying the Sky Dome continent. With that thought, he pointed at Taisu Saint Master and coldly ordered, "Attack!" The demon forces, hearing this, were immediately filled with murderous intent, especially the 8 demon venerables. They pulled out their spirit treasures and swarmed Taisu. Watching the demon race close in down below, Taisu's eyes grew icy cold. Looks like the demon race really decided to make a move, she thought, then began forming hand seals. Taisu then sent a private message to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, listen, I'm placing 5 drops of my essence blood above your head. These 5 drops will form a shield to help you get through the saint body tribulation. With a hand seal, 5 drops of essence blood flew out and floated above Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was incredibly moved that the Saint Master would sacrifice her essence blood for him. He said, "Thank you, Saint Master. Leave the rest to me. You can focus on the fight now." Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Taisu Saint Master felt a huge weight lift from her chest. She turned to the demon race, formed a hand seal, and countless golden flower petals materialized around her. With an icy voice, she declared, "If you want to besiege me, then follow me into this barrier. Don't drag innocence into this." No sooner had she spoken than countless flowers converged, forming a barrier that encased Taisu and the demon horde. Noticing their morale dipping, a winged demon venerable shouted, "Taisu already used her essence blood. She's running on fumes. We need to seize this moment. Kill her." Meanwhile, on the other side, the Ji family, Yi family, and Taisu Holy Land disciples all rushed to help. Even if some among them held grudges or were Taisu's enemies, they couldn't just watch her die. If Taisu fell, humanity would lose a crucial arm, making it impossible to fight off the demon race. And just like that, the war between humanity and the demon race officially kicked off. Down below, Chu Xiu was personally enduring each and every blood-red lightning tribulation. It got so bad he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Elder Mo saw him struggling and was about to intervene, but Li Ji had already told her that this was Chu Xiu's personal tribulation and only he could pass it, so all she could do was pray to the heavens for his safety. Qi Mengdi clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "You stubborn fool, you have to pull through." Down below, the shady system chirped, "Scan complete. Host has linked with the blood-red destiny of humanity. The climax of the saint body tribulation is imminent. Host, please prepare accordingly." Chu Xiu raised his fist, staring at the blood-red destiny, and asked curiously, "Tongzi, what exactly is the blood-red destiny of humanity?" Tongs replied, "Big bro, has the host seen the corpses in the river of blood yet?" Just then a disturbing red image popped up. Chu Xiu looked at the image, seeing countless bodies in a river of blood. He couldn't help but ask, "What are these images? Don't tell me that river of blood is actually made from human blood. How many people had to die to create this?" The system replied, "Big bro, the host is correct. Humanity has always had it pretty rough since ancient times. Why are these images all about cannibalism and murder? Why is humanity's resentment so immense? Where is this place shown in the image? Why do humans, like savage beasts, tear each other apart? Tungsis, why am I seeing these images?" The mysterious system replied, "Big bro, there's definitely a reason these images are appearing, but heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." Well, looks like the system's being cryptic again, totally useless. After that, Chu Xiu focused, chanting his mantra. Clear heart like water, clear water like heart. No breeze, no ripples, pure stillness. Over on the other side, Mo Feiyan couldn't help but ask, is the saint body about to succeed in transcending the tribulation? Qi Mengdi, deep in thought, murmured, "You, rebellious kid, you've done so well. This is the last obstacle, you have to hold on." Suddenly, the lightning tribulation coalesced into a colossal red Dharma aspect. It held a spear, its muscles bulging, a massive string of prayer beads around its neck like some ancient Buddha. Its hair was like Son Goku's, and its entire being radiated an earth-shattering aura. It stared at Chu Xiu. But our boy Chu Xiu wasn't about to be outdone. He manifested a Dharma aspect that was his own true form, seemingly matching the blood-red humanoid created by the tribulation in size. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu's Dharma body unleashed a devastating human emperor fist, smashing the heavenly Tao's Dharma body to smithereens. And just like that, the sky cleared, the clouds vanished. Chu Xiu stood majestically, soaking in the power of his newly attained small accomplishment saint body. The entire crowd erupted in cheers as they saw Chu Xiu successfully pass the tribulation. He did it. The saint body tribulation is over. Yi Hongyi screamed, "Brother Chu, you're my #1 idol." The demon race, utterly flustered, glared at Chu Xiu and cursed, "Damn it, he still didn't die?" Next, Qi Mengdi floated over with Mo Feiyan right behind her. Chu Xiu, seeing his master, joyfully exclaimed, "Master, your disciple has successfully transcended the tribulation." Qi Mengdi scanned him up and down, utterly surprised. How are you not even injured?" Hearing that, Chu Xiu said in a fawning tone, "Isn't it all thanks to Master's excellent teachings?" Qi Mengdi tossed him a bottle of magic pills, pouting, "Don't get cocky. Quickly eat a healing pill to get your energy back." Chu Xiu caught the bottle, grinning. "Thanks, Master." Qi Mengdi looked at Chu Xiu, her expression instantly turning serious. She said gravely, "The Saint Master was severely injured because of you this time, and she's still fighting the demon race in that barrier. In the future, you must find a way to repay this kindness." Chu Xiu thumped his chest. "Master, rest assured. Your disciple will absolutely repay the Saint Master's life-saving grace, and then some." Then old Demon Chu turned away, his eyes glinting, a devilish smirk spreading across his face. The system, knowing exactly what Chu Xiu was plotting, cackled, "Little host, if there's no other way to repay her, you can always repay the Saint Master with your body." Truly shameless, but I like it. Right after, a massive explosion rocked the area, making Chu Xiu and the others snap their heads up in shock. Countless demon corpses rained down from the explosion, forming gruesome piles like mass graves. Then, a golden barrier shimmered, revealing a pair of familiar jade-like legs stepping out. Qi Mengdi saw this and shrieked in alarm. "A Saint King has fallen?" Then, Saint Master Hua Luofei emerged from the barrier, her clothes torn, her hair a mess. But instead of dimming her world-shaking beauty, it only amplified her heroic aura. Hua Luofei focused her spiritual power into her voice and declared, "The demon race is utterly defeated. All you foreign races, get out of our human territory, now!" Chu Xiu looked up at Taisu's back, deep in thought. "Sister Hua must be pretty seriously injured," he mused. Qimengdi stood behind our protagonist, pulling out a crystal ball. "Oh, by the way, Elder Hua has returned to the Holy Land. This is a flowing image stone she asked me to pass to you. If there's nothing else, go back first. Taisu is probably hurt. I need to head back to the Holy Land to check on her." Chu Xiu took the flowing image stone and quickly spoke up. "Master, wait a second." He pulled out some paper and a pen, scribbling something down. Our protagonist smiled as he wrote, saying, "Master, could you help me deliver this letter to Sister Hua? Bro's acting skills are S tier. Sister Hua is right there and he's playing it completely straight." Qimengdi took the letter from his hand, her face clearly annoyed. "Fine," she grumbled. "I'll help you this one time." Then she angrily clutched the letter and turned to leave, while that horny little scoundrel Chu Xiu just grinned, cupped his hands, and bowed in thanks. We cut to Taisu Peak Lord's cave abode. Taisu Zi is chilling on her bed, recovering from injuries. Qimengdi is also here, sitting by the bed with her arms crossed, asking, "Is he really worth all this trouble for you?" "Bro, of course it is, right, fellow Daoists?" Just look at Taisuzi's smug smile, clearly thrilled to be sacrificing for her lover, Chu Xiu. Taisuzi then says, "Are you perhaps jealous of me?" Mengdai crosses her arms, turns her head away, feigning disinterest. "I'm not that bored." Mengdi then hands Taisuzi the letter Chu Xiu had asked her to deliver to Sister Hua, saying, "A letter from your beloved disciple." After handing it over, Mengdai turns away sharply, annoyed, wondering what nonsense did that rebellious disciple write. The letter reads, "Sister Hua, no need to worry. Thanks to the Saint Lord's help, I successfully passed my tribulation. I'll visit again another day." After reading, Tai Suzi giggles, clearly thrilled. Meanwhile, poor Mengdi, the main wife, is sitting by the bed, fuming with annoyance, so happy. In her head, she mutters, "Damn that ungrateful disciple. He didn't even write a thank you letter to his master." Ugh, is this not jealousy, Mengdai? Tai Suzi giggles. Chu Xiu usually looks like a genius, but his handwriting looks like a dog gnawed it. Mengdai explains, "That's because you don't understand him. He's never studied properly." Seeing the Saint Lord place the letter on the headboard, an important, easy to reach, easy to see, easy to read spot, Mengdai furiously thinks, why is she still putting that ungrateful disciple's letter on her headboard? Tai Suzi, overcome with emotion, coughs a few times. Seeing this, Qimengdi asks worriedly, "You injured your great Tao, didn't you?" Tai Suzi replies, still coughing, "It's nothing." Mengdai frowns and says, "How can it be nothing? Unless you find the purest Great Tao origin, it'll be incredibly difficult to mend the crack in your Great Tao." Taisuzi calms down, looking at Mengde with an affectionate gaze, saying, "No need to worry. While a pure Great Tao origin isn't easy to find, it's not impossible. We'll take our time, no need to rush, like building a strong foundation." After that, Taisus turns to ask about her lover. How is Chu Xiu doing now? Mengde replies exasperatedly, "You're injured like this and still have the energy to worry about your good junior brother?" Then Mengdi helps Taisuzi sit up, pulling the blanket over her legs and reassuring her, "Don't worry. Perhaps because your essence blood protected him, he wasn't injured at all." Taisuzi sighs in relief. It's good that he's fine. I wonder what Saint Lord Jiaoqi's reaction will be when she hears this news. Mengdi then gleefully looks at Taisuzi and asks, "So can the engagement between Chu Xiu and Jiaoqi finally be cancelled?" Qimengdi's attitude completely surprises Taisuz, who exclaims, "Why are you so eager?" Qimengdi is startled and quickly adjusts her demeanor, cough cough. "I just feel that if they really form an alliance, that kid wouldn't truly belong to our Taisu Saint Land. Wouldn't that be letting them off too easy?" Taisuzi pondered for a moment before replying, "That's true. But Jiaoqi Saint Lord definitely won't give up. They'll actively seek out Chu Xiu and then we'll see what he chooses. Man, this dude is truly blessed, making so many people tear their hair out over him. Right, bros?" Hearing the Saint Lord say that, Mengdi's eyes turn red with rage, glaring, "If he dares to come back here, I'll cut him." Tai Suzi breaks out in a slight cold sweat, looking at Meng Dai and letting out a surprised hum from her throat. We cut back to Shangjing City at a certain master's inn. Chu Xiu is sitting alone in his room, muttering calculations. "I've been preparing for my tribulation, and after successfully passing it, I went into seclusion to heal. I haven't even had time to study that bronze disc yet," he says. The young man pulls out the bronze disc to study it. A map is reflected on the bronze, with a red dot marking a location, probably somewhere super important. Gazing at the map, Chu Xiu ponders, what exactly is this mysterious bronze disc? Could this be the location of the innate sword embryo? But the sky content is so massive, where should I even begin to look? Suddenly, another bronze disc flies out from Chu Xiu's spatial ring, surprising him immensely. He gasps. It displays the following information. Order 6. Welcome to Hong Huang. Chat channel, Starry Sky Square, Secret Realm, Personal Trading Space, Skill Arena, Cultivation Sanctuary, Myriad Races Battlefield. Chu Xiu ponders for a moment, then points his finger and selects Secret Realm. The system displays information. Number of accessible secret opening countdown, 7 months, 3 days, 3 hours, 7 case. Note: after opening, the Taiji Ancient Star will be sealed. Consuming Origin Stones or Divine Origin Stones will open a teleportation channel to the Taiji Ancient Star. Chu Xiu ponders for a while, then says to the system, "Don't tell me the innate sword embryo is on that Taiji Ancient Star. That's a great saint-level battlefield." Me, a Dao Palace Realm cultivator sneaking in there? Isn't that literally just courting death? At this point, the young man suddenly realizes something exciting, thinking, wait a minute, the Taiji Ancient Star has no teleportation array. Other cultivators need to traverse the vast void to reach it. But I'm different. I can teleport directly through this stone mirror. Convenient, fast, and I'll seize the initiative. No matter what, I must get that innate sword embryo. Forget a Great Saint battlefield, even if it's a Saint Omar battlefield, I'll bet it all. My cultivation has now reached the Dao Palace realm, so I can go check out Hong Huang. Who knows, I might even find Chu Biyue there. Plus, I can test out this teleportation function to see if it's any good. He thinks it, he does it. Chu Xiu points at the system. Starry Sky Square. Chu Xiu's body suddenly flickers, then blurs and vanishes, as if he was just instantly teleported somewhere. In outer space, endless darkness stretches, with distant planets and glittering star clusters. Chu Xiu's body flickers into existence in midair, right in front of a city somewhere. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Chu Xiu ponders, is this the Starry Sky Square of Hong Huang? The starlight is shimmering in the sky, but I wonder where the sky continent is now? Suddenly, a four-eyed, muscular, green-skinned individual appears behind our protagonist. He crosses his arms, smirking, oh, another human slave just running around. Chu Xiu observes this stranger carefully, surprised. Human slave? Is he talking about me? Suddenly, a dazzling star appears in the sky. Behind Chu Xiu, there's a dog's shadow, 2 girls, and a horse talking to each other. Can you even cultivate? Turns out, that's not a horse, bros. Its head looks more like a green dragon. One woman has blonde hair and pointy ears like an elf. Another person with her wears red armor like Iron Man, wielding a trident like Aquaman. Seeing these people, our protagonist is surprised. They look really weird. Could they be demon beasts? Demon beasts appearing here? I just arrived, so it's not good to cause trouble. I should enter the city and understand the situation first. Chu Xiu is about to leave when suddenly a spear swings out and blocks his path. It's the tall, four-eyed guy. He appears in front of our protagonist, holding his spear. Batha is very interested in you. Come with me. I'll treat you well. The blonde, elf-like girl speaks up. Batha can be considered a master of the Hong Huang world, ranked 1088 among billions of Dao Palace realm cultivators. The trident wielder next to her replies, while it's true that any human who can reach the Starry Sky Square is definitely not ordinary. From my observation, this one is also just Dao Palace realm. The blonde girl continues, this human junior will definitely lose if he dares to duel Batha. Our boy isn't about the talking game. With his hot-headed nature, Chu Xiu rushes forward, landing a powerful punch straight into Batha's gut. Nani, bet you didn't see that coming, old hag. Batha takes Chu Xiu's punch, and his body is sent flying backwards, tumbling away. The 2 girls and that green dragon, who were just moments ago despising Chu Xiu, witness this scene and are terrified to the core. After taking that punch, Batha's body gradually dissipates in midair. Chu Xiu stands there coldly while sounds of astonishment erupt around him. How can this be? The blonde chick squints her eyes, smiling ingratiatingly. This human Dao brother, please stop. Chu Xiu slightly turns his head, smiling. Anything else? The blonde girl is startled and quickly says, panicked, Dao brother, please don't misunderstand. I just noticed you're new to Starry Sky Square and must have many questions. This humble one can answer them for you. Chu Xiu turns back, looking at the girl in surprise. Answer my doubts? Spill it. What the hell is your actual motive? The blonde girl gently replies, if you want to talk about motives, I merely wish to forge a good relationship with a powerhouse such as yourself. Dao brother, are you willing to accompany me into the city to talk? Chu Xiu ponders for a moment, then replies, all right, lead the way. We cut to the Spirit Tea House in Starry Sky Square. This place is bustling with all sorts of bizarre creatures, like characters our AD has seen in alien movies, except the scenery and buildings are surprisingly human-like. Sitting on the second floor drinking tea, the blonde girl introduces herself. Dao brother, I am Dogula of the Wind Spirit Race. May I ask your name? Our protagonist, Ever the Flirt, replies, my name is Warm Man. Below them, creatures of all colors and shapes walk by. Looking around, our protagonist thinks, Starry Sky Square has so many shops selling human souls and human flesh. What kind of place is this? The status of humans here is actually this low. Dogula raises her teacup, looking at our protagonist. Dao brother, you came here alone. Do you not know the plight of the human race? Chu Xiu forces a smile. I've always been in secluded cultivation within a secret realm, so I truly don't understand much. Dogula slowly explains, then you definitely don't know. The human race is also known as the sinful race, cursed by the heavenly Tao itself. Humans are born unable to cultivate. Not only that, if other races stop hunting and killing humans, their own race's luck will decline, even to the point of annihilation. But on the flip side, if you can bag a cultivated human, you'll be blessed by the heavens and earth. Chu Xiu wasn't surprised. Looking at Dogula, he said, oh, so massacring the human race is your ultimate mission, huh? And you're so kind to specifically tell me something like this. Dogula nervously replied, I saw that Dao brother has quite the talent. I truly couldn't bear to watch Dao brother get hunted down, so I decided to tell you this, hoping it could help you out. Chu Xiu slowly stood up, sighing, thanks, it's getting late, I should head back. Dogula exclaimed in surprise, Dao brother, you're leaving already? But deep down our MC was already calculating his next move. Hoping to help me? Yeah, right. I'd be lucky if you didn't turn me into human jerky. Dogula pulled out something green, offering it with both hands to Chu Xiu, smiling. This is my communication jade token. When you need teammates for a secret realm, Dao brother can just contact me. Chu Xiu gently took the card with both hands, smiling, no problem at all. Afterward, our MC confidently strolled out alone, right through that crowd of bizarre creatures. After walking for a bit, Chu Xiu tossed the green card away, thinking only an idiot would take this thing back. What if they use it to pinpoint the Heavenly Sky continent? The consequences would be unimaginable. With that thought, our MC opened his system and selected the Heavenly Sky continent. Instantly, Chu Xiu's body flickered, and the system teleported him away. However, Dogula had been silently observing Chu Xiu's actions, hiding behind the wall. She mused, quite cautious, but that also proves he might not be the only one who can cultivate. I must report this back to the clan immediately. Scene change. Back to the Heavenly Sky continent, upper capital city Taisu Embassy. Chu Xiu had already teleported back, still holding the bronze table in his hand. Carefully examining the bronze, Chu Xiu mused, I never imagined the human race was so insignificant in the vast universe. What's the true connection between the Starry Sky Plaza and the Heavenly Sky continent, anyway? As he was deep in thought, Elder Mo suddenly opened the door and walked in, saying, Your Highness, someone from the Yaoqi Holy Land is seeking an audience. Chu Xiu turned to look, asking Fei Yan, What do those folks from Yaoqi want with me? Mo Fei Yan replied awkwardly, I'm not sure, Your Highness. They just suddenly claimed you needed their help. Our resident pervert MC Chu Xiu rushed to her side, his eyes burning with desire as he gazed at Mo Fei Yan, letting out an ooh sound. Mo Fei Yan blushed, replying, Your Highness, there are too many people during the day. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us like this. But Chu Xiu's mischievous hand had already snaked behind her, giving Mo Fei Yan's butt a playful squeeze. Chu Xiu replied, All right then, tell the people from Yaoqi to come see me. Mo Fei Yan looked at Chu Xiu tenderly, replying, Understood. Scene changed to Chu Xiu's room in the Taisu Embassy. Pouring tea for his guests, our MC spoke up, May I ask what business the Yaoqi Saintess and Elder Qi Meng have with me? Qi Meng looked Chu Xiu over, think no, this isn't right, he doesn't look injured at all. Then she spoke up, Does Holy Son Chu Xiu know that the Taisu Holy Lord went to the Yaoqi Holy Land a few days ago to propose marriage? Chu Xiu mused, no wonder Big Siswa and Master weren't at the auction. So they were off doing something big. Looking at the veiled girl, Chu Xiu wondered, could this be my marriage alliance partner? Not bad. Chu Xiu held his teacup, smirking, Alright, I agree. In his head, he gleefully thought, It'd be a crime not to eat the meat that's delivered right to my mouth. Elder Qi Meng narrowed her eyes in a smile and said, Then we'll proceed as agreed. If Holy Son Chu Xiu and the Saintess have children, they must be raised and cultivated by the Yaoqi Holy Land. Chu Xiu sighed, then loudly declared, Absolutely not. No sooner had he finished Elder Mo So see them out than Mo Fei Yan opened the door and walked in. The two master and disciple from the Yaoqi Holy Land were startled, their eyes wide as they stared at our MC. Chu Xiu angrily thought, Oh, wonderful. They're treating me like a stud horse now? Like old Devil Chu's kids need them to raise them. Mo Fei Yan invited the two outside to the courtyard, then politely said, Elder Qi Meng, Yaoqi Saintess, our highness still needs to enter seclusion. I'll see you two out. Qi Meng angrily replied, What a nuisance. The two turned and walked away. The Yaoqi Saintess transmitted a message, The Taisu Holy Son isn't injured at all, and our negotiations custine room is too small. We should discuss this another day, Qi replied. No, I don't think so. I saw Chu Xiu's eyes immediately go to your body when he saw you. He must have been captivated by you. The Yaoqi Saintess clutched her skirt tightly, shyly saying, You shouldn't say such explicit things. Qi Meng continued, I think this can still be salvaged. Let's head back to the Holy Land first. We'll try again in 2 days. The Yaoqi Saintess cast a pleading glance at Qi Meng, saying, Holy Lord, you go back first. I want to stay. I'll make him fall in love with me on his own. Scene changed back to Chu Xiu's dwelling. Sitting alone, our MC mused, entering the primordial wilderness so casually is a bit risky. I should check the chat channel for any traces of Zhou Biyue. As he was deep in thought, his main wife suddenly returned, speaking up and making our pervert MC Chu Xiu jump. I heard the Yaoqi Holy Lord and Saintess already came by. The pervert MC thought, Master, why are you showing up now? Meng Di stood with her arms crossed, looking at Chu Xiu and continued, I noticed that Yaoqi Saintess has a gentle personality, and looking across the entire Heavenly Sky continent, her figure and appearance are both top tier. Indeed, you, this unruly disciple, have truly stumbled upon a massive bargain. Our MC poured tea, smiling, the Yaoqi Saintess truly isn't bad. Many thanks to Master and Big Siswa for lovingly playing matchmaker for me. But in his head, our MC was thinking, Master's definitely jealous again. Meng Di turned to look at our MC and asked, By your tone, it sounds like you're agreeing to this marriage alliance? Chu Xiu immediately adopted a flattering tone. How could I? How could that Yaoqi Saintess possibly compare to my baby master? Sitting next to Meng Di, he pushed Chu Xiu away, saying in an annoyed voice, Since when did I belong to you? Don't even think about spouting nonsense. Chu Xiu smiled. You secretly sent me to Yaoqi for body purification. Did you even ask for my opinion? And now you dare to question me? Meng Di still huffed. Isn't it because of your body tribulation? You can only heal your Dao injury by dual cultivating with the Yaoqi Saintess. Chu Xiu hugged Meng Di's back, making her stiffen. He said, So that's how it is. I'm sorry to have worried my two big sisters. Oh, right. How's the Holy Lord's injury? Meng Di casually replied, Not too good. Only Dao energy can help her fully recover. Our MC took out the fragment of the bronze round table, making Meng Di surprised. Chu Xiu spoke up, This bronze mirror fragment is a treasure I found in the ancient wilderness secret realm. Through it, one can enter a place called the Primordial Wilderness. Perhaps there's Tao Source within. At this moment, Chu Xiu stared at the bronze round table with a pensive expression, secretly thinking, I remember someone mentioning Tao Source in the chat channel before. Although that place is incredibly dangerous, to repay Big Siswa, I must go, even if it means 9 deaths and 1 life. Seeing Chu Xiu silent, his baby master beside him asked curiously, what is this Primordial Wilderness? Hearing his baby master ask about the Primordial Wilderness, Chu Xiu's expression grew increasingly solemn. Unpleasant memories of the Primordial Wilderness flashed through his mind, and he began to explain, I don't know everything about the Primordial Wilderness myself. All I know is that the human race's status there is incredibly low. You could say we're worse than stray dogs. Many races there are actively hunting and killing humans, especially us human cultivators. They treat humans like livestock, fattening us up only to butcher us later. The human race's plight there is unimaginably tragic. His baby master was deeply shaken after hearing Chu Xiu's explanation. She looked at Chu Xiu, her voice trembling. So that's how pathetic the human race is in the vast starry universe? Why have I never heard of this before? If it weren't for you saying it yourself, I truly couldn't believe it was true. Chu Xiu nodded in agreement with Qi Meng Di, sighing, that's right. I never imagined the human race would be so tragic in the starry universe. But if there truly is Tao Source in the Primordial Wilderness, to repay the Holy Lord's favor for helping me transcend tribulation, even if it's even more dangerous, I absolutely must enter. Beside him, Qi Meng Di said in a firm voice, I'll go with you. It's about time I saw what this Primordial Wilderness is all about anyway. Hearing this, Chu Xiu was overjoyed. Having a great sage accompany him would surely increase his chances of survival. Chu Xiu nodded in agreement. Excellent. I was just about to test if I could bring others in. With that, Chu Xiu tossed out hundreds of thousands of divine origin stones, activating the Tao patterns on the bronze round table. A spatial vortex appeared. Chu Xiu and Qi Meng Di both moved towards the vortex, but it was rejecting Qi Meng Di, preventing her from entering. At this moment, the bronze round table flashed a notification. Order 6 currently does not possess the right to bring others into the Primordial Wilderness. Seeing this, Qi Meng Di and Chu Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, why is this happening? After thinking for a moment, Chu Xiu turned to Qi Meng Di. It seems only I can enter. Master, if other races truly come to the heavenly sky continent, the human race will face the calamity of annihilation. Please quickly tell the Holy Lord about this. Our Taisu Holy Land needs to prepare for the worst-case scenario. But beside him, Qi Meng Di seriously said, no, Chu Xiu asked with a puzzled expression, why not? Qi Meng Di softly said, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled. He raised his right hand to lift his master's chin, saying in a teasing voice, baby, are you worried about me? Being flirted with by Chu Xiu, Qi Meng Di blushed. She scolded him in a tsundere tone. Stop being so full of yourself. I just said that because I'm afraid you'll die in there and no one will even collect your corpse. Chu Xiu knew his master was worried about him but was too proud to say it directly. He proactively moved closer to his master, cheerfully saying, my good master, why are you so adorable? Don't worry, my current strength isn't enough yet, so now isn't the time to go in. Seeing Chu Xiu slowly approaching, Qi Meng Di's face flushed crimson as she yelled, unruly disciple, get away from me a little. Before she could even finish, this horny old pervert Chu Xiu had already pressed himself against Qi Meng Di. As he inhaled the fragrant scent emanating from his master, his face was absolutely blissed out, a lewd smile spreading across it as he said, Master, it's getting late. How about just play some stacking games? That way, this disciple can raise his cultivation and quickly go save the Holy Lord as well. Haha. Hearing Chu Xiu's utterly shameless words, Qi Meng Di secretly cursed in her heart, this damned unruly disciple, he's already addicted, so why is he pretending his cultivation is too weak for stacking games? And now he's even using saving the Holy Lord as an excuse? What sin have I committed to end up with such an immoral disciple? No, Qi Meng Di, you absolutely cannot let him do whatever he pleases. After thinking, Qi Meng Di angrily shouted, scram, or else what, master? I didn't quite catch that. Your skin is so fair, so soft, I could play with you forever. Just relax and enjoy. I'll make you feel like you're in heaven. And just like that, Qi Meng Di, supposedly helpless, was tormented by Chu Xiu's roving hands. But instead of torment, she looked utterly blissed out, eyes narrowed in pure pleasure, moaning nonstop. Oh, bro, how is that for a plot twist? Scene transition. 7 days later, folks are all abuzz about the artifact refining Grandmaster. Word is, Grandmaster Wu Heng is heading to Shangjing. Yeah. That's right. This Grandmaster hasn't refined squat in ages, but now he's emerged and the whole damn world is getting caught up in the storm. All the big shot powers on the Tianchong continent are sending their ancient heavens chosen here, hoping that old geezer will refine some goodies for them. Oh yeah, you know how it is. The world scurries for profit. The world hustles for profit. Oh, and you guys heard about this? Another young bro asked, curious as hell. Heard what? The other dude replied smugly. Turns out the Yaoqi Saintess is totally chasing after the Taisu Saint's son. Scene transition, second floor, inside a private box, the squad was having a good old time chatting. Overhearing the chatter about Chu Xiu, Ji Jiaoyi's little sister Ji Jiaoxue, Chu Xiu, that name is everywhere lately. I have to get revenge for Big Bro Hao. If it wasn't for Chu Xiu, he wouldn't have been so messed up. I swear, I will kill Chu Xiu. Kill him. Ji Jiaoyi's eyebrows furrowed further, she muttered. Third sister, Shangguan Hao is gone. Just let it go, for your own good. Then Ji Jiaoyi shot a look at the man in blue and commanded, Hey Wu, take my sister back. Better yet, lock her up. And don't you dare release her without my express permission. Wu looked super awkward. What if the third young miss tries to off herself? Ji Jiaoyi cut him off, stone cold, then seal her damn cultivation. Tie her up for me. I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. Relieved, a Wu led Ji Jiaosui away. With her cultivation sealed, Ji Jiaosui screamed like a banshee. No! Ji Jiao, you can't treat me like go. Ji Jiao sighed, watching the frantic Ji Jiaosui thrash. She thought to herself, third sister, don't blame big sis. Even I, the wicked blade, fought Chu Xiu once. That dude is a total psycho. Going against him never ends well. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Chu Xiu, who was busy dual cultivating with Mo Fei Yan, suddenly let out a massive sneeze. Chu Xiu cursed under his breath, who the hell is talking smack about me? Our boy then looked at Mo Fei Yan's face, completely blissed out, still in that, knight riding a horse position. Chu Xiu sighed, man, if only my master was as obedient as Elder Mo, life would be so much better. A moment later, the dynamic duo was dressed again. Mo Fei Yan massaged Chu Xiu's shoulders, whispering, Your Highness, the Yaoqi Sentess arrived bright and early this morning. Chu Xiu, completely stone-faced, just said, let her do her thing. Just then, a voice boomed from outside the door. Brother Chu, open up. We've got a big problem. Chu Xiu recognized the voice instantly and ordered Elder Mo, you head down first. Elder Mo nodded. Understood, Your Highness. Spotting Ye Hongyu, Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Brother Yi, what's all the fuss about? Ye Hongyu burst out laughing. The third young miss of the Ji family is in Shangjing City, and she's made a declaration. Whoever can off you, she'll marry him. What a crazy broad, right? Chu Xiu stroked his chin, lost in thought, then asked, the third young miss of the Ji family? Who is that? And what did I do to piss her off? Ye Hongyu gave Chu Xiu a weird look as he explained, remember Shanghao? Yeah, well, the third young miss of the Ji family, they were childhood sweethearts. A smug face, holding a fan, flashed in his mind. Chu Xiu snapped his fingers. Oh, that guy, the one who loved to show off. As if a light bulb went off, Chu Xiu turned to Yi Hongyu, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. Brother Yi, you want to make some cash? Yi Hongyu's eyes lit up. Brother Chu, you're truly my soulmate. We're on the exact same wavelength. Their eyes met, and those smiles slowly morphed into something truly wicked. Then, Chu Xiu spilled his master plan. Chu Xiu said, all right, you set up an arena, open it up for challenges. Make sure to announce, no killing allowed. Then you go in there. Unleash your invincible aura and utterly curb stomp them all. That way, those desperate won't want a single spirit stone from me, the bookie. And finally, you find someone from our side, have them beat me, and we'll take back all the capital and then some. Then Chu Xiu clapped Yi Hongyu on the shoulder. Brother Yi, your side of the operation's no issues, right? After hearing the genius money-making scheme, Yi Hongyu puffed out his chest, completely confident, and gave a thumbs up. My bro, when I'm on the job, you can just kick back, relax, and wait for the cash to flow in. Blown away by Chu Xiu's next level, utterly ruthless plan, Ye Hongyu gasped. If that Ji Jiaoshu ever found out her husband's killer was literally using her quest for revenge to make a massive fortune, she'd actually go insane. Ha! Interesting. Very interesting. Come on, my bro. Let's go celebrate our impending victory. Right after, on Peach Blossom Bamboo Grove Island, the Jianghu cultivators were chattering up a storm. One of the ringleaders loudly declared that Chu Xiu is a ruthless, inhumane bastard. Everyone wants him dead. Another dude chimed in, yeah, Brother Ma's totally right. Even if it wasn't about young Miss Ji Jiaoshuo, I'd still go challenge that guy. The third young miss of the Ji family spoke up. Then I'll have to trouble you all. If anyone can slay Chu Xiu, I Ji Jiaoshui will absolutely keep my word. She thought to herself, you're all just tools for me to exploit. You actually dream of marrying me? Keep dreaming. On the other side, two dudes and one chick were sitting opposite each other. The one with the fan was Yang Lian, aka Purgatory Red Lotus, the top heavens chosen of the Divine Flame Sect's southern region, peak divine ability realm, and ranked 7th on the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's divine ability list. The guy in the middle was Shi Xingyu, younger bro of the Jiao Guang Saint Sun, and finally the pink-haired girl was Qin Jiao, a disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land. At this moment, Shi Xingyu spoke up. Everyone knows Big Bro is into the Yaoqi Saintess, but lately folks are saying the Yaoqi Saintess is actually chasing after the Taisu Saint Sun. Young lady Qin Jiao, any intel on this? Qin Jiao replied, yep, it's pretty much an open secret in Shangjing City now. Meanwhile, in Shangjing City, Chu Xiu and Ye Hongyu were going full-on marketing mode, yelling, all you fresh faces passing by, step right up. Don't miss this chance to change your whole damn life. Seeing the crowd swelling, Ye Hongyu kept up his spiel. The Taisu Saint Sun is about to throw down in Shangjing City's biggest arena. Who wins, who loses? You'll know by watching the main event. A hype man needs a wingman, so Chu Xiu quickly piped up, heaven cherishes all life. Shangjing City has already been through a bloodbath, and I'm not willing to create any more bad karma. Hearing Chu Xiu's implied promise of no killing, the crowd's faces absolutely lit up. What's the Taisu Saint Sun trying to say? Is he promising he won't kill anyone? Dude, we should totally go challenge the Taisu Saint Sun later. I mean, he's not gonna kill us, right? Plus, we can get some attention from young Miss Ji. Inside a private courtyard, Yang Lian from the Divine Flame Sect's southern region scoffed, what in the world is the Taisu Saint Sun trying to pull? I refuse to believe he'd do something so utterly boring. You two interested in checking it out with me? The other two immediately chimed in. All right, where there's drama, how can we not be there? Let's go. Once the word spread that Chu Xiu wasn't planning any fatalities, the crowd swarmed the arena faster than a speeding bullet. Inside, the receptionist was hustling. Regular seats below the stage are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Standard rooms are 10 divine essence stones. And a first-class private box, that'll be 1,000 divine essence stones. Yang Lan and his two buddies walked up, looking confused. We actually have to buy tickets to get in? The receptionist sized up Yang Lian's crew. Which type of ticket would you esteemed guests like? First-class boxes are flying off the shelves. First come, first served. Across from her, Yang Lian immediately declared, I'll take a first-class box. Taking the 3,000 divine essence stones, the receptionist chirped, wonderful. Please, the three of you, come right in. Next, the trio headed to their seats. From there, they had a panoramic view of the incredibly spacious interior. Qin Jiao couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Just the open-air stands alone, there must be at least 10,000 people out there. Yang Lian's brain was already crunching numbers. One person at 100 high-grade spirit stones? That's 1,000,000 divine essence stones right there. 10,000 standard rooms, 10 divine essence stones each, makes this another 100,000 divine essence stones. 1,000 first-class rooms, 1,000 divine essence stones each. That's a cool 1,000,000 divine essence stones. This Taisu Saint Sun is a business prodigy, no doubt. Just then, young women carrying recording stones walked in, constantly pitching their wares. Young lady, please, have some tea? Realizing everyone might get bored, young Master Yi has opened a betting table. Esteemed guests can place wagers on any match. Qin Jiao pointed at the stone, asking, what's that? The girl swiftly picked up the recording stone, explaining this, esteemed guest, is what our young Master Yi calls a movie. It contains some truly interesting images and sounds. Pay 4 divine essence stones to watch one, or for an extra 30 divine essence stones, you can take it home to enjoy. Qin Jiao's curiosity piqued even further. No need to buy it, I just want a little peek. Seeing the customer's curiosity, the girl immediately played some footage from the recording stone. It showed bedroom scenes with some extremely eye-watering positions, making everyone's lower body stand at attention. Qin Jiao's face instantly flushed beet red, and she quickly covered her face. Meanwhile, Yang Lian, seeing the same thing, erupted in a full-blown nosebleed, exclaiming, Holy sh! Recording stones can be used like that? This is absolutely mind-blowing. In the center of the newly built arena, Ji Jiaoxue stepped up, loudly declaring to the world, I am Ji Jiaoxue and I have a blood feud with the Taisu Saint Sun, Chu Xiu. Today, where I swear right here, whoever can kill Chu Xiu will become the son-in-law of the Ji family and my husband. The crowd, a bunch of thirsty young dudes who hadn't seen the outside once, instantly went wild hearing Ji Jiaoxue's declaration. They puffed out their chests, brimming with confidence, exclaiming, marrying into the Ji family? That's like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. It'd save me centuries, even millennia of struggle. The dude next to him was just as hyped. Yeah, this is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. A bald bro down below flashed a twisted grin. Chu Xiu, you're dead meat. Ha 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 ha. Bro, these youngsters are seriously overconfident. Little did they know, they were falling straight into a trap, thinking they could just eat Chu Xiu and Ji Jiaoxue for free. Nah, that ain't gonna be a crispy meal. A second later, Ye Hongyu appeared at the base of the arena. And right behind him, our boy, the MC Chu Xiu. Ye Hongyu then kicked off his marketing campaign, ha ha ha, esteemed audience. Next up is the much-anticipated Saint Sun Challenge match. Let's give our fiercest, most passionate cheers. Please welcome our first challenger to the stage. The moment that guy leaped into the arena, some arrogant young buck, full of himself, stomped the air and shot up. He declared confidently, Taisu Saint Sun, if you're an enemy of young Lady Jiao Xiao, then you're an enemy of me. As he leaped onto the arena, our MC also took to the skies, stepping on air. Chu Xiu's gaze, colder than ice, fixed on the approaching challenger. The crowd in the stands went absolutely wild, roaring, he's finally here. Place your bets, quick. I'm putting my cash on the Taisu Saint Sun to win. The human race sacred body is invincible in the same tier. Yeah, I'm also betting on the Taisu Saint Sun. Lightning bolts crackled around that dude. He lunged like a hungry tiger at its prey, screaming non-stop, today I will avenge young Lady Jiao Xiu. And with that, the absolute clown closed his eyes and unleashed a full power punch. One punch. Pfft, but what could these pathetic cat-scratching moves do to our boy Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu simply raised his left hand, snagging that dude's punch, his body not even swaying. He stood there, completely still, like he was catching a damn ping-pong ball. Chu Xiu's icy gaze locked onto the dude in front of him. Lucky for him, this is an arena. Out there, he'd be sent flying with one hit. Immediately after, Chu Xiu released his left hand, and his right hand slammed out a palm strike, sending that arrogant young buck flying backward about 10 meters. That dude's body plowed a deep furrow into the ground, finally coming to a halt outside the ring in a cracked crater about 2 meters wide. Yi Hongyu bellowed, first match, the Taisu Saint Sun wins. Meanwhile, sitting in their VIP box, observing the chaos, Chugu pointed and turned to his big bro, as if he'd spotted something weird, saying, Big bro, don't you think Su Xiu looks kinda off today? The elder Ning sitting beside them, arms crossed, responded thoughtfully, yeah, there's definitely something strange, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Immediately after, Chugu's big bro chuckled lightly, muttering, so that's how it is. Chugu turned, surprised and confused, you figured it out? Chugu's big bro closed his eyes, let out a soft sigh, and analyzed indeed. Taisu Shengzi's power is growing stronger by the moment. The one fighting on the arena is just a puppet controlled by Su Xiu's divine sense. Chugu jumped in shock. Huh? He was utterly perplexed, thinking, Su Xiu isn't fighting himself. What's he doing? What's his actual goal? In short, a million whys flooded Chugu's mind. At the same time, our MC was busy living his best life, with his arms wrapped around one best girl's thigh, while 3 or 4 others massaged him, making our boy sigh in pure bliss. That's right, so comfortable. A little more pressure, please. Just as our protagonist was enjoying his lavish leisure, Saintess Feng Zhao of the Jiaoqi sacred land arrived. Witnessing the scene, Feng Zhao exclaimed in surprise, I thought you'd personally enter the arena? I never expected you to be here indulging in pleasure. Su Xiu, still lounging, calmly replied. Controlling a puppet is enough. If I were to fight myself, it'd be too much bullying. Outside the arena, the referee continued to announce, Fourth match, Taisu Shengzi wins. Feng Zhao then continued, I heard Elder Mo say you wanted to invite Grandmaster Wu Jin to forge an artifact for you, but were rejected. Elder Qi knows me. I can help you, but not for free. There has to be a give and take. My prerequisite is for you to stay with me for a day so we can get to know each other better. Bro, did anyone else hear that and feel their heart clench? A juicy offer served right to his mouth, and from a sane test, no less. Chu Xiu immediately shot up, agreeing, no problem at all. Feng Zhao's face flushed, thrilled as if she'd achieved her goal. From outside the arena, Ye Hongyu's voice echoed, seventh match, Taisu Shengzi wins. Right then, Chu Xiu grabbed a piece of cloth to wrap around his waist, just enough to cover his little birdie, then walked over, placing both hands on Feng Zhao's shoulders. He smiled faintly. You're the strongest among the young saints. You wouldn't lure me to a secluded spot and then use force on me, would you? Feng Zhao felt a tingle, her face red as she softly uttered, Shengzi, don't talk nonsense. Why do you always say such ridiculous things? Meanwhile, outside the arena, Ye Hongyu was playing his role perfectly. He laughed heartily, raising both hands. Ha ha ha, Shengzi truly lives up to his name. So powerful. Everyone, please continue to place your bets. Keep going, keep going. If you want to earn big. Double down where you fall, and if you're winning, be bold and bet tenfold. Inside Ye Hongyu's mind, he secretly calculated almost enough time to close the net. And so our boy continued his act, announcing, now please welcome the next challenger. Taoist Dongdu, please step onto the stage. He looked like a fat toad. This Dongdu had a very peculiar appearance. Chu Xiu, after making the deal with Feng Zhao, went back to relaxing with his maids. Ye Hongyu used sound transmission. Chu Xiu, the person I found is here. This guy cultivates a poisonous technique, and due to long-term exposure to poison qi, his face and neck are covered in poisonous boils. Our boy Chu Xiu wasn't worried. He just kept enjoying himself while transmitting back to Ye Hongyu, brother Yi, the person you found truly is a perfect match for young Miss Ji Jiao Shue. Ye Hongyu continued to smirk, transmitting back to Chu Xiu. This person harbors a deeper grudge against the Ji family than anyone, wanting nothing more than to disgust Ji Jiao Shue. If he were to do something disgusting to her, Ji Jiao Shue's entire life would be more unbearable than death. Brother Chu Xiu, are you satisfied with this arrangement of mine? To Ye Hongyu's question, Chu Xiu calmly replied, what does this have to do with me? Ye Hongyu transmitted back, right, this has nothing to do with us. Outside the stands, the audience erupted in snickers and mockery. Who is this guy? Why is he so ugly? Forget him. Looking at him, there's no way he can defeat Shengzi Dianjia. Hurry up and bet. Keep betting on Taisu Shengzi to win. This is so refreshing. I've already earned nearly 50,000 divine origin stones. On the arena floor, Dongdu leaped into the air, swinging his right palm to unleash a poisonous strike towards Chu Xiu's puppet. The puppet couldn't block it and was sent flying backward. The audience gasped. He may be a bit ugly, but his strength is also formidable. Another person immediately retorted, what's there to fear? Shengzi Dianxia cannot lose. Immediately after, our protagonist puppet charged forward, retaliating against Dongdu. Dongdu's body swayed backward slightly. A moment later, Dongdu's poison qi enveloped both himself and the protagonist's puppet. Within the swirling poison qi, Chu Xiu's puppet was being toyed with by Dongdu. He flew around, constantly releasing poison qi, which showed signs of corrosion. The surrounding poison qi slowly corroded the puppet. A moment later, the puppet's outer shell was worn away, revealing its metallic skeleton. The audience above was astonished, mixed with a hint of indignation, shouting, why is this happening? Why isn't Taisu Shengzi fighting himself? Is there some hidden secret? How will the victor of this battle be decided? Will Taisu Sheng win or Dongdu? Where will my money go? What's the final outcome? The two young ladies of the Ji family saw this scene and were frozen in confusion. Suddenly, a familiar figure leaped down from a VIP suite onto the arena floor. The surrounding crowd gasped, shouting, he is Taisu Shengzi. What powerful aura! As Chu Xiu landed, his aura blazed like a red flame. The ground beneath our boy's feet shattered after his landing. The audience grew even more agitated. His condition isn't stable. He seems unable to control his explosive power. The floor beneath him is made of profound iron. Chu Xiu calmly raised both hands, explaining to the audience, as you all can see, after overcoming my sense-body tribulation, I've been in closed-door cultivation. The reason is simple. I can't control my suddenly surging power. Faced with Chu Xiu's brilliant performance, the audience above immediately believed him. They admired Chu Xiu, shouting, Shengzi Dianjia is worried about losing control of his power and accidentally killing a fellow cultivator, so he used a puppet to fight. For this, he didn't even hesitate to risk being defeated by others. Shengzi Dianjia is so noble. The crowd chanted in unison, Shengzi Dianjia is so noble. While everyone else was blindly devoted, only one red-robed figure remained clear-headed, concerned about his own interests, and loudly asked, Taisu Shengzi, I just want to know the outcome of this match. Chu Xiu extended his hand towards Dongdu beside him, saying, as for my strength, Taoist Dongdu was able to defeat the puppet I controlled, which proves his strength is indeed formidable. Young Miss Ji Jiao Shue has a very deep misunderstanding of me. The Ji family once helped me when I faced a tribulation. Our protagonist sighed, continuing, even if it's just to repay this kindness. Forget it, let's not talk about these things anymore. I concede this match, the winner is Taoist Dongdu. Dongdu froze, thinking, what the actual feck is this? The girls in the stands admired Chu Xiu, exclaiming, Taisu Shengzi is truly an extraordinary man. He clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grievances. Shengzi Dianxia, why did you have to do this just to repay a kindness? Chu Xiu continued his act, turning to Ji Jiao Shue, young Miss Ji Jiao Shue, I hope you can let go of your hatred because of this. If possible, I truly wish to be your friend. The audience in the stands didn't care about that. They only cared about their bets, shouting, "Damn it, no way! How will the bets for this final match be calculated? If Taisu Shengzi loses, I'll lose 70,000 Divine Origin Stones. No, we must make young Master Yi-san pay back the money." Meanwhile, the two Ji family young ladies were seething with rage. Ji jashed her teeth, think he not only used me to make money, but now he's dumping all the blame on me. Ji Jiaoyi's eyes widened, cursing, truly despicable and shameless. Next, Yi Hongyu composed himself and addressed the audience. Now please welcome the winner, Taoist Dongdu, to the stage. On the other side, Dongdu puffed out his chest confidently and stepped onto the stage. Dongdu crossed his arms, faced Ji Jiaoxue and said in a booming voice, "If Sheng's Dianxia admits that I won this battle, then does young Miss Ji Jiaoxue's previous vow still count? Can I be your husband?" On the Ji family side, seeing the short, ugly figure on stage about to become her future husband, Ji Jiaoxue couldn't help but feel nauseous. She pointed at Dongdu, gritting her teeth and shouting, "You and Chu Xiu are in cahoots. You're conspiring to deceive people. Do you really think everyone is a fool?" She expected to be rescued by the crowd, but unexpectedly, female disciples from the Taisu sacred land stood up and reprimanded her. "You can eat anything, but you can't speak nonsense. What evidence does young Miss Ji Jiaoqie have to dare badmouth our Sheng Zi?" Our Sheng Zi Dianjia intentionally lost the match to resolve the feud with the Ji family, not caring even if he's ridiculed by the world. Some others agreed. That's right, young Miss Ji family is too much. How dare she speak ill of Taisu Shengzi? Go away, has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Exactly, young Miss Ji Jiaoshui is too much. Taisu Shengzi has already lost, why won't you let him go? Another person sneered, don't you know? Taisu Shengzi killed her lover before, so she swore to avenge him. His name was Sheng Guanhao, I think. I know about that. Sheng Guanhao wanted to challenge Taisu Shengzi to a holy duel in the main hall, hoping to use the Shengzi as a stepping stone, but he was unexpectedly counter-killed. But the Shengguan family was implicated and exterminated. That Tian Shaku Jixing doesn't deserve any sympathy. Hearing the curses from all directions, Ji Jiaoshui's face grew paler and paler. She muttered, "It's not like that. You don't know his true face." Beside her, Ji Jiaoyi saw the situation was getting out of hand. She stepped forward to comfort her younger sister, then raised her voice to the audience. Ji Jiaoshua misspoke earlier. The Ji family will naturally not go back on their word. If Taoist Dongdu is interested, he can visit the Ji family headquarters to discuss marriage. Hearing these words from her older sister's own mouth, Ji Jiaoshui could only say, feeling wronged, "Big sis." Not letting her finish, Ji Jiaoyi patted her younger sister's shoulder and whispered, "We lost this round. If we stay here any longer, we'll just become a laughingstock. Let's go home and plan for the long term." A murderous glint appeared and vanished in her eyes. She smiled and continued, "That Dongdu, if he dares to come, he'll only go, never return." Ji Jiaoshui nodded in agreement, then looked at Chu Xiu with increasingly deepening hatred, wishing she could kill him on the spot. Dongdu thought it was true, so he crossed his arms and laughed loudly towards the Ji family. "Ha ha ha, so it's decided. We'll definitely bring betrothal gifts to take her home." The people above saw this scene, and strange expressions appeared on everyone's faces. They couldn't help but imagine the intense, intimate scene on the bed between the great beauty Ji Jiaoshui and the fat, short Dongdu. Just thinking about it, everyone got goosebumps. Some even felt nauseous and urgently needed to find a restroom. Meanwhile, inside the Taisu embassy, Chu Xiu was casually sitting with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea, facing the Jiaoqi Shengzi, who exuded a transcendent aura. Mo Feiyan stood behind him, continuously massaging his shoulders, and spoke up, "Those two young ladies of the Ji family must be wishing they could eat you alive, Shengzi, right?" Chu Xiu let out a cold snort. "So what? She dares to declare revenge on me at all costs? If she just stand before me and say those words, I'll dare to slap her to death right on the spot." A thick killing intent filled the room, making several female disciples tremble, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, he immediately retracted his killing intent. At this moment, Ye Hongyu kicked the door open, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, Brother Chu, we've hit the jackpot this time." Chu Xiu smirked, able to resist asking, "How much did we get?" Ye Hongyu wiggled his thumb at him, saying, "Excluding the share for Eastern Poison, a total of 60 million Divine Origin Stones." Mo Feiyan's eyes widened, her heart trembling nonstop. 60 million Divine Origin Stones? His Highness is truly amazing. His money-making efficiency is terrifying. Even for me, a great saint cultivator, it would take over 1,000 years to earn such a massive amount of Divine Origin Stones. Ye Hongyu winked, signaling, "My people will bring the Divine Origin Stones over in a bit." Just then, one of Ye Hongyu's subordinates rushed in, his face pale, lips trembling as he stammered, "Young master, it's bad. The Divine Origin Stones have been stolen." Like a clap of thunder, Ye Hongyu and Chu Xiu looked towards him, the smiles on their faces slowly freezing. Ye Hongyu furiously grabbed his collar, blood vessels appearing in his eyes as he roared, "What happened? Did you see who it was?" The subordinate in reply, "Earlier we followed the steward's guidance, escorting the Divine Origin Stones to the Taisu Sacred Palace, but we were ambushed halfway. He attacked suddenly, gravely injuring Steward Ning. Then he took the opportunity to snatch all the Divine Origin Stones. This subordinate only knows he was wearing a black robe." Meanwhile, a world-shattering battle was raging elsewhere. Even hundreds of thousands of miles away, Shangjing City felt the impact. Two figures emerged from the explosion. The white-haired old woman yelled at the black-robed person, "Hand over the spatial ring, and this old one might spare your life." The other person turned and replied, "You can't keep me, and you certainly can't kill me." This old woman is Ye Ning, Ye Hongyu's Tao protector. She's a third-level great saint with formidable strength. Unfortunately, she's too weakened, her blood chi withered, unable to advance further, so she voluntarily became Ye Hongyu's Dao protector. Sensing someone stole the divine origin stones, she quickly pursued him through spatial fluctuations for hundreds of thousands of miles, finally stopping him. The opponent had only just ascended to the Great Saint Realm. He was nowhere near her match, but he hid himself extremely well. She couldn't even tell if he was human or demon. His physical body was incredibly powerful. Yi Ning attacked ruthlessly several times, but he toughly endured them all. The black-robed person thought, during this protection period, I'll teleport the spatial ring away first. Seeing he refused to hand it over, Yi Ning snorted coldly. Then she stepped through the void, covering 10,000 miles with each stride, forming a Dao seal with her hands and unleashing the Yi clan's supreme secret technique, the reincarnation samsara fist. Seizing all life force, all things must reincarnate, all energy converges into one punch. Its terrifying power shook the void, causing heaven and earth to tremble and collapse. The black-robed person felt the power of this single punch. Knowing he couldn't withstand it, he formed a hand seal. Blood chi surged from his head, not hesitating to burn his essence blood to unleash the blood escape divine ability, leaving a bloody afterimage and dodging the reincarnation fist at light speed. Yi Ning's punch shattered the void thousands of miles ahead, collapsing with a rumble. But before the punch landed, the black-robed person had already fled. Just then, Mo Feiyan emerged from the void. She shouted loudly, trying to run, leave behind the spatial ring. Then she unleashed a divine ability towards him. The force pierced through him, and a miserable scream was heard from the black-clothed person. He gritted his teeth. That crazy woman. A thought flashed in his mind, continuing to fight them is pointless. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. He immediately used his blood escape divine ability to flee. Mo Feiyan could only watch him disappear. She couldn't help but curse. Damn it, he still got away. Next, Yi Ning emerged from the void. She clasped her hands towards Mo Feiyan. "Oh, for your assistance." Mo Feiyan replied awkwardly. "My apologies, he possesses a blood escape divine ability. His speed was too fast, I couldn't catch him." Yi Ning nodded. "Don't worry, I've already used a secret technique to mark his aura. Even if he flies to the heavens or burrows into the earth, he won't escape my grasp." Later at the Taisu embassy, Mo Feiyan continued to massage Chu Xiu's head. Chu Xiu, lying happily on her lap, asked, "Feiyan, do you mean that the black-robed person used a divine ability from the Jaizi secret?" Mo Feiyan gently stroked Chu Xiu's head, nodding. She said, I definitely didn't see wrong. When he fought with Elder Yi Ning, his method of using the secret technique was 80% similar to yours, His Highness Saint Sun." Chu Xiu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then said, he knew he was marked by Yi Ning, which is why he chose to teleport the spatial ring away. From that, I can confirm that behind him, there's either an accomplice or a faction, and it's a faction that possesses the Jaizi secret. Our boy couldn't help but think of his second junior sister's enemy. It was 80–90% likely the Ouyang clan. Ha, I never expected that I wouldn't even need to look for you, and you'd actively provoke me instead. And they even sent out a great saint. Very good, very good. Mo Feiyan asked worriedly, "Does your highness need to report this to the sacred land? Just a puny Ouyang clan, easily wiped out with a flick of a finger. We'll make sure not even their chickens and dogs are spared." Chu Xiu sat up and replied, "Matters concerning the Jaizi secret shouldn't cause too much commotion. Don't inform the sacred land about this for now, especially don't let the Yi clan know. If the experts of the Taisu sacred palace move, it will easily attract other factions, even demons and devils, to spy on us. There are too many variables. It's hard to say if the Jaizi secret will ultimately fall into my hands. I'll make a trip to Eastern Continent. Just tell everyone outside that I'm in secluded cultivation." Mo Feiyan spoke up, "Your Highness, I'll go with you." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Laoma embraced Mo Feiyan, nodding in agreement, of course. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly remembered he needed to deal with the Ouyang clan before the Ye clan arrived, retrieve the Jaizi secret, and get back his own divine origin stones. Scene change outside Shengjing City. Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan were disguised as an ordinary cultivation couple. They bought tickets to Eastern Continent on a giant flying ship. Mo Feiyan, with her graceful figure and perfect curves, looked towards the clouds and said, "Your Highness, at this speed we should reach Eastern Continent in about 7 days." Beside her, Chu Xiu, disguised with a weathered face, leaned on the railing with his right hand and asked, "How are the investigations into the Ouyang clan progressing?" We found some clues. This clan has been extremely low-key for nearly 100 years, not forming enmities with any faction, yet no one dares to underestimate the Ouyang clan. After all, on the outer borders they have 2 peak minor saint ancestors guarding them, and those 2 ancestors are cultivation partners. That black-robed person didn't hesitate to take such a risk to steal the divine origin stones. My guess is the Ouyang clan probably has another minor saint ancestor who wants to break through to the Great Saint Realm. At this point, Mo Feiyan looked around at the crowd. Seeing no one paying attention, she continued to ask, "How is your highness preparing?" Chu Xiu nodded and replied, "Stealing my peaches and wanting to use them to break through? How could such a good thing exist? If I can't act in the name of the Taisu Sacred Palace, then I'll act in the name of my deceased second junior sister." Mo Feiyan asked curiously, "Second junior sister? When did the Saint Sun get a second junior sister that I don't know about?" Chu Xiu smiled and said, "My bad, he's actually my second junior brother." As soon as they entered the room, while Mo Feiyan wasn't attention, Chu Xiu's beastly nature emerged. He hastily embraced her, his hands slowly unbuttoning her clothes, making her face blush like a tomato. Chu Xiu saw that Mo Fian didn't resist and even took the initiative, making him even more audacious.
He thought to himself, junior brother, junior sister, whatever, Xiao Yifeng, your senior brother is coming to avenge you. Make sure to watch closely in the cycle of reincarnation. Hehe.
You all know what happened next. Mo Fian continuously moaned, Saint Sun, gently. Hearing this, Chu Xiu intensified his efforts, spanking her firm, round bottom. And so Chi Mengdi's dream of being the only one playing stacking blocks with Chu Xiu now had another participant. Early morning of the second day, Chu Xiu and Mo Fian were strolling around the flying ship. They stopped at a jewelry stall. Mo Fian held a bracelet in her hand. The stall owner introduced this Dragon Phoenix bracelet is a profound grade item, symbolizing good fortune, and it's also the most exquisite piece in our shop. Mo Fian's face bloomed into a smile upon hearing this, and she asked Chu Xiu, "Hubby, what do you think of this bracelet?" Chu Xiu saw that the bracelet could also protect one in danger. He nodded and said, "As long as my dear wife likes it." Then he walked up to the shop owner and asked, "Boss, how much is this bracelet?" After that, he took out spirit stones and handed them to the shop owner. Mo Fian was very happy beside him. For the past few days, she didn't need to care about others' gazes. The two looked like a divine couple traveling through mountains and rivers, how ordinary and blissful. Just then, a little girl in ragged clothes, skinny as a rail, bumped into Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu saw the little girl taking his money pouch, so he swiftly grabbed her hand and asked, "So young, not studying properly but quite skilled at stealing, huh?" The little girl, caught red-handed, kept crying out, Sorry, I didn't mean to." Chu Xiu saw the little girl's sincere eyes and couldn't bring himself to scold her. Suddenly, he looked closely at the girl, his heart filled with shock. "No way, why do I feel like I've seen this little sister before?" Chu Xiu gently patted the little girl's head, asking reassuringly, "Little girl, don't be scared, I won't hurt you." "Tell me." The little girl stammered, Great Lord, my name is Qin Yi." Hearing this, an indescribable pang of loneliness rose in Chu Xiu's heart. No wonder she looked so familiar. Turns out this little girl is the daughter of an old friend. He remembered back then, when he was still young and weak, he was once pursued by enemies, always at risk of dying. Hong Yi and he were severely injured. Fortunately, heaven doesn't forsake good people. They met the old master of the Qin clan while fleeing and thus salvaged their lives. The Qin clan was originally a great clan in Shangjing City. Because they offended a powerful figure in Shangjing City, they dismissed their servants, and the family of 3 fled to Eastern Continent to hide from disaster. The time spent living with the Qin clan was the warmest memory for him and Liu Hongyi, but unexpectedly the enemy found them again. The old master sacrificed himself to draw away the enemies, covering everyone's escape. Many years later, after he advanced to the Great Saint Realm, he avenged the Qin clan. From them, he learned that the Qin clan's husband and wife were killed, their bodies gruesomely displayed on the city gates for all to see. He felt immense guilt towards them. Knowing their daughter was still alive, he tried to search for her again. But unfortunately, there were too many enemies, and he couldn't find her no matter how hard he searched. From then on, the Qin clan's matter became one of the biggest regrets in his heart. Unexpectedly, after reincarnation, he would meet their daughter on this flying ship. Chu Xiu looked at the daughter of his old friend before him, his emotions complex. "Qin Yi, why are you on this ship?" Sensing that Chu Xiu meant no harm, Qin Yi was no longer as scared as before. She carefully bowed her head and replied, "I still have my parents. They went to Eastern Continent. I heard from Grandpa Huang that this ship travels between Eastern Continent and Southern region and Southern... So I thought I could find my parents." Chu Xiu sighed upon hearing this. Qin Tianjun's death. I shouldn't tell her for now, to prevent her from losing control because of it. Chu Xiu couldn't help but pat Qin Yi's head, then he put his hands behind his back. He said with an overbearing tone, "Little girl, come with me. I'll teach you to cultivate. Later, when you have cultivation, you can go find your parents yourself. With me here, you won't go hungry, and no one will be able to bully you." Qin Yi should have been moved by Chu Xiu's words, but instead, she became even Uncle Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu nodded and said, "That's right." But Qin Yi replied, "Before my father left, he said that if someone were to find me later and want to take me away, and they didn't mean any harm, then that person would be Uncle Chu Xiu and Aunt Hong Yi." So Xiu pointed to himself, saying, "It's me. I am So Xiu. Your father is Qin Tianjun, your mother is Chen Muyu, and your grandfather is Qin Mo. They're all old acquaintances of mine, but this is a secret. You gotta keep it locked down for me. If anyone finds out, they'll cause big trouble." Next up, the flying ship touched down in Dongzhou, Shuilingcheng. Stepping out of the flying ship, So Xiu took Qin Yi's hand. He instructed her, "From now on, you're my daughter and Aunt Fei Yan's, got it?" Qin Yi looked at So Xiu with sparkling eyes and happily replied, "Got it, Daddy." They hadn't walked for long when some clowns with a death wish started yelling at So Xiu. "Where do you think you're going?" Immediately, 2 of them quickly stepped in front of the group. Moments later, dozens of goons surrounded So Xiu at the foot of Shuiling Dongzhou City. So Xiu looked at the crowd and chuckled inwardly. Hey, who knew I'd run into some blind fools the moment I reached Dongzhou, daring to block So Old Demon's path. Just then, Qin Yi pointed at the group and spoke up. "Uncle So Xiu, they were the ones who told me to steal things. They're all bad guys, Uncle. Watch out." So Xiu patted Qin Yi's shoulder and confidently said, "No need to be scared." A burly thug stepped forward, stretching his limbs, a sneer on his face as he roared. Daring to openly take my people? Tired of living, are we? Today we're going to teach you a lesson. Brothers, attack. Kill the men, keep the women. Big bro is so wise. We haven't had some beauties in ages. That's right, big bro, we can't wait any longer. Mo Fei Yan saw their lustful gazes fixed on her and was furious. She sent a spiritual message to So Xiu, "My lord, shall we move?" So Xiu immediately replied, "Quick battle, quick victory." Understood. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Fei Yan instantly charged forward. "You guys blocked the path first. Don't blame this one for being impolite. Go die." Her left hand pointed into the void, and a massive spatial rift appeared. The powerful suction made it impossible for the thugs to resist. They could only scream miserably, "Mercy, sir, spare us, we're sorry," but Mo Fei Yan didn't bother listening to their pleas. A moment later, the void rift closed and the mob vanished on the spot. "This place isn't good for lingering. Follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, So Xiu immediately activated a teleportation array. Their teleportation destination was Dongzhou Hongdongcheng. So Xiu looked ahead and said, "Hongdongcheng, we've finally reached the Ouyang family's lair. Fei Yan, who is the Ouyang family's most talented disciple?" Mo Fei Yan confidently replied, "Ouyang Tianse. If the Ouyang family truly possesses the false word secret, he must have cultivated it. I'll bring him here for a soul search. Remember, don't expose your identity." "Yes, holy son, I'll go at once." The scene shifted to night. So Xiu was currently hidden on the rooftop opposite the Ouyang family estate, observing their numerous patrolling guards. So Xiu thought to himself, "I didn't expect the Ouyang family's defenses to be so strict." A moment later, Mo Fei Yan emerged from the void holding a man in her hand. She respectfully said, "My lord, I've captured Ouyang Tianse." So Xiu nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, Fei Yan, you've worked hard." Seeing the unconscious state of Ouyang Tianse, Mo Fei Yan reported to So Xiu. He indeed cultivated the false word's secret, but it's incomplete, at most only a tenth of it. So Xiu pondered for a moment, then said, "Even a favored one like him hasn't cultivated the complete false word secret. Then the complete false word secret must be in the hands of the Ouyang family's old ancestor. This is getting tricky." Mo Fei Yan let out a cold laugh, killing intent flaring in her eyes as she said, "My lord, how about I go capture their old ancestor for you to soul search?" So Xiu quickly shook his head at her suggestion. The opponent has already touched the threshold of the Great Saint Realm. They won't be as easy to capture as this Ouyang Tianse. Not to mention, it might cause a huge commotion, attracting the attention of other powers. If that happens, our plan to obtain the false word secret and the divine origin stone will all go down the drain. Mo Fei Yan frowned upon hearing this. She felt the matter was extremely difficult. "My lord, do you have a plan?" So Xiu pondered for a moment, a glint flashing in his eyes. "You watch Ouyang Tianse, don't let him escape. I'll transform into his appearance and infiltrate the Ouyang estate. Next, I'll approach their old ancestor. After that..." Next, So Xiu, in the guise of Ouyang Tianse, entered through the main gate. The guards, seeing their young master arrive, quickly bowed their heads in greeting. Young Master Tianse, you've returned." So Xiu, in Ouyang Tianse's form, gave a cold nod, then ignored the crowd and walked straight inside. So Xiu walked to the end of the path which led to Ouyang Tianse's private courtyard. In front of him was a woman with golden hair and a graceful figure, sitting on a stone bench, trimming flowers. This girl was none other than Ouyang Tianse's wife, Xu Wanrong. Upon noticing Ouyang Tianse's return, Xu Wanrong immediately stood up and bowed. "Husband, father just came by and said that when you returned, you must immediately go to the ancestral hall. The old ancestor wishes to see you." So Xu noticed a strange complex and indescribable glint in Xu Wanrong's eyes. He calmly replied, "All right, I know." So Xu thought to himself, why does she have that expression? How odd. Xu Wanrong continued to ask, "Husband, are you coming back tonight?" So Xu grew even more suspicious upon why is she asking that? Does Ouyang Tianse often not return at night, leaving her alone day and night? Oh well, I should go see what the Ouyang old ancestor wants with her descendant first. As he walked away, So Xiu coldly said to Xu Wanrong, "That depends on my mood." Next, So Xiu arrived at the Ouyang old ancestor's palace. As soon as he opened the door, So Xiu thought to himself, "I didn't expect this. I haven't even looked for her. Yet she's already come looking for me. I should temporarily conceal my aura to avoid being discovered by that old hag." So Xiu opened the door and walked in, seeing the resplendent gold and jade surroundings. The air in the palace was filled with a rich fragrance, and incense sticks burned everywhere. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This Ouyang family's old ancestor really knows how to enjoy life." Detecting his arrival, the old woman turned to look at So Xiu. So Xiu expected to see an 80 or 90-year-old hag, but to his surprise, it was a stunning beauty with an equally captivating presence. Seeing that the Ouyang old ancestor was a great beauty with a fire-hot figure, So Xiu couldn't help but feel his mouth go a little dry. He bowed respectfully and asked, "Old ancestor, why did you summon me?" The Ouyang old ancestor, sitting gracefully, gave a seductive smile and replied, "Sire, we haven't seen each other in a month. This old ancestor misses you so much." Immediately, she pressed her big round melons against So Xiu and gently caressed his chin with her fair, tender hands. Sire, why are you so distant with me? Although we don't have a husband-wife relationship, we've had our fun countless times. You understand my feelings, right? Come here, while your family's grand ancestor isn't back yet, let old ancestor mama pamper you well." So old demon felt a thrill upon hearing this. His eyes couldn't help but light up. He thought to himself, as expected, this is something to look forward to. No wonder that Ouyang Tianse never comes home day or night, leaving his wife to sleep alone in their room. If it were me, I'd probably be battling for 3 days and 3 nights. Heh. With that thought, So Xiu played along. He looked straight into her eyes, his wicked hand moving to her waist. Mimicking Ouyang Tianse's demeanor, he asked in a cold tone, "Old ancestor, I've already learned the false word secret a while ago. When will you impart the complete false word secret to me?" She, who adored his cold yet passionate nature, lifted So Xiu's chin and enthusiastically replied, "Sir, dear, What's the rush? Your cultivation is still too low right now. Cultivating just a part of it is enough. Next, she excitedly pulled Chu Xiu closer, her face flushed abnormally. Come here quickly. This old ancestor can't wait any longer. Hurry, hurry. That old geezer is almost back. Standing there, Chu Xiu watched as her big, beautiful assets jiggled every time she got excited, almost making him forget her real age and pounds. He feigned composure and said, Cough, cough, old ancestor. Actually, I really want to do this with you. But every time I do that thing with old ancestor, my limbs grow weary and I have no strength left. If I had the complete false word secret, I think I could battle with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Suddenly, she pulled a big, long chain from the void. Her eyes looked at him coldly as she snorted, Sir, you disobedient child. You more stubborn you are, the more I enjoy that stubbornness of yours. Come on, come here! Or do you want this old ancestor to use forceful measures? Chu Xiu was startled upon seeing the chain. Is she trying to get kinky with bondage? This young old ancestor's taste is really adventurous. Heh, I'll have to play this game with Master Baby sometime. While he was lost in thought, she had already tightly bound Chu Xiu and explained this is an artifact that this old ancestor refined over many years. It has the effect of sealing your cultivation. In other words, you'll be no different from an ordinary mortal. This will be a brand new experience for both of us. It'll be very stimulating. Just you wait. No sooner had she spoken than she pressed herself against Chu Xiu. Good little seer, listen to me, okay? Let this old ancestor kiss you. This old ancestor is about to enter secluded cultivation to break through to great saint. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed in infatuation, her lips nearing his face. Chu Xiu saw her lips getting on close and a cold sweat, cursing inwardly through gritted teeth. Damn it. Up until now, it was always so old demon who initiated the teasing. This time, it's really something else. Now that my cultivation is sealed by her, if I don't make a move now, I'm afraid my little bird will be broken by her. Instinctively, he pulled out 3 bottles of 3 flowers gathering peak pills. He thought to himself, now that my cultivation is sealed, I have to use these 3 flowers gathering peak pills to forcibly suppress her cultivation. With that thought, Chu Xiu forcefully smashed the 3 bottles of 3 flowers gathering peak pills onto her. The 3 bottles shattered simultaneously, a red cloud blinding her sight, followed by a horrified scream. While she was wiping her face, Chu Xiu couldn't help but imagine her old haggard appearance, instantly feeling a wave of nausea. He forced himself to suppress it and thought, good thing I didn't fall for her trap. Otherwise, wouldn't she and I have been stacking shapes? Just thinking about it makes me sick. On the other side, she covered her face with one hand, glaring angrily at Chu Xiu. She growled, you're not Tianse. Who exactly are you? Chu Xiu, who had somehow untied the chain without her noticing, dusted off his clothes. He looked at her with a disdainful gaze and said, you ask who I am? You can just call me Yangguang Nanhai. The old hag heard that and raged, little punk. You dare to trick me? Who even has a name like that? Chu Xiu shrugged and spread his hands, calmly replying, I originally didn't want to get my hands dirty, but you old geezer are just too disgusting. I couldn't help myself. At this point, the old biddy finally figured out Chu Xiu's game. She immediately asked, your goal is the Jiazibi. Who are you, and how the hell do you know about this secret? On the other side, Chu Xiu smirked, muttering to himself, oh, junior sister. Wait, no, junior brother. Please, for your senior brother, bear this burden one more time, won't you? Haha, old hag, don't you remember who I am? Then do you remember the Xiao clan? The old hag felt a sense of familiarity hearing the Xiao clan name. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she gasped in shock. Yao Tianheng's son Xiao Yifeng? Damn it, I knew it. Gotta rip out the roots, ya know? Spring winds blow, flowers bloom, and eventually, these dudes come seeking revenge. Chu Xiu nodded and said, that's right, I am Xiao Tianheng's son, the former Xiao Yifeng. Your Ouyang clan learned that the Shu clan possessed the Jiazibi and immediately moved to eradicate them. Did you ever think you'd see this day? The Ouyang clan ancestor coldly replied, an innocent man with a treasure is guilty. Your Xiao clan held a treasure but lacked the strength to protect it. Being wiped out was only a matter of time. Dying by our Ouyang clan's hands? Consider yourselves lucky. Chu Xiu heard that and was like, yep, this old hag is beyond saving. To avoid any late-night plot twists, our boy immediately whipped out some chains to ensnare her, thoroughly suppressing her and making her lose all ability to resist. Next, each chain pierced through her shoulder bones, collarbones, and other bones, completely sealing off all her meridians. As each chain pierced through her, she couldn't help but scream in agony, Xiao clan remnant. You won't die peacefully. My man's a freaking great saint. When he gets back, he'll chop you into 100 pieces. Chu Xiu gave a faint mocking smile, then scornfully asked, you mean that old dog who swiped the divine origin stones from the Yi clan, right? Bro, just chill in hell, he'll be joining you sooner or later. Haha. The Ouyang ancestor shivered down her spine, hearing Chu Xiu's demonic laughter. She stammered, looking at Chu Xiu, how do you know about this? Who exactly are you? Chu Xiu walked closer, step by step. Our boy leaned in, stroking her outwardly youthful and beautiful chin. Then he dropped a cold dose of reality. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. You've wasted enough of my time, old hag. Obediently hand over the complete Jiazibi, otherwise I'll take it myself. After saying that, Chu Xiu raised his right hand, his index finger burning with golden holy flames. Above his head, the immortal king descending 9 heavens phenomenon appeared, moving in perfect sync with Chu Xiu. Seeing Chu Xiu unleash his ultimate move, the Ouyang ancestor struggled madly. She screamed in terror. Chu Xiu gave a cold laugh. Then he looked at her with cold eyes and replied, since you won't willingly hand over the Jiazibi, naturally, I'll have to search your soul for it. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, his divine sense sharp as a blade. This dude showed zero mercy, thrusting his flame-engulfed finger right at her glabella. He wasn't just sealing her soul with a formation, he was also using that immortal King Nine Heavens phenomenon to suppress it, giving her zero chance to self-destruct her soul. The old hag let out a scream. Tragic, blood started gushing from her glabella. As Chu Xiu searched her soul, the excruciating pain twisted her face into a grotesque mess. You won't die peacefully, my husband will avenge me. Chu Xiu's face? Pure stone. He acted like he heard nothing, just kept rummaging through the old hag's memory. Bam! His eyes lit up, a wild joy blooming on his face. Found it. Golden holy flames erupted, engulfing the old hag. Our boy Chu Xiu wanted to refine the Jiazibi's essence right out of her soul. The pain was like billions of ants crawling all over her, making the old hag thrash like a madwoman. Half an hour later, a stream of light shot out from her soul, then swirled and flew into Chu Xiu's soul. Chu Xiu happily declared, "This is the power of the Jiazibi. With this secret technique, my survival rate when I reach the Taiji Ancient Star will greatly increase. But first, I gotta reach the Divine Abilities realm, and if I can level up to Minor Saint, even better, fam." Chu Xiu stroked his chin, looking at her with greedy eyes. Old hag, where are the Divine Origin Stones stolen from the Yi clan? The old hag tried to suppress her pain, coldly replying, "Ha ha ha, do you really think I'd tell you?" Hearing those words, Chu Xiu's smile gradually brightened. He took out a porcelain bottle, then poured the entire bottle of blue deadly poison into her mouth. "Alright then, I want to see if your mouth is tougher, or if the poison in my hand is stronger." Half an hour later, the old hag's crazed laughter echoed through the palace. Ha ha ha, you damn scoundrel, what did you do to me? Ha ha ha. Chu Xiu stroked his chin and replied, "This is called the yin-yang harmony powder. No matter how high your cultivation is, it'll slowly but surely dissipate until you turn into nothingness." Hey, old hag, how's that taste? The old woman was on the ground, literally losing her mind, groaning, ah. 3 hours later, the old hag was so utterly broken she couldn't take it anymore and surrendered to Chu Xiu. Hey, you damn scoundrel, you're truly evil. Give me the antidote now. After that, the old woman revealed where she had hidden the Divine Origin Stones. According to her, she had hidden them near her bedside. Chu Xiu walked over, turned a mechanism, and a compartment containing countless treasures and Divine Origin Stones emerged. Chu Xiu pointed at the pile of treasures and asked, "Is this the place?" The old hag, her head steaming, quickly replied, "Yes, the Divine Origin Stones you want are all in there." Chu Xiu counted them repeatedly, and seeing only 40 million Divine Origin Stones, he turned and asked, "Why are there only 40 million Divine Origin Stones? According to Ye Hongyu, there should be 60 million Divine Origin Stones. Where are the rest?" The old hag heard this and struggled to lift her head, panting. The rest were taken to buy precious medicines. My husband wants to help me level up to Great Saint." Hearing that they used his cash to buy power-ups, Chu Xiu clenched his fists in fury and roared, "Shameless old hag, you dare use my money to buy precious medicines for yourselves? You all deserved to die." Beside him, the old woman panted, "I've told you about the Divine Origin Stones. Now quickly give me the antidote. I can make up for the remaining Divine Origin Stones." Chu Xiu knew how she intended to compensate, so without hesitation, he threw a punch at her face and scornfully said, "Save it. What a brilliant thought you had there. What era are we in that you still think an old cow can graze on tender grass, huh? Seriously, you make me want to puke." Later, Gator. Figure out your own mess. I'm out. See ya tonight, though. There's a show coming that you absolutely cannot miss. Sometime later, Chu Xiu, disguised as Ouyang Tianshuo, met Ouyang Hua, Ouyang Tianshuo's father and the Ouyang clan head. Seeing Chu Xiu come out, Ouyang Hua happily asked, "Tianshuo, did the ancestor say when she'd level up?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "Father, there's a clan banquet tonight. The ancestor wishes to see everyone before her big power-up." Hearing this, Ouyang Hua said joyfully, Good, I understand. I'll go inform everyone right away. This is great. Our Ouyang clan will soon have another great saint ancestor." Chu Xiu saw his expression like he'd just won the lottery and couldn't help but let his mouth twitch into a smirk. He secretly thought, "Go ahead and laugh, dude. Just wait until tonight. When all you Ouyang clansmen are gathered, that'll be the perfect time to catch the entire squad." Time flew by quickly. All the scattered descendants returned, seeing the incredibly lively atmosphere. Chu Xiu held a small porcelain bottle in his hand and asked, "You Ouyang clansmen are almost all here. Next, it's our turn." Next, Chu Xiu placed one foot on the doorframe, while turning to Senior Mo and instructing, "If anything unexpected happens tonight, I'll throw a cup as a signal." Beside him, Mo Feian nodded and replied, "Yes, Your Highness, the Saint's son." As night fell, the Ouyang clan manor was incredibly lively. The main lineage, divided into 14 branches, was almost entirely present. The side branches were even more numerous. Melodious music from flutes and string instruments, ceaseless laughter. The banquet was ready. Thousands of people gathered, with hot-bodied girls dancing non-stop, making the atmosphere as hype as a full-blown carnival. The younger generation of the clan gathered, chatting. One dude sitting next to him asked, "Brother Tianshuo, I heard the ancestor recently found a stash of resources. Is that true?" The other sitting nearby also looked at the young man with thirsty, expectant eyes. Chu Xiu casually toyed with his wineglass and said, "Oh, 13th brother wants a piece of the pie, huh? No biggie. I'll go have a word with the old ancestor later and get a share for everyone." Hearing this, everyone simultaneously raised their glasses to Chu Xiu. "Brother Tianshuo is truly generous. Come on, everyone, let's toast Brother Tianshuo. Tonight, we're relying on Brother Tianshuo." The 13th brother continued to turn and ask, "Brother Tianshuo, why hasn't the old ancestor come out yet? Brother, go invite her out." Chu Xiu smiled and nodded. "All right." A moment later, our boy grabbed the old woman by the collar and dragged her back. She's here. She's here. Your old ancestor has arrived, folks. The Ouyang clansmen saw this and were terrified, immediately jumping up and shouting, old ancestor, what the hell happened to her? Tianshuo, what are you doing? Quickly release the old ancestor. Ouyang Tianshuo, how dare you disrespect the old ancestor like this? Are you trying to start a coup? Ouyang Tianshuo, the old ancestor treated you well, yet you have the audacity to repay kindness with enmity? The Ouyang clansmen couldn't sit still any longer. They immediately drew their weapons and unleashed their techniques, rushing forward to kill Ouyang Tianshuo. Ouyang Tianshuo, you forced our hand! Chu Xiu's eyes were calm. He reached into his robe with one hand, pulled out a bottle, and tossed it into the middle of the room. Boom! The porcelain bottle shattered, revealing a purple liquid inside. The liquid touched the air and turned into purple smoke, instantly enveloping the surroundings. The Ouyang clansmen immediately realized it was poisonous smoke. Quickly, circulate your cultivation to block the poisonous smoke. Chu Xiu heard this and was like, bro, this poison ain't something you can block with just cultivation. This poisonous smoke was incredibly eerie, as if it had a life of its own. It seeped into their bodies through every pore. Brother Tianshu, 13th brother, still struggled to call out, but sadly it was all too late. All they saw were the Ouyang clansmen's pupils slowly turning crimson. A moment later, the entire crowd stood frozen in place, as if under a body-fixing spell. Chu Xiu continued to cast his spell and commanded, go on, butcher each other. As time passed, slowly engulfed by murderous intent, they gradually lost their sanity. The entire crowd began to hack and slash at each other. Chu Xiu waved his hand and hundreds of formation flags flew out, forcibly activating the Ouyang clan's protective formation, sealing off the entire courtyard, preventing anyone from escaping. Chu Xiu grabbed the old woman by the neck and asked aloud, old hag, isn't this show just peak entertainment? Honestly, you guys could have lived a bit longer, but you didn't appreciate it, did you? And then you just had to steal my divine origin stones. Nah, fam, you all asked for this death yourselves. Whoosh, suddenly an arrow shot out from somewhere. Chu Xiu casually lifted the old woman to block it. Thwack, fresh blood splattered, and the old woman was pierced by the arrow. Oh my bad, just a natural reaction. Must hurt a lot, huh? Chu Xiu smiled faintly, pulled out the arrow, and shamelessly said, this place is getting way too dangerous. I've decided to casually stroll through your family's treasury. You cool with that, right? But I won't be taking you with me. This show isn't over yet. You're an honored guest, so you can't be absent. So I'll arrange a special VIP seat for you. How about it, huh? Chu Xiu spoke and acted simultaneously. He took out a rope, hung the old woman up, then turned and left. The slaughter rages on as the old woman hanging above watches the scene below in utter despair. Why? Why did my Ouyang clan provoke such a psycho? Chu Xiu strolls leisurely through the Ouyang clan's manor. Walking down a hallway, our boy suddenly runs into Ouyang Tianse's waifu. She steps forward and asks, hubby, are you heading to the treasure vault? Chu Xiu looks her dead in the eyes and coldly states, I guess you figured it out. I'm not your husband. I noticed it yesterday. Ouyang Tianche's eyes might have been arrogant, but deep inside was despair. In your eyes, though, I see pure dominance, a supreme overlord vibe. Our boy hears this, strokes his chin, and lightly smiles. Supreme overlord, huh? I didn't even know that myself. If you figured out I'm not Ouyang Tianse, why didn't you rat me out? And why would I expose you? I'm even hoping for the Ouyang clan's annihilation. I originally planned to cooperate with Young Master, but Young Master acted too quickly. Young Master, do you know why this humble girl is waiting for you here? Hearing Xu Wanrong ask this, Chu Xiu, without missing a beat, asks back, why? I want to enter the Ouyang clan's treasure vault to retrieve something. By then, if Young Master wants to kill me, I'll just off myself. Chu Xiu hears this, frowns and asks, what is this thing? Xu Wanrong calmly replies, it's my younger sister's bones. Young Master must be wondering why there's a corpse in the treasure vault. Chu Xiu shakes his head. I don't want to ask. Chu Xiu then raises his right hand, clenching his fist as a wave of killing intent spreads. Xu Wanrong sees this and secretly thinks, what the heck? I've already made my stance clear, yet he's still preparing to kill me. She quickly blurts out, Young Master, please hold your hand. This humble girl still has a big secret, one that you'll definitely be hooked on. Young Master, do you know about the legendary 9 secrets? Chu Xiu hears this and secretly laughs in his heart. She wants to tell me about the Jai secret? Ha ha ha, I already have it. This woman is sharp, but hasn't she heard the saying, the smarter you are, the faster you get got? Seeing our boy approach, Xu Wanrong quickly clutches Chu Xiu's hand to plead. It's the Do secret. The Ouyang clan has clues about the Do secret. I hope to use this information to buy my life. At least, let me clean up my little sister's remains first. Even then, it won't be too late for Young Master to take my life. Chu Xiu looks at her frantic face, and she doesn't seem to be lying. At this, our boy finally perks up a bit. Tell me, if you can make me happy, sparing you isn't impossible. After all, I'm naturally benevolent and hate killing the most. Thank you, Young Master, for sparing my life. Xu Wanrong breathes a sigh of relief, then whispers to herself, just a moment ago he wanted to kill me, and after slaughtering everyone in the backyard like a madman, this type of person dares to say he's naturally kind and dislikes killing? Xu Wanrong then recounts how the Ouyang clan has been searching for the 9 secrets for years. Once, when Ouyang Tianse was drinking with his father, he vaguely mentioned the Do secret. Chu Xiu hears this and frowns. I soul-searched the Ouyang old ancestor. Why didn't I find Ouyang Ye ever mentioning the Do secret to her? Xu Wanrong explains, Ouyang Ye was brimming with ambition, plotting to rebel against the old ancestor after acquiring the Do secret. But his talent wasn't enough, and his cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the divine ability realm. His ability to become the clan head was also due to Ouyang Tianse's good fortune. Others in the main lineage wanted to seize the clan head position. To solidify his standing, he thought of every way to get stronger, so when he learned about the clues to the Do secret, he naturally wouldn't share it. Chu Xiu hears this, raises his hand, and points a finger, sending a wisp of red smoke flying into Xu Wanrong's body. I hope you're not lying to me. If I find clues to the Do secret, I'll naturally give you the antidote. Otherwise, in 3 days, you'll be a blood puddle. Xu Wanrong sighs in relief, but secretly thinks, bro's too extra. A little later, both of them arrive at the Ouyang clan's treasure vault. Inside, countless treasures, top-grade origin essence, god origin stones, piled up like mountains, various magic pills, spirit medicines, spirit herbs, and spirit fruits placed on shelves protected by restrictions. Seeing the massive treasure hoard before them, Chu Xiu can't help but exclaim, the Ouyang clan truly lives up to its name as a super clan dominating this region. Their treasures are incredibly abundant. Thinking about the enormous treasure before him, Chu Xiu practically drools with delight. This is definitely the right place to be. Jackpot! Let's begin. Our boy immediately collects all the treasures in the vault into his spatial ring. Seeing Chu Xiu's manner of collecting items, Xu Wanrong is utterly speechless, not knowing what else to say. 3 hours later, our boy had completely pillaged the treasure vault into his spatial ring. Seeing how the young man collected items, Xu Wanrong muses to herself. Looking at him, he probably wants to dig up all the jade stones from the floor and stuff them in too. But it's good to let him clear it out, lest he suspects I want to share the treasures with him. After Chu Xiu finished collecting everything, Xu Wanrong walks to a certain wall to check. Our boy then curiously asks, "Are you looking for a mechanism? According to my investigation, there should be a secret room behind this treasure vault's wall." Chu Xiu hears this, walks over, and delivers a casual kick. The iron door is sent flying by our boy's single kick, immediately sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. Xu Wanrong and Chu Xiu cover their noses and mouths. What's that dead rat smell? So foul. Both of them look into the secret room, utterly stunned. The space inside is even larger than the outer treasure vault. Inside there are many iron cages, and each cage holds a desiccated corpse. Judging by their stature and clothing, there's no doubt they are all women. Seeing the scene inside, Xu Wanrong can't hold back the tears. They slowly stream down as she calls out, "Little sister, I'm sorry I'm late. Your big sis is here to take you home." Chu Xiu's powerful divine sense sweeps out to investigate. He discovers there are still living people trapped in cages, their clothes tattered, skin emaciated, all young girls aged 17 or 18. This method is the blood demon slowing heaven demonic art. No wonder those 2 old geezers from the Ouyang clan managed to level up to the great saint realm. Xu Wanrong hears this and curiously asks, "Young master, do you know about this demonic art?" Our boy explains the blood demon slowing heaven demonic art is an unparalleled secret art of the blood demon lineage. It uses the blood of sacrificial virgins to cleanse old blood in the body, slowing down decline, enhancing cultivation talent, and accelerating enlightenment. Chu Xiu furrows his brow, pondering in confusion. How did the Ouyang clan get their hands on this secret art? I recall this secret art must be personally transmitted by the blood demon lineage. One must drink their blood to cultivate this art. Chu Xiu turns and walks away, instructing Xu Wanrong to go find her little sister's body. Seeing our boy leave in a hurry, she curiously asks, "Why the rush, young master? The Ouyang clan secretly colluded with the demon race long ago. The plot thickens, it's too dangerous to stay for long. We need to find the clues to the Do secret, then bounce from Hongdong City." Meanwhile, at Ouyang's pad, our boy is still searching for Do secret clues when Mo Feiyan shows up. "Your Highness, the Ouyang clan's bodies have been dealt with. Are you unharmed?" "I'm good. I need to find an item. Once we find it, we'll leave immediately. I suspect the Ouyang clan has colluded with the blood demons." Hearing Chu Xiu say this, Mo Feiyan furiously exclaims, "They're truly audacious. This is just their means of pursuing power. What's selling out their own race?" After searching for a while, no clues to the Do secret are found. Chu Xiu secretly thinks to himself, could Xu Wanrong have lied to me? Seeing our boy sighing in frustration, Mo Feiyan anxiously calls out, "Your Highness!" Chu Xiu reaches out and casually pats her ass, then says, "Don't worry, I pursue higher power, but I haven't lost my conscience to the point of killing mortals for XP. Moreover, compared to external races, I prefer humans." Mo Feiyan's face blushes slightly and she nods softly. Our boy, emboldened, presses closer, his naughty hand stroking non-stop. Suddenly, Mo Feiyan discovers something and softly calls out, "Your Highness." At this moment, her foot has stepped on a mechanism. Suddenly, a box pops out of the floor, surprising both of them. "Oh, no wonder we couldn't find it, so there was a hidden switch." The box opens, revealing a small rectangular jade piece inside. The back of the jade piece is transparent with no patterns, but the front is different. It has an image of a majestic mountain, and below it are 3 ancient characters, 9 secrets Du realm. Chu Xiu picks up the jade piece, uses his divine sense to probe it, finds nothing unusual, and pockets it. Our boy turns to Mo Feiyan and says, "Feiyan, we gotta dip from Hongdong City immediately." "Yes, Your Highness." Less than half an hour after Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan left Hongdong City, a twisted spatial rift appears above the Ouyang clan. 2 figures step out from the void. The one behind immediately says, "Friend, it seems we're a step too late." The old man Ouyang Zi looks at the scene below, clutches his chest, and screams loudly, "Who is it? Who annihilated my Ouyang clan?" He immediately turns and bows to the blood demon's great saint, Piao Shui, Taoist brother. "I wonder if we can invite that venerable senior to perform a time rewind? If I can't flay that culprit, I won't be at peace." That person is very clever. Before taking action, he disguised himself as your Ouyang Tianse. It's very difficult to discern his true identity. Not only that, he also used a 7th grade confinement killing array to mess with time and space. Suddenly, Piao Shi has an haha moment. Wait, disrupting space and time? Ouyangzi, Dao's friend, it seems our secret has been exposed. That person must have entered that secret room, seen those corpses, and will deduce that your Ouyang clan is connected to the blood demon lineage. Upon hearing this, Ouyangzi immediately panics. So what do we do, Daoist friend? No need to rush. There might still be a way to salvage this. The bodies of many people have vanished, surely yeeted into the void. This proves that the opponent has at least one great saint. We can investigate using the Hongdong city's spatial ripples. Maybe we can follow the clues and catch those sneaky bastards. First, inform the other clans to act together, set up an inescapable trap, and see if they can escape Dongzhou. Old man Ouyangzi's killing intent flared when he heard this, understood. Watching old man Ouyangzi tear through the void and depart, Piao secretly thought, Ouyangzi's injuries are recovering really fast. It's hard not to link this to the human race's long-lost secret technique. Scene change 2 days later in Yinyue city of Dongzhou. Inside and in, everyone was buzzing with gossip, have you heard? The Ouyang family of Hongdong City was wiped out overnight. The Ouyang family's old ancestor went ballistic, frantically searching for the culprit. Seeing a group of people approaching from afar, one guy signaled, "Shh! The Mu family is here." A dozen or so divine ability realm cultivators passed by. Chu Xiu, sitting nearby, watched the group pass and muttered to himself, "The Mu family, huh?" After the Mu family cultivators left, Chu Xiu stood up and departed. The people in the inn resumed their chatter. That group just now were Mu family cultivators. The Mu family and Ouyang family are relatives. With the Ouyang family in trouble, they can't just sit still, so they're helping find the culprit. No wonder their aura was so imposing. At the same time, in a certain inn, Mo Feiyan was disguising Qin Yi. She asked, "Yer, do you like this outfit?" The little girl happily giggled and nodded. "Yes, I love it." Just then, Chu Xiu opened the door and walked in. Mo Feiyan saw him and asked, "Your Highness, what's the situation?" Chu Xiu took off his hat and sighed. The situation is complicated. The forces colluding with the blood demon are not just the Ouyang family. A moment later, after Mo Feiyan heard Chu Xiu recount the entire situation outside, she frowned. "How about this? I'll go lure them away. Your Highness Yuan can take that opportunity to ride a spirit ship back to the southern human domain." Chu Xiu sighed when he heard this. "Feiyan, do you know what the consequences of doing that are?" Mo Feiyan nodded and replied, "I might die, but of course I won't foolishly risk my life against them. I'll find a way to escape back to the Taisu Holy Land. As long as I enter Taisu, I'll be safe." Bonk, Chu Xiu tapped Mo Feiyan's forehead. "This silly girl, do you really think you're the only one who can come up with a plan like that? Right now, don't even talk about you, a mere first-tier great saint. It's likely that any cultivator heading towards the Taisu Holy Land will get caught up in this mess." Mo Feiyan pouted and rubbed her forehead, saying, "Your Highness, I was wrong. If we don't have a way to contact the Holy Land from afar, we can't ask for their help, and we can't leave Dongzhou. We can't just keep hiding here forever." "Of course not. Don't they want to play? I'll play with them, slowly." Chu Xiu then leaned close to Mo Feiyan's ear and instructed, "Feiyan, go buy some things for me." Mo Feiyan heard him and curiously asked, "Your Highness, these are all poison refining materials, are you planning to?" Chu Xiu hummed and nodded. In a certain secret chamber, two people were talking. Old man Ouyangzi anxiously asked, "Piao Shui Dao brother, so many days have passed and the culprits still haven't been found. Could it be that they've already left Dongzhou?" Piao Shui sat at the table, picking up food with his chopsticks and reassured him, "Ouyangzi Dao friend, you're overthinking it. All 4 borders of Dongzhou are guarded, let alone a great saint, not even a fly could get out. Besides, it's not like we have no clues. This is the intel that Tandao friend sent over a dozen days ago. This couple, bringing a little girl from the southern domain, arrived in Dongzhou by spirit ship. They once fought with others in Xueling City. This woman's cultivation is very high, likely a great saint realm expert. And then, on the second day after arriving in Dongzhou, your Ouyangzi family was annihilated. Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" Old man Ouyangzi mused when he heard this, from the southern domain. "The only factions I've offended there are the Ye family and the Taisu Holy Land. If it's really people from these 2 families, then we're in big trouble. Not just you, but even the Tan family, Mu family, Yang family, and Qi family, who are connected to our blood demon lineage, are likely exposed. If we can't eliminate the opponents, then your families might only be able to abandon the human race and flee to the land of the demon beasts." Hearing Piao Shui's analysis, old man Ouyangzi impatiently and angrily slammed his hand on the table. "Piao Shui Dao brother, I really can't sit still anymore. I'm gonna find these 3 people. Watching old man Ouyangzi leave with a headache, Piao Shui schemingly thought to himself, "Before that, I must uncover the secret on Ouyangzi's person. If it truly is that secret technique, then this venerable one will profit greatly." Suddenly, the void split open and a clear voice rang out, "Piao Shui, what are you plotting now?" Piao Shui turned his head to look and exclaimed, "Tianmian, true monarch? Tianmian, this guy reformed his body so quickly? Not simple, huh? Luckily Daizun lent a hand to help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered even in 7 to 8 years. You really lost so much face. I heard you were forced to self-destruct by some Bayan Realm dude and almost died in his hands." Tianmian, true monarch, didn't care at all about Piao Shui's mockery. He picked up a wine glass and poured himself some. "Don't laugh at me. If you met him, you might not have fared better than me." Piao Shui sneered when he heard this. His cultivation is probably only at the Dao Palace realm now. This venerable one could slap him to death with 1 palm. "Then you try it." Tianmian drank his wine, recalling the scene of being chased by Chu Xiu, and still felt fear. Scene change in Lingfeng City Dongzhou. Chu Xiu held an image recording stone and stood before Lingfeng City's busiest square, shouting loudly, "Fellow Taoists, I'm sure everyone has heard about the Ouyang family being exterminated, right?" "Yep, that was me." Everyone in the square burst into an uproar of discussion. "What? He's the one who wiped out the Ouyang family. Doesn't he know those great clans are searching for him everywhere? Hell, he still dares to show up now? Is he crazy?" Hearing everyone's discussions, Chu Xiu explained, "Perhaps my fellow cultivators don't know why I had to annihilate the Ouyang family, right? Then let me tell everyone here." Chu Xiu began channeling his true essence into the image recording stone, activating a large projection that appeared from the sky. Inside were images of emaciated women in ragged clothes, locked in iron cages. Everyone in the square was astonished by this. "What is this? Why are there so many dried corpses of women?" Chu Xiu continued to explain, "These images were recorded from the Ouyang family's secret chamber. The Ouyang family colluded with the blood demon lineage's fiends, cultivating the blood demon heaven-slowing demonic art. These poor girls were their sacrifices. And the reason I came to Ling City to reveal this information is because the Tan family, just like the Oj family, also colluded with the blood demon, secretly massacring our own clansmen." A cultivator below the square stood up and asked, "Do you have any proof for what you're saying?" "Proof?" Chu Xiu looked up and sneered coldly. "Everyone, follow me. We'll charge into the Tan family together, and everything will be clear then." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, "Charge into the Tan family, you've got some nerve." The one who spoke was Tan Rushuang, a small Saint Realm expert guarding Lingfeng City. She held a longsword hovering in the void and shouted loudly, "Villain, we haven't even found you yet, and you just pop out yourself. You really have guts." As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Fei Yan suddenly appeared behind her, choked her, and instantly sent her to the respawn screen. Our boy Chu Xiu, looking up from below, feigned cupping his fist and said, "Many thanks to Senior for your righteous assistance." Everyone in the square broke out in a cold sweat. What? Tan Rushuang is dead? Choked to death? Could this Senior's cultivation really be that of a great saint? Cough, cough. Chu Xiu feigned a cough and then shouted loudly, "The Tan family's guarding small saint is dead. Everyone follow me. Let's charge into the Tan family together and rescue those poor human maidens." Those young men, imagining themselves as heroes rescuing damsels in distress, were practically drooling. Chu Xiu led the crowd of cultivators to charge to the Tan family gates. "Kill, kill, kill." The Tan family guards also drew their weapons and shouted loudly, "What do you want? This is the Tan family. You are not allowed to cause trouble here." Both sides immediately charged into a chaotic battle. Chu Xiu hovered in the air, shouting and adding fuel to the fire. "The Tan family commits atrocities and colludes with the blood demon. They are a scourge of our human race. Everyone, quickly charge in and save our fellow clansmen." The cultivators below also shouted, "Kill them all." The cultivators looked at each other, their eyes gleaming with greed, then surged into the Tan family like a tide. "Kill them all! Kill! Kill, kill!" Chu Xiu hovered in the air, looking down with an expressionless face, but in his heart, he thought, "I knew it would be like this. These cultivators have been oppressed by the Tan family for too long. Just give them a little confidence, and they'll charge into the Tan family without hesitation." A moment later, Mo Feiyan flew over, reporting, "Your Highness, the secret chamber is found." Our boy's wandering hand, a true habit now, patted Mo Feiyan's rear and commanded, "Get to it." Mo Feiyan blushed crimson, replying, "Understood." Chu Xiu flew right in, shouting, "Fellow cultivators, follow me. I'll show you the true, ugly face of this Tan clan." Boom. Under a coordinated assault from the masses, a colossal mountain within the Tan clan's manor was absolutely pulverized. As the dust finally settled, everyone saw the horrifying truth. A putrid stench rose and bodies were piled higher than even in the Ouyang clan. Some cultivators couldn't stomach it and puked. These are absolute animals. Are they even human? At this point, even the cultivators who just came to loot had icy gazes. Every single person from the Tan clan must die. Chu Xiu roared again. "Folks, it's not just the Tan clan. The Yang clan, Mu clan, Qi clan are all just as bad. They're not even worthy of being called human, betraying their own kind, completely devoid of conscience." The crowd erupted, baying for blood. A cultivator stepped forward, agreeing vehemently, "The Master is absolutely right. These animalistic clans deserve nothing less than death. We'll slaughter every last one." Suddenly, the very void itself ripped apart and a colossal crushing hand descended. The crowd below froze in terror. Then a panicked voice shrieked, "Oh no, the Tan clan's old ancestor is back." Boom! As the dust cleared, a colossal handprint scarred the earth. Countless cultivators met a gruesome end, crushed under the Tan clan old ancestor's devastating attack. The old ancestor bellowed in fury, "Scoundrels! If I don't slaughter every last one of you, this old man swears he won't be human." He was so consumed by rage, he was practically foaming at the mouth. The surviving cultivators shrieked for help. "Save us! Run!" But our boy Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan had already made a swift exit. Looking back at Lingfeng City, Chu Xiu gasped, "The Tan clan old ancestor just activated a forbidden sealing array." Mo Feiyan's face grew solemn. "Your Highness, I'm worried something might happen to you." Chu Xiu just smirked and reassured her, "Relax. Even Tianmian Zhenjun, a 5th-tier Grand Saint, was tricked into spitting blood by yours truly. The Tan clan's old ancestor? He's just a 3rd-tier Grand Saint. Max!" No sooner had he spoken than our boy's naughty hand conveniently found its way to her. Mo Feiyan, caught off guard, blushed furiously and could only manage a quiet After annihilating everyone below, the Tan clan old ancestor let out a furious roar, "Challenge my Tan clan? Show yourself, and perhaps this old man will grant you a swift death." Suddenly, the old ancestor flinched back in alarm as a swirling mass of purple mist enveloped him. A spatial barrier slammed down, trapping him, as countless streams of toxic gas surged toward the Tan clan's old ancestor. Realizing it was toxic gas, he immediately covered his nose with his sleeve. Chu Xiu watched, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. Oh, it's just a few hundred types of toxic gas, like Sanhua Juding, Hanxiaoban Budian, Shixiang Rongu San, Qingdu, and a whole lot more. Chu Xiu, initiating a hand seal, declared, I'll use the Lupin Kunshajin to pin him down. Fei Yan, go finish him. Mo Fei Yan instantly charged, unleashing her Tianjie Zhenshou technique. Countless palm strikes erupted from all directions, raining down on the Tan clan old ancestor. His face twisted in horror. With no escape route, he could only desperately defend, but the poison had already suppressed his cultivation. Boom! He was absolutely pummeled by Mo Fei Yan's relentless palm strikes. Just a few breaths later, the Tan clan old ancestor was blasted into fine powder, his very soul annihilated. Chu Xiu watched, utterly awestruck. Less than a quarter hour and the Tan clan's old ancestor's soul is completely dispersed. Truly worthy of being my woman. Mo Fei Yan heard this and, with a sweet smile, replied, Oh, it's all thanks to your highness's excellent training. Your Highness, the news of the Tan clan's annihilation will spread like wildfire. Other clans, terrified of getting implicated, won't dare to show their faces. We should seize this opportunity and head back to the Nanyu first. Our boy leaned in close to Mo Fei Yan, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Alright, I'll make sure you get your reward when we return. Scene switch to the Qilian mountain range in Dongzhou, a place where towering peaks stretch for hundreds of thousands of miles. The Ouyang clan old man, pale as a ghost, was frantically fleeing, looking utterly pathetic. He roared, You dare to attack me? Behind him, Piao Shui and Tianmian Zhenjun were casually giving chase. Piao Shui flashed an eerie, ghost-like grin and drawled, Fellow Taoist Ouyang, wouldn't it be easier to just let us soul-search you obediently? We just want to check out your secret technique, why the rush to escape? The old man Ouyang's expression flickered. What secret technique? I possess no such thing. The two instantly closed in, capturing the Ouyang clan old man. You can't escape! Just give up, the old defiantly retorted. Even if I can't escape, I'll never let you get the Jiazi beat. Boom! A thunderous explosion ripped through the entire region. The Ouyang old man was nowhere to be found. Tianmian Jinjin exploded in rage. He self-destructed. Piao Shui just snorted coldly. Whatever, whoever wiped out the Ouyang clan definitely got the Jiazi from the old man already. Even if I have to flip the entire human domain upside down, I will find that person. Cut to 2 days later, in the scenic borderlands between Dongzhou and Nanyu. In a charming valley where birds sang, flowers bloomed, and streams gently gurgled, little Qin Yi was peacefully cultivating. Meanwhile, our boy Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan were playing a very intimate game of building blocks. Noticing his enthusiastic efforts, Mo Fei Yan quickly shushed him. Your Highness, a little quieter. Qin Yi is cultivating right outside. Our boy flashed a wicked grin. Then you just hold it in for a bit, don't make a sound. Mo Fei Yan could only clench her fists, gritting her teeth and enduring. Her face flushed crimson. She clamped a hand over her mouth and mumbled, Your Highness, you're utterly obnoxious. Our boy heard this and teased, Oh? Don't like it? Should I just let go then? Mo Fei Yan immediately pleaded, Your Highness, please help me. I'm on the verge of leveling up to 3rd tier Grand Saint. Chu Xiu, playing coy, shifted positions. Alright then, sit on me and I'll help you power through that breakthrough. Our girl dutifully shifted, then settled right on top of him. As their intimate game continued, a chorus of soft moans and gasps echoed through the air. A moment later, she let out a triumphant cry, I've leveled up! After her breakthrough, Mo Fei Yan was utterly spent. Chu Xiu, lying next to her, playfully teased, Congrats, Elder Mo. Another breakthrough, huh? A moment later, Chu Xiu pulled out something. Let me show you something. Mo Fei Yan's eyes went wide in utter shock. Your Highness, you actually forged a god-tier seed? Only ancient emperors in their youth could possibly form such a thing. Your Highness's cheat code is truly off the charts. The system blinked to life, displaying name, Guiyi Dao Seed, grade, Emperor tier, stages, nascent growth, mature, perfect. Note, once this Dao Seed reaches perfection, it can germinate and break through to the divine ability realm. Mo Fei Yan opened the door, saying, I'll go hunt some beast meat to replenish your Highness's energy. You've truly outdone yourself. Once Mo Fei Yan had left, our boy smirked to himself. What a beautiful day. I might as well find a good spot to comprehend the energy of this divine ability seed. Chu Xiu located a mountain cave, settling onto a large rock. Whoa, the spiritual chi here is insane. This is definitely a prime cultivation spot. The moment he took out the seed to comprehend, the system popped up, detecting first-time comprehension of seed energy, bestowing Wu Zhen Shen Shui. Chu Xiu instinctively held out his hand, then wondered aloud to himself, Wu Zhen Shen Shui? Suddenly, the massive rock our boy was sitting on shattered right beneath him. Chu Xiu quickly leapt clear, looking utterly bewildered. What in the world? A figure emerges from the dust and smoke, and it's a girl. Chu Xiu is stunned, asking, You? Who are you? The girl, with her generous assets, glances around, muttering to herself, How long has this emperor been asleep? What era is this? Is this the desolate ancient era? Chu sees her prominent features and gets a literal nosebleed. Our boy immediately closes his eyes, clasps his hands in respect, and says, Senior, I don't know. Before he can finish, she cuts him off. Do I look that old? Chu Xiu just stares at her, practically drooling as he suggests, Then, can I call you little sister? She's dumbfounded, surprised, and asks back, Why add little before sister? Our cunning young man quickly explains, Not little, oh my bad, no. Doesn't little just emphasize how young and beautiful big sister is? She hears this and is delighted. Good, you know how to talk. As a reward, have a piece of this great sage azure dragon leg. Too bad I don't have any Saint King level ones right now, so just make do with this. As she speaks, she shoves the azure dragon leg in front of Chu Xiu. Seeing the dragon leg, Chu Xiu breaks out in a cold sweat. He thinks to himself, is she even speaking human? Talking about eating a Saint King as if it's normal. Who is this woman? Our boy continues to stare at her, assessing her from head to toe. She looks at Chu Xiu and then speaks, a minor accomplishment, desolate ancient saint body. What's your name, kid? Chu Xiu grins and clasps his hands. My name is Chu Xiu. May I have the honor of knowing yours, little sister? Hearing him ask her name, she coldly replies, Luo Qingyu. Knowing the beauty's name, our boy smooth talks on, Luo big sister, I can feel that you are incredibly powerful, yet I can't find the words to describe just how strong you are. Could it be that big sister is a quasi-emperor? Luo Qingyu covers her mouth, smiling faintly as she replies, my cultivation is indeed that of a quasi-emperor, but my power is suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Right now, at most, I'm considered a half-step quasi-emperor. Chu Xiu's eyes light up and he clenches his fists in delight. As expected, I wasn't wrong. She really is a quasi-emperor. This is a major leg to cling to. I gotta find a way to hug onto it. Chu Xiu walks over to a tree root and pats it, gesturing for Luo Qingyu to sit. Luo big sister, to be able to become a quasi-emperor in this era is truly formidable. Luo Qingyu sits down and says, kid, stop probing. I am indeed not a person from this era. Which era are you from, big sister? And why did you appear now? I sealed myself in the desolate ancient era. It was thanks to the energy of your rootless divine water that I awakened. Hearing desolate ancient era, Chu Xiu is dazed, thinking to himself, that's an era from millions of years ago. Seeing Chu Xiu distracted, Luo Qingyu continues with a smug hum. Before I sealed myself, I was only 5,000 years old. I could be considered the youngest among quasi-emperors. Our boy's mind immediately starts racing. He thinks she sealed herself and awakened because of me? This is what they call destiny. Truly miraculous. Our boy curious asks again, why did big sister have to seal herself? Luo Qingyu ponders for a moment, then explains, in the desolate ancient era, a great emperor used a grand divine ability to deduce the path forward and uncovered a secret. What secret? There is a heaven beyond heaven. If we could reach that sky, our Tao would continue, and we could break the limits of our lifespan, achieving the realm of eternal life. Unfortunately, in the desolate ancient era, even great emperors couldn't find the path to that outer heaven, so some powerhouses chose to seal themselves, hoping to find an opportunity for eternal life in later generations. Luo big sister, so you're saying there are many other quasi-emperors who sealed themselves like you, right? Hearing Chu Xiu's question, Luo Qingyu nods. Exactly how many, I don't know, but certainly I'm not the only one. What about great emperors then? Did they also seal themselves? The Tao of a great emperor merges with heaven and earth. It's vast and immensely powerful. They cannot seal themselves. As for where they ultimately went, no one knows for now. Aside from emperor artifacts, no one has ever seen what happens after a great emperor's ascension. Luo Qingyu takes out a jade token and hands it to Chu Xiu. Little brother, you helped me break my seal, so big sister owes you a favor. This jade token has a wisp of my divine sense clone sealed within it. In a life or death crisis, you can crush this jade token, and it will help you resolve the danger. Of course, if you encounter an enemy that even my divine sense clone can't handle, I'll personally come and resolve it for you. Many thanks, Luo big sister. Are you leaving already? Luo Qingyu doesn't understand Chu's implication and asks, why do you ask that? Chu Xiu explains, normally, after big sister gives me a jade token, wouldn't you turn around, tear open space with a raised hand, and leave, only leaving behind an unforgettable silhouette? Luo Qingyu smiles. Little brother, you are truly amusing. A million years is too long. The world has changed so much. Everything's unfamiliar. Things remain, but people are gone. The mortal world is bustling, yet no one knows me, and I don't know where to go to see its splendor. Hearing this, Chu Xiu is overjoyed. Big sister, if you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with me? Luo Qingyu nods, flashing a captivating smile, then immediately grabs Chu Xiu's arm and says, little brother, you truly understand big sister's heart. She blushes, staring at Chu Xiu, then continues, how about big sister imparts Tao teachings and cultivates you? But I sense your aura, and it feels like you're not lacking in women by your side. Our boy breaks out in a cold sweat from Luo Qingyu's intimate actions. Are people from a million years ago this enthusiastic? This woman is definitely a succubus that drains vital energy. Luo Qingyu lets her ahem melons brush against our boy and then asks, we haven't even done anything, and you're already shy? Our boy freezes, speechless. A moment later, Chu Xiu hurriedly says, no, big sister. If you keep this up, I really can't take it anymore. Chu Xiu hurriedly steps back, sweating profusely. He thinks to himself, I have absolutely no idea about this lady's background. If I actually take her words seriously, I'd probably get slapped to death by her. Seeing Chu Xiu retreat, Luo Qingyu covers her mouth, chuckling coyly. You're scared now, aren't you? Chu Xiu gives a forced laugh and raises both hands in surrender. Scared, Luo big sister, please spare this junior. Luo Qingyu turns around, looking into the distance, then suddenly remembers something. Oh right, little brother. When I appear wearing white, absolutely do not be as bold as you were today. It's very easy to get yourself killed then. Chu Xiu is stunned and confused. Wearing white? Why? Luo Qingyu raises a hand, making a shooing gesture. You'll know when you meet her. Hearing this, Chu Xiu is even more confused. What does her mean? Can she change personalities? Is it multiple personality disorder? Wouldn't that be super dangerous? Luo Qingyu pats our boy's shoulder and chuckles lightly. Don't worry, as long as you don't provoke her, she won't randomly kill people. Chu Xiu looks at Luo Qingyu's slightly evasive gaze and thinks to himself, what does that smile of hers mean? It doesn't look very reassuring. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu clutches her head and exclaims, "Oh no, she's about to appear." Chu Xiu watches Luo Qingyu's clothes shift to white and calls out in a panic that, "Luo big sister." The girl clutches her head with one hand but forces out a growl. "Luo big sister? I don't like that address." Our boy trembles, sweating profusely, and asks in fear, "Then how should I address you? Young lady or senior?" The moment Chu Xiu finishes speaking, a sharp shard of ice flies directly toward his glabella. She controls the ice shard, stopping it, and then coldly states, "Luo young lady, this emperor is not that young. And Luo senior? That feels a bit strange. Bro, can't call this, can't call that. So what are we supposed to call you from now on, Luo?" She destroys the ice shard, Lord knows what she's thinking, and says, "I like this address." Chu Xiu immediately agrees. "Alright, then from now on, I'll just call you Luo." He says this out loud, but in his heart, our boy thinks, "And here I thought no one liked to be called by such a strange address." Luo Qingyu waves her hand, dissolving the ice shard, and coldly states, "You carry blood-red karmic luck. No wonder she chose to follow you." Chu Xiu's expression changes slightly when he hears this. "This is the first time I've seen anyone other than myself who can perceive karmic luck. Luo Yi, how do you know about blood-red karmic luck?" "The reason I know about blood-red karmic luck is because I possess the qi-gazing art, specifically the Son of Heaven's qi-gazing art. The Son of Heaven's qi-gazing art can observe the rise and fall of dynasties, analyze a cultivator's karmic luck, and even peer into the heavenly Tao. It can even avert disaster." Chu Xiu strokes his chin, pondering as he thinks about the qi-gazing art, the Son of Heaven's qi-gazing art. "So that's it, I once saw this secret art mentioned in an ancient book. It was incredibly mystical but has been lost for ages. I can't believe Luo Yi knows it." "Luo Yi, you said earlier that Luo big sister decided to follow me because I carry blood-red karmic luck. What's this about?" Blood-red karmic luck is related to the mystery of the heaven beyond heaven. But what exactly it is, even I'm not clear. Hearing Luo Qingyu say this, Chu Xiu frowns, thinking to himself,
Blood red human race karmic luck.
"I only connected with it when I underwent my saint body tribulation." He recalls the vast, boundless river of blood, countless human corpses sinking and floating, and the towering figure on the other side of that blood river. So, how is this blood-red karmic luck related to the heaven beyond heaven? Chu Xiu snaps back to reality, startled. "Huh? Where's Luo Yi? Why did she disappear?" Sigh, forget it. Time to meet up with Fei Yin and Yi and prepare to head back to Shangjing. And that concludes this next part of our story. Thank you all for watching my video. Bye-bye everyone, and I'll catch you in the next one. Scene shifts to Black Rock City, where people bustle about. Luo Qingyu walks through the streets, looking around. An old man is selling candied haw skewers. Candied haw, get your candied haw here." She's drawn by the vendor, shouts, and walks over to see a white-haired old man, holding a bundle of straw with glittering candied haw skewers stuck in it. Luo Qingyu points and says, "Grandpa, I want a skewer of candied haw." Luo Qingyu takes the candied haw skewer and walks to a less crowded spot. She sniffs it, then sticks out her tongue and licks it. Her sapphire eyes immediately curve into crescent moons. Her small hands covered her cheeks, a happy smile blooming. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu noticed something and turned her head, her face changing completely. Her gaze fell upon Chu Xiu, Mo Feiyan, and Qin Yi, who had come looking for her. Mo Feiyan immediately asked, "Your Highness, is this the super powerful senior you were talking about?" Suddenly, a chilling killing intent enveloped the three of them. Luo Qingyu frowned, grinding her teeth in anger. All three of them trembled simultaneously. Chu Xiu quickly grabbed the two and hastily tried to change the subject. "The sun is really strong today." Luo Qingyu snorted coldly, quickly hid the candied hawthorn behind her back, and then asked, "Where are you guys going? Point the way, now." Chu Xiu immediately replied, "Shangjing City, then let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Qingyu closed her eyes. Her quasi-emperor-level divine sense probed through the void, locking onto Shangjing City. She waved her hand and tore, and the void, like a piece of torn paper, sucked the three of them inside. When they opened their eyes again, Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan were shocked to find they had arrived at the Grand Purity Embassy in Shangjing City. From outside, Chu Xiu immediately called out, "Master, I'm back." Qi Mengdi and the Jade Pawn Saintess were sitting in the room. Seeing the three enter, they stood up, their gazes sweeping over Chu Xiu, then Mo Feiyan and Qin Yi, finally settling on Luo Qingyu. "Disobedient disciple, aren't you going to introduce her?" So she said, but in her mind she was fuming. This disobedient disciple went out to fool around, and even dared to bring women back. Chu Xiu immediately raised his hand to introduce, "Auntie Luo, this is my master, and this is the Jade Pawn Saintess." "Master, this is Luo Qingyu. Her cultivation is off the charts." Hearing the introduction, Qi Mengdi scrutinized Luo Qingyu and thought to herself, "I can see it now. This woman is truly no ordinary person. With my strength, I can't even see through her cultivation. At the very least, she's a saint king." She immediately yelled proactively, "Qi Mengdi greets fellow Taoist Luo Qingyu." Luo Qingyu looked at Qi Mengdi and said, "Not bad physique. You can address me the same way Chu Xiu does." "Call me what?" Hearing this, Qi Mengdi's expression was peculiar. "Wouldn't calling you that be inappropriate? My disobedient disciple calls you Auntie Luo. If I call you that too, wouldn't it mess up the hierarchy?" Luo Qingyu's mouth twitched. She thought to herself, "You've already had your fun with my disciple, and you even have a child. What are you still pretending for? Do you really think I can't tell?" Qi Mengdi, seeing Luo Qingyu's peculiar expression, slightly averted her gaze. Her cheeks flushed faintly, and she thought to herself, "Why is she looking at me like that? Could it be that she's figured out that relationship between me and that disobedient disciple?" Chu Xiu hastily brought Qin Yi forward to ease the awkwardness. Master, this little girl is Qin Yi, a disciple I just accepted. Yi, quickly call her master's wife. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he flinched, realizing he'd said the wrong thing. No, that's wrong. Call her mistress. Everyone who heard this was speechless because of Chu Xiu. Qin Yi walked up to Qi Mengdi, obediently cupped her hands in a bow. Greetings, mistress. Qi Mengdi forced a smile, her eyes squinting and praised not bad aptitude. She then took out a jade bracelet and put it on Qin Yi's wrist. Here, I'm giving you this bracelet. Qin Yi obediently replied, thank you, mistress. At this moment, Luo Qingyu spoke up. Chu Xiu, I need to restore my cultivation. Give me a place for closed-door cultivation. Hearing this, Mo Feiyan said, follow me, I'll take you and Yi to your residence. The Jade Pond Saintess saw the three leave, knowing Chu Xiu and Qi Mengdi had something to discuss. She spoke up, Holy Son, I'll come find you again tonight. Hearing this, Qi Mengdi immediately got angry and jealous. What are you looking for my disobedient disciple for in the middle of the night? This vixen. After everyone had left, Qi Mengdi immediately asked, tell me, where has your disobedient disciple been this past month? Elder Mo's cultivation has increased quite a bit this past month. Is that all thanks to your disobedient disciple, huh? Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes in a smile, then went to Qi Mengdi's side to butter her up. Oh my, you're all my indispensable arms. Don't be jealous anymore. Tina sternly said, be honest with this venerable one. What indispensable arms? And furthermore, this venerable one doesn't need to be jealous of you. Hearing this, the young man immediately massaged her shoulders obsequiously. Oh my, don't be so stubborn. Qi Mengdi immediately turned her face away and said, go find your Feiyan. She's both gentle and obedient. As soon as Qi Mengdi finished speaking, the young man's naughty hand started groping somewhere. Let me see if my darling has gotten chubby recently. Qi Mengdi's face turned red and she shouted, disobedient disciple, what are you trying to do again? Chu Xiu, thick-skinned, said, shall I read a poem for master? A winding path leads to a secluded place with mountains and streams. Water drips from the cave stream and the grass outside the valley is lush. Qi Mengdi said bashfully, disobedient disciple, quickly take your hand out. As soon as she finished speaking, she was already grimacing and moaning softly. So what happened next, everyone can just imagine. An hour later, Qi Mengdi, exhausted and flushed, caressed Chu Xiu's head, who lay on her lap. Feeling something unusual during their intimacy, she immediately asked, disobedient disciple, earlier I think I sensed the energy of a divine grade seed in your body. Chu Xiu immediately said, it's emperor grade. Do you know what emperor grade means? They say only great emperors can cultivate emperor grade divine ability seeds. Chu Xiu sat up abruptly, saying confidently, so that means I have the talent of a great emperor, right? Qi Mengdi immediately said, if you're so confident that the divine ability seed you've cultivated is emperor grade, why don't you let me check it out? Let my divine sense enter your Dao Palace and I'll know. However, when my divine sense enters your Dao Palace, I can not only uncover your secrets but also destroy your Dao Palace at any time. After saying all that bluntly, Qi Mengdi then pressed on with another question. Do you dare let me in? Chu Xiu, silly woman, would you harm me? If you want to enter, just enter. I'm not afraid. Qi Mengdi placed her hand on Chu Xiu's stomach and circulated her technique. Very quickly, her divine sense entered Chu Xiu's Dao Palace. Qi Mengdi was extremely shocked. Is this really a wheel sea? How can this be? I've never seen such a vast and boundless wheel sea before. No wonder his combat power is so strong. With such a profound foundation, it makes sense that he'd be even stronger. A moment later, Qi Mengdi found a small island. That was his Dao Palace. After looking around for a moment, she was surprised again. Clearly, the wheel sea and beyond shore are vast and magnificent, but how can his Dao Palace be so ordinary? Qi Mengdi stepped through the barrier and entered, seeing a seed floating in midair. Qi Mengdi thought to herself, that disobedient disciple wasn't lying to me. It really is a divine-grade divine ability seed. Suddenly, Qi Mengdi saw the back of a slightly familiar man nearby. She immediately called out, Chu Xiu, old Demon Chu. He slowly turned his head to look. After old Demon Chu turned his face, Qi Mengdi looked at the person in front of her and felt something was off. You're Chu Xiu? No, that's not right. You're old Demon Chu. Wait, who are you? Who exactly are you? Old Demon Chu immediately called out, Master. Seeing that the person in front of her was not Chu Xiu, Qi Mengdi immediately shouted, You are not my disobedient disciple. Who exactly are you? Why do you have the same appearance as old Demon Chu? Chu Xiu thought to himself, first Ma saw my divine ability seed, she could have taken it for herself, but she didn't. If Moth Master has seen my true appearance and still hasn't made a move against me, then she is trustworthy. After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiu spoke up. The Chu Xiu on Ghost Return Cliff was me. The Chu Xiu who is the Grand Purity Holy Son is also me. Hearing this, Qi Mengdi immediately asked confused, Then where is my disciple, Chu Xiu? Did you possess him? That's impossible. If you possessed him, how could he still go to the primordial origin land to seek sword intent? I have a secret technique that makes soul possession no different from reincarnation. To be honest, you should thank me. If I hadn't saved him 30 years ago, he would have died in Qi Mountain County. Now that I've possessed him, it's merely returning a life to me. How can you say I killed him? Hearing old Demon Chu say this, Qi Mengdi was shocked. That also means you've been plotting against this venerable one for 30 years already. Truly, it's just like you, isn't it, old Demon Chu? Both of them fell silent for a moment, saying nothing. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Then old Demon Chu spoke first. This venerable one has plotted against too many people in my life. It just so happens that I reincarnated and possessed a body in the Grand Purity Holy Land. Perhaps we were destined, wouldn't you say? Hearing this, Qi Mengdi finally understood everything. She questioned, so after that you controlled me just to raise your aptitude, treating this venerable one as a tool for revenge? You chased me down, yes. I admit, at first I only saw you as a tool, and yes, I also intended to get revenge on you. But as we gradually interacted, I discovered Master's loveliness and slowly fell for you. Don't speak such cheesy words. You are not my disciple. Plotting, deceiving, toying with this venerable one. Do you think I'll still forgive you? Seeing Qimengdi so angry, old Demon Chu immediately said, this is my Dao Palace. If you want to make a move, I won't have time to stop you. If you want to make a move, then do it quickly. I absolutely won't resist. Hearing Chu Xiu say that, Qimengdi raised her hand, intending to strike down with a palm and kill old Demon Chu. Old, eyes closed, simply said, Master, come on then. Qimengdi was in a brutal mental tug of war, but she just couldn't bring herself to strike. Old Demon Su knew Qimengdi wouldn't swing, so when she lowered her hand, he instantly asked, back then, why did you hunt me? You call me Old Demon Su, but did I ever do anything actually evil? Did I betray humanity? Every single person I killed was my enemy. Did I ever slaughter innocents? If I didn't take them out, they'd take me out. But the moment I did, their big shots would come gunning for me. This cycle, bro, it just keeps going, never ending. The grudges just pile up, getting deeper and deeper. If I don't wipe out every last one of them, this beef will never end. I always knew too much slaughter wouldn't lead anywhere good. Even an ant wants to live, let alone me. At this point, old Demon Su grabbed Qimengdi's hand and continued, so I made a few preparations for later. You think I'm in the wrong because I body-snatched your head disciple, Su Yu, and used his identity to play you, but honestly, I see no fault in it. First off, my life is priceless, more valuable than anyone else's. Second, I gave him that life. Letting him live for 30 whole years was already me being super merciful. Then, old Demon Su's voice dropped, soft and low. Master, I ask you this. After I, Kasui Kamuna Peak's head disciple and then the Holy Son of Taisu Holy Land, did I ever do one single thing to wrong the Holy Land? You traveled with me, day and night, outside the Holy Land. Did you ever see me kill an innocent? Old Demon Su's question hit. Qimengdi lowered her head, stuttering, it seems no, but inside she mused, everyone calls him Old Demon Su, yet he lives with more human decency than most cultivators. Old Demon Su leaned in close, staring deep into Qimengdi's eyes. I trusted you. I even spilled my biggest secret. Now, one last time, who's more important to you in your heart, your head disciple, Su Yu, or me? Qimengdi's heart was a mess of hurt, affection, and hatred. She thought, he killed my damn head disciple, how could I ever love him? And now, I even have a kid with him? As Qimengdi slowly vanished, Sushimu's master, what answer are you going to give me? Meanwhile, Qimengdi was lost in memories of the good old days with Su Xiu. Sometime later at the Taisu embassy, our boy Su Xiu was peeping on Qimengdi from a distance. Watching Qimengdi's dazed actions, Su Xiu mused, let's see what Master's next move is. The baby inside her, he's a little uneasy. Meanwhile, Qimengdi was zoning out, deep in thought about Su Xiu and old Demon Su. I actually forgot his vibe. Otherwise, how could I not have seen that he isn't himself anymore? Turns out, in my heart, my disciple Su Yu wasn't that important after all. Am I Qimengdi really this cold? Why don't I hate him? I even remember him, can't forget him. What the heck? When did he become this important to me? Just then Tao Yao, who had just arrived, saw Qimengdi walking out, eyes wet with tears. Tao Yao immediately freaked out and asked, Master, why are you crying? Did something happen to senior brother? Don't scare me like this, Master. My senior brother is fine, right? When Qimengdi said that, Tao Yao let a huge sigh of relief. Phew, well that's good then. Qimengdi then gave her instructions. If anyone comes looking for me these next few days, just tell them this venerable one is in closed-door cultivation. Understood, Master. Scene changed to Qimengdi's grand palace chamber. Qimengdi pulls out a blue gourd, thinking, this is that gourd that cheeky disciple gave me, calling it Wukan Divine Water. Let's see if this stuff actually does anything. No sooner had she thought it than she popped open the gourd and chugged down all the Wukan Divine Water. Watching the whole thing, Su Xiu mused, she actually drank the Wukan Divine Water I gave her. Guess she finally crossed that mental hurdle. Master said after she sorts out Sister Hua, things will be even easier to handle. Suddenly, a voice called out from beyond. Su Xiu, can you come out for a moment? Hearing it, Su Xiu instantly recognized it. Oh, the Jiaoji Saintess is looking for me. Su Xiu opened the door to see the Feng Jiao Saintess standing right there. Our boy then asked, something up? She gave a slight nod, then pulled out a box with a funnel. This is the Gui Yuan you need. It's heaven tier. When Grandmaster Qi Wuheng was refining it, I added some extra materials so it can grow. In the future, it might even become a fated treasure just like a grand holy artifact. Su Xiu quickly took the box. Many thanks. I was literally just about to go find Qi Wuheng. Can't believe you already got him to refine this Gui Yuan. The Feng Jiao Saintess looked at Su Xiu with crystal clear eyes and asked, so when you're free, want to go for a walk with me? Su Xiu scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Huh? Well, I'm about to go into closed-door cultivation. How about after I'm done powering up? He said that out loud, but inside our boy was thinking, man, I want to chill with you, but Master kind of tortured me today, and I'm wiped. The spirit is willing, but the body is definitely not. The Feng Jiao Saintess gave a slight nod. Okay, I'll wait for you. She then slowly turned and walked away. Watching the beauty's retreating figure, Su Xiu sighed, man, you just can't be too perfect, can he? After that, Su Xiu got straight to cultivating. Just then, the system panel popped up again. Host, ready to break through that sword intent? This system is itching to get some loot. Ahem, ahem. Su Xiu's forehead was practically throbbing with anger. He roared, System, you know you always try to farm me for loot. The system immediately started squirming and explaining. This system swears on the heavens, absolutely not. If this system is lying, then may host's cultivation progress grind to a halt. Hearing that, Chu Xiu's head practically exploded. He roared, "Enough with the BS. Just make me break through my sword intent already." The system announced, breakthrough initiated. First breakthrough complete. Host's comprehension of Heaven's Slaughter sword intent has skyrocketed, one step closer to the next realm. Second breakthrough complete. Host's comprehension of Heaven's Slaughter sword intent has amplified, just one more step to entering the realm. 8 hours later. Congratulations, host! Heaven's Slaughter sword intent has successfully completed its third tier breakthrough. Your sword intent has officially entered the realm. Chu Xiu joyfully opened his eyes. Bro, I feel so refreshed. After powering up, our boy left his room and ambled to the backyard flower garden. He spotted Mo Feian and Luo Qingyu in purple robes chilling at a stone table. Oh, look who's out of seclusion, little bro. Chu Xiu was still processing Luo Qingyu's new vibe. He gave a stiff wave and a forced smile. Luo Qingyu smirking continued, "Today, this old sis is out and about. Don't tell me you don't like it, or are you too shy to show your excitement?" No, that's not what I meant at all. What are you two doing just sitting here anyway? Mo Feian smiled gently. Your Highness, I've been leveling up a bit too fast lately, so I'm consulting Senior Luo for advice on stabilizing my foundation. Ah, I see. Luo Qingyu casually pulled out a drumstick, fed it to Chu Xiu, and started breaking down the realms. To break through to the Great Saint Realm, cultivators gotta grasp the rules of heaven and earth to find their own Tao. Then, reaching the Saint King Realm, that's where things really change. The Saint King Realm is all about solidifying your Tao, eventually merging your body with it, and then smashing through the Quasi-Emperor Gate. Chu Xiu, ever curious, asked, so what exactly does a Quasi-Emperor cultivate? A Quasi-Emperor comprehends the Heavenly Tao. If you can merge your great Tao into the Heavenly Tao, then congrats, you've successfully stepped onto the path to becoming an Emperor. But bro, this path? It's seriously dangerous. And utterly brutal. In any given era, only one Quasi-Emperor can actually ascend to Emperorhood. Succeed? You become a great Emperor, chillin' above the 9 heavens, invincible across the cosmos, looking down on all of creation. Fail? Your body dies, your Tao dissipates, and your great Tao becomes straight-up fertilizer for the new Emperor's great Tao. Chu Xiu heard all that and felt like he was drowning in fog, lamenting his trash-tier cultivation, not understanding a single thing. Chu Xiu then, ever the curious one, asked, Sister Luo, did you ever contend for it? Luo Qingyu went silent, then shook her head with a bitter smile. My era? Way too many monstrous prodigies. I was strong, yeah, but it was nothing. I just gave up on fighting for the Tao and sealed myself away. As for who ultimately became Emperor, probably that crazy demon butterfly from Silver Moon Butterfly Mountain. She was just too damn strong, basically invincible. Back then, there weren't even 2 cultivators who could even think about fighting her. If I fought her, I'd probably lose in 10 moves, tops. Chu Xiu heard this and sighed. Man, I wonder if anyone in such a grand era could even cultivate an Emperor-grade divine ability seed. Luo Qingyu heard him and clapped a hand over her mouth, bursting into laughter. Heh, little bro, Emperor-grade divine ability seeds don't even exist. Even that monstrous demon butterfly only cultivated a divine grade 1 tops. Hearing that, Chu Xiu kept pushing, so what if someone simultaneously cultivated the 5 elements and 9 origins, then merged them? Luo Qingyu immediately confirmed, still divine grade. That demon butterfly back then? She did exactly what you just described, and that's why she was such a powerhouse. Luo Qingyu playfully pinched and teased him. Little bro, even if you can't compare to those monstrous prodigies, don't be sad. In this era, you're absolutely one of a kind. Becoming an emperor in the future isn't out of the question, you know? Chu Xiu grabbed Luo Qingyu's hand with a wicked grin. Big sis truly has sharp eyes. One look and you could tell I have the makings of an emperor. Mo Feian's eyes widened in disbelief. My prince, you've got some serious guts. You even dare to lay hands on a quasi-emperor. What Mo Feian didn't expect was that Luo Qingyu wasn't angry at all. She playfully scratched Chu Xiu's palm with her index finger. Well, that's just perfect. Big sis will follow you around from now on. If you ever make it big in that place, Big sis will hit the jackpot. Chu Xiu secretly cried out, oh no, am I about to get dominated instead? Not far away, Saintess Feng Zhao watched Chu Xiu and Luo Qingyu's intimacy, a hint of sadness and jealousy clouding her expression. She sighed. You clearly said you'd keep me company after you finished cultivating. Chu Xiu's divine sense stirred, immediately detecting Saintess Feng Zhao's aura. The Jiaoqi Saintess was right next to them. Then our boy waved his hand and said, Big sisters, you all should rest early. I still have some matters to attend to tonight. Luo Qingyu raised a finger and teased, all right then, try your best tonight. Quickly give birth to an innate holy body Tao embryo, huh? Chu Xiu's face twisted upon hearing that. Seriously, nothing can be hidden from Big Sis Luo. The young lady, Saintess Feng Zhao, standing by the tree nearby, also blushed shyly. A little later, in the back garden of the Taisu Embassy, Chu Xiu and Saintess Feng Zhao strolled under the moonlight. Our boy spoke first, Saintess. I've always had a wish. The Saintess tilted her head, asking softly, what wish? Chu Xiu immediately moved closer to her and softly said, take off your veil and let me see how you truly look. Saintess Feng Zhao blushed upon hearing this. She gracefully replied, according to Jiao Qi's rules, a Saintess's veil cannot be casually removed. Whoever removes it must become cultivation partners with that person. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow. Oh, really? Then never mind. What a pity. The Jiao Qi Saintess asked sadly, why? Chu Xiu was startled and countered, what? Saintess Feng gathered all her courage and asked directly, you clearly have many women around you, but why do you only not want to touch me? Hearing Saintess Feng Zhao say that, Chu Xiu was startled, then forced to smile. Ah, well, it's mainly because you Jiaoqi women are too ethereal. I wouldn't dare mess around. You lack a certain spice and don't know how to strike a pose. The Saintess blushed upon hearing this, speechless. Chu Xiu then continued, how about I take you to Peerless Tower to broaden your horizons and… Peerless Tower? Is it good to go there? One must be brave enough to experience things in life. Alright then, but I need to change my clothes first. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Just then, Ye Hongyu arrived. Brother Chu, you're finally out of seclusion. I was just about to tell you, the divine origin stones you looted still haven't been found, but rest assured, I will definitely compensate for this deficit. Chu Xiu patted Yi Hongyu's shoulder and sighed, Brother Yi, there's no need. If it's lost, it's lost. We'll just earn it back next time. Yi Hongyu was deeply moved. Brother Chu, how can your brother repay such kindness? Oh right, I came to tell you something else. I heard that Saint Sun Jiaoguang has pursued the Jiaoqi Saintess all the way to Shangjing City. Not only that, but a while ago a rumor spread across the continent that Saint Sun Jiaoguang discovered the dozy secret within a spatial rift in Qihuang Mountain in Zhongzhou. Chu Xiu stroked his chin thoughtfully upon hearing this, muttering to himself, oh, just a while ago I found a jade tablet related to the dozy secret. Could it be that an opportunity is about to present itself? While the two young men were whispering, Saintess Feng Zhao returned. Saint Sun. Chu Xiu immediately said, let's go. Yi Hongyu saw Saintess Feng Zhao, now in disguise, and curiously asked, this must be… Chu Xiu immediately introduced her. Ah, this is Miss Yao Huang, an old friend of mine. We're about to head to Peerless Tower. Brother Yi, are you free to join us? Yi Hongyu hastily refused. No, please you two enjoy yourselves. I won't hinder you any further. Watching the two figures leave, Yi Hongyu thought to himself, Brother Chu's tastes are really diverse. He even likes to play with the abstinent type of young lady. Truly worthy of Brother Chu, scene transition to Peerless Tower. The place was magnificent and luxurious, floor after opulent floor. Hot girls were dancing for everyone's entertainment. Chu Xiu and Saintess Feng Zhao sat down in a central spot enjoying tea, while several other young ladies attended to the young men nearby. Chu Xiu glanced at Feng Zhao, who was pouring tea, and asked, do you like this place? Our boy then beckoned with his hand. Come on, sit a little closer to me. Then he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Chu Xiu emboldened asked, Saintess, do you know how to dance? Feng Zhao shyly replied, a little, but I'm not very good. Can you dance as well as them? Feng Zhao turned to look at the hot girls dancing. Saying nothing, seeing Feng Zhao's constant shyness, Chu Xiu took her hand to feel and asked, Saintess, why is your heart beating so fast? Our boy thought to himself, could it be she's never even touched him in hand? Looks like we came to the right place. The Jiaoqi Saintess truly needs to learn about this aspect of knowledge. Chu Xiu pointed at a room in front of them and whispered into Feng Zhao's ear, Saintess, look at the room across from us. What do you think they're doing? Feng Zhao looked where Chu Xiu pointed and saw a man eating grapefruit. The young lady began to get nervous. Trembling, Chu Xiu saw this scene and let out a sly smile. Then our boy's naughty hand started to wander somewhere. Chu Xiu immediately comforted her. Don't be nervous, just relax. Saintess Feng Zhao's face turned as red as a tomato, and she shuddered. A little while later, Chu Xiu and Saintess Feng Zhao left Peerless Tower. Just as they exited, Chu Xiu encountered two individuals. Seeing our boy leave Peerless Tower with a girl, one of them immediately asked, Saint Sun Chu Xiu, are you two? Chu Xiu, also curious, asked, who are you? The man then introduced himself, Jiao Guang Holy Land Xinxing Yu, and this is my elder brother, none other than Saint Sun Jiao Guang. Chu Xiu feigned a cupped fist salute. So it's Saint Sun Jiaoguang. My apologies for the oversight. Saint Sun Jiaoguang ignored Chu Xiu, looked at Saintess Feng Zhao and said, Immortal Fairy Feng Zhao, 2 years no see. You're even more radiant than before. Our boy Chu Xiu felt a little annoyed seeing this guy completely ignore him. He just straight up ghosted me. Then Saint Sun Jiaoguang directly asked, Immortal Fairy Feng Zhao, I wonder what you two are doing here? Saintess Feng Zhao lowered her head and shyly replied, Chu Xiu wanted to come, so I came with him. Hearing this, Saint Sun Jiaoguang's face darkened, utterly speechless. That dude, Qian Jingwu, hearing this, immediately pointed at Chu Xiu and started lecturing him. Oh, so this is the Taisu Saint Sun? You brought the Jiaoqi Saintess to this dirty place? You're the Taisu Saint Sun. Aren't you afraid of losing face for Taisu Holy Land? Chu Xiu didn't even bother to respond to this guy, just smirked and asked, Jiaoguang Saint Sun, are you in a hurry? The Jiaoguang Saint Sun shook his head and replied, Taisu Saint Sun, you must be mistaken. Qian Xinghai isn't so impatient as to lose his cool like that. Then, he changed the subject. Feng Zhao Fairy, tomorrow there's a gathering at Youhu. I hope you'll honor us with your presence. Feng Zhao Saintess hugged Chu Xiu's arm and said, if Chu Xiu goes, I'll go. I listened to Chu Xiu. The Jiaoguang Saint Sun clasped his hands and bowed. All right then, Feng Zhao Fairy, I'll take my leave for today. The Jiaoguang Saint Sun outwardly showed no emotion, but inwardly he was seething. Chu Xiu, just you wait. I'll definitely make you pay. After those two left, Feng Zhao Saintess honestly admitted, this is the first time I've been so intimate with a man. It feels a bit unfamiliar. Hearing this, our boy Chu Xiu immediately teased her, so do you need me to take responsibility for you? Feng Zhao was speechless after hearing that. Then, the chick asked, it seems like you have a deep feud with Jiaoguang Saint Sun. Is it because of me? Are you jealous? Chu Xiu, hearing this, immediately placed a hand on Feng Zhao Saintess's forehead and said, not running a fever, are you? Talking nonsense. Feng Zhao heard this and practically fumed, steam coming out of her head. Then the girl shyly asked, when will you finally accept me? Our boy gave a mischievous grin and said, when you fully tap that potential. Then things will naturally follow. The girl's face flushed crimson, letting out a small gasp. Our boy chuckled happily, turned around and said, "Let's go, it's getting dark. Back to the embassy. So, what are your plans for the next few days?" "Nothing special, just chillin'." Of course, grinding some secluded cultivation. Scene change. 20 days later at the Taisu embassy. Chu Xiu just finished his cultivation, opened the door, and stretched as he walked out. Our boy mused to himself, too much consumption. Gotta find a way to get more primal energy crystals. Or maybe I should go to Tianyuan Great Wall and slay some demon beasts. That way I can openly collect and refine primal energy crystals. Just then, a female disciple reported, "Your Highness, 3 days ago Yunhe Peak Master returned. At that time you were still in secluded cultivation, so I didn't dare disturb you." "I understand." A moment later, in the central tower of the Taisu embassy, Chi Mengdi appeared. Our boy casually clasped his hands behind his back and said, "You've arrived, you shouldn't have." Chi Mengdi immediately asked, "Why shouldn't I have come? Are you afraid I'll kill you?" Our boy observed Chi Mengdi from a distance and mused to himself, still as beautiful as ever, but she's gotten much thinner. Then, our boy smoothly said, "If Shizun wants to lay hands on me, I wouldn't dream of resisting. I'm just worried that seeing me will make you sad, and if you're sad, this disciple will be heartbroken." Chi Mengdi turned her face away and scoffed. "Haha, so you can be sad?" She said that aloud, but in her heart the girl thought, so cringe. Chu Xiu then grabbed Chi Mengdi's shoulders and said, "If Master is sad, of course this disciple will be sad too." Then our boy pulled the girl into a tight embrace. Chi Mengdi shyly stammered, "You rebellious disciple, you." Our boy then whispered sweet nothings into her ear. "Your disciple missed Master so much." Then this absolute unit's mischievous hand began to wander where it shouldn't. Chi Mengdi, still putting on a tough front, said, "This seat doesn't miss you at all. I wish I could dismember you." Chu Xiu continued to caress her cheek and called out. Shizun Chi Meng gritted her teeth, her gaze darting away as she said, "You rebellious disciple, what do you want from this seat now?" Suddenly, Chu Xiu pulled her in tighter and kissed Chi Mengdi passionately. The girl struggled. "Rebellious disciple, let this seat go." Our boy just kept squeezing her peaches. Chi Mengdi thought to herself, "What a destined tribulation. It seems in this life I can't escape this scoundrel's clutches." Chu Xiu continued to whisper sweet nothings. "Shizun, it's been days. This disciple's cultivation technique feels a bit rusty. Why don't you impart some deep insights to your disciple?" "You rebellious disciple, you. And what happened next?" "Well, you all know what happened next." They both kissed passionately, constantly doing the horizontal tango. But little did they know, elder sister Luo was watching everything from above. She watched, sighing with admiration. "Tiskek, little brother Chu Xiu is really something. Just a few words, and he's got Master blushing. Wait, why do I notice that all the women little brother Chu Xiu likes are much older than him?" Luo Qingyu suddenly startled. "Don't tell me. I've also caught his eye?" Thinking of this, the girl practically drooled. What should I do now? And so that night, Chu Xiu and Chi Mengdi went wild all night long. Afterward, both of them passed out, snoring loudly. Even in his sleep, our boy didn't forget to put his hands somewhere. Chi Mengdi immediately scolded, "Rebellious disciple, get your hand off me." Our boy turned and hugged Chi Mengdi, then said, "My hand here isn't causing any trouble, is it?" Chi Mengdi turned her face away and said, "You treat this seat like this. Are you perhaps taking advantage of me?" Our boy continued to sweet-talk her. "How could I take advantage of Master? I respect you, and I'm filial to you. I don't have enough time for that." As he spoke, our boy took Chi Mengdi's hand and kissed it. Chi Mengdi pulled her hand back and said, "So cheesy, who wants you, rebellious disciple? You like me, don't you?" Up above, Luo Qingyu couldn't stop sighing in admiration. "Excellent. This kid is truly a playa when it comes to women. Let's go. Let's go." A moment later, our boy poured tea for Chi Mengdi. "Shizun, your cultivation has advanced significantly, but you still haven't broken through to the 5th layer of the Great Saint Realm. Could it be that you missed your disciple so much that you specially came out of seclusion to find me?" Chi Mengdi took a sip of tea and said, "You're overthinking it. This time this seat left the Holy Land for a mission, of course. You must have heard about the Zhongzhou secret realm and the matter of the Do-Si secret art. The legendary 9 secrets have appeared, stirring up waves across the entire Tianqiong continent. Now, not to mention the human race territories, even the major powers in the demon beast territories are stirring. Could it be that even great saints want to get in on the action? It's possible even Saint Kings will make a move. This time, things are getting spicy. Our Holy Lord is still recovering from severe injuries, and the human race is at a disadvantage. Facing oppression from the demon beasts, unable to do anything, they've temporarily chosen to surrender. This also means the demon beasts want to come to Mount Chihuang. Chu Xiu thought to himself, "Right now, I'm only at the Dao Palace realm. Wanting to contend for the Do-Si secret art with demon beasts and human race great saints? That's a tall order. And because of the 9 secrets, those guys would do anything. I heard Elder Mo say that Taoist friend Luo Qingyu is a quasi-emperor. That's right, but she's suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Now she can be considered a half-step quasi-emperor. If the demon beasts make a move on Taisu Holy Land, can you ask that person to assist us?" Chi Mengdi pondered for a long time before making this suggestion. "Although I'm reluctant to beg others, this matter concerns the safety of the human race. If we can get a quasi-emperor's help, perhaps we can turn danger into safety." At night, inside the Grand Ancestor Hall Bell Tower. Inside the room, Chu Xiu held Chi Mengdi's hand, gazing at her with deep affection. "Big sis Luo once promised that if I ever needed her, she'd act for me just this once." Hearing this, Mengdi wasn't happy. "Luo Jie, you really have a lot of big sisters, don't you?" Chu Xiu continued to stare at her unblinkingly with that love-struck gaze. They're all my big sisters. You are my woman. Meng Di frowned, pulling her hand away from Chu Xiu's. Shameless. Meng Di proactively changed the topic. She picked up a teacup, looking seriously at Chu Xiu. You little rascal, tell me. Can a half-step quasi-emperor suppress a peak king wielding an emperor artifact? Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes glinted mischievously as he offered a suggestion. Otherwise, we could just lend the Grand Ancestor Tower to Big Sis Luo. With her cultivation realm and an emperor artifact in hand, she could definitely defeat any enemy. Meng Di was a little surprised to hear him say that. I didn't expect you to have such a plan. Chu Xiu, completely unconcerned, casually replied, I'm even hoping the demon race shows up. We need to plan this out. Who knows, we might even trick a few demon saint kings. Meng Di leaned closer, pinching his cheek, her gaze softening slightly. Little rascal, tell me quickly, what other plans do you have? Chu Xiu's face turned serious. Mysteriously, he leaned close to Meng Di's ear and whispered, Listen to me. Outside the tower, some time passed. Who knows what those two were talking about? Inside the room, Meng Di and Chu Xiu continued to talk, one asking, one answering. Meng Di wondered, so it means we must obtain the due secret art? Chu Xiu nodded. That's the most ideal situation. But if we can't get the due secret art, I have other plans too. Just by revealing the news that the mysterious person who annihilated the Ouyang family in Dongzhou was the demon race, Anf won't sit still. Meng Di immediately refused upon hearing this. No, if you do that, you'll become a target. You've surely seen the fate of the Yao Guang Saint Son already. Chu Xiu clenched his fist and replied seriously, This is a last resort, but I still have other methods. Just rest assured. Going to Zhongzhou this time is very dangerous. I'll transmit the Jia secret art to you, just in case. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sat close beside Meng Di. She heard this and tilted her head to look at him. This supreme secret art, you're willing to transmit it to me? Chu Xiu leaned in and kissed her cheek. You are the master I respect and love the most. So of course I'm willing. Meng Di, stolen kiss and all, was flustered, her face blushing, unable to react in time. After realizing what had happened, she quickly pushed Chu Xiu away, scolding angrily, You little rascal, all you're good for is sweet talking. Pfft. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression immediately became serious as he held her shoulders firmly. The 9 secrets are very special. My current cultivation is still too low. I can't inscribe this Dao rhyme. Let your soul enter my Dao palace and I will transmit it to you. Meng Di, hearing this, began to soften. Inside Chu Xiu's Dao palace. The two Xiu looked at her. Let's begin. Meng Di replied, Half an hour later, Chu Xiu and Meng Di sat facing each other. He comforted her. Don't rush, just take your time. Meng Di replied, Even though it's only half done, the Jia secret art's effectiveness is truly astonishing. Come on, we need to go out now. One walked ahead, the other followed. Chu Xiu suddenly called out to her. Esteemed master, what do you think of this place's ambiance? Meng Di paused upon hearing his question, tilting her head to look at him. Not bad. Why do you ask? Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately came closer, hugging her, a mischievous glint in his eyes. We can't let such a beautiful scene go to waste. Seeing him like this, Meng Di's face showed dissatisfaction as she shooed him away. Get lost! Chu Xiu didn't give her time to react. He spun her around and pressed her down beneath him. Meng Di's face flushed crimson. You little rascal, let me go! 1 hour passed, then 2. Meng Di lay in Chu Xiu's arms, panting, her face scarlet, secretly thinking, 2 hours, equivalent to my comprehension of the Tao of rules from 100 years ago. Meng Di suddenly shot up. Chu Xiu beside her also sprung up. Meng Di stammered. I leveled up again. I'll go face my heavenly tribulation first. The rest can wait until I return. Chu Xiu watched her stand up and leave, secretly thinking, so it turns out dual cultivation in my Dao palace is that astonishingly effective. 3 days later, a flying ship hovered in the sky. The common folk below looked up and buzzed with discussion. Someone from the Grand Ancestor Holy Land has arrived. What happened? Why is it so lively? The man in green robes said to the man in blue robes beside him, Don't you know? A secret realm has appeared in Qihuang Mountain and it's related to the Jia secret art. The man in blue robes looked enlightened. So that's it. No wonder the Grand Ancestor is making such a big deal out of it. Outside the hall, people lined up, entering one after another in a bustling crowd. Chu Xiu stood at the entrance, welcoming everyone. They respectfully greeted him. Saint Sun Highness! Chu Xiu politely smiled, inviting them inside. You all must be tired from your journey. Please come in quickly and rest. The guest rooms are all prepared. Lu Shu stepped forward, patting his shoulder. Highness, it's been a while. Your cultivation is becoming increasingly profound. Truly a blessing for our Grand Ancestor. Chu Xiu gave a professional smile in reply. Heavenly Sword Peak Lord, you flatter me. Then he looked behind her. Brother Yi, long time no see. Yi Fan smiled respectfully and greeted him. Saint Sun Highness, just call me Yi Fan. Chu Xiu, however, refused. Brother Yi, please don't be so formal with me. We were like brothers before, and we still are now. On the other side, Meng Di approached Liu Shui, warning her, Liu Shui, you'd best stay a little further away from my disciple. Hearing this, Liu Shui spun around, her gaze sharp as she looked at Meng Di. Meng Di, do you think just because your cultivation has risen, you can threaten me? Whatever I want to do, I'll do it. Can you control me? Tonight, I'll go find your disciple for a private chat, just to make you furious. Hearing her arrogance, Meng Di frowned, her expression completely unhappy. Shameless. The two women exchanged sharp glances, and the verbal spar began. Lu Shui, hearing herself cursed, let out two laughs. At first, you killed my father for that precious item, and you claim to no shame? Knowing she was on the back foot, Meng Di explained. That year, Peak Lord's divine altar was in by evil demons. He begged me to kill him, otherwise his body would have been taken over. Lu Shui scoffed disdainfully. Oh, this old story again? So many years have passed. Can't you come up with a different excuse? Suddenly, a white-haired man walked over, holding something in his hand, bowing as he presented it to her. Mengdi, junior sister, some time ago I found this immortal fruit that preserves beauty. I'd like to gift it to you. Mengdi glanced at Chu Xiu, who was chatting nearby. Then she looked at the man in front of her, raising her hand to refuse. This fruit is far too precious, senior brother Tian Xing. Please put it away quickly. The man, hearing himself rejected, was stunned and bewildered. He gave a forced laugh and retracted his hand. Right. Junior sister's innate charm and grace means she fundamentally doesn't need this kind of beauty-preserving immortal fruit. We should still make time to discuss matters concerning the secret realm. Mengdi lowered her eyes, replying indifferently. Then she turned to call Chu Xiu. Little rascal, aren't you going to hurry to the main hall to discuss things? Chu Xiu heard her call and looked over. Then he said to Yi Fan, Brother Yi, the future is long. Let's chat later, okay? After finishing his greetings, he walked over to Mengdi. Seeing him approach, she spoke first. This time at Qi Huang Mountain, with all the heroes gathering, you need to be a little careful yourself. Don't let others trick you. Chu Xiu, hearing this, happily smiled and replied, Thank you for your concern, master. Mengdi still stubbornly turned her head away, avoiding Chu Xiu's gaze. Don't get ahead of yourself. Who cares about you? I'm just afraid you'll die outside, and then I'll be bothered with having to carry your corpse back. Chu Xiu walked past her, a cheerful expression on his face, giving her butt a pinch. Got it. This time at Qi Huang Mountain, I'll be extra careful. Mengdi, caught off guard by his actions, was stunned. A few days later, at Central Plains Qi Huang Mountain, towering mountain ranges peeked through the clouds. At this moment, a rather flat, massive rock mountain was packed with humans and demons alike. A arrogant demon stepped forward, bearing sharp fangs as he sneered. The Do character secret our demon race is absolutely determined to obtain it. The major human clans were also present, yet these low-life demons were being so ostentatious. Our boy, already hating these demon beasts, heard their words and stepped out, scoffing loudly. The demon race is getting more and more arrogant. How can our human race let the Do character secret fall into demon hands? Just then, Chu Xiu, Ye Hongyu, and Feng Zhao Saintess arrived on a flying boat. Chu Xiu stared intently at the jade pendant in his hand, thinking, this jade pendant engraved with the Do character truly has a great use. I wondered why I felt something as soon as I approached this place. So it contains all the info for this secret realm. It's practically a secret realm walkthrough. Suddenly, a flicker of interest appeared in Chu Xiu's eyes, and he smirked. Nice, you guys charge in, I'll hack. This is going to be fun. Chu Xiu and his companions stopped before a massive stone slab shaped like a gate, which was emitting a blinding light. Chu Xiu's expression was calm as he looked at it. The secret realm has activated. As the golden light faded, a strange image appeared, stone warriors, and not just a few, but a whole damn army of them. A female demon saw this and confidently stepped forward, saying, let me test it out. With that, she sneered, swinging her staff with force. Immediately, a golden current counterattacked. A second later, she was sent flying, exclaiming, so strong. The moment that demoness was knocked away, the crowd instantly swarmed around, muttering, isn't she a great saint realm expert? How could she not get in? Can't even a great saint enter this secret realm? Chu Xiu walked past a group of demons, calmly explaining, that demoness, despite being a great saint, couldn't enter, of course, because this place has great Dao suppression. Only minor saints or those of lower realms can enter. This is really hard to grasp. I don't even know what kind of secret realm you guys are rushing into. Chu Xiu and his two companions casually strolled into the secret realm without any hindrance. Inside the secret realm, the stone warrior constructs remained in place, completely motionless. Chu Xiu stood there, secretly sighing in admiration. We're really in. As expected, it's due to the great Dao suppression. Qimengdi suddenly sent a sound transmission to Chu Xiu, reminding him, naughty disciple, you absolutely cannot reveal that jade pendant. There are so many demons here. If they all attack you, I won't be able to protect you. Chu Xiu, seeing her concern, happily replied, I know, I have the self-transformation technique, and my peerless under heaven speed means you don't need to worry. This place is extremely dangerous, so I suggest the other disciples shouldn't risk coming with me. Qimengdi crossed her arms, taking it as obvious, I know, no need for you to remind me. I'll tell them clearly that the inside is incredibly dangerous, and life and death are fated. They can choose for themselves. Scene change. It seems they finally figured out how to enter the secret realm. The demons at this moment were arrogantly shouting and charging forward. Demon race, charge with me. Charge. They were brimming with fighting spirit, a vast horde rushing forward. Their target was the army of stone figures, all standing motionless. Only one at the very top, likely the commander, had long silver hair and held a 2-meter-long greatsword. Its eyes gleamed with a fierce red light. The very next second, it leaped high, shouldering its greatsword, and charged at the demon horde. With just one attack, it tore through the demons, sending them all sprawling on the ground. The army of stone figures, which had been motionless until now, suddenly all looked up, their eyes glowing red, staring intently at the humans who had trespassed into the secret realm. The remaining humans, seeing the stone army turn on and come to life, trembled and wanted to turn back, but alas, it was too late because the secret realm's entrance had been locked. Damn it, if I'd known this, I wouldn't have come. The leader of the group cursed angrily. This damn secret ground is a place of death. On Chu Xiu's side, he calmly stood from afar, watching the chaotic and noisy crowd. Feng Zhao Saintess, observing beside him, spoke up, Your Highness, what should we do next? Do you have a way to get through this? Chu Xiu didn't hesitate. His face shows interest, and he casually replied, This time, we can only charge through. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them, Feng Zhao Fairy, come with us. Our numbers are greater than those the Grand Ancestor Holy Land has. Chu Xiu glanced over. It was Tian Xingyu. Our boy was a bit displeased seeing him, secretly thinking, Why is this brat here too? Feng Zhao Saintess unexpectedly clasped her hand tightly into Chu Xiu's, her resolute gaze fixed on Tian Xingyu. Thank you for your good intentions, Yao Guang Holy Sun. I have already chosen the Grand Ancestor Holy Sun, so naturally I will not change easily. Tian Xingyu heard the beauty reject him for Chu Xiu, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, his eyes turning dark as he pursed his lips in silence, giving Chu Xiu a sidelong glance. At this moment, a hoarse voice broke the silence. Don't mind me, but at a time like this, why are you humans still preoccupied with trivial matters of romance? Continuing like this is pointless. How about we cooperate and charge through together? It turned out to be the barbarian god tribe, and the one who just spoke was Manlong Divine Sun. As soon as Manlong Divine Sun finished speaking, he immediately ordered his people to charge forward at high speed. Chu Xiu's eyes showed a hint of hesitation as he watched the barbarian god tribe charge ahead, and then he made up his mind without looking back. He said to the person behind him, This is the only way now. Follow me. The two of them, with sharp eyes, swiftly darted in the direction the barbarian god tribe had just gone. The stone figures had now all awakened. Their eyes were fixed on the approaching individuals as if awaiting them for battle. Chu Xiu, engulfed in holy flame with the massive phantom of the human emperor appearing behind him, charged straight at the stone figures with surging power. A huge explosion erupted. Chu Xiu's single attack actually managed to annihilate hundreds of stone figures. The stone figures shattered and flew everywhere. Feng Zhao wasn't idle either. She quickly used her divine abilities to bind the stone figures, rendering them immobile. Chu Xiu swiftly shot forward, each punch unleashing powerful holy flame, turning thousands of stone figures into fragments. Outside the secret realm, Qimeng approached Qimeng Di, chuckling twice. Cloud River Waprik Master, just look at how well your holy sun and our saintess are cooperating. Ancient, desolate saint body and innate Dao body, truly a perfect combination. Qimeng heard Qimeng's words, her expression unwavering as she glanced at her, remaining silent. When she realized Qimeng was praising Chu Xiu, she subtly smiled, secretly feeling smug. He's suddenly gained some ability, hasn't he? Isn't it all thanks to my excellent tutelage? Inside the secret realm, Feng Zhao and Chu Xiu cooperated flawlessly, working in perfect synergy, and successfully annihilated a considerable number of stone figures. Chu Xiu then looked up at Feng Zhao, asking worriedly, Feng Zhao, how are you? Can you still hold on? Feng Zhao replied without hesitation, I'm fine. I can still fight. You can focus on killing the enemy. I will protect all the disciples. Hearing Feng Zhao's words, Chu Xiu felt somewhat relieved and continued fighting. All right. Then he loudly instructed those behind him, remember to conserve your strength. Guard against a surprise attack from the demon race. Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed with a maniacal fervor, dazzling holy flame engulfing his entire body as he fiercely roared, Kill! On this side, the disciples from various sects were deeply moved watching Chu Xiu fight for them, especially the folks from Jiaoqi Sacred Land and Taisu Sacred Land, who stood side by side, their eyes fixed on Chu Xiu. The saint didn't hesitate to get himself injured, just to carve a path for us to live. The red-robed person next to him said with a hint of regret, At first, I wasn't happy about the saintess chasing after the saint son, but I finally get it. His Highness the saint son is totally worth the saintess doing all that for him. I was too short-sighted. On the other side, Chu Xiu, engulfed in flames, continuously swung his fists, shattering those stone figures into hundreds of pieces. At this moment, outside the secret realm, when the entire human race saw Chu Xiu fighting his heart out for the sect disciples, they couldn't help but judge a little. A man in a brown robe, staring intently into the secret realm, wondered, Is His Highness, the Saint Son, being too reckless? Shouldn't he be conserving his power? The person next to him heard that and retorted, That's exactly how the Taizu Saint Son should be, courageous and responsible. Somewhere else, a woman dressed completely discreetly stood among a group of demon race members, observing and evaluating silently with an expressionless face. This Chu Xiu guy is just some random. He couldn't possibly be acting with such a self-sacrificing spirit. Unusual things always have underlying problems. There has to be a hidden reason. Thinking this, she curved her lips and put a hand to her chin, pondering, what's the real tea here? Inside the secret realm, Chu Xiu continuously unleashed powerful flame-infused punches, sending thousands of stone figures flying. The sky was dim, and below lay a pile of stone figures destroyed by Chu Xiu. They were now at the edge of the statue plaza. Chu Xiu turned to everyone and said, Everyone, follow me. Let's charge through the plaza. Hearing Chu Xiu's command, everyone followed in single file, charging forward. Yi Hongyu, leaning back, stared blankly at the stone figures which were no longer pursuing them. Chu Xiu, seeing this, spoke up, We're out. Then he looked down at his arm. During the fight, Chu Xiu had sustained an injury. With an indifferent expression, he immediately healed himself. Damn, still got a bit of a wound. Gotta use this secret skill to restore my state first. Just then, a beautiful, delicate maiden walked over, blushing as she spoke. Many thanks, Your Highness, for saving me. Otherwise, I would have died. From now on, my life is yours. Hearing her, Chu Xiu snapped his head back. He just smiled and waved it off. Chill, no need for formalities. We're fellow disciples, this is just what I do. Elsewhere, a group of demon race members, beaten to a pulp and covered in injuries, stood panting amidst the shattered remnants of the stone figures. The white-haired leader with a cunning face smirked, his gaze darting somewhere. If I recall correctly, Chu Xiu is a human race sacred body, isn't he? He probably already knew this deep down, which meant he had plans. If I eat the flesh of a human race sacred body, my injuries will definitely recover quickly. This guy was Tian Yaozi's of the demon race. Ugh, these demons are truly cunning. Tian Yaozi, wielding a great saber, slowly advanced towards Chu Xiu, arrogantly declaring, Chu Xiu, I'm injured. I've decided I'll eat your flesh to recover. This is your great honor, you won't refuse, will you? Chu Xiu was pretty surprised that some random NPC character like this dared to speak to him so arrogantly. Chu Xiu didn't hesitate, stepping forward slightly. You're really going to make a move on me right now? Tian Yaozi, radiating killing intent, roared, less talk, more action. Feng Zhao, seeing this, became a bit worried, softly reminding him, Chu Xiu, be careful. In stark contrast to her worry, Chu Xiu just smiled with supreme confidence. He stepped forward, immediately using a secret movement skill, and directly flew towards Tian Yaozi to meet him in battle. Chu Xiu's surprise attack from above left Tian Yaozi no time to react. He looked up only to see Chu Xiu descending like a demon. At that moment, only one thought crossed his mind. That move was way too fast. Dude's brain lagged, so Tian Yaozi ate Chu Xiu's punch full force. A massive boom. The spot where Tian Yaozi just stood was now just thick smoke and dust. Nobody could even see him. As the dust settled, Tian Yaozi was flattened under Chu Xiu's foot, looking utterly pathetic. Chu Xiu stepped on him smirking, a trash-tier noob like you dares to threaten to eat me? Based on what, exactly? Tian Yaozi's eyes widened, trying to glare at Chu Xiu, groaning in agony. Chu Xiu showed zero chill, stomping thump-thump on his busted body, frowning. Oh, what? What gives you the right to think you can eat me? Fresh blood spurted with every stomp, and Tian Yaozi's pathetic oh sounds got even louder. The human race disciples behind Chu Xiu witnessed this scene with utter adoration. As expected of the Taizu Saint's son, the demon race on the other side were utterly stunned, unconsciously stepping back. After dealing with the chicken who wanted to eat him, Chu Xiu turned to Feng Zhao. Feng Zhao, let's go, don't mind them. Feng Zhao heard this and agreed. Okay. The demon race saw Tian Yaozi flattened on the ground and whispered amongst themselves, this guy is terrifying. He can't be allowed to live. Elsewhere, a blood-red vortex appeared. The demon race leader, commanding a group of lackeys, waved his hand. Brothers, it's our turn to make a move. They hadn't taken more than a few steps when Chu Xiu suddenly sensed something and raised his hand, stopping everyone. The ground shook violently as three massive stone blocks linked together, forming a bridge that connected the two halves of the secret realm. This colossal stone bridge stretched across a bottomless abyss, and according to the information on the jade pendant, the black section of this long bridge was the safest area. Once the white section began, various dangers would appear. There would be traps, wild beasts, and even assassins lurking within. If they weren't careful, they'd lose their lives. The most challenging part were the last three gray stone slabs. There, the corresponding opponents would be generated based on the number of people climbing onto the slabs. The more people, the more opponents. After downloading all the information, Chu Xiu and Feng Zhao immediately warned everyone, this colossal stone bridge is even more dangerous than the first trial. Everyone, be even more careful. Use this time to recover your injuries. Only by preserving your strength will you have a chance to survive. After a period, the group finally set off, led by Chu Xiu and Feng Zhao. He glanced at all the disciples following behind, quietly calculating in his mind. In this situation, getting as many people in the squad to survive to the end of the second trial will be quite difficult. The group began to step onto the first black stone block of the bridge, one by one. Everyone encouraged each other, following the two leaders in unison. Quick, follow His Highness. Don't fall behind, everyone. A white-clothed girl was suddenly attacked by a colossal black leopard. Its eyes glowed, its mouth full of fangs, and its sharp claws lunged forward. The girl screamed in terror. At that critical moment, Chu Xiu appeared just in time, unleashing a punch right into its body. The black leopard was instantly knocked to the ground. The sect disciples ran over anxiously. The rescued white-clothed girl hastily thanked him. Many thanks, His Highness, the Saint's son. Having just dealt with this side, Chu Xiu only had time to give a few quick instructions. I'm going to save others. Everyone, be careful. Then he continued to rush to the other side to protect everyone. The girls, seeing His Highness, the Saint's son, so majestic and valiant, felt their faces flush and hearts pound, their eyes glued to his departing figure. The white-clothed girl Chu Xiu had just saved softly sighed. His Highness the Saint's son is truly a good person. The purple-haired girl next to her also shyly lowered her head. He saved me 3 times now. I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. Another colossal black leopard lunged at their group. The girl, terrified, sank to the ground, unsure what to do. Chu Xiu quickly embraced her while simultaneously swinging a punch that made the leopard spit blood from its mouth. The two of them then safely landed. The girl Chu Xiu saved looked at him with sparkling eyes full of adoration, her face bright red. Thank you, Saint's son. Outside the secret realm, Qi Mengdi watched the whole thing with a scowl, arms crossed. This rebellious brat actually knows how to play the hero, huh? Qi Mengdi glanced at the crowd behind her, who were relentlessly cheering and praising Chu Xiu like a god. No wonder he's the grand ancestor. Our human race really needs more righteous young talents like him. If you're gonna have a son, make him like Chu Xiu. Lu Xue, standing nearby, also looked at her with admiration. Yunhe Peak Master, you've certainly nurtured a damn good disciple. But Mengdi didn't see it that way. She frowned in confusion. What is this rebellious brat actually trying to do? This is completely out of character for him. He's acting like this. He definitely has ulterior motives. Inside the secret realm, after smoothly crossing the first 2 stone slabs, they finally set foot on the last one, a massive gray stone slab. The demonic tribe behind them were all riled up, urging them on. All right, who's going first? Someone has to kick this off. Chu Xiu just stayed silent, listening to these punks talk smack but do nothing. Our boy stepped forward, fists clenched, eyes filled with determination. He said to everyone and to himself, "Let's go." The moment he stepped onto the gray stone slab, it began to shake violently. A swarm of black-robed figures appeared, floating, completely surrounding Chu Xiu. The sect disciples outside also witnessed this scene, all stunned. Some even involuntarily took a few steps back. Tian Yaozi's, still riddled with injuries, scoffed. He pointed at Chu Xiu's black-robed crew. Ha ha ha, to protect these weaklings, you have to bring out so many black-robed figures? Is it even worth it, Holy Son Chu Xiu? You're a little too confident. Let's see what you'll do now. Tian Yaozi sneered slyly, greed flashing in his eyes. He coldly snorted in his heart. If Chu Xiu dies in this trial, nothing could be better. From afar, Manlong Shenzi crossed his arms, predicting, it seems this section needs to be tackled bit by bit to be safe. Over here, Chu Xiu made hand seals to set up a formation. All the other Holy Land disciples quickly took their designated positions, making hand seals to complete the formation as spirit light from their foreheads shot straight to the sky. Immediately, an 8 trigrams formation was created, enveloping all the Holy Land disciples. Chu Xiu commanded, "Go, charge." Feng Zhao immediately acknowledged, "Got it." Their fingers pointed forward, unleashing 2 streams of black and white light. Wherever the duo swept past, the black-robed figures were instantly wiped out. The group behind the 8 trigrams formation swept forward like the wind, encountering no obstruction whatsoever. The demon beasts outside watched it all and their jaws dropped. Holy sh, this speed is insane. What kind of formation is this? The defense is so strong. Using people as formation flags, this is a combined attack formation. To set up a combined attack formation of this level, could Chu Xiu be a formation Dao Venerable? Chu Xiu successfully led all the Holy Land disciples to the other side of the secret realm without losing a single one. They excitedly rushed to the reward point. One by one, everyone ran to the stone tablets under the trees. Chu Xiu and Feng Zhao, under Yi Hongyu's astonished gaze, successfully confirmed their passage through the trial. A robotic announcement echoed, "Notification, congratulations, you've entered the second trial. You may now approach the stone stele to claim your reward." Everyone excitedly celebrated their victory, chattering excitedly. Who knew there'd be a reward for clearing the trial? This is too good. Finally, we can leave this damn place. Chu Xiu communicated with Feng Zhao through spiritual sense. If you get a chance to choose a divine ability, remember to pick the 36 true martial techniques. Feng Zhao glanced at Chu Xiu, a little confused, but still followed his instructions. A stream of light permeated every cell, entering Chu Xiu's body. The secret realm notification appeared. Battle power evaluation score 5079. Performance evaluation score 8978. You protected a large number of companions. Overall evaluation score increased. Please choose 2 rewards from the list below. 1. Divine Origin Stones. 2. 17 types of divine abilities. The rewards appeared one by one on the notification panel. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, thinking to himself, I risked my life for so long, it's finally time to reap the rewards. He quickly spoke up, making his choice. I want the Divine Origin Stones and the 36 true martial techniques. Selection complete. Your performance was outstanding. You received 30 million Divine Origin Stones. You protected a large number of companions. Excellent performance. You have obtained the secret divine ability, full version of true martial techniques. Chu Xiu happily accepted all the rewards, overjoyed to the point of madness. This time I've hit the jackpot. Plus, the 36 true martial techniques are crucial for the future. With them, that trial will definitely be won. Chu Xiu smiled, glancing at everyone happily making their selections. Most chose accelerated divine abilities. Everyone was also very grateful to him and Feng Zhao for helping them get this far. Hearing their praises, Chu Xiu just smiled without a word. The girl in the spinning dress, who had sworn her life to Chu Xiu, now shyly stood before him. Your Highness, I won't enter the next trial so as not to be a burden to you. Chu Xiu didn't try to dissuade her, only advised, after returning cultivate diligently. After this tempering, your future will be boundless. The girl bowed, looking at Chu Xiu with deep affection. For the path ahead, Your Highness, I wish you a safe journey and good fortune. If you manage to exit this secret realm, whatever repayment you need, I'll gladly do it for the Holy Sun. Outside the secret realm, Qi Mengdi, still clueless, wondered to herself, is this malicious brat actually that kind? Have I been wrongly blaming him all this time? Then she reassured herself, shaking her head vigorously. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. At this moment, inside the secret realm, only 4 people continued forward. Chu Xiu was a little surprised. I can't believe only a few of us are left. Yi Hongyu, facing him, chimed in. No choice, clearing the second trial took a huge toll. I need to recover my HP. If we turn back now, it'd be a huge loss. Feng Zhao looked at Chu Xiu, communicating through spiritual sense. I exchanged for the 36 true martial techniques, but only comprehended 2-3 of them, a total of 26 techniques. Chu Xiu just hummed in response, saying nothing. Feng Zhao then asked, should I pass them on to Ye Hongyu and Ye Fan? He crossed his arms, looking at her with gentle eyes. The 36 true martial techniques are locked by the mysterious rules of this secret land. They can't be passed on to others. You'll know if you try. Meanwhile, the 4 Chu Xiu, Feng Zhao, Ye Hongyu, and Ye Fan stood before the tree. Chu Xiu spoke up, the second and third groups entering the secret realm are almost here. Let's hurry and move on. Suddenly, two giant terrifying bees flew over, long venomous stingers pointed at them. Ye Hongyu looked at them, a mix of surprise and fear in her eyes. Immediately after, our boy reacted quickly, jumping up to swat away the two huge bees. But being attacked so suddenly, Ye Hongyu couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I knew it, there's definitely something wrong with these leaves. Chu Xiu looked at the two giant bees that had been swatted down. His gaze fell on the venom on their stingers. He excitedly said, "This poison is strong, I want it." Yifan approached, handing Chu Xiu a bag. This is the spirit-bewildering incense. It has no effect on cultivators, but it's very effective on wild beasts. Beasts that smell this incense will fall down as if drunk. Chu Xiu took the item, excitedly replying, "Amazing, Brother Yifan. I can't believe you have such a good item. Let's seize this chance to collect the poison sacks." After they were done using the two bees, they discarded their corpses and continued onward, spoils of war in hand. Chu Xiu, leading the way, spoke up, "Thanks for everyone's help. Let's keep moving." The night sky today was something else. A crescent moon and countless shimmering stars painted a tranquil scene, like the calm for the storm. But inside the Ouyang clan's courtyard, the atmosphere was anything but quiet. Everyone was present, laughter, melodious music, and graceful dances from beautiful maidens blended into a festive, lively celebration. The younger generation of the clan sat chatting. A youth in golden robes smiled, his gaze fixed on Ouyang Tianse. He spoke up, "Big Bro Tianse, I heard the old ancestor recently acquired a large amount of resources. Is that true?" Holding a cup of wine, Chu Xiu faintly smiled and replied, "13th brother wants a cut, eh? No biggie. I'll talk to the old ancestor later and have a share distributed to everyone." Ouyang Shi-san, hearing Chu Xiu, joyfully exclaimed, "Big Bro Tianse is truly generous. Come on, everyone, let's raise a toast to Big Bro Tianse. We're counting on you tonight." A moment later, Ouyang Shisan seemed unable to wait any longer. He impatiently turned to Ouyang Tianse and asked, "Tianse, why hasn't the old ancestor come out yet? Or maybe you should go invite the old man out." Chu Xiu casually smiled and replied, "All right." A moment later, old Demon Chu returned, dragging the old matriarch into the courtyard, his voice eerily mocking, they're here, your old ancestor has arrived." The Ouyang clan descendants heard the voice and immediately looked over. It was a sight they'd never forget in their lives. Before everyone's eyes, their once invincible and powerful old ancestor was now reduced to a pathetic state. A shriveled body, an ashen face, vacant eyes. She was dragged in like a poor, miserable dog. The Ouyang clan descendants immediately stood up, their eyes wide with shock. They simultaneously roared, "Old ancestor, why are you like this? Tianse, what are you doing? Release the old ancestor at once." Their shouts echoed like thunder. "Ouyang Tianse, how dare you disrespect the old ancestor? Are you trying to rebel? The old ancestor treated you well, why are you repaying kindness with enmity?" The accusations were filled with uncontrollable rage. "What do you want? Quickly let the old ancestor down." Ouyang Tianse merely sneered, his expression completely unfazed. At this moment, old Demon Chu, expressionless, subtly smirked. He pulled out a large white porcelain bottle and threw it towards them. The porcelain bottle shattered upon hitting the ground, releasing strange purple smoke that instantly engulfed the entire Ouyang clan's main hall. Seeing this bizarre sight, the Ouyang clan descendants couldn't help but panic, crying out in unison, "What is this?" "No, this is poison gas. Quickly circulate your energy to block it." But Chu Xiu casually spoke, "This poison can't be avoided just by circulating your energy." Dozens of people immediately stopped circulating their energy, holding their breath to prevent the poison smoke from entering. But this peculiar poison smoke seemed to have a life of its own, stealthily seeping into their bodies through every pore. After a while, they were nothing but empty shells. All of the Ouyang clan descendants were poisoned, standing stiffly like specters, their eyes vacant, their minds completely controlled. Old Demon Chu, with a bloodthirsty grin, raised his hand and formed hand seals, silently commanding, "Slaughter each other." The moment he finished speaking, the entire Ouyang clan, without distinguishing friend from foe, madly lunged at each other, slaughtering like wild beasts. The scene was chaotic, thick with the pungent stench of blood. Witnessing this sight, the old matriarch trembled violently, her old, cloudy eyes filled with terror. Old Demon Chu smirked mockingly and casually spoke, "Old hag, enjoying the show? Actually, you all could have lived longer. It's a pity you didn't cherish it and had to steal my divine origin stones. You all brought this upon yourselves." Suddenly, an arrow shot out from nowhere. Old Demon Chu instinctively used the old matriarch's body as a shield. The arrow pierced her and fresh blood spurted out. Chu Xiu gently pulled out the arrow, narrowed his eyes, and smiled gently, saying, "Oops, my bad pure instinct. Hurts, doesn't it? This place is too dangerous. I've decided to take a stroll through your clan's treasury. You don't mind, do you?" He paused for a moment, then chuckled faintly. "But you don't need to go anywhere, this show isn't over yet. You're a distinguished guest, so you can't be absent. I'll arrange a seat for you. How about a VIP seat?" As he spoke, old Demon Chu took out a rope and wrapped it around the old matriarch's neck. Her face turned purple, terrified but unable to speak. Soon he had hung her from the ceiling, her face towards the battles below, forcing her to witness her descendants slaughtering each other. Old Demon Chu smiled and casually walked away. From above, the old matriarch watched the bloody slaughter. In her eyes, only emptiness and despair remained. She couldn't help but wonder why. Why did my Ouyang clan provoke this kind of lunatic? After leaving the main hall, old Demon Chu stepped outside and saw Xu Wanrong standing there as if waiting for him, her eyes gazing gently at him. The moment she saw Chu Xiu emerge, Xu Wanrong called out, "Husband, do you want to go to the treasury?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately stopped and quietly looked at her. You must have figured it out. I am not your husband. Xu Wanrong smiled, her eyes gently responding, I already discovered it yesterday. Although Ouyang Tiance's eyes were cold, deep down they were filled with despair. As for you, no matter how well you imitate, your eyes cannot hide it. In your eyes, I see a dominance, and only I am supreme aura that Ouyang Tiance never had. Chu Xiu rubbed his chin and chuckled softly. Only I am supreme, huh? Even I didn't realize that. I'm truly curious. If you already figured out I'm not Ouyang Tiance, why didn't you expose me? Xu Wanrong curled her lips. Why should I expose you? I've long longed for the Ouyang clan's early demise. I even planned to cooperate but Young Term acted too fast. Young master, do you know why this humble girl is waiting for you here? Chu Xiu asked why. A fleeting sadness crossed Xu Wanrong's eyes. I want to enter the Ouyang clan's treasury to retrieve something. At that time, if young master wishes to kill me, I will end myself. Chu Xiu gazed thoughtfully at Xu Wanrong and casually asked, What thing? Xu Wanrong replied, My sister's remains. Young master must want to ask why my sister's remains are in the Ouyang clan's treasury. Before she could finish, old Demon Chu's eyes immediately flashed with cold killing intent. Golden sacred flames appeared in his hand. He curtly replied, I don't want to ask. Xu Wanrong's face changed slightly. Her eyelids twitched. She thought, what kind of person is this? I've made my position clear, yet he's still preparing to kill me. Thinking of this, Xu Wanrong hurriedly spoke, Young master, hold your hand. This humble girl has some secret information that you'll definitely find interesting. Chu Xiu slowly walked closer to her. Xu Wanrong frantically said, Young master, do you know about the legendary 9 secrets? Hearing this, old Demon Chu chuckled inwardly. She wants to tell me about the GZ secret? A woman is truly smart, but doesn't she know the smarter you are, the faster you die? Seeing Chu Xiu say nothing, Xu Wanrong quickly grabbed his hand and seriously said, It's the Dozi secret. The Ouyang clan has clues to the Dozi secret. I hope to exchange this information for my life, at least after I retrieve my sister's remains. It wouldn't be too late for young master to take my life. Hearing this, Chu Xiu thought, her demeanor doesn't look like she's lying. Old Demon Chu retracted his killing intent, lightly smiled and said, Tell me about it. If you make me happy, letting you go isn't out of the question. After all, I am naturally kind-hearted, and I hate killing and creating karma the most. Hearing those sarcastic words, Xu Wanrong couldn't help but be stunned. She forced a gentle smile and softly looked at Chu Xiu. Thank you, young master, for sparing my life. In her heart, Xu Wanrong thought, this guy clearly wanted to kill me just now. And back in the courtyard, there's a frenzied slaughter happening, yet he calls himself kind-hearted, doesn't like killing. Xu Wanrong looked at Chu Xiu and continued, for these past few years, the Ouyang clan has always been searching for traces of the 9 secrets. Once, when Ouyang Tiance was drinking with his father, he vaguely mentioned the Dozi secret when he was drunk. Chu Xiu frowned. Why didn't I discover that Ouyang Ye ever mentioned the Dozi secret to the old ancestor when I soul-searched her? Xu Wanrong explained without surprise. Ouyang Ye is an ambitious and cunning wolf. He always had schemes. He planned to betray the old ancestor after grasping the Dozi secret, but his talent wasn't enough. Old Demon Chu immediately raised his hand. A blood-red chi shot out from his fingertip directly into Xu Wanrong's chest, making her eyes widen in shock as she stared at him. Old Demon Chu casually said, I hope you're not lying to me. If I find clues to the Doge secret, I will of course give you the antidote. Otherwise, you won't have an antidote, and in 3 days your body will surely turn into a pool of blood. I hope you don't want to court death by deceiving me. Xu Wanrong gently exhaled, thinking he's truly too cautious. A moment later, Chu Xiu and Xu Wanrong smoothly entered the Ouyang clan treasury. Inside were mystic weapons and armors, high-grade origin stones, divine origin stones piled like mountains, shelves full of magic pills, spirit herbs, and spirit fruits. All were protected by defensive formations. It was a dazzling, brilliant scene that would blind anyone. Chu Xiu saw this and exclaimed excitedly, the Ouyang clan truly lives up to its name as a super clan with abundant hidden treasures. A smirk appeared. Old Demon Chu thought, didn't come to the wrong place. Time to loot. Chu Xiu, without ceremony, waved his hand, sweeping everything into his spatial ring, leaving nothing behind. Xu Wanrong stood behind, witnessing Chu Xiu's bottomless greed, and couldn't help but be speechless. 3 hours later, Old Demon Chu had finally completely cleaned out the Ouyang clan's treasury. Xu Wanrong looked at him, thinking he looks like he still wants to pry out all the jade tiles from the floor. Fine, just let him clean it all up, so he doesn't suspect I want to share the treasures with him. When Chu Xiu had finished collecting everything, Xu Wanrong slowly walked towards a wall in the treasury, beginning to rummage, searching for something. Chu Xiu saw this and curiously asked, Are you looking for a mechanism? Xu Wanrong nodded. According to my investigation, there's a secret chamber behind this wall. Chu Xiu chuckled. That wall has a concealing formation. You naturally won't find the entrance. Step aside. With that, Chu Xiu raised his leg and stomped hard, and the secret chamber door burst open. At that very moment, a pungent, foul odor like dead rats assaulted their noses, making both of them quickly cover their noses. Chu Xiu's face darkened, and he irritably said, What the heck is this? Why does it reek of dead rats? Both of them were stunned as they looked into the dark room. What met their eyes was a vast, dark secret chamber, even larger than the treasury itself. Inside the dark room were countless cages, extremely numerous, hanging from rocky walls hundreds of meters high. In each cage were shriveled female corpses, a desolate sight that would horrify anyone. Xu Wanrong finally couldn't hold back, her body trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks. She softly cried, Sister, I'm sorry, I'm too late. I've come to take you home. Standing beside her, Chu Xiu coldly swept his divine sense across the entire secret chamber, discovering that all the cages contained the corpses of young maidens around 17-18 years old, all mortals with no cultivation. Old Demon Chu's expression immediately changed, he murmured. This technique is very familiar. This is the Blood Demon Heavenly Exchange Devil art. No wonder those two old geezers of the Ouyang clan could level up to Great Saint Realm. Hearing this, Shu Wanrong asked in surprise. Young master, you know about this demonic art? Chu Xiu explained, the Blood Demon Heavenly Exchange Devil art is the unique secret art of the Blood Demon lineage. This demonic art uses the blood of virgins to cleanse bloodlines, slow down decay, and simultaneously enhance cultivation talent and enlightenment speed. As he spoke, Chu Xiu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, lost in thought. No, how could the Ouyang clan get their hands on this secret art? I remember that to cultivate this secret art, the blood demon lineage themselves must impart it, and one must drink their blood to cultivate this art. Chulamo immediately turned and left, coldly ordering, "Go find your sister's body," and asked young master, "Why such a rush to leave?" Chulamo replied, "The Ouyang clan has colluded with the demon race. The waters here are too deep. I must quickly find the clue to the Dozbi and leave Hongdong City." A moment later, Chu Xiu arrived at Ouyang Ye's residence. Just then, space ripped apart, and elder Mo Fei Yan, clad in a red dress, appeared behind Chu Xiu. She softly spoke, "Your Highness, the entire Ouyang clan has been dealt with. Are you unharmed?" Chu Xiu nonchalantly replied, "I'm fine. I'm looking for an item. Once I find it, we'll leave immediately. I suspect the Ouyang clan has colluded with blood demons." Hearing this, Mo Fei Yan instantly fumed and yelled, "The Ouyang clan really has some guts." Chu Xiu continued rummaging, saying this is merely a tactic for them to pursue power. Selling out their own race? What's the big deal? Internally, he couldn't help but suspect there are absolutely no clues about the Dozbi. Did Shu Wanrong really play me? Mo Fei Yan saw him sigh, his face downcast, and softly called out, "Your Highness." Noticing Mo Fei Yan's worried expression, our boy Chu Lao Mo placed a hand on her butt and smiled, "Don't worry, I won't sell out my conscience for power. Compared to other races, I still prefer humans." Mo Fei Yan let out a soft hum, her face flushed red as she shyly turned to look at Chu Lao Mo. Suddenly, Chu Xiu stepped on a loose brick, which immediately sank, clearly a mechanism. Immediately after, from beneath the floor, a large wooden box slowly rose, appearing right behind Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan, startling both of them into turning around. Before them was the large wooden box, on top of which sat a smaller wooden box. The lid of the small box popped open, revealing a jade token carved with majestic mountains and 3 ancient characters. Chu Xiu couldn't help but grin internally. Well, searched for ages and couldn't find it. Turns out there was a mechanism after all. Holding the jade token, Chu Xiu grabbed Elder Mo Fei Yan's hand and urgently told her, "Fei, we must leave Hongdong City at once." Mo Fei Yan heard this and nodded in response. Alright. Barely half an hour after Chu Xiu and Mo Fei Yan left Hongdong City, above the Ouyang clan's estate, space suddenly warped. From within the void, 2 figures appeared. One was cloaked in black with an aged face. It was Ouyang Zi, the remaining old ancestor of the Ouyang clan. Following him was a yellow-haired man with horns, none other than Piao Shui, the blood demon great saint of the blood demon race. Witnessing the ruined scene below the Ouyang estate, Piao Shui shook his head with a sigh and nonchalantly said to Ouyang Zi, "Taoist friend Ouyang Zi, it seems we were one step too late." Ouyang Zi, at this moment, couldn't maintain his face filled with fury. He roared, "Who annihilated my Ouyang clan?" After a moment, Ouyang's finally suppressed his rage. He immediately faced the blood demon great saint and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Taoist brother Piao Shui, can you help me invite that exalted one to reverse time? If I don't dismember that culprit, I will not rest." Piao Shui great saint shook his head and lightly sighed. That person is very clever. Before making a move, he disguised himself as Ouyang Tianse. It's extremely difficult to distinguish his true identity. Not only that, he also used the Qi Pin Kun Sha Zhen to distort time and space. Even if Demon Venerable Highness has heaven-shaking cultivation, reversing time would only yield blurry, unclear images. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Piao Shui's mind. He spoke, "Taoist friend Ouyang Zi, it seems our secret has been exposed. That person must have entered your secret chamber, seen those corpses, and deduced that your Ouyang clan has ties to the blood demon lineage." Ouyang Zi's pupils immediately trembled upon hearing this. He anxiously asked, "Then, what should we do? What can we do?" Piao Shui Great Saint calmly replied, "Taoist friend, there's no need to be impatient. There might still be a way to remedy this. From my observations, the bodies of many people from the Ouyang clan have vanished, surely thrown into the void. This indicates that the opponent has at least one blood demon great saint." Piao Shui rubbed his chin, a murderous smile spreading across his face. "My idea is we can investigate the void fluctuations in Hongdong City. Perhaps we can follow the clues and catch those hiding their tails. You inform the other clans, we'll all act together, setting up a heaven and earth net. Let's see if they can escape Dongzhou." Ouyang Zi heard Piao Shui Great Saint's reminder, and his eyes immediately filled with dense, killing intent. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I understand." With that, he stood up and left. Piao Shui Great Saint watched Ouyang Zi's retreating back, rubbing his chin, and mused, "Ouyang Zi's injuries are recovering very quickly. It's hard not to connect it to a long-lost human secret technique." 2 days later in Silver Moon City, whispers and gossip echoed everywhere. A purple-robed man spoke up, "Heard anything?" The Ouyang clan in Hongdong City was wiped out overnight. The blue-robed man sitting opposite added, "The Ouyang clan's old ancestor is in a thunderous rage, frantically hunting the culprit." The person next to him suddenly raised a hand to signal silence, glancing towards a group of people approaching, and whispered, "Shh, keep it down. The Mu clan is here." A group of over 10 divine ability realm cultivators from the Mu clan, with faces filled with killing intent, entered the tea house. Chu Xiu, sitting at a nearby table, subtly curved his lips into a faint smile, muttering to himself, the Mu clan. Interesting. After the Mu clan members had passed, the surrounding people continued to whisper. Those people who just walked by are from the Mu clan. The person next to him added, the Mu clan and the Ouyang clan were originally allied by marriage. Now that the Ouyang clan has met with disaster, of course, the Mu clan can't just sit idly by. The blue-robed man continued, no wonder their aura was so imposing. In a simple inn in Silver Moon City, Mo Feiyan was helping Qin Yi try on a new outfit. The two, one big and one small, looked just like mother and daughter, so close. Mo Feiyan gently asked Yi, do you like this outfit? Qin Yi grinned widely. Yes, I love it. Suddenly, the room door opened and Chu Xiu entered, wearing a hat that obscured half his face. Mo Feiyan turned and asked, Your Highness, what's the situation? Chu Xiu sighed, his voice full of calculation. The situation is complicated. It's not just the Ouyang clan that's colluding with blood demons. Mo Feiyan heard this, frowned, and showed a worried expression. Surrounded like this, we can't tear open the void to escape, nor can we contact the Holy Land. How about I distract them, and Your Highness and Yi use this opportunity to return to the southern domain? Hearing this, Chu Xiu, who was holding a teacup, immediately paused, his voice low but icy. Feiyan, do you know the consequences of doing that? Mo Feiyan bowed her head and softly replied, choked, I might die, but I'm not foolish enough to recklessly fight them. I'll find a way to run back to Taisu Holy Land. As long as I reach there, I'll be safe. Chu Xiu suddenly reached out and lightly tapped Mo Feiyan's forehead, a glint of anger in his eyes. Foolish woman, do you think they wouldn't predict such a simple plan? Right now, let alone a great saint, I'm afraid any cultivator heading towards Taisu Holy Land will be watched closely. Mo Feiyan gently touched her forehead, her face pouting, Your Highness, I was wrong. Beside them, Qin Yi held a glass of water, her round eyes observing the two converse, her lips curving into a light, innocent smile. Mo Feiyan turned back, asking thoughtfully, Your Highness, we can't contact the Holy Land, and we have no way to escape Dongzhou. Just hiding like this isn't a solution either. So, what do you plan to do, Your Highness? Chu Xiu showed a cold smile, his eyes full of determination. We won't run anywhere. Didn't they want to play? Oh, I'll play with them, all right. Slowly. He ordered Feiyan, go buy some ingredients for me. Mo Feiyan was slightly surprised after hearing what he needed to buy. Your Highness, these are all poison refining ingredients. Are you going to understanding her unsaid question? Chu Xiu curled his lips into a dangerous smile and softly replied, In a gloomy underground chamber, Piao Shui and the Ouyang clan's old ancestor were seriously discussing. Piao Shui, a Taoist friend, several days have passed, and we still haven't found any traces of those cowardly rats. Could they have already left Dongzhou? The blood demon great saint, clad in purple robes, sat upright at the table and coldly laughed as he replied to Ouyang Zi, Taoist friend, you worry too much. Dongzhou is guarded on all four sides by our people. Let alone a great saint, even a fly couldn't escape. Furthermore, we aren't entirely without clues. This is intelligence sent by Taoist friend Tan. With that, blood demon Piao Shui waved his hand, and origin energy converged in the air to form a painting depicting a man, a woman, and a little girl. Piao Shui coldly explained, the intelligence shows that over 10 days ago, this couple brought a little girl from the southern domain on a flying ship to Dongzhou. They once made a move against others in Snow Ridge City. That woman has very high cultivation. She's definitely a great Saint Realm expert. There's nothing remarkable about that, but the very next day, your Ouyang clan was annihilated. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Ouyang Zi rested his hands under his chin, lost in thought. People from the southern domain? The only forces in the southern domain I've offended are the Yi clan and the Taisu Holy Land. Blood demon Piao Shui narrowed his eyes, his smile gradually vanishing, his face turning serious as he said, If it's truly people from these two clans, then we have big trouble. Now not just you, but even the Tan clan, Mu clan, Yang clan, and Shi clan, all connected to the blood demon lineage, could be exposed. If we don't eliminate the opponent, you all will have no choice but to leave the human race territories and flee to the Demon Vale lands. Ouyang Zi's body couldn't help but tremble upon hearing this, his killing intent becoming even more apparent. He stood up, slammed a hand on the table, and said to the blood demon, Taoist brother Piao Shui, I truly cannot sit still. I must go make these three pay with their lives. After saying that, he stood up and left. Piao Shui subtly curved his lips, thinking to himself, before that, I need to uncover of Ouyang Zi's body. If it really is that secret technique, this venerable one will profit greatly. Just then, a clear voice echoed, Piao Shui, what nasty scheme are you pervert, cooking up now? The void ripped open, and out stepped a woman with snow-white hair and fox ears. Piao Shui looked surprised and laughed loudly. Oh, who do we have here? It's Tian Mian. You reformed a physical body so quickly, and a female body at that. Hehe. Do you have a special fetish? Tian Mian scoffed coldly. Luckily, thanks to Daizun's assistance, otherwise it would have taken me another 7 or 8 years to recover. Hearing this, the blood demon great saint laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, you really lost face. I heard you almost died at the hands of a Bian realm expert who used a great saint artifact to self-destruct. Tian Mian, true monarch, calmly poured wine. Don't laugh. Taisu Holy Sun Chu Xiu is the most cunning and malicious person I've ever met. Even you, if you meet him without adequate preparation, won't fare any better than me. Piao Shui disdainfully curled his lips. He's merely in the Dao Palace realm now. This venerable one can slap him to death with a single strike. Tian Mian, true monarch, heard this, not embarrassed in the slightest, and began to imagine Piao Shui being chased by Chu Xiu wielding a great saint artifact crying for help. Tian Mian took a sip of wine and replied, Go on, try it. Scene changes to Dongzhou Lingfeng City. At this moment, Chu Xiu held a Luying stone in his hand. All the cultivators below were captivated, looking up at him, listening intently. Chu Xiu slowly spoke. Fellow Taoists, I'm sure everyone has heard about the annihilation of the Ouyang clan. That's right, I am the culprit. As his words fell, the central plaza suddenly erupted into chaos. The cultivators exchanged glances, their faces showing disbelief and horror. One person exclaimed in shock, "What? He's the one who wiped out the Ouyang clan?" Another said, "Doesn't he know that several great clans are searching for him everywhere? How dare he appear so openly? Has he gone completely mad?" Standing on the high platform, Chu Xiu raised the Luying stone, his eyes half closed and continued, "Fellow Taoists, perhaps you don't yet know the reason why I annihilated the Ouyang clan. Today I will explain it right here." Our boy points a finger straight at the sky. A horrifying scene materializes before everyone's eyes. The cultivators below are shook. No one can hold back their shock. What the actual fuck is that? And why are there so many mummified women? Chu Xiu then growls, continuing his explanation. This is what I found recorded in the secret chamber of the Ouyang clan. The Ouyang clan colluded with the blood demon race, practicing the blood demon heaven-swapping demonic technique, and these poor young girls were merely sacrificial pawns. The reason I came to Lingfeng City to reveal this news is because the Tan clan is just like the Ouyang clan, secretly colluding with the blood demons, slaughtering our people. Someone from the crowd shouts, "Bro, do you even have proof for all this?" Chu Xiu smirks coldly. "Proof, you say? Then come with me, let's raid the Tan clan and all will be revealed." Suddenly, a frosty female voice rings out, "Raid the Tan clan? Your words are rather bold." A woman in blue robe steps out of thin air, her minor saint aura filling the square, silencing everyone. This is Tanru Shuang, a minor saint powerhouse guarding Lingfeng City. Tanru Shuang looks down arrogantly like a descended deity, coldly yelling, "Brat, we haven't even found you yet, and you just had to jump out yourself? Quite ballsy, aren't you?" The moment her words fall, a figure appears. Mo Feiyan, who knows when, is already standing behind Tanru Shuang. With a move as simple as snapping a chicken's neck, Tanru Shuang immediately gets a one-way ticket to meet her ancestors. Mo Feiyan casually tosses Tanru Shuang aside. Chu Xiu cups his fist towards Mo Feiyan. "Many thanks for your righteous intervention, senior." Witnessing this, the crowd below screams in terror. What? Tanru Shuang is dead and choked to death? This is unbelievable. This senior's cultivation must be that of a great saint. Otherwise, there's no way they could easily kill a minor saint like that. Chu Xiu clears his throat, his voice booming. "Everyone, the minor saint guarding the Tan clan is dead. Follow me into the Tan clan and rescue those poor human girls." Those young cultivators, dreaming of being heroes saving beauties, earning gratitude, maybe even getting a body repaying reward, are overflowing with excitement, practically drooling. They don't even need Chu Xiu's command. They rush into the Tan clan like moths to a flame, constantly shouting, "Kill, kill, kill!" The guards at the Tan clan's gates are flustered, seeing such aggressive cultivators. She loudly threatens, "What are you doing? Don't you know this is the Tan clan? If you don't want to die, scram!" Chu Xiu stands tall, coldly adding fuel to the fire. The Tan clan is utterly wicked, colluding with blood demons, betraying humanity. They are our enemies. Everyone, charge forward, annihilate the Tan clan, and rescue our people. The cultivator's eyes flash with avarice, surging into the Tan clan like a powerful tide. Chu Xiu thinks to himself, "Heh, I knew it would come to this. These cultivators have been oppressed by the Tan clan for far too long. Just give them a little confidence, and they'll charge into the Tan clan without hesitation." Just then, Mo Feiyan flies over to report, "Your Highness, I've found the secret chamber." The moment her words fall, Chu Xiu's naughty hand gives her perfectly round peach a few slaps. He says time for action. Fo Feiyan replies shyly, "Yes, Your Highness." Chu Xiu then loudly announces from above, "I invite all fellow Taoists to follow me. I will lead everyone to see the true face of the Tan clan." A short while later, under the cultivators' fierce assault, a mountain right in the middle of the Tan clan explodes, revealing countless human corpses inside. The stench is so overwhelming that the surrounding crowd has to cover their noses and mouths. Seeing this sight, the cultivators' eyes turn bloodshot, their anger causing them to gnash their teeth. Beasts of the Tan clan, truly beasts. They are no longer human. A young man in green robes angrily clenches his fist. "Damn it, everyone from the Tan clan must die. Kill, kill, kill." Chu Xiu continues to incite. It's not just the Tan clan. The Yang clan, the Mu clan, the Qi clan are all the same. These traitors who sell out their own kind, utterly devoid of conscience. Everyone has the right to kill them. The young man in green robes, now fully hyped, loudly spawns, "Young master is right. These beastly clans all deserve death. We must kill every single one of them." Suddenly space shatters and an invisible hand strikes out. Feeling the immense pressure, the cultivators below scream in fear. Oh no, the Tan clan old ancestor is back. A thunderous explosion echoes as the invisible hand slams onto the ground, crushing those below like ants. The entire Lingfeng city trembles. From the void, the Tan clan old ancestor appears, witnessing the desolation before him, two streams of blood tears falling, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. He grinds his teeth and roars, "If I don't kill you all, this old man swears he's not human." Seeing the Tan clan old ancestor's enraged rampage, the cultivators hastily shout, "Help, run for your lives!" From a distance, Chu Xiu and Mo Feiyan observe the entire Lingfeng city. Chu Xiu's lips curl into an amused smirk. The Tan clan's old ancestor activated a forbidden formation, huh? Mo Feiyan says worriedly, "Your Highness, doing this is very dangerous. I'm worried about you." Chu Xiu confidently replies, "It's fine. Even a fifth-tier great saint, Tianmian True Monarch, was tricked by me until he coughed up blood. The Tan clan old ancestor is only a third-tier great saint." Hearing his reassurance, Mo Feiyan feels more at ease, nodding softly. Chu Xiu's mischievous hand once again squeezes her plump butt a few times, making Mo Feiyan blush shyly. After purging the people below, the Tan Clan old ancestor, furious at not finding the culprits, roars, "I know you're here. Come out now. I can grant you a swift death." Suddenly, the void behind the Tan Clan old ancestor tears open, and a large amount of poisonous gas billows out. The old man exclaims in surprise, "What is this?" Realizing it's poison, he hastily covers his nose and tries to hold his breath, but it's already too late. Chu Xiu grins smugly. "Just a few hundred types of poison, that's all. What was it again? Sanhua Juding, Han Xiaoban Budian, Xishangruan Gusan Qingdu, and many others I can't even remember." Chu Xiu signals Fei Yan, "I'll use the 6th grade trapping slaughter formation to trap him." "You go finish him off!" Mo Fei Yan nods, understood. She performs hand seals, unleashing her innate divine ability, Heavenly Realm True Hand, creating tens of thousands of massive hand seals that strike the Tan Clan old ancestor from all directions. The Tan Clan old ancestor, suppressed by the trapping formation and his body poisoned, in an instant, countless hand seals relentlessly strike down, reducing him to dust. Chu Xiu, watching from behind, exclaims in surprise, "So strong, not even half a quarter hour and that old man's soul and spirit are scattered, truly worthy of being my woman." Mo Fei Yan shyly replies, "It's all thanks to your highness's good teaching." She then continues, "Your highness, the news of the Tan clan's annihilation will spread immediately. Other clans, fearing implication, will surely not dare to show their faces. We should take this opportunity to return to the southern region first." Hearing this, Chu Xiu leans close to her face, flashing a lecherous grin. "All right, let's go. I'll give you a reward you deserve." At the same time, in Dongzhou on the Qilian mountain range, Yin Jinzi struggles to escape from the void. His face pale, his eyes full of resentment. "Piao Shui, how dare you lay hands on me?" Piao Shui, currently pursuing him with Tianmian True Monarch, snorts coldly with a frigid expression. "Taoist Ouyang, wouldn't it be better if you just docilely let us take your soul? We just want to see your secret technique. Why do you have to run so far?" Yin Yangzi panics, sweat pouring down. "Secret technique? I know nothing of it." Piao Shui and Tianmian True Monarch tear through the void, instantly appearing next to Yin Yangzi, each grabbing one of his arms. Tianmian True Monarch says smugly, "You can't escape. Give up." Yin Yangzi knows his life is hard to save. He is filled with immense regret, regretting his blind ambition that led him to betray humanity, causing his clan and himself to fall into ruin. Thinking this, Yin Yangzi resolves not to let them get the Jiazi secret. He screams frantically, "Today, even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me." Having said that, the saint origin within Yin Yangzi's body immediately ignites. A sky-shattering explosion tears through space, reducing Yin Yangzi to dust in the void. Tianmian True Monarch and Piao Shui escape, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Both are furious and enraged. Piao Shui curses, "Damn it!" Yin Yangzi dared to self-detonate his saint origin. Tianmian True Monarch angrily says, "It's fine. The one who destroyed the Yin Yang clan must have already obtained the Jiazi's secret from his wife. Even if we have to flip humanity's territory upside down, we must find this person." 2 days later, at a house on the border between Dongzhou and Nanyu, Qin Yi is cultivating outside. Inside the study, Mo Fei Yan and Chu Xiu are deeply engrossed in cultivation. Mo Fei Yan pants softly saying, "Your Highness, a little slower, please." Yi is outside. Hearing this, Chu Xiu laughs lewdly, growing even more excited. "If you're scared, then you just have to be quieter." Next, Chu Xiu makes Mo Fei Yan's face flush crimson, her eyes hazy and full of embarrassment. Your Highness, you're truly hateful." Chu Xiu gives a smug smile. "Don't like it? Then I'll just take my hand out right now." But at this moment, Mo Fei Yan is almost at the peak, unable to stop. She quickly clings to him, pouting, "Your Highness, help me. I'm about to break through to 3rd tier Great Saint." Chu Xiu then lies back, saying, "All right then, climb on. I'll help you break through." Mo Fei Yan has no other choice but to obediently comply. Satisfied sounds echo through the room, bringing her to a climax. Not long after, Fei Yan screams loudly, "I've broken through." Afterwards, she pants, lying stretched out on the bed beside Chu Xiu, who continues to caress her soft body, softly congratulating her. "Congratulations. Congratulations on breaking through to 3rd tier Great Saint. How about I give you a gift now?" With a flourish, Chu Xiu pulled out a golden seed, holding it up for Mo Fei Yan to see, a smug grin plastered on his face. "Fei Yan, know what this is?" Mo Fei Yan's jaw hit the floor, eyes wide. "Your Highness, this is a god-tier divine seed? Only the great emperors themselves could forge such a divine ability seed in their prime. Our young master's is also god-tier." The system immediately flashed the seed's info. Name, Guiyi Dao Seed. Type, Divine Ability Seed. Grade H, Nascent, can evolve to perfection. Note, once the Dao Seed is perfected, it can sprout, allowing a breakthrough to the Divine Ability realm. Mo Fei Yan piped up, "Your Highness, allow me to go hunt down some power-up delicacies for you." Chu Xiu chuckled, "Don't trouble yourself, my dear." Once Mo Fei Yan was gone, Chu Xiu's lips curled into a smirk. He thought to himself, what a beautiful day. Might as well find a nice spot to absorb some of this Divine Ability Seed's energy. He found a spot brimming with spiritual energy, sat on a large rock, and began to cultivate. Suddenly, the system chimed in, detecting host's first comprehension of the energy seed. Reward, Wujian Divine Water. Chu Xiu, curious, wondered, what even is Wujian Divine Water? But before he could even get an explanation, the rock he was sitting on abruptly split in half, making him exclaim in pure shock, What kind of plot twist is this?" A figure emerged from the dust cloud. Chu Xiu cried out in alarm, Who are you?" Standing before him was an absolute peerless beauty, with a figure so fiery it could melt mountains and a face capable of toppling nations, her eyes like bottomless pools. She murmured to herself, "Where is this?" How long has this emperor slept? What era is this? The archaic era? The mysterious woman's voice was so soft and adorable, it felt like it could melt his very bones, making Chu Xiu's nose instantly start gushing blood from sheer arousal. He quickly snapped out of it. His face, now dead serious, clasped his hands together. Senior, may I ask who you are? The mysterious woman heard him call her senior, and her eyes immediately turned icy, glaring at him. Do I look that old to you? Sensing the sheer danger in her gaze, Chu Xiu's quick wits kicked in. Then, can I call you little sister? The woman flinched slightly, as if this title was completely new to her. She leaned in, her alluring figure and sizable assets moving dangerously close as she asked, why add little in front? Chu Xiu quickly explained, no, adding little just means you're even more youthful, even more beautiful. Hearing this, the mysterious woman seemed pleased with his answer, her tone softening as she praised him. Very well, you know how to speak. As a reward, this one shall bestow upon you a piece of great saint level azure dragon thigh meat. It's a pity this one doesn't have any Saint King level meat right now, so just make do. Sensing the slight disappointment in her voice, Chu Xiu's jaw dropped internally. Holy moly, is she even speaking human? Her first thought is Saint King meat? Who the heck is this woman? He gave her a thorough once-over, completely unaware that she was also subtly observing him. After her assessment, the woman looked surprised. An archaic holy body at minor accomplishment stage, not bad. Little brother, what's your name? Hearing her recognize his unique physique, Chu Xiu became even more respectful. This little brother's name is Chu Xiu. May I have the great fortune of knowing little sister's name? She chuckled softly. My name is Luo Qingyu. Hearing the name, he happily praised her. Luo big sister, this little brother can sense your aura is incredibly potent beyond words to describe. And just now you referred to yourself as this emperor. Could it be that big sister is a quasi-emperor? Luo Qingyu smiled in reply. Little brother, you're quite sharp-eyed. Just as you guessed, I am indeed a quasi-emperor. However, my power is currently suppressed by the heavenly Tao, so I'm only at the quasi-emperor realm level right now. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes lit up and he clenched his fists. Just as I thought, a true quasi-emperor, such a massive thigh to cling to, it'd be a crime not to. I've got to find a way to latch on. He gently patted the tree trunk beside him, gesturing for her to sit, then Prail big sister reaching the Quotia Emperor realm in this era is truly formidable. After sitting down, Luo Qingyu softly said, Little brother, stop probing. As you suspect, I am not from this era. Chu Xiu, curious, asked, Then what era are you from, big sister? And why appear now? Luo Qingyu answered truthfully, I self-sealed myself in the archaic era, and borrowed the energy of the Wu Zhen divine water to awaken. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's jaw to Drakich flies. The archaic era? That was millions of years ago. Seeing his stunned expression, Luo Qingyu crossed her legs, rested her hand on her chin, and chuckled softly. Before I sealed myself, I was only 5,000 years old. In that era, I was considered the youngest heavenly talent among all quasi-emperors. Chu Xiu rejoiced, thinking, self-sealed and woke up because of me? Bro, this is what they call a fated encounter that can't be explained. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, why did big sister self-seal? Luo Qingyu closed her eyes, speaking slowly. In the archaic era, a great emperor used a great divine ability to divine the future, uncovering a secret. Hearing this, Chu Xiu asked curiously, what was that secret? Luo Qingyu continued, beyond the mountains, there are mountains higher still. If one could reach the heaven beyond heaven, our Tao would be extended, and we could break the limits of our lifespan, achieving the eternal realm. Unfortunately, in the archaic era, not even great emperors could find the path to the heaven beyond heaven. So several powerhouses decided to self-seal, hoping to find a chance for eternal life in the future. After hearing everything, Chu Xiu immediately asked, Luo big sister, does that mean there are many quasi-emperor powerhouses who self-sealed, just like you? Luo Qingyu nodded. Indeed. How many exactly? I don't know, but I'm certainly not the only one. Chu Xiu pressed on, then what about the great emperors? Where did they go? Did they also self-seal like big sister? Luo Qingyu shook her head. A great emperor's Tao resonates with heaven and earth. It's vast and immensely powerful, making it difficult to self-seal. As for where they ultimately went, no one knows currently. Besides their imperial artifacts, no one has ever seen their forms after their grand transformation. Luo Qingyu then pulled out a jade token and handed it to Chu Xiu. Little brother, help me break this seal, and big sister will owe you a karmic debt. This jade token contains a wisp of my divine sense clone. In a life or death crisis, you can crush it and it will turn your danger into safety. Of course, if the enemy can't even deal with my divine sense clone, I will personally come to help you. Chu Xiu was deeply moved upon hearing this. He took the jade pendant and said, Many thanks, Luo big sister. Is big sister leaving already? Luo Qingyu looked slightly surprised. Why do you ask that, little brother? Chu Xiu smiled in reply. According to novel tropes, after big sister gives me a jade token, shouldn't you turn around gracefully, tear through the void, and leave, only to leave behind an unforgettable beautiful image? Hearing this, Luo Qingyu burst out laughing. Haha, you are truly interesting. Over the past millions of years, the world has changed beyond recognition. Things remain, but people are gone. No one in this bustling world knows me, and I don't know where to go to see its splendor. Chu Xiu happily chimed in. Big sister, if you have nowhere to return to, why not come with me? Suddenly, Luo Qingyu unexpectedly grabbed Chu Xiu's arm, flashing a seductive smile. Little brother, you really know how to charm big sister's heart. How about big sister imparts the Tao and teaches you? But from what I can tell, you certainly don't lack for women around you, do you? Chu Xiu instinctively recoiled a few steps in fear, thinking, were people from millions of years ago this passionate and unrestrained? Could this woman really be a reincarnated demoness specializing in sucking vital essence? While lost in thought, Luo Qingyu's enormous assets pressed against his chest, and she spoke in a seductive voice, "We haven't even gotten to the real fun yet, and you're already shy, little brother." Hearing this, Chu Xiu became even more certain. She was a demoness specialized in sucking vital essence. He stammered, Don't, big sister. If you keep this up, this little brother really can't take it." He hastily stumbled back a few steps, then clutched his chest, feeling his heart pound. Chu Xiu thought, "Oh god, I completely misread this quasi-emperor's temperament. If I actually listened to her, I'd probably get a slap that would put me to sleep on the spot." Seeing Chu Xiu's terrified expression, Luo Qingyu covered her mouth and smiled. "Oh, you're scared now, little brother?" Chu Xiu waved his hands frantically in response. "Yes, I'm scared, Luo big sister. Can you please let this little brother off the hook?" Luo Qingyu was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. She smiled and said, "Oh, little brother, when Bai Yi appears, absolutely do not be as bold as you were today, or you might just lose your life." Chu Xiu, confused, asked, "Bai Yi, why?" Luo Qingyu, with a mysterious expression, raised a finger and said, "You'll know once you meet her." Chu Xiu's jaw dropped. What does she mean by that? Does she have another personality? No way, a split personality? Wouldn't that make me super dangerous? As if seeing right through Chu Xiu's thoughts, Luo Qingyu patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry. As long as little brother doesn't provoke her, she won't just kill people indiscriminately." Looking at the smile on Luo Qingyu's lips, he thought, what does that smile even mean? It doesn't look very reassuring. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu clutched her head and cried out, oh no, she's about to appear." Chu Xiu, flustered, said that, "Luo big sister." Suddenly at that moment, her clothes shifted from purple to stark white, and her voice became utterly icy. "Luo big sister, I don't like that form of address." Chu Xiu hesitantly asked, "Then how should I address you, young miss or senior?" Before Chu Xiu could finish, an ice needle stopped dead center between his eyebrows. The cold Luo Qingyu said, "Young Miss Luo, this emperor is not that young anymore, and Senior Luo sounds awkward." Chu Xiu, his voice trembling, stammered, Then I can't possibly call you Auntie Luo, right?" When Luo Qingyu heard this, she immediately retracted the ice needle and said, "I like that form of address." Hearing this, Chu Xiu broke out in a cold sweat, but still nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. "Oh, okay then. From now on, I'll call you Auntie Luo." He couldn't help but curse internally. Holy cow. There are people who actually like being called someone's auntie? This is wild. Luo Qingyu, her face still cold, continued, "You carry blood-colored karmic luck. No wonder she wanted to follow you." Chu Xiu was slightly surprised hearing this. He stroked his chin and asked, "This is the first time anyone has seen my karmic luck, Auntie Luo. How do you know I have blood-colored karmic luck?" Luo Qingyu crossed her arms and explained, "The reason I know you carry blood-colored karmic luck is because I possess the Qi-observing art. This heavenly emperor art can perceive changes in dynasties, the karmic luck of cultivators, peer into the secrets of the heavenly Tao, and even turn danger into safety. So that's how it is." Chu Xiu nodded. "I've seen this secret art mentioned in an ancient book before. It's incredibly mysterious but has long been lost. I never expected Auntie Luo to know and cultivate this technique." Unable to suppress his curiosity, Chu Xiu asked, "Auntie Luo, you mentioned earlier that Luo Big Sister decided to follow me because I carry blood-colored karmic luck. What's that about?" Luo Qingyu, blood-colored karmic luck is connected to the secret of the heaven beyond heaven, but what exactly it is, I'm not sure either. Chu Xiu remembered the bloody painting, endless corpses floating in a river of blood, and pondered, I am the blood-red destiny of humanity. Once this saint-slaying sword finally links up, what kind of connection will our blood-red destiny have with the outer heavens? Just as Chu Xiu was about to ask Aunt Luo more, he suddenly noticed she was nowhere to be found. He sighed, all right, time to go. I need to meet up with Fei Yan and Yi Yi, then we're heading back to Shangjing. Luo Qingyu was casually strolling through Blackrock City when she suddenly noticed an old man with silver hair. He held a bundle of straw, laden with shimmering candied fruit skewers. Candied fruit here, his voice echoed. Qingyu, totally captivated, walked over and asked, Uncle, I'd like one skewer of candied fruit, please. A moment later, clutching the candied fruit skewer in her hand, she couldn't help but sneak a few licks. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu heard a familiar voice. She spun around to see Mo Feiyan, Chu Xiu, and Qin Yi Yi. The trio was heading back to the Grand Purity Holy Land. Mo Feiyan, catching Chu Xiu's weird expression, stepped up and asked, Your Highness, is this that incredible senior you were talking about? Oh, heck no. Luo Qingyu felt the world was just way too small. She never imagined getting caught by acquaintances in such a cringe-worthy situation. She gritted her teeth in pure fury, and a bone-chilling killing intent instantly engulfed the trio. Luo Qingyu let out a cold and swiftly hid the candied fruit skewer. We totally saw it, didn't you? The trio shook their heads like mad. We saw absolutely nothing. Luo Qingyu narrowed her eyes, suspicious. For real? Chu Xiu, poker-faced, replied. For real? How could we possibly lie to you? Satisfied with that answer, she nodded. Where are you going? Point the way. Chu Xiu instantly replied. Shangjing City, the Grand Purity Embassy. All right, let's roll. Luo Qingyu closed her eyes and raised a hand. Instantly, the void ripped open, and in a blink, she pinpointed Shangjing City and the Grand Purity Embassy. Talk about an OP travel skill. Scene jumped to Shangjing City Grand Purity Embassy. Chu Xiu's voice, Master, I'm home. As the crew stepped inside, Qimengdia shot up, her gaze darting past Qin Yi Yi, before finally landing on Luo Qingyu, a woman of absolute ethereal beauty, so stunning it left her speechless. You absolute rogue, aren't you going to introduce us or what? Inside, Qimengdi was absolutely seething, wishing she could just punch this damn rogue disciple dead to vent her anger. You cursed rogue, you've barely been out and already learned how to gallivant around, and now you dare to bring another woman back? You better have a damn good explanation, or you can kiss your peace goodbye. Feeling the raw killing intent radiating from his master, Chu Xiu broke into he was in deep trouble. He quickly gestured towards Qimengdi and introduced her to Luo Qingyu. This is my master, and beside her is the holy maiden of the Jade Lake Holy Land. Master, this is Aunt Luo, a powerhouse whose cultivation literally spans the heavens and shakes the earth. Qimengdi scrutinized Luo Qingyu from head to toe, then toe to head. This woman was not simple, she realized, thinking, even with my power, I can't see through her cultivation. She's at least a Saint King, maybe even higher. Sensing the slightly awkward silence, Qimengdi took the initiative and bowed respectfully. Qimengdi greets fellow Taoist Luo Qingyu. Luo Qingyu nodded coolly. Decent physique. You can just call me Aunt Luo, same as Chu Xiu. Qimengdi's expression immediately turned super weird. That's not exactly ideal. My disciple calls fellow Taoist Aunt Luo, and now I call you that too? Wouldn't that totally screw up our seniority? Hearing this, Luo Qingyu's lips couldn't help but curl into a smirk. She thought, you're already dual cultivating with your disciple, and you two have kids. What exactly are you pretending about? You think I can't see through you? Qimengdi saw Luo Qingyu staring at her with that peculiar gaze, and her eyes instantly darted away. A faint blush crept up her cheeks. Why is she looking at me like that? Did she seriously just figure out that kind of relationship between me and that rogue disciple? Chu Xiu hastily pulled Qin Yi closer, desperately trying to diffuse the awkward tension. Master, this little lass here is Qin Yi, a disciple I just accepted. Yi, hurry up and call her master's wife. The words barely left his mouth when Chu Xiu completely flinched, realizing his epic blunder. Gra, damn it, call her master's wife! Everyone present was utterly fed up and helpless with this scatterbrained dude. Qin Yi clasped her hands towards Qimengdi and greeted, hello, master's wife. Qimengdi's eyes crinkled into a pleased smile, and she praised, decent aptitude. She then took Qin Yi's hand and pulled out a dazzling bracelet. Here, this bracelet for you. Qin Yi happily chirped, thank you, master's wife. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu cut in, Chu Xiu, I need a place to enter seclusion and level up my cultivation. Meanwhile, Mo Fei Yan stepped forward and said, follow me, I'll lead you and Qin Yi to your living quarters. Knowing the master and disciple hadn't seen each other in ages, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden tactfully excused herself. Holy Sun Highness, I'll come find you again tonight. Inside, Qimengdi's jealousy immediately spiked. What's she doing looking for that rogue disciple late at night? She's definitely a fox spirit. After everyone else had cleared out, leaving just the two of them, Qimengdi said chillingly, talk. 1 month gone. Where exactly did you go gallivanting around, you rogue? And how did Elder Mo's cultivation manage to power up so much in just a short month? Was it all because of your efforts, you rogue disciple? Seeing his precious master so utterly furious, Chu Xiu sidled closer and whispered sweet nothings into her ear. You're all my wings, babe. Don't be jealous anymore. Qimengdi snapped back, cut the crap and be honest with this venerable one. What wings are you talking about? And for your information, I am not jealous of you. With that, Qimengdi pouted and defiantly turned her head away, seeing his precious master still fuming. Chu Xiu kept pressing closer, massaging her shoulders. Scram, go find your precious Feiyan. She's so gentle and totally spoils you. Before she could even finish her sentence, Chu Xiu's mischievous hand had already wandered. Let me check, has my little babe here gotten a bit plumper recently? Qimengdi, face burning red, shrieked, what in the world do you think you're doing, you perverted rogue? Let me recite a poem for master, all right? As he spoke, those naughty hands wandered even further. Listen closing path to a quiet place. Twin peaks embrace a stream inside a grotto. Each drop of spring water beyond the valley, verdant grass abounds. His pressed master's face turned a shade redder than a ripe tomato. She snatched Chu Xiu's naughty hands and furiously exclaimed, rogue disciple, get your filthy hands off me. But Chu Xiu was way faster. He continuously caressed that spot, causing Qimengdi to steadily lose all control. Soon, soft moans and gasps began to echo throughout the entire room, filling the space. More than an hour later, normally, after their intimate sessions, his precious master would be completely drained. This time, however, the tables had turned. Chu Xiu was now sprawled across her fair, unblemished thighs. Qimengdi finally spoke, rogue disciple, just now, I felt an energy in your body. It was like a divine grade item. Chu Xiu quickly corrected her, not grade. It's emperor grade. Qimengdi's eyes widened. Do you even know what emperor grade means? On the Thunder Continent, only great emperors possess the ability to nurture emperor grade divine ability seeds. Chu Xiu, with a cheeky punch-me grin, sat up, propping his chin in his hand. So, yeah, that means I have great emperor aptitude. Realizing her man actually possessed great emperor aptitude, Qimengdi's eyes softened. If you're so confident the divine ability seed you're nurturing is emperor grade, then let me verify its authenticity, she suggested. Let my divine sense enter your Dao Palace and I'll know instantly. But be warned, if my divine sense is inside your Dao Palace, not only can I uncover all your deepest secrets, I can also cripple your entire Dao Palace at any moment. So, what's it gonna be? Do you dare let me in? Chu Xiu, without a single shred of worry, just grinned. My foolish woman, would you ever harm me? If you want to go in, go right ahead. I, Chu Xiu, fear nothing. Hearing his words, Qimengdi was utterly delighted. Looks like I really do have a place in his heart. With that, Qimengdi placed her hand on Chu Xiu's abdomen and activated a secret technique. In no time, she had entered Chu Xiu's Dao Palace. When Qi Mengdia saw Chu Xiu's Dao Palace, she literally gasped in shock. Is this seriously just the Wheel Sea realm? How in the world is this possible? I've never ever seen a Wheel Sea so unbelievably vast and majestic. No wonder his combat power is so terrifying, his foundation so utterly profound. Even if he keeps getting stronger, it all makes perfect sense now. Qi Mengdi then searched and searched, really had to look before finally locating Chu Xiu's actual Dao Palace. But the moment she stepped into the Dao Palace, Qi Mengdi felt a jolt of weirdness. The Wheel Sea and the other shore were so mind-bogglingly vast and magnificent, so why was his actual Dao Palace looking so basic? No way, I have to see what secrets are hidden in there, she thought. With that, Qi Mengdi swiftly ventured deeper. When she saw a lone seed hovering in the sky, Qi Mengdi inwardly gasped, "That rogue didn't lie to me. It's actually a divine-grade divine ability seed." Unexpectedly, Qi Mengdi saw a familiar figure again. She called out Chu Xiu, but when the figure turned around, it was no longer Chu Xiu's face, but his previous life's face, Chu Laoma. You were killed by Qi Mengdi and countless righteous cultivators." She flinched back a few steps, roaring, "No, that's wrong, you are Chu Laoma. Wait, who are you? Tell me, who exactly are you?" Chu Xiu, in Chu Laoma's form, stepped closer, smiling as he called Master. Seeing Chu Xiu call her by Chu Laoma's form, Qi Mengdi grew even angrier, yelling, "You are not my rebellious disciple. Who exactly are you? Why are you and Chu Laoma exactly the same?" Seeing her dazed, lifeless eyes, not believing this was real, Chu Xiu secretly thought, "Master saw my divine ability seed, which she could have taken for herself, but she didn't. If Master sees my true appearance and still doesn't attack me, then she is worthy of trust." Chu Xiu replied, "Chu Xiu from the Haoku restricted area is me. The Taisu Sant Sun Chu Xiu is also me." Hearing that, Qi Mengdi was struck as if by lightning, trembling as she asked, "So where is my disciple Chu Xiu? Did you perhaps body snatch his body?" "No way. If you body snatched him, why could you still go to the Yuanqi land to seek something?" The more she thought, the more confused Qi Mengdi became. It's natural for Master not to understand. I have an OP system. Otherwise, how could anyone in this world grasp it? Thinking this, Chu Xiu flashed an evil smile, then explained, "I have a peerless OP secret skill that can make body snatching and rebirth indistinguishable. Honestly, Master should thank me. If I hadn't saved him, he would have died in Xishan Commandery 30 years ago. He was body snatched by me. It's just him repaying me a life. How can you say I killed him?" Hearing this, Qi Mengdi began to understand and asked further, "So, according to what you said, you started scheming against this venerable one 30 years ago? Indeed worthy of you, Chu Laoma." Chu Xiu remained silent, but Qi Mengdi knew his silence was tacit admission, making the atmosphere increasingly tense. After a moment of deep thought, Chu Laoma sighed and spoke, "This venerable one has schemed against countless people throughout his life. I don't know if it's fate or coincidence, but I was reborn in the Taisu sacred land, body-snatching Chu Xiu's body. Perhaps this is our destined affinity." Hearing this, Qi Mengdi understood everything. Her cold gaze fixed on Chu Xiu. "Then you controlled me just to raise your cultivation aptitude. You saw this venerable one as your tool, to take revenge on me for hunting you down that year." Chu Laoma replied indifferently, "Yes, I admit. At first I only saw you as a tool. Indeed, at that time I also harbored thoughts of revenge against you. But as time passed interacting with Master, I discovered your cuteness, and before I knew it, I had fallen for you." Hearing such frank words from Chu Laoma's own mouth, Qi Mengdi got goosebumps all over and shamefully yelled, "Don't say such cheesy words anymore. You are not my disciple, scheming to deceive and toy with this venerable one. Do you think I will forgive you?" Chu Xiu spread his arms, saying, "This is my Dao Palace. If you want to make a move, then make it. I will absolutely not resist." Qi Mengdi bit her lip tightly. She raised her hand, intending to unleash a move to kill her sworn enemy. Chu Laoma's face was as before, his eyes tightly shut, waiting for Master to make a move. "Master, hurry up, quickly kill your disciple." Yet, after a long while, she still couldn't bring herself to strike. After a fierce internal struggle, Qi Mengdi helplessly withdrew her hand. Chu Laoma had anticipated that Master wouldn't be able to strike, so when he saw Master lower her head in her hand, he immediately asked, "That year, why did you all hunt me down? Why did everyone call me Chu Laoma? Did I do anything against the heavens and reason or betray humanity? All the people I, Chu Laoma, killed were my enemies. My killing them was in line with the heavenly rule of the strong preying on the weak. I am an upright and honorable person, never having killed an innocent soul. If I didn't kill them, they would kill me. If I killed them, their elders would hunt me down." This cycle repeated endlessly. Looking up at the starry sky, Chu Laoma sighed and continued, "The hatred only deepened. If I didn't wipe them all out, the resentment would never disappear. I knew early on that killing too many people wouldn't lead to a good end. Even ants cling to life, let alone me." Suddenly, Chu Laoma grabbed Qi Mengdi's hand. "Therefore, I had already prepared countless backup plans. You think I am at fault because I body-snatched your chief disciple, Chu Xiu, and used his identity to deceive you, but I don't feel I've made any mistakes. Firstly, his life was given to him by me, Chu Laoma. Secondly, allowing him to live for another 30 years was the extent of my benevolence." Speaking of which, Chu Laoma began to lower his voice. "Master, I ask you, after Chu Xiu became the chief disciple of Yunxia Peak and then the saint son of Taisu Sacred Land, did he ever do anything wrong to the Sacred Land? Even just one thing? You and I left the Sacred Land and kept each other company day and night. Did you ever see me kill an innocent person?" Hearing this, Qi Mengdi began to search her memories, her mood unsettled. She replied, "It seems, no." After saying this, Qi Mengdi lowered her head and secretly thought, "Everyone calls him an old devil, but he lives with more feelings and righteousness than the vast majority of cultivators." Chulama pressed closer to Chimengdi, then asked, Master, I am willing to trust you, even telling you my greatest secret. Now I ask you one last time, in your heart, who is more important, your chief disciple Chu Xiu or me? Hearing this, Chimengdi's heart became even more conflicted. He killed my chief disciple. How could I possibly love him, and even have children with him? Watching Master's internal struggle, Chulama secretly thought, Master, what answer will you finally give me? After a while, recalling Chu Xiu's good memories, Chimeng couldn't bring herself to act. She withdrew her divine sense avatar and left Chu Xiu's Dao Palace. Then she rushed to the Taisu embassy. Chuloma secretly watched Chimengdi from afar. Let me see what my master baby is up to. I'm still a little uneasy. On the other side, Chimengdi mocked herself. I actually forgot my disciple's demeanor. Otherwise, how could I not have seen that he was no longer himself? So in my heart, disciple Chu Xiu isn't that important? Am I, Chimengdi, really a cold-blooded and heartless person? Why do I not only not hate him but even remember him fondly? Why is this happening? Since when did he become so important to me? Just as Chimengdi was about to go out to clear her head, disciple Tao Yao came over. Seeing her pure and unblemished master shedding tears, the girl couldn't help but ask, Master, why are you crying? Did something happen to senior brother? Don't scare me, master, Chimengdi gently replied. Your senior brother is fine. Hearing this, the girl patted her chest and sighed in relief. That's great, senior brother is fine, you scared me to death. At this moment, Chimengdi's mood was a mess. She wanted to find a quiet place by herself, then instructed her disciple. These next few days, if anyone looks for me, tell them this venerable one is in secluded cultivation. Although not fully understanding, the girl nodded and said, Yes, master. In the main hall of Chimengdi's sleeping palace, she took out the gourd that the rebellious disciple had given her. He had told her it contained the Wugen Shenshui. To see if it had any effects, after thinking, Chimengdi immediately began to drink the Wugen Shenshui. Immediately, the world's spiritual energy surged into her body. As soon as it entered her, Chu Xiu's flesh and blood slowly began to absorb it, solidifying her foundation. Chu Xiu still had no idea his child was absorbing the Wugen Shenshui. He thought, if she's willing to drink the Wugen Shenshui I gave her, Master must have overcome the emotional hurdles in her heart. He chuckled. It seems my master baby has handled things. Sister Hua's side will be even easier to resolve. Suddenly outside, the voice of the Yaoqi Saintson rang out, Chu Xiu, could you come out for a moment? Chu Xiu stroked his chin, pondering, oh, so it's the Yaoqi Saintess. What exactly does she want with me? Chu Xiu watched Feng Zhao holding a wooden box with a bowl inside. Beyond that, something else caught his eye. Her delicate figure and, well, other assets. Regaining his composure, Chu Xiu asked, is something wrong? She looked at Chu Xiu and replied, this is the Guiyuan you need. It's heaven grade. When Grandmaster Qi Wuzhen refined it, I added some rare ingredients so it would have the potential to grow. In the future, perhaps it could become a great saint-tier lifebound treasure. Chu Xiu took the box with a smile. Much appreciated. I was just about to go find Grandmaster Qi Wuzhen to refine Guixuan for me, but I didn't expect you to have already gotten him to do it. Saintess Feng Zhao smiled and asked, so when do you have time to go for a stroll with me? After saying this, she looked at Chu Xiu with expectant eyes. Chu Xiu awkwardly scratched his head, embarrassedly replying, huh? Well, I'm about to enter secluded cultivation. Can we do it after I'm done? Even as he said it, Chu Xiu's heart was bleeding. Damn it, I really want to hang out with her, but my master tormented me half to death today. I just don't have the energy right now. Feng Zhao gently replied, all right, I'll wait for you. Watching Feng Zhao's graceful figure leave, Chu Xiu couldn't help but admire himself. I really want to be a normal man, but why did heaven curse me with such a handsome face, making all these girls flock to me like moths to a flame? Seriously, being this good-looking is a crime. After that, Chu Xiu continued back to his cultivation chamber. Just as he started cultivating, the system suddenly let out a sinister chuckle. Is host about to break through his sword intent? This system has been waiting to fleece the host, you say? No, just really looking forward to seeing host develop. Hearing the system wanting to fleece him, Chu Xiu angrily roared. System, you know full well you're always fleecing me, don't you? The system swore an oath. This system can swear to the heavens that it absolutely does not. But if this system is lying, then host's cultivation shall be unable to break through. Hearing this, Chu Xiu was fuming, gritting his teeth. Shut your trap! I don't have time for your nonsense. Hurry up and break through my sword intent, the system announced, initiating first breakthrough. Breakthrough complete. Host's comprehension of Heavenly Slaughter sword intent has increased, one step closer to initial mastery. Segment breakthrough complete. Host's comprehension of Heavenly Slaughter sword intent has greatly increased, only one step away from initial mastery. 8 hours later. Congratulations, host. Heavenly Slaughter sword intent has completed its third-tier breakthrough. Sword intent has reached initial mastery. Chu Xiu felt the boundless power from his sword intent and exclaimed excitedly, sword intent breakthrough, this feels so refreshing. Chu Xiu walked out of his chambers. On his way through the rear garden, he saw Luo Jieji and Mo Fei Yan. Seeing Chu Xiu approach, Luo Jieji smiled brightly and called out, little brother has come out of seclusion? Her soft, sweet voice made Chu Xiu a little unaccustomed to the changes in this quasi-emperor beauty. Chu Xiu forced a smile and asked, is it Luo Jieji's turn to be out today? Seeing that Chu Xiu didn't dare to get close, Luo Qingyu pouted playfully, does little brother not like Luo Jieji, or should I call your Aunt Luo out? Hearing this, Chu Xiu waved his hands frantically, no, this little brother didn't mean that. After that, Chu Xiu changed the subject. What are these two beauties doing here? Mo Feiyan smiled and replied, Your Highness, I've broken through too quickly recently, so I'm consulting Senior Luo on cultivation matters, solidifying my foundation. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, sighing, so that's how it is. Suddenly, Luo Qingyu pulled out a chicken leg and shoved it directly into Chu Xiu's mouth. Cultivators breaking through to the Great Saint Realm need to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, determine their own Tao, and directly break into the Saint King Realm where qualitative changes occur. The Saint King Realm further strengthens your Tao, and finally, using your body to merge with the Tao, you break through the Quasi-Emperor barrier. Chu Xiu asked curiously, Luo Jie, what do Quasi-Emperors cultivate? Luo Qingyu smiled and replied, Quasi-Emperors comprehend the heavenly Tao. If you can integrate your own great Tao into the heavenly Tao, then congratulations, you've successfully stepped onto the path to becoming an emperor. In an era, only one quasi-emperor can successfully become an emperor standing above the 9 heavens, unparalleled, looking down on the mortal world. If you fail, your body dies, your Tao perishes, and your great Tao becomes nutrients for the new emperor's great Tao. After listening, Chu Xiu continued to ask, Luo Jie, have you contested for the Tao yet? Luo Qingyu shook her head and sighed. My era had too many monstrous geniuses. Although I was considered the youngest heavens chosen among the quasi-emperors, I wasn't the strongest, so I gave up contesting for the Tao and sealed myself. As for who finally became emperor, it was probably that demonic butterfly from Silver Moon Butterfly Mountain. She was too powerful, practically unbeatable in the quasi-emperor realm back then. There weren't even 2 people who could challenge her. If I fought her, I'd probably be defeated in 10 moves. Hearing this, Chu Xiu looked up at the sky, thoughtfully asking, In such a grand era, I wonder if anyone cultivated an emperor-grade divine ability seed? Luo Qingyu covered her mouth and giggled, teasing, Little brother, emperor-grade divine ability seeds don't actually exist. Even an unbeatable monster like that Yao Di only possessed a god-grade divine ability seed. Chu Xiu's eyes were full of curiosity as he seriously asked, So, what if someone simultaneously cultivated the 5 elements and 9 origins, then fused them? Luo Qingyu chuckled lightly, confidently replying, That's still only god-grade. That Yao Dai back then did exactly as you said, cultivating the 5 elements and 9 origins, which is why she was so strong. With that, she gently pinched Chu Xiu's nose, her voice teasing, Little brother, even though you're not as good as those monstrous talents, don't be sad. In this era, you are definitely the most special person. Becoming an emperor in the future isn't impossible. Chu Xiu suddenly grabbed Luo Qingyu's jade-like hands, grinning wickedly as he replied, Jie truly has discerning eyes. One glance and you could tell this little one has the potential of a great emperor. Mo Feiyan, standing nearby, watched the 2 of them acting out a romance drama, her eyes wide and mouth agape as she secretly marveled, Your Highness, your guts are as big as the sky. This is a quasi-emperor, and you dare to tease her? Surprisingly, Luo Qingyu wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled sweetly, traced her finger lightly in Chu Xiu's palm, her voice full of charm. Perfect. Then Jie will follow you from now on, okay? If I can get into that place, Jie will hit the jackpot. Chu Xiu's face turned beet red, awkward beyond belief. This isn't good. She's like a literal fox spirit. I'm about to be seduced instead. In the distance, Saintess Fengjiao witnessed Chu Xiu and Luo Qingyu's intimacy, her heart aching as if being cut. Her jealous eyes subtly muttered, He clearly promised to hang out with me after cultivation. Chu Xiu also sensed her presence, thinking to himself, the Yaoqi Saintess is still over there. Chu Xiu quickly excused himself. Geez, get some rest early. I have a bit of business today. Luo Qingyu, as if she understood something, gave a teasing thumbs up. All right then, work hard tonight and quickly give birth to a child with an innate saint body. Chu Xiu jolted in shock, couldn't help but feel embarrassed hearing that tease. There's truly nothing you can hide from Luo Jie. In the distance, Fengjiao blushed awkwardly. A moment later, at the Taisu embassy in the rear garden, Chu Xiu and Fengjiao were walking hand in hand. Sensing the atmosphere was a bit tense, Chu Xiu spoke up. Saintess, I've always had one wish. Chu Xiu leaned closer, whispering into her ear, I want to lift your veil and see your face. Fengjiao blushed in embarrassment, gently replying, The rule of Yaoqi is that a saintess's veil cannot be casually removed. Whoever removes it must become that person's Tao companion. Chu Xiu sighed, Is that so? What a pity. Seeing Chu Xiu's disappointed look, Fengjiao softly asked, Why? Chu Xiu asked blankly, What? Fengjiao turned her face away, avoiding Chu Xiu's gaze. You clearly have so many women by your side. Why don't you want to touch me? Questioned by Saintess Fengjiao, Chu Xiu looked up at the sky, a cunning smile gracing his lips, and replied, Well, mainly because the women of your Yaoch Holy Land are all arrogant, prefer cultivating over having fun, and are definitely lacking experience in changing positions, which makes things a bit boring. Hearing Chu Xiu, Fengjiao's face grew redder and redder. Chu Xiu then suggested to her, How about Big Bro takes little sister to Jue Shilu to play? You can broaden your horizons and gain some experience. What do you say? Hearing the words Jue Shilu for the first time, Saintess Fengjiao grew even more curious. She tilted her head and asked, What kind of place is Jue Shilu? Is it really good? Chu Xiu didn't answer her question. Instead, he replied, You have to be brave enough to try something once in life, right? Saintess Fengjiao's heart wavered slightly. Then she gathered all her courage and replied, All right, I'll go with you, but I need to change clothes first. Hearing this, Chu Xiu agreed. Okay, I'll wait for you at the door. While Chu Xiu was waiting for Fengjiao to change clothes, Ye Hongyu suddenly ran up excitedly. Ha, Brother Chu, you've finally come out of seclusion. I have something to tell you. The source stones stolen from us haven't been found yet, but don't worry, I'll definitely make up for the shortfall. Hearing this, Chu Xiu patted Ye Hongyu's shoulder, feigning sympathy. Brother Yi, don't worry about it. Let bygones be bygones. Next time, us two brothers will earn it back. Yi Hongyu had no idea all those divine source stones were already in Chu Xiu's spatial ring. So moved he teared up, he stammered in reply, Brother Chu, how can this little brother ever repay such kindness? Remembering something, he patted Chu Xiu's shoulder again and said, I almost forgot. I came to find you because of something important. I heard that the Yao Guang Saint's son, who is pursuing the Yao Qi Saintess, has arrived in Shangjing City. Not only that, but a while ago there were rumors that he discovered the Dozi's secret in Zhongzhou, within a spatial pocket in Qihuang Mountain. Chu Xiu's eyes lit up when he heard about the Do's secret. A cunning smile spread across his face. I searched far and wide for it to no avail, but now it just pops up when the heavens truly favor me. Before this, I found a jade tablet related to the Dozi's secret. I was worried because I had no clues, but now it can be put to use. Just then, Saintess Feng Zhao had changed her clothes and returned, calling out, Saint Sun, let's go. Seeing Feng Zhao appear, Chu Xiu couldn't help but admire her from head to toe, sighing in admiration. I have to say, this woman looks stunning no matter what she wears. Even with a veil, it's hard to hide her pure beauty. Yi Hongyu saw Feng Zhao, stunned. Brother Chu, this is? Chu Xiu smiled, gesturing to Feng Zhao. Brother Yi, this is Miss Yao Huang, an old friend of mine. We're heading to Jueshilu for some fun. Brother Yi, wanna join? Yi Hongyu, being a smart dude, wasn't about to be a third wheel. He awkwardly laughed. No, you two go have your fun. I wouldn't want to get in the way. I've got some important business, can't join you. Watching Chu Xiu and Feng Zhao walk away, Yi Hongyu couldn't help but secretly admire. Brother Chu Xiu really knows how to play the field. His taste is truly diverse, even into the forbidden aura type of ladies. As expected of my bro Yi Mao. Before long, Chu Xiu and Feng Zhao arrived at Jueshilu in Shangjing City, known as the lively spot especially after dusk. Outside, cultivators bustled in and out. Inside, stunning beauties danced and sang with lively performances, captivating onlookers. It truly lived up to its name, Jueshilu. After entering, Chu Xiu and Feng Zhao picked a table. Behind them, beauties danced and sang, while in front, graceful attendants catered to every guest. Chu Xiu saw Feng Zhao pouring tea and asked, Feng Zhao, what do you think of this place? Feng Zhao bowed her head, face beat red, speechless. Chu Xiu understood her shyness and suggested, come on, sit a little closer to me. Hearing this, Feng Zhao, though embarrassed, still moved closer. Seeing the beauty by his side, Chu Xiu didn't hesitate, intimately slinging an arm around Feng Zhao's shoulder. He leaned in close and whispered, Saintess, do you know how to dance? Feng Zhao replied softly, a little but not very well. Chu Xiu, curious, pressed, as good as them? Feng Zhao glanced at the skilled beauties performing behind them. Suddenly, Chu Xiu gently took Feng Zhao's hand. Feeling her heart rate quicken, he flashed a faint smile and further probed, Saintess, why is your heart beating so fast? Chu Xiu mused internally, could it be she's never touched a man's hand before? Looks like we came to the right place. The Yaoqi Saintess truly needs to learn a thing or two about this side of life. Then he pointed towards a room across from them, gently leaning into Feng Zhao's ear to whisper, look, in that room over there, what are they doing? Feng Zhao lifted her head, following Chu Xiu's gaze, only to be met with a man and a woman engaged in sensitive activities. Her face flushed crimson, she lowered her head, her body trembling slightly. Seeing this, Chu Xiu shot her a smile. Then his hand started to wander. He softly spoke, sweet as honey, don't worry, just relax and feel it. With Chu Xiu's naughty hand, Feng Zhao's face turned as red as a tomato, biting her lip hard to prevent any sound from escaping. A little while later, the two left Jueshilu. Unexpectedly, they ran into Dao Guang Saint Sun and his younger brother Chen Jingyu. Recognizing Chu Xiu, Chen Jingyu couldn't help but step forward. Saint Sun Chu Yu? Chu Xiu feigned ignorance, looking at Chen Jingyu. Who are you? Chen Jingyu's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he reintroduced himself. I am Jingyu, a disciple of the Daoguang Sacred Land, and this is my older brother Chen Jinghai, the Daoguang Saint Sun. Chu Xiu pretended to be surprised, cupping his hands in a friendly gesture. My apologies, so it was the Daoguang Saint Sun. The Daoguang Saint Sun, however, only stared intently at Feng Zhao, recognizing the beauty beside Chu Xiu as the Yaoqi Saintess he longed for day and night. He then completely ignored Chu Xiu, walking straight up to Feng Zhao and said in a gentle voice, Immortal Fairy Feng Zhao, 2 years no see, you've become even more beautiful than before. Our boy Chu Xiu saw this guy brazenly ignoring him to chat up Feng Zhao, and he couldn't help but feel annoyed. This little punk dares to straight up diss me? Fine, just you wait. This seat will teach you a lesson. Dao Guang Saint Sun immediately cut to the chase. Immortal Fairy Feng Zhao, may I ask why you two are here? Internally he cursed. Damn it. Jueshilu is a den of debauchery for guys, and the Immortal Fairy is pure and innocent. She shouldn't be in this dirty place. That scoundrel Chu Xiu must have forced her. I can't just stand by. Questioned by Dao Guang Saint Sun, Feng Zhao just lowered her head in shame and replied, Chu Xiu wanted me to come, so I came with him. Hearing this, Dao Guang Saint Sun's handsome face contorted. He tried to act unfazed, but deep down, a sea of tears raged. He thought to himself, damn you, Chu Xiu. We are irreconcilable. Beside him, Qian Xingyu angrily pointed straight at Chu Xiu. How dare you, Taisu Sensun, you brought the Yaoqi Saintess to this filthy place. As the Taisusu Sensun, aren't you afraid of shaming the Taisu Sacred Land? Chu Xiu completely ignored Qian Xingyu, scoffing with a smirk. Seeing Feng Zhao and me together, are you getting desperate? Dao Guang Sensun shook his head, denying it. Taisu Sensun, you must be mistaken. I, Qian Xinghai, am not that easily provoked. Then he changed the subject. Immortal Fairy Feng Zhao, tomorrow Yuehu is hosting a gathering. I hope you would grace us with your presence. Before he could even finish, Feng Zhao linked arms with Chu Xiu, blushing shyly. If Chu Xiu goes, I'll go. I'll follow Chu Xiu. Seeing his goddess so intimate with Chu Xiu, Dao Guang Saint Sun's heart ached as if cut. He tried to remain calm, forcing a smile. All right then, Immortal Fairy Feng Zhao, I shall take my leave today. Outwardly, Dao Guang Saint Sun appeared composed, but inwardly, he bitterly fumed. Chu Xiu, just you wait. I will definitely make you pay. After the two left, Feng Zhao finally spoke. This is the first time I've been so intimate with a man. I'm a little unaccustomed. Hearing this, Chu Xiu immediately got straight to the point. So do you need me to take responsibility for you? Feng Zhao flinched. Naturally, her heart wanted it, but she was too shy to say it, only silently gazing at his handsome face. Then she deliberately changed the subject. It seems you have a deep animosity towards Dao Guang Saint Sun. Is it because he was talking to me that you got jealous? Chu Xiu heard this, reached out and touched her forehead. No fever, why are you spouting nonsense? Feng Zhao realized she was being teased and got angry, steam practically coming out of her head. Then she mustered all her courage and asked, when will you be willing to accept me? Chu Xiu flashed a wicked smile, looked at Feng Zhao and explained, once you've mastered all 69 positions, then the time will be ripe and the waters will flow naturally. Hearing this, Feng Zhao's face instantly turned bright red, and she softly replied, Seeing Feng Zhao so obedient, Chu Xiu happily turned and walked away, saying as he went, let's go, it's getting dark. Back to the Taisu residence, Feng Zhao dutifully followed, shyly wondering, so, what are your plans for the next few days, big bro? Chu Xiu smiled, replying, now that I'm free, of course, I'll be entering seclusion for cultivation. 20 days later, at the Taisu residence, Chu Xiu emerged after a period of cultivation, stretching and inhaling the fresh air. Ah, that consumption was too terrifying. Gotta figure out a way to find some crystallized primordial energy. Chu Xiu raised a hand to his chin, an idea sparking in his mind. How about heading to Tianyuan City to slay some demonic beasts? That way I can legitimately harvest and refine crystallized primordial energy. Just then, a female disciple ran up to report His Highness Chu Xiu, Peak Master Yun He returned 3 days ago. He was surprised, thinking, Master is back. The female disciple, seeing Chu Xiu remain silent, feared the Saint Sun might misunderstand, so she quickly explained, Saint Sun, you were still in seclusion then, so I dared not disturb you. Chu Xiu calmly replied, all right. At the Taisu residence's bell tower, Chu Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Half an hour later, space itself rippled open and a beautiful figure appeared. It was none other than immortal fairy Qi Mengdi. Chu Xiu knew his master waifu had arrived but didn't even bother to turn around, saying casually, you've come, you shouldn't be here. Hearing this, Qi Mengdi subtly frowned. She slowly walked towards Chu Xiu, asking coldly, why shouldn't I come? Are you afraid this seat will kill you? Chu Xiu turned his head to look at Qi Mengdi, unable to help but praise, Master waifu is still as beautiful as ever. But you've lost so much weight. He replied frankly, if Master wants to make a move on me, I definitely won't resist. I'm just worried that seeing me will make you sad, and your sadness makes me even sadder. Hearing this, Qi Mengdi turned her face away, scoffing sarcastically. Internally, she cursed. I spit. How utterly cheesy. Chu Xiu suddenly rushed over and embraced Qi Mengdi's shoulders, speaking gently, of course, if you're sad, I'll be sad too. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Xiu pulled her into a tight embrace. Qi Mengdi's voice trembled. Rebellious disciple, you only like to bully me. Chu Xiu knew that Qi Mengdi had completely forgiven him at this point. He shamelessly spouted sweet nothings. Baby, I've missed you so much. His naughty hand kept kneading her firm, peachy curves. Qi Mengdi angrily retorted, who needs you to miss them? This seat doesn't miss you at all. I wish I could dismember you. Chu Xiu too pretended not to hear, lifting Qi Mengdi's chin and saying, Master. Qi Mengdi furiously snapped, rebellious disciple. Why are you calling this seat again? Suddenly, old Demon Chu kissed Qi Mengdi passionately. She froze, eyes wide with surprise, unable to react. After regaining her senses, Qi Mengdi immediately struggled. Rebellious, release this seat at once. Chu Xiu acted as if he didn't hear, continuing to cup his master's ample peachy assets. Qi Mengdi thought to herself, wah, this evil, I'm probably never escaping the devil's grasp of this perverse scoundrel in this life. He's truly detestable. Chu Xiu continued his sweet talk. Master, it's been many days since we last met, and this disciple's cultivation technique is a bit rusty. How about Master impart some of her insights to this disciple? Qi Mengdi didn't know what to say, continuously cussing, rebellious disciple. Ultimately, what had to happen, happened. Qi Mengdi and Chu Xiu began to impart cultivation techniques to each other. What followed were oohs and ahs echoing throughout the room. He continuously helped Qi Mengdi review all 7749 positions, both below, passionately kissing and continuously stacking bricks. Little did they know, Luo Qingyu was observing the entire process from above. Luo Qingyu, munching on a candied how, sighed in admiration. Teskai, that little bro Chu Xiu is something else. With just a few words, he's got Master flirting to that extent. Luo Qingyu suddenly noticed something. Wait, did I just realize that all the women Chu Xiu, my little bro, likes are way older than him? Thinking this, Luo Qingyu was startled, her face slightly red as she muttered, could it be I've also caught his eye? What to do this time? Luo Qingyu was practically drooling, licking her lips. Was she craving candied fruit or something else entirely? Several hours passed, and outside, day had turned to night. Qi Mengdi and Chu Xiu had a grand battle all night, after which they both collapsed into sleep, exhausted. Even in his sleep, Chu Xiu didn't forget to get handsy with his master Bao Bao, resting his hand on her sensitive spot. Chi Mengdi gently pushed Chu Xiu away, her face flushing as she glared at him. You disobedient rascal, get your hand off me now. Chu Xiu turned back to hug his master Bao Bao, a mischievous grin on his face. My hand being here isn't causing any trouble, is it? Chi Mengdi pouted and turned her face away. You do this to me? Are you perhaps taking advantage of this venerable one? Hearing this, Chu Xiu took Master Bao Bao's hand and whispered sweet nothings into her ear. Master, how could I possibly take advantage of you? This disciple respects and reveres you. I couldn't possibly do enough. Saying this, he pressed a kiss to Chi Mengdi's hand. Chi Mengdi immediately pulled her hand back, blushing and scolding him shyly. You shameless pervert. Who needs affection from a disobedient disciple like you? Meanwhile, Luo Qingyu, watching the drama unfold, felt the climax had passed. She sighed. Alright, this kid is way too good at tricking women. Let's go. An hour later, Chu Xiu and Chi Mengdi were seated in his palace. Chu Xiu meticulously brewed and poured tea for Fairy Chi Mengdi, then asked, Master, your cultivation has advanced significantly, but you still haven't broken through to Great Saint Tier 5. Could it be because you missed your disciples so much that you specifically came out of seclusion to find me? Chi Mengdi took a sip of tea and coldly chuckled. You're overthinking it. This venerable one leaving the Holy Land this time, of course, is for a mission. Afterwards, Chi Mengdi revealed, you must have heard, right? The Central Continent Secret Realm, matters concerning the Dozibi, and the legendary 9 secrets appearing in the world. The entire Heavenly Vault continent is in an uproar. Now, let alone the human race territory, even the major powers of the demon race territory are stirring. Chu Xiu nodded in agreement, stroking his chin repeatedly as he pondered, could it be that even great saints want to join the scramble? Chi Mengdi heard him mumbling and interjected, who knows, even Saint Kings might make a move, times are changing. Our Holy Lord Hua Luofei is still recovering from severe injuries, and the human race is at a disadvantage. Facing the aggressive demon race, we can't do much, so we've temporarily chosen to compromise. Hearing Chi Mengdi say this, Chu Xiu asked again, does that mean the demon race also wants to go to Qihuang Mountain? Chu Xiu thought to himself, I'm only in the Dao Palace realm right now. Contending for the Dozibi with the demon race and human race, the difficulty is immense. Master Chi Mengdi immediately spoke up, yes, and because of the 9 secrets, those people will stop at nothing. Elder Mo mentioned that Taoist friend Luo Qingyu is a quasi-emperor, right? Chu Xiu nodded. That's right, but she's suppressed by the heavenly Dao. For now, she can be considered a half-step quasi-emperor. Chi Mengdi looked seriously at Chu Xiu. If the demon race makes a move on Taisu Holy Land, can you ask her to lend a hand? She thought to herself, although I don't want to beg others, this matter concerns the safety of the human race. If we can have a quasi-emperor help, perhaps we can turn danger into safety. At the Taisu Abbey bell tower, the moon had already risen high. Inside, Chu Xiu was holding Master Chi Mengdi's hand, soothing and reassuring her. Master, don't worry, Sister Luo has already promised me she'll help your disciple once. Seeing Chu Xiu call her Sister Luo so intimately, Master Chi Mengdi's jealousy flared. She coldly snorted, Sister Luo! Every other word is Sister Luo. You sure have a lot of sisters. Seeing his master Bao Bao eating vinegar again, Chu Xiu smirked devilishly, then whispered into her ear, Master, they are all my sisters, but you are my only woman. Hearing this, although her heart blossomed, she still cursed, you shameless rascal. Suddenly remembering they were discussing the 9 secrets, she returned to the main topic, her face filled with worry as she sighed and asked, you disobedient one, with Luo Qingyu's half-step quasi-emperor realm, can she suppress a peak Saint King wielding an emperor artifact? After a moment of deep thought, Chu Xiu also didn't know. Can Sister Luo really defeat a peak Saint King? After all, Sister Luo has only shown the tip of the iceberg. I don't know either, Master, but what if we lend Sister Luo the Taisu Pagoda, an emperor artifact? With her quasi-emperor realm, she could absolutely sweep aside all enemies. Chi Mengdi hadn't expected Chu Xiu to suggest giving the Holy Land's only emperor artifact to Luo Qingyu. She blurted out, you actually have such a plan, Chu Xiu continued. I'm even somewhat looking forward to the demon race coming. We'll plan it out. Who knows, we might even trick and kill a few Saint Kings from the demon race. Hearing these words, Chi Mengdi became even more curious. She couldn't resist pinching Chu Xiu's cheek, then smirked and said, Spill the beans, you perverted disciple. What kind of scheme are you cooking up that makes you dare to talk about tricking and killing several peak Saint Kings? Chu Xiu leaned in and whispered to Chi Mengdi, Master, it's like this and like this. Master, do you understand? After a moment of processing the information, Chi Mengdi was suddenly enlightened. According to your plan, we must seize the Dozibi, right? Chu Xiu raised a finger and nodded. That's right, this is the ideal scenario. However, if we can't obtain the Dozibi, I also have a backup plan. Chu Xiu explained the backup plan in detail to Chi Mengdi. Master, we just need to delete the news that the mysterious person who annihilated Ouyangji in the eastern continent was the Taisu Holy Sun. I'm certain the demon race won't sit still. Hearing her beloved wanting to use himself as bait, Chi Mengdi immediately refused. No, absolutely not. If you do that, you'll become a target. You've already seen the fate of the Jiaoguang Holy Sun, haven't you? Right? Chu Xiu spoke up. This is only a last resort. Besides, your disciple has hundreds of other methods. Don't worry, Master. After speaking, Chu Xiu moved closer to Chi Mengdi, flashing a mysterious smile. Master, this trip to the central continent is extremely dangerous. Let us both cultivate the Jiazibi to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Chi Mengdi asked in astonishment, You're willing to transmit such a supreme secret technique to me? Suddenly, Chu Xiu kissed Chi Mengdi's cheek and spoke words sweeter than sugarcane. You are the master I respect and love the most. Of course I am willing. Being kissed unexpectedly by Chu Xiu left Chi Mengdi stunned for a moment. Then she blushed and pushed Chu Xiu away, scolding angrily, "You rascal, you're only good at sweet talk." Chu Xiu seized the opportunity to grasp his master's shoulders and said, "The 9 secrets are very special. Your disciple's current cultivation is too low to fully draw out its Tao rhythm. Master, let your soul enter my Tao palace, and I will transmit it to you." Qi Mengdi was deeply moved upon hearing this, and she replied with a flushed face, A moment later, their souls appeared in Chu Xiu's Tao palace in the form of old Devil Chu. Chu Xiu said, "Baby, let's begin." Qi Mengdi nodded. "Okay." Half an hour later, unable to transmit the entire Jiazibi, Chu Xiu reassured her, "No rush, take your time." Beside him, Qi Mengdi, having received a marvelous secret technique, even if only a part, was extremely satisfied and thought, "It's fine, even if it's only half. The effects of the Jiazibi are heaven-defying. Let's go, we should head out now." With that, the two stood up. After walking a short distance, Chu Xiu suddenly grabbed Qi Mengdi's hand and smiled mysteriously. "Esteemed master, how do you find the environment here?" Qi Mengdi, without much thought, replied, "This place is elegant, with a cool breeze and picturesque scenery. It's not bad." Hearing this, Chu Xiu wrapped his arm around Master Baobao's slender waist and said, "Such a beautiful scene, we can't let it go to waste." Upon hearing this, Qi Mengdi finally understood what he wanted to do. Her face turned as red as a tomato. She closed her eyes and cursed, "Get lost!" Chu Xiu then pushed Qi Mengdi down, a devilish grin on his face. Qi Mengdi, powerless against Chu Xiu's charm, could only yell, "You rascal, let me go." An hour later, Chu Xiu and his master Bao Bao had another grand battle for over an hour, but because Chu Xiu was brimming with energy, he forced Master Bao Bao into another hour-long battle. After an exhaustive exchange of moves, old Devil Chu lay snoring on the ground. Next to him, Qi Mengdi was drenched in sweat, her face filled with satisfaction. She couldn't believe it. They had just transmitted a secret technique and then engaged in a grand battle for 2 full hours. Yet the results were beyond imagination. These 2 hours felt like centuries of comprehending the Tao of heaven and earth. A moment later, Chu Xiu suddenly woke up. He sensed something unusual about Qi Mengdi and shot up, asking, "Master, you are—" She replied joyfully, "I'm about to break through again." A white stream of power enveloped Qi Mengdi. She smiled, content to undergo tribulation. "We'll talk about other matters when I return." Chu Xiu observed Qi Mengdi, thinking to himself, "So, within my Tao palace, the effects of dual cultivation are truly heaven-defying." 3 days later, a gigantic flying ship appeared in the sky above Taisu Holy Land. The people below looked up at the ship, mouths agape, discussing amongst themselves. "The people from Taisu Holy Land are here." One person wondered, "What's going on? Why such a big commotion?" Another, with arms crossed, looked at the speaker and said, "Truly a country bumpkin you don't know? Chihuang Mountain has a secret realm appearing, related to the Jiazibi." The upper person finally understood. So that's how it is. No wonder Taisu Holy Land is making such a big move. Immediately after, a group of people approached Chu Xiu. In front were 4 individuals, 2 women, 2 men. Upon reaching Chu Xiu, they bowed slightly. "Holy Sun, His Highness. Holy Sun, His Highness." Chu Xiu replied with a sun-like smile, "You all have worked hard, please. Come in and rest. The rooms have already been prepared." Next, a woman with a sizzling figure and fair skin stepped forward, patted Chu Xiu, "Your Highness, long time no see. Your cultivation grows deeper and deeper. Truly a blessing for our Taisu Holy Land." This person was Liu Xuefeng, the Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes narrowed into slits as he chuckled, "Haha, Peak Master Heavenly Sword flatters me too much. Please, come in and rest." Next, Chu Xiu looked at Yi Fan and greeted him, "Brother Yi, long time no see." Yi Fan cupped his hands and smiled, "Holy Sun, His Highness should still just call me Yi Fan." Chu Xiu, without an ounce of arrogance, said, "Brother Yi, don't be so formal with me. We are as we were before, and so we shall remain." Seeing Peak Master Heavenly Sword appearing so close with Chu Xiu, Qi Mengdi's jealousy flared again. She called Liu Xuefeng aside and admonished her, "Liu Xue, you crazy woman, you'd best stay away from my disciple." Liu Xue was completely unfazed by Qi Mengdi's threat. She crossed her arms, speaking coldly, "Qi Mengdi, you think your little power-up can threaten me? I'll do whatever I want. What are you going to do about it? Tonight, I'm going to see our boy. Keep talking, and I'll make sure you die of pure rage." Hearing these shameless words, Qi Mengdi instantly exploded in anger, roaring, "You shameless hussy, you absolute disgrace." Liu Xue heard this and stepped closer to Qi Mengdi, then said loudly, "Ha! Back then, you killed my father for a treasure, and you talk about shame? You have none." Qi Mengdi embarrassedly replied, "Sectmaster Liu's divine soul was corrupted by evil, and he begged me to end him. If I hadn't, he'd have been fully possessed." Consumed by hatred, Liu Xue was not having any of that BS. "You've been using that same excuse for years. Can't you come up with something new?" Just then, Tianxing Fengzhu of Tianxing Peak arrived, carrying a wooden box. Inside was a red immortal fruit. He bowed deeply, a picture of cultivation etiquette, and said, "Junior Sister Mengdi, some time ago, I found a spell-eye immortal fruit. Now, to celebrate your recent power-up, I've brought it as a gift." Qi Mengdi cast a glance at her disciple, Chu Xiu. She thought to herself, this immortal fruit is precious and all, but it ain't got nothing on his dual cultivation speed. With that thought, Qi Mengdi raised a hand to refuse. "This fruit is far too precious, senior brother Tianxing, please, keep it." Tianxing Fengzhu was visibly shocked that his junior sister would actually reject his generous offer. He quickly composed himself, then changed the subject. "It seems I, your senior brother, underestimated your divine talent, junior sister. You clearly don't need this immortal fruit. Instead, let's seize this moment to discuss the critical matters concerning the secret realm." Qi Mengdi simply hummed in response. After that, Qi Mengdi turned to Chu Xiu and said, "You troublesome disciple, get your butt to the discussion hall now." Chu Xiu felt the immense pressure behind his master's words and quickly cupped his fist towards Yi Fan. Brother Yi, there's always tomorrow. Let's catch up later. Yi Fan heard this, cupped his fists and said, Brother Chu, duty calls, so go on, we'll meet again. Qimengdi gave Chu Xiu another anxious warning. Qihuang Mountain is swarming with top-tier cultivators this time. You absolutely must be careful. Don't let anyone pull a fast one on you. Chu Xiu replied, Thanks for the concern, master. Qimengdi turned her head away, scoffing haughtily, Don't flatter yourself, who cares about you? I'm only worried you'll die out there, and I'll be stuck collecting your rotting corpse. Hearing this, Chu Xiu stepped forward and pinched his master's colossal, juicy posterior, then said with a smug grin, Don't worry, babe, I'll be extra careful on this Qihuang Mountain trip. 7 days later in Central Continent, Qihuang Mountain dominated by its impossibly towering peaks. The 3 major powers, human, demon, and barbarian races, had all gathered ready for chaos. The demon race was smugly arrogant about their sheer numbers. Their leader spoke up, The Dozi secret. It must belong to our demon race. At this moment, a great saint from the Zhang family, face contorted with murderous intent, roared, For years we've suffered more losses than wins against these demons and barbarians. That's why the demon race has become so damn arrogant, treating our human race like dirt. To all human race great powers, we'd rather die than let the Daozi secret fall into the clutches of these demon and barbarian scum. While the tension was thick enough to cut with a spirit sword, on the other side, Chu Xiu clutched a jade token in his hand on the flying boat, accompanied by Ye Hongyu of the Huanggu Ye family and Saintess Yao Qi. Chu Xiu stared at the jade token, thinking to himself, This jade token, bearing the Du character, really is a big deal. No wonder I felt a pull as soon as I got here. It holds all the info about this secret realm. This is practically the cheat code for the entire place. Chu Xiu chuckled smugly to himself, Interesting. You guys can struggle through the levels. I'm just gonna pop my hacks. This is way too much fun. Crackle, crackle! The stone tablet began to emanate a spatial force, constantly twisting and warping as countless faint Dao runes shimmered into existence. Chu Xiu frowned, thinking to himself the secret realm has opened. Peering through the altar's opening, Chu Xiu glimpsed countless stone statues. His pupils constricted as if an army of stone statues filled the secret realm. While everyone else was still observing, a female demon race great saint approached, holding a mace in her hand. Move aside, let me give it a shot. With that, the female demon race great saint channeled her full power into the mace, unleashing a ferocious swing at the secret realm's gate. She thought it'd be a quick smash, but the moment it touched the gate, all her power just disappeared. She was blasted thousands of zhong backward by her own rebounded power. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Holy crap, that thing's tough. Seeing the demon race great saint lying sprawled on the ground, the human and demon races buzzed with discussion. Isn't she a great saint? Why can't she enter this secret realm? Not even a great saint can get in? At this moment, Chu Xiu slowly walked over, hands clasped behind his back. He smirked, ready to drop some knowledge on these clueless noobs. Of course that great saint demoness couldn't get in. There's a grand Dao suppression here, meaning only those at the small saint realm and below can enter. You guys don't even know something this basic? Are you planning to stare your way into the secret realm, or what? Chu Xiu led Ye Hongyu and Saintess Yao Qi directly into the secret realm, right in front of all the mighty cultivators present. Seeing Chu Xiu and his group safely enter the secret realm, the demon race only then truly believed Chu Xiu's words. Indeed, it really was because of the grand Dao suppression. Only cultivators below the small saint realm could actually get in. Suddenly, Master Qimengdi transmitted a message to Chu Xiu. You troublesome disciple, absolutely do not reveal that jade token of yours to anyone. There are tons of demons and barbarians here. If they all jump you, even I, your master, can't guarantee your safety. Hearing this, Chu Xiu nodded confidently in reply. I know I've got the Xing's secret. My speed is unrivaled under the heavens. Master, no need to fret. Oh, and by the way, this place is super dangerous. I'd advise the other disciples not to go doing anything stupid. Qimengdi closed her eyes, a frosty expression chilling her features. I don't need you to tell me that. I'll inform them myself. Dangers lurk, life and death are fated, riches are heaven sent. Let them make their own choices. On the demon race side, their eyes filled with greed. They were itching to rush forward and snatch some benefits. The demon race's heavens chosen roared excitedly, Demon race, charge with me! But alas, reality rarely matches dreams. The stone statues within the secret realm were already primed. As the intruders pushed in, the leading white-haired stone statue, previously unmoving, suddenly pulsed with red light, gripping its great saber, ready to annihilate them. A battle to the death instantly erupted. The clueless demon race idiots foolishly charged ahead, but were utterly massacred by the silver-haired stone statue. Tragic screams echoed throughout the secret realm. Hundreds of demons were instantly sliced into mincemeat. The remaining stone statues also awakened one by one. The human race cultivators witnessing this slaughter were utterly stunned. They stood deathly silent at the edge of the square, their faces bleached white. A man in red robes cursed aloud, This damned secret realm is a slaughterhouse. A youth in blue robes behind him whimpered fearfully, Damn it, if I'd known this, I would have stayed home. Saintess Feng Zhao saw all of it and couldn't help but ask Chu Xiu, Your Highness, what's the game plan? Is there any way past this? Chu Xiu smiled confidently and replied, For this trial, we just gotta brute force it. Just then, Jiaoguang Saint Sun approached from behind. He pointed at himself and shouted loudly, Fairy Feng Zhao, quickly come over here. We've got way more people than Taisu Holy Land. Chu Xiu flickered his eyes, thinking, Why is this clown here too? Saintess Feng Zhao clutched Chu Xiu's hand tightly, looking coldly at Zhao Guang Saint Sun. Son, thanks for the offer, but I've already chosen the Taisu Saint Sun. I'm not changing my mind that easily. Qian Xinghai heard this, his brows furrowed, and he glared unhappily at Chu Xiu. Divine Sun Manon Long of the barbarian god tribe spoke up. I'm not one to talk too much, but look at the time, and the human race is still squabbling about petty romance. Continuing like this is pointless. I say we put aside all animosity, join forces, and blast our way through together. Agreed? Immediately after speaking, he charged forward, knowing that the human race would only budge if he led the charge. Seeing Manlong go first, Chu Xiu also didn't hesitate to shout loudly, "Only one way forward, everyone, with me!" Sensing the charge, the stone statue's eyes flared blood red, ready to meet them head-on. Emerald flames blazed from Chu Xiu's body, and an immortal king apparition manifested above his head, looking like a battle god who literally didn't know fear. Chu Xiu charged towards the leading stone statue, unleashing his fist technique. The stone statue shattered, its parts flying everywhere. Even if the statues were stronger or more numerous, their power seemed to be weakened. Before his power, Saintess Feng Zhao, with her innate Dao body, in perfect harmony with the Grand Dao, continuously bound the statues, freezing them in place. Chu Xiu, seeing this without a moment's hesitation, flew in and landed another punch, and all the stone statues instantly exploded into 100 fragments. Outside the secret realm, Qimeng Holy Lord of Jade Pool Holy Land walked up to Qimeng Dai, absolutely beaming with satisfaction. Yunhe Peak Lord, look at how well the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden are coordinating. The desolate ancient holy body and innate Dao body. What a match made in cultivation heaven. Qimeng Dai just gave a silent eyebrow raise. But inwardly, her monologue was pure smugness. This rebellious little punk actually has some skill. Isn't it all thanks to my stellar guidance, of course? Inside the secret realm, Chu Xiu one-punched hundreds of stone statues, then worriedly asked Feng Zhao, "You good? Still got fight in you?" Feng Zhao chanted an incantation, her voice calm. "I'm fine, still got gas in the tank. You just go wild on these dudes, I'll protect the disciples." Chu Xiu then advised, "Remember to keep some in the tank, and guard against those demonic punks trying a sneak attack." The words barely left his mouth when Chu Xiu charged forward, eyes blazing with a crazy glint and a look of pure madness, using his movement's secret skill as he plowed straight into the mob. The human race cultivators on the other side watched Chu Xiu fight like an absolute beast, a literal war god, and their hearts were absolutely pounding. One person emotionally cried out, "The Holy Sun is willing to face off against tens of thousands head-on, not even flinching at getting hurt to carve out a path of survival for us." Another person beside him couldn't help but feel emotional. Exactly. I originally opposed Holy Maiden Feng Zhao pursuing Holy Sun Chu Xiu, but now I understand that Holy Sun Chu Xiu is the real deal. I was truly a total noob. On this side, Chu Xiu was going ham, wiping out the stone statues, trying to speedrun this whole thing. Outside the secret realm, the human cultivators also started murmuring and chattering. A man in brown robes, with an anxious expression, spoke up. "The Holy Sun seems to be acting way too sus. As the strongest of the younger generation, he should save his energy, right?" Beside him, a man in blue robes retorted, "Bro, a primordial Holy Sun is supposed to be like this. He has the balls of steel, pure audacity." Over with the demon clan, Tianmian True Monarch, mostly shrouded in a crimson cloak, stood there, arms crossed, face colder than a winter night. But inwardly, he harbored a tiny seed of suspicion. Something's not right. Chu Xiu is a careful dude who fears death. How could he be going full YOLO like this? Thinking this, he tapped his chin thoughtfully, a subtle, knowing smirk playing on his lips as he mused, "Bro, something fishy is going on here. Did this dude find some hidden cheat code or something he's gatekeeping? What's his endgame?" Inside the secret realm, Chu Xiu, with an aura blazing like a supernova, was still going absolutely berserk, demolishing these stone statue ops. Stone statues were literally stacked like bodies at his feet. He turned and roared to the crowd, "Everyone, follow me pronto. Let's get out of this death trap plaza together." On cue, the mob, hearing this, instantly swarmed after Chu Xiu, bolting for the exit. In what felt like seconds, Chu Xiu's group had already blazed a trail through the stone statues. Chu Xiu sighed inwardly. "Ugh, took some damage. First, I'll pop this Jia2B and patch myself up." With that, he slapped the Jia2B on his arm. While he was doing his thing recuperating, a female disciple with a curvy figure approached, her face flushed crimson shyly, her voice full of gratitude. "Holy Sun, oh gee, thank you for saving me. If not for you, I'd totally be an NPC respawn right now." Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively, smoothly replying, "Chill, we're the same sect. Just doing my job." In the distance, Tian Yaozi, after wiping out his own share of stone statues, locked his gaze intently on Chu Xiu. "If I'm not mistaken, isn't Chu Xiu the human race's holy body? If I munch on the meat of a human race holy body, won't my injuries heal in warp speed?" After a fleeting moment of deliberation, Tian Yaozi walked toward Chu Xiu, a massive blade in his hand. He bellowed, "Chu Xiu, I'm injured, so I've decided to turn you into a literal power-up snack to heal myself. Consider it a privilege, pal. You wouldn't dare refuse, right?" Hearing this, a smirk played on Chu Xiu's lips, and now Tian Yaozi's hand gripped his massive blade, his eyes practically spitting pure kill intent. "Shut up! Just die already!" Seeing the dangerous situation, Holy Maiden Feng Zhao nervously muttered from behind, "Chu Xiu, watch out." At this moment, Chu Xiu had already activated his movement secrets, teleporting right in front of Tian Yaozi like a flash. Chu Xiu's speed erupted like a sonic boom, catching Tian Yaozi, the demon clan's top dog, completely off guard. He had zero time to react. His eyes bugged out, pupils shrinking to pinpricks in pure terror. "Bro, that speed is broken." Chu Xiu threw a punch, and immediately a massive earth-shattering explosion went off where Tian Yaozi had been. As the dust cleared, it revealed the scene of Chu Xiu standing with one foot casually propped on Tian Yaozi's chest, looking like a literal god of war, undisputed. Chu Xiu looked down at him, eyes colder than space, absolutely oozing contempt. With just your trash-tier cultivation, you dare to talk all that smack about eating my flesh? On what authority, bruh? Seriously, what delusion makes you think you can even lay a finger on me? As he spoke, Chu Xiu just kept stomping on Tian Yaozi, making him scream like a little girl. Age, oof, oh, both humans and demons watching from a distance, everyone got chills down their spines. The humans whispered amongst themselves, absolutely stunned. Truly the primordial holy son, he's literally unhinged. After that, Chu Xiu casually turned his back, radiating pure chill, hands clasped behind his back like a sigma, and spoke, Feng Zhao, let's go. Don't even bother with these chumps. Holy maiden Feng Zhao nodded, her eyes sparkling with pure admiration. Understood, holy son. Seeing their leader utterly clapped without mercy, the demon clan goons, utterly shook, exchanged horrified glances and whispered, bro, this kid is built different, straight up scary. He's too dangerous to be left alive. Cut to another scene, some other demon clan boss turned to his comrades and barked orders. Alright fam, let's roll, it's our time to shine. Chu Xiu's group had barely covered any ground when he suddenly got a weird vibe, immediately throwing up a hand signal for everyone to halt. At this moment, 3 massive stone blocks shifted, creating a bridge stretching across the secret realm like a literal quest marker. Chu Xiu squinted, taking it all in. He pulled up the intel from his Spatial Rings wiki entry. The black parts of this bridge are the only safe zones. But from the white parts onwards, it's a death trap, riddled with everything from pressure plates and rogue beasts to literal stealth assassins. If you're not careful, you'll be sent to the respawn screen. But the real boss fight is the final gray stone. It spawns enemies based on how many players step on it. More players, more mobs. Seeing the clear death flags ahead, Chu Xiu immediately shouted a warning to the whole squad. This stone bridge is even deadlier than the first dungeon level. Everyone needs to be on high alert. Feng Zhao also chimed in with a serious reminder. Heal up. Stat. Only by being at your strongest can you have any shot at making it out alive. After a quick breather, Feng Zhao and Chu Xiu took point, leading the charge, with the rest of the squad trailing closely behind. Their inner anxiety was through the roof from the lurking danger. They silently prayed that with Chu Xiu leading the pack, the whole raid party would make it through in one piece. A girl in the blue dress carefully floated, reminding her fellow squad members, stick with the Holy Sun, fam, don't get separated. Right on cue, a ferocious black leopard, eyes glowing like literal embers, pounced directly at a female disciple in a white dress. Her face went ghost white, frozen in sheer terror. The beast's sharp claws sliced the air, aiming for a one-shot kill. In the nick of time, our boy Chu Xiu blurred into action like a hurricane, one-shotting that beast right there. Crunch, the beast body hit the floor like a sack of bricks, leaving the girl shaking like a leaf. She stammered gratefully, Holy Son, you're the GOAT. As the girl stared with starry eyes, Chu Xiu smoothly stated, gotta go save more people, y'all stay safe. The girl watched his powerful back as he walked away, her eyes practically sparkling. Holy Sun is such a good guy, right? The girl in the blue dress beside her nodded furiously. Bro, Holy Sun has saved me like 3 times already. I'm low-key wondering if I should just become his waifu already. Is this dude's harem buff just permanently active or what? Yet another girl in a purple dress found herself in a sticky situation. Chu Xiu instantly dashed over, landing a clean, precise punch at the beast attacking the girl. He stood there, radiating pure swagger, one arm casually around the girl's waist, the other still poised to strike. Peak alpha energy. Chu Xiu looked like a total boss, both heroic and chill. His oddly charismatic, awe-inspiring face made the girl in the purple dress turn beet red, and she stammered, to thank you, Holy Sun. Outside the secret realm, Qimeng Dai, watching from the outside, saw Chu Xiu constantly pull off the hero saves the damsel trope and couldn't help but feel internally fuming and low-key jealous. Her inner monologue was pure suspicion. This rebellious punk just loves being a white knight, doesn't he? While Qimeng Di was in her own thoughts, some people behind her, their faces practically glowing with adoration, spoke up, no cap, he's a true Holy Son. Our primordial human race is seriously lacking young blood with that kind of righteous energy. Seriously, if you're gonna have a kid, make it a Chu Xiu. Beside them, Tianjin Peak Lord Liu Shi couldn't hold back and spoke up, Yunhe Peak Lord, you truly have raised a literal prodigy. Qimeng Di just stood there, silent, her white robes fluttering dramatically in the breeze, not a single word escaping her lips. Her inner monologue was pure suspicion. What kind of shady business is this rebellious punk cooking up now? This is not his usual MO. He must have some hidden agenda. After a full day's grind, Chu Xiu's squad and another group finally made it to the safe zone. Right in front of them? The final gray stone, aka the final boss chamber. Moshen's Z, who had been waiting for ages, glanced at his team, seeing fewer than 30 people left. His heart ached. In just 2 days, they'd lost 2/3 of their forces. Without any gains, the great sage in their clan would definitely hold him accountable. He gritted his teeth and said, this time, we're not going first. Whoever wants to go ahead. Chu Xiu confidently strode forward, asserting, I'll go. With that, he walked straight onto the gray stone slab. Immediately, the stone slab trembled and numerous black-robed figures appeared with an overwhelming aura. The people behind him watched Chu Xiu with extreme worry. Tian Yuzi of the demon race, seeing Chu Xiu in danger, sneered mockingly, ha ha ha, Chu Xiu, you dare to lure all those black-clothed figures yourself just to protect these ants? Is it worth it, Tai Su Saint Sun? You're too overconfident this time. Let's see how you deal with this. He thought triumphantly, if Chu Xiu falls here, it would be absolutely perfect. On the other side, Manlong Divine Son of the Man Shen tribe was also observing in deep thought, then slowly said, "It seems to pass this trial we must advance one by one." Chu Xiu maintained a calm expression, formed hand seals, and forcefully shouted, "Form the array." He immediately activated his spell, and the disciples of the sacred land quickly moved into their assigned positions. An 8-trigram array gradually emerged, radiating streaks of Dao light, protecting the entire team. Chu Xiu and Feng Zhao exchanged glances, both simultaneously performing hand seals. He said, "Let's go, charge through." Feng Zhao nodded, responding yes. Both unleashed their ultimate moves at the same time, pointing their fingers forward as a beam of white light shot out, instantly shattering over a dozen black-clothed figures in front, turning them into dust in a flash. The 8-trigram array continued to emit Dao light, protecting the team and maintaining its defense. The demon cultivators witnessing this sight all had their eyes wide in shock, chattering excitedly, "Holy sh! This kill speed is too fast, too dangerous. What kind of array is that? The defensive power is seriously strong. Look at him, he's an array master." This is a combined attack great array. To be able to set up a combined attack great array of this caliber, is Chu Xiu an array Dao Grandmaster? After a fierce battle, Chu Xiu's team quickly annihilated the black-clothed figures and continued to advance. Before them, on the stairs ahead, appeared innumerable stone tablets. Chu Xiu and Jiaoqi Saintes gently touched a stone tablet to activate the formation. The system notification rang out, "Congratulations on passing the second trial. You may enter the stone tablet to receive rewards. After receiving rewards, you may choose to continue with the trials or leave the secret realm." Hearing this, the human cultivators shed tears of joy. "This is amazing. There are rewards for passing the trial inside the stone tablet. We can finally leave this cursed place." Chu Xiu sent a sound transmission to Feng Zhao. "If you have a chance to choose a divine ability, remember to pick the 36 styles of true martial arts." Feng Zhao nodded, replying, "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, brother." Chu Xiu approached the black stone tablet in front. A chilling sensation emanated from the stone and a dark light flashed, engulfing him and pulling him inside. The system displayed a message board. Combat power score 5D8978. You have protected a large number of teammates. Overall score upgraded. Please choose 2 items from the following rewards. 1. Divine Origin Stones resources. 2. Choice of 17 types of divine abilities. 3. 500 years of accelerated divine ability comprehension opportunity. Opening his eyes, Chu Xiu found himself in an endless void, starlight shining above his head. Facing these precious rewards, Chu Xiu flashed a satisfied smile. After risking life and limb for so long, it's finally time to reap the rewards. He immediately chose, "I want Divine Origin Stones and the 36 styles of true martial arts." The system responded, "Selection complete. Your performance was outstanding. You have received 3,000 Divine Origin Stones and the 36 styles of true martial arts." In an instant, a small mountain of Divine Origin Stones appeared before Chu Xiu, a sight that made him laugh out loud. "Haha, a bit too generous." Moreover, the 36 styles of true martial arts are crucial for the next trial. With this, victory in this stage is guaranteed. When he returned to the plaza, Chu Xiu saw the surrounding human cultivators with radiant faces, none able to hide their joy. One by one, excited voices rang out, "The accelerated comprehension divine ability I chose is so miraculous, I never expected it to rival 100 years of my hard cultivation. What did you choose?" "I also chose accelerated comprehension. Once we're out, I'll definitely break through to the peak divine ability realm. The fact that we're alive and made it this far is thanks to the help of Taisu Saint Sun and Jiaoqi Saintes." Under everyone's grateful gazes, Chu Xiu gently smiled. A well-rounded female disciple in blue approached him, bowing slightly with a respectful voice. "Your Highness, I will not proceed to the next trial, to avoid becoming a burden to you." Chu Xiu nodded lightly. "It's good to know your limits. Cultivate diligently after returning. After this ordeal, your future is still vast." Encouraged by him, the female disciple blushed furiously, her soft voice overflowing with emotion. "Your Highness, for the path ahead, I wish you a smooth journey and prosperous martial path. If you need anything from me after leaving the secret realm, I am willing to do it for the Saint Sun." These subtle but meaningful words made Chu Xiu crack a faint smile. Outside the secret realm, Qimengdi silently observed, muttering to herself, "This rogue, could his dark heart really be so kind now? Or have I been wrong about him all this time?" The more she thought, the more unbelievable it seemed. No way, absolutely no way. After the disciples of Jiaoqi and Taisu refused to proceed to the next trial, only 4 remained: Chu Xiu, Yi Hongyu, Yi Fan, and Tuji Saintes. Feng Zhao spoke up, "I can't believe only a few of us are left." Yi Hongyu chimed in, "I have no choice. The second trial consumed too many resources. It would be a huge loss if we don't collect them." At that moment, Jiaoqi Saintes sent a sound transmission to Chu Xiu. "I exchanged for the 36 styles of true martial arts, but I only comprehended 26 styles in total." Chu Xiu looked at her and nodded. Feng Zhao pondered, then asked again, "Should I pass it on to Ye Hongyu and Ye Fan?" Chu Xiu shook his head. "The 36 styles of true martial arts are locked by the secret realm's rules. We cannot transmit them to others. You'll see if you try." Xiu looked ahead and said, "The people from the second and third groups have already entered the secret realm. We must hurry and go in." Suddenly, 2 enormous bees appeared above Yi Hongyu's head, catching him by surprise. They dived down to attack Yi Hongyu. He angrily threw a powerful punch. "Damn it, I knew there was something wrong with this leaf." Chu Xiu observed the venomous bee, noting, "This poison is really strong, I want some too." Yifan smiled and took out a blue cloth bag, handing it to Chu Xiu. This is spirit-bewitching incense. It has no effect on cultivators, but it makes demonic beasts delirious like they're drunk. Chu Xiu accepted it. Amazing. Brother Yifan really has good stuff. Let's quickly collect the poison sacks, thanks to the incense. Chu Xiu continuously collected valuable loot. As he said his thanks. Thanks everyone. Now let's continue forward. Sometime later, Chu Xiu's team entered a secret realm shaped like a golden leaf. The flat land was covered in gleaming golden herbs. Looking ahead, they saw 3 giant stones perfectly arranged in a triangle. Feng Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this an enlightenment Dao stone?" As she spoke, she gently touched the stone. After a moment of sensing, she smiled and sighed, "I've truly never seen such a massive enlightenment Dao stone. Its value is immeasurable. If taken outside, it would be worth at least hundreds of millions of divine origins." Yi Hongyu, standing nearby, heard this and his eyes lit up. So valuable. Damn it, money right in front of me and I can't take it. This is so frustrating. Seeing Yi Hongyu's heartbroken regret, Yifan patted his shoulder and chuckled. Brother Yi, don't be too greedy. It's already a blessing to comprehend divine abilities here. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, observing the other 2 stones, then remarked, "These 2 stones bear a sword mark and a saber mark respectively. We can comprehend sword intent and saber intent." Feng Zhao nodded in agreement. His Royal Highness Saint Sun is right. I believe these 3 enlightenment Dao stones are the greatest fortune on this golden leaf. Yifan cupped his hands respectfully and said to Chu Xiu, "I'll go comprehend sword intent. If you finish comprehending and don't see me, don't wait, just leave first." Although Yi Hongyu still regretted the stone's value, hearing of saber intent, he turned to Chu Xiu and asked, "Brother Chu, I want to comprehend saber intent. What about you?" Chu Xiu replied, "I'll be comprehending a secret divine ability here, so I can't be with Brother Yi." Hearing this, Yi Hongyu responded, "Okay, Brother Chu, take care, I'm heading off." As soon as Yi Hongyu was out of sight, Chu Xiu quickly wrapped an arm around Feng Zhao's waist, a sly smirk on his face. "Will comprehend the 36 styles of true martial arts." Feng Zhao blushed, but used to Chu Xiu's antics, she just nodded. "Okay." Within the Enlightenment Dao Stone space, Chu Xiu began instructing Feng Zhao on each movement of the 36 styles of true martial arts. Feng Zhao realized these movements were more like exercise than cultivation, only serving to flaunt her beautiful physique before Chu Xiu. Laughter echoed as he corrected her every move. Just then, 4 beast race figures strolled up. Leading the pack was a tiger-headed human-bodied demon, Wang Shanjun, rocking a massive blade on his shoulder. Behind him, 3 more tiger-headed goons, each with a different skin tone, all eyeing the Enlightenment Stone. Suddenly, Wang Shanjun felt something off. "Huh? Why is there a human presence here?" he grumbled. "Talk about bad luck." One of his goons chimed in, "That aura? I'm pretty sure that's Saint Sun Chu Xiu." Wang Shanjun's eyes lit up with a savage glint. He let out a booming laugh, his razor-sharp fangs glinting under the light. "Primordial Saint Sun Chu Xiu, you say? Perfect. He's exactly who I've been itching to put in the dirt." With that, our boy Wang Shanjun swung his massive blade, aiming to cleave the Enlightenment Stone in 2. But just as the blade was about to make contact, a hand shot out from the stone, casually snagging the massive blade between 2 fingers. Yeah, 2 fingers. Chu Xiu emerged, his voice cutting through the air like ice. "Sneaky fox demon, ambushing people, huh? You've got some nerve." Wang Shanjun, muscles bulging and eyes blazing with pure killing intent, roared. "Last time, during the Saint Body's tribulation, those demon barbarians ambushed you, and my Wangshan tribe lost to Saint King, my own ancestor. Today, I, Wang Shanjun, will have my revenge." Chu Xiu Dai. Our boy Chu Xiu just smirked, already cooking up a new move. 36 true martial forms, set form, true martial break. A torrent of crimson power exploded from his palm, making the very space around them shudder violently. That power casually yeeted Wang Shanjun into the air like he was a ragdoll, then powerfully launched him flying into the distance at breakneck speed. As the dust settled, Wang Shanjun lay crumpled on the ground, fate unknown. His 3 goons were absolutely floored. "No way," one gasped. "Am I tripping? He just took down the boss with one move?" The guy next to him was sweating bullets. "Bro, I don't think we can win this. Time to dip." But just as Wang Shanjun scrambled back to his feet, Chu Xiu was already flexing again, unleashing the 36 true martial forms. First form, True Martial Mountain Storm. A colossal mountain manifested, instantly overpowering the entire demon squad, leaving them frozen in absolute despair. Knowing he had no escape, Wang Shanjun roared, "Witness my ultimate blade divine art, divine ability blade art, mountain-breaking form." That mighty saber chi actually cleaved Chu Xiu's mountain in half. But without even a flicker of hesitation, Chu Xiu unleashed another ultimate move. 36 True Martial Form Second Form, True Martial Subdue Sea. A colossal tide of energy exploded from our boy, warping the very space into a churning, raging sea, ready to swallow everything whole. The gargantuan wave crashed forward, instantly sucking Wang Shanjun into its vortex, making him constantly cough up vital blood. Oof, rough day. Chu Xiu, not one to let an opponent breathe, charged in and delivered a powerful punch straight to Wang Shanjun's face, completely messing him up. Dazed and disoriented, Wang Shanjun cursed in his mind. "Holy crap, why is this dude so strong?" Our boy Chu Xiu, still ice cold, kept the pressure on, unleashing 36 True Martial Forms, 6th Form. True Martial Dragon Restraint. Wang Shanjun was reduced to a pathetic tiny figure begging for mercy. But Chu Xiu, he wasn't about to hit the brakes. Wang Shanjun got absolutely flattened onto the ground, not moving a muscle. But just as Chu Xiu was about to land the finishing blow, a female demon with a very seductive figure suddenly popped up. "Esteemed human Dao brother," she purred, "could you possibly spare this little kitty of mine?" Before Chu Xiu could even ask, she introduced herself. From the infinite purgatory legion of demons at your service, Dao brother. Wang Shanjun, scared out of his wits, frantically waved his hand. Big sister Tianyi, save me. This dude is absolutely terrifying. Tianyi immediately activated her charm technique, her voice dripping like honey. Dao brother, darling, could you possibly spare his life? Tianyi would owe you a huge favor, wouldn't I? Even with his stone-cold face, Chu Xiu was clearly amused. But instead of showing mercy, he delivered a sky-shattering punch directly to Wang Shanjun's crotch. Then he smirked, and who are you? Is your favor even worth anything? And just like that, Chu Xiu lunged at Tianyi. Looks like you two are pretty cozy, huh? Well, then you can both go to the Yellow Springs together. Tianyi, quick as a flash, wrapped her legs around Chu Xiu's waist, hitting him with another charm technique. My darling lord, she cooed, how could you possibly have the heart to kill little Olmi? Even while getting tangled in her sugary sweet illusion, Chu Xiu still managed to see through to the true nature of this allure demon. Sigma energy, much? But even knowing it, Chu Xiu wasn't in any rush to break free. In fact, he was absolutely relishing it, smiling to himself. Ah, so she's an allure demoness, he mused. Allure demonesses are born with a cheat code for illusion techniques. Basically, natural-born grandmasters of the art. But what's a guy to do, right? All things balance each other out, and my cultivation is just built different, immune to these demonic illusion arts. With that, Chu Xiu snapped out of the illusion, launching a brutal punch straight at Tianyi, instantly forcing her true form to be revealed and sending her flying backward like a rag doll. Tianyi clutched her injured arm, her eyes glistening with a plea. Dao brother, you truly are heartless. Do you really want to kill little Olmi? But Chu Xiu remained ice-cold, completely unfazed, and once again unleashed his sixth form, true martial dragon restraint. He lunged forward, his hand transforming into a dragon's claw, seizing Tianyi by the throat and lifting her high into the air. Chu Xiu flashed a cunning, dangerous grin. Since the moment we met, you haven't stopped with these illusions. Honestly, if I didn't kill you, I'd be doing myself a disservice. You definitely tried to charm the wrong guy today. Tianyi was choked by Chu Xiu, gasping for air, thrashing in despair. Damn it, why wasn't he affected by my illusion technique? With stakes higher than Snoop Dogg, Tianyi had only one last option. Without hesitation, she gritted her teeth and swiftly pulled an escape talisman from her sleeve, crushing it. The talisman shattered into pieces. Then, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air. Tianyi transformed into a streak of blood-red light, rocketing straight into the sky. Chu Xiu gazed skyward, thinking, to be able to use an escape talisman in this secret realm, it must be a treasure personally crafted by a Saint King at a great cost. You got lucky this time. I don't believe you have a second one. Next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Next, Chu Xiu walked towards Wang Shanjun's corpse, which lay motionless on the ground. He then used a mystic art to absorb the corpse, collecting it into his Gui Wan. Let's see how many origin cores I can refine from this, he mused. After finishing up, he returned inside the Enlightenment Stone. As soon as Chu Xiu stepped in, Saintess Feng Zhao gently called out, Your Highness. Chu Xiu came to her side and asked, Feng Zhao, how's your comprehension of the 36 true martial forms coming along? Feng Zhao calmly replied, Out of the 36 forms, I have comprehended 2. Chu Xiu glanced at Feng Zhao, stroked his chin and smirked, thinking, this woman's comprehension isn't bad at all. Feng Zhao then asked, Are you planning to leave already? Chu Xiu nodded, replying, Yep, the first light cluster is coming up, that's the first trial. If we can't pass it, there's no way for us to move forward. With that, the two of them moved forward together. Walking behind Chu Xiu, Feng Zhao reminded him, Yao Tianyi is a renowned genius among the younger generation of the demon race. Since you laid hands on her today, the path ahead will undoubtedly be difficult with the demon race trying to cause trouble. You must be careful. Chu Xiu stared at the origin core in his hand, walking and speaking. I'm actually hoping they cause trouble. I only regret not having more trouble to boost my origin power and refine origin cores. Whoever provokes me, I'll turn them into crystallized origin power. Hearing Chu Xiu say that, Feng Zhao was utterly speechless. 2 days later, the two stood atop a massive tree, with the next trial gate into the secret realm ahead. Before entering, Chu Xiu asked seriously, We've reached the first trial. Are you ready? Feng Zhao nodded, replying, Yep, I'm ready. Let's go. With that, the two flew towards the gate. A mysterious golden light enveloped both of them, then they were instantly teleported to another location. Upon seeing the massive martial arena before them, Chu Xiu walked and explained the trial's purpose to Feng Zhao. Feng Zhao, this trial mainly tests our combat power. We have to pass the test to continue upwards, otherwise we'll be stuck here. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from behind. Wang Shanzhuo stood there, his voice icy. You killed my clan junior. Now it's time for you to meet your end, remember. The one who kills you is I, Wang Shanzhuo. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew tense. A giant fox demon appeared before them, its cold, terrifying eyes glaring intensely at Chu Xiu, a long halberd clutched in its right hand. Behind it, countless demon disciples stood ready for orders. As Chu Xiu was deep in thought, a voice echoed in his mind, Dao brother, you must be careful. Dao brother Wang Shanzhuo is super strong. Turns out the one transmitting the voice was none other than Tianyi Miao, whom Chu Xiu had previously beaten within an inch of her life. Miao, with her fiery figure and seductive gestures, gazed at Chu Xiu, causing Tiaozi nearby to cackle triumphantly. Ha ha ha, Chu Xiu, this time you've run into someone tough to deal with. Wang Shanzhuo didn't wait. He powerfully swung his weapon down, creating a loud boom as the ground beneath them cracked. Chu Xiu remained calm, his sharp gaze never leaving his opponent, a flame erupting in his hand. He coldly said, Less talk, more fight. Chu Xiu roared, True martial, crushing mountain. He summoned a towering mountain, but Wang Shanzhuo was no pushover. With a light swing, he cleaved the mountain in two. Wang Shanzhuo's loud laughter boomed. Ha, no wonder you could kill my clan junior. You've got some skill, but compared to me, you're still a step behind. Su Xiu stood tall and unyielding, his face icy as he proudly retorted, looks like you're a bit too full of yourself. Su Xiu then unleashed True Martial, Break. The power of this move exploded, spreading into blazing red circles that made the entire space tremble. From a distance, Tian Yaozi witnessed this scene in shock, his eyes wide as he thought, the 36 true martial forms? I've never seen him use them before. Could he have just had some fortuitous encounter? The shockwaves from the battle exploded so fiercely that those nearby had to brace themselves. The human race disciples buzzed with excitement, no less surprised. Unbelievable, Saint Sun Su Xiu is that strong. He's going head-to-head with Wang Shanzhuo without showing any weakness. On this side, Su Xiu clenched his fist, charging directly at Wang Shanzhuo, roaring, I'm getting serious now. Unleash all your trump cards. A crimson Dharma manifestation appeared behind Su Xiu. Wang Shanzhuo concentrated all his power into his weapon and lunged forward. The two figures collided head-on like twin tornadoes. The resounding impact of fists and weapons tore through the air, shaking heaven and earth. After a fierce exchange, Wang Shanzhuo coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood, staggering backward. Su Xiu taunted, all right, you blocked my normal attack. Not bad, not bad. In the distance, Tian Yaozi, seeing the unfavorable situation, immediately called out for everyone to join forces. Everyone, we cannot let this human race guy kill Dao brother Wang Shanzhuo. If he dies, we'll be next. Let's go kill him together. The human race disciples also prepared to rush in to support Su Xiu, but he raised a hand to stop them, confidently declaring no need. I'll personally slaughter them all. It's been too long since I had a good unrestricted killing spree. A cold smile spread across his lips, his sharp gaze sweeping over the demon race crowd. Su Xiu unleashed the 36 true martial forms, flipping Heaven Seal. A gigantic crimson palm appeared in the sky, descending with destructive power straight onto the demon race crowd. They shrieked in terror, run, spare me, someone, save me. Amidst the panic, Tian Ye and Tian Yao's frantically fled. Su Xiu lunged like lightning, kicking away Wang Shanzhuo, then instantly appeared before Tian Ye and Tian Yaozi, grabbing their necks, a cruel look on his face. Where do you think you're going? You're the perfect ingredients for refining origin cores. I can't bear to waste you. Tian Yaozi shrieked, Su Xiu, my ancestor is the demon or venerable. If you kill me. Su Xiu cut him off with a cold laugh. You think threatening me with your ancestor will scare me? As if, with hesitation, Su Xiu unleashed the 36 true martial forms, dragon capturing. Tian Yaozi immediately got a one-way ticket to meet King Yama. Witnessing that, Tian Yi trembled in fear, disbelieving her own eyes. She forced a fawning smile. Dao brother, I've never held any enmity towards you. Why must it come to this? Spare me, I'll do anything you ask, even dual cultivation to let you experience ultimate bliss. Su Xiu heard this, then gently squeezed one of Tian Yi's peaks before saying, dual cultivation with you. There might actually be some interest there. He paused for a moment, then continued, however, I'm not lacking in women far more beautiful than you. Hearing this, and knowing she had no more chances, she shrieked, Su Xiu, you will surely die in Avicii hell. My elder sister will definitely avenge me. As she finished speaking, Su Xiu tightened his grip. A sickening crunch of bones echoed. She too was gifted a one-way ticket to meet elder brother Yama. In the distance, Wang Shanzhuo witnessed everything. Knowing that crying for help was useless, he roared, Su Xiu, you've won. Do it, Su Xiu sneered, slowly approaching. Good, indeed worthy of a generation's peerless genius. Compared to those two trash-tier losers, you have more backbone. Suddenly, Su Laoma felt an unease rise as he saw Wang Shanzhuo standing firm, completely unafraid. Is something amiss, he thought, suspicion clearly visible in his eyes. With a powerful motion, he waved his hand, summoning a grand banner formation. Pillars of surging dark red chi shot forth. He calmly stated, this is a sealing grand formation. With this formation, I can see through your soul and uncover all the secrets you're hiding. Immediately, chilling chains pierced through Wang Shanzhuo's chest, imprisoning both his body and soul, leaving him unable to resist or even commit suicide. Wang Shanzhuo could only scream in agony while Su Xiu mused, so it's a great Dao curse. Just then, a colossal hand ripped through space from the sky, descending amidst swirling dark clouds and flashing lightning bolts. Saintess Feng Jiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is karmic intervention. The great venerable Wang Shan has made his move. Su Laoma smirked, then coldly continued. I had already set up a formation before I even made my move. Once Wang Shanzhuo's soul shatters, the karmic intervention will automatically break. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Xiu instantly acted. In a mere moment, he channeled a terrifying surge of energy into Wang Shanzhuo's body, causing his inner organs to shatter. Wang Shanzhuo's soul emerged from his soul platform, trying to seize the chance to escape, but Su Xiu crushed it in midair just in time. A mournful cry with fury echoed, Grand Primordium Saint Sun, you are truly something else. This old man will definitely kill you in the future. A moment later, Feng Jiao, with a face full of doubt, turned to Su Xiu and asked, Su Xiu, how did you know his soul was sealed with a great Dao curse? Su Xiu gently shook his head, a casual smile on his face as he replied, I was simply being careful. I didn't expect him to have this kind of escape route. Hearing Su Xiu say that, Jade Pond Saintess Feng Jiao couldn't help but crack an amused smile. You really are too careful. Now, only our human race remains in this first trial space. Let's pass this trial first, then figure out the rest. Our girl Feng Jiao turns to Bai Su Su, casually asking, Yo Fairy Bai, with your level, shouldn't you have aced this already? What's keeping you here? Bai Su Su lets out a sigh, dropping some lore on Feng Jiao. Easy peasy, but this Lei Tai challenge, it's got tiers, grade A, B, and C. Grade C is for noobs, like 1 or 2 minor realms below you. Grade B, that's your peers, same realm. But Grade A? Bro, that's fighting someone from a higher realm. Their cultivation gets nerfed, and if the opponent is just 1 realm higher, they're basically a minor saint. Once you're on the Leitai, you gotta clear out all opponents within 5 keys of time. No cap. It scales too. 1 key is 1 opponent, 2 keys mean 2, 3 keys for 4, 4 keys for 8, and by the 5th key, you're swarmed by 16 foes. And get this, these Heiyi-Ren also have some busted combined attack skills. Their teamwork isn't just 1+1-2, it's straight up exponential chaos. At this point, Baisusu flashes back to her own attempt, exhaling sharply. Bro, last time I tried Grade A, I almost got sent to the respawn screen. Meng Dao, standing next to Baisusu with a gloomy face, lets out an exasperated sigh. Trying to punch above your weight against a squad of minor saints? Yeah, that's a hard pass. Feng Zhao shoots a subtle glance at Chu Xiu, a confident smirk playing on her lips. I mean, Chu Xiu's only Dao Gong realm, but the enemies are divine ability. Still with his insane battle power, clearing this Grade challenge? Probably a walk in the park for him. But as soon as she looked, she saw him in full gremlin mode. Our boy Chu Xiu was busy looting Wang Shanzhuo's corpse, muttering to himself, can't let anything go to waste. Waste is a sin, we gotta optimize resource management, people. Meng Dao, Baisusu, and Feng Zhao could only stare, completely deadpan, forcing the most awkward smiles of their lives. Chu Xiu turns around, a confident glint in his eyes and a smug grin. It's just Grade A, don't be discouraged. The Qiankun hasn't been set in stone yet. Everyone's got a shot at being the dark horse, right? After his resource management of Wang Shanzhuo's corpse, old Devil Chu struts to the center of the Leitai booming. Alright fam, who's first? Baisusu's quick to respond, nah, we can't handle Grade A, you got this, boss. Chu Xiu gives a nonchalant nod, looking cool as ice, and gracefully leaps onto the Leitai. Instantly, a robotic voice select difficulty. Options, Grade C, B, A, and A+? Chu Xiu did a double take. Wait, A+? Nobody mentioned that before, right? Hidden rewards, here I come. After a brief internal debate, our boy picked Grade A+. The words barely left his lips before bam, 2 Heiyi-Ren materialized on the Leitai, and these weren't just any Heiyi-Ren, both were peak divine ability realm cultivators. Below, Baisusu was shook. What in the cultivation world? Why's Chu Xiu got 2 opponents right off the bat? Feng Zhao's face paled. This means within 5s of time, he'll be facing 32 peak divine ability realm cultivators, all masters of combined attacks. This difficulty is beyond insane. Right? Back on the Leitai, the fight between Chu Xiu and the 2 Heiyi-Ren was already on. Old Devil Chu channeled some ancient art, unleashed a true martial mountain-shattering seal punch, and sent 1 Heiyi-Ren straight to the moon. In a literal blink, Chu Xiu was already in front of the other Heiyi-Ren, finishing him off with a brutal kick that sent him plummeting. Watching from the sidelines, Feng Zhao's eyes lit up. No wonder Chu Xiu let me pick the 36 true martial forms. This secret technique is literally a hard counter to the Heiyi-Ren. Meng Tao, looking utterly flabbergasted, whispered, did Chu Xiu seriously know the 36 true martial forms would be this OP for clearing the stage? Feng Zhao stammered awkwardly. Chu Xiu felt he was missing a close combat technique, so he picked the 36 true martial forms. And me, I chose it because I wanted to practice with him. Baisusu, hearing this, covered her mouth and giggled. Bro, you two are practically canon, so enviable. Feng Zhao blushed crimson, quickly diverting her gaze back to the Leitai. There Chu Xiu and the Heiyi-Ren were still going at it, full throttle. One by one, the Heiyi-Ren were getting absolutely bodied by Chu's true martial mountain-shattering seal. System. Stage 4 cleared. Stage 5 cleared. Baisusu and Jadepon Saintus Feng Zhao were literally agape. Baisusu blurted out, he cleared 5 stages already? That's some speedrun level efficiency from Chu Xiu. Feng Zhao chimed in, and it's not just stage 6, the opponent is a mid-stage minor saint. Old Devil Chu wasn't even surprised, thinking, well, it is A+ difficulty. What did you expect, an easy grade A stroll? Suddenly, the Leitai lights dimmed. 2 mid-stage minor saint Heiyi-Ren appeared, eyes like abysses, twin pale purple flames flickering. They phased in and out, then simultaneously darted towards Chu Xiu at lightning speed. No way was he just gonna stand there. Old Devil Chu exploded with battle intent, instantly unleashing a secret art to summon a colossal phantom mountain. He slammed it down, obliterating the first Heiyi-Ren into a fine paste. Seizing that brief window, the other Heiyi-Ren lunged, his sharp blade cutting a deadly arc straight for Chu Xiu. But Old Devil Chu was unfazed, coolly unleashing the 36 true martial forms. He hit the Heiyi-Ren with a true martial stone break, sending him careening through the air. Just then, the system voice dinged again. System advancing to stage 7. Facing off against a Heiyi-Ren radiating immense pressure, our boy instantly recognized him, an 8th level minor saint. The Heiyi-Ren unleashed continuous waves of sword intent, each one packing terrifying power. Chu Xiu wasn't about to tank that. He dodged and weaved with insane agility. Old Devil Chu, eyes burning with resolve, declared, alright then, let's see just how far I can push myself. Let's see if I can clap you. His vital energy surged sky-high, terrifying power twisting the very space around Old Devil Chu. He then unleashed the ultimate cheat code, Myriad Matters All Cease. He blasted out a powerful energy stream that pierced straight through the Heiyi-Ren's chest. The Heiyi-Ren dissipated into thin air in an instant. The system voice beat immediately. System, congratulations, Challenger. You have cleared the Grade A+ difficulty challenge with an overkill. Your ranking points have skyrocketed. Please select 2 rewards from the list below. 1. Great Dao Foundation Upgrade. 2. 50 Milzinthos Divine Origins Stones. 3. Body Tempering Boost. 4. Sumeru Mountain Refinement Privilege. Amidst the tense Leitai atmosphere, Chu Xiu stood tall, looking like an absolute invincible. Was flabbergasted. Saint Shun Chu, one-shotting an 8th level mid-stage minor saint? Unbelievable. Beside her, Feng Zhao couldn't hold back her pride. Yo, even the ancient pond great emperor back in his prime wasn't this cracked. From the arena, after a moment of careful hemming, Chu Xiu flashed an arrogant grin. I'll take 1 and 4, please. Reward 1. Great Dao Foundation upgrade. Our boy closed his eyes, a supremely satisfied smile on his face. Every cultivator's wet dream right there, he mused. Reward 4. The privilege to refine the Sumeru Mountain. And we're not talking about just any mountain. This is the colossal peak atop the Void Giant Tree. A gigantic artifact like that? No way it's basic. This refining opportunity is straight up priceless, fam. Dong, a notification blared. System. Challenger, your Great Dao Foundation has temporarily maxed out and cannot be upgraded. Please reselect Chu paused, then facepalmed. Guess I gotta pick something else then. Alright, 2 and 4 it is. My body's already peaked here with the desolate ancient saint body. It just gets stronger by itself anyway. System. Ding. Selection successful. Please wait a moment while we process your loot drop. The moment the system finished, poof! Countless divine origin stones rained down from the sky. Chu Xiu wasted no time, snatching them all up into his spatial ring with lightning speed. He couldn't help but grin like a Cheshire cat. Haha, talk about a major W. Even if I reluctantly settle for these 50 million divine origin stones and don't snag the Dozy secret, this whole trip was still worth it. Outside the arena, Feng Zhao's squad was absolutely flabbergasted, eyes wide with pure admiration as they watched Chu Xiu go full gremlin mode collecting all those divine origin stones. Meng Tao next to Bai Susu practically yelled, "Bro, this is legendary. I've never seen so many divine origin stones in my life." Next up, Saintess Feng Zhao swaggered onto the stage. A black-clothed figure immediately appeared. Without hesitation, she mimicked Chu Xiu, unleashing the 36 forms of Zhenwu. Meanwhile, outside the Qi Huangshan secret realm, absolute pandemonium was erupting. The Demon Clan's great sage glared at the Taisu Holy Sex people with seething hatred. Great Saint Zhongru scoffed, "Oh, the Taisu Holy Son? Nice, real good, mighty strong, huh? What's wrong, you old farts getting fancy?" Our Holy Son battled across realms and smacked his opponent down. That's his raw talent. If you're salty, keep sending your juniors in. Nearby, Shimeng Di sensed the tension, reminding her, "Don't be disrespectful." Great Saint Zhongru pouted, "I haven't said anything wrong. This time, His Highness the Holy Son has brought immense glory to the human race." Shimeng Di shook her head with a sigh, then looked at Chu Xiu with a worried expression. This cocky bastard is too arrogant. He absolutely must be careful not to fall for any traps. Back inside the secret realm, after Feng Zhao wrapped up her challenge, Chu Xiu, ever the curious one, asked her, "So the reward was boosting your Great Dao Foundation?" Feng Zhao nodded. Thanks to the 36 forms of Zhenwu, my score got a massive upgrade." Chu Xiu pressed on, "So, how are you feeling right now?" Feng Zhao pondered, then replied, "My Great Dao Foundation feels way more robust, and my battle prowess has probably jumped by 40%. Hearing that, Chu Xiu stepped closer, wrapped an arm around Feng Zhao's waist, and smirked, "Nice, I'll find a chance to experience that, personally." Feng Zhao's face flushed as she replied, "Another time, we still have to tackle the second trial first." Outside, Master Baobao, witnessing Chu Xiu shamelessly flirting with Feng Zhao, steamed with rage. Damn it, this insubordinate brat is unbearable. Why don't those demon beasts just flatten him already? The scene shifts back inside the hidden domain, where Chu Xiu and Feng Zhao now stood before the second stage. Chu Xiu solemnly asked, "You ready?" Feng Zhao offered a confident smile. Let's head in." The two then stepped into a new space where rows of people were meditating, and in front of them stood various statues. As Chu Xiu walked, he thought, "Oh, they're comprehending secret techniques. This stage is kinda neat." On the platform, a tall, slender chick in a bunny girl outfit, with fair skin and a vibrant, cute-as-hell appearance, greeted them with a sweet smile. "Welcome, new challengers. Please note, in this specific zone, no brawling and no killing are allowed. Violate this rule, and you'll be instantly eliminated and aided out." This chick was the referee for the second stage. The bunny girl continued, "This stage mainly tests a challenger's comprehension. Later, when you step onto the platform, all your skills will be locked down. You'll only be able to use secret arts derived from these statues. If you two are ready, then get to comprehending." Chu Xiu eyed the referee girl up and down, secretly thinking, "TSK, why does she remind me of the jade rabbit next to Chang'e Big Sis from mythology?" Seeing Chu Xiu ogling, Feng Zhao couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. She forced a smile and asked, "Sir, you're not developing a thing for that chick, are you?" Chu Xiu hastily explained, Nah, that girl's clearly a puppet, not real. I don't have some freaky fetish like that." Unexpectedly, Chu Xiu then casually walked up, gave the bunny girl's butt a quick pinch, and leaned into Feng Zhao's ear with a teasing tone. "Heh, so you still got some fight in you, huh?" Feng Zhao's face burned crimson, and she stammered, "Let's go. We need to go meditate on the secret techniques first." Chu Xiu didn't object. All right. The two then headed to an unoccupied statue and sat down. The moment Feng Zhao began comprehending the secret techniques, she was utterly astonished. These secret techniques are all upgraded versions of the 36 forms of Zhenwu. Did His Highness the Holy Son already know this? Chu Xiu sensed her surprise and chimed in, "What's there to be so surprised and flustered about?" She secretly thought, "Damn, he saw through me again." Feng Zhao refocused her comprehension. She secretly wondered just what kind of OP secret technique is the 36 forms of Zhenwu to have such immense power. Noticing her thoughts, Chu Xiu explained, actually, this is just one part of the DoZB. Pretty hype, right? She nodded and replied, I truly thank you for the reminder, bro. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten the Great Dao Foundation reward in the first stage, and this one would be impossible to clear. Hearing that, Chu Xiu flashed a sly grin. Verbal thanks aren't enough, but full custody is mine. I can't just hand them over to your Yao Qi holy sect. Feng Jiao, with her soft body and scarlet face, stumbled over her words, be but. Before she could finish, Chu Xiu pulled her into a tight embrace, asserting with a dominant aura, no buts. If you don't listen, I'll teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Feng Jiao rested her head against Chu Xiu's chest and mumbled, we still have to clear this stage first. Half an hour later, Chu Xiu stood up and swaggered toward the challenge platform. This immediately drew the attention of the demon clan. They erupted into a cacophony of whispers. No way, he's already heading to the platform. Did he already crack it? Another scoffed. Impossible. The secret techniques in these statues are enigmatic and cryptic, extremely tough to comprehend. How could he possibly do it? The person opposite smirked disdainfully. My guess? He's just going over there to flirt with that bunny chick. The bunny girl, with rosy lips and a sweet, sweet smile, asked Chu Xiu, challenger, are you going to challenge me? You only get 3 chances, so don't waste them. I'll now lock down your other techniques. Later you can only use the secret arts you just comprehended. Chu Xiu impatiently barked, cut the crap, let's start! The bunny girl bowed and got into a ready stance. I won't hold back in my attacks, so watch yourself. Facing the bunny girl charging straight at him, old Devil Chu remained calm, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. 36 forms of Zhenwu, mountain-shattering seal. Instantly, a torrent of power erupted, pushing the bunny girl backward, yet she landed gracefully. Looking at Chu Xiu, she smiled, nice. Congratulations on passing the trial. Hearing this, Chu Xiu slightly furrowed his brow, secretly thinking, passed? Just like that? Bro, I barely even tried. Immediately, the system's voice rang in his mind. Congratulations, challenger, for clearing the second stage. Please choose 2 of the following rewards. 1. 50 million Divine Origin Stones. 2. Great Dao Foundation Boost. 3. Body Enhancement. 4. Spirit Refinement. System detected an anomaly. Your reward qualifications are in flux, causing chaotic options. Selection process forcibly paused. Chu Xiu froze solid. He noticed the bunny girl's image before him gradually twisting like a glitching illusion. He blurted out, what the heck is going on? Are you guys trying to scam me or something? Before he could even think, a spatial rift suddenly tore open behind him, sucking Chu Xiu into another dimension. His figure vanished from the platform, leaving the spectators gawking at each other, utterly bewildered. Where'd he go? Did Chu Xiu pass this stage? What just happened? Feng Jiao's face was filled with profound worry, her eyes glued to the platform, desperately searching for her man. Stepping out from the spatial vortex, Chu Xiu found himself before an endless sea of vibrant crimson blossoms. He frowned. This place feels so familiar, like I've been here before. In the distance, amidst the sea of flowers, stood a gigantic stone slab inscribed with ancient script. He approached the stone tablet, intently reading, the Tao is not the Tao, man is not man, leaving my generation deeply troubled. As he reached out to touch the stone tablet, he suddenly heard an ear-splitting sword clang. From thin air, an ice crystal longsword materialized, hovering ominously above his head. Chu Xiu's eyes went wide as he secretly thought, Emperor tier sword intent manifested? But why does this aura feel so damn familiar? A woman's image flashed in Chu Xiu's mind. He rubbed his chin, Taisu Empress, it's her. Suddenly, the Taisu Empress's ice crystal longsword shimmered slightly, and a voice echoed, wrong path, dead end. Hearing this, Chu Xiu hastily demanded, what do you mean, wrong path? Elaborate a little, will you? His questions were met with dead silence. Unexpectedly, the system's voice rang out, beginning reward allocation. Check complete. Challenger's Great Dao Foundation has reached a flawless state, cannot be further ascended at this time. Body enhancement, reward doubled. A ray of crimson light appeared from thin air, engulfing Chu Xiu and slowly integrating into his very being. Powerful energy surged through him. His physical body was reinforced yet again. Power coursed through him. Standing amidst the energy vortex, his long hair whipping around, he felt the distinct transformation within his body. A moment later, the system's voice suddenly rang out with thrill. Massive opportunity. Host, can you feel it? Chu Xiu looked at his hands, replying with a serious expression, I can feel it. My sacred body and sacred blood are both being fortified, and it's not just a simple enhancement, but a fundamental, essential ascension. His entire body felt warm, as if submerged in a natural hot spring, his spirit and physical body simultaneously entering a state of peak relaxation. Chu Xiu couldn't help but moan, so damn good. The system's mechanical voice then chimed again, congratulations, Challenger, for completing your body enhancement. Here's your reward, 50 million Divine Origin Stones. Golden Spirit Source Stones poured down like a waterfall right before Chu Xiu. Our boy looked at the mountain of precious resources and gleefully exclaimed, bro just hit the jackpot for real. With rewards this busted, gimme more. A short while later, on the arena of the second trial gate, space suddenly twisted, forming a massive vortex. From within, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. Everyone gasped as they realized it was Taisu Shengzi. He's back? Where the heck did he go just now? So what exactly happened? Didi Nu, who was sitting nearby, immediately got hyped when she saw Chu Xiu appear, waving and loudly calling out, Taisu Shengzi. I'm over here. Chu Xiu gave a slight smile, turned and waved back amiably. Oh, Didi Nu is here too? Didi Nu was overjoyed, her cheeks flushing red as she shyly grabbed the pink rabbit ears of her companion, excitedly saying, did you see that? Chu Xiu smiled at me. He smiled at me. He totally likes me. right? Tu Hong, whose ears were being squeezed so hard she couldn't even breathe, frantically nodded. Yes, 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 everything you say is right. Dinu looked at the teary-eyed Tu Hong and frowned, asking, if I'm right, then why are you crying? Tu Hong stammered. Milady, ears are the lifeblood of our rabbit clan. My ears hurt. At the same time, Chu Xiu slowly flew over to Feng Jiao. As soon as she saw him, a worried Feng Jiao immediately asked, where did you go? What happened? Chu Xiu calmly explained, I got teleported to a pocket dimension and picked up a few rewards. Hearing that, Feng Jiao felt a little shy, gently taking Chu Xiu's sleeve. She softly said, I'm going to challenge the gate soon. Can you wait for me so we can go through the third gate together? Chu Xiu smiled, unhesitatingly wrapping his arm around Feng Jiao's waist, playfully teasing, good job, you're making progress, you even know how to flirt now. Saying that, he patted Feng Jiao's butt. Go on, I'll wait for you. The surrounding crowd watched as Feng Jiao headed towards the arena, whispering in astonishment, is she challenging it now too? As expected of Jiao Qi Shengnu, another person sighed. This secret art is too profound, I still can't figure out how they challenge it so quickly. Someone else replied, we should just keep trying to comprehend it. Outside the trial space of the second gate, numerous demon beasts had gathered, forming neat lines to block the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. Qingjiao stood at the front, her cold gaze sweeping around, her voice echoing, get lost, all of you, or I'll kill you all. Hearing this, the human cultivators flared up, unable to hold back as they questioned, aren't you demons being a little too overbearing? Qingjiao merely sneered, her face full of arrogance. Haha, so what if I'm overbearing? Do you dare to charge in? Don't blame us, blame your human Taisu Shengzi. He killed my little sister, Miao Tianye. He must pay the price. He killed someone he shouldn't have, completely enraging us.
He must pay the price.
At this moment, Chu Lao Mo sensed something was off. He looked towards the second trial gate, frowning slightly as he thought, heavy demon aura. Something's not right. After a moment of thought, Chu Xiu walked towards Dai Dinu. Sensing his aura, Dai Dinu immediately snapped out of her comprehension state, asking with a radiant smile, Taisu Shengzi, did you come to find me because you want to go on a date? Chu Xiu pointed at the two massive axes behind Dai Dinu's back, gently smiling. Miss Dai Dinu, I actually came to borrow something from you. Dai Dinu didn't hesitate, immediately handing the two massive axes to Chu Xiu, happily saying, small matter, take them. Receiving the axes, Chu Xiu smiled. Thank you, Miss Dai Dinu. Next time, I'll definitely treat you to a meal. Dinu watched Chu Xiu's retreating back, her heart brimming with emotions, her cheeks flushed as she thought to herself, Chu Xiu is so handsome. Chu Lao Mo, holding the two axes, eagerly strode towards the gate. Let's see what kind of commotion is happening outside. Heh. The rabbit-eared girl, Tu Hong, saw Didi give the axes to Tu Xiu and shrieked in alarm, oh my ancestors, do you even know what he borrowed those axes for? Didi blinked innocently, replying naively, I don't know. Seeing Didi's utterly naive expression, Tu Hong gritted her teeth in frustration and scolded. Do you know that many of our demon brethren are ambushing outside? They're all waiting to kill him. He borrowed your gigantic axes to have a bloody battle with our demon race. Didi was momentarily startled, her face turning pale, her eyes wide in disbelief. She desperately ran towards Chu Xiu, shouting loudly, Chu Xiu, wait. After you're done using them, the two axes will automatically return. Don't worry that I won't have axes to use. Also, it's very dangerous outside. You have to do your best. Behind her, the demon beasts who heard these words broke out in a cold sweat, their entire bodies turning to stone. Tu Hong helplessly muttered, Milady, whose side are you even on? When Chu Xiu emerged alone from the gate, the demon beasts erupted in cheers, shouting loudly, haha, he's out, he finally came out, kill him. Qingjiao, with her alluring appearance, stepped forward, the corner of her mouth curling into an enchanting smile. Chu Xiu, you finally decided to show yourself. Facing her, Chu Xiu merely replied with a faint smile. Greetings, sorry to have kept you waiting. If this one knew you were all waiting for me, I would have come out sooner. Qingjiao put her hands on her hips, turning to her companions with a contemptuous tone. He can still smile at a time like this? You think he's just faking a forced smile, right? The demon beast next to her sneered, looking up at the sky as he replied, I think he's pretending to be all profound and unpredictable, then looking for an opportunity to escape. Haha. Outside the secret realm, seeing Chu Xiu surrounded by demon beasts, the human crowd couldn't help but worry. A great saint turned to ask Qimengdai, Fairy Qimengdai, the holy sun is surrounded by demon beasts. Should we send someone to help him? Another great saint sighed, shaking his head. It's too late. Qimengdi chuckled, her eyes flashing with understanding, frogs at the bottom of a well. You guys truly don't understand anything about this rascal of mine. Just looking at his lewd smile, I immediately know these demon beasts are about to have a very bad day. Inside the secret realm, a Yahoo saw Chu Xiu walking alone and curiously asked, didn't Jiao Qi Shengnu Feng Jiao come out with you? Could it be you want to face all of us alone? At the Yahoo's contemptuous words, Chu Xiu burst out laughing, ha ha ha, to kill you guys, I alone am more than enough. Seeing Chu Xiu so confident, the Yao sent a sound transmission to Qingjiao to prevent any mishaps. Activate the Great Formation. Qingjiao nodded. Rest assured, within 3 breaths, all the great formations we set up will be activated. He's dead for sure. The female demon beast slowly counted 3, 2, 1. But nothing happened. The space remained silent, no formation in sight. The demon beasts were horrified, their hearts filled with doubt. Why isn't the formation working? Chu Xiu flashed a wicked smile, arrogantly declaring, I officially announce, all of you have been surrounded by me alone. Your formations? I've already tampered with them. Give up resisting. Immediately after, Chu Xiu's own formations activated, exuding immense power. He gripped the two gigantic axes firmly in his hands, declaring in a sarcastic tone, "Drop your weapons and surrender. After you surrender, I guarantee you a comfortable death. At least you'll get to keep your bodies intact." As soon as the words fell, the entire demon beast horde was surrounded by the great formation, their faces turning ashen. Chu Xiu smirked. "That Mi Yao Tianyi died tragically that day, and her corpse has already been refined by me into origin energy crystals." Chu Lao Mo flashed a despicable smile, his eyes sweeping over every feature of Qing Zhao's face. Then he faintly chuckled. "Aye, it's such a pity for a beautiful woman like you to die." Hearing that, Qing Zhao's eyes flared with fury. She pulled out a cold, sharp blade, opening her mouth to thunder. "Chu Xiu, you shameless scoundrel! Go to hell!" With an icy face, Chu Xiu remained unmoved, slowly raising the two axes high into the sky, his voice echoing majestically through space. "I have cultivated the supreme immortal Tao. All things in heaven and earth return to one." Streaks of red lightning flared from the great formation, and blood-red light from the fluttering banners reflected a chilling hue onto his face. The female demon beast suddenly charged forward like a whirlwind. Gritting her teeth, she aimed her blade straight at his heart, shouting loudly, "Die!" But as the blade nearly touched his body, he suddenly flashed an eerie smile. When the blade stabbed into Chu Xiu's body, it was like hitting a steel bar, causing him no damage whatsoever. Qing Zhao was stunned, her blade instantly bouncing off. She dazedly exclaimed in astonishment, "How can this be? Just how powerful is this body?" Chu Xiu didn't hesitate, swinging his axe down like thunder, causing Qing Zhao's blood essence to splatter everywhere. Afterwards, Chu Xiu spoke in a voice like the Grim Reaper coming to collect a soul. "Yao Hu, it's your turn." The Yao Hu wanted to flee, but the power of the great formation held him tight as he howled in helpless desperation. "Damn it, I can't break free." But it was all in vain. In a flash, Chu Xiu chopped him into pieces. His face was flushed crimson, his eyes emitting a sharp, bloodthirsty gaze as a terrifying smile spread across his lips. Outside the secret realm, a scene straight out of a horror flick was playing out for the major holy lands and hidden families. Zhangru's voice practically vibrated with excitement as she yelled, "Our holy son absolutely body-bagged them, ha ha ha. These demon barbarian scrubs really thought they could jump our holy son? Serves them right." Beside her, Shi Mengdi wore a subtle smirk. "This brat," she mused, "he never disappoints." Meanwhile, on the demon side, two great saints, Nuto and Qingyu, an ox head and a chicken head respectively, watched the whole spectacle, dread creeping into their demonic hearts. Nuto Great Saint let out a heavy sigh. "Yeah, they're toast." Qingyu Great Saint, eyes blazing, roared. "That damn Chu Xiu," Tianmian True Monarch's voice, level but razor sharp, suddenly cut in. "It's not that they're weak, it's just that Chu Xiu dude is a whole different level of scheming and insidious." Of course they couldn't win, that's just how he operates. Qingyu Great Saint's eyes narrowed as he urgently pinged Tianmian True Monarch. "Tianmian, this is a disaster. At this rate, the Dozi Mi will fall into Chu Xiu's hands. Can our demon race really afford to wait for that monster from Wanyaogu to show up?" Seeing Qingyu's frantic expression, Tianmian True Monarch remained chill as a cucumber. "Don't freak out. Even if that monster from Wanyaogu does come, he'll only have a 40% chance of making it out alive if that." Qingyu Great Saint was gobsmacked. "What the heck are you talking about?" Tianmian True Monarch just chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "What I mean is, you need to open your mind a little. Chu Xiu is not a good guy, like at all. His schemes, his combat prowess, his natural talent, all of it is terrifying. That demon monster from Fanyaogu, he's got a 6 out of 10 chance of getting absolutely clapped if he fights Chu Xiu." Upon hearing this, Qingyu angrily shot back. "Tianmian, you've changed, bro. Ever since Chu Xiu curb stomped you, you've gotten soft. Just wait and see who comes out on top. It's not over yet. Don't forget, that monster doesn't just have the Tian Yao Ti, he's also got a freaking emperor's inheritance." Tianmian simply closed his eyes, centering himself in thought, not bothering to argue back. Cut to inside the secret realm. After straight up massacring all those demon cultivators, Chu Xiu casually stowed away his two ridiculously massive axes. He thought to himself, "Man, these two giant axes from Daidi really made short work of those demon barbarians. My original plan was to drop a surveillance formation and snoop around up here after the fight, swipe some critical demon intel. But I've had a change of plans. I'm gonna seal a Great Dao Curse onto Daidi's giant axe. Once she notices something's off with her weapon, she'll obviously run to Daizun. That's my chance to take Daizun out for good! But hiding something from a Saint King level overlord? That's gonna be tough. How do I pull this off?" After racking his brain for a bit, a certain Saintess Feng Jiao popped into his head. Chu Xiu stroked his chin. "Ah, Feng Jiao can help me with this." A few hours later, Saintess Feng Jiao emerged from thin air beaming. "Holy son, I've passed the trial." Upon seeing the sheer amount of demon limbs and corpses strewn everywhere, Feng Jiao's emotions did a full 180. Feng Jiao gazed at Chu Xiu, her voice dripping with awe. "Brother Chu Xiu, you're getting ridiculously strong. If I were cornered like that, I'd be running for my life. But you didn't just escape, you absolutely wiped out the entire demon race." Old Devil Chu heard that and, quick as a flash, had his arm around Feng Jiao's waist, pulling her into his embrace while flashing a devious smirk. "Already obsessed with me, huh? Right?" Then Chu Xiu grabbed Feng Jiao's right hand, making her blush beet red as she shyly stammered. "What are you doing? Just a little experiment." With that, Chu Xiu channeled some power into his finger and, quick as a flash, drew a small cut on her digit. Instantly, a few glistening drops of blood seeped out. Chu Xiu's eyes were glued to the fresh blood on Feng Jiao's finger as he thought, "Man, I've killed so many demons recently, I've started noticing this weird craving for their blood. I wonder if I'd feel the same about human blood?" Thinking this, Chu Xiu took a quick sniff of Feng Zhao's blood. Huh, no reaction to human blood as expected. But why do I crave demon blood? Could it be that eating demon flesh actually gives me something? Witnessing Chu Xiu's super weird antics, Saintess Feng Zhao couldn't help but softly inquire, "What in the world are you doing?" Old Devil Chu just pretended he didn't hear a thing. Instead, he brought her finger to his mouth and sucked on it. All to test if he had a craving for human blood, apparently. After a moment of ahem testing, her finger, Old Devil Chu, realizing he was creating a massive misunderstanding, quickly blurted out, "Hold on, let me explain. I was actually going to—" Before he could even finish his sentence, Feng Zhao cut him off. "Bro, are you seriously planning to go after a Saint King?" Chu Xiu was actually impressed by her quick deduction, but just nodded. Yep, then he spilled the tea and told Feng Zhao his whole devious plan. After hearing it, she immediately went into full calculation mode. If we run with your plan, it just might work. My innate Dao body actually can conceal heavenly secrets. Seeing Feng Zhao's cute little thinking face, Chu Xiu couldn't resist lifting her chin, teasing with a smirk. "What's taking you so long, little sis? Just tell me, are you in or out?" Without a single moment of hesitation, Feng Zhao shot back. "I'm in." Hearing her answer, Chu Xiu gave Feng Zhao's lively rear a quick squeeze and let out a hearty laugh. "All right then, no time to waste. Let's get this barrier set up so no one outside the secret realm knows what we're really doing." The human crowd watched as Chu Xiu started setting up a barrier, and naturally, the whispers began. "Bro, why are the Holy Sun and Saintess putting up a hidden barrier? What are they doing in there?" The more they thought, the wilder their imaginations got. Then, some dude with a truly perverted smirk chimed in. Could it be that after clearing 2 trials, they're just releasing some stress? Heh, gotta hand it to the youngsters, that youthful energy is something else. Over here, Shiming Day saw the barrier go up, blocking her view, and immediately got pissed. Add in all the lewd comments from the human crowd, and her master's jealous blood was absolutely boiling. She seethed internally, "This perverted little brat has no shame. Just you wait until you get out of there, I'm gonna teach you a lesson." Cut 2. Inside the secret realm right now, Chu Xiu and the Saintess were going full throttle, channeling some serious magic. A little while later, Feng Zhao slowly opened her eyes. Mission accomplished. Hearing that, Chu Xiu slowly picked up the axe and stared at it with intense focus. He flashed a sinister, almost predatory smile. "Alright, now we just wait for the sucker to take the bait." 7 days later, outside Chihuang Mountain, a blinding golden light scorched the sky, and with it, spatial cracks started ripping through reality. Shimeng Di saw that and was instantly flabbergasted. She mumbled, "What in the cultivation world is that?" Moments later, a flying warship ripped through the fabric of space and burst forth. And inside that warship, a dashing young man with an aura that punched through the sky, a crimson mark etched on his forehead. This, folks, was Wan Yaogu's resident demon monster, Ming Yaozi. Ming Yaozi descended like a boss, making a beeline for the secret realm entrance. A green-robed girl immediately recognized him, gasping, "It's the demon monster from Wan Yaogu. He actually came." A yellow-robed girl next to her freaked out. "OMG, I heard he's got the inheritance of the Xingshu, a great emperor. His aura is insane. He's gonna be a great saint any day now, right?" The green-robed girl added, "Dude, when he was just in the Dao Palace realm, he already birthed a divine ability seed. His future is basically limitless." Meanwhile, outside the second trial ground, Chu Xiu was chillin', cross-legged in cultivation. His eyes were closed, his entire consciousness deep-diving into his Dao Palace. Inside his Dao Palace, our boy Chu Xiu was fixated on his Dao seed. Chu Xiu mumbled, "Why is my Emperor-grade Dao seed doing this? Could it have something to do with me grasping a sliver of the all things return to one truth? My Dao seed right now feels like a hungry monster, wanting to just take over everything. Except humans, I have this feeling I could project it and just hijack people's systems." Warning, host. This might be linked to the blood-red karma of the human race, but we definitely need to investigate further. For the past few days, Feng Zhao and I haven't even stepped outside this second trial space, all because I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on with my own transformation. Even though I can't pinpoint the exact changes happening, I can confirm one thing. This transformation has pretty much 0 side effects, which is great, honestly. As he was deep in thought, Feng Zhao suddenly came darting over. In her hand, she was casually lugging a ridiculously massive chicken. The chicken, flapping in Feng Zhao's grip, squawked in utter panic. "Chu Xiu, didn't you guys already move on to the next level? Why are you still here? What the heck are you gonna do with me?" Feng Zhao didn't even bother to reply, just unceremoniously dumped the chicken on the ground. When her feet touched the ground, she immediately transformed into an incredibly cute and seductive waifu. Same old move, Chu Xiu lifted her chin and reassured her, "Don't be scared. Look at my innocent smile, I would never harm you." She heard this and couldn't help but burst into tears, screaming, "Chu Xiu, you're a literal devil." Next, Chu Xiu instructed Feng Zhao, "Go guard the cave entrance for me." The chicken girl heard this, thinking Chu Xiu wanted to kill her, and burst into frantic wailing, "Mommy, I want to go home. Boo-hoo-hoo!" When Feng Zhao went outside the cave, she immediately cast an invisible barrier. When only the two of them were left inside, the chicken girl saw Chu Xiu's sinister expression and her face lost all color. "What exactly do you want to do?" Chu Xiu flashed a mysterious smile. "Don't rush, you'll find out soon enough." At this moment, old Demon Chu pulled out his Dao seed. The chicken demon, upon seeing Chu Xiu's Dao seed, immediately felt a terrifying dread, as if a primal fear from deep within her soul and bloodline had been activated. She screamed in terror, "What is this thing?" Old Demon Chu remained silent, only curling his lips into a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming eerily. Suddenly, the Dao seed unleashed a mysterious power, spreading like wildfire. The chicken girl shrieked in fear, Help me, then. That mysterious power slowly enveloped the chicken demon, cocooning her. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, concentrating his divine sense to perceive, and immediately saw flashes of the chicken demon's past, images of her strolling through the city, then images of her standing on the city wall observing everything below. He even saw alluring images of her struggling to practice her breathing techniques, panting softly. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiu's lips curled up. He thought to himself, is this soul reading? Haha, so the Unity Dao Seed has this ability too. Scene change 1 hour later, the soul reading technique ended and the Unity Dao Seed gradually withdrew its power. The chicken demon slowly woke up, sitting up sluggishly. Chu Xiu immediately asked, you're awake? She obediently knelt down, replying softly, Then she crawled to Chu Xiu's feet and respectfully said, my lord, I am your most loyal servant. Thank you for granting me a new life. Then she kissed his foot. Chu Xiu told her to stand up, then asked, Aikun, do you feel any changes in yourself? The chicken demon sensed it and exclaimed joyfully, my lord, thanks to your assistance, the phoenix bloodline in my body has advanced several tiers. The flaws of my divine ability seed have been compensated, reaching a transcendent level. My strength has at least tripled, and my aptitude and cultivation speed have also greatly increased. After leaving the secret realm, I can reach the minor saint realm, and even have a chance at the great saint realm. Chu Xiu looked at the chicken demon, thinking to himself, after this experiment I can roughly grasp the effects of the Unity Dao Seed. 1. Devour. Devouring non-human cultivators, transforming them into a type blood-colored energy, which is the peculiar blood-colored energy stored in the blood-colored satellite next to the spiritual Dao Seed. 2. Reform. Blood-colored energy can transform all races and make them subservient from their very souls. Understanding the effects of the Unity Dao Seed, Chu Xiu then told the chicken demon to quickly stand up. She obediently replied, yes, my lord. Chu Xiu wrapped his arm around Aikun's waist. He thought to himself, this method is truly insane. In the future, I'll have a legion of powerful and absolutely loyal subordinates. Aikun blushed shyly, looked at Chu Xiu and called out, my lord. The young man's finger poked at her heart, then asked, what's wrong? Aikun was both shy and worried. Ming Yao Zi from Wanyao Gu has arrived. He might challenge you, my lord. Chu Xiu squinted with a smile, took her hand. It's fine. He thought to himself, Ming Yao Zi, possessing the divine grade heavenly demon body divine ability seed, a peerless prodigy that hasn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years. He's the inheritor of the Shujing Great Emperor. If I also transform him into a subordinate, wouldn't that be absolutely busted? Chu Xiu spoke up. Aikun, I'm giving you a mission. Aikun immediately knelt down and respectfully replied, by your command, my lord, Aikun will complete it even if it costs her life. The young man then laid out his plan. You need to find a way to lure in some more demon beasts. She obediently replied, yes. A short while later, Saintess Fengjiao approached and asked, did you let the chicken demon go? Chu Xiu smiled, saying, don't mind her, just let her go. Hearing Chu Xiu say this, Fengjiao wondered, puzzled. Chu Xiu would never leave behind future trouble when dealing with his enemies. So why would he let that chicken demon go this time? At this moment, Chu Xiu sat down, thinking to himself, after reforming Aikun, I always feel like something extra has appeared in my Dao Palace. But what exactly is it? With my current cultivation realm, I can't quite describe it. It's like some missing pieces have been completely filled. Chu Xiu, while meditating, asked, Fengjiao, aren't you going to ask why I let that chicken demon go? Fengjiao replied, if my lord wants to speak, you naturally will. Why would I need to ask? Hearing Fengjiao say that, Chu Xiu coldly stated, some things the less you know, the better. Wouldn't you agree? The young man's cold gaze swept over Fengjiao. She lowered her head and sadly said, I sensed a hint of killing intent from you just now for a fleeting moment. You wanted to kill me. It seems something terrible happened earlier in the limestone cave, making you unable to control your emotions. Chu Xiu brushed off dust, stood up and asked, do you feel that I am very heartless and cold-blooded? Fengj replied, I can understand. After all, we haven't known each other for long, so vigilance is normal. Don't worry, I have no intention of probing your secrets. Hearing Fengjiao say that, the young man immediately wrapped his arm around her waist. Haha, you're being too polite. You are my wings, I should at least have this much trust, right? Hearing that, Fengjiao blushed slightly and spoke, so, you're done with your seclusion? Shall we continue our journey? He smiled and said, no rush, I still want to cultivate one more time. Chu Xiu placed one hand against the cave wall, pinning Fengjiao against it. But before that, I need to replenish some energy. His other hand started to wander. Fengjiao could only resign herself to the young man's touch, and soon her ambiguous moans and whimpers echoed. Not there, but for old Demon Chu, is there anywhere that's not allowed? 3 days later, inside the secret realm at the second gate of the trial secret land, Aikun was leading a group of heavenly demon clan members under Chu Xiu's orders. A demon behind her spoke up, Aikun, are you sure the Taisu Saintess is here? Didn't she enter a long time ago? Facing the skeptical attitude of her kin, Aikun flashed a charming smile. Relax, the Taisu Saintess is indeed here. What do you think I'd gain by lying to you all? The difficulty of this second gate is very high. Currently only 5 people have passed it. Many have given up and switched to searching for other opportunities nearby. Aren't you all doing the same? Hearing that, Heimo, an ape general with a fierce black form and an iron staff in hand, replied, yeah, many of our brethren have fallen to that Taisua Saint son, Chu Xiu. He's beyond our reach for now, so if we can't avenge them on him, we'll just have to dig up the Taisua Saintess and other folks from the Taisua Holy Land. We'll find that girl, capture her, and torture her inch by agonizing inch. Then I'll gift her corpse to the Taisua Saint son. Heh, his face is going to be absolutely priceless. The surrounding demon beasts were instantly hyped, chanting in unison, "Kill, kill, kill! Avenge our brethren! Get revenge on that Saint Son Chu Xiu!" Lord Kun, observing this spectacle, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. "A bunch of morons," he scoffed internally. "Daring to dream of avenging against the venerable lord? This is so ridiculous, I could practically die laughing." Next, a few elite demon beasts led over 300 others to start their search. They hadn't even sniffed out the dice yet when suddenly Zhao Guang, the Xuanqian Star Sea Saint Sun, popped. The Xuanqian Star Sea Saint Sun popped up, cultivating on a high mountain peak. Across from him was a cliff carved with beautiful landscapes, flowers, birds, flowing rivers, and Dao-infused waterfall, the great Dao itself flowing all around. Zhao Guangshengzi's eyes were practically glazed over as he mused. This divine ability is seriously strange. Brocade mountains and rivers kinda resembles a sacred body manifestation. Could some ancient grandmaster have created this divine ability by mimicking a sacred body manifestation? If I master this, I could totally stand up to even Chu Xiu's phenomena. He even pictured Feng Zhao actively throwing herself into his arms, her eyes gleaming with adoration, practically screaming, "From now on, I'm all yours." Suddenly, Zhao Guangshengzi felt something approaching. "Oh," he thought, "is that demonic aura around me?" Meanwhile, Lord Kun, peeking from behind a tree, whispered to the ape general, "Hey Mo, that's Zhao Guangshengzi. Should we make our move?" Hey Mo, Stoneface thought, "Bro already sensed us, and he's radiating killing intent. Retreating now is impossible. He's a Saint Son too, so let's just kill him first and talk later." Done thinking, Hey Mo raised his iron staff and roared, "7 formations." The demon beasts behind him, hearing the command, immediately sprang into action, each grabbing a formation flag and a formation disc, ready to encircle and execute Zhao Guangshengzi. Seeing their moves, Zhao Guangshengzi instantly realized, these beastmen are trying to throw hands with me. With that thought, he immediately charged at the demon beasts. Instantly, both sides clashed, the very earth cracking, rivers crumbling, spirit treasures and divine abilities flying everywhere. No one was giving an inch. But what they didn't know was that Chu Xiu and Feng Zhao were watching from a distance. Seeing them fight tooth and nail, Chu Xiu flashed a mysterious smile. He found a divine ability stone, then immediately got ganked by the demon race. Feng Zhao then spoke. "Zhao Guangshengzi wouldn't even dream that everything he's going through was orchestrated by you," Feng Zhao mused. "But relying on those small fry demons, how are they supposed to kill him?" Chu Xiu shot Feng Zhao a look and replied, "I wasn't even thinking about killing him. I just want to annoy him, make him lose face, and slow down his exploration." Feng Zhao grew even more confused after hearing that. She stepped closer to Chu Xiu, asking, "With your current power, killing him wouldn't even be hard. So why don't you just finish him off directly?" Noticing Feng Zhao get close, Chu Xiu unexpectedly smacked her ample assets. He coldly snorted, "What do women like you even understand? In this world, true rivals and genuine confidants are the hardest to come by." Feng Zhao scoffed, "Those are all just excuses. Are you scared he has some hidden trump card that he'll drag others down with him in a desperate last stand, and that's why you don't dare to make a direct move, right?" Hearing that, Chu Xiu turned his head to look at Feng Zhao, a smirk playing on his lips. "You think I'm scared of him?" Back with the Xuanqian Star Sea Saint Sun, he knew he couldn't go head-to-head with so many demon beasts. He instantly tried to escape on his flying sword. Seeing this, Chu Xiu immediately flew off, declaring as he went, "Looks like it's my turn to make an entrance. Feng Zhao, you don't need to follow." Hearing that, Feng Zhao gently replied, "Okay, I'll wait here for you. Just be careful, alright?" In no time, Chu Xiu was right in front of the demon beasts. He coldly stated, "I hear you lot are scouring the land, looking for human cultivators to take revenge because I've killed too many of your kind. Is that right?" The demon beasts were taken aback by Chu Xiu's sudden appearance. Lord Kun, however, excitedly rushed forward and loudly proclaimed, "Welcome, venerable lord." This left Heimo completely bewildered. He loudly demanded, "What? Demon Kun, what did you just call him?" As if suddenly realizing something crucial, Heimo broke out in a cold sweat, screaming, "We've been played! Brothers, run!" The demon beast instantly turned tail and bolted. Seeing this, Chu Xiu pulled out a red orb, his voice dripping with contempt. "You want to run? Too late for that now." Instantly, the vital essence of the demon beast was sucked into the red orb, their life force slowly draining away, bit by bit. Knowing there was no escape, the demon beasts screamed their last breaths, cursing, "Chu Xiu, you devil! You won't even find peace in death! Spare us!" The sensation of devouring their very life force made Chu Xiu revel in pure ecstasy, exclaiming, "Ah, so satisfying!" After the devouring ended, Chu Xiu spotted a fox demon cowering in fear. It was a fox demon with a smoking hot figure, her fearful eyes locked on him, trembling as she stuttered, You, Chu Xiu smiled. "Your innate talent isn't bad. You even seem to possess the bloodline of a nine-tailed celestial fox within you. Could be useful to me. Alright, time for a little purification, courtesy of yours truly." With that, Chu Xiu pointed at the fox demon, and a blood-colored ray shot from his fingertip. The blood-colored ray instantly bound the fox demon, who struggled frantically in terror. Watching the fox demon enveloped in his blood-colored ray like a cocoon, he mused, "So this girl is Tushan Qingxue, the personal disciple of Tushan Yu. And wait, she's also the biological sister of Tianmian Zhenjin?" Chu Xiu stroked his chin, thinking, Tianmian. Who would have thought we'd have such a fated connection, eh? A moment later, Chu Xiu used his special technique to release the fox spirit girl. The fox spirit girl felt her body, then joyfully exclaimed, "Finally, I've grown all 9 tails, and my physical strength is clearly so much stronger than before." The fox spirit immediately knelt respectfully, declaring, "Tushan Qingxue greets her lord." Chu Xiu smirked, placing a finger on her forehead as he praised, "Not bad. Your bloodline has been greatly improved. I've completely activated your nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Chu Xiu replied gratefully. Many thanks, Mud, for granting me a new life. In the future, I swear to surpass my master and serve you with all my might. Chu Xiu coldly replied, no need for that. Just go gather with the other demon beasts first. I trust you know what you need to do. The fox spirit made a cut on her arm, letting blood flow out, and replied, yes, my lord. If the demon beasts are completely wiped out, my sudden disappearance might arouse suspicion. Chu Xiu continued to instruct, do your jobs well, perform admirably, and you might even get a second enhancement. For now, just vanish. Conceal yourselves perfectly and wait for my summons. Qing Shui bowed and affirmed, then left with Aikun. Once they were gone, old Devil Chu walked over to the mountain that Zhao Guangshengzi couldn't comprehend earlier, gazing at the mysterious Jinshu Shenhe Tu before him. Chu Xiu extended his hand. His saint body manifestation immediately erupted, and illusory forms like red cranes emerged from the Jinshu Shenhe Tu, merging into his saint body. A moment later, the Jinshu Shenhe Tu completely merged into Chu Xiu and vanished. With everything done, he mused, time to link up with Feng Zhao. Afterward, the two arrived before a massive stone tablet engraved with the words Wang Xuan Bi An. Just then, the system flashed. Congratulations, challengers. You have reached the third trial, Wang Chuan He. Breaking the stone tablet will grant access to the Wang Chuan He. Warning, once the tablet is shattered, the suppression within the secret hall will disappear, and all trial obstacles will be removed. The first to cross the Wang Chuan He will claim the ultimate reward. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhao immediately asked, so, you're saying after we shatter this tablet, the powerhouses outside won't be stopped from entering this secret realm, and their cultivation won't be suppressed anymore? The system replied, naturally. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Those who haven't partaken in the previous trials will face immense challenges upon entering the Wang Chuan He. Feng Zhao turned to Chu Xiu asking, so, what's the plan? Chu Xiu let out a faint chuckle. Feng Zhao, you really think this stone tablet is that easy to shatter? Feng Zhao stared intently at the tablet, pondering. It looks totally ordinary. I don't see anything special. Chu Xiu flexed his wrist, explaining the Shukong Jushu. The first trial tested combat power, the second tested comprehension, and this third trial is a test of both comprehension and combat power combined. Now, look closely. Chu Xiu immediately formed hand seals, activating a technique. An illusory figure manifested behind him, unleashing a full power punch that sent tremors through the stone tablet. But when the tremors faded, the stone tablet stood tall and proud, without even a single scratch. Feng Zhao stared at the tablet in utter disbelief, wondering, how is that possible? Suddenly, a ray of Dao energy shot out from the stone tablet, piercing Chu Xiu's glabella. Chu Xiu's eyes snapped shut, his consciousness seemingly lost in some illusory realm. Within that illusory realm, figures of women he once knew appeared. First was Qi Mengde calling out worriedly, my rebellious one, don't leave. Next was Hong Yi questioning, when will you come to find me? And finally Chu Biyu complaining, Chu Xiu just dropped dead already. This demon, he kept his eyes shut tight, completely unfazed by these illusory figures. A moment later, he opened his eyes, having broken free from the illusory realm. Seeing him awaken, Feng Zhao immediately asked, that was a secret technique? Chu Xiu looked at her and replied, it's a powerful concept-based divine ability secret technique called Wangquan. It conjures illusions that mess with your mind. Be careless and you'll be trapped, unable to escape. To shatter this black stone tablet, scratch that, it's probably better called the Sansheng Shibei. To break the Sansheng Shibei, one must comprehend the Wangquan Ji to at least a proficient level of mastery. Feng Zhao asked worriedly, is there no other way? Chu Xiu sighed dejectedly, no other way unless a freaking great emperor shows up here. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhao exclaimed, bro, that's way too hard. Alright, I'll guard you first while you go comprehend that divine ability. Chu Xiu immediately agreed. Sounds good. So Chu Xiu sat before the Sansheng Shibei, beginning his comprehension, while Feng Zhao sat behind him, standing guard. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and commanded the system, help me break through the Wangquan Ji. The system popped up chuckling, kikk. Alright, beginning deduction of breakthrough points for Wangquan Ji. While Chu Xiu was leveling up, the human faction also arrived at this location. Zhao Guangshengzi spoke up, Chu Xiu has already started comprehending the Wangquan Ji. The young man beside him quickly added, then let's seize this chance. A moment later, Feng Zhao saw him awaken and immediately asked, Chu Xiu, how's your comprehension going? Got a handle on clearing this trial? Chu Xiu confidently replied, of course I do. Just then, Ming Yaozi appeared out of nowhere. The demoness beside him exclaimed in surprise, no way, has he already succeeded in comprehending it? Ming Yaozi frowned, retorting, impossible. Even I would need half a year to comprehend it. He can't have succeeded that quickly.